Under the vast blue sky and drifting white clouds, a secluded valley lay cradled between two sheer cliffs, both sides lined with towering ferocious beasts, each 5 to 6 meters tall. Had any humans stumbled upon this place, they would have been horrified to discover that at least a dozen of these creatures were powerful lord-level beasts. Roar, roar. Thunderous bellows erupted one after another like a raging tempest. The bodies of the surrounding beasts shuddered in unison, massive heads shrinking back slightly as they stared, filled with awe and fear, toward the valley ahead from which a tidal wave of bloodlust was surging. Within the valley, corpses lay strewn like fallen leaves. Armored warriors and grotesque, hideous beasts were intermingled in death, their blood pooling and flowing across the ground. A faint breeze swept through, carrying and dispersing the thick metallic stench of blood. At the bottom of the valley, a Li Yuan, who a thundercloud tiger 8 meters long and 2 meters tall, had driven the razor-sharp claws of its fan-like paw straight through the body of a young man clad in bright silver chainmail. At this moment, Zhang Yu's chainmail was already tattered beyond recognition, his tied hair disheveled, his face deathly pale. His right hand weakly held a heavy bright silver spear at aslant, eyes filled with utter despair as he stared at the overlord-level Li Yuan who before him. Drip, drip. Blood slid down the spear's tip and fell into a puddle of gore below. Zhang Yu's breathing grew increasingly ragged, his eyelids heavier with each passing moment. Is this where Zhang Yu died today? No. After struggling for 3 years, I refuse to accept such an end. Roaring cries echoed within his heart, filled with relentless refusal. Yet he could clearly feel his life force rapidly ebbing away. Roar. At that moment, the Li Yuan who let out another vicious bellow, its claws lashing down in a brutal swipe. A thunderous crash rang out. In the haze between life and death, Zhang Yu vaguely saw a card radiating dazzling light. The world around him dissolved into a blur. In a dim cavern, Zhang Yu stared at the cyan card in his hand, his gaze filled with conflicting emotions. I have actually been reborn. Was it you that granted me rebirth? I've returned to 3 years ago, but why didn't you let me go directly back to Earth? Staring at the cyan card, Zhang Yu's voice was thick with reluctance. Though he had been reborn, joy eluded him. For this was Blue Star, a parallel world to Earth, not his true homeland. Moreover, today was January 1st, 2031, a day destined to be monumental for Blue Star. On December 1st, 2030, spatial rifts suddenly appeared around Blue Star, and vast tides of spiritual energy surged into the world. Blue Star itself began to swell, its surface area expanding to 4 or 5 times its former size. What should have been a cause for excitement soon turned to horror as a sky-filling horde of monstrous beasts followed in its wake. Lord-level beasts 5 to 6 meters long, overlord-level beasts 8 to 9 meters tall, king-level behemoths stretching over 10 meters and blotting out the sun, and even outrageous emperor-level monstrosities swarmed across the land, with invincible sovereign-level beasts towering above them all. Tanks and Gatling guns were mere toys before them. Even atomic bombs and nuclear weapons were scarcely effective against emperor-level beasts. Their uncanny sixth sense and blistering speed rendered nuclear strikes nearly useless, let alone against sovereign-level beast lords. Humanity suffered crushing defeat, their homes lost, armies in shambles. After a month of desperate struggle, Zhang Yu knew that today marked the fall of humanity's last city. Yet this did not mean humanity was about to be annihilated. On the contrary, today was the day their true rise would begin. For Blue Star's own Huo was on the verge of awakening. It intended to drive these alien races from beyond Blue Star out of its realm, and thus humanity's opportunity had arrived. Zhang Yu stretched his neck and glanced at the bright moon outside the cave, silently estimating the time. There should be half an hour left before Expedition opens. Expedition was precisely that, a second virtual world crafted by Blue Star's will for humanity, one perfectly real in every sense. Within it, humans could build, explore, and grow stronger, then bring back their armies and various items to wage war against the beasts of reality. The second world of the Heaven Dynasty region was an expanded and resplendent version of the Three Kingdoms era, enlarged nearly tenfold. Its peerless generals like Lu Bu could absolutely contend with sovereign-level beasts, while top-tier commanders such as Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong, Ma Chao, and others could fight emperor-level beasts heated. Elite troops such as the fearsome Tiger-Leopard Cavalry, the White Horse Volunteers, the Vanguard Death Warriors, and the Trap Formation Battalion could send the beasts fleeing in utter panic. Pulling his thoughts back, Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of firm resolve. Though his homeland was Earth, he had no way to return. Therefore, he had to live on, strong and unyielding. What exactly is this cyan card? Zhang Yu muttered, doubt flickering in his gaze as he stared at the card in his hand. Time passed quickly in what felt like no time at all. Half an hour had gone by. At the same moment, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in the minds of the remaining displaced billions on Blue Star. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up at once. It had begun. Humans of Blue Star. The world lies shattered, rivers and mountains in ruins, beasts rampage unchecked. Now I grant you a chance. Enter Expedition and reclaim your homeland. The vast, ethereal voice rolled across the heavens, resonating in every human heart. The remaining billions who heard this command, heavy with majesty, were stunned into silence. Ding! Do you wish to enter Expedition? An emotionless electronic tone sounded in the minds of billions across the globe. Enter. While others hesitated in shock, Zhang Yu did not falter and answered directly. Enter with true body or with soul only. True body. Zhang Yu did not hesitate in the slightest. He knew all too well that sending only one soul was a deadly trap. While one played an expedition, one's physical body in reality might well be devoured by the beasts. As his words fell, Xiang Yu's entire figure vanished in an instant. Upon entering Expedition 1 was greeted by a sequence of grand war scenes and dazzling duels between generals, more exhilarating than any film. In his previous life, however, Xiang Yu had long since grown weary of these displays. He skipped straight to character creation. "Welcome to the world of Expedition, please enter your name." A pleasant, clear female voice chimed. It was the system sprite. "Xiang Yu, please select your landing location." In an instant, a majestic map unfolded before Xiang Yu. C Province, U Province, Yin Province, Su Province, Qing Province, Liang Province, Bing Province, Ji Province, U Province, Yang Province, Jing Province, E Province, Jiao Province, Bing Province, Yinmin Pass, Panshir Town. Xiang Yu swept his gaze over the map without much concern and spoke directly. Yinmin Pass was where he had landed in his previous life. He knew it well. A flash of white light, and Xiang Yu appeared at the novice spawn point of Panshir Town. He immediately opened his attribute. Name Xiang Yu. Class None. Status Refugee. Level 00200. Leadership 9, Force 6, Strategy 10, Politics 4. Equipment General Soul Card, Special Equipment. Currency 1,000 copper coins. Innate skills none. Moi. Staring at his attribute panel, Xiang Yu was briefly stunned. Everything seemed normal, except for the General Soul card. In the next instant, he thought of the Cyan card. Overjoyed, Xiang Yu immediately took out the Cyan card. As expected, a chime sounded. Ding. Special Equipment Detected, General Soul card. Once per month, you may draw a historical General's Soul for free. You may also burn 1,000 prestige points to draw, or enter a dungeon to subdue the target directly. The system sprite's voice echoed in his mind, leaving Xiang Yu utterly stunned. This Cyan card was unimaginably powerful. It could actually draw historical generals. He knew that each historical general was immensely powerful and exceedingly rare. Now he was being told he could draw one every month, and even enter dungeons to claim them. Ding. You currently have one draw available this month. Do you wish to draw now? Draw now. Jolted from his daze by the prompt, Xiang Yu answered, at once excitement surging. He was afraid the opportunity would slip away. Historical generals were far too precious. In his previous life, after 3 years of grinding, he had not obtained even the weakest one. Now happiness had come upon him far too suddenly. Ding. In light of the player's first draw, special support will be granted. The Cyan card instantly transformed into a large Cyan roulette engraved with 3 categories: Ancient Pre-Qin, Qin Han, and 2 Jins, and Sui Tang 5 dynasties, and Songming. 3 portraits adorned each category, some gentle and refined, some wild and arrogant, one a gaunt figure hefting twin hammers. Shichu Overlord, Xiang Yu God of Slaughter by Qi, Heaven-defying Li Yuanba, Peerless Shui Ringgui, Fierce General Li Cunxiao, the twin pillars of Han Wei Qing, and Huo Qubing Wumu Yu Fei, War Sage Han Xi. What the? Xiang Yu Li Yuanba Li Cunxiao, what kind of monster is this thing? Xiang Yu's eyes bulged round as he stared in disbelief at the names on the wheel. This General Soul card could actually draw all historic generals from across the ages, from the ancient Pre-Qin era down to Sui and Tang and the 5 dynasties. This was the true golden sheet of heaven itself. While Xiang Yu's heart surged with excitement, the wheel lit up with a streak of red light that darted back and forth rapidly among the 9 portraits. The draw had begun. Who? Xiang Yu drew a deep breath, forcing down his exhilaration as he watched the red light flashing over each legendary face. Greed flickered in his eyes. If only they could all be his. Buzz. Soon the red light slowed, coming to a halt before Han Xi's portrait. Xiang Yu's brows furrowed at once. Though Han Xi's leadership was astonishing, he was not what Xiang Yu desired. He wanted a devastatingly powerful warrior. Just as he frowned, the red light slid over Han Xi's image and continued forward at a crawl. Ding. You have drawn the invincible Sui Tang Fierce General Li Yuanba. Do you wish to fuse, eh? A roar seemed to detonate in his mind. Hearing the prompt, Xiang Yu, who had been frowning in disappointment, was utterly stunned. Li Yuanba. It was actually Li Yuanba. Who was Li Yuanba? Li Yuanba was the greatest hero under heaven, foremost of the 18 heroes of Sui and Tang, unmatched in all the world. His arms bore the strength of 4 elephants, iron in his hands melted like mud, his might surpassing even the Chuhan Overlord Xiang Yu. Wielding 1,000 Jin drummer and golden hammers, he roamed the land undefeated. Yu and Qingdu, famed as the invincible Grand General, could not even budge one of Li Yuanba's outstretched arms when the two tested their strength before the throne. In the end, Li Yuanba raised his hammers and cursed the heavens, only to perish in a dreamlike storm of thunder and lightning. And now Xiang Yu had actually drawn this man's General Soul, and could even fuse with it. Ding. You have drawn the invincible Sui Tang Fierce General Li Yuanba's soul. Do you wish to fuse, eh? The system sprite's voice sounded again, snapping Xiang Yu out of his wild joy. Fuse, he bellowed, ecstatic. Even if he did not fully understand the consequences, trying certainly would not kill him. Li Yuanba's General Soul fusion complete. Congratulations, you have obtained all of his abilities. As the system sprite spoke, a warm current surged through Xiang Yu's entire body. Vast strength and a mighty, overwhelming aura burst forth from within him. Power, unprecedented power. His body felt stronger than it ever had before. Waves of force battered against the confines of his flesh as though eager to break free and soar. It was intoxicating, utterly exhilarating. Unable to spare time, savoring the changes in his body, Xiang Yu quickly turned his gaze back to his attribute panel. Name Xiang Yu, Peerless General. Class None. Status Refugee. Leadership 15. Force 120. Strategy 11. Politics 5. Equipment General Soul Card. Currency 1,000 copper coins. Innate skills. 1 Grass Cutting. When facing warriors or soldiers with force below 80, you can easily suppress them, felling foes in swathes. 2. Invincible in duels. For every opposing general with force below 100, your force increases by 5 points up to a maximum of 20 points. 3. Crushing Critical. With each strike, your force increases by 5 points up to a maximum of 15 points. 4. Breaker of Armies. When charging alone into enemy formations, your force increases by 15 points. Unbelievable. Staring at his towering force value of 120, Xiang Yu trembled with excitement. At the very start, he had already fused with Li Yuanba, who could contend with the Shichu Overlord himself. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu. Your martial strength has surpassed 120, making you the very first peerless war general among all players worldwide. You are granted a divine weapon, Yu Wang Spear, a divine mount treading snow, 1,000 taels of gold, and 200 prestige points. Would you like to make a world announcement? The voice of the system's sprite sounded again, abruptly rousing Xiang Yu from his ecstatic daze. Damn, is this the rhythm of starting with god-tier gear? Hearing that the system would reward him with a divine weapon and a divine mount, Xiang Yu's blood surged even more fiercely. He had only just entered expedition, yet in the blink of an eye he possessed the might of a peerless war general and a body clad in god-tier equipment. This was utterly defying the heavens. In this world, war generals were ranked by martial strength: third-rate generals at 6,170 second-rate, at 7,180 of first-rate, at 8,190 super first-rate, at 91,100, and peerless war generals at 101,120. These tiers corresponded to Lord level, Overlord level, King level, Emperor level, and Sovereign level monstrous beasts in reality. In his previous life, he had struggled in expedition for 3 long years, only barely reaching the pinnacle of a third-rate war general, merely able to contend with a Lord-level monstrous beast. Yet now, at the very start of the game, he already possessed the strength to challenge a Sovereign-level beast lord. Moreover, the system was rewarding him with both a divine weapon and a divine mount. Equipment quality and mounts were classified as common, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and divine. Damn, at this point I should be able to overpower even Lu Bu, shouldn't I? Unable to restrain his inner exhilaration, Xiang Yu felt a surge of heroic pride well up in his chest. In his mind's eye, he saw himself smashing Guan Yu with his fists and kicking Zhang Fei underfoot. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu. Your martial strength has surpassed 120, making you the very first peerless war general among all players worldwide. You are granted a divine weapon, Yu Wang Spear, a divine mount treading snow, 1,000 taels of gold, and 200 prestige points. Would you like to make a world announcement? The voice of the system's sprite rang out once more, pulling Xiang Yu back from his wild fantasies into reality. Announce it. Make it a world announcement for me. Haha, with the combat power of a peerless war general, what do I have to fear anymore? Hearing the system sprite's voice, Xiang Yu spoke with unrestrained bravado. Indeed, with the strength of a peerless war general and a body clad in divine gear, as long as he did not court death, he need fear no one. As his words fell, a majestic, high-headed stallion of extraordinary grace, and a Yu Wang Spear 1 Zhang, and 8 Qi in length materialized before him. Before Xiang Yu could fully savor his joy, the world announcement sounded. World announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Cunxiao region for becoming the very first peerless war general among all players worldwide. You are granted a divine weapon, Yu Wang Spear, a divine mount treading snow, 1,000 taels of gold, and 200 prestige points. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Cunxiao region for becoming the very first peerless war general among all players worldwide. You are granted a divine weapon, Yu Wang Spear, a divine mount treading snow, 1,000 taels of gold, and 200 prestige points. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Cunxiao region for becoming the very first peerless war general among all players worldwide. You are granted a divine weapon, Yu Wang Spear, a divine mount treading snow, 1,000 taels of gold, and 200 prestige points. The sound rolled on and on like a mysterious voice descending from the 9th heaven, booming through the minds of the more than 1 billion people who had just entered expedition. It was as if a voice from the 9th heaven itself had descended, vast and boundless, exploding within the minds of the billions who had just stepped into expedition. Damn, is this guy hacking? He just started, and he's already a peerless war general. Hell no. How can someone— Wasn't it said that this was the awakening of the world? Will I? What the? Peerless war general. He can clash head-in with Lu Bu from the start. Who is this Xiang Yu, big brother? Carry me. Oh my god, the mysterious East has taken the lead, such an unfathomable land. Unbelievable. Baga, someone from the Cunxiao region has gotten ahead by cheating. I want to report this. It's unfair. As the world announcement resounded, more than 1 billion people across the globe were shaken. Once they processed what had happened, their reactions were all protests and accusations of cheating. However, neither the World Forum nor the regional forums had been opened yet, so the countless players could only grumble with their mouths. The world did not deign to respond to them at all. The entire purpose of Expedition's existence was to cultivate human powerhouses to fight against the monstrous beasts of reality. As long as you had the ability, not to mention hacking. Even if you flew a plane, the world would not interfere. Xiang Yu naturally understood this, so he felt no panic and no inner conflict. He stepped forward and lightly touched the incomparably heavy Yuang spear. Buzz buzzed. As if it possessed a spirit of its own, the Yuang spear trembled faintly. Huh. Yuang spear, you were once the weapon of Li Cunxiao. I have fused with Li Yuanba, and I too bear the surname Li. 500 years ago we were kin by blood. From this day forth follow me, as I conquer the world. Gazing at the heavy Yuang spear before him, Xiang Yu was deeply satisfied. Though it lacked the domineering aura of the drum-smashing, one golden hammers, the Yuang spear was still a heavy weapon and could fully unleash the divine strength within his body. He opened his attribute panel once more. Name Xiang Yu, Peerless War General. Class None. Status Refugee. Leadership 15. Martial Strength 120. Strategy 11. Politics 5. Equipment General Soul Card. Mount Treading Snow Steed Divine. Mount Yuang Spear Divine. Currency 1000 taels of gold, 1000 copper coins. Prestige 200. Newcomer to the world, over 1 billion players know of you. Innate skills. 1. Grass cutting. When facing war generals or soldiers with martial strength below 80, you can easily suppress them, felling a swathe with each sweep. 2. Invincible in duels against war generals with martial strength below 100. For each additional opponent, your martial strength increases by 5 points up to a maximum increase of 20 points. 3. Critical Crush. Each strike raises your martial strength by 5 points up to a maximum increase of 15 points. 4. Breaking the army. When charging alone into enemy formations, your martial strength increases by 15 points. Huh. Gazing at his lavish attributes, Xiang Yu burst into hearty laughter. The depression that had weighed on him for 3 years was swept away in an instant. Hiya. Hiya. After glancing around, Xiang Yu swung himself onto treading snow and rode toward the west of Panchir town. He intended to seize the #1 village under heaven as swiftly as possible. Having been reborn, Xiang Yu naturally understood that individual martial prowess was vitally important. Figures like Lu Bu and Xiang Yu of Western Chu, the strongest of their eras, were tyrannical existences capable of stirring the winds and clouds. However, the real world was not something you could navigate simply by being personally invincible. With Lord-level, Overlord-level, and King-level monstrous beasts sweeping across the land, even if Western Chu's Overlord Xiang Yu himself were alive, he would only be drowned beneath such tides. In an expedition, when faced with 10th-tier troops like the Iron Tower-like fearless Deathless assault camp, and the Tiger-Leopard Cavalry that shattered illusions and annihilated all, even Lu Bu himself would have no choice but to lose his head. Thus, whether in reality or within expedition, individual martial prowess was extremely important, but overall strength could not be ignored, for it was the very foundation of survival. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rush of wind scraped past his ears. Buildings on either side shrank backward at a speed visible to the naked eye. A gleam of excitement flashed through Xiang Yu's eyes. At this velocity, it was no slower than a high-speed train. Treading snow truly deserved the title of Divine Mount. In less than half an instant stick of time, Xiang Yu arrived at the largest bandit lair near Panchir town, Gale Stronghold. Indeed, he intended to wipe out this bandit nest and claim a high-grade village establishment token. Hey, this mountain was opened by us, this tree was planted by us. If you wish to pass this way, leave your toll. Xiang Yu had only just arrived at Gale Stronghold when 2 lowly bandit underlings blocked his path. Stop. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. 2 ragged little henchmen stood directly in front of Xiang Yu, greedily eyeing his majestic mount treading snow. Xiang Yu glanced at the large level 20 number hovering above the henchmen's heads, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Go call your boss out, tell him I have my eye on his windstorm camp. I'll let him come out and die. Oomph, Xiang Yu said coldly. Yo, dog egg, this kid's tired of living, go take him down, shouted a slightly. Go, dog egg, undeterred shouted as the 2 swung their mountain cleavers towards Xiang Yu with ferocity. Oomph. Xiang Yu's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty coldness. Expedition is the second world for humanity, but this is the real world. If you treat the locals here as NPCs in a game, you won't even know how you die. Just like the 2 little bandits before him, level 20, they could easily crush 99% of humanity and were exceedingly ruthless. In an instant, the 2 bandit henchmen reached Xiang Yu, swinging their glistening cleavers down towards him. Seeking death. Kill. Xiang Yu shouted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he swung the Yuang spear in his right hand. Bang bang. The overwhelming Yuang spear struck directly against the henchmen's cleavers, the force unrelenting, smashing into the 2 bandit henchmen, causing 2 explosive bursts as blood mist erupted, leaving them no chance to even cry out. Go. Without even glancing at the 2 he had just obliterated, Xiang Yu's legs shifted in the saddle, and treading snow instantly leaped forward. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed a level 20 bandit, earning 800 experience points. Since the experience is ineffective for you, it has been converted into 800 coins. Hearing the system prompt, Xiang Yu was indifferent. After merging with Li Yuanba's general soul, he no longer needed to level. Go. Riding treading snow, Xiang Yu chose to charge directly into Windstorm Camp. He had initially planned to follow the rules, but it seemed like a waste of time. Thud. The sound of treading snow immediately startled everyone in Windstorm Camp. Who goes there? Stop. Brothers, we have enemies. Prepare for battle. What? What's going on? Enemies. Where are the enemies? Where are they? That one on the white horse, stop him. As Zhang Yu charged into Windstorm Camp, chaos erupted. Some were searching for weapons, others panicked, and many were furious. This is truly a real world. Watching the reactions of these bandits, Zhang Yu's eyes slightly trembled, murmuring to himself, but in an instant a dazzling light flashed in his eyes. Since this is a real world, then Zhao Chan de Qiao Xiao Qiao and Luo Xinjianmi and other stunning beauties Zhang Yu surely would have his opportunities. Stop. Which fool dares to invade my Windstorm Camp? Do you really think my Masis blade is dull? Just as various thoughts ran through Zhang Yu's mind, a loud roar suddenly jolted him back to reality. Before him appeared a burly man with a full beard wielding a long iron spear. Zhang Yu glanced at the enormous level 50 number above his head. Are you the leader of Windstorm Camp? Zhang Yu asked, coolly looking at him. Indeed, I am the leader of Windstorm Camp. Ma Si is my name, unchanged forever. Saying this, the bearded man greedily gazed at Zhang Yu's pristine, treading snow, and Yu Wang's spear. Boy, leave your weapon and mount, and I will let you go. Ma Si said loudly, appearing to have Zhang Yu completely at his mercy. Annoying. Zhang Yu snorted coldly, slightly moving his foot in the saddle, and treading snow charged at Ma Si, while his Yu Wang spear was raised to strike. Whoosh! A flash of silver light appeared. A cold glimmer emerged. A sharp sound of slicing air rushed in, and a sense of death enveloped. Ma Si's expression changed instantly, and he instinctively brought his spear to block above his head. But it was already too late. Splat! The Yu Wang spear slashed through, blood gushing forth as his body flew back. Bang! Ma Si crashed to the ground. After moving a few times, his body stiffened, and the once invincible boss in the player's eyes lay dead. The surrounding bandits of Windstorm Camp, armed with knives and bows, were completely dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at their formerly heroic leader. Dead. Their leader is dead. Ding. Congratulations, player Zhang Yu. As you are the first player to kill a level 50 Lord level boss within the first hour of the server opening, you are rewarded with 200 reputation points, a platinum village building order, and 100 taels of gold. Would you like to announce this to the world? After killing the bandit leader with one strike, the system's prompt immediately sounded, and a wave of ecstasy surged in Zhang Yu's heart. It was indeed a platinum level village building order. It should be noted that the level of the village building order is similar to that of equipment and weapons, classified as ordinary, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and divine grade. Most players who aspire to become lords possess only ordinary or black iron level village building orders, while he in his previous life had only a decent black iron level order. As for the silver level village building order, only the remnants of national armies could gather enough strength to obtain it. The golden level village building orders were only obtained thrice over 3 years in his past life, while platinum level ones were even rarer, and the existence of divine level orders was a complete mystery. One can imagine how terrifying a platinum level village building order is. While the order itself may seem inconsequential, the higher the level, the more powerful its effects become, providing a foundation for survival. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhang Yu. As you are the first player to kill a level 50 Lord level boss within the first hour of the server opening, you are rewarded with 200 reputation points, a platinum village building order, and 100 taels of gold. Would you like to announce this to the world? The system's prompt sounded again, pulling Zhang Yu back from his ecstasy. Announcement. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu replied decisively. Making a world announcement would not only let him bask in glory and feel elated, but also show off a bit. In his previous life, he was just a small fry with no announcements of his own, merely watching others achieve one accomplishment after another. Now endowed with the prowess of an unparalleled general, he certainly had the confidence to announce. Being coy would be a waste. Moreover, there were benefits to being high profile. Humanity was currently at a critical juncture of survival, besieged by powerful beasts and desperately in need of formidable strength. Although Expedition emerged as a beacon of hope for humanity, the journey to becoming strong would undoubtedly be a long one. Before his rebirth in 3 years, humanity had only produced 2 first-rate generals, barely comparable to king-level beasts. However, what use was it for only 2 first-rate figures to emerge in 3 years? Just in the Celestial Empire region alone, there were dozens of royal-level beasts, and king-level beasts numbered in the thousands. Heaven knows how the previous 3 years passed. At night, in Expedition, it was much safer, but during the day he was expelled from the game by the will of Blue Star, forced to struggle and survive in reality. Thus, by announcing his formidable prowess, he would undoubtedly inspire humanity's morale. This represented hope. An announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to Zhang Yu of the Celestial Dynasty region, the first player globally to slay a level 50 Lord tier boss within 1 hour of server launch. As reward, he receives 200 reputation points, 1 platinum village edict, and 100 taels of gold. World announcement. Congratulations to Zhang Yu of the Celestial Dynasty region, the first player globally to slay a level 50 Lord tier boss within 1 hour of server launch. As reward, he receives 200 reputation points, 1 platinum village edict, and 100 taels of gold. World announcement. Congratulations to Zhang Yu of the Celestial Dynasty region, the first player globally to slay a level 50 Lord tier boss within 1 hour of server launch. As reward he receives 200 reputation points, 1 platinum village edict, and 100 taels of gold. 3 celestial proclamations echoed simultaneously across the minds of billions worldwide. In that instant, tens of millions of players, midway through quests or felling chickens, froze in unison. What the hell? Cheating. He must be cheating. Who is this Zhang Yu? He's farming monsters. I'm joining him. A platinum village edict. That's tier 2. How rare it must be. I must redouble my efforts. Damned. That Chinese player has pulled ahead again. Hurry, kill these rabbits. I need to level up. In mere moments, he rose to legendary general status, and now claims a platinum village edict. Perhaps our celestial dynasty truly has hope. Platinum village edict. Zhang Yu press onward. Undoubtedly his slaying of the Lord-tier boss and acquisition of the Platinum Village Edict sent ripples across the world, rekindling resolve in many hearts. Having completed all tasks, Zhang Yu did not depart immediately. Instead his gaze snapped sharply toward the stunned bandits of Quangfing Fort. Do you wish to live, or die? His voice boomed like thunder, piercing deep into their souls. The bandits shuddered involuntarily, faces pale with terror. We wish to live. Please spare us, your excellency. A shrill, sly voice cried out urgently. An unassuming middle-aged man bearing the level 48 above his head. We wish to live. Your excellency, we beg for life. Awakening from shock, the other bandits clamored in frantic. Ding. All bandits of Quangfing Fort have sworn fealty to you. Hearing the system's chimes, Zhang Yu let out a cold snort and strode straight to the central stone stele in the bandits' assembly hall, placing his palm upon it. Ding. Choose your action toward Quangfing Fort: occupy or destroy. Occupy. Instantly Zhang Yu gained full command over Quangfing Fort's resources and intelligence. Village name: Quangfing Fort. Level: small-scale bandit stronghold. Population 1264-5000. Morale 30. Public order 30. Tax revenue 0. Territory 10 square kilometers. Sphere of influence 100 square kilometers. Active troops 643. Existing structures 10. Advanced assembly hall, advanced warehouse, advanced ramparts, advanced dwellings, etc. Available construction slots 5. Current resources: grain 6803 units, stone 200 units, timber 200 units, copper coins 1001. Upgrade requirements: grain 300 units, stone 300 units, timber 300 units, copper coins 300. New population 5000. 1 unit of grain equals 1 kilogram, 1 unit of stone or timber equals 1 cubic meter. What the hell? This place is destitute. Zhang Yu stared speechless at Quangfing Fort's meager reserves. Wasn't every bandit stronghold supposed to be wealthy? 6,000 units of grain, for over 1,000 mouths, would last barely 6 days. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu acknowledged that while Far Expedition possessed internal logic, it also harbored absurdities, beyond his authority to correct. He strode directly to the warehouse, surveyed its scattered stores, hesitated not a moment, and swept his hand. A flash of light, and every resource vanished into his spatial pack. The spatial pack was merely an early game convenience, soon revoked once players grew powerful enough to stand on their. Returning before the assembled bandits, his eyes locked instantly upon the sly level 48 man. My lord, I am Zhao Ting, styled Yanma, second in command of Quangfing Fort. Feeling Zhang Yu's gaze fix upon him, the sly man trembled violently and blurted out his name. Name: Zhao Ting. Talent: rank C. Occupation: senior officer, low tier. Title: second in command of Quangfing Fort. Loyalty: 50. Command: 43. Might: 58. Intellect: 61. Governance: 50. Specialty: none. Skill: intermediate spear technique. Equipment: black iron spear, black iron chainmail. In Far Expedition, NPC talent ranks span 9 tiers: SSSSS, SAB, CD, E, and F. Rank B cultivates 3rd tier generals, SSS, legendary paragons of martial excellence. Li Yuanba, whose essence Zhang Yu had merged with, bore the SSS rank. 1 per era, perhaps 2. Historical generals differ fundamentally from ordinary officers. And Zhao Ting's rank C. Utterly worthless. Zhang Yu's gaze shifted instead to the 600 ragged bandits. 205th tier, 404th tier. At Far Expedition's launch, such a force would utterly crush any player faction. Soldier tiers: Might 11 21st tier, 21 32nd tier, ascending accordingly until Might 81 98th tier. Might 91 99 defines 9th tier soldiers. Historical generals: elite soldiers 20, historical generals ordinary officers 20, elite soldiers regular troops 10. Thus a historical general with Might 80 defeats an ordinary officer with Might 100. When Might is equal, a historical general surpasses an ordinary officer by 2 tiers. An ordinary officer matches an elite soldier in strength. Both surpass regular troops by 1 tier. Though Zhang Yu held them in low regard, they were nonetheless a formidable asset. Zhao Ting, lead them to Hulig Valley. I shall await you there. His tone brooked no dissent. Mounting his snow-treading steed, he rode swiftly from the stronghold. He feared no betrayal. They lacked provisions, and bandits revered strength above all. To serve a true master was their highest aspiration. Hulig Valley, a vast secluded depression ringed by mountains on 3 sides, steep and hidden, block its sole entrance with fortified walls, and it becomes an impregnable bastion, ideal for growth. In his prior life, Zhang Yu had established his base here, lying low, biding his time. Most astonishingly, a massive iron or vein lay just beyond the valley, precisely why he'd risen to peak third-tier general status despite wielding only a black iron village edict. His snow-treading steed moved swiftly. Within the time it took to burn an incense stick, he arrived at the familiar blossom-scented Hulig Valley. At its heart, he drew forth the Platinum Village Edict. Ding. Confirm usage of Platinum Village Edict. Confirm. Name your village. Nirvana Village. A resolute gleam flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. This was his third rebirth, and this time he would rise anew in true nirvana. System notice: congratulations. You have successfully founded Nirvana Village. As the first village established in Far Expedition, you are awarded the title Supreme Village of the World, 1,000 taels of gold, 300 reputation points, and 1 S-rank Administrator NPC. World announcement: congratulations to Xiang Yu of the Celestial Dynasty region, the first player globally to establish a village, Nirvana Village. He is granted the title Supreme Village of the World, 1,000 taels of gold, 300 reputation points, and 1 S-rank Administrator NPC. World announcement: congratulations to Xiang Yu of the Celestial Dynasty region, the first player globally to establish a village, Nirvana Village. He is granted the title Supreme Village of the World, 1,000 taels of gold, 300 reputation points, and 1 S-rank Administrator NPC. Once more the system's chime reverberated across billions of minds. No one expressed surprise. Xiang Yu had already transcended comprehension. Moments after entering Far Expedition, players heard the proclamation declaring him a peerless general. Moments later, as they still clutched fire-tending rods preparing to strike chickens, news came of his slaying a level 50 boss. To them, Xiang Yu was undoubtedly cheating, though proof remained elusive and the blue stars will remain indifferent. Yet none were fools who mere seconds into the game could wield the might of a peerless general. Still, they understood Far Expedition's purpose: to forge humanity's strongest warriors. The path mattered less than the outcome. No authority policed methods, no law forbade means. Thus, hearing each new proclamation about Xiang Yu, they felt only envy, and etched his name deeply into memory. Undeniably, he would become humanity's ultimate sovereign. A radiant platinum light flared. Under Xiang Yu's gaze, a thatched cottage surged skyward, the village chief's office and administrative heart of Nirvana Village. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, hair bound in a scholar's topknot, approached from afar. Xiang Yu instantly recognized him, the S-rank Administrator NPC bestowed by the system. This humble servant Zhang Yun greets his lordship. The man bowed deeply beside Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu smiled warmly and replied, rise quickly. I shall rely heavily on Master Zhang's wisdom. No formalities are needed. Having lived twice before, Xiang Yu knew better than to feign aloofness before his own people. That was folly reserved for fools. Far Expedition was a remarkably lifelike world. NPCs possessed flesh, blood, emotion, and reason, indistinguishable from living humans. It was precisely this realism that led countless players on Blue Star, now overrun by surging hordes of monstrous beasts, to marry, even raise families within the game. Yet it remained wondrously fantastical, as when the thatched cottage rose instantaneously, a miracle defying earthly logic. Xiang Yu shook his head, dispelling distraction, then eagerly opened the attribute panels of both Zhang Yun and Nirvana Village. An S-rank talent was a peerless asset, and a village founded via Platinum Edict. Unprecedented. Xiang Yu's anticipation soared. For true security and sovereignty rested upon power, and the foundation determined the summit. Xiang Yu looked eagerly at Zhang Yun. The system had directly rewarded him with its great internal affairs NPC, undoubtedly a top-tier talent. Although not comparable to historical list internal affairs talents, such a person was still exceedingly precious. After all, in his previous life, he had only managed to reach the peak of third-rate talents after a long time. Anyone who left a name in history was considered a historical general or strategist 2 tiers stronger than the name Zhang Yun. Qualification: SS, Super First Class. Occupation: Civil Official. Identity: Villager of Nirvana Village. Loyalty: 75. Leadership: 20. Combat Power: 18. Politics: 93. Talent: Territory Management, an exceptional internal affairs ability that can enhance the production efficiency of 80% of the residents in the territory. What the hell? Wait a minute, wasn't the system supposed to reward S-grade internal affairs talent? How did it turn into S-grade? Seeing Zhang Yun's attribute panel, Xiang Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. Suddenly Xiang Yu's eyes brightened as he thought of a possibility, quickly summoning the attribute panel of Nirvana Village. Village name: Nirvana Village, the #1 village in the world, a village recognized by all, increasing its appeal to migrants. Level 1. Current residents 2,100. Public sentiment 70. Law and order 100. Tax rate 10. This tax rate only applies to players. 10 of the earnings from defeating monsters within the territory will be forcibly handed over to the Lord. Special attribute: all NPC qualifications recruited in the territory are raised by 1 level. Current resources: food 100 units, stone 100 units, wood 100 units, copper coins 1,000. Resources required for upgrade: food 2,000 units, stone 1,390 units, wood 1030 units, copper coins 11,000. Village area 1 square kilometer. Territory area 300 square kilometers. A regular territory is 10 square kilometers. Current buildings: 18 buildings required for upgrade. Village Chief's Office, the place where the village chief works, where announcements can be made and positions can be appointed. Buildable buildings. Residential houses can accommodate villagers' building requirements stone 10, wood 10. Beginner's general store deals in various daily necessities building requirements beginner merchant stone 40, wood 20 the currency, 100 copper coins. Beginner's tailor shop can produce clothing and armor. The attributes and efficiency of armor production are related to the level of the tailor and the tailor shop. Building requirements beginner tailor stone 30, wood 50, currency, 100 copper coins. Beginner's blacksmith shop, a place for forging and selling iron weapons and farming tools. Building requirements beginner blacksmith stone 50, wood 20 a currency, 100 copper coins. Beginner's carpentry, a place for making and selling bows, arrows, and furniture. Building requirements beginner carpenter stone 30, wood 40, currency, 100 copper coins. Beginner's clinic studies and sells pills, treats patients, can slightly increase public sentiment. Building requirements beginner physician stone 40, wood 20 a currency, 100 copper coins. Beginner's market, a place where villagers and players trade resources. Building requirements stone 200, wood 200 currency, 500 copper coins. Third-rate barracks, a place for recruiting and training soldiers, can directly promote troops up to 7th rank, and can also promote third-rate generals. Building requirements stone 1000, wood 800 currency, 10,000 copper coins. Note: promoting third-rate generals requires a second-rate general to be stationed. What the hell? Looking at the special attributes of Nirvana Village and the barracks, Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse. The fact that the qualifications of NPCs recruited in the territory were all elevated by one level along with the third-rate barracks filled him with shock. The direct elevation of NPC qualifications means that if he recruits an S-grade NPC, it will instantly become SS grade, with super first-class potential turning into peerless talent. This was truly remarkable. It should be noted that in Expedition, NPC qualifications are divided into 9 tiers: SS, A, B, C, D, E, F, with C and D being the most common, accounting for about 80 combined, while F accounts for 0. 1 E grade 9, B grade 9, A grade occupies 0. 1 S grade 0. 001 SS grade 0. 00001, and SSS grade 0. 0000001. A grade talent is 1 in 1,000, grade 1 in 100,000, S grade 1 in 10 million, and SS grade is 1 in a billion. It is easy to imagine how minuscule the probability of high-quality talent is. However, now with a platinum-level territory, the qualifications were directly elevated by one level. A grade turns into S, and S grade into SSS. This was terrifying, and even Zhang Yu himself was shocked. Just this one feature was enough to drive any player insane. Moreover, the barracks also brought Zhang Yu surprises, as they could directly promote troops up to 7th rank and possibly promote third-rate generals. This was vastly different from the normal village building orders. It should be noted that in a normal village building order, any building starts upgrading from village level to town level, county level, prefecture level, state level, and imperial capital level, and barracks are no exception. A village level barracks can only promote troops up to 5th rank, while he could now directly promote troops up to 7th rank, undoubtedly showcasing the differences of a platinum level village building order. TSK. Just these two features alone should allow me to leave players in the dust. Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Old Zhang, I hereby appoint you as the vice village chief of Nirvana Village. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang Yu immediately spoke to Zhang Yun with a serious expression. Thank you, my lord. Zhang shall certainly alleviate your concerns. Hearing Zhang Yu appoint him as vice village chief right away, Zhang Yun smiled, stroked his beard, and said very contentedly, Ding. Zhang Yun's loyalty to player Zhang Yu increased by 5 points, reaching 80. Hearing the prompt from the system, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Yu's lips. This was the advantage of reincarnation. In his previous life, there were foolish players who built novice villages believing themselves to be invincible. Their attitude towards NPCs was not very good, and as a result the NPCs, who were almost indistinguishable from real people, directly quit. Old Zhang immediately drafted a notice. Nirvana Village is in need of various migrants and talents, and we welcome all. Your words, my lord, are indeed wise. Setting Zhang Yun as vice village chief, Zhang Yu funneled all the resources collected from Windstorm Camp into Nirvana Village instantly, causing a resource boom. Current resources: food 6903 units, stone 2,100 units, wood 200 units, wealth 2,100, tails of gold 102,000 copper coins. The platinum level village building order is indeed good, but upgrading consumes too many resources. Looking at the resources needed for the upgrade, Zhang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Shortly after, Zhao Ting brought 1264 bandits from Windstorm Camp to Nirvana Village, and Zhang Yu directly integrated these bandits into Nirvana Village as population. Under Zhang Yun's command, various types of construction began. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, Expedition was about to enter the night. Zhang Yu held the Yuang spear in one hand, rode on treading snow, and arrived outside Nirvana Village, his eyes flashing with a hint of bloodthirsty battle intent. Expedition entered the night. Reality was in the day, and players entering Expedition were about to be pushed out facing the beast monsters in reality. Haha, come on, let me see just how powerful the peerless warrior is. King-level monsters, emperor-level monsters, humph. As night fell in Expedition, a flash of light swept through, and in an instant billions of players vanished, yet the entire game continued to run without a hint of chaos from their disappearance. A flash of white light appeared, revealing Zhang Yu mounted on his majestic steed, treading snow, holding the Yuang spear as he emerged within a dark cave. Xiang Yu did not move immediately. Instead, he tightly closed his eyes, his muscles trembling as pure spiritual energy began to gather and rapidly infiltrate his body. With a series of sounds, a surge of power assaulted him from deep within, and Xiang Yu could distinctly feel the overwhelming force frantically transforming his body. Indeed, this was transformation, or rather irrigation. Expedition and Blue Star are not the same world. On the contrary, Expedition resembles a compressed world where power is condensed, and upon reaching Blue Star it begins to be released, magnifying that power. Any player who has enhanced their strength in Expedition can synchronize or even amplify their abilities in reality, and this applies not only to players, but to anything brought from Expedition, including soldiers, generals, weapons, mounts, and so on. At this moment, treading snow beneath Xiang Yu and the Yuan spear were greedily absorbing spiritual energy, rapidly enhancing themselves. His entire body greedily absorbed the pure spiritual energy from the outside, immense power rippling around him, and Xiang Yu could feel his strength soaring at an incredible pace, with a majestic force increasing visibly. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. With the explosive increase in power and rapid advancement in strength, an imposing aura began to radiate from Xiang Yu, creating a terrifying pressure that spread outward. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly Xiang Yu opened his eyes, his aura reaching its peak, a tremendous presence filling the cave, shattering stones, and causing the entire cave to shake violently. 10 times. My strength has increased tenfold. Truly, I am an unparalleled general. Xiang Yu's exhilarated voice echoed within the violently shaking cave, filled with joy. Although his strength increased tenfold, in reality, it would revert to its original state upon entering Expedition. He was already very satisfied. Boom. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's laughter, the dim cave could no longer bear the pressure and collapsed with a resounding crash. Treading snow, let's go. In this moment of peril, Xiang Yu remained calm, chuckling softly as he spoke to treading snow. Whoosh. In an instant, treading snow transformed into a white streak of light darting out of the cave just as the massive stone fell. Whoosh whoosh. After escaping the cave, treading snow did not stop, but instead accelerated further. The towering trees on either side, nourished by spiritual energy, were wildly retreating. Hiss hiss. Treading snow suddenly halted, raising its proud head in excitement, expressing its newfound strength. Xiang Yu observed treading snow with a smile, and shook his head, unfazed, his gaze drifting back to himself. Name: Xiang Yu. Unparalleled General Combat Power 1200 Equipment General Soul Card. Unique Mount Treading Snow Divine. Steed Yuan Spear Divine. Talent Skills: 1. A critical hit crush. Each strike increases combat power by 50 points up to a maximum of 150 points. 2. Breaking Army Combat Power increases by 150 points when charging into the fray. Indeed, after emerging from Expedition, Xiang Yu's strength skyrocketed, with combat power increasing tenfold, and his attribute panel transformed. Typically, any general who exits Expedition experiences a significant boost in strength, and players have roughly the strength gained from Expedition varies with 3-tier, 2-tier, and 1-tier generally increasing by 2, 4, and 6 times respectively, while for Super First Tier and Unparalleled there is no data, as no player has reached that level. However, today Xiang Yu showcased a tenfold increase. An unparalleled general from Expedition in reality sees their martial strength transformed into combat power, with unparalleled generals being classified as unparalleled warriors, their combat power being 10 times their martial strength. He shifted his gaze back to the Yuan spear in his hand. Name: Yuan Spear. Type: Weapon. Level: Divine. Amplification: increases combat power by 70 during battle. Note: in Expedition, weapons can be categorized as ordinary, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and divine. Ordinary weapons increase martial strength by 1, black, iron by 2. And divine weapons by 7. In reality, all increases are amplified tenfold. After understanding his own changes, Xiang Yu could hardly wait to survey his surroundings. He yearned for a thrilling battle. Roar, roar. Just as Xiang Yu was exploring the area, a beastly roar emanated from the northeast direction. Xiang Yu's eyes brightened as he rode, treading snow swiftly towards the sound. Soon the owner of the roar came into view. Not far from the riverbank there stood a bloodthirsty wild boar 6 meters long and 2 meters tall, with a blood-red horn on its snout, muscles, bulging veins resembling gnarled roots covering its body, exuding an explosive aura. A Lord-level beast. Bloodthirsty wild boar. Name: Bloodthirsty wild boar. Level: Lord. Combat Power 131. Talent Skills: 1. A horn charge. Combat power increases by 5 points. 2. War boar stomp. Combat power increases by 10 points. 3. Tough hide. Unmatched defense among its peers. What a shame it's only a Lord-level beast. Seeing that it was merely a tough-skinned bloodthirsty wild boar, Xiang Yu's interest immediately waned. The bloodthirsty wild boar is undoubtedly among the elite and Lord-level beasts, possessing both defense and attack. Even in his past life, encountering a bloodthirsty wild boar only meant fleeing for his life. However, now Xiang Yu felt no interest at all. The gap between them was too vast. Roar, roar. Humph. Just as Xiang Yu was shaking his head, the bloodthirsty wild boar suddenly sensed something turning its massive body sharply, its lantern-sized eyes instantly locking onto Xiang Yu. Humph. Surprisingly, upon seeing Xiang Yu, the bloodthirsty wild boar fiercely kicked off, with its hind legs charging towards Xiang Yu with its horn, its lantern-sized blood-red eyes revealing a hint of cruelty. Unaware of your own demise, if you seek death, then then I shall grant it. Watching the bloodthirsty wild boar charge directly at him, a flicker of coldness crossed Xiang Yu's eyes, yet he did not act immediately. He merely observed quietly. Little by little, the massive body of the bloodthirsty wild boar quickly approached Xiang Yu. As it closed in on him, the wild boar's eyes were filled with brutality and mockery, yet it failed to notice that Xiang Yu bore no sign of panic, merely staring coldly at it. The massive body of the bloodthirsty wild boar drew closer to Xiang Yu, and upon reaching him, its powerful limbs stomped hard on the ground, sending its entire body crashing down towards Xiang Yu. Ding! The bloodthirsty wild boar's talent skill War Boar Stomp activates. Bloodthirsty wild boar's base combat power is 131. War Boar Stomp adds 10 combat power. Current combat power is 141. Xiang Yu was not surprised by the system prompt. From the moment Expedition was initiated, the sound of the system spirit could be heard both in the game and in reality. To be more precise, whether in Blue Star or Expedition, they were all under the influence of the system's spirit constructed by the will of Blue Star. At this point, Blue Star was no longer the true Blue Star, but resembled a game arena filled with beasts. Xiang Yu coldly glared at the bloodthirsty wild boar. As the silhouette of the bloodthirsty wild boar appeared before him in midair, Xiang Yu moved. Without any unnecessary actions, the chilling Yuang transformed into a fleeting shadow, becoming a blood-red streak as it darted toward the massive head of the beast. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical crush talent skill activated. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power is 1,200, critical crush adds 50 to power, and using the Yuang spear adds 70, bringing the current power to 1320. Puff! A cold white light flashed, accompanied by a rough sound like tearing cloth as a blood-red thread flowed out. Go! Without turning back, Xiang Yu stepped lightly, transforming into a fleeting image as he shot away into the distance before the opponent's body hit the ground. Bang! With a loud crash, the bloodthirsty wild boar fell heavily to the ground, its massive head separated from its enormous body, with blood-red blood gushing wildly. The bloodthirsty wild boar is dead. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the Lord-level beast, the bloodthirsty wild boar. As the first player to kill a Lord-level beast in reality, you are rewarded with 200 reputation points and a special building card for the Dragon King Hall. World announcement. Upon hearing the system fairy's prompt, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel delighted. He had heard in his previous life that the first to kill beasts of each level in Blue Star would receive rewards, but he never knew if it was true, as he had never heard a world announcement. Now it seemed indeed it was true. His hand tightened, and a card appeared in his grasp. On it was a dragon and phoenix engraving depicting a 9-clawed golden dragon bearing its fangs and claws glaring majestically at the sky. Name Dragon King Hall. Type Building Unique. Features 1. Anti-gravity suspension 15 meters above the ground. 2. Colorful defense shield, can withstand the full force attacks of 3 Emperor-level beast lords without damage. Note: once summoned it cannot be moved. Wow, amazing. If I had this in my previous life, what would I have had to struggle for? Looking at the introduction of the Dragon King Hall, Xiang Yu was immediately stunned. This was no palace, it was clearly a turtle shell that could withstand the combined attacks of 3 Emperor-level beast lords. It must be known that after the awakening of the Blue Stars, will it help humanity construct a second world, taking over reality and Expedition, allowing humanity to traverse between reality and Expedition. It was all daytime with no night, just oppression, allowing humanity to grow stronger, then continually fight battle. There would be no issues for a short time, but after a month or two, even the strongest would feel deeply fatigued. But wanting to, reality simply does not allow it. Perhaps in the moment you close your eyes, a cunning python might swallow you whole. As for whether one can rest in Expedition, of course. In fact, Expedition seems to be safer than reality. However, as players' strength slightly increases, the 3 kingdoms immediately plunge into a true chaotic era. Want to sleep? No more development. No more upgrades. It must be known that the true place to enhance strength is still in Expedition. Of course, one can improve strength in reality by consuming high-level beast meat. However, it's not that easy. Compared to Expedition, enhancing strength in reality is like hell mode. Eating meat from beasts of the same level offers little increase, and consuming higher-level beast meat is even more difficult, because generally high-level beasts are accompanied by minions. How to fight? Undoubtedly, for humanity, enhancing strength must still happen in reality. Thus, for humanity, sleeping has truly become a luxury. Not daring to rest in reality, unwilling to rest in Expedition. And the Dragon King Hall before Xiang Yu is undoubtedly a huge surprise. It is not just a place for rest, but may well provide him with a stable home after years of wandering, making it an exceptional auxiliary tool. If Lord-tier beasts grant such lavish rewards, what then of Hegemon-tier, King-tier, Emperor-tier, or even the Imperial Beast Lord? At the thought, Xiang Yu's eyes shone with excitement. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for slaying the Lord-tier beast Shurshu Amongju. As the first player to kill a Lord-tier beast in the real world, you are awarded 200 prestige and a special building Longwangdian card. Make it a world announcement. The system sprite's chime pulled Xiang Yu out of his reverie. He twitched at the corner of his mouth and smiled, replying announcement. Truth be told, Xiang Yu did not much care whether it was announced or not. He intended to claim the first kill at every tier and likely would secure them all. Yet he smiled and chose announcement nonetheless. No sooner had Xiang Yu finished speaking than an otherworldly voice thundered in the minds of billions still stunned and panicked from being ejected from the Expedition. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zhang Yu of the Cunxiao region for slaying the Lord-tier beast Shuamanju. As the first player to kill a Lord-tier beast in the real world, he is awarded 200 prestige and a special building Longwangdian card. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zhang Yu of the Tianqiao region for slaying the Lord-tier beast Shuamanju. As the first player to kill a Lord-tier beast in the real world, he is awarded 200 prestige and a special building Longwangdian card. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zhang Yu of the Tianqiao region for slaying the Lord-tier beast Shuamanju. As the first player to kill a Lord-tier beast in the real world, he is awarded 200 prestige and a special building Longwangdian card. The three mysterious proclamations exploded into the minds of billions. Everyone was stunned and bewildered. Was this still the real world? How could there be announcement chimes? Had the world of the expedition invaded reality? The unknown is the most terrifying thing, and after launching was ravaged by mass beast incursions. Humanity was jittery as a flock of startled birds. What the hell? An announcement? Has launching turned into a game? Is this real? The system sprite came into the just logged out and already slew a Lord-tier beast. No wonder Zhang Yu, an unparalleled warrior indeed. Longwangdian. What is that? What is that? Holy hell. What's happening? Has the game possessed us? Undoubtedly the world announcement stunned a great many people. If Zhang Yu knew most people's shock centered on why the real world produced chimes, or whether the game had possessed reality, he would have scoffed. Although launching was shrouded by the system sprite, it only issued alerts during combat, and mostly served as an aid to help humanity fight. Glancing at Shuamanju sprawled in a pool of blood, Zhang Yu felt a pang. Lord-tier beast meat was a rare delicacy. He had once struggled 2 years to taste such fare. For fledgling humans, it was a potent tonic, yet he could only leave it behind. There was no inventory bag in the real world. Moved. Casting one last reluctant look at Shuamanju, Zhang Yu turned and rode Takshu onward. A surge of spiritual energy swept across launching, transforming its landscape into a luxuriant expanse. Trees that had stood 4 or 5 meters shot up to 10 or 20, forming towering trunks. Wild grasses and flowers crawled everywhere. In a single month, the whole launching breathed unprecedented freshness. Azure skies, drifting clouds, not a trace of industry. The clatter of hoofs. Zhang Yu rode Takshu through the dense forest with effortless speed, as if traversing flat ground. Howls echoed in the distance. As Takshu accelerated, dark golden figures 6 to 7 meters tall surged from all directions and blocked Zhang Yu's path. Hiss! Takshu reared up violently and came to an abrupt halt, emitting a distressed hiss. Seeing Takshu stop, the dark golden silhouettes quickly closed in a faint green light, greedily locking onto Zhang Yu atop Takshu as they crept nearer. 12 wolves 6 to 7 meters in length and clad in dark golden first surged forward. The central wolf towered 8 meters high, its head staring at Zhang Yu with ravenous intent. Damn, I've run into a Fengjinlang pack. What rotten luck. I wanted a hegemon-tier beast to train on, but not. Sitting atop Takshu, Zhang Yu muttered in frustration. Name Fengjinlang. Level Lord-tier. Combat power 130. Talent skills, 1 Shuanji greatly increases speed when running. 2 claw critical claw attacks increase combat power by 10. Name Fengjinlang Wang. Level Hegemon-tier. Combat power 300. Talent skills, 1 Shuanji greatly increases speed when running. 2 claw critical claw attacks increase combat power by 20. 3. Wei Gong when directing the pack to surround and beat a single target. All wolves combat power increases by 32. Facing 11 Fengjinlangs and the Fengjinlang Wang, Zhang Yu felt a touch of helplessness. Unknown, he could fell a Fengjinlang with a casual strike. Even the Fengjinlang Wang was not his match alone, but confronting them en masse was truly annoying. A commanded pack of 12 Fengjinlangs is something even a lone king-tier beast would avoid, otherwise both sides might suffer grievous wounds or die. A grim testament to the terror of numbers. And that was only a hegemon-tier beast leading lord-tier beasts. Far more terrifying would be an imperial beast lord commanding a horde of emperor-tier beasts. If one truly encountered that, not even Zhang Yu, let alone adding a Shichu Bawang, could avoid bitter defeat. That is why, despite possessing overwhelming power, Zhang Yu still prudently developed within the expedition. A long fierce howl rose into the air. The Fengjinlang Wang howled, and backed by the pack sneered at Zhang Yu. Its greedy gaze flicked between Takshu and Zhang Yu, and viscous drool dripped from its sharp fangs. Clearly Zhang Yu's flesh was tempting. Heh, arrogant fool. Watching the Fengjinlang Wang behave as if Zhang Yu were already its prey, he could not help. Though a pack presented trouble, it was only trouble, not defeat. Supreme combat power was not mere boasting. Fight! Zhang Yu roared and swung his Yuang spear. Takshu understood, and stamping its hose became a streak of light that charged straight into the Fengjinlang pack. Ding! Player Zhang Yes talent Baoji Nianze critical crushing activated. Pujuan army breaker talent. Player Zhang Yes base combat power 1200. Baoji Nianze critical crushing 50. Danchi Chongjin solo charge 150. Wielding Yuang spear 70. Current combat power 1470. The system sprite's voice echoed in his mind. Zhang Yes' face grew frosty and expressionless. His eyes locked onto the Fengjinlang Wang as the Yuang spear transformed into a crimson ribbon and slammed down upon it. Ow! Upon witnessing Xiang Yu unleashing a deathly aura, the Wind Gold Wolf King was startled, letting out a long howl, commanding the wolf pack to charge at Xiang Yu while retreating swiftly. Ding! The Wind Gold Wolf King's surround talent skill has been activated, increasing the overall combat power of the wolf pack by 32 points. As a divine mount, treading snow was extraordinarily fast. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Yu reached the still retreating Wolf King, swinging his 8-foot-long Yuan spear fiercely towards it. Hello! The Wind Gold Wolf King felt enveloped by a deathly aura. A wave of great terror surged within, and a shrill scream escaped its mouth as it grabbed a nearby kin to shield itself. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the Wind Gold Wolf, used as a shield, was brutally smashed against a great stone, its flesh and blood scattering. Woo-woo! A painful and desolate sound came from the Wind Gold Wolf, signaling its proximity to death. Humph! What a pity! Seeing the Wind Gold Wolf King using its subordinate as a shield, Xiang Yu couldn't help but lament. Initially, the opponent was unaware of his strength, allowing him to strike unexpectedly, but the opponent was too cunning, directly sacrificing its own kin for its life. Having witnessed his prowess, the opponent clearly would not foolishly charge forward. Owl! Owl! Indeed, just as Xiang Yu anticipated, the Wind Gold Wolf King, realizing Xiang Yu's terrifying power, swiftly retreated while commanding its subordinates to surround Xiang Yu. Woo! Hearing their leaders command, the numerous Wind Gold Wolves hesitated, their eerie eyes warily gazing at Xiang Yu. At the moment Xiang Yu attacked, a deathly aura surged towards them, instantly extinguishing their predatory instincts. Owl! Seeing the wolf pack shrink back, the Wind Gold Wolf King erupted in fury, letting out a long howl. Woo! Woo! Hearing the Wind Gold Wolf King's urging, 10 Wind Gold Wolves gathered their courage and slowly advanced towards Xiang Yu, their eyes revealing a sinister glint. Behind the wolf pack, the Wind Gold Wolf King flashed a glimmer of murderous intent and greed in its cold, emotionless emerald eyes. Unaware of their impending doom, if that's the case, then let them all perish. Xiang Yu cast a cold glance at the wolf pack and the sinister Wolf King, his killing intent surging. In reality, encountering a beast of equal or even higher rank is not terrifying for a human powerhouse, but facing a pack of Wind Gold Wolves like this is absolutely frightening. 2 fists cannot compete against 4 hands, and it is not merely a saying. For an ordinary person, in reality, facing 2 opponents would mean certain doom. This is the power of a group. However, a disdainful glint flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. No matter how many wolves there were, his strength was comparable to that of an imperial beast master, and how could this pack, led by a sovereign-level demon beast, harm him? At most, it would be a bit troublesome. Fight! 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 Raising the Yuan spear once more, a surge of battle intent erupted as he charged into the Wind Gold Wolf pack on treading snow. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical strike crush talent skill has been activated again. Breaking army talent skill activated. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power is 1200. Critical strike crush adds 100. Single cavalry charge adds 150. Wielding the Yuan spear adds 70. Current combat power is 1520. Kill. Treading snow transformed into a white streak of light, charging straight into the Wind Gold Wolf pack. Ow! The Wind Gold Wolf King let out a low, deep howl, and in an instant 10 Wind Gold Wolves carried by fierce winds lunged at Xiang Yu, their icy fangs aiming for his vital spots. Ding! The Wind Gold Wolf King's surround talent skill has been activated, increasing the overall combat power of the wolf pack by 32 points. Instantly, Xiang Yu was surrounded by 10 Wind Gold Wolves, their pale, icy fangs and sharp claws frantically attacking him. The speed of the Wind Gold Wolves was absolutely swift. In a mere instant, Xiang Yu's front, neck, throat, and legs were covered in their sharp claws. No escape. Kill. Xiang Yu roared thunderously, seated upon treading snow, showing no signs of evasion. His body sank slightly as explosive power surged into the Yuan spear, which he spun wildly in a 360-degree rotation, using his arm as the pivot. Bang! 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 The heavy Yuan spear, weighing thousands of pounds, swept across 3 Wind Gold Wolves, and the sound of watermelon exploding echoed instantly. The 3 Wind Gold Wolves struck by the Yuan spear instantly had their bones shattered and bodies torn apart, a massive blood mist spreading as they were slammed to the ground, struggling for a moment before desperately kicking their legs, their eyes revealing a yearning for life. In the end, with a final kick, they perished. 1 strike, 3 Wind Gold Wolves dead. Woo! Watching 3 companions die in an instant, the remaining 7 Wind Gold Wolves were immediately filled with terror, their strong limbs involuntarily retreating, their eyes flashing with fear. Initially, losing just 1 companion did not cause the wolf pack to panic. Although they feared the powerful aura emanating from Xiang Yu, they were not cowed, for their Wind Gold Wolf clan, under the leadership of the Wolf King, was invincible, even able to easily surround and kill sovereign-level demon beasts. Even facing king-level demon beasts, they had the courage to pay a certain price to take them down, so they were not easily intimidated by the Wolf King's command. However, in an instant exchange, they had not even touched the opponent's body before 3 companions were brutally exploded. Instantly, the wolf pack shrank back. Not only did the wolf pack shrink back, but even the Wind Gold Wolf King looked at Xiang Yu in fear, its wariness intensifying. Fight! Just as the entire wolf pack was retreating, Xiang Yu, noticing his success, did not stop, but instead rode, treading snow, charging again towards the retreating wolves. Ding! Player Xiang Yes Critical Strike Crush Talent skill has been activated again. Critical Strike Crush Combat Power 150. Current combat power is 1570. The system sprite's voice rang out again, and Xiang Yu felt the power within him strengthening, once more his aura becoming more violent and his speed surging. Kill. Like lightning, Xiang Yu charged once more to the front of the Wind Gold Wolf pack, the murderous Yu Wang spear aiming at the two foremost Wind Gold Wolves. Ow! Ow! Seeing Xiang Yu relentlessly pursue them, the wolf pack became even more panicked, losing all of their earlier bravado. Ow! The two foremost Wind Gold Wolves felt engulfed by a deathly aura, terror rising within them, and before they could react, the murderous Yu Wang spear was already overhead. Bang! Bang! The sounds of watermelon explosions rang out as blood mist filled the air. The two Wind Gold Wolves were smashed into the ground dead. Ow! Watching two more of their kin die, only 5 remained. The fear in the Wind Gold Wolf King's eyes deepened, letting out a shrill cry. Then, without hesitation, it turned its massive body. It fled. Indeed, the Wind Gold Wolf King has fled. After a furious roar, the Wind Gold Wolf King ran away, and the remaining 5 Wind Gold Wolves immediately dashed in 4 different directions. Undoubtedly, the last long howl of the Wind Gold Wolf King was the command to retreat. In fact, beast spirits are not devoid of wisdom. Instead, the higher their rank, the deeper their intelligence becomes, coupled with an instinct for self-preservation. Thus, upon witnessing Xiang Yes' terrifying strength and the incapacitation of several of its kin, the Wind Gold Wolf King unhesitatingly ordered a retreat. Hehe. You know how to recognize the situation. Watching the Wind Gold Wolf King order a retreat, without hesitation, Xiang Yu couldn't help but admire it. The speed of the Wind Gold Wolves was certainly not slow, and with their flight in 4 different directions, it would be challenging for him to eliminate them all. However, while your kin can run, you shall lose your head. Xiang Yu could choose not to kill the ordinary Wind Gold Wolves, but he could not let the Wind Gold Wolf King escape. After all, it was a dominant beast spirit, and capturing a human-level dominant beast spirit would undoubtedly grant him rewards. With a shout, Xiang Yu rode on treading snow and directly pursued the Wind Gold Wolf King. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As a divine steed, treading snow may lack offensive power, but its speed was unparalleled. Though the Wind Gold Wolf King was fast, it paled in comparison to treading snow. In an instant, Xiang Yu blocked the Wind Gold Wolf King's path. The Wind Gold Wolf King was nearly 8 meters long and 2 meters tall, its entire body exhibiting a dark golden hue, exuding an extraordinary and majestic presence. Yet at this moment, its pair of eerie green eyes were filled with fear and anxiety, while its dark golden fur stood up. The massive body of the Wind Gold Wolf King lowered into a crouch, its mouth roaring with a fierce and menacing growl. Hehe. Looking at the fierce but inwardly fearful Wind Gold Wolf King, Xiang Yu couldn't help but sneer. Did it really think he was intimidated? Come on, Wind Gold Wolf King, let's fight. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu raised the Yuan spear and shouted at the Wind Gold Wolf King, while treading snow charged. Seeing the human before him launch an attack, the Wind Gold Wolf King became frantic. Its powerful hind legs kicked back forcefully, and its massive body charged towards Xiang Yu, sharp claws aiming for his neck. Ding! The Wind Gold Wolf King's Claw Crit innate skill has been activated. The Wind Gold Wolf King's base combat power is 300, Claw Crit power 20, current combat power is 320. Unaware of its own mortality, since it wishes to die quickly, I shall grant that wish. Xiang Yes' eyes were filled with frost. He held no goodwill toward these invaders. After enduring a hellish 3 years in his previous life only to die at the hands of beast spirits, none could hate them more than he did. The momentum within his body surged instantly as he swung the Yuan spear, filled with the aura of death, fiercely toward the gigantic head of the Wind Gold Wolf King. Ding! Player Xiang Yes Critical Crush innate skill activated. Breaking Army innate skill activated. Player Xiang Yes base combat power is 1200, critical crush power 50, single rider charge power 150, using Yuan spear power 70, current combat power is 1470. Fight! Xiang Yu bellowed, striking the massive head of the Wind Gold Wolf King with the Yuan spear in a flash. The aura of death instantly enveloped the Wind Gold Wolf King. At that moment, the previously furious Wind Gold Wolf King felt as if it had been doused with cold water, realizing that only by facing Xiang Yu could it sense the Grim Reaper's beckoning. A howl escaped the Wind Gold Wolf King's mouth, now shrouded by the aura of death. It knew that if it faced this strike heat-in, it would surely perish. A frantic desire for survival surged within it, and its massive head jerked abruptly to the side. Xiang Yu watched the Wind Gold Wolf King's attempt to evade with indifferent eyes, his movements unchanged, increasing in speed once more. A sickening sound echoed as the sharp Yuan spear pierced through the Wind Gold Wolf King's fan-like ear, blood and flesh flying everywhere. A chilling scream erupted. "Ha! Let it be, I won't torment you any longer, perish." Xiang Yu looked at the Wind Gold Wolf King, drenched in blood, a gleam of pleasure flickering in his eyes. Just a day ago, he had been pierced to death by the claws of the dominant beast spirit Thundercloud Tiger. Now witnessing the agonizing sight of another dominant beast spirit filled him with satisfaction. Yet humans inherently possess the virtue of mercy. He would grant this beast a swift death. As if sensing Xiang Yes' intent, treading snow turned midair and charged once more at the injured Wind Gold Wolf King. Xiang Yu raised the Yuan spear again, deciding to end the game. Whoosh whoosh. Ding! Player Xiang Yes Critical Crush Innate Skill has activated again. Breaking Army Innate Skill activated. Player Xiang Yes Base Combat Power is 1200, Critical Crush Power 100, Single Rider Charge Power 150, using Yuang Spear Power 70, current combat power is 1520. Kill. The malevolent Yuang Spear descended upon the Wind Gold Wolf King's head, a sense of impending death, rising once more, causing the Wind Gold Wolf King's body to lurch to the side. But it was too late. Blood sprayed from the Wind Gold Wolf King's massive head, splattering along the 1.8-meter-long Yuang Spear. Boom. The 8-meter-long body of the Wind Gold Wolf King collapsed instantly. With a final glance at the world, its body trembled violently, struggling for a moment before its legs kicked up and it died. Ding. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the dominant beast spirit Wind Gold Wolf King. As the first player to slay a dominant beast spirit in reality, you are rewarded with 300 reputation points and 1000 seeds of the special crop sweet potato. Is there a world announcement? Upon hearing the sprite's notification, Xiang Yu was momentarily stunned. Killing the dominant beast spirit brought rewards, but only crops. Sweet potatoes. Not a divine artifact. Not a divine steed. However, in an instant, Xiang Yu realized, his heart brimming with joy, feeling as if he had been struck by a pie from the sky. These are sweet potatoes. While they might not mean much in reality, in Expedition, they would be invaluable. Expedition features a chaotic Three Kingdoms backdrop, with the Yellow Turban Rebellion about to erupt. After it does, the world of Expedition will become even more realistic, rife with famine. Want food? Sorry, you'll have to grow it yourself, and let's not mention that NPCs might starve. Even players can starve in Expedition if they lack food. Of course, players can fill up on beast meat in reality before heading into Expedition. Yet is beast meat in reality so easy to obtain? Sweet potatoes are highly adaptable, easy to grow, and yield high crops. Once he has them, he will no longer need to worry about food. Undoubtedly, Xiang Yu was not mindless. Even if faced with a choice between the Dragon King Hall and sweet potatoes, he would unhesitatingly choose the sweet potatoes. It seems my reputation has broken through 1,000. The soul card seems usable again. The soul card. This is his greatest trump card. His power, akin to Li Yuanba, comes from the soul card. But who will he draw this time? Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel excited. Suddenly recalling the soul card, a look of ecstasy appeared on Xiang Yu's face. It is important to note that everything he possesses, including his unparalleled combat strength comparable to Li Yuanba, his platinum-level village construction order, and the Dragon King Hall, all stem from the soul card. One could say that the soul card is undoubtedly his golden finger. Without it, he would have perished during his time on Earth. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the Overlord-level beast, the Wind Golden Wolf King. As the first player to slay an Overlord-level beast in reality, you are awarded 300 reputation points and 100 seeds of the special crop sweet potato. Is this a world announcement? The system sprite's prompt sound echoed again, pulling Xiang Yu back to reality, causing his announcement. As Xiang Yu's voice fell, a deep and resonant voice reverberated in the minds of billions of players. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Celestial Empire region for killing the Overlord-level beast, the Wind Golden Wolf King. As the first player to slay an Overlord-level beast in reality, player Xiang Yu is awarded 300 reputation points and 100 seeds of the special crop sweet potato. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Celestial Empire region for killing the Overlord-level beast, the Wind Golden Wolf King. As the first player to slay an Overlord-level beast in reality, player Xiang Yu is awarded 300 reputation points and 100 seeds of the special crop sweet potato. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Celestial Empire region for killing the Overlord-level beast, the Wind Golden Wolf King. As the first player to slay an Overlord-level beast in reality, player Xiang Yu is awarded 300 reputation points and 100 seeds of the special crop sweet potato. At the same time, players around the globe momentarily froze before instantly recovering. Hearing that the slayer of the Overlord-level beast was Xiang Yu, the global players were not surprised this time. Even if the system announced that Xiang Yu had killed an Emperor-level beast sovereign now, they would not be surprised. After all, Xiang Yu possessed unrivaled combat strength, theoretically capable of rivaling an Emperor-level beast sovereign. If the system announced that Xiang Yu had killed an Emperor-level beast sovereign, they would merely marvel at his prowess. However, what puzzled them was that this reward seemed rather lackluster. Last time he was awarded the Dragon King Hall. Although its purpose was unknown, it sounded impressive. But this time, after killing a higher-level Overlord-level beast, why was he only rewarded with sweet potato seedlings? Isn't sweet potato seedlings abundant in reality? It must be noted that after the spiritual energy invasion of blue star plants have become extraordinarily lush, far beyond ordinary mortals, appearing translucent and more like spiritual grains brimming with energy. The sweet potatoes in the ground are even the size of a suitcase. Why is the system rewarding ordinary sweet potato seedlings now? This left many people puzzled, and some plan to bring some sweet potatoes into Expedition, as this crop is quite beneficial. Of course, aside from this reward, they could not comprehend many others were secretly mocking Xiang Yu. Having already achieved the first kill of a Lord-level beast, and now an Overlord-level beast, did he still need to clear each level? Xiang Yu was unaware of the thoughts of billions of players. If he knew, he would definitely tell them it was a pipe dream. Aside from the items brought out from Expedition, nothing else could be taken into Expedition. Xiang Ye's mind was entirely focused on the soul card. Name Xiang Yu, unparalleled war general. Combat strength 1200. Equipment soul card unique. Mount snow treading steed divine. Mount Yu Wong spear divine. Reputation 1200. Freshly emerged, billions of players know you. Talent skills. 1. Critical strike crush. Each strike increases combat strength by 50 points with a maximum increase of 150 points. 2. Breaking army combat strength increases by 150 points when charging alone. Indeed, after killing the bloodthirsty war pig and the winged golden wolf king, his reputation had surged to 1200 points, fully allowing him to use the soul card. Ecstatic, Xiang Yu directly took out the soul card he carried with him. Instantly, the entire Azure soul card appeared. In just a moment, the smile on Xiang Ye's face froze. Name soul card. Type special equipment unique. Status. Features. 1 draw of a historical figure every month. 2. Can burn 1/0 reputation points to draw a historical figure or capture in a dungeon. Notice the soul card can only be used in expedition. Damn, it can only be used in expedition. Looking at the soul card in a sealed state, Xiang Ye's inner ecstasy instantly dissipated. Forget it, he'll use it in expedition later. Xiang Yu shook his head and turned his gaze to the winged golden wolf king before. Damn it, am I really going to throw away such a huge chunk of wolf meat? A hint of hesitation flashed in Xiang Ye's eyes. It would be a lie to say he wasn't pained. The winged golden wolf king was an overlord level beast. In his previous life, he had worked diligently for 3 years only to tragically perish at the hands of the overlord level beast, the thundercloud tiger. Any beast above the lord level would have a group of little brothers around them. In a group fight, they would have help. Thus, in his previous life, only 2 top-tier generals in the Celestial Empire could possibly eat meat from overlord level beasts. It's not that his unparalleled combat strength couldn't defeat king level or emperor level beasts. Even against an emperor level beast, Sovereign Xiang Yu felt he could dare to challenge. However, the reality is not like that. Emperor level beasts are surrounded by a group of emperor level beasts as minions, and emperor level beasts have a group of king level beasts as minions. How could one fight that? Consider Lu Bu, the great warrior of the human realm, and the red hair renowned as a legendary steed. However, what was the outcome? He was still suppressed and beaten by the 2 super top-tier generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Thus, the power of minions cannot be overlooked in these times. Looking at the winged golden wolf king lying in a pool of blood, Xiang Yu glanced around and immediately had an idea. He decided to bring out the Dragon King Hall. Yes, Xiang Yu planned to settle in this area. In fact, the influx of spiritual energy into Blue Star had already expanded the area by 4 to 5 times, making it a land of infinite beauty. However, there were no human activities whatsoever. Humans could only hide within a small range, too afraid to venture into unfamiliar places. Currently, the Celestial Empire's hills and peaks were stacked one upon another, with an overlord-level beast stationed every 10 miles, a king-level beast every 100 miles, an emperor-level beast every 1,000 miles, and an emperor-level beast every 10,000 miles, rampaging without a certain trajectory. In his previous life, for 3 years, Xiang Yu only wandered around a radius of a few dozen miles, so he was merely familiar with the surroundings. In an instant, he made the decision to settle in this area, which could be considered his second home. After a brief contemplation, Xiang Yu tugged at a leg of the winged golden wolf king, riding the snow-treading steed towards the hilly valley in the left front. Soon an open area came into view. A series of hills greeted his eyes, and at the center a valley made Xiang Ye's pupils constrict. That was the valley where he had died in his previous life. The burial ground of his previous life, the rise of this life. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu put down the corpse of the winged golden wolf king, rode the snow-treading steed to the valley, stopped, took out the Dragon King Hall card, and a flicker of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Dragon King Hall. Ding. Would you like to activate the Dragon King Hall here? The system sprite's voice echoed. Activate. Xiang Yu said firmly, without a hint of hesitation. As the words fell, the clawed Dragon King Hall card in his hand flew to the top of the valley, emanating a radiant glow of various colors. The card shattered, transforming into a mini version of a building which began to expand wildly beneath the colorful light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Dragon King Hall grew larger and larger, and in an instant, it was the size of 10 acres, completely covering Xiang Tian beneath it. Interesting. Xiang Yu was utterly unconcerned. The larger the Dragon King Hall became, the more comfortable he felt. Giddy up. He rode his mount, treading snow, towards the perimeter of the Dragon King Hall. Boom, boom, boom. The Dragon King Hall continued to grow larger, soon reaching a length and width of 100 feet. Surprisingly, it did not stop there. Rather, it continued to expand wildly, accompanied by waves of sonic booms echoing across the land. Roar, roar. The dramatic entrance of the Dragon King Hall not only stunned Xiang Yu, but also attracted the nearby beasts, who rushed over, howling towards the sky. Wow, how impressive is this Dragon King Hall? Watching the ever-expanding Dragon King Hall, a broad smile spread across Xiang Yu's face. The larger it grew, the happier he became. Boom, boom, boom. The Dragon King Hall continued to expand. 5 minutes later, Xiang Yu found himself speechless, for at that moment the Dragon King Hall had grown to an extraordinarily vast size, roughly equivalent to that of half a small county. Rumble. Suddenly, the Dragon King Hall ceased to expand, and the entire structure was enveloped by a colorful shield hovering 15 meters above the ground. Wow, that's incredible. Xiang Yu gazed in awe at the magnificent and colossal palace complex before him. Indeed, it was a palace complex. From beneath the Dragon King Hall one could see a grand architectural ensemble with roofs covered in iron tiles. The side walls of the main hall were built from iron-colored bricks, and the edges of the palace complex were shrouded in waves of colorful light, resembling a celestial palace. Treading snow up. A gleam of joy flashed in Xiang Ye's eyes as he shouted. In an instant, treading snow galloped rapidly, then leapt powerfully off the ground, soaring into the air towards the Dragon King Hall. Buzz buzz. As he passed through the colorful light, shield Xiang Yu felt as though he were being scanned in an instant. Ding dong. Hello, master. I am the intelligent core of the Dragon King Hall, the little golden dragon. Just after landing on the giant plaza of the Dragon King Hall, before he could react, a hand-sized mini 9-clawed golden dragon appeared, before Xiang Yu, speaking in a childish voice. Intelligent core. Little golden dragon. Yes, master. I am the intelligent core of the Dragon King Hall, the steward of the Dragon King Hall. The 9-clawed golden dragon floated around Xiang Yu, speaking in its tender voice. Alright, little dragon, tell me what this Dragon King Hall is all about. Upon hearing that the little golden dragon was the steward of the Dragon King Hall, Xiang Yu lost interest in thinking it was a real 9-clawed golden dragon. Master, the Dragon King Hall is the legendary palace of the Dragon King, covering a total area of 9,999 acres, including 99 palaces and a giant plaza. The main hall is the Qinglong Hall, followed by the Yinglong Hall, Jiaolong Hall, Huolong Hall, Panlong Hall, and so on. The Dragon King Hall can simultaneously withstand attacks from 3 Emperor-level beast lords, or resist assaults from 30 royal-level beasts, boasting formidable defensive power. Upon hearing Xiang Ye's question, the little golden dragon immediately began to explain with its childlike voice. However, Xiang Yu did not care how many palaces there were in the Dragon King Hall. Instead, he furrowed his brow at the moment the little golden dragon spoke. Once the dragon finished, he immediately asked, "You said the Dragon King Hall is the palace of the Dragon King. Is the Dragon King the Qinglong? Does the Qinglong really exist?" Xiang Yu asked with a frown. The Qinglong is one of the 4 saints, 4 symbols, Qinglong by Hujuqu Xuanwu, and one of the 4 spirits of heaven, also known as the Songlong, representing the east, and the color blue, hence called Eastern Qinglong. The Qinglong is one of the 4 spirits of heaven in ancient mythology of the Celestial Empire, originating from ancient star worship, representing the eastern deity Taihao and the 7 stars of the east. The Huainanzi Volume 3 records among the celestial deities none is more esteemed than the Qinglong. Thus, the Qinglong may be regarded as the leader of the 4 symbols. The dragon is the totem of the Celestial Empire. Since the Yellow Emperor was appointed by heaven, spreading its influence in all directions, the dragon has become a symbol of the Chinese nation and even all of China. The Qinglong, also known as the Songlong, is the eastern deity in ancient mythology. It can be said that in the Celestial Empire, the Qinglong is undoubtedly the people's faith. Now, the little golden dragon states that the magnificent Dragon King Hall before him is the palace of the Dragon King, with its main hall being the Qinglong Hall. Is there really a Dragon King in this world? The Qinglong. Xiang Ye's eyes fixed intently on the little golden dragon, hoping for a response. I'm not sure either. All of my previous memories have been erased, leaving only the knowledge of how to assist the master in controlling the Dragon King Hall. However, I can say for certain that this realm is bound by rules. I can clearly sense that the Dragon King Hall should possess other functions, but I simply cannot access them. The little golden dragon shook its small head, speaking with a hint of childish naivety. Wow. Upon hearing the little golden dragon's words, Xiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Is there really a Qinglong clan? Undoubtedly, although the intelligent core little golden dragon did not provide precise information, it was clear that the existence of the Qinglong was real. Roar, roar, boom, boom, boom. Just as Xiang Yu was in shock, suddenly a gigantic beast appeared on the colorful light shield, fiercely colliding with it, creating dazzling waves of light that immediately caught Xiang Ye's attention. Hiss hiss. When he finally caught sight of the beast, Xiang Yu inhaled sharply. The creature was nearly 20 meters long, its entire body covered in fiery red hard scales, each gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Its 4 powerful legs covered in scales were so sturdy that it would take 3 people to barely wrap their arms around one. It extended razor-sharp claws that emitted a chilling aura. Its tail, a robust 7 to 8 meters long, bristled with spikes and struck the colorful light shield with force, sending ripples across its surface. The Red Scale Dragon, a royal-level beast. Name: Red Scale Dragon. Level: Royal Peak. Combat Power: 800. Talent skills: 1 Dragon Tail Explosion. All power converges in one strike, unleashing an incredibly powerful blow, increasing combat power by 100 points. 2 Dragon Claw Barrage. Each strike increases combat power by 30 points up to a maximum increase of 120 points. 3 Scaled Defense. Naturally resilient dragon scales provide formidable defense. 4 Flame Dragon Breath. The ultimate strike, temporarily boosting combat power by 300 points. Roar, roar, boom, boom, boom. The red scale dragon, covered in fiery red scales, roared as it struck the colorful light shield with its powerful tail and claws, creating a tremendous explosive noise that echoed for miles. This is nothing but a mongrel dragon. Or rather, it does not even deserve the title of dragon, for its blood bears not a trace of true draconic purity. Suddenly, Xiao Jinlong's youthful yet disdainful voice rang in Xiang Yu's ear. Xiang Yu remained silent, his eyes blazing with fierce combat intent as he locked onto the colossal crimson-scaled armored dragon before him. Though a mongrel, it still carried a sliver of authentic dragon blood, and as a sovereign-tier apex beast at peak cultivation, it was undeniably formidable. Until now, the strongest beast he had ever encountered had been no more than a tyrant-tier entity, thus the sudden emergence of a sovereign-tier beast filled Xiang Yu with exhilaration. Ever since fusing with Li Yuanba, he had felt his strength surge beyond measure. Yet he lamented that he had never truly tested his might. Beasts such as the bloodthirsty war boar or the wind-gold wolf king fell before him in a single stroke. Now at last this crimson-scaled armored dragon offered him a worthy adversary. With that thought, Xiang Yu spurred his steed Tuo Shui and in an instant reached the edge of the five-colored radiant barrier, drawing near the fiery crimson-scaled armored dragon and gazing downward toward the dragon's sovereign hall beneath. His pupils contracted sharply. Below the dragon's sovereign hall lay 24 crimson-scaled armored dragons, slightly smaller, even diminutive, kneeling low in submission, their eyes burning with savage ferocity as they fixed upon him. By the heavens, 8 royal-tier crimson-scaled armored dragons, and 18 tyrant-tier ones. Gazing upon those blazing crimson figures below, Xiang Yu drew a sharp, involuntary breath. He well knew that high-tier beasts commonly commanded retinues, but this sovereign-tier crimson-scaled armored dragon was utterly monstrous. A sovereign-tier beast stood on par with history's peerless generals from the epic Chronicle Far expedition, and due to their immense physical prowess, such beasts often surpassed human cultivators of equivalent rank. Royal-tier beasts corresponded to elite historical generals in Far expedition, while tyrant-tier ones matched second-tier legendary commanders. Thus, this sovereign-tier crimson-scaled armored dragon's entourage constituted a force rivaling one peerless general, 8 elite generals, and 18 renowned second-tier commanders, an assembly of staggering prestige. By the heavens, this blue star is perilous indeed. If a single sovereign-tier beast commands such power, what would a divine-tier beast sovereign muster? Perhaps 7 or 8 sovereign-tier subordinates. How could one possibly contend with such odds? A wave of gloom washed over Xiang Yu. At first he had believed Li Yuanba's might invincible. So long as he avoided recklessness, the world lay open before him. Yet it seemed he had underestimated these beasts. If a divine-tier beast sovereign truly commanded 7 or 8 sovereign-tier subordinates, what then? Could even Lu Bu, flanked by Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Huangzhong Ma, Chao Xiaohou, Dun Dianwei, and Zhao Yun, prevail? Not even Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Shu, would dare stand firm. Huff, huff. Xiang Yu took a deep, steadying breath. The arrogant elation born of merging with Li Yuanba vanished instantly. He needed greater strength. He was still not strong enough. Xiao Jinlong let the sovereign-tier crimson-scaled armored dragon through. Fight! With a low, resolute cry, Xiang Yu chose battle, though he was far from reckless. He would not foolishly charge forth alone to face 27 crimson-scaled armored dragons. Human martial duels differed fundamentally from bestial combat. Were he confronting one peerless general, 8 elite generals, and 18 second-tier commanders, Xiang Yu would gladly accept the challenge. But beasts were another matter entirely. Towering in size, armed with razor-sharp claws and prodigious strength, they overwhelmed en masse. Without overwhelming supremacy, resistance meant certain annihilation. Understood, master. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's command, Xiao Jinlong replied instantly. With a flick of his tiny 9-clawed limb, the sovereign-tier crimson-scaled armored dragon, previously battering against the 5-colored radiant barrier, plummeted inward. Xiao Jinlong flicked his 9 claws once more. The breach sealed seamlessly, leaving the barrier flawless. Roar, 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 roar. Seeing its elder brother vanish into the luminous dome, the pack below, previously coiled and waiting, erupted in agitation. One by one, they slammed their massive limbs into the ground and hurled themselves at the 5-colored radiant barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact reverberated like thunder. Then each beast rebounded violently, tumbling downward like dumplings tossed from a boiling pot. Roar, roar. Witnessing its subordinates barred entry, the sovereign-tier crimson-scaled armored dragon erupted in fury, its colossal form surging forward towards Xiang Yu with terrifying speed. Boom, 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 boom. Its body stretched nearly 20 meters. Towering, fearsome, clad in thick flamered scales, its talons gleaming like razors, its tail a whip of raw, crushing power. An oppressive aura descended upon Xiang Yu like a suffocating shroud. Roar! Its lantern-sized eyes swept Xiang Yu with contemptuous disdain, a mocking roar echoing its utter dismissal of his diminutive frame. Heh! Gazing upon the crimson-scaled armored dragon, proud as a primordial titan, Xiang Yu smirked coldly, uttering no word. Raising the Yuan halberd in his hand, he issued a low, commanding cry. Fight! Tuo Shui responded instantly to his while charging headlong toward the colossal dragon. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical annihilation innate talent has activated. Polaris Breaker innate talent has activated. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power 1200. Critical annihilation adds 50. Lone charge assault adds 150. Yuan halberd usage adds 70. Current combat power 1470. In a flash of white light, Tuo Shui bore Xiang Yu straight to the dragon's skull. Without hesitation, the Yuan halberd, laden with death's chill, slammed down upon the dragon's head. Roar, roar. Seeing the insignificant human appear before its eyes, in an instant the crimson-scaled armored dragon raged. How dare this mortal dare strike, first daring to insult its sovereign dignity. Yet in the next heartbeat, dread surged within the dragon, an instinctive premonition of death emanating from that slender, unassuming weapon. Arg! Panic flared in its heart. Instinctively, it raised both foreclaws and lunged toward Xiang Yu. Ding! Crimson-scaled armored dragons, twin claw barrage, innate talent has activated. Crimson-scaled armored dragons, base combat power 800. Twin claw barrage adds 30. Current combat power 830. Hearing the system's chime, Xiang Yu's lips curled faintly upward. His movements never slackened, the Yuan halberd crashing unswervingly toward the dragon's icy clawed limbs. Clang! Clang! Shink! The razor-edged halberd pierced the dragon's talons clean through, slicing deep, drawing a crimson rain. Arg! Wounded, the dragon roared in fury, lowering its head with a guttural snarl, then surging forward, its massive tail whipping towards Xiang Yu with devastating force. Whoosh! Whoosh! The tail cleaved the air with thunderous force, hurtling towards Xiang Yu. Ding! Crimson-scaled armored dragons, tail thunderstrike, innate talent has activated. Crimson-scaled armored dragons, base combat power 800. Tail thunderstrike adds 100. Current combat power 900. Watching the blazing crimson tail descend, Xiang Yu did not flinch. In fact, a triumphant smile bloomed across his face as he shouted once more. Fight! Muscles coiling with explosive might, he drove the Yuan halberd straight into the descending tail without pause. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical annihilation, innate talent activates again. Polaris Breaker, innate talent active. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power 1200. Critical annihilation adds 100. Lone charge assault adds 150. Yuan halberd usage adds 70. Current combat power 1520. Kill. Boom, 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 boom. The Yuan halberd collided with the crimson tail in a cataclysmic clash, sonic booms detonating in rapid succession around them. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted where steel met scale. Spurt, spurt, spurt. Contrary to expectation, the dragon's colossal tail did not prevail. Instead, the sovereign-tier crimson-scaled armored dragon, nearly 20 meters long, was driven backward in retreat, its massive frame recoiling violently under the halberd's impact. Arg! Awoof! Retreating 100 zhang, the dragon unleashed a piercing, agonized shriek that echoed throughout the dragon's sovereign hall. Blood seeped steadily from its massive tail. Roar! Roar! Its gaze upon Xiang Yu now brimmed with wariness, even fear. How could this diminutive human confront it, heated and wounded? Haha! Exhilarating! Fight! 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 Though jolted backward several steps by the shockwave, Xiang Yu atop Tua Shui let out a long, exultant cry. Then brandishing the Yuan halberd, he charged anew. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical annihilation, innate talent activates again. Polaris Breaker, innate talent activates. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power 1200. Critical annihilation adds 150. Lone charge assault adds 150. Yuan halberd usage adds 70. Current combat power 1570. Kill. A torrent of surging power flooded his veins, combat power swelling by 50 more. Never before had he felt so overwhelmingly powerful. In an instant, Tua Shui appeared before the dragon, and the Yuan halberd struck again, aimed straight at its skull. Roar! Seeing this formidable human pursue relentlessly, the dragon was seized by profound regret. Why had it entered alone without its pack? Arg! Though wary of Xiang Yu, it fought on. Another wave of lethal intent radiating from that short, unassuming ding. Crimson-scaled armored dragons, tail thunderstrike, innate talent has activated. Crimson-scaled armored dragons, base combat power 800. Tail thunderstrike adds 100. Current combat power 900. The colossal tail clashed once more with the Yuan halberd. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening sonic explosions tore through the air. Upon impact, both parted instantly. The dragon's 20-meter frame sent flying 8 meters backward, crashing heavily onto the steel floor. Arg! Arg! Woo! Woo! The dragon shrieked in agony. Its massive crimson tail lay mangled, scales shattered, flesh torn open, streams of draconic blood gushing forth. The sovereign-tier crimson-scaled armored dragon was grievously wounded. Heh! So much for that. Xiang Yu gazed upon the dragon sprawled motionless on the ground, unable to rise, and smiled coldly. Li Yuanba, a peerless general standing at the zenith of martial mastery, was no mere sovereign-tier beast's equal. A dragon. Then let us flay its hide and sever its sinews. Xiang Yu looked coldly at the tragic red-scaled armored dragon, his eyes filled only with indifference and ice. In his previous life, he had struggled to evade the beast for 3 years, ultimately perishing at its hands. Thus his feelings towards the beast were filled with nothing but cold indifference and boundless hatred. Die! Xiang Yu rode, treading snow slowly closer to the red-scaled armored dragon, his voice as cold as death echoed. Seemingly sensing Xiang Yu's lethal intent, the red-scaled armored dragon felt a shroud of death enveloping it. At this moment, regret filled its heart. If only it had brought its minions along. The lantern-sized eyes of the red-scaled armored dragon fixed intently on Xiang Yu, a flicker of hatred passing through them. It resolved to fight with all its might, for it still held hope with its dragon clan's ultimate weapon, Dragon Breath. However, the Dragon Breath was immensely powerful, yet it came at a significant cost. But it had no other choice. Roar! A furious roar erupted from the mouth of the red-scaled armored dragon, its aura surging dramatically. Even the air around seemed to grow dry. Watching the suddenly surging aura of the red-scaled armored dragon, Xiang Yu could not help but curl the corners of his mouth upward. Did he not understand its little schemes? One must admit the will of the Blue Star indeed cared greatly for humanity. The ability to display the opponent's level talent, combat power, and battle information was already quite generous. Such assistance greatly enhanced the survival chances of humans, making it clear when to fight and when to retreat. Of course, when you are overwhelming the beast, this advantage may seem negligible. However, when you find yourself evenly matched, this prophetic assistance can truly sway the outcome of the battle. Fight! 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 Xiang Yu's eyes were filled with battle intent. He was eager to see just how powerful this dragon breath was, capable of directly boosting combat power by 300. After all, his strongest skill only increased it by 150. Hiss! Treading snow let out a long howl, charging directly towards the red-scaled armored dragon. Buzz! Treading snow transformed into a streak of white lightning shooting towards the red-scaled armored dragon. Xiang Yu poured all his strength into the divine weapon, the Yuan spear, which immediately emitted a dazzling light as it struck fiercely towards the dragon's massive head. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical crush talent skill activated again. Breaking army talent skill active. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power is 1200. Critical crush combat power 100. Single rider charge combat power 150. Using Yuan spear combat power 70. Current combat power is 1520. Kill. A tremendous aura emanated from the Yuan spear, enveloping the red-scaled armored dragon with a thick atmosphere of death. Ow! Roar! Feeling the Grim Reaper drawing near, the red-scaled armored dragon's scales erupted, its lantern-sized eyes filled with bloodshot fury. It was about to unleash its strongest attack. Roar! The royal red-scaled armored dragon roared again, its cry filled with desolation and determination mixed with a hint of rage against life. Ow! Ow! Bang! 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 As if sensing their royal in peril, the 26 red-scaled armored dragon minions outside the Dragon King Hall anxiously and ferociously battered against the barrier. Die! In an instant, Xiang Yu launched a fierce strike towards the head of the royal red-scaled armored dragon. The aura of the royal red-scaled armored dragon surged once more, a wave of destructive energy pouring from its mouth, followed by its massive tail and a fiery dragon breath charging towards Xiang Yu. Ding! The red-scaled armored dragon's dragon tail critical and fire dragon breath talent skills activated. The red-scaled armored dragon's base combat power is 800. Dragon tail critical combat power 100. Fire dragon breath combat power 300. Current combat power is 1200. What the hell? Just as he was about to close in on the red-scaled armored dragon, Xiang Yu suddenly felt a deathly crisis startling him. He looked up to see a massive dragon tail and a fiery breath hurling towards him, and he dared not be careless. Though his combat power exceeded 1200, his defense was lacking. As a mere mortal, encountering the fiery dragon breath would likely leave him gravely injured. In a flash, Xiang Yu made his choice. He released the Yuan spear measuring 1 zhang and 8, filled with overwhelming combat power, transforming it into a bolt of lightning to strike the dragon's breath and tail, while he swiftly dodged aside on treading snow. Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous explosions erupted in the plaza of the Dragon King Hall, a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Xiang Yu, having shifted to the side, could not help but stare intently at the gigantic mushroom cloud. Ow! At that moment, a sorrowful and tragic cry rang out. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the scene within was revealed. The red-scaled armored dragon's fiery red scales lay shattered, streams of bright red dragon blood flowing forth. Its massive tail had been blown apart, creating a gaping hole the size of a suitcase, its flesh charred and rotten. Its enormous body of over 20 meters lay motionless on the ground, dull and lifeless. It was a tragic sight. Looking at the half-dead red-scaled armored dragon, Xiang Yu couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. He picked up the fallen Yuan spear and approached the dragon's massive head. Red-scaled armored dragon, do you wish to surrender? Standing before the red-scaled armored dragon, Xiang Yu suddenly withdrew his smile and asked loudly. However, Xiang Yu did not immediately choose to kill the royal red-scaled armored dragon, for beasts could be tamed. While killing a royal beast would yield rewards, Xiang Yu refrained from doing so immediately. Our royal beasts were not scarce, and there would be opportunities to kill later. Yet if he could tame a royal beast with minions, he would undoubtedly choose to do so. Taming this royal red-scaled armored dragon meant capturing 8 king-tier red-scaled armored dragons and 18 overlord-tier red-scaled armored dragons, undoubtedly a tremendous force that Xiang Yu coveted. Xiang Yu looked at the red-scaled armored dragon with anticipation. Ow! Roar! Surprisingly, the red-scaled armored dragon seemed to hear Xiang Yu's words, raising its head high and disdainfully glancing at him, the meaning quite clear. Ugh! Xiang Yu looked at the half-dead, yet still proud red-scaled armored dragon, unable to help but rub his. He had certainly heard of the pride of dragons, but the fact that this mixed-breed dragon remained so defiant in the face of death was truly unexpected. Fine, since you are so stubborn, I will grant you a swift end. Confirming that the red-scaled armored dragon would not surrender, Xiang Yu felt no hesitation. There were countless beasts in the world with many opportunities to come. Moreover, by directly killing the red-scaled armored dragon, he would receive the first kill reward for a royal beast. Xiang Yu looked forward to this royal first kill reward, as the first kill for Lord Tier and Overlord Tier yielded rewards from the Dragon King, Hall sweet potatoes, and prestige, all of which satisfied him. For this higher-level royal beast first kill, he was even more excited. Casting a glance at the red-scaled armored dragon, a cold light flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes, as the Yuang spear transformed into a streak of light instantly piercing through the massive head of the red-scaled armored dragon. With a sharp sound, a hole instantly appeared on the head of the red-scaled armored dragon, and a torrent of rich crimson blood gushed forth carrying a pungent smell. The red-scaled armored dragon let out one final anguished cry, convulsing wildly, as its massive body gradually stiffened. The red-scaled armored dragon, a royal-grade beast, has fallen. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the royal-grade beast, the red-scaled armored dragon. As the first player to slay a royal-grade beast in reality, you are rewarded with 500 reputation points and the unique special building, the Hero's Tower. Is this a world announcement? Huh. Hearing the system sprite's prompt, Xiang Yu was momentarily stunned. What is this? If there's anything that makes Xiang Yu happy, it's definitely the 500 reputation points. With just 1,000 reputation points, he can summon historical generals for fusion, which is key to enhancing his strength. But what exactly is this Hero's Tower? Just as Xiang Yu was lost in thought, a tower resembling the legendary King Li of the Tower appeared in his hand, immediately capturing his attention. Name: Hero's Tower. Type: special equipment, unique. Status: sealed. Can be used during expeditions. Special ability: summon historical generals, ministers, and consorts from eras other than the Three Kingdoms once a month. Wow. Looking at the information displayed on the Hero's Tower, Xiang Yu was instantly stunned. This thing can actually summon historical generals. Immediately a surge of joy filled his heart. Who would complain about having more historical generals? Would Xiang Yu? Just from the imperial-level beast lords in the Celestial Empire region, Xiang Yu felt there were at least 7 or 8. There were even more royal-grade beasts. Although he had fused with Li Yuanba and gained his combat power. But what good does it do if he's the only one? Xiang Yu could see that even if an imperial-level beast lord showed up right now, he would turn and flee. Not because he couldn't defeat them, but because he was afraid of being swarmed by their minions. Previously, he had a soul card for summoning historical generals, which allowed him to fuse directly and enhance his strength. He also heard that he could burn reputation to enter a dungeon and reclaim them, which was truly impressive. But is reputation easy to come by? In the early stages, he could rely on powerful force to grind it out, but what about later? So this limitation on reputation is not easy to manage. Moreover, even if he summoned a historical general, would he be willing to reclaim them? After all, people are inherently selfish. If given the choice, he would definitely choose to fuse and make himself stronger. Thus, his historical generals were simply not enough, making this Hero's Tower seem very thirsting for power. Summoning once a month is definitely something that impacts balance. With this Hero's Tower, his power and expedition will undoubtedly develop rapidly, and his subordinates will quickly multiply. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the royal-grade beast, the red-scaled armored dragon. As the first player to slay a royal-grade beast in reality, you are rewarded with 500 reputation points and the unique special building, the Hero's Tower. Is this a world announcement? The system sprite's voice rang out again, pulling Xiang Yu back from his daydream. Announcement, Xiang Yu said without hesitation. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Celestial Empire region for killing the royal-grade beast, the red-scaled armored dragon. As the first player to slay a royal-grade beast in reality, player Xiang Yu is rewarded with 500 reputation points and the unique special building, the Hero's Tower. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Celestial Empire region for killing the royal-grade beast, the red-scaled armored dragon. As the first player to slay a royal-grade beast in reality, player Xiang Yu is rewarded with 500 reputation points and the unique special building, the Hero's Tower. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Celestial Empire region for killing the royal-grade beast, the red-scaled armored dragon. As the first player to slay a royal-grade beast in reality, player Xiang Yu is rewarded with 500 reputation points and the unique special building, the Hero's Tower. The voice resonated in the minds of billions of people around the globe. Hearing that Xiang Yu from the Celestial Empire had slain a royal-grade beast, all players were stunned. A royal-grade beast. That's comparable to the combat power of figures like Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. It just died like that. Wow. Slaying a royal-grade beast, our Celestial Empire, is amazing. Xiang Yu is amazing. Where are you? There are 2 lord-level beasts fighting outside my tree hole. I'm so scared. Wow. You actually killed a royal-grade beast. That's incredible. Where is Xiang Yu from the Celestial Empire? Damn, I can't even use my phone. Can someone come to save me? In the distant capital city, it was a scene of devastation. Buildings collapsed, covered by various plants, and beasts rampaged. In the underground city, several dozen meters below the capital, in a conference room, a group of over a dozen people in their 30s sat together. A middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a General Star badge sat at the head. Who exactly is this Xiang Yu? Starting off with the combat power of a peerless general, and now has killed a royal-grade beast. I wonder if we can recruit him. The middle-aged man with the General Star badge said. Right now, let's not even talk about recruitment. We can't even find him. There is an imperial-level beast, the golden-winged roc, lurking on the surface. If it weren't for the beast looking down on us for having no energy in our bodies, we would have probably been wiped out. The second middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. Just thinking about that gigantic golden-winged rock made him feel a chill. Just because we can't find him in reality doesn't mean we can't find him in expedition. Let everyone keep an eye out, and as soon as there's news about Xiang Yu, report it immediately. The middle-aged man with the General Star badge said. By the way, have we obtained the village building order? We need to speed up our... We got it. Just when we were about to use it, we were kicked out. Xiang Yu was unaware that he had already caught the attention of the remnants in the capital city. But even if he did, he wouldn't care. This is an era for the strong. Whoever has the strongest fist is the one in charge. Having acquired the Hero's Tower, Xiang Yu was extremely excited. This meant he could summon one more historical figure each month. Name Xiang Yu Peerless General. Combat Power 1200. Equipment Soul Card Unique Hero's Tower Unique. Mount Snow-Stepping Steed Divine Mount King Yes Spear Divine. Reputation 1700 Newcomer Billions of players know you. Talent Skills. 1. Critical Strike Crush. Each strike increases combat power by 50 points, maximum increase of 150 points. 2. Breaking Army increases combat power by 150 points while charging alone. I've already reached 1700 reputation points. I just need 300 more points to break through 2000. Then I can use the soul card twice. Just 300 more reputation points, and I can use the soul card twice. If I take down a royal grade beast first kill, it should be enough. Xiang Yu immediately turned his head toward the Dragon King Hall. He was going to kill a royal grade red-scaled armored dragon. But the scene outside made him pause. All 26 red-scaled armored dragons had vanished, leaving the place empty with just a few lord-level beasts. They ran away. Damn, how cowardly. Watching more than 20 red-scaled armored dragons disappear, Xiang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Without a doubt, seeing their leader killed by him, the numerous red-scaled armored dragons had all lost their nerve. Forget it, if they leave, so be it. Xiang Yu stroked the Yuan spear in his hand and spoke with a hint of regret. Although somewhat disappointed, he did not dwell on it. Though the demon beasts may not be as intelligent as humans, they are certainly not foolish. Especially as the level of the demon beasts increases, their wisdom grows, and their ability to seek benefits while avoiding harm becomes stronger. Master, you are so powerful. Seeing Xiang Yu finish his battle, the little golden dragon immediately floated to his side, expressing admiration. Little golden dragon, why are you so cowardly? The battle had just begun, and you vanished without a trace. Xiang Yu cast a dismissive glance at the little nine-clawed golden dragon. When he was fighting the red-scaled armored dragon, this little one had disappeared, claiming that the red-scaled armored dragon was a mixed-breed dragon with disdain, only to reappear after the battle was over. Master, little golden dragon is not cowardly. It's because I am the intelligence core of the entire Dragon King's palace. If I don't hide a bit, you might accidentally hit me, and the whole palace would be paralyzed. The little golden dragon explained. Alright then, take me to see the Qinglong Palace. Hearing the little golden dragon's explanation, Xiang Yu had nothing more to say. After all, he was just the intelligence core. How could he expect it to help him fight? Okay, master. Xiang Yu's thoughts were also on the Dragon King's palace. He hadn't had the chance to appreciate it before being interrupted by the red-scaled armored dragon. Under the guidance of the little golden dragon, Xiang Yu rode the snow-treading beast swiftly toward the depths of the dragon. The entire Dragon King's palace consists of 99 palaces and a gigantic square, with the main palace being the Qinglong Palace, and the side palaces, including the Yinglong Palace, Jiaolong Palace, Huolong Palace, and Panlong Palace, among others. The enormous square spans several thousand acres, boundless, and paved with an unknown black material. The battle between Xiang Yu and the red-scaled armored dragon had caused visible damage, showcasing its hardness, capable of easily accommodating a million-strong army. At the end of the massive square lies a cluster of palaces with flying eaves and green tiles, intricately carved beams, and painted rafters vivid and lifelike. The upturned eaves and the glazed tiles on the roof glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. However, Xiang Yu's gaze was fixed on the largest palace at the center, taller and more magnificent than the others. Undoubtedly, that was the main palace of the entire Dragon King's palace, the Qinglong Palace. Soon, guided by the little golden dragon, Xiang Yu arrived at the Qinglong Palace. This imposing structure, with its heavy tiered roof and 9 ridges, boasts interlocking brackets and a yellow-tiled roof resembling a golden throne hall. In front of the palace, 10 stone pillars stand in a row, each intricately carved, with 2 nine-clawed golden dragons, one above and one below. They entwined and soared, riding the clouds and moving toward the center, where a treasure orb was surrounded by flames, with the 2 giant dragons competing for it. At the center of the Qinglong Palace is a high platform resembling that of an ancient emperor's court, exuding majesty. Xiang Yu dismounted and ascended the steps of the Qinglong Palace one by one, reaching the top, where a seat carved in the likeness of a fierce blue dragon awaited. Sitting on the Qinglong throne, overlooking the vast hall below, Xiang Yu felt a surge of heroic spirit rising within him. Emperor, seizing the world's power while intoxicated by beauty. A real man should be like this. Today is destined to be an unforgettable day for the remaining billions of humans worldwide. A month ago, when the space rift appeared, spiritual energy began to revive, plants grew wildly, and Blue Star expanded. A large number of powerful demon beasts surged in, making human airplanes and tanks seem like toys in comparison, while humanity's ultimate weapon, nuclear weapons, seemed to lose their threat. With homes shattered and demon beasts rampaging, humanity instantly transformed from global overlords to mere snacks for the demon beasts. A month of struggle, a month of life and death hovering humanity, believed there was no hope. But today is different. The will of Blue Star has awakened, creating a second world for them. After killing a few wild monsters in Expedition and leveling up, returning to reality, their combat power surprisingly increased, and some even felt their physical qualities had improved several times. Although they felt extremely weak compared to the demon beasts outside, they realized they could continue to grow stronger and level up in Expedition. In an instant, the remaining billions of humans on Blue Star became excited and joyful. Who wants to die? Who wants to become snacks for the demon beasts? The will of Blue Star has given them a chance, a hope for survival. They can enhance themselves in Expedition and exterminate these demon beasts in reality. Moreover, the system spirit stated that they could bring the soldiers and generals they trained in Expedition into reality to assist themselves. Moreover, the system spirit stated that they could bring the soldiers and generals they trained in Expedition into reality. As time slowly passed in reality, many humans stopped wallowing in despair, hiding in silence. They were waiting to enter Expedition, eager to empower themselves. In the Dragon King's palace on the massive square, a barbecue rack supported by 2 branches stood with roaring flames below, skewers of dragon meat sizzling on the grill. TSK. This grilled dragon meat is really fragrant. So delicious. Truly delicious. Looking at the sizzling dragon meat in his hands, a drop of hot oil slowly slid down the succulent meat, intoxicatingly fragrant, enticing the appetite with waves of aroma. Xiang Yu could no longer wait and took a big bite. Hiss. The meat was golden and shiny, slightly spicy, yet fragrant, not greasy or gamey, tender and delicious, the exquisite flavor stimulating his taste buds. Tisk, it's delicious. Master, is it really that good? The little golden dragon floating beside Xiang Yu, seeing the expression of enjoyment on his face, couldn't help but swallow hard and ask. Holding the oily dragon meat, Xiang Yu glanced dismissively at the little golden dragon and said, "Aren't you the intelligence core? Even if it's delicious, it doesn't matter." "All right then." The little golden dragon pouted and said unwillingly. Xiang Yu didn't mind and continued to enjoy the grilled dragon meat. Looking at the shiny dragon meat in his hand, he felt a wave of satisfaction, for it had been so many years since he had savored barbecue. In his previous life, he had plenty of demon beast meat in his hands, but he didn't dare to attempt barbecue. Just thinking about not having had any for a month was tempting enough, let alone such a long time. Moreover, this was the meat of a royal-grade demon beast, the red-scaled armored dragon, which was a tremendous supplement. He could feel the dragon meat entering his body, rapidly breaking down into pure energy, nourishing his body, and the peak power bottleneck he had reached was slowly loosening. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiang Yu revealed a contemplative expression. The human body is destined to be inferior to the demon beasts, especially the powerful ones. Figures like Li Yuanba and Xiang Yu, the Western Shu Overlord, have pushed the human body to its limits, making any further enhancement extremely difficult. But is there really no way? Of course not. After eating a few pieces of royal-grade demon beast meat, Xiang Yu felt he had seemingly become stronger. Undoubtedly, while the maximum combat value for humans is 120 points, it can be broken through other meat. For instance, grilled dragon meat. O superscript 3c. Time drifted slowly. Then in the west a crimson sun rose. Hick. I'm utterly stuffed. Xiang Yu belched contentedly, gazing at the massive pile of dragonbone remnants scattered across the ground. He nodded in quiet satisfaction. He had devoured 120 gene of roasted dragon meat all by himself. Exhilarating. Especially as he sensed pure potent energy coiling within his body. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiang Yu's lips. It must be nearly time. He glanced westward at the sun, its radiance bathing the sky in ruddy hues, and for the first time he found its splendor truly breathtaking. How splendid it would be, with a graceful companion beside me. As night descended, a blinding flash of light swept across the world, and in that instant over 1 billion souls. After the searing white light faded, Xiang Yu opened his eyes once more, finding himself outside Nirvana village where the eastern sun had just begun its ascent. Yet Xiang Yu remained still, and so did his steed Tashu. Within his body, combat power tenfold stronger than before was rapidly waning. Xiang Yu knew full well this was no loss of strength, but rather a ceiling. Such tenfold martial prowess existed only in the real world. Soon his overwhelming aura subsided dramatically and stabilized. He immediately summoned his attribute panel. Name Xiang Yu, Peerless Martial General. Occupation none. Title Village Chief of Nirvana Village. Command 15. Martial Might 121. Strategic Acumen 11. Statesmanship 5. Equipment Soul General Card Unique Tower of Heroes Unique Dragon Sovereign Hall Unique. Mount Tashu Steed Diviniteer. Weapon Yuang Spear Diviniteer. Wealth none. Items 1000 Sweet Potato Seedlings. Reputation 1700. Emerging talent known to over 1 billion players. Innate skills. 1. Mowing down effortlessly suppresses generals and soldiers with martial might below 80, sweeping them aside like grass. 2. Invincibility against duelists with martial might under 100. Each additional opponent boosts his own martial might by 5 points, up to a maximum increase of 20. 3. Critical Crush. Each strike enhances his martial might by 5 points, capped at 15. 4. Army breaker charges into enemy formations alone, boosting martial might by 15 points. His combat power reverted to its original form, martial might. Xiang Yu cared little for this fluctuation, yet upon seeing his martial might now read 121, a broad smile spread across his face. Li Yuanba's martial might stood at the absolute pinnacle. 120 represented the theoretical ceiling. Now exceeding it, reaching 121, could only mean one thing: the flesh of a sovereign-tier demonic beast had catalyzed this leap, and proved unequivocally that humanity's martial limits were not immutable. In high spirits, Xiang Yu mounted Tashu and rode straight toward Nirvana village. Lord, you've returned. No sooner had he reached the village gate than Zhao Ting, a man clad in lamellar armor bearing an oddly unrefined air, dashed forward and bowed deeply. Xiang Yu instantly sensed something amiss. Zhao Ting now exuded the aura of a third-rank martial general. He immediately activated Zhao Ting's attribute panel. Name: Zhao Ting. Talent: Tier B. Occupation: third-rank martial general. Title: second in command of Wild Gale Fort. Loyalty: 85. Command: 49. Martial might: 68. Strategic acumen: 62. Statesmanship: 50. Specialty: none. Skills: intermediate spear technique. Equipment: wrought iron spear, black iron, lamellar armor, black iron. Could this be due to Nirvana Village's unique trait, elevating recruited NPCs' talent tiers by 1 level? Xiang Yu instantly recalled the village's innate ability. Any NPC who joined its register saw their innate talent tier rise by a single grade, from C to B, as in Zhao Ting's case. But could even someone like Zhao Ting, who'd been inserted mid-journey, benefit from this effect? He'd assumed only spontaneously generated refugees would receive such enhancement, but clearly that wasn't the case. Anyone formally registered as a villager of Nirvana Village gained the upgrade. The implication struck him like lightning. If true, then even peerless warriors like Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, once sworn to his banner, would likewise ascend 1 tier in innate talent. From S tier to the ultimate SS tier, peerless martial generals. Damn, if this holds, I'll strip the 3 kingdoms bare of every elite general. The sheer possibility electrified him like never before. Even though he now wielded Li Yuanba's peak combat power, he dared not grow reckless in the real world. Why? What held him back? At heart, it was fear. The dread of Emperor demonic sovereigns descending upon him with legions of underlings. He simply couldn't win. True Emperor beasts were numerous in the real world, but sovereign-tier ones were far more plentiful. And what truly frustrated him was their cowardice. Each sovereign amassed vast retinues swarming like locusts. Had he perished in his last life because he lacked strength? Not at all. At that time he commanded 200 elite 6th-rank spear infantry, and possessed 3rd-rank peak martial prowess himself. Even confronting the overlordier Thundercloud Tiger, he felt no trepidation. Yet while he had troops, his foe had hordes, several lord-tier beasts, dozens of quasi-lord-tier beasts. Who could withstand such? Then there was the Wind Golden Wolf pack he'd encountered. The overlordier Wind Golden Wolf King flanked by 11 lord-tier. And today's quarry, the sovereign-tier Crimson Scale Armored Dragon, accompanied by 8 king-tier and 18 overlordier Crimson Scale Armored Dragons. How could one possibly fight? Before a word left their mouths, a single claws wipe unleashed their minions, and you were already crushed. But now, in the 3 Kingdoms era, wasn't lubed with a soul, peerless martial general. There were far fewer Emperor sovereigns here than in the real world. No matter, let me recruit every elite general, elevate each one's talent tier, and forge them all into peerless martial generals, equals in might to Emperor sovereigns. You swarm me with sovereign-tier beasts, I'll drown you in peerless generals. Let's see who overwhelms whom. Xiang Yu trembled with exhilaration. In that moment, he suddenly realized the Platinum-tier Village Foundation edict might be far more potent, and perhaps dangerously unbalancing, than he'd imagined. How did you break through to 3rd-rank general? Suppressing his inner euphoria, Xiang Yu asked Zhao Ting, his gaze now less dismissive, acknowledging the man as a genuine 3rd-rank general. My lord, you are truly divine. The moment our Wild Gale Fort brethren entered Nirvana Village, we felt our innate talents ascend a tier, and the bottleneck that plagued me for years shattered instantly. At Xiang Yu's question, fervor blazed in Zhao Ting's eyes, as if he'd instantly deified his lord, transforming himself into a devoted disciple. Xiang Yu rubbed his nose, bemused. He'd just wondered why Zhao Ting's loyalty had surged so sharply. Now he understood the man had elevated him to godhood. Yet almost instantly Xiang Yu smirked. Even worshipping me as a god, his loyalty stands at only 85, truly befitting a bandit-born man. Ahem. Enough, you needn't speak of it further. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Yu strode purposefully into Nirvana. Stepping inside, he immediately sensed the change. Where once the village lay barren and empty, now stood clusters of thatched cottages. Without delay, Xiang Yu hastened toward the village chief's office. My lord, you have returned. After a day of development, Nyepan village can now be upgraded. As Xiang Yu stepped into the village head's office, Zhang Yun hurried forward, speaking with delight. Hearing Zhang Yun, Xiang Yu felt a surge of joy. In Nyepan village is his foundation, and only by upgrading it to a higher tier can it exert greater influence. At the central stele of Nyepan village, Xiang Yu opened the village attribute panel. Village name, Nyepan village, Cunxiao, first village, a settlement known throughout the realm, increasing its appeal to migrants. Level, village can be upgraded. Current residents 168, 3100. Public morale 63, security 59. Tax rate 10. This tax applies only to players. When players kill monsters within the territory, 10 of their gains are forcibly remitted to the liege. Special attribute: all NPCs recruited within the territory have their aptitude raised by 1 tier. Village area 1 square kilometer. Territory area 300 square kilometers. Ordinary territories are 10 square kilometers. Existing buildings 88. Village head office, town level general store, town level smithy, third-rate barracks. Current resources: food 3903 units, stone 4320 units, wood 120 units, money gold 210 tails, copper coins 96030. Resources required for upgrade: these are the resources needed to construct the various buildings. The upgrade itself does not consume them. Food 200 units, stone 1390 units, wood 1030 units, copper coins 11000. Army first tier soldiers 86 second tier soldiers, 53 third tier soldiers, 18 fourth tier soldiers, 432 fifth tier soldiers, 213 third rate general. Looking at Nyepan Village's attribute panel, Zhang Yu was not pleased. Public morale and security were far too low, neither exceeding 70, and security was a mere 59. Not even passing. Zhang Yu's brow tightened as he asked Zhang Yun, Elder Zhang, why are Nyepan Village's security and public morale? One must remember that in Yuanzhong the NPCs are no different from real people. They feel emotions and joy, and their sense of well-being is a crucial indicator of whether the villagers live well. Clearly the villagers were not living happily, which troubled Zhang Yu. If public morale falls below 60, the villagers will begin to flee. At Zhang Yu's question, Zhang Yun forced a wry smile. My lord, Nyepan Village now has over 1,600 residents. More than 1,200 of them are former mountain bandits, and we have recruited over 400 migrants. Oh, Zhang Yu rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He had somehow overlooked such an obvious fact. However, my lord, that is not without benefit. It is thanks to the many mountain bandits you brought back that we could meet the upgrade conditions overnight. As migrants increase and the proportion of bandits falls, I believe public morale will gradually improve. Zhang Yun seemed to perceive Zhang Yu's awkwardness and offered the explanation. Yes, that does make sense. Zhang Yu nodded. At this stage the bandits were both boon and bane for Nyepan Village. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu chose to upgrade Nyepan Village. A radiant light swept over. Town name: Nyepan Town Cunxiao. First town, a town known throughout the realm, increasing its allure to migrants. Level: town temporarily cannot be upgraded. Current residents 168-320-0000. Public morale 63, security 59. Tax rate 10. This tax applies only to players. When players fight monsters within the territory, 10 of the gains are remitted to the liege. Special attribute: all NPCs recruited within the territory have their aptitude raised by 1 tier. Town area 100 square kilometers. Territory area 100 square kilometers. Existing building. Town head office, the town leader's workplace used to issue notices and appoint positions. Buildable basic structures. Small houses provide residence for villagers. Construction requirements: stone 100. Town level general store sells daily necessities requirements. Town level merchant: stone 400, with 200 money, 100 copper coins. Town level tailor crafts clothing and light armor. The attributes and efficiency of armor depend on the tailor and shop level. Requirements: town level tailor, stone 300, with 500 money, 100 copper coins. Town level smithy for forging and selling iron weapons and farming tools. Requirements: town level smith, stone 500, with 200 money, 100 copper coins. Town level woodworking shop manufactures and sells bows and furniture. Requirements: town level carpenter, stone 300, with 400 money, 100 copper coins. Town level clinic researches and sells medicines, treats the sick, and slightly increases public morale. Requirements: town level physician, stone 400, with 200 money, 100 copper coins. Town market, a place for villagers and players to trade goods. Requirements: stone 200, with 200 money, 100 copper coins. Second-rate barracks recruits and trains soldiers, allows direct transfer to units below the 8th tier, and can enable promotion to second-rate generals. Requirements: stone 100, with 800 money, 100 copper coins. Note: promoting to third-rate generals requires a second-rate general to be stationed. To promote to second-rate generals requires a first-rate general to be stationed. Current resources: food 3903 units, stone 430 units, wood 120 units, money gold 210 tails, copper coins 96030. Resources required for upgrade: these are the resources needed to construct the various buildings. The upgrade itself does not consume them. Food 200 units, stone 1390 units, wood 130 units, copper coins 1100. Army first tier soldiers 86 second tier soldiers, 53 third tier soldiers, 18 fourth tier soldiers, 432 fifth tier soldiers, 213. Unbelievable. Seeing the changes after Nyepan's upgrade left Zhang Yu dumbfounded. The population cap had soared to 100,000. Normally a town-level territory holds about 30,000 residents, and an ordinary building order can spawn 100 or 2 migrants a day, taking 50 or 60 days. But Nyepan Town, even with a platinum settlement order spawning 400 migrants a day, would still require 500 days. And to house 200,000 residents alone would need tens of thousands of small houses. The materials needed would be astronomical. Zhang Yu smiled wryly. Is the platinum settlement order overpowered? Certainly. Even ignoring everything else, the barracks alone are incredibly generous. Ordinary players with town-level territories can at best promote to 5th-tier soldiers. Promoting to 3rd-rate generals or 6th-tier soldiers is a dream only possible during special occasions in the county. Niepan Town can directly build 2nd-rate barracks, enabling promotion to 2nd-rate generals and 7th-tier soldiers. Truly broken. Its greatest virtue is the special attribute raising by 1 tier the aptitude of recruited NPCs. In Yuanjing, for NPCs to become generals, commanders, strategists, or high-tier soldiers, they do not level up by monster killing like players. They must be tempered in barracks and private academies, cultivating and honing their innate aptitude. Thus, aptitude is exceptionally important for NPCs. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Yu I in Yuanjing to upgrade a village territory to a town. Niepan Town is hereby granted the title Cunxiao First Town, and rewards are a large migrant camp blueprint, a 2nd-rate private academy blueprint, and 500 reputation points. A world announcement was issued. World announcement: congratulations to Tiancha region player Zhang Yu I in Yuanjing to upgrade a village territory to a town. Niepan Town is awarded the title Cunxiao First Town, along with a large migrant camp blueprint, a 2nd-rate private academy blueprint, and 500 reputation points. World announcement: congratulations to Tiancha region player Zhang Yu I in Yuanjing to upgrade a village territory to a town. Niepan Town is awarded the title Cunxiao First Town, along with a large migrant camp blueprint, a 2nd-rate private academy blueprint, and 500 reputation points. World announcement: congratulations to Tiancha region player Zhang Yu I in Yuanjing to upgrade a village territory to a town. Niepan Town is awarded the title Cunxiao First Town, along with a large migrant camp blueprint, a 2nd-rate private academy blueprint, and 500 reputation points. The system's sprites chime, and that rumbling fateful sound rang out in succession, instantly reaching the game's more than immediately. Players who had just entered Yuanjing erupted. Who is this Zhang Yu? Incredible! He upgraded to a town before we even got settlement orders. I want to join Zhang Yu. Where is he located? He must be cheating. Day 1 village, day 2 town. Is he going to build a city on day 3? This is too fast. I protest. Tianqiao players are cheating. This is unfair. Just as many were stunned by the announcement that Zhang Yu had become the Tianqiao First Town, another world announcement sounded. World announcement: congratulations to Tiancha region player Feng Yun for establishing the 2nd village in Yuanjing, Huaxiao village. Awarded the title Tianqiao 2nd Village, 800 taels of gold, 200 reputation, and 1 a grade internal affairs NPC. World announcement: congratulations to Tiancha region player Feng Yun for establishing the 2nd village in Yuanjing, Huaxiao village. Awarded the title Tianqiao 2nd Village, 800 taels of gold, 200 reputation, and 1 a grade internal affairs NPC. World announcement: congratulations to Tiancha region player Feng Yun for establishing the 2nd village in Yuanjing, Huaxiao village. Awarded the title Tianqiao 2nd Village, 800 taels of gold, 200 reputation, and 1 a grade internal affairs NPC. Amazing! There is a Tianqiao 2nd Village, and it's from Tianqiao. Impressive! Our Tianqiao is truly incredible. Huaxiao village. This must be an official faction. Hurry, it's Tianqiao again. Speed up, find a spot, and let's claim the Tianqiao 3rd village. Hearing that the 2nd village was also established by Tianqiao, billions of players in the region were elated while players from other nations grew envious. Everyone now understood the importance of factions in Yuanjing and redoubled their efforts. Zhang Yu himself was not surprised by the appearance of the Tianqiao 2nd village. In his previous life, the military had established Huaxiao village on the 2nd day of the server opening. He was excited about the 500 reputation reward and could not wait to draw historical generals. Name: large refugee camp blueprint. Type: building special. Feature: can produce 2,000 refugees daily. Name: secondary private school blueprint. Type: building special. Feature: can cultivate secondary level and below civil officials and strategists. Requires top-level talents to oversee. Looking at the 2 building blueprints in his hands, Xiang Yu's heart was overwhelmed with joy. To upgrade Nirvana Town again, a population of 200,000 is needed. Accumulating such a large population normally would take at least 500 days at the previous rate. But now with the reward of the large refugee camp blueprint, Nirvana Village can produce a large number of refugees every day, which is undoubtedly a tremendous reward for Xiang Yu. As for the secondary private school blueprint, it is even rarer than the refugee camp. While having top-level civil officials is not essential for governing the world, foundational civil officials are indispensable. Giving Zhuge Liang 1 million people without foundational civil officials would still result in disaster. The effective operation of a territory relies on foundational civil officials. With the secondary private school blueprint, Nirvana Town will no longer lack foundational talents after it is constructed. Undoubtedly, these 2 rewards made Xiang Yu very happy. With a smile, he handed the 2 blueprints to Zhang Yun. Old Zhang, these 2 buildings must be built quickly. My lord, what a brilliant strategy. With these 2 items, Nirvana Town will surely develop faster. Zhang Yun's old face broke into a smile as he looked at the blueprints given by Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu did not chat much with him. He was eager to summon historical generals and went directly to the small building of the mayor. He took out the Kuning Tower resembling the Linglong Pagoda, held by Li Tianwang. Name: Kuning Tower. Type: special equipment, unique. Status: usable. Feature: summon historical generals, famous ministers, and renowned beauties from the 3 kingdoms era once a month. Indeed, the Kuning Tower was now ready for use. Ding. Do you wish to use the Kuniying Tower's summoning permission for the first month? The system's prompt sounded. Xiang Yu took a deep breath, controlling his agitated heart. Although he had already merged with Li Yuanba and considered himself an unparalleled general, it did not diminish his excitement. Summoning historical generals was extremely rare. In his previous life, he had hardly heard of anyone possessing historical generals. Use, he said in a deep voice, suppressing his anxious yet excited heart. As soon as he spoke, the Kuniying Tower emitted a white light, and virtual projections appeared showcasing various figures, whether they were middle-aged scholars with their hair tied up, enchanting beauties, or fierce generals with full beards. The virtual projection displayed 5 figures, 1 famous minister, 1 stunning beauty, and 3 fierce generals, along with simple introductions of each character. Character 1 Shun Yuanyuan, one of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai, martial strength 26, leadership 19, politics 36, wisdom 68, charisma 93, talent 90. Character 2 Wang Shichong, a warlord from the end of the Sui dynasty, martial strength 79, leadership 83, politics 85, wisdom 82. Character 3 Chang Yuchen, a fierce general from the early Ming dynasty, martial strength 102, leadership 96, politics 49, wisdom 61. Character 4 Guan Sheng, the big knife of Liangshan, martial strength 96, leadership 86, politics 63, wisdom 62. Character 5 Lu Zhishan, the flower monk of Liangshan, martial strength 92, leadership 78, politics 58, wisdom 61. Wow, it really is possible to summon unparalleled beauties. Oh my, she is too beautiful. Xiang Ye's gaze was instantly captivated by the virtual projection of Shun Yuanyuan. Shun Yuanyuan wore a phoenix crown, her fair and flawless face lightly adorned with powder, enhancing her rosy beauty. With cherry blossom red lips slightly parting in a smile, her 2 rows of snow-white teeth complemented her luscious lips, creating an exquisite appearance. Below her elegant willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of enchanting eyes sparkled with deep emotion reminiscent of autumn waters, captivating one's heart, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy that evoked affection. Her long hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, appearing soft and gentle, without a trace of makeup, dressed in a light blue gauzy dress draped with white sheer fabric. As the breeze blew, her curvaceous figure was breathtakingly beautiful. It was undeniable that seeing such extraordinary beauty stirred Xiang Ye's emotions. Shun Yuanyuan, one of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai, or 8 beauties of Jiangnan, during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, renowned for her beauty and talent, later became the concubine of the famous general Wu Sengui during the late Ming period. She was ultimately captured by Lu Zongmin, a subordinate of Li Zicheng, and became his wife. Wu Sengui, in a fit of rage for his beloved, thus invited the Qing army to invade the pass. Shun Yuanyuan captivated not only Wu Sengui and Lu Zongmin, but also the Deshun dynasty and countless men many years later. There is a saying that Wu Sengui, bearing the title of national trader, viewed Shun Yuanyuan as his spiritual support, traversing from Shaanxi, crossing the Yellow River, entering Tongguan, conquering Xian, pacifying Li Zicheng, stabilizing Yunnan, and advancing east and west, making significant contributions to the Qing court's unification. She is indeed a beauty capable of toppling nations. Wow, truly beautiful. No wonder she attracted the leaders of many forces during the late Ming period, competing to win her over. Looking at Shun Yuanyuan's stunning beauty with a charisma of 93 points, Xiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, his heart raced. After a long moment, Xiang Yu finally shifted his gaze to another character. Upon seeing Wang Shichong, he furrowed his brows with words like antiking warlord at the end of the Sui dynasty, villain, and so on, flooding his mind. But when he looked at the next character, Xiang Ye's spirit was instantly uplifted. Chang Yuchen, the unparalleled fierce general from the early Ming dynasty. Chang Yuchen, a renowned general of the Ming dynasty, was extremely loyal to Zhu Yuanzhang. He was undefeated in battle throughout his life, claiming he could lead 100,000 troops to dominate the world, known as Chang Shuan among his troops. He followed Zhu Yuanzhang into battles for 14 years, serving as the vanguard of the Grand Secretariat Commander and Supreme Marshal. Not only is he an unparalleled general, but he also possesses superlative leadership skills. Wow, that's incredible. Seeing Chang Yuchen, Xiang Yu was immediately thrilled. After all, there were only 1 or 2 unparalleled generals in it. Suppressing his inner excitement, Xiang Yu continued to look through the remaining characters. When he saw the last 2 were Guan Sheng and Lu Zhishan, he raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not show much. Both were heroes of Liangshan with martial strength over 90, definitely top-tier generals, which he was quite satisfied with. Looking at the 5 virtual projection characters, a smile spread across Xiang Ye's face. He was pleased with all but 1 character, Wang Shichong. Especially with Shun Yuanyuan and Chang Yuchen, he would be overjoyed to summon either of them. He cherished the stunning beauty and eagerly anticipated the unparalleled general. Watching the 5 characters in the virtual projection, Xiang Ye's heart was greatly stirred. Ding. Would you like to draw? The prompt sound rang out. Draw. Xiang Yu said decisively. As soon as his voice fell, the virtual projection began to flicker immediately, and 4 of the 5 projections disappeared in an instant, leaving only 1. Then the remaining 5 began to change rapidly, faster and faster, until only afterimages remained, making it impossible for Xiang Yu to discern who was who. Suddenly the projection changed and abruptly stopped. Xiang Yu quickly looked over only to feel disappointed in an instant, because the one that the virtual projection stopped on was a sturdy man about 8 feet tall, with a fine 3-branch beard, eyebrows reaching his temples, phoenix, eyes looking skyward, a face like a heavy jujube, lips like they were painted with vermilion, holding a green dragon crescent blade, looking exceptionally majestic. He was ranked 5th among the heroes of Liangshan, the foremost of the 5 tiger generals of the cavalry, a native of Hedong, Jieliang, now Yunqing Shangxi, and a descendant of the famous General Guan Yu from the 3 kingdoms, skilled in military strategy and accustomed to wielding the green dragon crescent blade, Guansheng. Undoubtedly seeing that he had drawn Guansheng, Xiang Yu could not deny that he felt a bit disappointed. Although Guansheng's combat power was an exceptional level of 96, and his leadership was an outstanding level of 86, which was already quite impressive, he was definitely a top-tier historical general. However, Xiang Yu still felt somewhat disappointed. After all, among the 5 Chang Yuchen was the most formidable, possessing unmatched combat strength and exceptional leadership, truly a figure of grand martial caliber. Forget it, not drawing Wang Shichong is already quite fortunate, and Guansheng is indeed very impressive. Guansheng is a descendant of Guan Gong, and the characteristics of the martial saint Guan Yu are vividly manifested in him. However, Guansheng lacked the arrogance and overconfidence of Guan Yu, and had more humility. He once single-handedly dealt with the combined forces of Lin Chong and Qin Ming, and although he was at a disadvantage against the 2 top masters, he ultimately managed to retreat unharmed. This alone demonstrated Guansheng's exceptional martial prowess. Would you like to summon? The prompt sound rang out again, pulling Xiang Yu back from his complex emotions. Summon. As he spoke, Xiang Yu became curious. Could it be that he would create people out of thin air? Ding. Since Guansheng is not a character from the 3 kingdoms, a special identity is being implanted, matching. The voice of the system fairy echoed, which was not what Xiang Yu imagined about creating people out of thin air. Ding. Matching successful. Guansheng's implanted identity is that of a person from Hedong, Jieliang, a half-brother of Guan Yu, who has been lost since childhood unbeknownst to Guan Yu, and is currently rushing to Nirvana Town, expected to arrive today. The voice of the system fairy resounded in Xiang Yu's mind instantly, leaving him stunned. What kind of identity was the half-brother of Guan Yu lost since childhood unbeknownst to Guan Yu? Wasn't this a love child? What the hell? If Guan Yu meets Guansheng in the future, won't they end up fighting? Xiang Yu was shocked by Guansheng's identity, and he could already imagine 2 red-faced men wielding green dragon crescent blades battling it out. Forget it, Guansheng is now my person. If you Guan Yu also come under my command, everything can be discussed. If not, and you dare to bully Guansheng's little brother, we will talk slowly. In a flash, Xiang Yu dismissed the matter as he still had the General's Soul card to use. Compared to the Hero's Tower, the General's Soul card was the main event, as it could fuse with historical generals to enhance oneself. Name: Xiang Yu, peerless general, profession general, identity mayor of Nirvana Town, leadership 15, combat power 121, wisdom 11, politics 5, equipment general's soul card, unique heroes tower, unique dragon king's hall, unique mount snow stepping steed, divine mount weapon kings, spear, divine items 1000, sweet potato seedlings, reputation 2200, just starting out, over 1 billion players know you. Little brother Guansheng, top tier historical general. Talent: skills 1, mowing grass, easily suppresses warriors and soldiers with combat power below 80 by sweeping them away in one go. 2. Invincible against warriors with combat power below 100 for each additional 1 combat power increases by 5 points up to a maximum of 20 points. 3. Critical hit, crushing, each hit increases combat power by 5 points up to a maximum of 15 points. 4. Breaking army, combat power increases by 15 points while charging alone into the formation. Looking at the reputation and little brother attributes, Xiang Yu smiled. He was no longer a solitary figure, as he now taking out the blue card. Ding. Detected reputation of 2,200 points. Would you like to burn reputation to draw historical generals? Burn 1,000. Xiang Yu waved his hand grandly. Ding. Burning 1,000 reputation. Would you like to draw? Draw. The blue card instantly transformed into a large blue roulette marked with 9 sections: ancient, pre-Qin, Qin Han, 2 Jin, Sui Tang, 5 dynasties, Song Ming, with 9 heads appearing instantly, showing only names and no attributes. However, Xiang Yu did not pay attention to these details and quickly glanced over. God of War of the Great Tang, Shui Ringui, the Demon King, Cheng Yaojin, Jade, Qilin, Lu Junyi, Leopard, Head Lin Tachong, Traveler, Wu Song, King of Heaven, Zhao Gao, Genghis Khan, Temujin, God of Slaughter, Bai Qi, White Robe, Qin Qingji. This time the quality of the draw is indeed not as good as the last time. The peerless generals are only Shui Ringui and Lu Junyi, but there are quite a few commanding types. Bai Qi and Qin Qingji are both top commanders in history. Why are so many Liangshan heroes coming to join the fun, and what's this Temujin doing here? Looking at the introductions of the 9 individuals, Xiang Yu immediately realized that the quality of this draw was not as good as the last one, especially with numerous Liangshan heroes. The roulette lit up with a red light, swiftly darting back and forth among the 9 heads beginning the draw. Xiang Yu could only focus his gaze on the roulette, his eyes fixed on the red light. In fact, what excited Xiang Yu the most was Shui Ringui, the one who shot 3 arrows to the sky, as he was undoubtedly a peerless general and an extraordinary commander, one of the most formidable generals of the Tang dynasty. However, for some reason, Xiang Yu found Genghis Khan riding a prairie wolf particularly eye-catching. He still could not understand why Genghis Khan had appeared. The red light spun rapidly, and under Xiang Yu's gaze it gradually stopped at Genghis Khan. What the hell? I actually drew Genghis Khan. What's going on? Looking at the red light, stopping motionless above Genghis Khan's head, Xiang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. What was happening? Is he going to merge with Genghis Khan? Who is Genghis Khan? Temujin the Khan of the Mongolian Empire, honored as Genghis Khan, meaning the one who possesses the ocean in all directions. He was an outstanding politician and military strategist in world history. He established the Great Mongol Empire and subsequently launched numerous external conquests, conquering regions as far as Central Asia and Eastern Europe's Black Sea coast. Later, Genghis Khan's posthumous title became Emperor of Saint Martial of the Law of Heaven and Destiny. This was a miraculous man who unified the grasslands, annihilated the Jin dynasty, and then fought all the way to Europe. Now Xiang Yu had drawn the soul of this great general. Could he fuse with the other party? Would all of the other party's abilities belong to him? Xiang Yu was stunned. His companions were also stunned. Ding. Drawn the soul of the unparalleled genius Genghis Khan. Would you like to fuse? Ding. A soul card of the legendary Genghis Khan has been drawn. Would you like to fuse it? The system spirit's chimes startled Xiang Yu awake, and his composure shattered instantly. Astonishment surged through him. This was real. He had truly been selected by the peerless Genghis Khan. May I first examine Temujin's attribute panel? Suppressing his surging excitement, Xiang Yu spoke with eager anticipation. After all, Genghis Khan was a sovereign of unparalleled dominance. What magnificence would his attribute panel reveal? Xiang Yu had no idea whether the soul card would respond, but he voiced the request nonetheless. A soft hum resonated, not disappointing him in the least. The azure circular interface shimmered faintly, and immediately beneath the portrait Genghis Khan's full attribute panel materialized. Name: Temujin Genghis Khan. Title: Sovereign of the Steppes. Command: 101. Martial Prowess: 93. Strategic Acumen: 98. Statesmanship: 101. Innate Talents: 1. Celestial Prodigy passive. For every nomadic tribe of 800,000 warriors conquered, all attributes permanently increased by 2. 2. Dance with Wolves and Eagles passive. When confronting wolves or avian beasts, their affinity toward the user increases by 50. 3. Sovereign's Dominance passive in battle. If an enemy general's martial prowess is lower, the user's martial prowess decreases the opponent's by 3. If the enemy's command is lower, the user's command reduces theirs by 3. 4. Bountiful Harmony passive. When governing a domain, the land enjoys perfect climate, free from natural calamities, and agricultural output increases by 10%. 5. Khan's Feral Hunt. When wielding bow-type weapons against generals, each arrow grants 5 martial prowess, stacking up to a maximum. Against wild beasts, each arrow grants 6 martial prowess, stacking up to a maximum bonus of 30. Xiang Yu stared wordlessly at Genghis Khan's opulent attribute panel for a long while. Suddenly he realized, compared to this sovereign, even Li Yuanba's stats paled into insignificance. It wasn't merely talent that mattered. It was innate passive talent that reigned supreme. Damn it. I'm lucky I drew Genghis Khan. Otherwise, facing Liu Bei or Cao Cao later, I'd be utterly crushed. Studying Temujin's talents, Xiang Yu immediately envisioned the two other titans of history, Liu Bei and Cao Cao. Undeniably, both possessed extraordinary innate abilities. Ding. A soul card of the legendary Genghis Khan has been drawn. Would you like to fuse it? The system spirit's chime echoed once more, jolting Xiang Yu back to reality. Yet Xiang Yu did not rush to decide. Instead, he furrowed his brow and murmured, I recall there's another option, to enter a trial realm and subdue him instead. How does one subdue him? Ding. As a celestial prodigy, Temujin possesses unyielding pride. To subdue him, player Xiang Yu must enter a trial realm, challenge him for supremacy over the realm, and defeat his Mongol Empire in open honorable contest. Only then will Temujin pledge fealty. Ding. Will player Xiang Yu enter the late Song Dynasty era to vie for supremacy with Temujin? The system spirit's voice resonated within Xiang Yu's mind. What the hell? So that's what subduing means. Damn it. I'm a commander of negligible skill, a strategist of meager caliber. Only my martial prowess stands out. To contend with him for dominion over the realm, I wouldn't even know how I'd die. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiang Yu shook his head sharply. Any thought of subduing Temujin vanished instantly. Not out of cowardice, but from sober recognition. Dueling a general and contending for empire are entirely different endeavors. Contending for empire demands generals, soldiers, civil officials, and equally vital logistics, strategy, formations, and discipline. Did Xiang Yu possess any of these? Did he understand them? He possessed only peerless combat strength. If Temujin deployed 10,000 elite 10th tier troops against him, Xiang Yu would perish instantly. There'd be no battle left to fight. And Temujin was no ordinary foe. To pit Li Yuanba against him in imperial contention would be sheer folly. Xiang Yu had merely inquired, out of curiosity, how such conquest might be achieved. In an instant he cast those thoughts aside. He would fuse with Temujin. Fuse me with Temujin. Since subjugation was impossible, fusion became the only path forward. True power lay not in commanding others, but in becoming invincible oneself. With Temujin's statesmanship, command, and strategic acumen, now his own, Xiang Yu felt absolute confidence. Not only to rival Liu Bei and Cao Cao, but to shatter them utterly. Ding. Temujin's soul fusion completed. Congratulations. You have inherited all his abilities. The system's chime rang out, and Xiang Yu's mind flooded instantly with stratagems, battlefield formations, and profound military doctrines. His consciousness grew crystalline, and serene knowledge surging inward like a torrent, epiphanies blooming with breathtaking clarity. After a long silence, Xiang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Wisdom gleamed within them, and deep in his pupils perception sharpened to omniscient clarity. So many intricate layers exist in this world. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Sensing his transformation, exhilaration swelled within him, yet he revealed none of it, having grown profoundly composed. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu summoned his personal attribute panel. Name: Xiang Yu, Peerless General. Profession: General. Title: Magistrate of Nyepan Town. Command: 101. Martial Prowess: 121. Strategic Acumen: 98. Statesmanship: 101. Equipment: Soul Card, Unique Heroes Pagoda, Unique Dragon King Hall, Unique Mount, Snow Treading Steed, Diviniteer. Weapon: Yuang Spear, Diviniteer. Items: 1000 Sweet Potato Seedlings. Reputation: 1200 2200 Rising Star, known to dozens of millions of players. Subordinates: Guan Sheng, Elite Historical General. Innate Talents: 1 Celestial Prodigy. Passive: for every nomadic tribe of 800,000 warriors conquered, all attributes permanently increase by 2. 2. Dance with Wolves and Eagles. Passive: when confronting wolves or avian beasts, their affinity toward the user increases by 50. 3. Sovereign's Dominance. Passive: in battle, if an enemy general's martial prowess is lower, the user's martial prowess decreases the opponent's by 3. If the enemy's command is lower, the user's command reduces theirs by 3. 4. Bountiful Harmony. Passive: when governing a domain, the land enjoys perfect climate, free from natural calamities, and agricultural output increases by 10%. 5. Khan's Feral Hunt: when wielding bow-type weapons against generals, each arrow grants 5 martial prowess, stacking up to a maximum bonus of 20. Against wild beasts, each arrow grants 6 martial prowess, stacking up to a maximum bonus of 30. 6. Scythe Sweep: effortlessly overwhelms generals and soldiers with martial prowess below 80, mowing them down en masse. 7. Invincibility: against generals with martial prowess under 100, each additional foe grants 5 martial prowess, capping at 20. 8. Critical Annihilation: each strike grants 5 martial prowess, capping at 15. 9. Army Breaker: when charging alone into enemy formations, martial prowess increases by 15. Ha ha ha. Gazing upon his overwhelmingly magnificent attribute panel, Xiang Yu could no longer contain himself. He burst into unrestrained laughter. At this very moment, the union of peerless warrior Li Yuanba and sovereign Genghis Khan manifested flawlessly. Peerless martial prowess, peerless command, peerless governance, elite-tier strategic acumen. Xiang Yu dared declare his attributes surpassed those of any figure in recorded history. Even Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Chu, stood before him now, and Xiang Yu would still possess the confidence. After merging with Genghis Khan, Xiang Yu's confidence was stronger than ever before. It is known that although he had great martial strength before, he could fear no one and had the power for self-preservation, he could live quite comfortably without actively seeking danger in reality. However, despite Li Yuanba's astounding combat strength, Xiang Yu lacked much confidence. The main venues for human activities now are divided into 2 parts. One is reality, and the other is expedition. It can even be said that expedition is currently the primary venue for human activities. But is mere martial power sufficient in expedition? To develop territory and entertain other ambitions relying solely on brute strength is clearly inadequate, not to mention the likes of Liu Bei and Cao Cao. He might feel intimidated. However, things are different now, with 4 basic attributes and 3 surpassing 100 along with 9 talents who could ding, detecting a reputation of 1,200 points. Do you wish to continue burning reputation to summon historical generals? Burn another 1,000. Upon hearing the system fairy's prompt, Xiang Yu did not hesitate at all and replied directly, because reputation held no significance for him. Moreover, once his name spread, it wasn't as if burning reputation would make others not recognize him. Ding, burning 1,000 reputation. Do you wish to summon? Summon. The blue card instantly transformed into a large blue wheel inscribed with 9 segments labeled Ancient Pre-Qin Xin and Han Tu Jin Sui and Tang 5 Dynasties Song and Ming, with 9 names appearing instantly, yet still lacking detailed attributes. Compared to the last time, Xiang Yu remained much calmer, for he was now a fusion of Li Yuanba and Genghis Khan. Truly, there was nothing that could rival him. At that moment, Xiang Yu suddenly felt that the summoning card's function seemed a bit useless, because if he drew another general, he couldn't merge again, could he? As the 9 names appeared, Xiang Yu quickly glanced over. The war god of the great Tang Shui Ringui Jade Kirin Lu Junyi the Demon King, Cheng Yaojing Brave General, Pei Yuanqing of Sui, and Tang Brave General Qin Xiong King of the Mountain Yonglin General Yuan Qingdu of the Tianbao era Purple-Faced King, Xiong Kuai Cold-Faced Lance Xiao Luoqing. Damn, it's actually a collection of Sui and Tang figures. This is great, at least they are all top-tier generals. Looking at the names of the 9 historical generals, Xiang Yu felt a surge of excitement. They were all at least top-tier generals, and several were extraordinary warriors. One cannot deny that the Sui and Tang periods had an abundance of extraordinary generals. The wheel lit up with a red glow as it rapidly shuffled among the 9 portraits, beginning the summoning process. Xiang Yu's gaze once again fell upon the war god of the great Tang Shui Ringui. Undeniably, Shui Ringui was a qualified, extraordinary warrior and supreme commander in Xiang Yu's heart. The red light flickered rapidly before finally stopping, but it did not land on the long-awaited Shui Renge. Instead it halted on a large purple-faced man. Damn, it's actually the purple-faced King Xiong Kuai. Seeing that he had drawn Xiong Kuai instead of Shui Renge, Xiong Yu was not disheartened. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased because this was a super general. Xiong Kuai, the fourth fierce general of the Sui and Tang, known as the Purple-Faced King, was known for his honesty and righteousness, possessing great strength in both arms. He once killed 2 tigers with his bare fists and was the first to claim the mountain in Taihong, believing himself to be the world's strongest and unrestrained by the leader of the bandits, Dan Xiongxin. His first appearance was during a lantern festival in Chang'an City, where he was incited by his subordinates to challenge Yuan Qingdu. Later he assisted the leader of the Xiangzhou rebel army by Yuang in a grand speech. During the battle in Yanzhou, he lifted a 1,000-pound gate to rescue the besieged rebel kings. After traveling a day and a night without food or water, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and was crushed to death. One must admit that the purple-faced King Xiong Kuai was an extraordinarily honest warrior. Hey, can you pull up Xiong Kuai's attribute panel for me? Xiong Yu eagerly said, believing that the fourth fierce general of the Sui and Tang should be an extraordinary warrior. Name: Xiong Kuai, purple-faced king. Identity: none. Commanding: 73 martial strength, 103 intelligence, 63 politics, 59 talent skills. 1 grass cutter, easily suppresses warriors and soldiers with martial strength below 80, sweeping away in 1 sweep. 2. Axe king, when using a heavy axe, martial strength 10. 3. A staff king, when using a heavy staff, martial strength 10. 4. Berserk, after being struck, once it ignites his blood, martial strength 3, with a maximum increase of 15 martial strength. He really is an extraordinary warrior with a martial strength of 103. Not bad, but what's this berserk? Seeing the impressive martial strength, Xiong Yu smiled with satisfaction, but he was taken aback when he saw the berserk talent skill. It was a skill triggered by being hit. Am I some lowly figure who invites my brothers to come and strike me? Does that mean I need to get hit 5 times before every battle? Xiong Yu was really a bit stunned. Ding! You have summoned the soul of the fourth fierce general of the Sui and Tang, the purple-faced King Xiong Kuai. Do you wish to merge? The system fairy's prompt rang again, bringing Xiong Yu back to reality. If I don't merge, how do I subdue him? Xiong Yu couldn't help but speak out, as the recently summoned Genghis Khan was a legendary figure and he needed to dominate the world with him to subdue him. However, did he need to do that with Xiong Kuai? Ding! Xiong Kuai claims the mountain as his own, believing himself to be the strongest in the world and challenges all heroes. Player Xiong Yu wishes to subdue him and must defeat him fairly. The system fairy's prompt sounded. Haha, I knew it wouldn't be difficult. Hearing this, Xiong Yu immediately smiled. He was determined to recruit the purple-faced King Xiong Kuai. Ding! Do you wish to enter the instance to subdue Xiong Kuai? Enter. Xiong Yu stated firmly, his eyes flashing with anticipation. It should be the Sui and Tang, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiong Yu instantly vanished. A flash of light appeared, and Xiong Yu found himself next to a mountain path filled with towering trees. Where is this? Where's Xiong Kuai? Xiong Yu was instantly puzzled. At that moment, a clamor of battle cries erupted, and hundreds of bandits dressed in tattered clothes and wielding weapons surged from the surrounding dense forest surrounding Xiong Yu. Hey, this mountain is mine, and this tree I planted. If you want to pass, leave behind some toll. A thunderous roar rang out, instantly capturing Xiong Yu's attention. Xiong Yu saw a man towering over a tall stature with a broad waist and iron face and beard, tiger head, round eyes, a voice like thunder, wielding 2 hefty axes and a bronze staff on his back, glaring at him with fierce eyes. Has Xiong Kuai turned into a bandit now? Xiong Yu instantly recognized this man as Xiong Kuai and realized he had been blocked, yet he felt no panic. Are you Xiong Kuai? Xiong Yu smiled warmly at him. Indeed, I am Xiong Kuai of the Taihang Golden Summit. Kid, seeing you dressed so finely and your weapons so fancy, you must come from a wealthy family. Quickly hand over your money, and I shall spare your life. Xiong Kuai's thunderous voice rang out again, and the surrounding henchmen shouted in unison. Hehe. Xiong Kuai, are you willing to submit to me? Xiong Yu chuckled lightly, unfazed, and replied leisurely, what did you say? Heh. Xiong Kuai, will you submit to me? Xiong Yu's grave voice rang clearly through the air, and for a moment the bandits around him went silent, their boisterous clamor vanishing as they stared at the young man in stunned disbelief. This brat wants their chief as his subordinate. Silence. Dead, suffocating silence. Then a scoffing voice cut through. Ha. You have guts, boy, daring to speak so? This is interesting. Ha. Xiong Kuai laughed wildly, and his roar startled the bandits back to attention. Boss, this kid is asking for death. Cut him down. Yeah, boss, cut him down. Who does he think he is, daring to say such thing? King, chop him with an axe. Awakened by Xiong Kuai's booming voice, the followers immediately bellowed their rage. Heh. Listening to the rabble, Xiong Yu merely shrugged and fixed his gaze on Xiong Kuai, his eyes narrowing as he spoke coolly. How about a wager? A duel between the two of us. If you can defeat me, I will hand over my divine spear, Yuang Shuo. But if I win, Xiong Kuai will from this day forward be my subordinate, serving without complaint. Do you dare? Xiong Yu's eyes narrowed as his calm voice fell. A vast inexorable aura rolled out from him, and the shouting around them quieted considerably. The bandits felt a murderous pressure slam toward them like a bucket of cold water poured over their shoulders. Standing opposite Xiang Yu, Xiong Kuai felt an oppressive force bearing down and his eyes tightened. He was struck with astonishment. The bearing of a peerless warrior. This young man is a peerless general. Seeing Xiang Yu, who seemed no older than 25, Xiong Kuai was stunned. He was far too young for such presence. Xiong Kuai, will you fight or not? Suddenly Xiang Yu's aura swelled again. He pointed the Yuan Shua, and a thunderous shout broke the air. Huh, this is delightful. Fight, of course I will. If a divine weapon is offered, I Xiong Kuai will gladly accept it, he declared with a bold hearty laugh, unfazed by the provocation. Bring this young lord a fine horse. Fight. Xiong Kuai cried out, his voice ringing with challenge. A surging torrent of pride rolled off Xiong Kuai as he issued the call. Having dominated the green woods of the Taihang for years and never tasted defeat, he considered himself unrivaled. How could he fear a youth? No need, I will let you ride that horse. Come, fight. Xiang Yu waved the offer away, for he had hurried here without his mount, and believed he could prevail, even unmounted. The bandits' voices rose in anger. How dare the brat be so arrogant? Leave the divine weapon to me. Seize him. Enraged at being so slighted, Xiong Kuai spurred his mount, hoisted the Ri Yu Shuang Fu, and like a whirling gale brought the twin axes crashing towards Xiang Yu's head. Ding! Xiong Kuai's talent Fu Wang Axe King activated. Xiong Kuai's base combat strength was 103, Fu Wang granted 10, wielding the platinum grade Ri Yu Shuang Fu gave 6, his platinum grade Qidan Huo Longju mount added 6, his current combat strength surged to 125. He thought for a moment. Mounts grant combat bonuses in battle just like weapons. The heavy Ri Yu Shuang Fu howled through the air, full of lethal intent, lunging rapidly at Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu's eyes narrowed as his own combat strength leapt to 125. Facing the weight and momentum of two massive axes, Xiang Yu did not hesitate. He raised the Yuan Shua, his entire being surging with force, and struck back at the axes with brutal resolve. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's talents Baoji Nianya Critical Pulverize and Pajun Army Breaker activated. Player Xiang Yu's base combat was 121, Baoji Nianya granted 5, wielding the divine grade Yuan Shua gave 7, his current combat strength rose to 133. Kill! With a guttural shout, Xiang Yu drove the Yuan Shua into the opposing twin axes. Sparks flew as metal met metal, and a booming concussion erupted. Xiong Kuai, astride the Qitan Huo Longju, was nearly flung from his saddle. His hands went numb, and the twin axes almost slipped from his grasp. Panting, cursing under his breath about the force he had felt, Xiong Kuai steadied his mount. His look towards Xiang Yu had become sober. All traces of contempt were gone. I still don't believe it. I'm mounted and I can't beat you. Kill! Furious, Xiong Kuai charged again, leaning forward to harness the mount's power as he surged towards Xiang Yu. Heh, it's time to end this, Xiang Yu murmured. Watching Xiong Kuai's allure-nothing charge, a sardonic smile curled his lips. In the Sui era, no one had been able to withstand Li Yuanba 3 strikes. Though he lacked the hammer, the force he wielded was no less formidable. Muscles bulging and strength roaring through him, a monumental aura rose as the Yuan Shua trembled. Xiang Yu planted his foot and slammed forward with thunderous force. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's Baoji Nianya Critical Pulverize triggered again. Pajun Army Breaker also took effect. Player Xiang Yu's base combat remained 121, Baoji Nianya provided 10. The Yuan Shua added 7. His current combat strength soared to 138. Hit down. Xiang Yu exploded, and the Yuan Shua smashed into the twin axes. Xiong Kuai's face turned an angry purple as he poured every ounce of strength into his blows. The Yuan Shua and the Ri Yu Shuang Fu collided with titanic force. A thunderous crack rang out, and the recoil hurled Xiong Kuai from his mount, sending him flying 5 meters before he crashed hard to the ground. Xiang Yu staggered back 3 steps to absorb the backlash. Watching Xiong Kuai beaten and sprawled, he shook his head. Something felt incomplete. The inheritance of Li Yuanba within him was not whole. If the true Li Yuanba had stood here, this would have been effortless, yet he had expended far more force than expected. Boss, are you all right? Boss, are you okay? Brothers surround him. He dared injure our boss. Seeing their leader thrown, the bandits were stunned, then reflexively closed in and encircled Xiang Yu. Wait. At that moment, Xiong Kuai staggered to his feet, shook his head, and let his heavy twin axes fall to the earth. He approached Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu watched him with a faint smile. I, Xiong Kuai, have roamed the green woods for years, unbeaten and proud, certain I was the mightiest. Yet today I have fallen. A man's word cannot be retracted since our pledge was made. What harm is there in naming you my lord? Xiong Kuai knelt before Xiang Yu, admiration in his eyes, and proclaimed loudly, I, Xiong Kuai, today accept you as my lord. So long as it does not violate the code of the Jianghu or compel me to do harm to innocents, I am willing to serve. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have subdued Zi Mian Tianwang Xiong Kuai. Seeing Xiong Kuai kneel and hearing the system's chime, Xiang Yu's heart leapt with joy. He had secured a peerless name. Xiong Kuai Zi Mian Tianwang. Rank peerless general. Identity resident of Nyepan town. Command 73. Martial 103. Strategy 63. Politics 59. Loyalty 100. True devotion. Willing to face blades and fire for duty, no hesitation. Talents 1. Go Chao Mo down easily suppresses generals and soldiers with combat strength below 80, sweeping them aside. 2. Fu Wang Axe King 10 combat. When using heavy axes. 3. Gun Wang Club King 10 combat. When When using heavy staves for Guangzhong Berserk, when struck once blood surges granting 3 combat up to 15. Seeing his new followers' loyalty spike to 100, Xiang Yu rejoiced inwardly. Such a devoted subordinate would put his mind at ease. Kuai, rise quickly, I promise I will not commit any cruel acts, he vowed, then hauled Xiong Kuai to his feet. Ding. Player Xiang Yu has subdued the target character. Do you wish to leave the instance world now? The system chimed, and Xiang Yu's brow knit at the question. This is an instance of the Suitang world populated by historic commanders such as Yuanqing Du Pei Yuanqing, Wu Yunzhao, Wu Tianqi Luo, Chengyang Lin Wei Wentong Shang, Shirdo Xine, Wenlihan Qinhu, Wang Bodong Qin Xiong, Yuchi Gong Shan Xiongxin, and many others. Each at least first-rate generals. It would be a lie to say Xiang Yu had no designs. Could he possibly extract some of these figures from the instance world? How long can I remain here, system? Can I bring some of these historic generals out? He asked, inwardly uncertain whether the ding. The system replied, notice. Time in the instance runs at a ratio of 301 relative to the real world. Before a player subdues target characters, available time depends on difficulty. For example, the maximum time to subdue Zi Mian Tianwang Xiong Kuai is 15 days. The campaign to contend with Genghis Khan could run up to 10 years. After a player subdues a target character, they may remain in the instance for only 1 day. If the player wishes to bring other characters out of the instance, those characters' loyalty must be raised to full. Upon hearing the system voice, Xiang Yu could scarcely contain his excitement. This meant he might have the chance to play through the instance world and gradually bring legendary commanders into his service. Suddenly a pang of regret flashed across his face. He had originally believed he had 15 days to linger in this Suitang world. Now, after subduing a target, only a single day remained. What a waste. Since he could only stay here for 1 day, Xiang Yu did not linger for a single day's time was of no use, and he chose to leave the dungeon world directly. A flash of light appeared, and Xiang Yu instantly found himself in the office of Nirvana Town. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have recruited the purple-faced Heavenly King Xiong Kuai. Since Xiong Kuai is not a character from the Three Kingdoms, he is implanted with the identity of a villager from Panshir Town at Yinmen Pass. Where is Xiong Kuai? Hearing the system sprite's prompt, Xiang Yu was momentarily stunned, as there was no sign of Xiong Kuai beside him. My lord, bad news. A purple-faced and a red-faced man are fighting outside Nirvana Town. You must go and take a look. Just as Xiang Yu was puzzled, Zhao Ting suddenly rushed and panicked. What? Purple-faced and red-faced? Xiong Kuai and Guan Sheng are fighting. Hearing the terms purple-faced and red-faced, Xiang Yu immediately knew it was Xiong Kuai and Guan Sheng, but why did they start fighting after just meeting? What are you panicking about? What a sight. Take me to see. After giving Zhao Ting a stern reprimand, Xiang Yu directly walked out of the mayor's office. Having just acquired 2 top-tier generals, he was once again displeased with Zhao Ting, who came from a bandit background. After all, he was just a third-rate warrior and lacked a historical title, not even qualifying as a third-rate warrior in history. Riding on his treading snow horse, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, and treading snow immediately transformed into a streak of light, arriving at the entrance of Nirvana Town. Indeed, Xiang Yu quickly spotted a red-faced man riding an entirely crimson horse, agile and spirited like a rabbit, wielding a green dragon crescent blade and battling fiercely with Xiong Kuai. It was none other than the formidable Guan Sheng. Xiang Yu did not rush forward, but instead summoned Guan Sheng's attribute panel. Could it be that the super elite General Guan Sheng was actually able to engage in a fierce battle with the unparalleled warrior Xiong Kuai? Name Guan Sheng. Qualification SS. Level Super Elite General. Identity Villager of Nirvana Town. Leadership 86. Martial Power 96. Wisdom 62. Politics 63. Loyalty 100. Unwavering. Going through fire and water, it is my duty. Equipment: Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Divine Grade. Mount Red Hair, Divine Grade. Talent skills: 1. Mowing grass easily suppresses warriors and soldiers with martial power below 80, sweeping through them all. 2. Blade King, 10 martial power when using blade-type weapons. 3. Spring and Autumn Blade Technique, 3 martial power when using the Spring and Autumn Blade Technique, up to 15 points of martial power. 4. Single Blade, meeting 10 martial power for the first strike, 9 for the second, 8 for the third. 5. Dragging Blade Strategy, concentrates all energy, delivering a critical hit with 18 martial power. There is a certain probability of failure. To clarify, according to the information, Guan Sheng's mount is red hair, and his weapon is the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Damn. As expected of a character based on the martial saint Guan Yu, truly impressive. These skills are remarkable. Seeing the luxurious gear and outstanding talent skills, Xiang Yu was instantly astonished. He certainly knew that in the history of the Heavenly Dynasty, there was no character named Guan Sheng. He was merely a fictional character inspired by Guan Yu. Nevertheless, he was still taken aback by the luxurious attributes displayed. Hey, red-faced man, what are you so arrogant about? Today your grandfather Xiong Kuai will teach you some manners. Take this 2 axe strikes. Ding. Xiong Kuai's talent skill Axe King has been activated. Xiong Kuai's base martial power is 103. Axe King grants 10 martial power, using Platinum Grade Twin Axes grants 6, and the Platinum Grade Red Carbon Fire Dragon Steed grants 6. Current martial power is 125. Xiong Kuai immediately unleashed his power, swinging his axe towards Guan Sheng. You damn thief. Don't be Faced with Xiong Quohai's booming voice, Guansheng's already red face turned even redder. Adjusting his long beard, he raised his green dragon crescent blade, and with a leap onto the red hair, he charged forward. Ding! Guansheng's Blade King and Spring and Autumn Blade Technique talent skills have been activated. Guansheng's base martial power is 96, Blade King adds 10, Spring and Autumn Blade Technique adds 3, the Divine Red Hair adds 7, and the Divine Green Dragon Crescent Blade adds 7. Thus his martial power totals 123. Holding the Green Dragon Crescent Blade in one hand and controlling the red hair with the other, Guansheng suddenly emanated an air of dominance. He swiftly drew the blade, its 9-foot-long shimmering blade turned into a streak of cold light, fiercely striking down on Xiong Quohai's double axis. Clang! Boom! With a loud crash, sparks flew as both combatants stepped back astonished as they gazed at each other, clearly surprised by each other's martial power. Red-faced man, you have some skill. Come on, let's continue. Xiong Quohai laughed heartily, letting Guansheng pass to prepare for another round of battle. From a distance, Xiong Yu shook his head. Xiong Quohai had been defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Despite Xiong Quohai's high base martial power, it could not match Guansheng's luxurious gear. Indeed, seeing that Xiong Quohai was quite formidable, Guansheng's face grew serious, and an air of arrogance suddenly surged within him. I, Guansheng from Hedong, am not without strength, but you should not be so arrogant before me. I will let you know that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. Guansheng adjusted his handsome beard, and said proudly, what nonsense is this? Fight! Xiong Quohai directly interrupted him, swinging his twin axes towards Guansheng once more. Ding! Xiong Quohai's Axe King talent skill has been activated. Xiong Quohai's base martial power is 103, Axe King grants 10, using Platinum Grade Twin Axes grants 6, and the Platinum Grade Red Carbon Fire Dragon Steed grants 6, current martial power is 125. Ignorant. Let me show you the true Spring and Autumn Blade technique that has been passed down in my family. With a cold snort, Guansheng emanated an air of authority and arrogance. Riding the red hair, he charged towards Xiong Quohai at high speed, dragging his blade. Ding! Guansheng's Blade King Spring and Autumn Blade technique and single blade meeting talent skills have been activated. Guansheng's base martial power is 96, Blade King grants 10, Spring and Autumn Blade technique grants 6, single blade meeting grants 10, the Divine Red Hair adds 7, and the Divine Green Dragon Crescent Blade adds 7, making his martial power a total of 136. From a distance, Xiong Yu could no longer remain calm as he heard that Guansheng's martial power had skyrocketed to 136. Indeed, as the system sprite prompted, Guansheng charged towards Xiong Quohai on the red hair, gaining more and more momentum. As the two quickly approached, the Green Dragon Crescent Blade suddenly transformed into a silver flash, cutting towards Xiong Quohai like a cold saw. In an instant, Xiong Quohai saw a gleaming edge speeding toward him, feeling an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him. Suddenly his hair stood on end, a wave of fear washed over him, and for the first time, he felt an unprecedented gravity in his eyes as he quickly crossed his axes to block in front of him. Boom! With a tremendous crash, Xiong Quohai's massive body was sent flying off the red Carbon Fire Dragon Steed, crashing hard to the ground. The purple-faced Heavenly King Xiong Quohai has been defeated. Watching the majestic and unparalleled General Xiong Quohai being sent flying by the fierce strike of the top-tier General Guan, Xiong Yu felt a turmoil within his heart. Terrifying, it was truly too terrifying. The dignified and unparalleled fierce general was actually sent flying by a top-tier warrior. This was entirely beyond Xiong Yu's expectations. Even if Xiong Quohai were to ultimately be defeated, he shouldn't be so easily overcome. Just by observing Guansheng's innate skill of single-handedly facing opponents, Xiong Yu suddenly began to understand. He recalled that Guan Yu was known for his first strike being particularly impressive. One must remember that Guan Yu swiftly dealt with Hua Xiong, overcame 5 passes, and slayed 6 generals, and quickly eliminated Yan Liang and Wen Shou. All these feats were about resolving battles swiftly, and the similarity in speed with Guansheng's strike that sent Xiong Quohai flying seemed to resonate profoundly. Thinking of the innate skill of single-handedly facing opponents, it seemed to explain that the first strike was like a divine barrier that cut down gods and Buddhas alike, increasing combat power by 10 points. Insane. The second strike's combat power slightly diminished, increasing by 9 points, while the third strike dropped to 8 points, making it weaker. Guansheng is an explosive type of warrior. Once he can withstand the first 3 strikes from the opponent, they will be weakened. A sense of clarity rose within Xiong Yu, his gaze shifting to Guansheng, who had a beard 2 feet long, a face like a heavy jujube, lips as if painted phoenix, eyes and eyebrows like sleeping silkworms. He had an imposing and majestic appearance, and suddenly a surge of battle intent welled up within Xiong Yu, as if he had merged with Li Yuanba and Genghis Khan, but had yet to truly engage in combat. One must remember that previously he had no steed in the dungeon, did not utilize all his skills, and had resolved Xiong Quohai with ease, leaving him unfulfilled. Thinking of this, Xiong Yu's imposing aura expanded, and an overwhelming battle intent instantly enveloped Guansheng, who was mounted on the red rabbit horse. Charge! Guansheng, let's battle! Xiong Yu shouted, his voice like thunder as he leaped on his steed and dashed toward Guansheng. My lord. Seeing the imposing and battle-ready Xiong Yu, Guansheng's eyes brightened. He had not forgotten that when he was weak and wandering it was Xiang Yu who saved him. He had come this time to repay the kindness and acknowledge his loyalty. Guansheng, let's battle. In response to Guansheng, all that could be heard was the sound of Xiang Yu's voice, filled with gazing at the imposing Xiang Yu. Guansheng's eyes lit up. He realized that he was witnessing the strength of an unparalleled warrior. While he had come to repay his debt and acknowledge Xiang Yu as his lord as a warrior, he naturally wished for his lord to surpass him. But what does it matter if he is an unparalleled warrior? Guansheng had no fear. The pride reminiscent of Guan Yu surged within him again. In battle he feared no one. Battle. Pulling the reins, the red rabbit horse immediately galloped forward, a surge of mighty battle intent radiating from Guansheng. The Qinglong Yin Yue Dao in his hand scraped against the ground, creating sparks, and his aura soared rapidly. Kill. Guansheng let out a low growl, riding atop the red rabbit, dragging his blade at high speed towards Xiang Yu. Ding. Guansheng's innate skill, King of Blades Spring and Autumn Blade Technique, and single-handed facing opponents activated. Guansheng's base combat power is 96. King of Blades adds 10, Spring and Autumn Blade Technique adds 3, single-handed facing opponents adds 10, the Divine Red Rabbit adds 7, the Divine Qinglong Yin Yue Dao adds 7, resulting in a total combat power of 133. Ding. Hearing that the opponent was launching a powerful attack right from the start, Xiang Yu's battle intent surged even more. He urged the Divine Steed Takshu and swung the Yuang Spear fiercely at the opponent. Ding. Player Xiang Yu's critical press innate skill activated. Heaven's Pride dominates and invincible innate skills activated. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power is 121. Critical press adds 5. Invincible adds 5. Using Yuang Spear adds 7. Using the Divine Steed Takshu adds 7, resulting in a current combat power of 145. Ding. Due to the influence of player Xiang Yu's Heaven's Pride dominates, Guansheng's combat power decreases by 3. Current combat power is 130. Hearing the system notification, Xiang Yu couldn't help but shake his head secretly. The power boost after fully unleashing his strength was extravagant. As Xiang Yu drew closer, an extreme sense of danger emanated from him, and Guansheng's heart immediately rang alarm bells. He saw Xiang Yu's long spear approaching and could only raise his blade to meet it. Clang! Boom! The thunderous sound of weapons clashing erupted, and in an instant Guansheng along with his horse was sent staggering backward. So strong! So strong! Guansheng covered his already damaged tiger mouth, stabilizing his stance, while warily watching Xiang Yu. He felt that Xiang Yu had held back, otherwise he might have been defeated in that exchange. My lord, so strong. Guansheng bows to your superiority. Seeing Xiang Yu, who was mounted on his pure white Takshu, Guansheng couldn't help but express his admiration. Not satisfying. Not satisfying. Guansheng, you and Xiong Kuai both come at me together. Don't hold back. Unleash your ultimate attacks. In response to Guansheng's praise, Xiang Yu felt dissatisfied. He shouted over to Xiong Kuai, who had already stood up beside him. He wanted to fight two at once to show them his true strength. A warrior must fight warriors. This. Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Guansheng hesitated for a moment. All right, my lord, then we won't hold back. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Xiong Kuai showed no hesitation, smiling casually as he mounted his red charcoal fire dragon steed. Come on, do not hold back. Let me see your peak combat power. You can't harm me. Battle. Looking at Guansheng's moment of hesitation, Xiang Yu couldn't help but roar again. Instantly, Takshu began to gallop, a tide of battle intent, and might surged forth, fully unleashing his combat power. Feeling the overwhelming aura from Xiang Yu, Guansheng's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. He had grown even stronger, even more than before. Battle. 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 The pride within him surged explosively. A sky-high battle intent rose from Guansheng. If you want to battle, then I shall battle. Guansheng and Xiong Kuai exchanged glances, both able to sense each other's surging battle intent. The red rabbit horse immediately sprang into action, and the red charcoal fire dragon steed also moved. Guansheng and Xiong Kuai wielded their weapons together, charging towards Xiang Yu. Ding! Xiong Kuai's King of Axes innate skill activated. Xiong Kuai's base combat power is 103. King of Axes adds 10. Using Platinum Grade Ryu Shuang Fu adds 6. Platinum Grade Red Charcoal Fire Dragon Steed adds 6. Current combat power is 125. The mighty Xiong Kuai's face was full of excitement as he swung the Ryu Shuang Fu towards Xiang Yu. Ding! Guansheng's King of Blades Spring and Autumn Blade Technique innate skill activated. Guansheng's base combat power is 96. King of Blades adds 10. Spring and Autumn Blade Technique adds 15. Single-handed facing opponents adds 10. The Divine Red Rabbit adds 7. The Divine Qinglong Yin Yue Dao adds 7, resulting in a total combat power of 145. Charging towards Xiang Yu at high speed, Guansheng's face grew even redder, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he unleashed the strongest might of the Spring and Autumn Blade Technique, his eyes narrowing in focus. Battle. Huh. Good. Hearing the combat power notifications from both sides, Xiang Yu felt ecstatic. His aura surged as he charged towards the two. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical press innate skill activated again. Breaking Army Heaven's Pride dominates. Invincible innate skills activated. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power is 121. Critical press adds 10. Invincible adds 5. Breaking Army adds 15. Using Yuang's spear adds 7. Using the divine steed Takshu adds 7. Current combat power is 165. Ding. Due to the influence of players Xiang Yes Heaven's Pride dominates, Guan Sheng's combat power decreases by 3. Current combat power is 142. Ding. Due to the influence of players Xiang Yes Heaven's Pride dominates, Xiong Quohai's combat power decreases by 3. Current combat power is 122. As the three riders quickly closed in the Qinglong Yin Yue Dao, and Ryu Shuang Fu surged towards Xiang Yes Yuang's spear. The three weapons clashed together with a thunderous roar. Boom. A massive explosion. Flames flashed. A tremendous shockwave surged forth, sending Xiang Yu and his horse stumbling back a step. Boom. Xiong Quohai's eyes widened as he felt an overwhelming force strike his arm instantly, sending his body flying off the red charcoal fire dragon steed. Midair he spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough cough. Guan Sheng also staggered back, 3 steps, blood spilling more from the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze towards Xiang Yu grew even more resolute and spirited. Battle. Suppressing the surging blood within him, Guan Sheng once again urged the Red Rabbit to create distance, rapidly moving towards Xiang Yu while a thick battle intent surged again. The Qinglong Yin Yue Dao dragged along the ground with a rustling sound, preparing for a powerful strike. Ding. Guan Sheng's King of Blades Spring and Autumn Blade Technique innate skill activated. Ding. Guan Sheng activated the Dragging Blade Strategy innate skill. Ding. Guan Sheng successfully activated the Dragging Blade Strategy innate skill. Guan Sheng's base combat power is 96. King of Blades adds 10 as Spring, and Autumn Blade Technique adds 15, Dragging Blade Strategy adds 18, the Divine Red Rabbit adds 7, the Divine Qinglong Yin Yue Dao adds 7, resulting in a total combat power of 153. The speed of the Red Rabbit increased, and Guan Sheng's aura grew stronger. When he was only a few yards away from Xiang Yu, his aura swelled to its peak, unifying his spirit, exuding a breath of death that locked onto Xiang Yu. Damn, the combat power has risen to 153. Impressive. Hearing the system sprite's notification, Xiang Yu was stunned for a moment. However, a surge of battle intent rose within him. Even if the opponent was based on the fictional warrior Guan Yu, what did it matter? He was still the extraordinary Li Yuanba. Battle. Xiang Yu once again brandished his Yuang spear and charged forward. Ding. Player Xiang Yes critical press innate skill activated again. Breaking Army Heaven's Pride dominates invincible innate skills activated. Player Xiang Yes base combat power is 121. Critical press adds 10. Invincible adds 5. Breaking Army adds 15. Using Yuang's spear adds 7. Using the Divine Steed Takshu adds 7. Current combat power is 165. Ding. Due to the influence of player Xiang Yes Heaven's Pride dominates, Guan Sheng's combat power decreases by 3. Current combat power is 150. Instantaneously the two met. The Qinglong Yin Yue Dao transformed into a cold light, striking down towards Xiang Yu like a fierce, saw a dangerous aura enveloping him. Kill. Xiang Yu, unwilling to fall behind, wielded his 1.8-meter-long Yuang spear to meet it. Silver light burst forth. Cold radiance emerged. In an instant, the Qinglong Yin Yue Dao and Yuang spear clashed together. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of roaring echoed. Suddenly a powerful figure was sent flying, and the Red Rabbit was also knocked away. Guan Sheng was defeated. Riding on the snow-stepping horse, Xiang Yu watched as Guan Sheng was sent flying, his own blood surging within him. I didn't expect Guan Sheng to unleash such formidable power. Does this mean that the original Guan Yu is even? Xiang Yu was quite shocked, knowing that just moments ago Guan Sheng had used all his various talents and skills, causing his power to soar directly to 153 points. This level of power was something even some legendary generals could not achieve. Just like the mighty Xiong Quahai from earlier, even when combining the bonuses from his weapons and mount, he had not breached 130, illustrating how extraordinary Guan Sheng's talents were. However, in an instant Xiang Yu frowned as he noticed something was amiss and immediately summoned his attribute panel. Name: Xiang Yu, Legendary General. Profession: General. Identity: Mayor of Nirvana Town. Command: 101. Power: 121. Wisdom: 98. Politics: 101. Equipment: General Soul Card, Unique Heroic Tower, Unique Dragon King's Hall, Unique Mount, Snow Stepping Steed, Divine Mount. Weapon: Yuang Spear, Divine. Items: 1000 Sweet Potato Seedlings. Reputation: 200. 2200 Newcomer: hundreds of millions of players know you. Subordinates: Purple-Faced King Xiong Quahai, Legendary General of History, Great Blade, Guan Sheng. Top tier historic talent skills. 1. Celestial Genius passive permanently increases all attributes by 2 for every 8 nomadic tribes defeated. 2. Dance with Wolf Eagles passive 50 favorability when facing wolf and bird-like beasts. 3. Sovereign Lord's Dominance passive when facing enemies. If the enemy general's power is lower than his, their power is reduced by 3. If the enemy general's command is lower than his, their command is reduced by 3. 4. Favorable Weather passive when in control of a faction, the territory enjoys favorable weather unaffected by natural disasters, and yields increase by 10%. 5. Khan's Wild Hunt. When using bow-type weapons, each arrow increases power by 5 EU cumulative up to 20 power. When attacking beasts, each arrow increases power by 6 O cumulative up to 30 points. 6. Mowing easily suppresses generals and soldiers with power below 80, sweeping them all away. 7. Invincible for every general with power below 100 in a duel. His power increases by 5 points up to a maximum of 20 points. 8. Critical crushing each strike increases power by 5 points up to a maximum of 15 points. 9. Breaking the army power increases by 15 points when charging alone. Indeed, upon seeing his talent skills, Zhang Yu finally realized where the problem lay. Everyone's talent skills are different, but both Guansheng and Xiong Kuai have enhancements related to their respective weapons. Guansheng possesses the Blade King skill, while Xiong Kuai wields the Sun and Moon double axes and the familiar Copper Rod, boasting the Axe King and Rod King skills. However, he had none. Neither did he have the Hammer King skill used by Li Yuanba with his drum hammer, nor the Spear King skill of the Yuang Spear, which puzzled Zhang Yu. It is known that these bonuses are substantial, both of them adding a full 10 points to power. Why did he not have that? My lord, you are too strong. I, Xiong Kuai, am in admiration. At that moment, Xiong Kuai approached, his face filled with respect. My lord, I cannot forget the kindness from the past. Hearing that you have established Nirvana Town, I have come to offer my allegiance. Guansheng, wiping the blood from his mouth, also walked over and said solemnly, I, Guansheng, alongside Kuai, are like a tiger with wings. Come, let us enter Nirvana Town. Regaining his thoughts, Zhang Yu laughed heartily, disregarding the system sprite's reasons for requiring their allegiance to him. None of that mattered. What was important was that Nirvana Town had gained 2 great generals, and he eagerly anticipated what special attributes Nirvana Town would bestow upon them. It is known that the special attribute of Nirvana Town can enhance the quality by 1 level. Since Guansheng's quality is SS grade, after enhancement, he would undoubtedly become an SSS grade general, which would be even more terrifying. And what about Xiong Kuai, who is already SS grade? Would he also be enhanced? At this moment, the entrance of Nirvana Town was already surrounded by a crowd, all excited and admiring Zhang Yu, clearly awed by his extraordinary combat power. They were even more thrilled as Zhang Yu was their mayor, and in a chaotic world, power was undoubtedly of utmost importance. Zhang Yu directly led Guansheng and Xiong Kuai straight to the mayor's office, appointing Guansheng as the commander of Nirvana Town's army and Xiong Kuai as the vice commander. A glow flashed over the two instantly, making them true citizens of Nirvana Town. Zhang Yu could not help but eagerly open Guansheng's attribute panel. Name: Guansheng. Quality: SS. Level: top tier general. Identity: commander of Nirvana Town's army. Command: 86. Power: 96. Wisdom: 62. Politics: 63. Loyalty: 100. Loyal to the death. Willing to climb the mountain of blades and walk through the sea of flames, it is an obligation. Equipment: Green Dragon Crescent Blade Divine. Mount: Red Hair Divine. Talent skills: 1. Mowing easily suppresses generals and soldiers with power below 80, sweeping them all away. 2. Blade King increases power by 10 when using blade-type weapons. 3. A Spring and Autumn Blade Technique increases power by 3 for each strike using the Spring and Autumn Blade Technique up to a maximum of 15 points. 4. Single Blade, meeting the first strike, increases power by 10, the second by 9, and the third by 8. 5. Dragging Blade Strategy concentrates all energy for a critical hit, increasing power by 18, with a certain failure probability. Looking at Guansheng's attribute panel, which showed no changes at all, Xiang Yu's brow furrowed deeply. This was not what he had expected. At the same time, a sense of unease arose within him as he quickly glanced at Xiong Kuai. Name: Xiong Kuai, Purple-Faced King. Quality: SSS. Level: Legendary General. Identity: Vice Commander of Nirvana Town. Command: 73. Power: 103. Wisdom: 63. Politics: 59. Weapons: Sun and Moon Double Axes Platinum. Familiar Copper Rod Gold. Mount: Red Charcoal Fire Dragon Steed Platinum. Talent skills: 1. Mowing easily suppresses generals and soldiers with power below 80, sweeping them all away. 2. Axe King increases power by 10 when using heavy axes. 3. Rod King increases power by 10 when using heavy rods. 4. Berserker, when hit once, increases power by 3 up to a maximum of 15 points. Indeed, seeing that Xiong Kuai's attribute panel also showed no changes, Xiang Yu's face darkened completely. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Does the special attribute of Nirvana Village not work on historical generals? Ding. Reminder to players: Xiang Yu, the special attributes of the Platinum level village building order can enhance the quality of any NPC in the Three Kingdoms realm. However, the quality of SSS grade cannot be improved. Just as Xiang Yu was questioning his thoughts, the system sprite's prompt sounded, providing an explanation. Can only enhance those in the Three Kingdoms. The quality of SSS cannot be enhanced anymore. Hearing the system sprite's explanation, Xiang Yu frowned, but soon relaxed. Although it was different from what he had expected, it could still be considered a balance. After all, he could summon legendary generals from various dynasties, and they could all gather together, but how many legendary generals were there in the Three Kingdoms era? In this light, it was entirely possible for the top-tier generals of the Three Kingdoms to elevate their qualities to legendary levels and compete with legendary fierce generals from other dynasties. One can imagine whether the legendary warrior Guan Yu with enhanced quality could battle against the Western Shu Overlord. Although it was somewhat disappointing that he could not enhance Guansheng's aptitude, it was just a slight disappointment. He needed to focus on developing his territory quickly. The launch of expedition is set for February of the 7th year of Guanha, 184 AD, and in April the largest religious uprising in history will erupt. In other words, players only have 2 months to develop before being drawn into the chaos, which presents both a challenge. It is known that most warlords during the Three Kingdoms period rose to power amid this grand uprising, including Sun Jian, father of Sun, Cunxiao, Liu Bei Yuanxiao, and others. Expedition undoubtedly represents a rare opportunity for humanity to enhance its strength and influence. Zhang Yu clearly remembers that in his last life the remnants of the military, known as Huashias and Finjian, directly participated, and although they did not perform outstandingly, they were still granted a county by the court after the war. A county after expansion is equivalent to a tenfold increase in power, essentially making one a local emperor. At that time it made Zhang Yu envious. Thus he needed to prepare quickly. With Zhang Yu's full support and the powerful assistance of over 2,000 taels of gold, Zhang Yun's 93 points in internal affairs were fully utilized. A large refugee camp was quickly constructed, and on the same day, 2,000 refugees with varying aptitudes. NPC aptitudes are classified into 9 categories: SSSSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with C and D being the most common, accounting for about 80, while F accounts for 0. 1. 1 E accounts for 9, A, B also accounts for 9, A accounts for 0. 1 O S for 0. 001 SS for 0. 00001 O and SSS for 0. 0000001. 0000001. Those with C aptitude account for 40%, B aptitude for 9%, A aptitude for 1 in 1,000, S for 1 in 100,000, SS for 1 in 10 million, and SSS for 1 in a billion. However, once a large number of refugees entered Nirvana Town and benefited from its special attributes, the distribution changed to B aptitude accounting for 40%, A aptitude for 9%, and S aptitude for 1 in 1,000. This means that approximately 800 level 3rd-year talents, 180 level 2nd-year talents, and 2 level 1st-year talents emerge from the refugee camp daily. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yu was overjoyed. It is known that 3rd-tier talents correspond to 6th-grade soldiers, 2nd-tier talents correspond to 7th-grade troops, and 1st-tier talents correspond to 8th-grade troops. Although it is difficult to become a general, requiring certain chances and guidance, becoming a soldier is relatively easy. Especially those above 6th grade are considered high-tier troops. It is known that even the regular army of the Eastern Han only consists of 7th grade troops. Every day, nearly 1,000 refugees with 6th grade potential emerge from the refugee camp. Zhang Yu could no longer sit still and waved his hand, recruiting all refugees with the aptitude or higher from the large camp into the military, fully unleashing the training of high-tier troops. Indeed, Zhang Yu aimed for rapid military development, as in less than 2 months the Yellow Turban Rebellion would erupt. He must stand out in this battle to earn fame, accumulate strength, and expand his influence. Of course, Zhang Yu did not neglect the development of Nirvana Village. Excluding the large number of refugees generated, Nirvana Town could also produce nearly 800 individuals daily, increased after upgrades. Among these refugees, there were quite a few talented individuals sufficient for the needs of the territory. Zhang Yu did not remain idle, having Guan Sheng, with a leadership value of 86, personally oversee the military training 2nd tier and lower generals, while he took Xiong Kuahai to clear the bandits and various wild creatures surrounding Nirvana Town. World announcement: congratulations to the player in No Way Village 1 from the Island District for establishing the 3rd village in the world of Expedition in No Way Village. They are rewarded with the title 3rd village of the world, 600 taels of gold, 100 reputation points, and 1 level internal affairs NPC. World announcement: congratulations to the player in No Way Village 1 from the Island District for establishing the 3rd village in the world of Expedition in No Way Village. They are rewarded with the title 3rd village of the world, 600 taels of gold, 100 reputation points, and 1 level internal affairs NPC. World announcement: congratulations to the player in No Way Village 1 from the Island District for establishing the 3rd village in the world of Expedition in No Way Village. They are rewarded with the title 3rd village of the world, 600 taels of gold, 100 reputation points, and 1 level internal affairs NPC. While Zhang Yu was clearing the bandits around Nirvana Village, the world announcement sounded. Zhang Yu frowned, immediately realizing that the 3rd village was from the Island District. He remembered that in his past life the 1st village was from the Celestial Empire, the 2nd from America, and only the 3rd from the island. Originally, he thought that after firmly occupying the 1st village, the Island District would be pushed out of the top 3, but he did not expect them to manage to rise again. Shaking his head, Zhang Yu didn't care. What's an Island District? It's enough to have the opportunity to establish a colony. As time passed, Zhang Yu did not wander far in reality, only moving around the Dragon King Temple, as he discovered that there were many royal-level demon beasts in all 4 directions of the temple, with 2 imperial-level beast lords occupying the area. The presence of so many high-level demon beasts made him hesitant to act rashly. In Expedition, Zhang Yu also refrained from wandering aimlessly, concentrating on developing his territory. Logically, he possessed extraordinary combat power and could easily create chaos, such as recruiting Huangzhong, Jianwei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. However, Zhang Yu did not do so. Because the Yellow Turban Rebellion had not yet started, it was a time for players to focus on developing steadily. Want to go find Guan Yu and Zhang Fei? The system fairy does not allow it unless they come to find you. If you seek them out, you will be surprised to find that Zhang Fei is selling pork in Zhujian, while Liu Bei is out visiting friends while selling straw sandals. Thus Xiang Yu did not cause a fuss, but instead focused on training troops and developing. As time flew by, a month passed in the blink of an eye. One noon, as Xiang Yu sat in a small tea house in Nirvana Town sipping tea and watching the villagers come and go, enjoying a unique atmosphere. Ding! Player Xiang Yu, please pay attention to the announcement in Yinmen County. Suddenly, the long-lost voice of the system fairy rang in his mind, causing Xiang Yu to pause and start paying attention. Yinmen County announcement: the Eastern Han court is corrupt, with eunuchs and political factions fighting constantly, border wars without cease, and the national power increasingly weakened. The Xiongnu Chanyu Qianxiu has decided to take advantage of the situation to invade and plunder. Currently, 200,000 Xiongnu wolf riders are headed for Yinmen Pass. Players, please protect yourselves. Yinmen County announcement: the Eastern Han court is corrupt, with eunuchs and political factions fighting constantly, border wars without cease, and the national power increasingly weakened. The Xiongnu Chanyu Qianxiu has decided to take advantage of the situation to invade and plunder. Currently, 200,000 Xiongnu wolf riders are headed for Yinmen Pass. Players, please protect yourselves. Yinmen County announcement: the Eastern Han court is corrupt, with eunuchs and political factions fighting constantly, border wars without cease, and the national power increasingly weakened. The Xiongnu Chanyu Qianxiu has decided to take advantage of the situation to invade and plunder. Currently, 200,000 Xiongnu wolf riders are headed for Yinmen Pass. Players, please protect yourselves. Hearing the three announcements from Yinmen County, a smile appeared on Xiang Ye's face. The Xiongnu Chanyu Qianxiu has decided to take advantage of the situation to invade and plunder. Currently, 200,000 Xiongnu wolf riders are headed for Yinmen Pass. Players, please protect yourselves. This sentence felt so familiar. In his previous life, the same thing happened, and the system provided the same warning. But how to protect oneself properly? Xiang Yu clearly remembered that 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry trampled through the formidable Yinmen Pass, and the defending general was incompetent, allowing the Xiongnu to sweep through, leaving devastation in their wake. Nearly 50,000 players were directly trampled in their villages, meeting a tragic end. If not for his village being in the Harto attack, an easily defendable Gourd Valley, he might have also faced death. In his past life, he had no power, only trembling and fear. But this time it was different. Fight! Xiang Yu smiled, standing up and heading towards the town chief's office. Go summon Vice Town Chief Zhang and Commander Guan Sheng, as well as Deputy Commander Xiong Kuai. Xiang Yu instructed the guarding soldiers as he entered the town chief's office. Yes. Xiang Yu approached the central stele of the town chief's office and directly opened the attribute panel. Town named Nirvana Town, the first town in the world, a town known to the world, increasing its attractiveness to refugees. Level town, level not upgradable. For now, current residents 85683. Public sentiment 86. Security 80. Tax rate 10. This tax rate only applies to players. 10 of the earnings gained from defeating monsters in the territory will be forcibly handed over to the Lord's special attribute. All NPC aptitudes recruited in the territory will be elevated by 1 level. Town area 100 square kilometers. Territory area 10 square kilometers. Current buildings: town level general store, town level tailor shop, town level blacksmith shop, and more. Current resources: 333903 units of food, 4300 units of stone, 100 units of wood, 120 taels of gold, and 8200 copper coins. Resources required for upgrades: these resources are consumed when constructing various buildings. No resources are consumed during the upgrade process. 200 units of food, 1390 units of stone, 130 units of wood, and 1100 copper coins. Army 5th grade soldiers 213, 6th grade soldiers 2360, 7th grade soldiers 5476, 3rd tier generals 23, 2nd tier generals 8 super 1st tier historical generals, 1 historical unparalleled generals 1. Looking at the attribute panel of Nirvana Town, a smile appeared on Xiang Ye's face, especially regarding the army count, which made him exceedingly happy. Over 5,000 7th grade soldiers, more than 20,000 6th grade soldiers, 23 3rd tier generals, and 8 2nd tier generals. This is the army Xiang Yu Guan Sheng, and their cooperation developed over a month. It is known that the regular army of the Eastern Han consists of 7th grade soldiers, while local troops are all 6th grade soldiers. The strength possessed by Nirvana Town is undoubtedly extraordinary for players at this stage, an unimaginable force that is considerable even in this chaotic world, enabling Xiang Yu to accomplish great things. Soon Xiong Kuai, Guan Sheng, and Zhang Yun arrived at the town chief's office, taking their respective seats in succession. Seeing the mighty Xiong Kuai and Guan Sheng, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smile. With 2 super generals assisting him, he would not be relegated to a mere supporting role this time. According to reliable sources, the Xiongnu Chanyu Qianxiu has gathered 200,000 iron cavalry, intending to raid Yinmen County. As the saying goes, under a collapsed nest there can be no intact eggs. Therefore, Xiang Yu will not stand idly by. I have decided to deploy 25,000 troops to show the Xiongnu the might of our Han descendants. Seated at the head of the table, Xiang Yu spoke with great vigor and enthusiasm. What? The Xiongnu are coming. Haha, great. My hands are itching to leave no trace of them. Hearing Xiang Ye's words, Xiong Kuai was instantly spirited, laughing heartily, showing not a trace of fear. My lord, I Guan Sheng request to fight. In contrast to Xiong Kuai's boldness, Guan Sheng was more reserved. He stroked his magnificent beard and stepped forward speaking with pride. My lord, I will defend Nirvana Town. With Guansheng and Xiong Kuai both expressing their intentions, Zhang Yin also stood up. Huh. Good. Everyone pay attention. This may be our opportunity for Nirvana Town to gain fame and fortune. Seeing his three subordinates agree, Xiong Yu was quite satisfied. In that case, we will immediately send troops to Yinmen Pass to assist the governor. Soon Xiong Yu gathered 2,000 60-year soldiers and 5,000 7-year soldiers marching out of Nirvana Town with great momentum, accompanied by Guansheng and Xiong Kuai. Xiong Yu did not leave Guansheng and Xiong Kuai behind in Nirvana Town. Having learned from the last experience, he knew that Nirvana Town had not been discovered. Moreover, the town's defensible terrain should pose no threat. Furthermore, Nirvana Town is located in the rear of Yinmen County. If it were attacked by the Xiongnu army, it would indicate that Yinmen Pass had fallen. Xiong Yu did not head to the Yinmen County seat of Yinguang, but rather took his troops to Guangwu, which is closest to Yinmen. Yinmen County administers 14 counties: Yinguang, Mai, Lixian, Lofan, Guangwu, Yunping, Luqing, Wangtao, Fanjiao, Zhang, Wuxin, Wuzhou, Pingqing, and Xianyang, located in the northeast of Bingzhou, bordered by vast grasslands, to the north Taiyuan, to the south Jizhou and Daijun to the east, and Dingxiang to the west. The terrain is surrounded by mountains, making it easy to defend and hard to attack, and the county boasts the most solid fortress against northern tribes, Yinmen Pass. Yinmen Pass is flanked by Longling and Yinmen Mountain to the east, and Longshan to the west, with the two mountains opposing each other, resembling a tumultuous gate. Each year wild geese fly between them, hence the name Yinmen, also known as Yinmen Pass or Shilong Pass. Its location sits on the vital route of Guangwu. Exiting Guangwu City and following the road along the stream leads into a narrow valley known as the ancient peerless path of Yinmen. Both sides are steep peaks and grotesque rocks, and after crossing a steep mountain ridge, Yinmen Pass springs into view. Yinmen Pass is built upon a mountain with overlapping peaks and steep cliffs. The pass walls have dense watchtowers, and beacon fires call out to each other in response. The eastern and western sides connect numerous entrances, such as Lao Inko, Kushing, Chiku, Yangfanka, Donlanka, Zaihenku, Baluku, Dashiku, Shirko, Malankaruku, and Huyuko, making it a strategically vital location and a necessary path for northern tribes advancing south. During the Warring States period, General Li Mu of the Zhao state was stationed at Yinmen, relying on the perilousness of the pass to defend carefully and defeat tens of thousands of Xiongnu troops. Famous Han generals like Li Guang, Wei Qing, and Huo Qubing once led their armies to battle against the Xiongnu here, achieving great victories and striking fear beyond the pass. General Shui Ringgui of the Tang dynasty once pursued the Turkic army, here winning frequent accolades. Yang Yi of the Northern Song dynasty also repeatedly emerged from Yinmen to decisively defeat the Liao troops, instilling terror and earning the title of Invincible Yang. Thus, Yinmen Pass is a name filled with iron and blood. Since the plot has not officially begun, the player's backpack can still be used. Therefore, Xiong Yu directly stored all the army's logistical supplies in his backpack and hurried toward Yinmen Pass. In just one day's time, Xiong Yu arrived at Yinmen Pass with 25,000 troops. However, the situation at Yinmen Pass caused him to frown deeply. In his memory, Yinmen Pass was built upon mountains with overlapping peaks and steep cliffs, dense with watchtowers, and a formidable presence with high walls and complete armaments. However, Yinmen Pass appeared quite different now. The walls seemed somewhat low, apparently neglected for years in a dilapidated state, which immediately caused Xiong Yu to frown. Now Xiong Yu finally understood why the Xiongnu's 200,000 iron cavalry could immediately break through Yinmen Pass. It simply did not resemble a stronghold at all. The frontline halt. Where do you come from? The leader stepped forward to answer. Just as Xiong Yu stood before the pass with a frown, dozens of riders rushed toward him like the wind, loudly questioning. Xiong Yu withdrew his scattered thoughts, glanced at the other party, and said loudly, I, Xiong Yu, the town chief of Nirvana Town in Mai County of Yinmen County, have heard that the Xiongnu have besieged the pass. I bring 25,000 soldiers to lend assistance and request to meet the defending general of Yinmen Pass. In fact, 25,000 soldiers is no small number. Given the current crisis, Xiong Yu quickly met with the defending general of Yinmen Pass. Originally, he thought that since Yinmen Pass had fallen into disrepair, the defending general would surely be ineffectual. However, upon meeting the other party, Xiong Yu was surprised. He saw a person with jet black straight hair, slanted heroic eyebrows, a hint of white hair, sharp black eyes, a distinct outline, a tall and slender, yet not rugged figure resembling an eagle in the night, exuding a refined and cultured general's aura. Name Zhao Feng, first-class scholar, general, age 43, qualification S, position protector of slaves, general identity, defending general of Yinmen Pass, leadership 86, martial power 70, intelligence 73, politics 79, talent, skills 1, city defense, increases soldiers' martial power by 3 when commanding defense. 2. Inspire morale, increases soldier morale and martial power by 2 during pre-battle speeches. Xiong Yu had to admit that he was somewhat astonished when he saw the attributes of the other party. He turned out to be a first-class scholar general. You brought 25,000 men to support Yinmen Pass. Zhao Feng stroked his beard, looking at Xiong Yu with delight. Yes, national affairs are the responsibility of every citizen. Now that the Xiongnu have besieged the pass under a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs? Nirvana Town will not stand idly by, and I shall exert all our strength to support the general. Hearing Zhao Feng's question, Xiong Yu clasped his hands and said loudly, good. Well said. Zhao Feng couldn't help but praise Xiang Ye's words. Since you are leading over 20,000 men, then you shall temporarily take on the position of military officer under my command. Upon hearing that he was to temporarily take on the post of military officer, a smile appeared on Xiang Ye's face. Below the general is the military officer, and below the military officer are the military attendants. It is important to note that this is not a later stage when generals are everywhere. Oh, just look at the opposing general being a mere officer at the most fortified pass in the world to understand that directly taking on the role of military officer is absolutely a leap to greatness. Report. Urgent news. Just as Xiang Yu was filled with joy, a piercing cry suddenly came from outside, and a soldier clad in cloth armor rushed in. General, it's bad. The Xiongnu army is already approaching Yanmen Pass, just 5 miles away from the city walls. The anxious and terrified voice of the soldier echoed through the Lord's mansion. Xiang Ye's heart stirred. So it has begun. So fast, everyone follow me to the city wall. Upon hearing the sentry's words, Zhao Feng furrowed his brows and exclaimed loudly, taking the lead towards the city wall. Seeing this, Xiang Yu immediately followed. Soon the group reached the ramparts of Yanmen Pass. In the distance, dust swirled, hooves thundered, and the earth trembled violently. Outside the city gates, flags obscured the sun, and a sea of dark figures stretched endlessly. Woo, woo. Accompanied by a terrified shout from the defending soldiers, a rapid horn sounded from the city wall, and all the defenders immediately tensed up. Looking at the dark mass of the Xiongnu army below the city wall, none could hide their fear. Scanning the horizon, the enemy's numbers seemed nearly endless, with at least over 100,000 troops. Even Xiang Yu, who had just stepped onto the city tower, couldn't help but gasp in cold air. The swirling dust, the thundering hooves, the earth shaking violently. A momentum capable of crushing everything. This momentum is too overwhelming. Even the most formidable general would face dire consequences in such a situation. Looking at the vast Xiongnu cavalry below, Xiang Yu was also shaken, sensing a premonition that this battle would be hard fought. With his 25,000 troops, the entire Yanmen Pass had barely close to 100,000 soldiers, most of whom were infantry. How could they fight? General, the Xiongnu army is attacking. What should we do? At this moment, a military officer standing beside Zhao Feng looked in panic at the surging Xiongnu cavalry below and exclaimed with slight trepidation. Zhao Feng, upon hearing this, angrily retorted, "What are you panicking about? Just a mere Xiongnu, a bunch of dirt chickens and tile dogs. Why fear them at all?" However, despite Zhao Feng's nonchalance, the soldiers around him were all disheartened, their faces marked with numbness. Yanmen was a strategic stronghold guarding the frontier where death loomed at any moment. Yet with homes here, they could only fight to the death. Soon the Xiongnu cavalry surged forward, a dark mass of humanity. At this moment, the overwhelming Xiongnu cavalry suddenly came to a halt in front of Yanmen Pass, exhibiting no disorder whatsoever. Halt! Soldiers of Han on the wall, listen. I, the great Guan Yu of the Xiongnu, lead 200,000 troops here. Yanmen Pass could fall at any moment. If you do not surrender now, when will you? A Xiongnu general rode up to the foot of Yanmen Pass and boasted arrogantly. However, it had little effect. The Yanmen troops were not intimidated by the staggering number of 200,000. The enmity between the Xiongnu and the Yanmen troops had persisted for generations. Countless Yanmen citizens had died at the hands of the Xiongnu, many of whom were relatives of the Yanmen defenders. The two sides had long been locked in a death struggle, making surrender impossible. A mere 200,000 barbarians dare to come here to persuade us to surrender. With Yanmen Pass standing, not even 400,000 would frighten us. Wait until you Xiongnu gather 600,000 troops to talk. Standing on the city tower, Zhao Feng replied disdainfully. Yet deep down he felt uncertain. Yanmen Pass was in disrepair, and if not for Xiang Yu suddenly bringing over 20,000 troops for reinforcement, he might not have had the courage to fight. Beside him, Xiang Yu observed the arrogant Xiongnu general below, his brow furrowing. It was imperative to boost the Yanmen troops' morale. General, why not send someone out to dampen their spirits? Xiang Yu cupped his hands towards Zhao Feng and suggested. Alas, Xiang Sima, I understand your intent. If possible, I certainly wouldn't mind dampening their spirits, but I have no capable generals under my command. Judging by their momentum, at least they have a captain-level leader. We cannot match them. Hearing Xiang Ye's suggestion, Zhao Feng helplessly replied, Do not worry, General. My great General Guansheng can surely contend with him. Xiang Yu smiled confidently. Upon hearing Xiang Ye's words, Zhao Feng displayed a doubtful expression, clearly unconvinced. General, I Xiang Yu am willing to stake my military oath. Seeing the other's disbelief, Xiang Yu assured loudly, Good. Since Xiang Sima is confident, bring someone to open the city gate and beat the drum. Looking at Xiang Ye's full confidence, Zhao Feng also stopped hesitating and waved his hand directly. I will not fail the Lord's trust. Guansheng said, excitedly turning to descend the city. Beside him, Xiong Kuahai couldn't help but show an envious expression. Soon Guansheng rode out of the city on his red rabbit horse and arrived in front of the enemy general. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums rolled. Seeing that the Han army actually sent someone out to duel the Xiongnu general was immediately astonished. Since when did the Han become so audacious? Halt! That red-faced Han, are you here to seek death? Haha. The Xiongnu general laughed heartily, looking quite disdainful. Fight! Guansheng did not say much. Raising his Qinglong Yenyue blade, he charged forward mounted on the red rabbit horse. Name Hu Yanbao. Qualification S. Identity, Xiongnu Captain. Leadership 75. Strength 89. Intelligence 63. Politics 59. Weapon Wolf, Fong Club, Golden Grade. Mount Mongolian Horse, Golden Grade. Talent skills, 1 a provocation after taunting an opponent weaker than himself, Strength 3. 2 Valor in single combat, Strength 3. Standing on the city wall, Xiong Yu shook his head at the Xiongnu general. A first-rate general, but his talent skills were utterly ding. Guansheng's Blade King, Spring and Autumn Blade Technique, and Single Blade Meeting talent skills. Guansheng's base strength is 96. Blade King adds 10 strength. Spring and Autumn Blade Technique adds 6 strength. Single Blade Meeting adds 10 strength. The Divine Red Rabbit adds 7 strength. The Divine Qinglong Yinhua Blade adds 7 strength, making his total strength 136. Holding the Qinglong Yinhua Blade in one hand and controlling the Red Rabbit horse in the other, Guansheng suddenly emanated a momentum that could dominate the battlefield. Scum like you, prepare to die. My name Guansheng starts from you. Guansheng squinted his phoenix eyes, murmuring to himself, his aura skyrocketing as he unleashed his ultimate move, charging like a red light towards the Xiongnu general. The Xiongnu general Huo Yuanba, seeing Guansheng's overwhelming aura, immediately did not dare to delay, driving his Mongolian horse forward while swinging his wolf Fong club to meet him. Kill. Ding. Huo Yuanbao's Valor talent skill activated. Huo Yuanbao's base strength is 89. Valor adds 3 strength. Golden Grade Wolf Fong Club adds 5 strength. Golden Grade Mongolian Horse adds 5 strength. Current strength value is 102. It's over. Hearing the comparison of their strengths, Xiong Yu thought to himself. Indeed, the two were not on the same level. Kill. Guansheng borrowed the momentum of the man. The Red Rabbit horse flashed like a beam of light, reaching the opponent's front. A deadly aura enveloped the enemy. The Qinglong Yinhua blade transformed into a cold light, slicing towards the opponent's neck at an odd angle. Huo Yuanba was suddenly alarmed. His previous disdain vanished as fear surged within him, attempting to evade. Yet the Red Rabbit was too swift, and the Qinglong Yinhua blade was even faster. The cold light flashed, blood sprayed, and a head flew into the air. The Xiongnu captain Huo Yuanba was slain. The Yinmen Pass serves as the gateway to defend against the foreign tribes from the north, holding immense significance for the northern frontier of the Great Han Dynasty. However, during the reign of Emperor Huan, due to the incompetence of the guarding general, Yinmen Pass was breached by the Xiongnu chieftain Luandi Cunxiao, who led an army to destroy it, and it remained in a state of neglect without any reconstruction. The Han court had considered rebuilding Yinmen Pass to strengthen the northern border, but every time the Han attempted to repair it, the Xiongnu would certainly march south to attack, and without the natural barrier of Yemen, the Han army could not withstand the Xiongnu cavalry. It would be destroyed even before completion. Additionally, due to the weakness of the compromising faction within the court, the Han and the Xiongnu ultimately reached an unspoken agreement. The Han would no longer attempt to rebuild Yinmen Pass, while the Xiongnu would only operate in the northern and central regions of Bingzhou. If the formidable Yinmen Pass were to be rebuilt with its great walls serving as a barrier, the Xiongnu would no longer be able to raid southward at will, and Bingzhou would cease to be their playground. Therefore, the reconstruction of the Yinmen Pass did not align with the interests of the Xiongnu. Thus, the dilapidated state of Yinmen Pass, devoid of any semblance of being the greatest pass in the world, is due to this reason. The incomplete fortifications of Yinmen Pass. Who would suffer the most from this? Undoubtedly, it would be the common people and soldiers of Yinmen and the entire Bingzhou, for when the Xiongnu march south to raid, taking grain captives and wealth, they are the ones who bear the brunt of the suffering. Yet there is a group that suffers the most: the soldiers stationed at Yinmen Pass. Born in Yinmen, fed by the grain provided by the local elders, they can only watch helplessly as the Xiongnu repeatedly pillage, witnessing their elders' wives and children along with cattle and sheep being seized time and again. They have become numb, for they cannot possibly defeat them. Even this time, with the Xiongnu mobilizing 200,000 troops and having nearly 100,000 soldiers themselves, they still lack confidence, for the Xiongnu are too powerful. But what did they see? The proud Xiongnu captain was actually beheaded by a mere soldier in green robes. In an instant, the Yinmen army standing on the city walls was left in shock, all dumbfounded, and the entire area fell silent, the drumbeat ceasing. The Xiongnu were equally bewildered. Their captain was killed in one stroke by a Han soldier. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, the drums of Yinmen Pass resounded powerfully, the booming beats echoing as Xiong Yu had pushed aside the soldiers beating the drums and took it upon himself to strike with the great hammer. Boom, 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 boom. Fight, 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 fight. The Yinmen army shall prevail. The Yinmen army shall prevail. Xiong Yu struck the drum vigorously while roaring loudly, instantly awakening the Yinmen army. Whoosh, whoosh. The Yinmen army on the walls was suddenly roused, and a clamor erupted, especially as the powerful drumbeats stirred their blood within. Fight, 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 fight. Watching the brave figure of Guansheng, the Yinmen army erupted in cheers, their blood boiling in that moment. This Xiong Yu is quite impressive. His morale is commendable. Observing the change in the soldiers around him, the Yinmen guard commander, Zhao Feng, couldn't help but nod in approval. Not only was the Yinmen army awakened, but even the Xiongnu were startled by the thunderous drumbeats. They were in an uproar, disbelief written on their faces. Their captain had been killed in an instant. You wretches, how dare you attack our celestial empire's border city? Withdraw at once, or I shall not hesitate to unleash a massacre. I am Guansheng from Hedong. Is there anyone else willing to come forward to die? Guan Sheng, after claiming a kill, did not retreat. Instead, wielding his Qinglong Yinyu Dao in one hand and controlling his Qi Tama with the other, he charged directly towards the Xiongnu camp, stopping just outside their range, his face cold as he spoke loudly. Boom. Seeing this red-faced Han man so arrogant, the Xiongnu were infuriated. How dare someone resist in a place they regarded as their playground, a territory they could pillage at will? This Han is too arrogant. Which of you will go and kill him? In the central position of the Xiongnu camp, riding a sweat-blood steed, the Xiongnu chieftain Yufu Luo frowned at the arrogant Guan Sheng and spoke to the dozens of generals around him. My lord, wait a moment, or I will take the head of that Han dog to avenge Hu Yanbao. Beside the Xiongnu chieftain, a scarred, burly man bellowed, spurring his horse and charging out with a bull-headed saber. Hey, that red-faced Han, I, Helian Bobo, have come to battle. You prepare to die? The scarred man charged at Guan Sheng with his bull-headed saber. As the Yinmen army saw another warrior emerge from the Xiongnu camp, they instantly tensed. Boom, 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 boom. Xiong Kuai took the great hammer from Xiong Yu and began to strike it while Xiong Yu opened the attribute panel of the Xiong. Name Helian Bobo. Qualification S. Identity Xiongnu Captain. Leadership 71. Strength 88. Intelligence 53. Politics 63. Weapon bull-headed saber golden grade. Mount Mongolian horse golden grade. Special skills 1. A roar increases strength by 1 point with a roar max increase of 5 points. 2. Valor 3. Strength in duels. TSK. This Xiongnu captain is quite formidable. 2 have already come, both possessing elite strength. Looking at the opponent's attribute panel, Xiong Yu couldn't help but praise. Hey, that red-faced Han, die for me. Helian Bobo roared, swinging his bull-headed saber towards Guan Sheng's head. Ding. Helian Bobo's special skills Valor and Roar activated. Helian Bobo's base strength is 88. Valor adds 3. Roar adds 1. Golden grade bull-headed saber adds 5. Golden grade Mongolian horse adds 5. Current strength value is 102. Kill. Under the tense gaze of the Yanmen defenders, the Xiongnu warrior charged fiercely at Guan Sheng. Hehe. Just an elite warrior, another one coming to die. Feeling the opponent's momentum, Guan Sheng sneered cold. It seems today is the day I, Guan Sheng, will make a name for myself. Guan Sheng coldly observed the rapidly approaching opponent, remaining unmoving. Die for me. Helian Bobo approached Guan Sheng and roared again, a cruel smile flashing across his face as he swung his saber towards Guan Sheng's head. Oomph. You dare to brandish your weapon in front of Grandfather Guan. Kill. Ding. Guan Sheng's special skills Blade King and Spring and Autumn Blade Technique activated. Guan Sheng's base strength is 96. Blade King adds 10. Spring and Autumn Blade Technique adds 3. Divine Grade Qi 2 adds 7. Divine Grade Qinglong Yinyu Dao adds 7. Current strength value is 123. As the opponent's saber descended rapidly, Guan Sheng finally moved his Qinglong Yinyu Dao, transforming into a streak of green light, slicing at the opponent's head at an acute angle. Oh, no. At the moment Guan Sheng drew his blade, a wave of deadly aura enveloped Helian Bobo, instantly filling him with terror. But it was too late. PFF. A sound like tearing cloth rang out, and a large head was sent flying. Helian Bobo was decapitated. Go. As they watched the Xiongnu general be executed again, the soldiers at Yinmen Pass were instantly filled with high morale, cheering loudly. The war drums thundered in the hands of Xiong Kuai, creating a magnificent atmosphere for the Yinmen army. Xiang Sima, your subordinates are indeed strong warriors. Zhao Feng praised. Thank you for the compliment, General. However, having killed 2 of their generals, the enemy will likely become desperate and resort to overwhelming us with numbers. I will go to assist Guan Sheng. Xiang Yu pondered for a moment. Indeed, hurry. Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Zhao Feng nodded. As expected, upon witnessing the execution of 2 of their generals, the Xiongnu camp erupted in chaos, and 3 generals rushed out to attack Guan Sheng. Ding. Helian Duan Feng base combat power 89, courage power 3, fierce battle power 3, golden grade Phoenix head, great axe power 5, golden grade Mongolian horse power 5, current combat power 105. Ding. Huyanzan base combat power 83, courage power 3, frenzied battle power 3, golden grade scythe, long spear power 5, golden grade Mongolian horse power 5, current combat power 99. Ding. Lu Shui Wuxi base combat power 87, courage power 3, courage power 4, a golden grade giant copper hammer power 5, golden grade Mongolian horse power 5, current combat power 104. Hearing the 3 notifications sounding in his mind, Xiong Yu did not dare to delay, quickly heading down towards the city wall. Haha. So the cowardly ones who prey on the weak are unable to fight fairly. Do they really think Guan is afraid of you? Looking at the 3 elite generals closing in on him, Guan Sheng let out a wild laugh, holding the green dragon crescent blade in one hand and guiding his red hair horse with the other, charging towards the 3. Kill. Slay that Han dog. Execute him to avenge Helian Bo. The 3 Xiongnu generals shouted furiously, their weapons aimed at Guan Sheng. Kill. Guan Sheng also roared. Ding. Guan Sheng activated his Sword King Spring and Autumn Sword Technique and Single Blade to the meeting innate skills. Guan Sheng base combat power 96, Sword King power 10, Spring and Autumn Sword Technique power 6, Single Blade to the meeting power 10, Divine Grade Red Hair power 7, Divine Grade Green Dragon Crescent Blade power 7, Total combat power 136. Guansheng unleashed his ultimate move single blade to the meeting, directly striking at the three weapons. Clank. Three crisp and explosive sounds of weapons colliding rang out, a tremendous force emanating from the weapons, causing the three generals to stagger back 2 steps, horses and men alike. Guansheng was no exception, the powerful recoil making him stumble back 3 steps. He steadied himself, looking serious. He knew his own strength well. He had been formidable in the initial strikes, especially the first, yet now it was being... This red-faced dog has great strength. Damn. Kill him. Slay him. Despite being shocked by Guansheng's strength, the three generals did not falter, attacking again, their weapons descending upon Guansheng once more. Damn. They disregard the code of the martial world, bullying the weak with their numbers. Feeling the immense pressure from the three, Guansheng's face grew even graver. However, he could not retreat. If he did, the morale he had just built would be shattered. Fight. Gathering his spirit, Guansheng raised the green dragon crescent blade again, charging forward. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of weapons clashing continued, and despite Guansheng's fierce strikes, he could not break through as he was engaged. In an instant, 3 strikes passed. Ding! Guansheng activated his Sword King and Spring and Autumn Sword Technique innate skills. Guansheng base combat power 96, a Sword King power 10, Spring and Autumn Sword Technique power 9, Divine Grade Red Hair power 7, Divine Grade Green Dragon Crescent Blade power 7, total combat power 129. Clang, 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 clang. The 4 of them instantly became entangled in battle, the sounds of weapons clashing incessant. As the 3 strikes passed, Guansheng's combat power quickly waned, and he could only rely on his exquisite Spring and Autumn Sword Technique to evade, while the 3 Xiongnu generals began to gain the upper hand. At this moment, the Yanmen army atop the pass also realized Guansheng's predicament, suddenly growing worried, mostly cursing the Xiongnu for using their numbers to bully the weak. However, the Yanmen army had no way to help as they lacked strong warriors. In contrast to the slightly diminished morale of the Yanmen army, the Xiongnu burst into great laughter, as if they could already see their generals defeating the red-faced Han. Clang, clang. Suddenly a long spear lunged towards Guansheng's lower body, causing him to flounder in confusion. Just as he was in danger, the gates of Yanmen Pass opened, and a white light surged out. Calm down, Guansheng. I'm here to save you. Xiang Yu's booming voice immediately captured the attention of both sides in the front line. What is Xiang Yu doing? Why is he charging out alone? This is reckless. Seeing Xiang Yu rush out by himself without sending anyone to assist, Zhao Feng furrowed his brow. Send out 2 more men to stop him. The Xiongnu chieftain Yufalo waved his hand, and immediately 2 more generals rode out from the crowd, weapons in hand, charging towards Xiang Yu. The Lord has arrived. Seeing Xiang Yu rushing over at high speed, Guansheng finally let out a sigh of relief regarding Xiang Yu's strength as unfathomable. You should step back today. I will let the Xiongnu know the might of the Han. Standing in front of Guansheng, Xiang Yu spoke without hesitation. All right, my lord, I will flank you from the side. Guansheng responded, not minding at all, immediately turning his horse around to clear the battlefield for Xiang Yu. Stop that red-faced Han, don't let him get away. Seeing Guansheng about to move aside, the 3 Xiongnu generals immediately disagreed, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards Guansheng. Humph, your opponent is me. Xiang Yu snorted, coldly spinning on his horse, immediately blocking the path of the 3. Seeing Xiang Yu block their way, the 3 generals were instantly enraged, wielding their weapons as they charged at Xiang Yu. Humph. Xiang Yu snorted coldly, a vigorous fighting spirit instantly radiating from him. Fight. Ding. Player Xiang Yu activated critical strike, crush innate skill. Heavenly pride and invincible innate skills activated. Player Xiang Yu base combat power 121, critical strike, crush power 5, invincible power 15. Using the Yuang spear power 7, riding the divine grade mount, treading snow power 7, current combat power 155. Ding. Due to the influence of player Xiang Yu's heavenly pride, Helian Duanfeng's combat power 3, current combat power 103. Ding. Due to the influence of player Xiang Yu's heavenly pride, Hu Yanzhan's combat power 3, current combat power 96. Ding. Due to the influence of player Xiang Yu's heavenly pride, Lu Shui Wu Zai's combat power 3, current combat power 103. Down. Hearing the incessant prompt echoing in his mind, Xiang Yu's mouth tilted into a faint smile. Power surged through him as the Yuang Shua smashed toward his opponents with terrifying force, taking special aim at the weakest of the 3 Hu Yanzhan. Whoosh. Silver light flashed to a cold edge revealed itself. The slicing roar of wind approached as the Yuang Shua bore down on the 3 with a deathly aura. Boom. The 4 weapons collided with thunderous sparks, the din rolling for miles. Puffs of breath and the clash of steel filled the air. At that moment, the 3 Xiongnu Wanfu commanders staggered backward, humiliated and wounded. Hu Yanzhan, whom Xiang Yu had singled out, spat a mouthful of blood and was flung through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Combat effectiveness shattered. Xiang Yu's entry stunned the entire field. Facing 3 opponents at once in a single round, he had actually thrown one aside. The Yanmen army had thought Xiang Yu's rash charge was suicidal, but he defied all expectation. 1 against 3 in a single exchange. He had knocked one away, even more fearsome than that red-faced warrior Guansheng. Excellent. I did not expect this young Sima to be so formidable. Beat the drums. Cheer him on. Zhao Feng cried out elated at Xiang Ye's unforeseen prowess. Boom boom boom. The war drums thundered before Yinmen passed, lifting the Yinmen army's spirits. By contrast, Xiongnu morale sank. A single red-faced Han had felled 2 Wanfu commanders, and now a youth had emerged who fought 3 at once, and sent 1 flying. Charge. There are only 2 of them. Attack them all. Furious at the sudden turn, Guan Yu Fuluo bellowed at his near. At once 4 more Wanfu commanders surged forth from the Xiongnu ranks, charging Xiongnu with grim determination. Xiongnu watched as 6 more Wanfu commanders poured from the Xiongnu formation. 8 in total if one counted the one he had already disabled. His heart leapt. If he could neutralize all 8, the Xiongnu would lose 11 Wanfu commanders and cripple the command of 200,000 cavalry, a colossal advantage for the Yinmen army. War, war, war. Xiang Ye's battle fervor surged his spirit like an unfettered bull. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing Xiang Yu wait until all 8 enemies assembled, the Wanfu commanders grew ever angrier. They looked down on him and advanced together to slay Xiang Yu. Kill! Xiang Yu roared. Gripping the Yuang Shuo astride Tashui the divine steed, he charged into the cluster of 9. Ding! Player Xiang Ye's talent critical overwhelm activated. Talents Pejun Tianjiao Zongheng, and in player Xiang Ye's base martial power is 121. Critical overwhelm 5, invincible 28, Pejun 15th. Using Yuang Shuo 7, riding the divine steed Tashui 7. Current martial power 175. Ding. Under the influence of player Xiang Ye's Tianjiao Zongheng, Helian Duanfeng's martial power 3. Current martial power 103. Ding. Under the influence of player Xiang Ye's Tianjiao Zongheng Lu Shuiwuxis martial power 3. Current martial power 103. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands, it was 1 against 8. Xiang Yu erupted with full force. Power coursed through him like a swelling tide. His combat strength had never been greater, and a vast, overwhelming aura blanketed the field. The Yuang Shuo sang in Xiang Ye's hands, savage and swift smashing against their weapons. Clangs rang forth, the clash shattered the air. With a sickening crack, one man was flung backward, blood gushing. Kill. Xiang Yu roared. Ding. Critical overwhelm triggered again. Martial power 10, current martial power 180. Boom. A second strike sent another man flying, blood spraying. Kill. Xiang Yu surged once more, the Yuang Shuo smashing down. Ding. Critical overwhelm triggered again. Martial power 15, current martial power 185. Boom. With a sickening crack, another man was hurled away, blood staining the sky. Reaching the zenith of his power, Xiang Yu felt unprecedented might. A torrent of battle force thundered within him. Fight! 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 Guided by instinct, Ta Shui moved as one with him, and Xiang Yu plunged at the last 5 remaining Wanfu commanders. Boom! Boom! 2 successive blows smashed into their weapons, the weight of the Yuang Shuo, and that surging war power sent 2 more men flying in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 9 had been reduced to 4. The Yinmen army stood stunned, as did their commander Zhao Feng. The Xiongnu were aghast that Guan Yu Fuluo was pale with shock. The nearly 300,000 troops watching were equally transfixed. They stared at Xiang Yu, who seemed transformed into a demonic god. 1 strike to ruin a Wanfu commander, a first-rate general disabled. Was this real? Kill. At that moment, Xiang Yu roared once more and surged toward the remaining 3 Xiongnu Wanfu commanders. Flee! He's not human, he's a devil. Don't kill me, spare me. Run, run, run. As Xiang Yu bore down, the 3 Wanfu commanders were seized by terror. In their eyes, he had become an unconquerable demon. They fled desperately, pounding their mounts to break away as quickly as possible. Were they afraid? Indeed they were. Facing Xiang Ye's demonic onslaught, flight was all they could do. But could they escape from the divine steed? Kill. In his peak state, Xiang Yu felt his body surging with unprecedented strength. Ta Shui provided irresistible speed. A streak of light passed as he overtook a Wanfu commander. Whoosh. Silver light flashed to a cold edge, revealed itself. Blood arced as a head was flung away. 1 Xiongnu commander dead. Kill. Xiang Yu roared again and overtook another. The Yuang Shuo rose and fell, blood sprayed, as another head was sent aloft. Dead. In a breath, Xiang Yu struck down 8 Xiongnu officers in succession. Only 1 remained. Yet Xiang Yu did not finish him instantly. Instead, he spurred Ta Shui and followed. He intended to strike into the heart of the 200,000 Xiongnu camp. Don't kill me, please spare me. The lone remaining Wanfu commander, feeling Xiang Yu close at his heels, broke down and pleaded wildly. He begged Xiang Yu repeatedly, as the youth pressed ever closer behind him, terror stripping his courage away. Heh! Xiang Yu snorted coldly and said nothing, following the fleeing commander toward the Xiongnu encampment. Stop him. Do not let him reach the camp. As Xiang Yu and the Wanfu commander neared the Xiongnu lines, Guan Yu Fuluo snapped awake and shouted. Quick, fire arrows. Fire arrows. Yu Fuluo cried in panic. But great king, if you loose the volley, Helian Duanfeng will be shot dead. One general warned. Fire the arrows. The Han is a peerless warrior. If he bursts into the camp, I am ruined. Yu Fuluo stammered, explaining in alarm that Xiang Ye's earlier godlike display could easily decapitate an enemy general amid the ranks. Quick, fire the arrows. The Wanfu commander snapped to attention, his voice a hoarse cry. Shoot. The order rang out like a death knell across the plain. Upon hearing the command from the chieftain, countless arrows were unleashed, wildly shooting towards the rapidly approaching Helian Duanfeng and Xiang Yu. As a nomadic people of the grasslands, their archery skills were undoubtedly top-notch. A rain of arrows darkened the sky. In an instant, Xiang Yu felt an immense sense of danger. Seeing the torrential downpour of arrows, he dared not hesitate, wildly swinging his Yuang spear in hand. The 8-foot-long spear turned into a blur, forming a circular shield that deflected the arrows raining down. Halt! At that moment, the Xiongnu captain let out a series of blood-curdling screams, his body riddled with arrows, and even the Mongolian horse beneath him was pierced, blood gushing as it collapsed. Oomph! Xiang Yu snorted coldly, not daring to linger, turning to retreat towards Yinmen Pass. Although in expedition the strength of the generals was unprecedentedly powerful, it was not only the generals who were enhanced, the soldiers were equally formidable. It should be noted that these Xiongnu cavalry were at least 7th-tier soldiers with combat power ranging from 70 to 80. Though merely ordinary soldiers, the arrows they shot were not to be underestimated. Just like the Xiongnu captain, a top-tier warrior who in the face of the overwhelming rain of arrows was swiftly beheaded. Xiang Yu wielded his Yuang spear and swiftly rode away from the range of the enemy's arrows. He did not return immediately. This was the perfect moment to strike at the enemy's morale, and he certainly would not let it slip. I am Xiang Yu of Yinmen. Do you barbaric scum dare to come forward for a battle? If you do not dare, then go back. Suddenly Xiang Yu, riding on his horse, bellowed towards the Xiongnu camp with imposing authority. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's shout, the Xiongnu camp was thrown into a commotion. Dare they fight? The Han had defeated all 8 of their captains, who now lay dead. How could they possibly engage? Looking at Xiang Yu, who resembled a war god, the Xiongnu camp's morale plummeted, and they turned to their king, the chieftain. The Xiongnu chieftain Yufuo glared at the arrogant Xiang Yu, instantly furious, his gaze shifting to the warriors under. However, the few remaining captains, seeing Yufuo's expression, immediately shrank back, their eyes darting around. Fight against that Han demon. Perhaps not, they still wanted to live a little longer. Haha, you call yourselves Xiongnu cavalry. You should be called cowardly cavalry or barbarian cavalry. Haha. Xiang Yu laughed heartily, his booming voice resonating across both armies. Observing Xiang Yu, who seemed to have transformed into a war god, the Yinmen army erupted in cheers. So tough, so powerful. The once mighty Xiongnu cavalry had actually turned cowardly. Instantly the morale of the Yinmen army soared. Hey, you barbaric scum, you neither fight nor retreat. What is the meaning of this? Xiang Yu shouted once more towards the Xiongnu camp, causing another stir among their ranks. No, my king, we cannot allow the Han to be so arrogant, or our soldiers' morale will collapse. A commander beside Yufuo spoke to him. Yufuo, watching Xiang Yu's arrogance, was enraged by his taunts of barbarians, and he decided to tear the mask off, roaring, attack the city. Break through Yinmen Pass. Leave no one alive. After Yufuo issued the order, the Xiongnu army immediately advanced towards Yinmen Pass. Damn, they are attacking without hesitation. This is too much. Seeing the dark mass of troops closing in, Xiang Yu was startled and quickly rode Taxisu towards Yinmen Pass. The gates opened, and upon entering Yinmen Pass, Xiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a vast army, even with his incredible combat strength, he would likely only be worn down. Kill! Kill! The shouts of battle erupted, shattering the ancient stronghold as blood and blades mixed together, revealing to Xiang Yu the true face of war. In fact, even though Yinmen Pass had fallen into disrepair, its steep cliffs were still not easily breached. Since Yinmen Pass was built against the mountains, both sides were narrow, meaning the 200,000 Xiongnu troops could not spread out. They could only send 50,000 to fight simultaneously. Moreover, they had not anticipated that the Yinmen army would offer unexpectedly strong resistance, and they had not brought many siege weapons like ladders. Prepare the rolling stones. Archers aim at their archers and shoot. In the face of the Xiongnu's frenzied attack, Zhao Feng commanded with precision. Xiang Yu also joined in to assist in defending the city walls. With morale rising, the Yinmen army began to show their might. After a day of intense combat, both sides were utterly exhausted and unable to continue the siege. The Xiongnu army slowly retreated, and looking at the piles of corpses outside the city walls, Xiang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. It was too brutal. The sun gradually set. Ding. Player Xiang Yu triggers hidden mission, defend Yinmen. Defend Yinmen. As a player of Yinmen is your second home, and protecting it is your duty. Stage Task 1, resist the Xiongnu and diminish their morale. Stage Task 2, confront the Xiongnu heathen and strike at their arrogance. Stage Task 3, defeat the Xiongnu and safeguard the safety of 1,500,000 people in Yinmen. Stage Task 4, establish authority beyond the borders, gaining fame throughout the Han. Just as the sun set, Xiang Yu thought he would be forcefully logged out of expedition when suddenly the system sprite's prompt echoed, leaving Xiang Yu momentarily stunned. He triggered a hidden mission. Ding. Congratulations, player Xiang Yu, for completing Stage Task 1A, defeating 8 Xiongnu captains and diminishing their morale. Reward 200 reputation points and 100 Tier 10 special unit summon cards. Note you can remain in expedition during the task period. As the system sprite's prompt sounded again, Xiang Yu was astounded. He had actually been rewarded with 200 reputation points and 100 Tier 10 special units. He wouldn't mention the reputation points as they could summon mighty generals, but 100 Tier 10 special units made him ecstatic. Tier 10 special units were the highest tier of troops. It should be known that Tier 10 special units have combat power ranging between 100 and 120 all, with SS-level qualifications possessing the most elite attributes, and are of unmatched caliber. Although special units may not compare to true legendary historical generals, they were still incredibly powerful. In terms of equal combat power, historical generals are 2 tiers stronger than ordinary generals, while ordinary generals and special soldiers are equally strong, and ordinary generals are 1 tier stronger than regular soldiers. This means that a Tier 10 special soldier's combat power is comparable to that of an unmatched general, not a historical figure, and in terms of historical generals, a Tier 10 special soldier's power is enough to rival a top-tier historical general without considering skill bonuses. Now receiving a full 100, Zhang Yu was shocked, and a wave of exhilaration surged within him. How powerful was this? Why had he not dared to act recklessly in reality? It was simply because he lacked strong subordinates, but now it was different. Zhang Yu finally had his own followers. 100 Tier 10 special soldiers were equivalent to 100 top-tier historical generals or 100 king-level ferocious beasts. During the mission, Zhang Yu did not need to engage in the expedition. The night was starry yet sparse, and the sky was. Zhang Yu stood atop the Yinmen Pass, which had been tempered by the fires of war, gazing into the distance at the Xiongnu camp, where yurts were pitched, a flicker of unprecedented battle intent flashing in his eyes. What of the 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry? They are not invincible. Zhang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, had once at the age of 24 fought against Frontline troops, with only 5 Chu soldiers at Julu, in Hebei, ultimately breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats, thereby forging his name as the Overlord. What is there that Zhang Yu cannot do? Zhang Sima, do you really intend to charge the Xiongnu camp with only 20,000 cavalry? You must know that if you get trapped and the Xiongnu react, you will be finished. Zhao Feng, standing beside Zhang Yu, said solemnly, General Zhao, a night raid on the Xiongnu camp is imperative, otherwise with the dilapidated Yinmen Pass, we will struggle to withstand the Xiongnu, who can manufacture large siege weapons. Zhang Yu declared emphatically. Indeed, he intended to rally all the cavalry at Yinmen Pass for a night raid. Since the system fairy rewarded him with 100 Xuanjia iron cavalry, Zhang Yu had been contemplating that a night raid was undoubtedly a means of counteroffensive. Very well. I will personally guard the city gate for you, Zhang Sima, and await your triumphant return to celebrate your. Facing Xiang Ye's determination, Zhao Feng's eyes flashed with anticipation, recalling Xiang Ye's extraordinary performance earlier that day, which stirred a sense of hope within him. Soon the 20,000 cavalry of Yinmen Pass had assembled. Xiang Yu also appeared before them. The many Yinmen soldiers looked at Xiang Yu with a glint of fervor in their eyes, yet there was also a hint of fear and worry. They knew they were to attack the Xiongnu camp with only 20,000 men. Is this even possible? Even having witnessed Xiang Ye's godlike combat prowess, they still felt uncertain. Xiang Yu glanced at the trembling soldiers beside him, clearly nervous and terrified. This won't do. In battle, morale is everything. If they are scared before the fight even begins, how can they fight? The first thing he must do is to boost the soldiers' morale. Brothers, I know that facing the 200,000 Xiongnu troops makes you a bit afraid. But is fear of any use? Will fearing the Xiongnu prevent them from attacking us? Of course not. Think about the land we stand on, what lies behind us. That is our country, our home, where our parents, wives, and children, relatives, and friends reside. Everyone present understands the nature of the Xiongnu. Once they pass through our lines, our parents and wives will face. Suddenly Xiang Yu looked at the soldiers of Yinmen and bellowed. Imagine your wives being taken away, your parents being killed. Can you endure that? Imagine your land being trampled. Think of the tears of your hometown elders who cannot help but weep. Can you tolerate that? Xiang Ye's thunderous voice resonated. In an instant the crowd fell silent. No, no. At that moment 2 powerful voices rang out, belonging to Xiong Quahai and Guan Sheng. No, no. We must defend our homeland, defend Yinmen Pass. Xiang Ye's words struck at their soft underbellies, combined with Guan Sheng and Xiong Quahai's echoing support, causing the Yinmen soldiers to instinctively grip their weapons tighter and roar with anger. Yes, we cannot. You are the iron wall of Yinmen. You are the invincible iron army. You will surely defend Yinmen and protect our homeland. Everyone, please trust me, Xiang Yu. I will not only help you hold this Yinmen city, but will also lead you to victory. Defeat the Xiongnu. Xiang Ye's words seemed to possess a magical power lingering in the hearts of the soldiers. Over 20,000 soldiers against 200,000 ferocious Xiongnu cavalry, it seemed hopeless. But, thinking of Xiang Ye's magnificent battle prowess earlier in the day, they found themselves willing to believe. They believed that Xiang Yu would lead them to defend Yinmen, defeat the Xiongnu, and achieve victory. This is the aura of an invincible general. This is the charisma of an unbeatable commander. The Yinmen Iron Army, invincible in all directions. Until the blood runs dry, we will not retreat from battle. Feeling the soldiers' gradually rising morale, Xiang Yu seized the momentum to shout a stirring slogan, causing the soldiers' boiling blood to surge to a boiling point. Wielding his Yuang spear, he looked up to the heavens and roared. The Yinmen Iron Army, invincible in all directions. Until the blood runs dry, we will not retreat from battle. The Yinmen Iron Army, invincible in all directions. Until the blood runs dry, we will not retreat from battle. The Yinmen Iron Army, invincible in all directions. Until the blood runs dry, we will not retreat from battle. Listening to the furious roars of the soldiers around him, Xiang Yu knew their morale had peaked. He felt no fear of the Xiongnu, eager to pick up his weapon and engage them in battle immediately. Xiang Yu silently marveled, the commander of the Iron would truly deserve his high status of 101. With just a few words, he could ignite a passionate spirit in others. Looking at the imposing Yinmen Iron Cavalry, Xiang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Next, it was time for battle. An attack is always the heaviest blow dealt during the enemy's most relaxed moments. Xiang Yu did not rush. Instead, he moved to a concealed location and took out the card for the 110th tier special soldiers, the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, which he had received as a reward from the system. To attack the Xiongnu camp with 20,000 Yinmen soldiers, even taking advantage of the enemy's laxity, would not be easy. Once the enemy reacted, there was a real possibility of the entire Yinmen Iron Cavalry being annihilated. Of course, Xiang Yu was not foolish. He had a trump card. That was the 110th tier special soldiers, the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry. Summon. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu said, as he took out the card. The Xuanjia Iron Cavalry were the elite troops selected from the cavalry commanded by Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty. This unit consisted entirely of heavy cavalry clad in black armor, designed to emphasize protection and practicality, with thick iron helmets, side shields for their ears, chest plates, and various protective gear, leaving no gaps in their armor. They were terrifying in combat, charging like tanks at high speed, showing no fear of enemy arrows, crossbows, or spears. Even surrounded, they could rely on their solid armor and the power of their mounts to crash through enemy infantry and achieve. Li Shimin commanded fierce generals such as Cunxiao and Yuchi Gong, deploying the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry during battles, leading them to unmitigated success. Li Shimin famously defeated Do Jin's army of 100,000 with just 3,000 Xuanjia troops at Hulao Pass, securing his dominance in the realm. Thus, the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry was a sharp sword in his hand. As Xiang Yu's voice fell, a flash of light appeared. Before him stood war machines donned in black battle robes and armor, their eyes filled with a cold aura of slaughter, each mounted on fully armed steeds. My lord, Yan Shisan reports to you, orders given, blades drawn. At the stroke of midnight, the moon in the sky shyly hid behind the clouds, casting a layer of gloom over the pitch-black night. The entire army of 2,000 Xiongnu had fallen into a deep slumber, many even lost in sweet dreams. Thinking of breaking through Yinmen tomorrow to enjoy the beauty of Han women, a hint of blissful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Xiongnu warriors, immersed in their dreams, remained oblivious to it. In the darkness, the gates of Yinmen opened. A torrent of blackness surged forth. Over 2,000 Iron Cavalry of Yinmen, fully armored, donned in battle gear with crossbows and wielding large knives and long spears. Like grim reapers emerging from hell to harvest lives. The hooves of the horses were wrapped in thick burlap, ensuring that even as the war horses galloped at full speed, they would not make too much noise. Moreover, at this late hour, the defenses of the Xiongnu camp were at their most relaxed, making it even harder to detect. The Xiongnu tents were already in sight, with several guards dozing off. They could never have imagined that Xiang Yu would lead people to raid their camp. Indeed, in their eyes, even if the Yinmen army fought back with all their might, they wouldn't dare to launch a surprise attack, for the Yinmen army would not. Do not let any word leak out before we approach the Xiongnu camp, Xiang Yu instructed in a hushed voice to Guan Sheng and Xiong Kuai. Understood, my lord. Soon the 2,000 Iron Cavalry of Yinmen arrived outside the Xiongnu camp, merely a mile away. Looking at the silent Xiongnu camp, a chilling intent spread among the 2,000 Yinmen warriors. They emanated a rich aura of murderous intent, like ghostly riders from hell. In their eyes, a cold light flickered. Among them were seasoned veterans who had guarded Yinmen for years, as well as fresh recruits who had joined less than a year ago. Yet regardless of who they were, they harbored deep hatred for the Xiongnu. Time and again, the invasions of Yinmen, the pillaging of grasslands, the relentless looting. Countless families of soldiers were brutally slain beneath the iron hooves of the Xiongnu. Han villages were frequently invaded by those Xiongnu. None could fathom how many Han lives were lost. And today they sought revenge. A chilling, murderous intent manifested. These Xiongnu truly looked down on us Han people. Leading the charge, Xiang Yu rode at the front, gazing at the quiet Xiongnu camp with a hint of derision on his face. Since they look down on us so much, then let us surprise them. Xiong Kuai. Xiang Yu shouted loudly. Here, my lord. I will give you 500 men once you charge and set everything ablaze. My lord. Hearing Xiang Yu's orders, Xiong Kuai responded. Guan Sheng. Xiang Yu shouted again. You lead 500 men into the Xiongnu camp, locate their war horses, and set them all free. I want them to trample through their camp. Can you do it? Yes, my lord, I shall do my utmost. Guan Sheng said, resolutely facing death. After issuing the command, Xiang Yu brandished his Yuang spear and proclaimed loudly, a true man achieves great deeds at this moment. Today, we shall crush the Xiongnu camp. All soldiers follow me to kill. Kill. With Xiang Yu's command, the 2,000 Yinmen troops surged forward, instantly rushing into the Xiongnu. Kill, kill, kill. The morale of the Yinmen army soared. The thunderous gallop of 2,000 Iron Cavalry shook the earth as they charged into the Xiongnu camp. Night enveloped the land, and it was already deep night. Aside from a few scattered patrols, the vast majority of Xiongnu had long since fallen asleep. As the waves of the charging cavalry approached the Xiongnu camp roughly a mile away, they finally awakened those drowsy Xiongnu patrols and those who had just drifted into slumber. Brothers, Follow me to kill. Xiang Yu roared, leading the way. The Yuan spear in his hand flashed like light. Each strike claimed the life of a Xiongnu soldier. Kill, kill, kill. The bravery of the commander further ignited the ferocity of his subordinates. The large knives wielded by the Yanmen Iron Cavalry reaped the lives of Xiongnu soldiers like scythes in the hands of the Grim Reaper. Many Xiongnu soldiers had yet to react before their heads were severed. Xiang Yu led one Yanmen Iron Cavalry directly into the center of the Xiongnu camp, charging through as if in a land uninhabited. In a short while, no less than 100 Xiongnu soldiers had become the souls beneath his Yuan spear. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Run! Quick, find the horses! Where are the weapons? The Xiongnu camp fell into chaos. In the darkness, the Xiongnu had no idea how many men Xiang Yu and his party had brought, but the overwhelming cries of battle struck fear into the hearts of the Xiongnu soldiers. They wanted to resist, but without horses, a cavalry's strength was instantly halved. Facing the organized Yanmen army, they were only destined to be slaughtered. Every time they saw the cold gleam of the large knives and long spears, they lost consciousness. Too fierce, too terrifying. The Xiongnu were already so frightened that they forgot their own soldiers behind them, only caring about their frantic escape. What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? Within the central army, the Xiongnu chieftain Yufu Luo, who had initially been dreaming of capturing Yanmen and invading Bingzhou while the Han were weak, furrowed his brow and shouted loudly. Chieftain, it's bad. The Han have launched an attack and are charging towards the center. Just as Yufu Luo frowned, several disheveled sergeants rushed into the tent, panic-stricken. What? The Han dare to raid our camp? Hearing his subordinates' words, Yufu Luo was taken aback. The Han, who didn't even dare to leave Yanmen, had raided their camp. Yes, chieftain, hurry and retreat to the rear. That devil-like Han general is charging towards the center. Hurry and retreat to the rear. Looking at his stunned, chieftain Mu Yanbao urged anxiously. Kill. Leave none alive. Do not spare a single Xiongnu. Kill, kill, kill. All soldiers follow me to assault the Xiongnu chieftain's tent. Slay the Xiongnu chieftain. Kill. Just then Xiang Yes' booming voice echoed from outside. Then the cries of battle erupted. Recalling Xiang Yes' devil-like performance today, Yufu Luo couldn't help but shiver. Quick, retreat. No longer hesitating, Yufu Luo hastily donned his armor, and under the protection of several sergeants quickly made his way outside. Brothers, kill, capture, and slay the Xiongnu chieftain. Of victory is within reach. Kill. Xiang Yu led 100 Yanmen Iron Cavalry straight into the Xiongnu camp center. Taking advantage of the enemy's complete unpreparedness, they surged forth like a bolt of lightning, bodies flying and blood spraying, a collision of blood and fire. Looking at the chieftain's tent several dozen meters away, Xiang Yes' heart raced with urgency. Because now most of the Xiongnu warriors had awakened from their panic. Despite lacking horses, their combat effectiveness was compromised, yet there were many Xiongnu warriors. Seeing the 100 Yanmen cavalry charging toward the center tent, they instantly surged forward. Now every step forward required the slaughter of dozens of Xiongnu warriors. The path ahead was already blocked by human bodies. Down. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. The shouts of killing echoed endlessly, and the heavy scent of blood permeated the air. Countless lives had already fallen to Xiang Yes' hands. Kill, kill, kill. Xiang Yu led the charge, rushing forward with the entire troop forming a triangular formation, and he was at the tip. Kill, kill, kill. The Yuan spear swung, flesh and blood flying, blood gushing forth. At this moment, there was not a trace of white on Tasha's body, already soaked in blood. The entire troop advanced with great difficulty. Suddenly Xiang Yes' gaze sharply turned towards the Cunxiao tent several tens of meters away, where a figure dressed in Cunxiao robes was retreating towards the rear army guarded by several generals. Xiongnu Cunxiao. Xiang Yes' heart awakened instantly. The target was indeed the Cunxiao of the Xiongnu. Brothers, charge. The man ahead is the Cunxiao of the Xiongnu. As long as we capture and kill him, the disaster at Yanmen Pass will be over. Brothers, kill for me. Xiang Yes' roar exploded in the ears of all the Yanmen Iron Cavalry warriors. Instantly, the Yanmen soldiers who had become numb from the killing were revitalized. The Cunxiao of the Xiongnu. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill. Instantly, the previously exhausted Yanmen soldiers were invigorated, madly waving their swords and spears. The speed of killing and advancing increased further. The shouts of killing shook the heavens, startling Yufu Luo, who had just stepped out of the main tent. He looked at the frenzied Yanmen Iron Cavalry and the unstoppable Xiang Yu, and his anger erupted. As the Cunxiao of the Xiongnu, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Moreover, to be frightened by a Han man. Kill them, my men. Kill these Han people. Gather the entire army. At all costs, surround and kill the Han. Warriors, listen. Those who advance will be rewarded. Those who retreat will be executed. Those who kill Han soldiers will be rewarded with 10 gold. Those who kill Han commanders will be rewarded with 1,000 gold. They will be promoted 3 ranks. Yufu Luo was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he bellowed loudly as more and more Xiongnu soldiers gathered around. Kill the Han. Under the allure of heavy rewards, valiant men would emerge. The Xiongnu soldiers, originally fearful of Xiang Yes' might and reluctant to approach, suddenly charged at them as if on drugs. Kill, 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 kill the Han. Though they dared not confront Xiang Yu, they felt bold enough to take on ordinary Han soldiers. The allure of money and power drove these Xiongnu soldiers mad. In an instant, the counterattack by the Xiongnu posed a significant obstacle to the Yinmin Iron Cavalry, slowing their advance considerably. Haha, warriors, do you see? The Han are faltering, kill them. Seeing the Yinmin army slow down, Yu Fuo burst into laughter, and as the surrounding Xiongnu soldiers grew in number, he was no longer anxious. Hearing Yu Fuo's arrogant words, Xiong Yu frowned, glancing around. His original force of 10,000 Yinmin soldiers had now dwindled to only 7,000. However, Xiong Yu did not show any signs of worry and roared once more. Brothers, think of your parents, and wives behind you, think of the land of Yinmin Pass. Follow me and kill. Kill, kill, kill. Hearing Xiong Yu's encouragement, the Yinmin Iron Cavalry, which had again begun to fatigue, instantly regained some energy and charged fiercely forward. The Yinmin Iron Cavalry slowly advanced, paying a heavy price for each step forward. Constantly people were cut down, flesh and blood flying. 50 meters from the Cunxiao of the Xiongnu, there were still 6,500 men. 40 meters from the Cunxiao of the Xiongnu, 6,000 men. 35 meters from the Cunxiao of the Xiongnu, 5,500 men. 30 meters from the Cunxiao of the Xiongnu, 5,000 men. Kill, kill, kill. Surround and kill the Han. Seeing the Yinmin Iron Cavalry getting closer step by step, Yu Fuo lost his composure and shouted loudly. Suddenly Xiong Yu raised his head sharply, his eyes locking onto the Cunxiao of the Xiongnu, a glimmer of delight flashing in his gaze as he bellowed. Yin Shi-san, let the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry strike. In an instant, the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, which had been following the Yinmin Iron Cavalry, emerged, cloaked in an aura of death and shrouded in darkness. A chilling air of slaughter instantly enveloped the scene. Everyone felt as if a deathly presence loomed, their bodies turning cold, as if the god of death had descended. The Xuanjia Iron Cavalry has appeared. In an instant, the aura emanating from the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry captured everyone's attention. Is this the aura of a 10th tier troop? Looking at the stunningly displayed Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, Yu Fuo exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. The Yinmin army actually possesses 10th tier troops. Could it be that the Han are once again planning to annihilate the Xiongnu? Seeing the emergence of the 10th tier troops reminded him of the time in the Western Han, when the Xiongnu were nearly exterminated by the General Huo Qubing. It is said that the great General Huo Qubing, with his 10th tier special troops, the Breaking Slave Guard, nearly captured the Han Emperor Liu Bang alive, forcing the Xiongnu to retreat far into the desert with no king's court remaining in the southern desert. The Xiongnu lamented, having lost my Chilean mountains, my livestock do not thrive. Having lost my Yinji mountains, my brides lose their color. Thus, upon seeing the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, Yu Fuo was shocked and terrified. Could it be that the Han Emperor is not debauched and neglectful, nor is he indifferent to state affairs, nor are eunuchs in control, but rather is he seizing the opportunity to slaughter the Xiongnu again? In an instant, Yu Fuo was panicked. Not only was the Cunxiao of the Xiongnu shocked, but even the Xiongnu soldiers were astonished, as every warrior longed to become a 10th tier special soldier. The Xiongnu were astonished, but Xiong Yu was not surprised, nor was the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry. Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, follow me to kill. Xiong Yu roared again, directly wielding the Yuan spear, flesh and blood instantly flying. Kill. Without further ado, the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry quietly swung their large blades. Puffed. The sound of blood gushing forth became the best response from the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry. There was no noise, every soldier moved mechanically and rigorously, wielding their weapons toward the enemy. Kill. Xiong Yu took the lead, followed by the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, with the remaining 5,000 Yinmin Iron Cavalry charging towards the Xiongnu's center army. In an instant, flesh and blood flew and waves of blood surged. The entire Xiongnu camp was directly breached, rapidly closing in on Yu Fuo. Kill. Brothers, the opportunity for achievement is right before us. With the addition of the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, the entire troop seemed to accelerate, instantly transforming into an arrow shooting towards Yu Fuo. Quick, quick, kill, kill, kill. Stop the Han army for me quickly. Those who kill Han soldiers will be rewarded with 100 gold. Those who kill Han commanders will be rewarded with 10,000 gold. They will be promoted 5 ranks. Seeing Xiong Yu leading the Yinmin army charging towards him, Yu Fuo panicked, instantly, completely losing the calm demeanor he had moments ago. Especially upon seeing Xiong Yu rapidly approaching him, he immediately recalled Xiong Yu's extraordinary performance during the day and could no longer remain seated. Kill. Looking at the Cunxiao of the Xiongnu, just 10 meters away, Xiong Yu was filled with excitement. As long as he captured the Cunxiao, he would succeed. Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, kill for me. With a surge of imposing aura, they rushed rapidly towards Yu Fuo. Xiong Yu's eyes gleamed with fierce excitement as he gazed upon the Xiongnu Cunxiao standing 10 meters away. Capturing him would end it all and secure his own immortal glory. Black Iron Cavalry, charge. His aura surged violently as Xiong Yu roared, swinging his Yuan spear in a blinding arc. Each strike sent bodies hurtling backward, blood erupting in crimson torrents. Arc, kill, kill. The Black Iron Cavalry moved like soulless war machines, cold, relentless, swinging their weapons without pause, reaping life after life with mechanical precision. No, please. I don't want to die. I'll give up the gold. I don't want to die. Watching comrades rush forward only to fall lifelessly one after another. Vibrant lives snuffed out in an instant. The Xiongnu soldiers broke. Terror seized them. They began begging for mercy. Yet Xiong Yu's gaze remained locked, unblinking, on Yu Fuo. already fleeing into the distance. Charge now! Xiang Yu bellowed again, scanning the battlefield. A look of iron resolve hardened across his face as he commanded aloud, Yan Shisan. Lead the black iron cavalry straight through. Seize the Xiongnu Chanyu at all costs. Indeed, he deliberately bypassed the 5,000 Yinmen iron cavalry lest their slower pace hinder the assault. Yet this carried grave risk. Pressure would multiply and casualties among the black iron cavalry were inevitable. But Xiang Yu could wait no longer. Understood, Lord. At his order, Yan Shisan acted instantly, raising his hand in signal. In an instant, 99 black iron cavalry riders converged upon Xiang Yu, forming a razor-sharp wedge formation around him. Charge! Xiang Yu thundered, once more gripping the reins of his legendary steed Tashu Shinju and launching himself headlong toward the Xiongnu Chanyu, while the 100-strong black iron cavalry surged forward in perfect unison. In that instant, the black iron cavalry unleashed apocalyptic devastation. Wherever they passed, gore and terror bloomed like storm-tossed waves. They crashed into the Xiongnu ranks like unstoppable armored behemoths. Demons! They are demons! Run! Flee for your lives. No, I won't die. Gazing upon that blood-soaked juggernaut, humanity's grim reaper incarnate, the Xiongnu troops shattered. Panic erupted. Soldiers scrambled wildly, trampling one another in desperate flight. The Xiongnu army collapsed. Instantly, Xiang Yu's path cleared. Halt, Chanyu! Where do you think you're going? He bellowed, but saw too late that the Chanyu was already retreating. Kill him now! With a powerful kick against Tasha's flanks, Xiang Yu shot forward, determined to seize the Chanyu. Archers, loose arrows. Stop him. Whoever halts him, 10,000 gold pieces. 5 ranks of promotion. Seeing Xiang Yu closing in fast, Yufu Luo panicked, dashing frantically toward the rear lines while shouting orders to impede his advance. True to form, greed overrode fear. Though none dared face, Xiang Yu blade their bows sang death in furious volleys aimed squarely at him. In moments, a dense storm of arrows enshrouded Xiang Yu, slowing his charge. Damn it, hellfire! As his speed faltered, and the Chanyu vanished toward the rear, fury ignited within Xiang Yu's chest. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly the earth trembled, as if struck by a cataclysmic quake. Such seismic upheaval seized every eye on the field. There, in the distance, thick plumes of smoke billowed skyward. Flames engulfed the horizon on all sides. Panicked whinnies pierced the air. Thunderous chaos rolled ever closer. No, the warhorses have stampeded. Yufu Luo's face contorted in primal dread, his expression frozen in horror as though witnessing the very gates of hell swing wide. Ha ha ha, Guansheng and Xiong Kuahai have done well. Chanyu, I'm afraid our little game ends here. Let's resume battle tomorrow, if you still have troops left standing. Huh. Xiang Yu wheeled his mount sharply and galloped away, laughter ringing across the battlefield. The moment those infernal flames lit the night sky, he knew Guansheng and Xiong Kuahai had executed their mission flawlessly. The original plan had been simple. Xiang Yu would engage the Xiongnu central camp hidden, drawing attention and ideally capturing or slaying the Chanyu. But the true objective was far greater, triggering a mass stampede among the Xiongnu's warhorses. Over 200,000 beasts driven mad. Fire would spark chaos. Panic would shatter discipline. Devastation would follow. Admittedly, failing to capture or kill the Chanyu was a minor disappointment. Still, the core objective had been achieved. He eagerly awaited the scale of tonight's triumph. Withdraw! Xiang Yu shouted, voice ringing with triumphant command. Watching Xiang Yu's departing figure, Yufu Luo felt a surge of anger, wishing he could tear him apart piece by piece. However, he had no time to deal with Xiang Yu now, because their warhorses had gone berserk, and this was not just a few dozen or a few hundred horses. It was a full 200,000 to 300,000 warhorses. The Xiongnu cavalry mostly rode 2 horses each, as this configuration provided the greatest mobility, and the Xiongnu had no shortage of warhorses. However, Yufu Luo did not expect that these Han people would dare to venture out of Yinmen Pass. Since the time of Emperor Wu of Han after Wei Qing and Huo Qubing, the Han had ceased to be dominant, instead becoming increasingly cowardly, with few daring to confront them directly. Therefore, Yufu Luo did not believe that the Yinmen army would dare to leave Yinmen Pass, and was not very vigilant about the protection of their warhorses. But the Han army actually came out, and he fell for the trap. Or rather, the entire Xiongnu camp fell for it. Xiang Yu's strategy was completely a diversion. They attacked the central army with full force, drawing all the Xiongnu warriors' attention, while sending people to set fire, primarily aiming to raid their stables. The goal was to drive the Xiongnu's warhorses into a frenzy. The Yinmen army succeeded. However, this frenzy turned into a disaster, completely unrestrained by the main army's charge. Boom, boom. The warhorses galloped wildly. The ground trembled violently. There was no stopping them. They couldn't stop. They couldn't be halted. Watching hundreds of thousands of warhorses engulfed in flames charging forward, the ground shook madly, and Yufu Luo's face turned pale with fear. What the hell? Who can withstand this? Hurry up! Get out of here! Yufu Luo roared. The whip in his hand struck harshly against the horse's back. The force was so great that it left deep gashes on the back of the sweat-blooded horse. Giddy up! Giddy up! Hurry! In this moment of crisis, at the brink of life and death, Yufu Luo had completely disregarded his image. In the face of death, everything seemed trivial. Boom! Boom! The frenzied warhorses were getting closer. Like a mountain crashing down, and a tsunami roaring towards those Xiongnu soldiers. Bang, 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 crack, crack, crack. Those caught off guard were directly knocked into the air by the rampaging warhorses, experiencing the feeling of free flight. But this was not a pleasant experience. Every soldier struck by the warhorses was left with broken bones and gushing blood. After landing, they were trampled into a pulp by the warhorses. There was no escape, no way to flee. With hundreds of thousands of warhorses going wild blocking out the sun, they couldn't escape on two legs, couldn't run far, and with people everywhere, how could they run? Those soldiers without horses could only watch in despair as the rampaging warhorses charged towards them, then either to the heavens or to the ground, and then there was no more after that. Hurry, 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 go faster, go faster. Yufu Luo urged the Han blood horse, striking its back fiercely, wishing he could directly give his steed 2 wings and fly up into the sky. Yufu Luo and the others were being chased frantically by the rampaging warhorses, and the entire Xiongnu camp was thrown into chaos. It should be noted that the Xiongnu's warhorses were not just running wildly and crashing about, they were also engulfed in flames. When these horses charged through the Xiongnu armies, many tents were ignited by the fire. And then the area on fire grew larger, spreading from south to north, from east to west, destroying countless tents. The entire Xiongnu camp was completely blown apart, transforming into a sea of fire with the warhorses neighing and roaring, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Having reunited with Guansheng and Xiongquahai on the city walls of Yanmen Pass, Xiang Yu looked towards the blazing Xiongnu camp, a smile appearing on his face. He did not have Zhao Feng gather all the Yanmen army soldiers to expand their victory while the enemy was in chaos. As a commander with a value of 101, he naturally understood that marching into the fray against the rampaging hundreds of thousands of warhorses at this moment would be tantamount to suicide, potentially dragging the Yanmen army into the chaos. Ding! Congratulations, player Xiang Yu, for completing phase task 2. Hard hit on the Xiongnu, striking their arrogant spirit. Reward 300 reputation points and a special equipment supreme ring. Just as Xiang Yu stood on the city walls of Yanmen Pass, gazing at the blazing Xiongnu camp, the system's sprites prompts. However, the system's prompt stunned Xiang Yu. 300 reputation points made him very happy, but what was this supreme ring for? A flash of light, and instantly a ring embroidered with a black and gold dragon appeared in Xiang Yu's hand. Name supreme ring. Type equipment. Special features. 1. Contains a space of 10,000 cubic meters, with time frozen, cannot store living creatures, but items from reality can be placed into the game expedition. 2. 2 binding slots for pet souls capable of freely communicating with pets. Damn, this reward is too generous. Looking at the features of the Supreme Ring, Xiang Yu was instantly thrilled. This was actually a storage type equipment. For a player, especially a lore type player, this was simply a strategic resource. As the saying goes, before the army moves, the supplies must be prepared. The world of expedition is much larger than the real world, with a much larger population. Once a battle breaks out, it could involve hundreds of thousands or even millions of troops, and supplies are of utmost importance. When an army moves out, there will definitely be a long supply train following, which not only slows down the marching speed, but is also easily susceptible to theft and destruction, causing battles that should have been won to be lost. Therefore, in this relatively realistic expedition, supplies are very important, but this Supreme Ring actually has a space of 10,000 cubic meters, which can hold 13,000 tons of food, enough for 210,000 soldiers for 30 days. It must be said that with this Supreme Ring, he no longer needed to worry about the army's supply issues. And this was not even what surprised Xiang Yu the most. The most exciting part was that items from reality could also be stored in the ring and brought into expedition, which was quite extraordinary. Back then in reality, he had killed Lord-level, Overlord-level monsters, and even Emperor-level beasts, but he always felt regret because he couldn't consume all the meat. The higher the level of monster meat, the more precious it is to humans, primarily because it can enhance physical fitness and strength, making it akin to evolutionary meat for humans. Of course, high-level monster meat is excellent, but you might not be able to defeat them. And even if you can, you might not necessarily. The issue was that Xiang Yu could defeat them. He could kill Emperor-level beasts and even Imperial-level beast kings, but he couldn't consume them all. How could he eat such a massive body? But now it was different. The Supreme Ring could bring monster meat into the game, which was a tremendous benefit for Xiang Yu. Monster meat not only enhances the player's strength, but also has effects on the natives within expedition. Just think about it. If he sold monster meat in Luoyang, what kind of sensation would it create? Imagine placing the meat of an Emperor-level beast before Emperor Ling of the Han Liu Bei or Cao Cao. How shocking. Moreover, the second feature of the Supreme Ring made him even more excited. Pets. Collecting 2 Emperor-level beast pets would be incredibly glorious. The first thing that came to Xiang Yu's mind was flying-type pets which could soar into the skies. Looking at the Supreme Ring, Xiang Yu couldn't help but be ecstatic. This reward was too powerful, and he couldn't help but anticipate what kind of extraordinary reward Phase Task 3 would bring. The flames and explosions of the Xiongnu camp lasted throughout the night, only calming down when the red sun rose in the east, leaving chaos in its wake. As the sunlight broke through, the ground was littered with corpses of horses of soldiers. Blood stained the entire Xiongnu camp, inducing a wave of nausea. The scene was truly unbearable. During that night, the Xiongnu lost nearly 100,000 warriors, and most of the warhorses fled, with almost 90% perishing. When the Xiongnu Chanyu Yufuluo returned to the camp seeing the hellish scene, he broke down in tears. Yesterday he had been pursued relentlessly by frenzied warhorses for an entire night, nearly losing his life. Now witnessing his camp in such disarray, he felt an unbearable anguish within. "Oh, the Han people, I will not kill you, I swear, I will not be human." Yufuluo roared to the heavens making an oath, yet he still did not know the name of Xiongnu, although the face of Xiongnu had been deeply etched in his mind. Uft, uft, uft. In a fit of rage Yufuluo suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. "My lord!" The people around exclaimed in shock, rushing to support him. Having suffered such a heavy blow, Yufuluo fell into a faint again, and for a moment they did not know what to do. Instantly the entire Xiongnu camp was enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow, fear, and desolation. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of the Xiongnu camp, the Yanmen Pass was filled with joy and excitement. After the scouts relayed the situation from the Xiongnu camp, the Yanmen soldiers gazed at Xiongnu with extreme admiration, as if he were a war god. With his strength alone he had battled against 8 Xiongnu chieftains, swiftly slaughtering 7 of them. Despite being at a disadvantage, he led 20,000 iron cavalry to attack the 200,000-strong Xiongnu camp, ultimately employing a feigned attack to force the Xiongnu to retreat, crippling their combat strength and nearly capturing the Xiongnu Chanyu. At this moment Xiong Ye's prestige soared among the nearly 100,000 soldiers of the Yanmen army and the Nirvana. General Zhao, now that the Xiongnu's morale is low after a night of exhaustion and fright, they are like startled birds. I suggest we gather all our troops and engage them in battle to expand our victory. Xiongnu clasped his hands towards Zhao Feng and said grandly. Upon hearing Xiong Ye's words, the smile on Zhao Feng's face faded instantly, and he pondered seriously. Are you confident? We must remember that they are the Xiongnu cavalry. Even if their strength has diminished, they should not be underestimated. Zhao Feng said with a serious expression. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, a confident smile appeared on Xiong Ye's face, and he then straightened his expression, saying loudly, General Zhao, rest assured, I Xiongnu vow to break the Xiongnu today. Xiong Ye's tone was filled with confidence. Indeed, the Xiongnu, now heavily wounded, were at their weakest moment. Zhao Feng looked deeply at Xiongnu and said, Since you Sima Xiong are confident, I will provide you with 45,000 troops, and along with your own forces a total of 70,000 will attack the Xiongnu camp. After we achieve success, I will personally request merit for you from the court. Charge. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, a smile broke out on Xiong Ye's face. There was no denying that at this moment, he felt a greater fondness for this first-rate scholar general. Brothers, the Xiongnu have been severely damaged due after a night of turmoil. Their horses are nearly all lost, and their armor is non-existent. This is the perfect opportunity to determine the fate of the world. Are you all willing to fight with me and drive the Xiongnu out of Yanmen? Fight! Drive the Xiongnu out of Yanmen. Fight! Drive the Xiongnu out of Yanmen. Hearing Xiong Ye's roar, Guan Sheng and Xiong Kuahai, who stood at the front of the army, immediately responded with furious shouts. Fight! 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 Surprisingly, upon hearing Xiong Ye's roar, the 70,000 troops shouted in unison, their hearts surging with excitement, many soldiers looking at Xiongnu with fervent enthusiasm. They believed that as long as Xiongnu led them, they could defeat the fierce Xiongnu cavalry. Let's move. Seeing the morale high, Xiongnu nodded in satisfaction, without a moment's hesitation, ready to fight. Soon Xiongnu led 55,000 infantry and 15,000 cavalry to a point 1 mile away from the Xiongnu camp. Looking at the dilapidated Xiongnu camp in the distance, his eyes narrowed. In an instant, Xiongnu formed a plan in his heart, choosing to press the entire army forward and confront them head-on. Yan Shisan, lead the Xuanjia cavalry and charge ahead, ensure to slow the speed of the Xiongnu cavalry. Yes. There was no other sound, only Yan Shisan's cold reply. Xiong Kuahai. Here, my lord. Upon hearing Xiongnu call him, Xiong Kuahai immediately responded loudly. I entrust you with 55,000 infantry. Once the Xiongnu cavalry is forced to a stop by the Xuanjia cavalry, lead the entire army to attack. Can you do it? Yes. I Xiong Kuahai guarantee with my life that I will not let my lord down. Upon hearing Xiong Ye's command, Xiong Kuahai's eyes widened as he responded loudly. Guan Sheng at your service. I entrust you with 15,000 Yanmen cavalry. When Xiong Kuahai and the enemy become locked in combat, charge directly and determine the fate of the world. Can you do that? Xiongnu turned to Guan Sheng with a stern face and asked loudly. Upon hearing Xiong Ye's command, Guan Sheng stroked his magnificent beard filled with pride and responded loudly. I Guan Sheng will not let my lord down. Good. Today's battle will determine the fate of the world. To slay the Xiongnu dogs, it all relies on the soldiers' lives. Follow me, kill. Xiongnu roared once more, stepping on the snow with 100 Xuanjia cavalry at the forefront. Indeed, Xiongnu chose to confront them head-on. Since the Xiongnu had lost their edge and had endured a night of turmoil, there was no need for cunning schemes. Kill. At once Xiongnu led the charge, 100 riders at the front, filled with intense battle spirit and murderous intent, heading towards the Xiongnu camp. In fact, after experiencing one attack, Yufuluo no longer dared to underestimate the Yanmen army. He had long stationed scouts at the Yanmen Pass, and upon learning that the Yanmen army was advancing towards them, Yufuluo was instantly enraged. He directly gathered the remaining forces and set up outside the Xiongnu camp. 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry and 40,000 Xiongnu infantry. Indeed, a full 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry were burned and trampled to death overnight, with only 30,000 horses remaining and the rest either dead or having fled. The devastation of the camp was brutally extreme. Boom, boom, boom. The mighty Yinmen army quickly arrived at the ruined Xiongnu camp. Seeing the dark mass of the enemy waiting for them, Xiong Yu raised an eyebrow. However, Xiong Yu did not flinch. With a wave of his hand, the Yinmen army of 70,000 came to a halt. Riding treading snow, Xiong Yu leading 100 Xuanjia cavalry gradually approached within an arrow's distance of the Xiongnu formation, his eyes fixed on the Xiongnu Chanyu, who was mounted on a steed with a blood-red coat and wearing a golden crown. Han people, today, I vow to slay you to avenge the grievances of my hundreds of thousands of tribesmen. Yu Fuluo said angrily as he looked at Xiong Yu. Xiong Yu chuckled without responding, instead directly opening the attribute panel of his opponent. Name Yu Fuluo. Level First Class General. Identity Southern Xiongnu Chanyu. Leadership 88. Martial Strength 82. Wisdom 92. Politics 90. Favorability Hatred. Innate Skills 1. Chanyu Aura passive against the Xiongnu possesses a natural aura of favorability, while in office the production of Xiongnu cattle and sheep increases by 100. 2. Xiongnu Overlord. When the Xiongnu are in danger, can activate the skill to summon 300,000 warriors from various Xiongnu factions. 3. Xiongnu War Master leads the Xiongnu army, gaining 5 leadership when facing other barbarian forces, gaining 4 leadership when facing the Great Han army. 4. Xiongnu Berserker. When roaring, Xiongnu warriors gain 2 martial strength with a maximum increase of 8 points. Damn. Looking at the attributes of the Xiongnu Chanyu, Xiong Yu was instantly surprised that this Xiongnu Chanyu could summon 300,000 Xiongnu cavalry. The expansion of expedition is tenfold, and the population also increases tenfold. The Eastern Han should have 5 to 600 million, and the Xiongnu must have at least 10 to 20 million. However, it must be said that looking at the opponent's skill, Xiong Yu felt a bit envious. He could directly gather an army of I, Xiong Yu of Yemen, do not change my name or my surname. Does the Xiongnu Chanyu dare to battle with me? Unknown. Duel. Indeed, Xiong Yu aimed to strike at the morale of the enemy. After demonstrating his might yesterday, he did not believe anyone would dare to challenge him. Sure enough, as soon as Xiong Yu's words fell, the Xiongnu formation stirred, yet no one dared to step forward, and Yu Fuluo's face turned ashen. Duel? Duel? What a joke. Even the remaining Xiongnu chieftains shrank back, looking around nervously. A duel? That was not a duel, that was a death sentence. As expected, Xiong Yu's prediction was right. The Xiongnu formation was in an uproar, and no one dared to step forward, all looking at Xiong Yu with fear and respect, for they had witnessed his terrifying prowess yesterday. Seeing the Xiongnu remain silent, Xiong Yu couldn't help but smile faintly, though his expression turned serious. With a deep breath, he shouted, "Hey, what is the meaning of not fighting but retreating?" Undeniably, this quote from the fierce Zhang Fei's famous duel saying was one that Xiong Yu particularly liked. The Xiongnu camp erupted in noise as Xiong Yu aggressively called for a duel, while their Chanyu and generals hesitated, causing the already low morale to plummet further. Seeing the arrogant Xiong Yu, Yu Fuluo's brows furrowed deeply. A duel was out of the question. To send someone forth would be a death sentence. Looking at the large number of Yinmen infantry in the distance, and then at their remaining 30,000 cavalry, Yu Fuluo knew they could not delay any longer. Otherwise, the last remnants of morale would be completely destroyed, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. People of my clan brothers, the Han have wronged us Xiongnu by coming here and destroying our camp, causing the deaths of over 100,000 of our warriors. Today is the day for revenge. Brothers kill. Yu Fuluo suddenly stood up, roaring as he initiated the attack. Charge in, avenge our blood and honor. Yu Fuluo issued the order, and instantly 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry thundered forward in a massive, unstoppable charge. Seeing the enemy launch their assault, without hesitation, Xiong Yu inwardly cursed their dishonor, his expression hardening into grim resolve. He tightened the reins and raised his Yuang spear high, roaring with thunderous might, in Yin Shursan. Black armor, iron cavalry, follow me into battle. He yanked the reins, his steed Tashu reared upright on its hind legs. Xiong Yu lifted the Yuang spear aloft and bellowed, in Yin Shursan. Black armor, iron cavalry, follow me into battle. Indeed, Xiong Yu intended to halt the Xiongnu cavalry's momentum dead in its tracks, using nearly 100 elite black armor iron cavalry to achieve what seemed impossible. Such was his unwavering decision. Across the realm, land-based troops were divided into infantry and cavalry, distinct branches with divergent strengths and tactical roles. In both the Yinmen army and the Xiongnu iron cavalry ranked as 7th-tier elite soldiers, yet battlefield supremacy obeyed the principle of elemental counterplay. On open plains, galloping cavalry could effortlessly pierce infantry formations again and again, sowing chaos before descending into slaughter. In this very truth explained why the Yinmen army, though equal in tier, dared not engage the Xiongnu iron cavalry in open field combat. Yet within city walls or narrow alleyways, where mobility vanished, the Xiongnu iron cavalry, stripped of speed and maneuverability, would be butchered by infantry of equal rank. Now Xiong Yu's sole objective was to force the Xiongnu cavalry to a standstill, using his 100-strong black armor iron cavalry. depriving them of motion, thus enabling the Yinmen infantry surging close behind to close in for brutal hand-to-hand combat. Finally, Guan Yu, commanding 15,000 elite Yinmen iron cavalry, would enter the fray, delivering devastating repeated charges that would shatter then annihilate the Xiongnu ranks. As for casualties among the black armor iron cavalry, Xiong Yu no longer weighed them. Having already earned the supreme ring upon completing phase task 2, he now contemplated what reward phase task 3 might bestow. Charge, in wave upon wave of Xiongnu cavalry, dark, dense, and terrifying, surged towards Xiong Yu, brandishing curved sabers that exuded the cold breath of death. Black armor iron cavalry, follow me into battle. Xiong Yu hefted the Yuang spear and charged forward at the vanguard. And kill. Clad head-to-toe in heavy armor, fully armed and fearsome as armored behemoths, the black armor iron cavalry surged into motion, keeping pace with Xiong Yu, their aura thick with lethal unyielding dread. Warriors, charge. Slay Xiong Yu and his 10th tier iron cavalry. Watching Xiong Yu lead only 110th tier elite cavalry straight into the teeth of 30,000 Xiongnu horsemen, Chan Yu Fulua sneered in contempt. Though 10th tier troops were formidable, such reckless deployment defied all military wisdom. Yet he roared once more, urging his men onward. Ding! Chan Yu Fulua's skills, Xiongnu Overlord and Xiongnu Berserker, have activated. The Xiongnu formation opposes the Han faction. Xiongnu Overlord grants 4 command. Yu Fulua's current command stands at 92. With a thunderous roar, Chan Yu Fulua activates Xiongnu Berserker, boosting the martial prowess of every Xiongnu cavalryman by 2. Hearing Yu Fulua's skill activate, Xiong Yu, racing forward at full gallop, snorted coldly. Power surged through his body like a rising tide, his aura swelling vast and overwhelming, blanketing the entire battlefield. Then he bellowed anew in black armor iron cavalry. Kill, kill, kill. Ding. Player Xiong Yu's innate talent, critical annihilation, has activated. Talents Star Crusher and Peerless Prodigy have also activated. Player Xiong Yu's base martial prowess is 121. Critical annihilation adds 15, Star Crusher adds 15, wielding the Yuang spear grants 7-0, and riding the divine steed Tashu adds another 7. His current martial prowess stands at 165. Ding. Under the influence of player Xiong Yu's Peerless Prodigy, Chan Yu Fulua's martial prowess decreases by 3, now standing at 79. Ding. Under the influence of player Xiong Yu's Peerless Prodigy, Chan Yu Fulua's command decreases by 3, now standing at 89. Kill. In learning that Yu Fulua's command had plummeted to 89, Xiong Yu's confidence soared. His own command stood at 101, a peerless transcendent commander, while his foe was merely a first-rate strategist. One regret lingered: Yu Fulua had not personally entered the fray, else a single strike of the spear would have ended him. In the blink of an eye, across the vast windswept plains of Yinmen, Xiong Yu's 100-strong black armor iron cavalry collided head-on with the 30,000-strong Xiongnu host. Instantly, crimson mist billowed into the air. And kill, 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 kill. At the moment of impact, the heavily armored black armor cavalry, massive and tank-like, transformed into relentless war machines. Their broad, heavy blades wielded from atop mighty warhorses cleaved enemy riders cleanly in two. Crimson filled the air. Blood sprayed in torrents. Flesh and bone flew in chaotic arcs. Screams erupted like shattering glass. Viewed from above, the collision appeared horrifying, where 300,000 Xiongnu cavalry met 100 black armor iron cavalry. The Xiongnu ranks crumpled inward like soft tofu struck by an iron rod. Indeed, the black armor iron cavalry were supreme 10th-tier specialized troops. Each warrior enhanced by unique refinement and discipline surpassed ordinary 7th-tier Xiongnu soldiers by 4 full tiers, translating to at least 40 points of raw martial superiority. Contact meant instant rupture, immediate collapse. NTHWSH, NTHWSH, NTHWSH. Silently swinging their massive blades. No cries, no emotion, no distraction. Only flawless mechanical precision accompanied by the wet, sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh. Aha! End screams tore through the Xiongnu ranks. Desperate, hopeless, clinging to life, with final wrenching cry. Charge! Pierce! Pierce again! In witnessing the black armor iron cavalry's extraordinary performance, Xiong Yu's lips curled into a fierce smile, and he roared once more. Tashu kicked off the ground, propelling Xiong Yu instantly before a Xiongnu battalion commander. No, don't kill me. Please spare me. And the commander's vision blurred. Then Xiong Yu loomed before him, and terror seized his soul. Kill! And Xiong Yu's voice dropped low and sharp. His Yuang spear shot forth like a silver dragon roaring through the void, aimed straight for the commander's throat. A flash of light, not glint of cold steel, arrived first. Then the spear struck like lightning. In desperate to parry, but too late. In shink. In blood erupted in a crimson arc. And the battalion commander fell, dead. And kill. Xiong Yu roared again, swinging the Yuang spear in a blinding arc. Cold light slashed through air, ahead tumbled free, blood gushed forth. And kill. 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 Though both were cavalry, 100 heavily armored black armor iron cavalry had swiftly shattered and pierced the ranks of 30,000 Xiongnu horsemen. Whoa! And turn back. Turn back. Pierce again. And having broken through, Xiong Yu wheeled Tashu around, raised the Yuang spear high, and bellowed, in charge. Clop, clop, clop. and no words answered, only the heavy rhythmic thunder of hooves. The black armor iron cavalry raised their blades once more. And kill, 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 and another storm of blood and gore swept across the field. Crimson mist thickened, screams never ceased. Within mere minutes, Zhang Yu led the black armor iron cavalry through a second devastating charge, every warrior drenched head to toe in blood. Yet two had fallen. Comrades, follow me once more. And Zhang Yu wheeled his mount again, his entire being radiating murderous chi, his aura steeped in blood and slaughter, leading 98 remaining warriors into the maelstrom. Kill, 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 and demons. They are demons. And struck twice by Zhang Yu's black armor iron cavalry, the Xiongnu cavalry broke into utter panic, screaming as the armored host bore down upon them once more. Chaos erupted. And kill. And facing disarrayed, terrified Xiongnu cavalry, the black armor iron cavalry surged forward again, meeting wide-eyed horror and despair with yet another tempest of blood and steel. Pierced again. And Zhang Yu wheeled his mount, scanning the field. 7 more black armor iron cavalry had fallen. He knew well, though they were 10th tier elite troops, they were still human. And bud. And comrades, follow me once more. And Zhang Yu unleashed another earth-shaking roar, his killing intent, battle fury, and murderous aura coalescing into the visage of a true demon god. Clop, 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 in silent response. Only the deep, resonant drumbeat of armored hooves striking earth as they charged once more toward the increasingly terrified Xiongnu ranks. No, no, they're demons. Demons, and no, I won't die. I must return to the steppe. Back to the steppe. Gazing upon the demongod-like black armor iron cavalry, the Xiongnu cavalry shattered utterly. Panic consumed the men, trampled one another, fleeing blindly in every direction. And was it because the black armor iron cavalry had slain so many? No. And across multiple charges they had slain fewer than 5,000. And yet each charge moved like the scythe of death itself. Wherever they struck, shadow and silence followed in their wake. The Xiongnu cavalry collapsed completely. As the black armor iron cavalry charged anew, disorder exploded. Soldiers near the point of impact stampeded sideways, colliding wildly with comrades. Chaos reigned. 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry scattered. Horses crashed together, blades accidentally impaled allies or skewered the rumps of neighboring mounts. Yet nothing could halt the black armor iron cavalry's next advance. NTHWSH, NTHWSH, NTHWSH. After yet another deluge of blood and carnage, Zhang Yu turned his mount and surveyed the shattered, disordered Xiongnu ranks, then smiled. He glanced around. Another rider had fallen. This time he did not order another charge. The Xiongnu cavalry had halted, and Xiong Kuahai, leading 55,000 Yinmen infantry, had already encircled them. Brothers, glory and distinction await us now. Charge! In mounted atop his fiery steed, Chitan Huolangju, Xiong Kuahai roared, and led the Yinmen infantry forward to deliver the final decisive slaughter. Charge! In advance! And having witnessed Xiong Yu's miraculous feat, shattering the Xiongnu cavalry repeatedly with just 100 riders, the Yinmen army's morale soared beyond measure. Close quarters combat. The Yinmen infantry feared none. And kill, and wielding battle blades with frenzied might they rushed the Xiongnu cavalry, clashing with a fresh eruption of crimson mist. No, no, impossible. Our Xiongnu iron cavalry are invincible. How can this be? Watching his cavalry fall under systematic slaughter, Guan Yu stood frozen, speechless. From the outset, as Zhang Yu repeatedly pierced his lines, he had grown frantic, yet utterly powerless to respond. Now seeing his elite cavalry massacred en masse, his agitation intensified. Though Guan Yu of the Xiongnu, he commanded no vast centralized army. His power rested solely on kinship and tribal loyalty. On the steppe, strength lay in clans, not empires. Now Zhang Yu slaughtered his own people. Quick, send forward the 3,000 dismounted warriors. Instantly Euphaloa recalled his 3,000 foot soldiers, stripped of horses but still armed and battle-ready. And they surged forward, attempting to relieve their beleaguered cavalry. Haha, Guan Mao has waited long. Yinmen iron cavalry, follow me. Now is the hour to win glory. And just as the 3,000 Xiongnu infantry entered the battlefield, Guan Sheng, who had lain in wait at a distance, led the last remaining 15,000 Yinmen iron cavalry into the fray. Iron cavalry versus foot soldiers, a one-sided massacre. All is lost. And seeing the Yinmen iron cavalry erupt onto the field, Guan Yu stared in disbelief, then cried out in shock and spat a mouthful of blood. When cavalry confronted infantry, the outcome was an utter one-sided slaughter. The moment the iron cavalry of Yinmen Pass appeared, the fate of the Xiongnu was sealed. Charge! Zhang Yu plunged into the fray. On the battlefield, the Yinmen troops surged with overwhelming morale, unleashing a gale of blood and gore. Soon, under the relentless tide of slaughter, the Xiongnu could no longer hold their ground, and mass surrenders began. Zhang Yu finally broke free from combat and swept his gaze across the battlefield, his eyes locking onto the position of the Xiongnu Guan Yu. Damn it, he's fleeing, already vanished into the distance. Indeed, the Guan Yu, escorted by a mere few dozen riders, had bolted far away, utterly abandoning any semblance of dignity or resolve. Black armor cavalry, follow me in pursuit. Zhang Yu roared, yanked the reins of his steed Tashu, and surged forward. Capturing the Guan Yu held immense strategic value. Nay, Tashu thundered ahead steadily, closing the gap between pursuer and prey. Yet upon spotting Xiang Yu's pursuit, the Chanyu Yufu Luo panicked utterly, abandoning his elite guards and fleeing at breakneck speed atop his divine-grade steed, the Heavenly Blood Horse. Damn it! Though Tashu too was a divine-grade mount, exhaustion from prolonged combat had sapped its strength, and now the Chanyu's Heavenly Blood Horse pulled steadily farther ahead. Xiang Yu of Yinmen, I Yufu Luo shall remember you well. If you dare come to the steppe and face me again, or else my Xiongnu legions shall march upon your gates. Confident he had outdistanced his pursuer, Yufu Luo bellowed these words from afar. Damn it, he's issuing threats. Riding atop Tashu, Xiang Yu stared speechlessly. Was this truly how a Chanyu ought to speak? Whoa! Realizing pursuit was futile, Xiang Yu halted his mount without hesitation. As for the Chanyu's taunts, Xiang Yu shook his head faintly. Truth be told, he had long dreamed of leading his forces deep into the steppe. For leisure, yes, but also to complete stage mission 4. But was it feasible? Could 3 million Xiongnu cavalry possibly be assembled and defeated? This was undoubtedly a healthier challenge, especially with only 15,000 elite Yinmen cavalry at his command. Don't jest. The legendary Huo Qubing himself, commanding 15,000 7th-rank Yinmen cavalry, would be exhausted to death attempting such a feat. And as for the threat of gate battering, utter nonsense. Had the Chanyu truly possessed the will and means to deploy hundreds of thousands of cavalry, he would not have arrived with merely 200,000. The Han Empire, tenfold enlarged, was no easy target for any aggressor. Though its emperor ruled with folly, the imperial court teemed with brilliant strategists and generals. Indeed, should the emperor so desire, he could mobilize millions, perhaps even tens of millions, of troops through sheer martial resolve. Ding! Congratulations, player Xiang Yu. You have completed stage mission 3, defeat the Xiongnu and safeguard the lives of 1,500,000 citizens of Yinmen Pass. Reward 500 reputation points, 1 Yuwa heaven-mending stone. Just as the Chanyu's figure dwindled into the horizon and vanished entirely, the system's sprite's chime rang sharply, jolting Xiang Yu back to reality. Simultaneously, a smooth, egg-shaped stone shimmering with iridescent light materialized in his palm. What on earth is this? A Yuwa heaven-mending stone. His mind reeled. Could mythic figures truly exist? Instantly, his gaze locked onto the radiant prismatic stone in his hand. Name Yuwa heaven-mending stone. Type creation stone rare. Trait may optimize any equipment, bestowing miraculous transformative properties. Damn it, capable of optimizing any equipment. Reading its description, Xiang Yu stood dumbstruck. Was there any ability more extraordinary? His thoughts instantly flew to the village establishment edict. He knew the edict's tier could be upgraded. In his previous life, many players began with ordinary edicts, only later fusing them upward after acquiring superior versions. Could this Yuwa heaven-mending stone elevate his platinum tier village establishment edict to divine rank? And if even a platinum tier edict granted such astonishing talent enhancements, what might a divine tier edict unleash? Undeniably, a surge of wild elation swelled within Xiang Yu. To most players, this reward might seem modest, but in his hands it was undeniably the most coveted prize imaginable. No, I must remain calm. Which equipment should I optimize first? With that thought, Xiang Yu opened his long-neglected attribute panel. Name Xiang Yu Peerless General. Class General. Title Magistrate of Nyepan Town. Command 101. Martial Prowess 121. Strategic Acumen 98. Statesmanship 101. Equipment General Soul Card, Unique Heroes Pagoda, Unique Dragon King, Hall, Unique Supreme Ring Special. Items Yuwa Heaven-mending Stone Rare. Mount Tashu Steed Divinitier. Weapon Yuwang Spear Divinitier. Reputation 1200, 3200 emerging talent known by tens of millions of players. Subordinates Xiong Kuahai, the purple-faced Celestial King, Peerless General, Historical Warrior, Guan Sheng, the Great Sword Master, Transcendent Historical Warrior. Fused General Souls Li Yuanba, the Heaven-defying Warrior, Temujin, the Sovereign Genius. Innate Talents. 1 Sovereign Genius passive for every nomadic tribe of 800,000 warriors annihilated, all attributes permanently increased by 2. 2. Dance with Wolves and Eagles passive, when confronting wolves or avian beasts, their affinity toward you increases by 50. 3. Overlord's Dominance passive in battle. If an enemy general's martial prowess is lower than yours, your own decreases by 3. If their command is lower, your command decreases by 3. 4. Bountiful Harmony passive, while governing a territory, your lands enjoy perfect climate balance, immune to natural disasters, and yield increases by 10%. 5. Khan's Wild Hunt. When wielding bow-type weapons against generals, each arrow grants 5 martial prowess, stacking up to 20. Against beasts, each arrow grants 6, stacking up to 30. 6. Reaping the Field easily suppresses generals and soldiers whose martial prowess falls below 80, cutting them down in mass. 7. Invincibility. When dueling generals whose martial prowess is below 100, each additional opponent grants 5 martial prowess, capping at 20. 8. Critical Annihilation. Each strike grants 5 martial prowess, up to a maximum of 15. 9. Army Breaker. When charging alone into enemy formations, martial prowess increases by 15. Studying his attribute panel, Xiang Yu's gaze lingered longest upon the equipment section. General Soul Card, Unique Heroes Pagoda, Unique Dragon King Hall, Unique Supreme Ring Special, and of course the Platinum Tier Village Establishment Edict. One of these 5 items would become the Nuwa Heaven-Mending Stone's chosen vessel. The Hero's Pagoda draws 1 historical general per month from the annals of China's Three Kingdoms era, an already formidable artifact. What might it become after optimization? The Dragon King Hall contains vast spatial dimensions, floats freely in midair, and is shielded by a 5-colored radiance capable of withstanding assaults from 3 Emperor-tier beast sovereigns. What transformations might await it? The Supreme Ring houses a 10th cubic space vault, capable of transporting real-world objects in a far expedition, plus 2 pet slots. What enhancements might emerge post-optimization? And the General Soul card, drawing 1 historical general monthly, or burning 1,000 reputation points for an immediate summon, confuse, recruit, and subdue. What marvels might arise from its refinement? Gazing upon these artifacts, Xiang Yu sank into profound contemplation. The Dragon King Hall is Xiang Yu's home, in reality a place of refuge undeniably important. However, Xiang Yu excluded the Dragon King Hall from consideration. Though the Dragon King Hall is significant, it is merely a palace. If one possesses great strength, any place can serve as a refuge, the entire world can be a sanctuary. Thus the key lies in enhancing one's own strength. His gaze fell on the Supreme Ring, hesitating for a moment, then Xiang Yu excluded the Supreme Ring, as well recognizing it as merely an external object, a mere aid. Even after optimization, it merely increases space and the slots for pets, lacking substantial significance. Thus only the Platinum Village Building Order and the Hero's Tower, as well as the Soul Card, remain. These 3 items are somewhat similar. The Hero's Tower and the Soul Card both involve summoning historical generals. If he had to choose, Xiang Yu immediately excluded the Hero's Tower, as he believed the Soul Card's functions were slightly better, allowing for fusion and reclamation. Therefore, after such exclusions, only the Soul Card and the Platinum Village Building Order remained. The Platinum Village Building Order is a 2nd-tier building order with absolutely powerful functions, enhancing the innate qualifications for local recruitment. Originally, an S-level talent can be upgraded to SS level, and an exceptional talent can become a peerless one, immensely powerful, and it also includes a military camp, which is a significant advantage. After upgrading, the Platinum Village Building Order transforms into a divine-level building order, making its functions even more extraordinary. The capabilities it might offer would surely astonish him, especially for players of Lord class from Blue Star. Xiang Yu was immediately torn. He wanted to optimize both the Platinum Village Building Order and the Soul Card. He remembered growing up in a small city on Earth, Quan City, where he had a playmate named Fatty Zhongmeng. Before the 6th grade, his academic performance was outstanding, excelling in everything, but after 6th grade, he faced severe blows from reality, leading to a decline in intelligence and a stunted growth, even being teased by the class flower Zhang Yaqing, whom he had harbored a crush on for 3 years. All of that was inconsequential. The key was that he was no longer short, now possessing a perfect height, and his looks were extraordinarily striking. Well, in this place where demon beasts roam, and in this chaotic world, it doesn't matter much. But what exactly happened during this time? Why was he so different from the short, poor boy in his memories? Now he resembled Pan, and yet why had the memories of being teased by the class flower vanished? How did he end up here? Xiang Yu did not know what had truly transpired. However, he knew that after waking up, this green soul card had been in his hand, and he was reborn after being killed by the Overlord-level demon beast Thundercloud Tiger. Unquestionably, this soul card was extremely important to him, undeniably crucial, at least in Xiang Yu's view. Thus, while his face was filled with signs of struggle, his gaze ultimately settled on the entirely green soul card. The Nuwa Stone for Mending the Sky is undoubtedly very precious and extraordinarily remarkable. Though not the only item, it is certainly not easy to obtain, there is no doubt about it. Optimizing the Platinum Village Building Order is undoubtedly a good choice. For Lord-level players, a powerful territory is the foundation of existence. However, Xiang Yu still decided to take out the soul card, and resolutely stated optimize the soul card. Although he was unsure whether his choice was right. Though he was unclear whether optimizing the soul card would reveal the secret to returning home. And he was uncertain if he would get the Nuwa Stone again after using it this time. Even though, he still chose to optimize the soul card, hoping to return to Earth to see and clarify. Even though, he still chose to optimize the soul card, hoping to return to Earth to see and clarify. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Xiang Yu's voice fell, the Nuwa Stone emitted a radiant light, enveloping the soul card, causing it to hover above the wilderness. Xiang Yu looked on with eager anticipation. Even his body, which possessed extraordinary combat power, trembled slightly, revealing an unusual tension. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The colorful light surged surrounding the soul card. Moments later, all the colorful light entered the soul card and fell back into Xiang Yu's hand. Xiang Yu eagerly glanced at it. Name: soul card type. Equipment. Unique features. 1. Twice a month summon historical generals, excluding those from the Three Kingdoms. Confuse can summon, can enter dungeons for reclamation. 2. Can burn 1,000 reputation points to summon historical generals, excluding those from the Three Kingdoms. Confuse can summon, can enter dungeons for reclamation. 3. When entering dungeons to reclaim historical generals, can bring out their special troops. 4. When entering dungeons to reclaim historical generals, can also reclaim others as long as their loyalty is at full value. They can be brought out of the dungeon. 5. Can burn reputation to bring troops into the dungeon world. 100 reputation can carry 20,000 ordinary soldiers or 2,000 special soldiers. Looking at the features of the optimized soul card Xiang, you let out a heavy sigh. There was nothing that, no news about Earth. The optimized soul card did not present the functions Xiang Yu had anticipated. Undeniably, the soul card had indeed been optimized. Its functions had become even more powerful, yet Xiang Yu still, forget it. What's the point of being troubled about this? It's already been 3 years, I should let it go. In an instant, Xiang Yu adjusted his mindset. Undeniably, the 3 years of training in his previous life had indeed strengthened his inner self significantly, making his capacity for acceptance and adjustment incomparable to the student he had been on Earth. The optimization of the soul card made Xiang Yu realize that it was likely merely a tool, although he was uncertain if this possibility was correct. However, once his mindset was adjusted, Xiang Yu was immediately attracted by the functions of the optimized soul card. Indeed, the optimized soul card became even more powerful with an additional free chance to summon historical generals each month. Moreover, aside from fusion and reclamation, there was an added summoning function similar to the Hero's Tower. This undoubtedly provided Xiang Yu with more choices. For instance, if he simultaneously summoned the greatest generals from history by Qi and Han Xian, he certainly couldn't fuse them both, could he? Wouldn't that be an immense waste? Furthermore, it seemed challenging to enter dungeons and reclaim the other party, Han Xian, a brilliant commander. If he demanded an army of 1 million to defeat him before submission, how could Xiang Yu manage that? Xiang Yu admitted that his combat prowess was undoubtedly remarkable, but facing the unparalleled commander Han Xian, with 1 million troops hidden, what could he possibly do? The innate commander skill he had was incomparable to that of Genghis Khan. Thus, having this summoning function undoubtedly made things more secure. Additionally, when entering dungeons to reclaim historical generals, being able to bring their special troops out was also an impressive feature. Just think, if he were to enter a dungeon and reclaim Yu Fei, he would gain his 10th tier troops, the Beiwei army. If he managed to reclaim Li Cunxiao, how enticing would the Yin Yun 18 riders be? If he were to reclaim Huo Qubing, he would acquire the legendary troops that defeated the Xiongnu. And he could also bring an army into the dungeon, thereby amplifying his strength. Undeniably, the optimized soul card was absolutely extraordinary. Yanmingwen serves as the gateway to resist the northern tribes, playing an exceedingly vital role for the entire northern frontier of the Han Dynasty. Especially for the people of Yinming County and Bingzhou, it profoundly affects every heart. Upon hearing that the Xiongnu dispatched 200,000 iron cavalry for plunder, the citizens of Yinming and Bingzhou were filled with dread, retreating into the mountains early and hiding their food, hoping only for the Xiongnu to pass quickly. As for whether the garrison at Yinming could hold the line, no one believed it, for the garrison had disappointed them too many times. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Victory. Good news. Xiang Yu of Yinming led the garrison to a great victory over the 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry. Victory. Good news. Xiang Yu of Yinming led the garrison to a great victory over the 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry, driving them back to the steppes. The joyful cries of victory echoed across the land of Yinming County, resonating throughout the 14 counties of Yinming. The 250 citizens, initially tense and fearful, were stunned and elated. The Yinming garrison has held its ground. They will not be plundered. The news was swiftly relayed to the administrative center of Bingzhou in Jinyang, reaching the governor Ding Yuan. Report. Urgent news from Yinming, 800 miles away. A long whistle shattered the tranquility of Jinyang, drawing everyone's attention to the weary Yinming soldiers. Could Yinming have fallen again? Pray tell, has Yinming fallen again within a day? Ding Yuan said helplessly, at once drawing the attention of the civil and military officials of Bingzhou to the Yinming soldier. Damn it. If it weren't for being entangled by the Xinbei and Wuyuan, how could the Xiongnu be so rampant? As soon as Ding Yuan finished speaking, a voice filled with unwillingness suddenly rang out. The speaker, wearing a trident-shaped purple gold crown draped in a scarlet flower robe from Sichuan, clad in armor adorned with the head of a beast and equipped with a bow and arrow, spoke fiercely, standing tall at 9 feet, imposing and regal. Fengxian, my son, do not be angry. Wuyuan cannot do without you. Ding Yuan could not help but console Lu Bu, then turned to look at the Yinming soldier. Report to the governor. A great joy. Xiang Yu of Mai in Yinming personally led 25,000 troops to support Yanmingwen. On that day, he fought 8 enemies alone, killing 7 captains, and at night, led 2,000 Yinming iron cavalry to ambush the 200,000 Xiongnu camp, trampling their camp and killing tens of thousands. The next day, leading 70,000 Yinming soldiers, he battled against 80,000 Xiongnu troops, slaying 50,000 and capturing 30,000, achieving a great victory. The messenger from Yinming concluded his report. The entire governor's hall instantly fell silent like a pin drop. Silence. Shock. Unbelievable. To fight 8 enemies and slay 7 captains. To trample their camp and kill tens of thousands. To engage in fierce battle, slaying 50,000 and capturing 30,000. A great victory. Ding Yuan looked at the messenger in disbelief, while Lu Bu was left dumbfounded. How could one person slay 7 Xiongnu captains? In the governor's office. From Ding Yuan to the guards, the faces of everyone were filled with shock, all expressing what the hell. There was no way around it, it was shocking. Everyone knew the situation at Yanmingwen. A garrison of around 70,000 and 2,000 cavalry against 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry. The outcome was easy to foresee. Even if Lu Bu himself were to lead, it would not suffice. Now this sudden Xiang Yu had single-handedly annihilated 200,000 Xiongnu. It was undoubtedly a stunning victory. Ha! Good. Excellent. Another fine man has emerged in Bingzhou. Ding Yuan suddenly laughed heartily, praising him. Report to the governor. General Xiang Yu has stated that as a man of Yinming, he must guard the safety of Yinming, and therefore wishes to continue defending Yinming to protect the elders. At this moment the Yinming messenger continued, Excellent. Excellent. Hearing the words of the Yinming messenger, Ding Yuan paused for a moment, then immediately shouted with joy again. Bingzhou is close to the various tribes of the grasslands, especially vulnerable at the north, which includes Weiyuan and Yinming County. Weiyuan County already has the flying General Lu Bu stationed for protection, and if Yinming also has the suddenly emerging Xiang Yu guarding it, then Bingzhou will no longer fear invasion from foreign tribes. Excellent. I will personally report to the court. This is a great victory, and I will seek merit for Xiang Yu. Ding Yuan laughed heartily. Lu Bu beside him said nothing, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. On the other side, after the great defeat of the Xiongnu, Xiang Yu prepared to return to Nirvana Town with 20,000 Nirvana troops. Xiang Sima, I truly owe you this time, otherwise the elders of Yinming would have to suffer again. But do not worry, I have reported to the governor. I believe Xiang Sima will soon return to Yinming to guard it with me. Outside Yinming, Zhao Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, General Zhao. I, Xiang Yu, as a man of Yinming, must do my utmost for the elders of Yinming. Xiang Yu clasped his hands and said with righteous fervor, General Zhao, we shall meet again. Farewell. After bidding farewell to Zhao Feng, Xiang Yu left Yinming with the Nirvana troops accompanied by 50,000 Mongolian horses collected around Yinming. The harvest this time cannot be considered small, with various rewards, 50,000 warhorses, and the potential for upcoming official positions. Why defend Yinming? Undeniably, Yinming is not as affluent as the Central Plains. However, it is situated in the north, allowing access to the vast grasslands, providing a continuous supply of warhorses, while also being able to launch attacks into the Central Plains. In Xiang Yu's eyes, it is undoubtedly an ideal place for kingship. Competing for supremacy over the world is certain, and the layout is just right. Upon returning to Nirvana Town, Xiang Yu entrusted everything to Zhang Yun and quickly arrived at the town master's office. Because today marks exactly 1 month since he last drew from historical generals, he can draw again. Xiang Yu first took out the Hero's Tower. Ding. Would you like to use the second month's permission to summon historical figures from the Hero's Tower? The system sprite's prompt echoed. Use it. Xiang Yu spoke in a deep voice. After enduring so much, his heart no longer swayed easily. As the words fell, the Hero's Tower instantly emitted a white light, and one by one virtual projections appeared displaying figures. Some were middle-aged scholars with their hair tied up, some were stunningly beautiful women, and others were rugged generals with thick beards. The virtual projection showcased 5 characters, 1 renowned minister, 1 stunning beauty, and 3 fearsome generals. Character 1 Yuchi, known as Yu Miaoyi, with martial strength of 75, a leadership of 62, politics of 36, the intelligence of 78, charm of 95, and talent of 93. Character 2 Wu Mu Yu Fei, with martial strength of 101, a leadership of 105, politics of 43, and intelligence of 79. Character 3 Silver Hammer General Pei Yu Inqing, with martial strength of 108, a leadership of 85, politics of 63, and intelligence of 72. Character 4 Cold-Faced Handsome Spear Luo Chung, with martial strength of 103, a leadership of 91, and politics of 65, and intelligence of 82. Character 5 Wang Shichong, a tyrant from the late Sui dynasty, with martial strength of 79, a leadership of 83, politics of 85, and intelligence of 82. What the hell? The quality this time is so high, even Yu Ji and Yu Fei have appeared. Looking at the figures above, Xiang Yu couldn't help but let his eyes shine with excitement. Looking at the figures on the virtual projection and the information below, Xiang Yu couldn't deny that he felt quite pleased inside. Of course, he was even happier not to look at the last one. This was the first time Xiang Yu had seen the woman who captivated the ancient overlord Xiang Yu, who ultimately sang the resounding song of the Cunxiao, with strength to lift mountains. My spirit surpasses all. Time is against me, and my steed does not run fast. My steed does not run fast. What can be done? You what can be done? Before him, Yuji's long jet black hair flowed like a spring, intricately styled into a bun, with a jade hairpin loosely securing it, and a golden step shake at it. Long pearl adornments trembled and swayed at her temples, her brows untouched, yet naturally dark, her skin fair and smooth, as if unblemished by powder, her lips like ripe fruit, and her hand gently caressing the strings of an ancient zither, producing a melodious tune. Undeniably, Yuji was truly beautiful, a beauty of intellect, a softness that instinctively provoked a strong desire for protection. TSK. If I really summon Yuji, I wonder if the Western Chu Overlord Xiang Yu will Seemingly recalling something, Xiang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he admired the classical beauty of Yuji, once more turning his gaze to the formidable generals he might summon. Yu Wumo Pei Yu Inqing Luo Chung. Undoubtedly these 3 are exceptional subordinates. Any one of them would be satisfactory, but the one Xiang Yu looked forward to the most was undoubtedly loyal Yu Fei. Regardless of whether Yu Fei's loyalty was foolish or not, Xiang Yu simply liked him. Ahem. Ding. Would you like to draw? The prompt sound rang out. Draw. Xiang Yu said without a moment's hesitation. His mindset had already calmed. He only hoped not to draw the Sui final tyrant, Wang Shiqiong, among the five. As his voice fell, the virtual projection immediately began to flicker. 4 of the 5 figures vanished in an instant, leaving only one, which quickly transformed one after another, accelerating until only after images remained. Soon a figure appeared. Before him stood a spirited young man holding 2 large silver hammers. Wow. It's actually Pei Yuanqing, the 3rd hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Looking at the spirited young man wielding the 2 8-pointed silver hammers, it was none other than the silver hammer general Pei Yuanqing. Xiang Yu was instantly overjoyed. Pei Yuanqing's combat prowess was definitely remarkable. Although he did not possess the overall quality of Yu Fei, his martial strength alone was unparalleled. Pei Yuanqing is a character from the novel Shua Tang Xuanzhuan, known as the 3rd fierce general of the Sui and Tang dynasties, immensely strong, wielding a pair of silver hammers, each weighing 300 pounds. His steed was the night illuminating jade lion, and it is said that he was the reincarnation of Neza. He gained fame by withstanding 3 blows from Li Yuanba. Would you like to summon him? The prompt sound rang out again, bringing Xiang Yu back from his joy. Summon. Ding. As Pei Yuanqing is not a character from the 3 kingdoms, a special identity is implanted. Matching. Match successful. Pei Yuanqing is implanted with the identity of a person from Yinmen County who greatly admires the player Xiang Yu for defeating the Xiongnu and will come to pledge allegiance today. Hearing the system sprite implant Pei Yuanqing's identity, Xiang Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. Oh, what difference does it make whether it's implanted or not? Having used the summoning authority of the Hero's Tower, Xiang Yu took out the General Soul card again. Undoubtedly, compared to the Hero's Tower, the optimized General Soul card was the main event. He had 2 free chances and a total of 1,200 prestige points, so he could draw 3 times. Undoubtedly, after this draw, his general strength would increase like never before. Of course, the premise was that he drew an exceptional character. Ding. The General Soul card has 2 free opportunities. Oh, would you like to draw? The system sprite's voice rang out again. Draw. The green card instantly transformed into a large green turntable inscribed with 9 sections, Ancient Pre-Qin Qin, and Han Tu Jin Sui, and Tang 5 dynasties Song, and Ming, and 9 figures quickly flashed in. The mischievous demon king Cunxiao Jin, the Jade Qilin, Lu Junyi, the king of heaven Zhao, Gao, the great general of the Tianbao, Yuan Qingdu, the white robe, Chen Qingji, the cold-faced cold gun, Xiao Luo, Sheng the gate god, Qin Xiong the gate god, Wei Qigong the king of war, Ranmin. Huh, 2 gate gods. Looking at the gate god Qin Xiong and the gate god Wei Qigong, Xiang Yu scratched his head. Could it be that he was meant to draw a gate god today? The turntable lit up with a red glow as the 9 figures swiftly traversed back and forth, commencing the drawing. Xiang Yu's gaze fixed on the turntable, watching intently. Undeniably, the quality of this draw was also good. Aside from Cheng Yaojin being a slacker, the rest were excellent. The red light spun rapidly under Xiang Yu's watchful eyes, finally coming to a slow stop on a name that astonished him. Ranmin. It's actually him. Xiang Yu was taken aback. He certainly knew who the king of war Ranmin was, and he was definitely a fierce character. Ranmin established the Ranwei regime during the late Western Jin and was known as the Emperor Ranmin. However, the regime he established did not last long before being extinguished. Moreover, the character of Ranmin is controversial in history. Records indicate that at that time Ranmin issued a decree to kill the Hu, leading to an unprecedented scale of ethnic revenge against the Hu by the Han people, resulting in mass slaughter, with bodies strewn everywhere and rivers flowing with blood. In Yi City alone, over 20,000 were slaughtered, with Han and Hu people fighting without a month of peace and corpses covering the fields. A fierce man. Help me pull up Ranmin's attribute panel. Xiang Yu said eagerly. Regardless of the controversies surrounding Ranmin, the combat power of the King of War was undeniably formidable. Ranmin had experienced countless battles in his life, including 6 fierce battles. In the first battle, he led 3,000 Han cavalry to break the Xiongnu camp at night, killing several enemy generals, advancing hundreds of miles, and slaying 30,000 Xiongnu. In the second battle, he led 5,000 Han cavalry to crush 70,000 Hu cavalry. In the third battle, he defeated over 30,000 coalition troops of the Hu with 11,000 men. In the fourth battle, he suffered defeat before winning again, beheading 40,000 Hu with 10,000 troops. In the fifth battle, his 6,000 Han troops nearly annihilated more than 10,000 Chang and D coalition forces. In the sixth battle, he faced 14,000 Murong Xianbei cavalry with fewer than 10,000 infantry. Undoubtedly, he was a fierce man, an invincible general, a powerful commander, ranked among the top few invincible generals in history. Name: Ranmin, king of war, level peerless general commander, 95 martial power, 112 wisdom, 81 politics, 80 talent skills. 1 grass cutter, easily suppresses generals and soldiers below 80 martial power, sweeping through enemies. 2. Elite cavalry. When commanding cavalry, all troops gain 5 martial power, and his own martial power increases by 3. 3. Spear king gains 10 martial power when using spear-type weapons. 4. Unparalleled. For each enemy general below 100 martial power, his own martial power increases by 3 points up to a maximum of 9 points. 5. Slaughter, who gains 5 martial power and 5 commander power when fighting against foreign races, and 3 martial power for his commanded troops, while the enemy's martial power decreases by 3. 6. Emperor's Wrath. When fighting, if enraged, gains 10 martial power, if enraged again, gains an additional 5 martial power, If the opponent's martial power is lower than his own, the opponent's martial power decreases by 3. Wow, this is just too luxurious. Seeing Ran Min's attribute panel, Xiang Yu instantly lost his composure, feeling envious. This was just too exaggerated. 6 great talent skills. It should be noted that the previous Li Yuanba only had 4. Damn. No wonder he was a fierce emperor who made foreign races scream in terror. Ding. You have drawn the general soul of King Wu Dao Ran Min. Do you wish to fuse, subdue, or summon it? The system sprite's prompt sounded abruptly, pulling Xiang Yu back from his envy and jealousy, signaling that it was decision time. There are 3 options. First, fusion. He could directly fuse Ran Min's general soul, allowing all of his skills to become his own. I must say this is indeed a very good idea, or rather a very tempting one. The skills of Tu Hu and the Emperor's Wrath are absolutely formidable. After fusion, his combat power would surely soar once again. The second option is to subdue him, entering the dungeon to capture him, and possibly subduing some fierce generals from Ran. However, this option was quickly dismissed by Xiang Yu in that era. Aside from a few particularly famous figures, he really didn't. As for the last option, summoning it undoubtedly meant that if he could summon Ran Min, he would gain a loyal and formidable emperor, which would be incredibly beneficial against the northern foreign tribes. Without a doubt, Xiang Yu was left with only 2 choices, either fuse or summon. Forget it, I'll summon him. In the end, Xiang Yu painfully chose to summon. He realized the sharpness of the General Soul card, which could fuse any historical general, consolidating combat power, leadership, politics, strategy, and various skills, all into one. It could completely forge a peak in combat power, leadership, strategy, and politics, creating an unprecedented leap. This, in Xiang Yu's view, was the true purpose and value of the General Soul card. However, despite understanding its sharpness, he still did not choose to fuse. It would be too wasteful. Ran Min would undoubtedly be a great ally against the Hu people, though fusing him for just 1 or 2 skill traits was not worth it. Ding. You have drawn the general soul of King Wu Dao Ran Min. Do you wish to fuse, subdue, or summon it? The system sprite's prompt sounded again, pulling Xiang Yu back to reality. Summon. This time Xiang Yu did not hesitate at all, and spoke directly. Ding. Since King Wu Dao Ran Min is not a figure from the 3 kingdoms, special identity implantation is in progress. Matching successful. Ran Min has been implanted with the identity of a person from Wu Yuan of Bingzhou. He grew up in the frontier with his mother killed by the Xiongnu, his father by the Xianbei, and his younger brother by the Wuhuan, harboring a deep-seated grudge against the foreign tribes. Hearing of player Xiang Yu's great victory over the Xiongnu, he greatly admires him and has come to seek refuge. What the hell? The system is going to have Ran Min confront the foreign tribes heathen. Hearing the identity implanted for Ran Min, Xiang Yu was instantly speechless. It was clear that Ran Min was meant to clash with the foreign tribes. Ding. The General Soul card has 1 more free opportunity. Do you wish to continue drawing? After summoning King Wu Dao, the system sprite's prompt sounded again. Continue summoning, my luck is good today. Indeed, the initial draw of Pei Yuanqing had a combat power of 108, an extraordinary warrior, and Ran Min's combat power is even higher at 112, along with powerful innate skills. With 2 extraordinary warriors emerging, Xiang Yu's luck today was phenomenal, and he must continue to draw. As the words fell, the azure disc suddenly transformed again, and the 9 heads quickly changed. The loyal Yu Fei, the chaotic demon Cheng Yaojin, the jade Qilin Lu Junyi, the leopard-headed Lin Chong, the traveler Wu Song, the tower-holding king Zhao Gao, the cavalry hero Hor Qubing, the war immortal Han Xian, and the first emperor Ing Zheng. What the hell? Han Xian and Qin Shi Huang have appeared. Looking at the 2 figures on the azure disc, Xiang Yu was instantly energized. Han Xian, a founding hero of the Western Han Dynasty, an outstanding military strategist in Chinese history, one of the 4 saints of military strategy, and a representative figure of military thought known as the Immortal of War and the Divine Commander. Shao He praised him as a person unmatched in the nation, while Liu Bang commented, in battle, he is victorious. In attack, he does not miss. EY cannot compare to Han Xian. The terms unmatched in the nation and unparalleled in merit reflect people's evaluations of him during the Chu-Han contention. As a commander, Han Xian captured Wei, replaced others, defeated Zhao, coerced Yin, struck Qi in the east, and eliminated Chu at Gaixia, gaining fame throughout the land and awe from the world. He is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of leadership, a truly formidable subordinate. Undeniably, if he were to draw Han Xian, he could completely fuse with him, inheriting all of his abilities, or summon him to be a strong subordinate. If Han Xian had already shocked Xiang Yu, then the other one made him drool. Qin Shi Huang, the Eternal Emperor. Qin Shi Huang was a politician, strategist, and reformer in ancient China, the first historical figure to unify China, and the first monarch to bear the title of emperor. He swept through the 6 states, unified the realm, abolished feudalism, established commanderies and counties, created the imperial system, and standardized characters, currency, and measurements. Leading an army of 3,000 against the Xiongnu and deploying 6,000 to conquer the Baiyue, he built the Great Wall and constructed the Lingxiu, the Eternal Emperor. No matter how future generations criticize and amplify Qin Huang's flaws with their own emotions, it cannot be denied that without Qin Shi Huang there would be no unified China, and he certainly deserves the title of the Eternal Emperor. Xiang Yu was truly drooling. He did not care much about Qin Shi Huang's various attributes, but he was drooling over his innate skills. Undoubtedly, in this world constructed by the will of the Blue Star, innate skills are exceptionally amplified. Especially for renowned figures, their innate skills are remarkably powerful and extraordinary. Their basic attributes may not be impressive, but their innate skills will definitely leave you in awe. Just like Guan Sheng, who appeared based on the martial saint Guan Yu, a mere top-tier general, whose combat power surged to an astonishing 150 points after fully unleashing his innate skills. What about the war immortal Han Xin and the so-called eternal emperor Qin Shi Huang? How extraordinary could their innate skills be? Who knows, since Xiang Yu hasn't drawn them, yet how would he know? However, this does not stop Xiang Yu's inner joy. He also felt that figures at the emperor level like Qin Huang, Han Wu Tang, Zhong Song Zhu, and Genghis Khan were all meant for fusion. They may not excel in combat, but their innate skills should be formidable, otherwise how could they become leaders of an era? At that moment the wheel lit up with a red glow, signaling the start of the draw, with the red light swiftly darting among the 9 heads beginning the selection. Xiang Yu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the wheel, observing the 9 individuals. Aside from the anticipated Qin Huang and Han Xin, the others were not too shabby either, with Yu Fei, Huo Qubing, and the Jade Qilin Lu Junyi among them. All 3 were excellent choices, undoubtedly high-quality subordinates. Of course, the most captivating to Xiang Yu were still Qin Huang and Han Xin. The red light spun rapidly, and under Xiang Yu's intense gaze the speed of the red light slowly began to decelerate, ultimately coming to a gentle stop. Damn it, you're playing jungle. The red light finally stopped at a chubby, somewhat silly-looking fellow wielding a Xianhua axe, the Chaos Incarnate, Cheng Yaojin. Not many people might know who Cheng Yaojin the Chaos Incarnate is. However, there are plenty of stories about Cheng Yaojin, of phrases like suddenly appearing Cheng Yaojin, and Cheng Yaojin's 3 axes are well known among the Chinese. Undoubtedly it's this guy who got picked. Instantly Xiang Yu's mood soured. Compared to Pei Yuanxing and the king of martial valor Ranmin, Cheng Yaojin is simply a nobody, let alone the legendary General Han Xin or the first emperor of Qin. Though disappointed, Xiang Yu quickly adjusted his mindset. Disappointment was inevitable, but it didn't mean he would always draw top-tier generals. Bring up Cheng Yaojin's attribute panel for me. Xiang Yu couldn't help but say. Disappointed as he was, his opponent was still a historical general. Named Cheng Yaojin, Chaos Incarnate, level top-tier general, command, 91 combat power, 90 strategy, 89 politics, 88 special skills, 1 lucky general, innate, blessed by fortune, able to turn misfortune into good luck, possesses a deep source of fortune. Note cannot be fused. 2 longevity, innate, naturally adept at health preservation, lives a long life. Note cannot be fused. 3 axes, first axe adds 10 combat power, second axe adds 5 combat power, third axe adds 5 combat power. Damn, he really is a lucky general. Seeing Cheng Yaojin's attribute panel, Xiang Yu was truly speechless. 3 innate skills were indeed impressive. If he could fuse them, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. But now, ding, you have drawn the soul of the Chaos Incarnate, Cheng Yaojin. Do you wish to fuse, tame, or summon? The system sprite's prompt sounded. What are the conditions for taming Cheng Yaojin? Xiang Yu couldn't help but ask. Fusion was definitely out of the question, but being able to enter the dungeon and play around would be fine. Ding, Cheng Yaojin cannot be tamed. His greatest pursuit is to live happily and joyfully. He cannot be tamed. The system sprite's voice echoed again, leaving Xiang Yu utterly speechless. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yu did not hesitate further, and directly said summon. Indeed, fusion was pointless. Just 3 axes would suffice for a direct summon. Ding. Since Cheng Yaojin is not a character from the 3 kingdoms, identity implanting is in progress. Ding. Match successful. Implanting Cheng Yaojin as a commoner of Yanmen, having heard that player Xiang Yu defeated the Xiongnu, his territory is quite safe, allowing him to play happily. He will come to seek refuge today. Damn, my mentality has exploded. Hearing the system sprite's words, Xiang Yu was at a loss for words. This is just too good. With a combat power of exactly 90 points, he is exactly top tier. Couldn't he have a bit more? He's not good in battle. Fusion is pointless, and his taming pursuit is utterly lacking. Ding. Detecting that player Xiang Yu still has 1,200 reputation points. Do you wish to burn them to continue summoning? Hearing the system sprite's question, Xiang Yu furrowed his brows. Don't burn them. After a moment of hesitation, Xiang Yu said. If it were before the optimization of the general soul cards, he would definitely choose to burn them and continue summoning, but after optimization, reputation points have more functions. Later he would inevitably draw characters like Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, or Yu Fei. Should he enter the dungeon then? Should he bring troops? It's uncertain, so he wasn't planning to use the reputation points just yet. Now my subordinates already include Guan Sheng, Xiong Kuahai, Pei Yuanxing, and Ranmin, 4 formidable generals, and I can completely go into reality to look for demon beasts to stir up some trouble. Just try to see if there are any suitable pets. Having tucked away the general soul card and the hero's tower, thinking of his little brothers, a gleam of excitement flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. Demon beasts, pet beasts. Fight. This time the selection of historical generals has yielded abundant rewards. Although a joker appeared at the end, Xiang Yu was already very satisfied with the formidable Pei Yuanxing, the 3rd hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties, whose combat power reached 108, and the mighty Wu Zhaotianwang Ranmin, known as the Terminator of foreign races, who established the Ranwei regime. Having drawn 2 peerless generals in succession, how could Xiang Yu not be pleased? With such strength, his forces now included 3 extraordinary generals and 2 super elite generals, Cheng Yaojin as the commander with a score of 91. Xiang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. What was the purpose of accumulating power in expedition? The fundamental reason was to expel the monsters from reality. Of course, some might argue that Xiang Yu could easily avoid the trouble of battling the monsters in reality and continue to live comfortably in the Dragon King's hall. But is it really that simple? Xiang Yu would smile and tell you that you are overthinking it. The purpose of the Blue Star will to construct a second world for humanity is to pit humans against monsters. Do you think you can rest once your combat power reaches its peak? Brother, you are truly overthinking it. As the days of peace pass, you will be astonished to find that the monsters around you are growing more numerous and stronger. It's like the novice village in a game. At first, the system protects you since you lack strength, but as time goes on, if you do not improve, you will be eliminated. Indeed, this is how reality in Blue Star works. In his last life, Xiang Yu could enjoy himself within a few kilometers range with the strength of a peak third-rate general and a decent warrior, and he did just that. But what was the result? Over time, the level of the monsters around him grew increasingly strong, not just releasing a king-level or emperor-level monster at once, but starting from the lower-tier monsters and gradually escalating their strength. By the time he died, he even encountered a sovereign-level thundercloud tiger accompanied by its underlings. So do you think you can play easily in reality? You are overthinking it, brother. According to the statistics gathered by players in the last life, the dominion of the Cunxiao was layered with hills and peaks, with a dominant monster every 10 miles, a king-level monster every 100 miles, an emperor-level monster every 1,000 miles, and an imperial-level beast lord every 10,000 miles. However, in just the past month, after surveying his surroundings, Xiang Yu discovered numerous emperor-level monsters within 100 kilometers and the presence of 2 imperial-level beast lords, and these monsters were slowly migrating towards the Dragon King's hall unbeknownst to him. Why is that? Could it be that the statistics gathered by players in the last life were incorrect? Of course not. Xiang Yu speculated that the will of Blue Star must be displeased with him. How could it be so strong, yet so cowardly? Thus, numerous monsters began to approach him unbeknownst and cause trouble for him. Come on. The reason I didn't engage with you before was that I lacked underlings and feared being overwhelmed, but now I will annihilate you all. Xiang Yu thought silently. Xiang Yu began to wait patiently. However, he did not have to wait long before the first underling arrived. My lord, a fat man with a big axe, has come outside claiming to pledge his loyalty to you. From his aura, he appears to be a first-rate general. Zhao Ting, with a shifty look and appointed as the guardian of Nirvana Town, hurried over to Xiang Yu and reported. Damn, this joker came so quickly. Upon hearing Zhao Ting's description, Xiang Yu immediately recognized the newcomer as Cunxiao. Let's go, a great general is coming to pledge allegiance. We must welcome him. Although Cunxiao is a joker, he is still a prominent general, a super elite general with a commanding score of 90. However, when Xiang Yu arrived at the entrance of Nirvana Town, he saw a plump man holding a large axe chatting joyously with a spirited young man around 15 or 16 years old brandishing a massive bronze hammer, while a cold 8-foot-tall man stood beside them. All 3 underlings have arrived. Looking at the trio, it was indeed Cunxiao, Pei Yuanqing, and Ran Min. Gentlemen, I am Xiang Yu of Nirvana Town. Have you come to pledge your allegiance? Xiang Yu stepped forward, smiling broadly as he asked, while his eyes glanced at Pei Yuanqing's attribute panel, since he was drawn from the Hero's Tower and did not have detailed talents and skills displayed. Name: Pei Yuanqing, Silver Hammer, General Qualification SSS Level, Peerless, General Identity, Villager of Nirvana Town, Combat Power 108, Command 85, Politics 63, Strategy 72, Loyalty 100, Devoted. Willing to face the mountains of knives and seas of fire without hesitation. Equipment: 8-pointed Silver Hammer, Platinum Grade, Mount Knight, Illuminating Jade Lion, Divine Grade. Talent skills: 1. Grass, cutting easily, suppresses warriors and soldiers with combat power below 80, sweeping them away in one fell swoop. 2. Hammer King, increases combat power by 10 when using hammer-type weapons. 3. Divine Strength, naturally strong, increases combat power by 10 when using heavy weapons. 4. A Double Hammer Mastery, skilled in hammer techniques, increases combat power by 3 per hit, with a maximum increase of 12 points. Needless to say, after reviewing Pei Yuanqing's talent skills, Xiang Yu was quite satisfied. The ability to increase combat power by 32 points through simple combat was quite impressive. I have come to pledge allegiance to General Xiang, but I would like to know if General Xiang has the ambition of Wei Qing and Huo Qubing to conquer the Wolf Mountain. If so, I, Ran Min, standing at 8 feet tall, am ready to obey. At this moment, Wu Zhao Tianwang Ran Min was the first to speak, addressing Xiang Yu with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Ran Min's words, Xiang Yu was not surprised and declared loudly, the foreign races have repeatedly invaded our Han dynasty and have taken advantage of our emperor's incompetence. I, Xiang Yu, share the ambition of Wei and Hua, and I will not allow the Huo cavalry to cross the Yin Mountain. Hearing Xiang Yu's passionate voice, Ran Min wasted no time and knelt on one knee, exclaiming loudly, I, Ran Min from Wu Yuan of Bingzhou, am willing to serve as a small soldier under your command and trample the Huo robbers. Me too. I have heard that General Xiang has defeated the Xiongnu and greatly admire him. I, Pei Yuanqing, am also willing to be the vanguard under your command. Quickly please rise. Upon hearing the 2 peerless generals submit, Xiang Yu was very pleased. However, what displeased him was that the joker actually hesitated. Damn it, can I ask if it's safe in Nirvana Town? Will there be enough to eat? Xiang Yu. After accepting the 3, the strength of the generals in Nirvana Town greatly increased, and Xiang Yu began to plan for a large-scale battle against the monsters in reality. Undoubtedly facing numerous surging monsters, ordinary soldiers of the 6th or 7th rank would not be of much use, so he did not plan to take the 250 soldiers of Nirvana Town out, especially with the imminent Yellow Turban Rebellion. These soldiers must not be disturbed. Thus he would only take the 90 Xuanjia Iron Cavalry. The Xuanjia Iron Cavalry is a special 10th tier unit corresponding to the strength of a historical first-rate general, which translates to a king-level monster in terms of monster levels. As for General Xiang Yu decided to keep the Joker Cunxiao. After all, he had super elite leadership and peak first-rate combat power, as well as first-rate intelligence and politics, making him absolutely suitable to guard Nirvana Town. Thus it can be said that this time he would lead the 90 Xuanjia Iron Cavalry along with 3 extraordinary generals and 1 super elite general. Adding himself, the entire team was equivalent to 4 Imperial-level beast lords, 1 Emperor-level monster, and 90 King-level monsters. Calculating these forces, a smile appeared on Xiang Yu's face. In his rebirth, he finally saw some improvement. Let the battle begin. A flash of brilliance swept across as a group of riders appeared in the vast and splendid Dragon King's Hall's giant plaza, namely Xiang Yu and Xiong Kuai. However, despite Xiong Kuai and the others witnessing their transition into a new world, they were not overly surprised. Instead, they were filled with curiosity and joy. For at the moment they entered this world, some information surfaced in their minds revealing the existence of demon beasts in this realm whose flesh could enhance their strength. Before they could even speak, their muscles began to tremble, and pure spiritual energy slowly gathered, swiftly drilling into their bodies. With a series of puff 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 sounds, a surge of power rushed from deep within their bodies, and Xiong Kuai ran men, and the others could distinctly feel their strength skyrocketing. The power surged, a torrent of strength erupted within their bodies, and the overwhelming force was increasing furiously. Xiong Kuai ran men, and the others wore expressions of ecstatic joy as their strength grew wildly. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times. As the power surged explosively and their strength advanced rapidly, Xiong Kuai ran men, and the others exuded an aura that began to radiate outward, sending a terrifying and oppressive force into the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of immense aura surged forth with 4 massive forces shooting into the sky, like giant pillars, creating a grand spectacle. The 4 immense auras came from Xiang Yu, Xiong Kuai ran men, and Pei Yuanqing. Of course, there was also a slightly weaker aura from Guansheng. Haha, this is powerful. I feel at least 10 times stronger. What a miraculous world. Suddenly Ran Min burst into laughter, and Xiong Kuai and Pei Yuanqing were equally overjoyed. Xiang Yu shook his head, not responding. Instead, he looked at the 4, realizing that in the real world strength was not merely about combat power. Some innate skills could no longer be used, and the amplification based on levels varied, thus leading to potentially transformative changes in power. Name: Guansheng, Super First Class, War General, Combat Power 760, Loyalty 100, Diehard. Willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Equipment: Qinglong Yanyue Blade, Divine Grade, Mount Qi 2 Horse, Divine Grade. Innate skills: 1 Blade King, when using bladed weapons, Combat Power 100. 2 Spring and Autumn Blade Technique. Using the Spring and Autumn Blade Technique grants 30 combat power per strike, up to a maximum of 150 combat power. 3 Single Blade, meeting the first strike grants 100 combat power, the second 90, the third 80. 4 Dragging Blade Strategy. Concentrate all energy for a critical strike, increasing combat power by 180, with a certain failure probability. Name: Xiong Kuai, Peerless War General, Combat Power 1030, Weapon Sun and Moon Dual Axis, Platinum Grade, Mount Red Charcoal Fire Dragon Steed, Platinum Grade, Loyalty 100, Diehard. Willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Innate skills: 1 Eye Axe King, when using heavy axes, Combat Power 100. 2 Staff King, when using heavy staffs, Combat Power 100. 3 Berserker, when injured blood surges, granting 30 combat power up to a maximum of 150 combat. Name: Pei Yuanqing, Peerless War General, Combat Power 1080, Loyalty 100, Diehard. Willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Equipment: Octagonal Plum Blossom Bright Silver Hammer, Platinum Grade, Mount Jaya Jade Lion, Divine Grade. Innate skills: and 1 Hammer King, when using hammer type weapons, Combat Power 100. 2 Divine Strength. Innate Divine Strength grants 100 combat power when using heavy weapons. 3 Dual Hammer Technique. Mastery of Hammer Techniques grants 30 combat power per strike, with a maximum increase of 120 combat power. Name: Ranmin, Peerless War General, Combat Power 1120, Weapon Double-Edged Spear, Platinum Grade, Mount Zhulong Divine Grade, Loyalty 100, Diehard. Willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Innate skills: 1 Spear King, when using spear type weapons, Combat Power 100. 2 Unmatched. For every war general below 100 combat power, increase combat power by 30 points up to a maximum of 90 points. 3 Emperor's Fury. When fighting in a rage, gain 100 combat power. If enraged again, gain an additional 50. This must come out, otherwise during battle one would be unaware. Looking at the attribute panels of the Force, Yang, you couldn't help but frown. A physical combat power was enhanced differently based on levels in Expedition, while the amplification of innate skills was uniform. Peerless generals gained 10-fold enhancement, while super first class ones gained 8-fold, and all innate skills were uniformly enhanced to 10 times their original value. However, what made Xiang Yu frown was that in expedition, Guan could easily defeat Xiong Kuai, but now it was uncertain. The weakening was too severe primarily because Guan rank was merely super first class, and an 8-fold enhancement fell short of the standard. Master, you're back? These people are quite impressive. There are even 3 at the Emperor level. At that moment, the 9-clawed golden dragon leaped out, appearing before everyone. Golden dragon. It's actually the 9-clawed golden dragon. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared 9-clawed golden dragon, Xiong Kuai and the others were immediately astonished. After all, the dragon is a totem of Huaxia. There's actually a dragon here. Alright, familiarize yourselves, we are setting off. I will take you to slay a dragon. Noticing the astonished expressions of Xiong Kuai and the others, Xiang Yu was unconcerned and instead smiled, speaking with spirited enthusiasm. What? Slay a dragon? Hiss. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, the group couldn't help but gasp. They were actually going to slay a dragon. Indeed, the first target he was going to strike was indeed a dragon, and it was an emperor-level beast, which was far more powerful than the previous peak royal-grade dragon. In reality, the physique of an emperor-level beast is immensely powerful with energy that is overwhelming, and dragon flesh is among the finest, as it contains true dragon blood. Consuming it would undoubtedly enhance his combat power. Therefore, even if the will of Blue Star did not urge him with his subordinates in tow, he would still aim for the target. Let's go. Without a word of hesitation, Xiang Yu waved his hand, leading everyone directly towards the east of the Dragon King's hall. Charge! 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 Seeing Xiang Yu leading the way, everyone immediately followed. The 4 peerless war generals, 1 super first-class war general, and 91 first-class war generals galloped forward, their momentum absolutely astonishing. Along the way, numerous demon beasts, upon seeing such a massive formation, immediately fled. Even royal-grade demon beasts, feeling the overwhelming aura from afar, retreated to the side, intimidated. Soon Xiang Yu led the group on a furious charge for 200 kilometers, arriving at a vast valley filled with spiritual energy. Roar! Roar! Whoa! It seemed that the presence of Xiang Yu and the others was felt as a wave of immense aura swept from within the valley, accompanied by the resounding roars of beasts. Boom! Just then a massive dragon figure surged out from the valley, followed by hundreds of giant dragons. The first to emerge was a nearly 30-meter-long dragon, its entire body a deep black color, with eyes the size of water tanks, and pupils shimmering with a dark golden hue, its cold and chilling gaze sweeping over Xiang Yu and the others. Its entire body was covered in dark scales arranged tightly and methodically. The densely packed scales gave off an eerie feeling, causing a tingling sensation on the scalp. Glistening with a metallic cold sheen, showcasing its formidable defensive power. Along its back were sharp spikes, each one ranging from 1 to 2 meters long, covering its entire back. Emperor-level beast, the infernal dark golden dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The 30-meter-long infernal dark golden dragon approached step by step, the ground trembling under its presence, exuding a deathly aura. Roar! A Liafu dark golden dragon strode forth, its thunderous bellow shaking heaven and earth. Raw, colossal, and untamed, its massive frame laid bare to the air, striking awe and terror into every soul. Nearly 30 meters long and 4 to 5 meters tall, this leviathan's sheer scale made Xiang Yu instinctively draw a sharp breath. Especially fearsome was its tail, over 2 meters long, bristling with jagged spines, radiating raw, devastating power. Its cold, emotionless, dark golden eyes swept across the scene, like an icy deluge, dousing one's spirit, sending chills deep into the marrow and freezing the heart mid-beat. Overwhelming. Utterly overwhelming. In that instant, Xiang Yu's mind surged with the instinctive conviction that he stood no chance against it. Yet he violently cast the thought aside, refusing to yield even a sliver of doubt. So mighty. Is this truly a dragon? Its aura is indomitable. Unbelievable strength. This is a dragon. Absolutely formidable. Xiang Yu was not alone in sensing the Liafu dark golden dragon's terrifying might. Around him, Xiong Kuai ran men, and the others stared at the beast's colossal form, and recoiled, breath catching in their throats. But this was only the beginning. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening rumble shook the ground, violent tremors rippling through the earth like a living thing convulsing. Roar, 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 roar. One after another, imperial-tier Liafu dark golden dragons, each over 20 meters long, slightly smaller than the sovereign-tier beast, charged forward in thunderous unison. Yet the spectacle had still not reached its climax. Boom, 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 boom. Another wave of seismic thunder erupted. The ground buckled wildly as dozens of royalty Liafu dark golden dragons, each over 10 meters long, surged into view. Fall back, fall back, fall back, fall back. As wave upon wave of peerless dragons closed in, Xiang Yu instantly ordered a full retreat. His soul aimed distance. From afar, Xiang Yu and his companions finally established safe separation. Only then did the full majesty of the Liafu dark golden dragon clan reveal itself before his eyes. 1 sovereign-tier beast, sovereign 10 imperial-tier, and 88 royal-tier Liafu dark golden dragons, 99 in total. Roar! A cataclysmic roar shattered the air. The sovereign-tier Liafu dark golden dragon, 30 meters long, glared fiercely at Xiang Yu and his comrades, seething with wrath, yet held its ground, refusing to charge. Its dark golden eyes, each the size of a water vat, locked onto Xiang Yu, and the three others filled not with arrogance, but palpable wariness, clearly recognizing their formidable strength. Roar! 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 At the Alpha's command, the entire host roared in unison, a sound so thunderous it shook mountains and echoed across 100 li. Humph! Xiang Yu let out a cold, derisive snort, gazing upon the sovereign-tier dragon's imposing presence, yet evident hesitation. For sovereign-tier warriors stood before it. Was it truly blind enough to treat them as clay figures? Xiang Yu immediately summoned the sovereign-tier Liefu Dark Golden Dragon's attribute panel. Name: Liefu Dark Golden Dragon Sovereign. Tier: Sovereign, high rank. Combat power 1150. Innate skills. 1. Spine tail critical strike. All bodily force converges into the tail for a devastating blow. Combat power increases by 120 points. 2. Dragon scale armor. Innately armored with thick, impenetrable dorsal scales. Exceptional defense. 3. Death Talon. Each strike grants 40 combat power, stacking up to 160 points. 4. Liefu Dragon Breath Ultimate Offensive Technique. Briefly boosts combat power by 350 points. HSSSS. Staring at the sovereign-tier Liefu Dark Golden Dragon Sovereign's attribute panel, Xiang Yu involuntarily sucked in a sharp breath. Its base combat power alone, 1150, would equate to a peerless martial general with physical prowess of 115 points in human terms. And when combined with Liefu Dragon Breath and its other abilities, its peak combat output could surge past the celestial threshold, approaching 1600. Indeed, Xiang Yu gazed upon the sovereign-tier Liefu Dark Golden Dragon Sovereign with genuine trepidation. Its power was staggering. He could no longer say with certainty whether he could prevail, and swiftly called forth his own attribute panel. Name: Xiang Yu. Tier: Peerless Martial General Pinnacle. Combat power 1210. Weapon: Yuang Spear Divinity-er. Mount: Snow-Stepping Steed Divinity-er Mount. Innate skills. 1. Critical Crush. Each strike grants 50 combat power, stacking up to 150 points. 2. Army Breaker Solo Charge into enemy ranks grants 150 combat power. 3. Khan's Feral Hunt. When using bow-type weapons against demonic beasts, each arrow adds 60 martial potency, stacking up to 300 points. Something feels off. Li Yuanba wielded hammers. Surely there should be at least a hammer sovereign skill. Could it be because I lack his Lego Wangjin hammer? Gazing at his own attribute panel, Xiang Yu mused inwardly. Having seen countless generals' panels, he realized this particular skill was conspicuously absent. That was undeniably anomalous. Even a decent bow would suffice. Khan's Feral Hunt remains useless without one. True, the skill was exceptionally potent, yet he possessed no worthy bow. Boom, 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 crack, crack, crack. As Xiang Yu pondered, the sovereign-tier Liefu Dark Golden Dragon Sovereign advanced slowly, its oppressive aura instantly descending upon him and his companions like a suffocating shroud. Its immense tail, 7 or 8 meters long, studded with vicious spines, slammed repeatedly into the earth, gouging deep craters with each impact. Grr. The sovereign halted just short of Xiang Yu, lowering its massive head in a low, resonant growl, as if proposing terms. Humph. Xiang Yu smiled instantly. This was no threat. It was surrender. The Liefu Dark Golden Dragon Sovereign had backed down. Indeed, it had. Seeing 4 peerless warriors arrayed against it, the sovereign dared not risk battle, not when such recklessness would cost its kin dearly. Yet Xiang Yu stood smiling before that titanic form, and said, Liefu Dark Golden Dragon Sovereign, you wish us to withdraw. Let us part ways, neither trespassing upon the other's domain. Grr, grr. To Xiang Yu's astonishment, the sovereign solemnly nodded its colossal head, then emitted another low, deliberate growl, unmistakably affirming that is precisely my intent. Ha ha ha. Xiang Yu burst into hearty laughter, his understanding of natural law deepening with every beat. If he had appeared alone in this valley, if the Liefu Dark Golden Dragon Sovereign had discovered him solitary amid nearly 100 dragons of varying tiers, could he have possibly escaped? Would this sovereign have offered peace? Let us part ways, neither trespassing upon the other's domain. No, it would have descended upon him en masse, devouring him whole without uttering a single word. Now, however, things were different. With 3 peerless generals at his side, and himself making 4 sovereign-tier warriors, the sovereign hesitated. It lacked confidence. It sensed it could not consume them whole, and thus sought reconciliation, coexistence, non-interference. But was such an arrangement possible? Nature's law is clear survival of the fittest, ruthless competition for dominance. It was not only the Liefu Dark Golden Dragon Sovereign who hungered to devour him. He, Xiang Yu, also hungered to devour it. Ha ha ha. In a flash, Xiang Yu spurred his snow-stepping steed forward, leaping before the sovereign's colossal form, raising his Yuang spear high and pointing it defiantly at the dragon's throat. His voice thundered across the valley. Liefu Dark Golden Dragon Sovereign, fight. Fiery Abyss Dark Golden Dragon King, let us battle. A thunderous roar erupted from Xiang Yu. Awu, the Fiery Abyss Dark Golden Dragon King, witnessing Xiang Yu's actions, immediately realized the negotiation had failed, letting out a furious roar. The dignity of a clan king had been severely provoked. Awu, roar, boom. Hearing the furious roar of their leader, the massive Fiery Abyss Dark Golden Dragons stepped forward, in unison, their presence overwhelming. Leave the Fiery Abyss Dark Golden Dragon King to me. Each of you find your own opponent. Xiang Yu, seeing the collective movement of the fiery abyss dark golden dragons, immediately became serious, shouting loudly before charging towards the fiery abyss dark golden dragon king. The 3 royal grade fiery abyss dark golden dragons are mine, the rest are up to you. Seeing Xiang Yu take the lead to confront the fiery abyss dark golden dragon king, Ran Min said nothing. He too wanted to engage in a fierce battle with the fiery abyss dark golden dragon king, but he sensed that the dragon king was stronger than him. With a loud roar, he urged his crimson dragon to charge at the 3 royal grade fiery abyss dark golden dragons. The 3 royal grade fiery abyss dark golden dragons are mine. Pei Yuanxing raised his large hammer, unwilling to be outdone, and charged out on his Jaya Jade Lion. The 2 royal grade fiery abyss dark golden dragons are left to Guan. Guan Sheng roared, and she too charged forward instantly. The remaining 2 royal grade fiery abyss dark golden dragons are up to me, Old Xiong Ha. Old Xiong laughed heartily, riding his crimson charcoal fire dragon to charge forward as well. Logically, it should be king against king, general against general, and soldiers against soldiers, with both sides having an equal number in an unknown duel. However, it was not so. After Xiang Yu and the others charged in, the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry did not engage in unknown duels, even though both sides had soldiers of comparable strength. Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, heed my command, kill. With a commanding and murderous roar, Yan Shisan unleashed the 90 Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, whose power had surged 6-fold, emanating an overwhelming aura, as they transformed into a black blade to cleave through the 88 royal grade fiery abyss dark golden dragons. Roar! The fiery abyss dark golden dragon king was instantly enraged as he saw the battlefield ignite, with fury, his massive body quickly closing in on Xiang Yu. Boom, 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 boom. The colossal body, nearly 30 meters long, clad in thick black scales with sharp claws and a powerful tail, unleashed a pressure that enveloped Xiang Yu. Roar! The fiery abyss dark golden dragon king's eyes, the size of water tanks, glanced disdainfully at Xiang Yu, letting out a snort of contempt. Previously, it had feared facing 4 exceptional warriors together, but now its opponent dared to fight it unknown. Oh, wasn't that courting death? Oh, woo! The fiery abyss dark golden dragon roared again, its long glimmering right claw lunging swiftly at Xiang Yu, aiming to crush the human before it. Ding! Fiery abyss dark golden dragon king's death claw, innate skill activated. Fiery abyss dark golden dragon king, base combat power 1150, death claw power 40, current power 1190. Seeing the cold, deadly claw descending, Xiang Yu could not help but touch his nose. He was underestimated once again. Then let us battle. Battle! Treading Snow immediately acted on impulse, charging towards the fiery abyss dark golden dragon king. The power within surged instantly, imparting overwhelming strength to the Yuan spear. Ding! Player Xiang, yes, critical crush, innate skill activated. Breaking army, innate skill act. Player Xiang, yes, base combat power 1210. Critical crush, power 50, solo charge, power 150, using the divine Yuan spear, power 70, divine mount treading snow, power 70, current combat power 1550. Kill. Sensing the opponent's contempt, Xiang Yu would not let this opportunity slip by. The Yuan spear, imbued with a deathly aura, transformed into a beam of light, fiercely striking at the icy claw of the dragon. Roar! In that moment when Xiang Yu made his move, the fiery abyss dark golden dragon king sensed a strong aura of death. Its massive heart contracted, wanting to retract its claw swiftly. But it was too late. The divine mount flashed with a white light, and the deathly aura-laden Yuan spear instantly collided with the dragon's claw. Boom, boom, boom. As the dragon claw clashed with the Yuan spear, a series of explosive sounds erupted and sparked. Huchi! The Yuan spear halted briefly before cutting through with immense force, instantly severing the fiery abyss dark golden dragon king's right front claws. With the claws severed, dragon blood sprayed everywhere. Oh, woo! The right claw was instantly sliced off, causing the fiery abyss dark golden dragon king to howl in pain, filled with regret for underestimating the human before it. Roar! The fiery abyss dark golden dragon king was furious. The tiny human before it had dared to challenge the dignity of the dragon clan. Ding! Fiery abyss dark golden dragon king's barbed tail, critical strike, innate skill activated. Death claw, innate skill activated again. Fiery abyss dark golden dragon king, base combat power 1150, barbed tail, critical strike, power 120, death claw, power 160, current power 1430. Oh, woo! The fiery abyss dark golden dragon king erupted with full force, its immense aura enveloping Xiang Yu, while its left front claw swung wildly, unleashing its full power. Its massive body bent slightly, and the dragon tail, adorned with barbs over a meter long, swung fiercely towards Xiang Yu. Seeing the fiery abyss dark golden dragon king using both its claws and tail, Xiang Yu dared not delay. Despite the difference in their power values, if he was struck by that massive body, he would not only be injured, but could also lose his life. Battle, battle, battle. Xiang Yu's fighting spirit surged as he charged forward on treading snow, crashing into the dragon's tail without retreating. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical crush, innate skill activated. Breaking army, innate skill act. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power 1210. Critical crush, power 100, solo charge, power 150, using the divine Yuan spear, power 70, divine mount treading snow, power 70, current combat power 1600. Battle, 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 battle. Xiang Ye's aura grew even more formidable, its overwhelming presence instantly capturing the attention of the entire battlefield. Both Xiong Kuai, who was fighting, and the opposing Fiery Abyss Dark Golden Dragon tribe members halted nervously watching the clash. A woo. Seeing the tiny human before it generate an even greater aura, the Fiery Abyss Dark Golden Dragon King felt an intensified sense of danger. It was unsettled, yet it had already initiated its attack, unable to withdraw as Xiang Ye's assault was also upon it. Battle, battle, battle. Xiang Ye's fighting spirit soared as he charged forward on treading snow, the Yuang spear crashing into the massive dragon tail that was the size of 4 doors. Boom, 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 boom. Clash after clash. The Yuang spear collided fiercely with the Fiery Abyss Dark Golden Dragon King's tail, creating a massive explosion of sound and showering sparks. However, beyond the surface, the powerful Yuang spear pierced through. Puchi, puchi, puchi. In an instant, dark golden dragon blood gushed forth, spilling onto the... With a tremendous impact, the massive recoil force instantly acted upon Xiang Yu, resulting in a loud crash as he and treading snow were sent flying. Damn, it hurts. Ayo. A colossal gash tore open across the massive tail of the infernal dark gold dragon sovereign, torrents of dragon blood surging forth as the sovereign howled in agony. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly the sovereign's enormous head snapped toward Xiang Yu, its eyes, each the size of a water vat, burning with furious wrath. To be wounded by a mere mortal was an unforgivable insult to the noble bloodline of the infernal dark gold dragons. Ayo. The sovereign erupted into full fury, throwing back its head and unleashing a thunderous roar. An overwhelming aura of devastation surged forth, instantly parching and shattering the surrounding air. Its 30-meter-long body exuded a suffocating miasma of death, blanketing the entire battlefield. Is it preparing a devastating ultimate technique? Xiang Yu tensed instantly. The dragon's legendary breath attack. Of all techniques, this one vexed him most, a long-range assault. Yet he bore no bow or arrow, leaving him dangerously vulnerable. Ayo. The infernal dark gold dragon sovereign activated its innate talent, barbed tail devastation, and again unleashed its infernal dragon breath. Base combat power 1150. Barbed tail devastation 120. Infernal dragon breath 350. Current combat power 1620. Damn it, utterly shameless. Gazing upon the dark gold infernal breath and the barbed blood-drenched tail hurtling toward him, Xiang Yu braced himself. No hesitation, no delay. A torrent of raw power surged from his core, flooding violently into the Yuang halberd. Tuo Shui advance. Nearby ran Min Xiong Kuai, and the others watched, hearts clenched. Undeniably formidable. Facing such an assault, they knew they would perish without hope. Kill. His innate talents ignited in unison, crushing critical strike and breakthrough vanguard. Xiang Yu's base combat power 1210. Crushing critical strike 150. Breakthrough vanguard 150. Divine tier Yuang halberd 70. Divine tier mount Tuo Shui 70. Current combat power 1650. Racing forward, Xiang Yu registered the numerical disparity, and a chill ran down his spine. Yet reality granted no time for reflection. The infernal breath and the spiked tail closed in at blinding speed. Yuang halberd, fly. At the instant the infernal breath loomed overhead, Xiang Yu roared again, channeling every ounce of his explosive strength into the halberd, hurling it like a comet straight toward the sovereign's colossal tail. Tuo Shui, retreat. In the split second before impact, he wrenched his mount sideways in a lightning evasion. Boom. Too late. The searing breath grazed Xiang Yu's body. Boom, 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 boom. At that very moment, the Yuang halberd, charged with Xiang Yu's transcendent might, collided head-on with both the infernal breath and the barbed tail, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion crowned by a towering mushroom cloud. Boom, 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 boom. A maelstrom of violent shattering force coalesced, pure unrelenting annihilation. Ow, ayo. The sovereign's shriek of agony pierced the air, while Xiang Yu, scorched by the infernal breath, felt strips of flesh torn from his arm, blood spurting wildly and crimson while erupting from his throat. Damn it. This beast is too powerful. I must secure a divine bow. Without ranged capability, I'm utterly disadvantaged. Wiping blood from his lips, Xiang Yu glared fiercely toward the mushroom cloud. Is it dead? Ow, 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 ayo. As all eyes, including those of the entire infernal dark gold dragon host, fixed upon the cloud, a piercing, furious cry erupted from within. Damn it, it's still alive. Xiang Yu's heart sank. Boom, 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 boom. The enraged sovereign emerged step by earth-shaking step, each footfall reverberating like seismic thunder, shaking the very soul. Ayo. There it stood before them, the infernal dark gold dragon sovereign, its tail rent by a wound the size of a chamber, the Yuang halberd embedded deep within, blood gushing forth in relentless torrents, staining the earth crimson. Ayo. Its gaze, those water vat-sized eyes, locked onto Xiang Yu, blazing with undiluted fury. Another roar shook the heavens, and its aura swelled anew, monstrous and inexorable. Damn it, again. This imperial-tier draconic beast is simply too overwhelming. Sensing the resurgence of that annihilating breath, Xiang Yu recoiled. His weapon lost his bare hands, useless against. His eyes darted to his comrade's weapons, Guan Sheng's great saber. He couldn't wield it. Ran Min's double-bladed spear, also unsuitable. Only Xiong Kuahai's Sun Moon twin axes and Pei Yuanqing's pair of 8-fluted plum blossom bright silver hammers remained viable. Then it struck him. Li Yuanba wielded twin hammers. Without hesitation, he bellowed Pei Yuanqing. Throw me. Pei Yuanqing understood. This was no moment for doubt. With a swift motion, he hurled the twin hammers toward Xiang Yu, who snatched them midair in a single fluid motion. Ding! Hammer-class weapon detected. Li Yuanba's hidden general spirit fully awakened. Hammer God innate talent activated along with its complementary talent shatter. I knew it. Was Li Yuanba's hammer art truly unrefined? Absolutely not. Though famed for peerless strength, his mastery of the hammer was equally legendary, attested in both Romance of Sui and Tang and Story of Yu Fei. A celestial monk bestowed upon him a supreme hammer technique. Descending the mountain, none could stand before him. Even Yu Yun, son of Yu Fei, learned Li Yuanba's hammer art in an ancient temple, then crushed foes one strike at a time on the battlefield. To claim Li Yuanba's hammer art weak, Xiang Yu would never believe it. Name Xiang Yu. Rank Peerless Warrior General Pinnacle. Combat Power 1210. Weapon Yuang Halberd Divinitier. Mount Tua Shui Steed Divinitier. Innate Talents. 1 Crushing Critical Strike. Each strike grants 50 combat power up to 150. 2 Breakthrough Vanguard Solo Charge grants 150 combat power. 3 Khan Savage Hunt. When using bow-type weapons against monstrous beasts, each arrow grants 60 combat power, stackable up to 300. 4 Hammer God grants 200 combat power when wielding hammer-class weapons. 5 Shatter Complementary activates randomly when wielding hammers, grants 100 combat power upon activation. Haha. War? Long ago, Xiang Yu had a puzzling question in his heart. Why did Guan Sheng wield the green dragon crescent blade and hold the title of Blade King, while Xiong Kuahai wielded the twin axes of Sun and Moon and held the title of Axe King, yet he did not have any such title? Later, both Ran Min and Pei Yuanqing possessed similar skills, yet he alone did not. Was it because Li Yuanba did not know the hammer techniques? Certainly not. Li Yuanba indeed possessed immense strength, but to dominate the world solely based on strength would be an understatement. Many people are strong, yet true powerhouses must also possess exceptional martial skills. Otherwise, a technical prodigy like Zhao Yun could easily pierce him with a single thrust of the Phoenix Feather Spear. Moreover, the tales of the Romance of Sui and Tang and the legend of Yu Fei mentioned that Li Yuanba was taken to the mountain by a divine monk who taught him unparalleled hammer techniques, making him invincible upon his return. Later, Yu Fei's son Yu Yun learned Li Yuanba hammer techniques in an ancient temple, channeling his overwhelming strength into structured form, defeating enemy generals one hammer strike at a time with dominating force. Thus, even though Li Yuanba had a hammer god talent skill stronger than Guan Sheng's Blade King title, Xiang Yu was not surprised, for in his eyes no one could rival Li Yuanba in wielding a great hammer. As Xiang Yu was excitedly activating Li Yuanba hammer god talent skill, the aura of the infernal dark golden dragon king grew increasingly potent, and the destructive breath of the infernal dragon surged forth. With a thunderous roar, the infernal dark golden dragon king unleashed a booming cry that resonated for miles. Its massive water jar-like eyes glared at Xiang Yu, filled with cold indifference and intense murderous intent. Suddenly, the destructive aura emanating from the infernal dark golden dragon king peaked, and dark golden dragon breath erupted from its mouth. As the infernal dragon breath erupted, the infernal dark golden dragon king let out another furious roar, its left foreclaw charging madly towards Xiang Yu. In an instant, the dragon claw, shimmering with cold light and filled with destructive energy, descended upon Xiang Yu. The infernal dark golden dragon king unleashed its strongest attack. Ding! The infernal dark golden dragon king's death claw talent skill activated again. The infernal dragon breath talent skill activated again. The infernal dark golden dragon king has a base combat power of 1150, death claw power 160, infernal dragon breath power 350, current combat power 1660. An overwhelming aura of death gathered, an aura that was undoubtedly destructive. Seeing this, Xiang Yu's subordinate, so powerful, unmatched. Even a supreme powerhouse like Ran Min furrowed his brow, anxiously looking at Xiang Yu. Could he win? In contrast to Xiang Yu's subordinates, the surrounding infernal dark golden dragons looked on joyously at their formidable king capable of annihilating everything. This was their king, their faith, their pride. At this moment, nearly 100 infernal dark golden dragons raised their massive heads high, imagining the sight of the tiny human being reduced to ashes. But was it really going to be like that? Haha. In this critical moment, Xiang Yu suddenly burst into laughter, an uninhibited and joyous laugh. Infernal dark golden dragon king, it's over. Suddenly, Xiang Yu's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce roar. The power within him surged instantly, an overwhelming aura radiated forth, and a deathly aura stronger than before gathered quickly upon his dual hammers. Kill! Xiang Yu shouted, activating all his skills in an instant. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical crush talent skill activated again. The breaking army talent skill activated. The hammer god talent skill activated. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power value is 1210, critical crush power 150, single charge power 150, hammer god power 200, using a platinum grade 8-pointed star silver hammer power 60, divine mount treading snow power 70, current combat power value 1840. A surge of intoxicating power erupted. Powerful. So powerful. At this moment Xiang Yu felt an unprecedented strength. Eight-pointed star silver hammer go. As he watched the rapidly approaching infernal dragon breath and the shadowy claw covering the sky, Xiang Yu no longer hesitated. With a roar he channeled his frenzied power into his right hand and launched the eight-pointed star silver hammer directly at his opponent. Boom 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 boom. The eight-pointed star silver hammer empowered by Xiang Yu's might transformed into a deathly talisman filled with destructive energy barreling towards the infernal dark dragon breath and the demonic dragon claw, creating explosive sounds. Whoa! As the strongest strike was unleashed, the infernal dark golden dragon king speeding towards Xiang Yu was instantly dumbfounded, feeling this aura of imminent death. Even stronger. The human before it was unexpectedly even stronger. That small hammer emitted an aura of death even more dangerous and terrifying than the previous short stick. Boom 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 boom. However, reality gave it no time to be dumbfounded as the rumbling eight-pointed star silver hammer sped towards it. Whoa! With no time to evade, the infernal dark golden dragon king made its choice. With a furious roar it charged its infernal dragon breath and death dragon claw resolutely towards the eight-pointed star silver hammer. The pride of the dragon race would not allow it to retreat. The pride of the dragon king would not allow it to retreat. In an instant the eight-pointed star silver hammer, empowered by Xiang Yu's might, crashed fiercely against the infernal dragon breath and death dragon claw. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosive sounds shook the heavens and the earth, mushroom clouds rising from the explosions, waves of battle fluctuations sweeping in all directions, forcing the surrounding infernal dark dragons and Xiongquahai to retreat repeatedly. Yet all eyes were fixed on the depths of the mushroom cloud. Had the infernal dark golden dragon king been defeated? Xiang Yu, near the edge of the mushroom cloud, stared intently inside. Had it been defeated? Woo! As the mushroom cloud dispersed, revealing the scene, within they saw the enormous body of the infernal dark golden dragon king, its upper body destroyed by a quarter, its left foreclaw crippled, blood covering its entire body, and the ground, an exceptionally tragic sight. However, the infernal dark golden dragon king still stood proudly, its enormous eyes fixed on Xiang Yu, filled only with arrogance. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly the infernal dark golden dragon king let out a furious roar to the heavens, shaking the four corners. Yet the sound was filled with deep unwillingness. Haha. Seeing the infernal dark golden dragon king's tragic yet proud demeanor, Xiang Yu couldn't help but sneer. He transferred the eight-pointed star silver hammer from his left hand to his right, pointing it diagonally at the dragon king's massive head, and shouted, "Infernal dark golden dragon king, I give you two choices today. The first choice is to lead the infernal dark golden dragon clan to collectively swear loyalty to me." Pausing, Xiang Yu's face filled with murderous intent as he roared fiercely, "The second choice is death. Extermination. The first choice is to lead the Li Yu dark golden dragon clan to collectively swear allegiance to me. The second choice is death. Annihilate their clan." Xiang Yu's frenzied voice resounded as his aura surged violently. The octagonal bright silver hammer in his right hand, emanating a deadly aura, pointed towards the opponent, filled with murderous intent. That violent aura already conveyed the Li Yu dark golden dragon king's attitude. Death or surrender. The domineering voice, a deathly summons. The battlefield was instantly dominated by one person, Xiang Yu. At this moment all attention on the battlefield was focused on the Li Yu dark golden dragon king. Will he surrender? The only response to Xiang Yu was a fierce dragon king's roar. He, the Li Yu dark golden dragon king, will not surrender. How could the pride of the dragon clan allow him to surrender? As the proud king of his clan, how could he surrender? The roaring sound of fury erupted and dragon blood gushed from where a quarter of its body was blasted away, staining the ground with vibrant crystalline dragon blood. Yet the life force of the Li Yu dark golden dragon king remained surging. Its eyes, the size of water tanks filled with defiance, glared fiercely at Xiang Yu, expressing its stance. No surrender. The roars of roar, 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 echoed as the surrounding Li Yu dark golden dragon clan surged with momentum, their furious roars shaking the heavens. Hee, I knew you wouldn't surrender. Since that's the case, then all of you shall die. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. The dragon clan is undoubtedly a powerful race among many, exceptionally strong in individual combat. Moreover, they are extremely proud and have an exaggerated sense of self-worth. If he could subdue them, his influence in reality would definitely double, but it was clear that they were unwilling to surrender. In that case, let's feast on dragon meat and drink dragon blood. Kill. Without any hesitation, Xiang Yu shouted, raising the octagonal bright silver hammer in his hand. He stepped on treading snow and enveloped in murderous intent charged towards the opponent. Ding. Player Xiang Yu's critical crush talent skill is activated again. Breaking army talent skill activated. Hammer god talent skill activated. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power is 1210. Critical Crush power 150, Solo Charge power 150, Hammer God power 200, using the Platinum grade Octagonal Bright Silver Hammer power 60, Divine Mount Treading Snow power 70, current combat power is 1840. A surge of enthralling power erupted, and an extremely dangerous aura enveloped the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King in an instant. Kill, kill, kill. Treading snow instantly transformed into a streak of light rushing towards the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King, while the octagonal bright silver hammer aimed at its massive head. Roar. The Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King roared, feeling itself engulfed by an extremely dangerous aura, as if the Grim Reaper was about to descend. It did not wait for death. With a forceful twist of its waist, the barbed tail struck hard at the rapidly approaching Xiang Yu, while its remaining claws lunged towards him. Roar, 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 ding. Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King's barbed tail critical strike talent skill activated. Death Claw talent skill activated again. Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King's base combat power is 1150. Barbed tail critical strike power 120. Death Claw power 160. Current power is 1430. Huh. Can't unleash your dragon breath anymore, can you? Seeing that his opponent could only use its tail and claws, Xiang Yu burst into laughter. He no longer had to awkwardly swing his club and throw his hammer. Fight! 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 Treading snow quickly approached the opponent, and Xiang Yu instantly aimed at the massive barbed tail, striking it fiercely. Roar! 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 The Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King was unwilling to fall behind despite feeling great danger. But it had no choice. In an instant, the huge dragon claws and the barbed tail collided violently with the octagonal bright silver hammer. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions suddenly erupted. Kill! Xiang Yu, riding treading snow, felt an overwhelming force impact the octagonal bright silver hammer. However, he gritted his teeth and exerted force once again. Boom! 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 Poochie! Poochie! The octagonal bright silver hammer smashed into the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon's massive tail, instantly causing its nearly 30-meter-long body to come to a halt, followed by shattered scales, flying flesh, and gushing dragon blood. Fight! Xiang Yu roared again, and that tiny body erupted with boundless power, causing the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King, with its 30-meter-long body, to stagger backward. Boom! Boom! 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Boom! Boom! Poo-poo! The power of the octagonal bright silver hammer surged, creating waves of force that struck the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King's tail, blood and flesh flying. The 3-meter tail shattered and exploded, revealing a huge gap as torrents of dragon blood gushed forth. Roar! A great pain surged, and the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King roared in utter agony. Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King, I ask you once more, will you surrender? With a single strike to ruin the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King's tail, Xiang Yu shouted again. Undeniably, he truly wanted to subdue the opponent. Even after being hit a few times, it could still attack. Such vitality was remarkable. Roar! Yet the response to Xiang Yu remained the opponent's roar. Rather die than surrender. Damn! Impressive. Seeing the opponent like this, Xiang Yu was speechless. It seems he must feast on dragon meat. Fight! In that case, Xiang Yu could only allow the opponent to die with dignity. Kill! Xiang Yu bellowed, his entire body bursting with power and might, raising the octagonal bright silver hammer in his hand, ready to exert all his strength. In an instant, controlling treading snow, he charged towards the opponent's massive head. Kill! Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical crush talent skill is activated again. Breaking army talent skill activated. Hammer God Crush talent skill activated. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power is 1210. Critical Crush power 150, Solo Charge power 150, Hammer God power 200, Crush power 100, using the Platinum grade octagonal bright silver hammer power 60, Divine Mount Treading Snow power 70, current combat power is 1940. Suddenly, an even stronger aura surged from him. Xiang Yu was momentarily stunned. The Crush talent skill had activated. Huh. With a combat power soaring to 1940, he was nearing the unprecedented 2000. Xiang Yu felt his strength explode, and without any hesitation, he charged at the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King. Roar! Danger! Extreme danger! At this moment, the human in front of it felt even more powerful. Roar! Despite the danger, it still had to fight. Ding! Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King's Death Claw talent skill active. Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King's base combat power is 1150. Death Claw power 160, current power is 1310. The dragon tail was ruptured and rendered useless. Dragon breath exhausted. It could only swing its remaining claws at Xiang Yu's hammer. In a flash, the dragon claws clashed with the octagonal bright silver hammer. Crack! 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 A thunderous explosion rang out as the icy dragon claws were instantly shattered by the octagonal bright silver hammer. The gap was too vast. Kill! With a single strike shattering the opponent's dragon claws, completely dismantling their last line of attack, Xiang Yu let out a low growl and did not pause. He leaped upon his divine mount, treading snow, soaring towards the opponent's massive head. Roar! Extreme danger! Death approaching! The Grim Reaper descends. As the tiny human approached him, the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King was utterly terrified. Death was imminent. It never expected that the tiny humans who could only be reduced to snacks in this world would suddenly become so formidable. It could not fathom that those who were once mere snacks might soon kill it. Roar! A desolate and fearful sound emerged from the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon King's mouth. Instantly, the Li Yu Dark Golden Dragon clan members, who had been watching nearby, could no longer contain themselves. Their king was about to die. Roar! In an instant, the 10 royal Li Yu Dark Golden Dragons charged towards their king, determined to save him. Go! Just as the 10 royal Li Yu Dark Golden Dragons attempted to surround Xiang Yu, Hong Kuai ran men and others moved swiftly blocking the 10 royal Liu dark golden dragons. Roar, 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 roar. The 10 royal Liu dark golden dragons glared at the humans blocking their path, instantly enraged. However, just as the 10 royal Liu dark golden dragons were momentarily obstructed, Zhang Yu had already reached the Liu dark golden dragon kings, had a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Any beast that does not intend to surrender to him is marked with one word: kill. He had not forgotten that he was killed by beasts in his previous life. Ding. Player Xiang Yes critical crush talent skill is activated again. Breaking army talent skill activated. Hammer god crush talent skill activated. Player Xiang Yes base combat power is 1210. Critical crush power 150, solo charge power 150, hammer god power 200, crush power 100, using the platinum grade octagonal bright silver hammer power 60, divine mount treading snow power 70, current combat power is 1940. Power surged combat power sword, and the aura enveloped the octagonal bright silver hammer as it slammed down on the opponent's massive head. Roar. Desolation, panic, fear, dread, regret. As death approached, the Liu dark golden dragon king suddenly felt a surge of regret. Why didn't it surrender? If it had surrendered, perhaps. Kill. Just then a sharp killing intent locked onto its massive head as the silver hammer crashed down. Instinctively, the Liu dark golden dragon king raised its battered claws to shield its head. In an instant, the octagonal bright silver hammer filled with overwhelming combat power struck down on the Liu dark golden dragon king's claws. Boom, boom. Scales shattered, dragon flesh flew, dragon blood sprayed, claws were sent flying. Kill. The octagonal bright silver hammer filled with overwhelming combat power did not relent and aimed for the massive dragon head. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the octagonal bright silver hammer filled with overwhelming combat power pierced through the dragon head and shot out. Roar. A mournful wail followed. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the 30-meter-long body of the Liu dark golden dragon king collapsed. The Liu dark golden dragon king is dead. A generation of dragon kings has perished. Gazing at the massive dark golden dragon king of the inferno lying before him, Xiang Yu felt no great joy in his heart. Instead, a hint of melancholy welled up within him. How powerful was the dark golden dragon king of the inferno, possessing nearly 100 formidable kin. Wherever it was placed, it represented a tremendous force. But now, fallen, its corpse would become food for others. Such a tragic fate. I, Xiang Yu, must strengthen myself. Oh, only I can master my own life. Xiang Yu tightened his fists and silently vowed. Congratulations, player Xiang Yu, for slaying the Emperor-level beast lord, the dark golden dragon king of the inferno. As the first player to kill an Emperor-level demon beast in reality, you are rewarded with 1,000 reputation points and a special tier 10 unit, the Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry Special Military Camp. Is this a world announcement? Suddenly the system sprite's prompt sound echoed, pulling Xiang Yu's attention back. Wow. A special tier 10 unit, the Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry Military Camp. My goodness, this reward is too generous. Doesn't this mean I can cultivate tier 10 units myself? Xiang Yu was momentarily stunned. A special tier 10 unit could easily produce a single soldier capable of combat at the level of renowned historical generals. Moreover, as a special unit, it was not merely for individual combat, but to influence the battle's outcome. Thinking back, even having just 100 Xuanjia Iron Cavalry allowed him to pierce through the Xiongnu Cavalry, which showcased the might of the tier 10 special units. Like the Overlord of Western Chu's Overlord Cavalry, or Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, which were all feared. Congratulations, player Xiang Yu, for slaying the Emperor-level beast lord, the dark golden dragon king of the inferno. As the first player to kill an Emperor-level demon beast in reality, you are rewarded with 1,000 reputation points and a special tier 10 unit, the Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry Military Camp. Is this a world announcement? The system sprite's prompt sound rang again, just as Xiang Yu was about to speak. At that moment, seeing their king slain, many dark golden dragons of the inferno roared in fury, charging madly. Fight, fight, fight. Watching the dark golden dragons move, Ran Min Xiong Kuahai and others also brandished their weapons and charged forward, while Yan Shisan led the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry to surge up. However, faced with the charge of 10 Emperor-level dark golden dragons, even though Ran Min and the others were peerless warriors, they could only temporarily hold off two, at most, especially since Pei Yuanqing had no weapon and could only confront one Emperor-level dark golden dragon. Immediately, the remaining 3 Emperor-level dark golden dragons pounced towards Xiang Yu. Without time to respond to the system sprite, he leaped onto treading snow, moving like lightning to where the 8-pointed plum blossom silver hammer had fallen, hooking it up with his right foot and shouting, "Pei Yuanqing, catch the hammer." The 8-pointed plum blossom silver hammer shot towards Pei Yuanqing, who instantly caught it in his hand. Ding! Guansheng's Sword King Spring and Autumn Sword Technique and single sword meeting talent skills have been activated. Guansheng's base combat power is 760, Sword King adds 100, Spring and Autumn Sword Technique adds 150, single sword meeting adds 100, divine level red hair adds 70, divine level green dragon crescent blade adds 70, bringing the total combat power to 1250. Ding! Xiong Kuohai's Axe King talent skill has been activated. Xiong Kuohai's base combat power is 1030, Axe King adds 100, Using the Platinum level Sun and Moon double axes adds 60, Platinum level Red Charcoal Fire Dragon Steed adds 60, current combat power is 1250. Ding! Pei Yuanking's Hammer King Divine Strength and Double Hammer Technique talent skills have been activated. Pei Yuanking's base combat power is 1080, Hammer King adds 100, Divine Strength adds 100, Double Hammer Technique adds 120, Platinum level 8-pointed Plum Blossom Silver Hammer adds 60, Divine level Nightlight Jade Lion adds 70, current combat power is 1530. Ding! Ranmint's Spear King Wrath of the Emperor and Unmatched talent skills have been activated. Ranmint's base combat power is 1120, Spear King adds 100, Wrath of the Emperor adds 100, Unmatched adds 60, Platinum level Double-Bladed Spear adds 60, Divine level Zhu Dragon adds 70, current combat power is 1510. In an instant the four of them unleashed their full combat power facing two enemies daring not to show the slightest slackness. Roar, roar, roar. Faced with the full force, humans, the many Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragons, showed no hesitation unleashing their own might, whether sweeping with their tails or striking with their claws. Ding! The Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragon's Barbed Tail Critical Strike talent skill has been activated. The Deathclaw talent skill has been activated again. The Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragon's base combat power is 720, Barbed Tail Critical Strike adds 120, Deathclaw adds 160, current combat power is 1000. The Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragon's base combat power is 800, Barbed Tail Critical Strike adds 120, Deathclaw adds 160, current combat power is 1080. The Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragon's base combat power is 738, Barbed Tail Critical Strike adds 120, current combat power is 858. The Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragon's base combat power is 780, a Barbed Tail Critical Strike adds 120, current combat power is 900. The entire battlefield erupted in explosions boiling with chaos. Zhang Yu, wielding the remaining 8-pointed Plum Blossom Silver Hammer, faced the three charging Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragons. Roar, roar, roar. Kill. Faced with the three Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragons, Zhang Yu showed no hesitation, instantly unleashing his ultimate move. Ding! Player Zhang Yu's Critical Crush talent skill has been activated again. The Break Army talent skill has been activated. The Hammer God talent skill has been activated. Player Zhang Yu's base combat power is 1210, Critical Crush adds 150, Single Charge adds 150, Hammer God adds 200, using the Platinum level 8-pointed Plum Blossom Silver Hammer adds 60, Divine level Mount Treading Snow adds 70, current combat power is 1840. A surging power erupted, suppressing the three Emperor-level demon beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Facing Xiang Ye's full force strike, instantly the fear of death enveloped them. At that moment, the three Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragons understood what terror their king faced. Yet apart from fighting to the death, they seemed to have no other recourse. Roar, roar. In an instant, all three Emperor-level demon beasts unleashed their ultimate moves. The peak Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragon's base combat power is 800, Barbed Tail Critical Strike adds 120, Inferno Dragon Breath adds 350, current combat power is 1270. The Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragon King's base combat power is 750, Inferno Dragon Breath adds 350, Deathclaw adds 160, current combat power is 1260. The Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragon King's base combat power is 780, Inferno Dragon Breath adds 350, Deathclaw adds 160, current combat power is 1290. Damn! Seeing all three Emperor-level Dark Golden Dragons using their strongest attacks, Xiang Yu was momentarily speechless. They were putting everything on the line. The life force of the Emperor-level Beast Lords was even stronger, not easy to kill, capable of using Dragon Breath multiple times, but Emperor-level Demon Beasts could only use it once, or at most twice. Now they all opened up with their ultimate moves right away, truly underestimating him. Kill. Since we are to fight, Xiang Yu naturally would not cower, channeling all the strength in his body into the 8-pointed Plum Blossom Silver Hammer. Just before the enemy's attack arrived, he hurled it forward with a mighty throw, sending the hammer crashing forward with violent power. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the strongest attacks from both sides collided violently, producing a thunder. Shockwaves surged, causing Xiang Yu to stagger back repeatedly. Suddenly, the strongest attacks from both sides dissipated. He leaped onto Treading Snow, transforming into a streak of light to the fallen 8-pointed Plum Blossom Silver Hammer, hooking it up with his foot and instantly securing it in his hand. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing that their strongest attack had failed to kill Xiang Yu, the three dragons were immediately filled with fear. Their roars weakened. It ends here. Holding the 8-pointed Plum Blossom Silver Hammer, Xiang Yu snorted coldly and Treading Snow charged forward. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's Critical Crush talent skill has been activated again. The Break Army talent skill has been activated. The Hammer God and Crush talent skills have been activated. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power is 1210, Critical Crush adds 150, Single Charge adds 150, Hammer God adds 200, Crush adds 100. Using the Platinum level 8-pointed Plum Blossom Silver Hammer adds 60, Divine level Mount Treading Snow adds 70, current combat power is 1940. With a crushing force surging forth, his battle power soared, and the momentum was overwhelming. Xiang Yu transformed into the god of death, wielding the 8-pointed plum blossom silver hammer, darting, like lightning, towards a dark golden dragon, smashing down on its head. Roar! The dark golden dragon immediately raised its 2 claws to protect its head. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Yu's 8-pointed plum blossom silver hammer smashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon's claws shattered like tofu flesh and blood, flying dragon blood spraying forth, and the silver hammer pierced through its skull. Bang bang. An emperor-level dark golden dragon collapsed with a crash, dead. Kill. Xiang Yu wasted no time, raising the 8-pointed plum blossom silver hammer again and charging towards another. Roar. The dragon's tail struck, colliding with the 8-pointed plum blossom silver hammer, shattering upon impact. The dragon's tail wasted away as treading snow darted again to the head, and the hammer struck out. Boom. The sound of explosions erupted as an emperor-level dark golden dragon's head shattered, collapsing. Kill. Xiang Yu showed no hesitation, charging towards the last one. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing Xiang Yu's brutality, the last remaining emperor-level dark golden dragon was filled with terror and attempted to flee. But it was too late. Kill. A flash of white light zipped by, and the silver hammer was hurled out. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out as its head burst open, dragon blood gushing forth, and it collapsed. In a flash, killing 3 emperor-level dark golden dragons. All of the dark golden dragons were stunned. Kill, 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 kill. Xiang Yu did not stop, with treading snow flickering, transforming into a god and demon, charging towards the remaining 7 emperor-level dark golden demon beasts. Kill, kill, kill. Boom, 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 boom. Moments later, 7 emperor-level dark golden dragons. Xiang Yu, filled with murderous aura, once again exhibited the overwhelming might of Li Yuanba, suppressing all. Watching Xiang Yu fiercely suppress 10 royal-class infernal dark gold dragons, Ran Min and Xiong Kuai were astonished, their eyes filled with shock at the sight of Xiang Yu covered in dragon blood. The martial generals of the world are ranked from the highest to the lowest as unparalleled generals, top-tier generals, and so on. Among them, Xiong Kuai, Ran Min, and Pei Yuanxing belong to the ranks of the unparalleled. Xiang Yu was stronger than them, so he was naturally an unparalleled general. However, seeing Xiang Yu's overwhelming battle power that suppressed everything, they suddenly felt that their own unparalleled power was merely a fantasy. So powerful, unmatched. Even Ran Min and the others felt they might not withstand 3 strikes from Xiang Yu. It was terrifying. Perhaps only the ancient overlords could match the Lord's unparalleled strength. Ran Min and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Xiang Yu did not notice their astonished gazes. After violently slaughtering the royal-class infernal dark gold dragons, his attention turned to the rewards in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the imperial-level beast Lord, the infernal dark gold dragon king. As the first player to kill an imperial-level monster in reality, you are rewarded with 1,000 prestige and a special military camp for the 10th tier special unit, Songlong Iron Cavalry. Should this be announced to the world? The voice of the system sprite rang out, and this time Xiang Yu was finally delighted. What imperial-level monsters, what imperial-level beast lords. Compared to the 10th tier special unit, Songlong Iron Cavalry, they were nothing but trash. This was the real treasure. Announcement. Xiang Yu said without hesitation. The extermination of the imperial-level beast lord known as the strongest monster was undoubtedly monumental news for humanity, enough to boost the morale of the human race. As soon as Xiang Yu's voice fell, a rumbling sound echoed once again among billions around the world. After a month. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Tianqiao region for killing the imperial-level beast Lord, the infernal dark gold dragon king. As the first player to kill an imperial-level monster in reality, player Xiang Yu receives a reward of 1,000 prestige and a special military camp for the 10th tier special unit, Songlong Iron Cavalry. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Tianqiao region for killing the imperial-level beast Lord, the infernal dark gold dragon king. As the first player to kill an imperial-level monster in reality, player Xiang Yu receives a reward of 1,000 prestige and a special military camp for the 10th tier special unit, Songlong Iron Cavalry. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Tianqiao region for killing the imperial-level beast Lord, the infernal dark gold dragon king. As the first player to kill an imperial-level monster in reality, player Xiang Yu receives a reward of 1,000 prestige and a special military camp for the 10th tier special unit, Songlong Iron Cavalry. Hearing the announcement in his mind, the world instantly trembled. Damn. After a month, Xiang Yu finally achieved the first kill of an imperial-level monster, but this reward is too generous. A special military camp for the 10th tier special unit, Songlong Iron Cavalry. This reward is too strong. With this, Xiang Yu can sweep away everything. Baga. They actually rewarded a 10th tier unit. This Xiang Yu is already cheating. Oh my god. A 10th tier unit Xiang Yu is so powerful. Ooh, I want to have your babies. Undoubtedly, the world was not surprised that Xiang Yu could slay an imperial-level monster. After all, he had possessed unparalleled strength from the very beginning. The imperial-level beast lords were too distant for them. They did not fully understand the gap between them. However, they knew about the significance of the 10th tier special units. During a month in expedition, they fully understood the importance of those higher tier units. Now suddenly hearing that Xiang Yu was rewarded with a 10th tier unit, it filled them with envy. Xiang Yu was unaware that he had once again become the object of jealousy worldwide. At this moment, he was filled with excitement because a small model barracks appeared in his hands, undoubtedly the special military camp for the 10th tier unit, Songlong Iron Cavalry. Named Songlong Iron Cavalry Barracks. Type, building unique. Function 1, train heavy cavalry Songlong Iron Cavalry warriors. 2, raised Songlong Iron Cavalry warhorses. Quota, 8,000 fixed. After death, training may continue. Description. 1, can only be deployed in the expedition territory. 2, training Songlong Iron Cavalry warriors requires SS level talent. 3, raising Songlong Iron Cavalry warhorses requires a large number of horses to be invested with a probability of evolution. The better the quality of the horses, the greater the probability. 4, training Songlong Iron Cavalry requires both commanding and martial power to reach unparalleled levels of generals to be stationed. Damn. Looking at the description of the Songlong Iron Cavalry, Xiang Ye's expression suddenly turned grim. The conditions are too harsh. Just the requirement for both martial and commanding power to reach the level of unparalleled generals would be difficult for countless people. Instantly, Xiang Ye's excitement diminished significantly. It's tough. It's really not easy. Achieving both commanding and martial power at the unparalleled general level is difficult for others, but not for him, as both his commanding and martial skills are already unparalleled. This is not a problem. What made Xiang Ye's expression grim was the requirement for an SS-level warrior's talent. It should be known that an SS-level talent after the special attribute enhancement from Nirvana Town is only 1 in 10 million. The probability of obtaining an SSS talent is 1 in 10 million. Oh, what the hell is he playing at? To get one unparalleled talent from 10 million residents of Nirvana Town, he needs a vast base of 800 billion residents for his 8,000 10th tier units. What is he even playing at? No, there must be a solution. Oh, otherwise, where did Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Cavalry come from? Where did the Overlord of Western Shu get theirs? I refuse to believe they could gather so many SSS talents. As his thoughts turned, Xiang Yu immediately sensed something amiss. If it were truly so difficult to find SS-level talents, then how did so many 10th tier units come about? Undoubtedly, there must be something he did not know within this. Forget it, it'll take my time to figure it out. Having a 10th tier special barracks, but being unable to use it is undoubtedly a frustrating thing. Warriors, follow me to kill. Just then the cold voice of Yan Shisan attracted Xiang Ye's attention. He saw 90 Xuanjia Iron Cavalry emitting immense murderous intent, like an indomitable blade of slaughter, fiercely charging into the group of 88 Royal Class Infernal Dark Gold monsters. Boom. A tremendous momentum emanated from the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, crashing violently into the group of 88 Royal Class Infernal Dark Gold monsters. Ow woo, ow woo woo, a series of piercing cries sounded. Faced with the seemingly unified Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, the chaotic Infernal Dark Gold dragons could only be slaughtered. Xiang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Special units have also become stronger in reality. When gathered together, they are definitely not as simple as 112. They are undoubtedly the best weapon against the monster tide. Suddenly, Xiang Yu looked at the slaughtered royal monsters, and a thought struck him. Had he ever killed a royal level monster? Xiang Yu leaped down and charged toward a royal level Infernal Dark Gold dragon. The opponent had no time to react as his hammer smashed directly into its head. Ding. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the royal level beast, the Infernal Dark Gold dragon. You are the first player in reality to kill a royal level beast. However, since you have already killed higher level monsters, you are rewarded with 100 prestige and can choose any level of weapon and 1 mount. Damn. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. The reward was significantly reduced because he had killed higher level monsters. Suddenly, Xiang Ye's eyes sparkled. He could choose a weapon and a mount. Huh. Li Yuanba drum hammer and the divine steed of Wanli Yenyun can now appear. Xiang Ye's heart surged with wild joy. With the drum hammer and the divine steed of Wanli Yenyun, he could fully unleash his battle power. Upon hearing that he could choose a weapon and a mount, Xiang Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After all, he had been rewarded with a powerful structure like the Dragon King's Hall for defeating the first Lord-level monster, and now he was only being given a weapon and a mount. The disparity before and after was undeniably vast, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed. However, he quickly thought of Li Yuanba drum hammer and the cloud covering the miles. These two items were Li Yuanba weapons, and especially the drum hammer was of great importance to Xiang Yu. Only by wielding a hammer-type weapon could Xiang Yu greatly unleash his strongest combat power, so, in that moment, his inner disappointment lessened considerably. Ding. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the king-level monster, the fiery Abyss Dark Gold Dragon. You are the first player in reality to slay a king-level monster. However, since you have already defeated a higher-level monster, you are rewarded with 100 reputation points, and may choose any level of weapon and 1 mount. Please choose. Would you like to make a world announcement? The system sprite's voice rang out again. I choose Li Yuanba drum hammer and the cloud covering the miles without making a world announcement. Hearing the system sprite's words, Xiang Yu immediately replied, directly refusing the world announcement as it was unnecessary. After all, he had already slain the emperor-level beast lord, so why announce the death of a king-level monster? Hiss hiss hiss. As Xiang Ye's voice fell, a neighing sound of warhorses echoed from afar. A warhorse strong and majestic galloped toward him carrying 2 enormous golden hammers. The horse was free of any stray hairs, its coat as glossy and black as blue satin, with its long mane curled in tufts. The black was deep and lustrous, and its sharp, fierce eyes were strikingly fierce. Wu. Under the astonished gazes of Pei Yuanqing and the others, the cloud covering the miles approached Xiang Yu, affectionately nudging his calf, exhibiting an unexpected docility. Ha! Looking at the cloud covering the miles, which evoked a sense of familiarity, Xiang Yu couldn't help but rub its head. As he grasped the massive drum hammer on its back, an inexplicable surge of overwhelming power flowed through it. Xiang Yu's eyes brightened instantly. This familiar feeling was not new to him. It was the sensation of unleashing his crushed talent skill. Indeed, it is Li Yuanba exclusive weapon. Using the drum hammer makes me feel as if I can activate the crushed talent skill at any moment. Xiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Alas, it's a pity that I actually prefer spears and polearms. It's just that using a hammer-type weapon can significantly increase my combat power by 30 points, which is quite frustrating. Indeed, Xiang Yu actually favored weapons like Zhao Zilong's spear, or Xiang Yu's Sky Dragon Breaking City halberd, and invincible Overlord spear. Why doesn't he like the heavy hammer? Because hammers are cumbersome, making him look quite ridiculous, while wielding them lacking any sense of dignity or grandeur, which is definitely unfriendly to his extraordinary looks. Indeed, Xiang Yu's looks were extraordinarily striking, although he himself wasn't entirely clear how he came to possess. In his memories from Earth, he was just a senior high school student, short and poor, standing at 1.68 meters, but upon arriving at Blue Star, he transformed into someone 1.78 meters tall with looks that reached the pinnacle, boasting a perfect body ratio and flawless features. If a perfect score for looks is 100, Xiang Yu would undoubtedly rate himself a perfect score. This book is the second part of the Supreme Student, setting the maximum score for looks at 100, with the hidden function increases friendliness by 5 points towards men and 30 points towards women. In fact, in his previous life, Xiang Yu had thought about simply seducing a few local wealthy women in expedition, saving him years of struggle, as he had the capital to do so. However, while the idea was good, reality was cruel. The Three Kingdoms was a chaotic era, and even more so a world where women's positions were low. His thoughts had to be abandoned, and he could only strive to develop. Of course, possessing such perfect looks, if given a choice, Xiang Yu wouldn't want to wield a heavy hammer. He preferred to use more stylish weapons, spears and halberds. Who wouldn't want to be a dashing young man? Who wouldn't want to be the object of admiration for the neighboring girls? Xiang Yu was certainly no exception. After all, there were indeed many stunning beauties in the Three Kingdoms, and in his previous life, he lacked the strength to even dream. But this time he had both strength and looks. Figures like Lu Bu among men and red hair among horses seemed weak before him. What did he have to fear? Thus, using a heavy hammer that affected his looks was only temporary. If he were to draw a master of spears or halberds in the future, he would surely integrate without hesitation. Of course, he couldn't just discard the hammer. Throughout history, who could instantly gain 30 combat power in the domain of spears and halberds? Therefore, the hammer must be kept stored in the Supreme Ring. In a critical moment, it would undoubtedly be extremely sharp. Pei Yuanqing catch the hammer. Xiang Yu was very satisfied with having obtained the drum hammer, as it meant he could unleash his strongest combat power at any time, directly tossing Pei Yuanqing the 8-pointed star silver hammer. Next, under the watchful eyes of Xiang Yu and the others, the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry swiftly eliminated the king-level fiery Abyss Dark Gold Dragon. Special troop types were exceedingly powerful, especially after enhancing their strength individually. When combined, they became incredibly sharp. Facing the same level and number of monsters, it was a complete slaughter. This further strengthened Xiang Yu's resolve. Special troop types were the real force in reality, and he must strive. Let's go. Follow me into the Spirit Valley to take a look. With the last king-level fiery Abyss Dark Gold Dragon slain, Xiang Yu waved his hand, mounted the cloud covering the miles, and headed directly toward the fiery Abyss Dark Gold Dragon's Spirit Valley. A spatial rift appeared, and spiritual energy surged in massively. The entire Blue Star was ravaged by monsters, but it also formed numerous spirit-rich paradises where the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense. Abundant spiritual energy could nourish the body, subtly enhancing strength, and places rich in spiritual energy would give birth to various wondrous spiritual items. However, those abundant spiritual paradises were all occupied by powerful monster clans, leaving no room for humans. The valley occupied by the powerful fiery Abyss Dark Gold Dragon clan was undoubtedly a spirit-rich paradise. As he entered the vast valley, Xiang Yu immediately felt a refreshing aura wash over him, bringing a momentary warmth to his body. Ding! Notification: the Spirit Valley before player Xiang Yu is a low-level paradise. Staying here for 30 days will enhance combat power by 10 points with no bottleneck limit on the enhancement. Suddenly, the system sprite's voice rang out. What the hell? Hearing the system sprite's words, Xiang Yu was stunned. Just staying for 30 days without doing anything could increase his combat power by 10 points, and there were no bottlenecks. And this was just the lowest level of paradise. What about higher levels? Xiang Yu was left dumbfounded. The lack of bottleneck limits truly shocked him. Xiang Yu was truly shocked. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have lost his ability to see through this world. In his previous life, players had mentioned the concept of hidden realms in the forums, though no one knew the specifics of their functions. They were aware of their existence, knowing that they could enhance power and potentially contain spiritual treasures. However, he had never heard of any classification of hidden realms, nor had he ever heard that merely staying in a low-level hidden realm for 30 days could enhance battle power by 10 points, let alone heard of an unrestricted increase in battle power. In an instant, Xiang Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely bewildered. 30 days in a low-level hidden realm could increase battle power by 10 points. What about higher levels? If there were no limits to the enhancement, then how much higher would the peak Emperor Beast Sovereign, who was already at the pinnacle of the Emperor level, rise in a higher-level hidden realm? Suddenly, these thoughts flashed through Xiang Yu's mind, and he felt as if he had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. This changing blue star was far more complex than he had understood. In his previous life, humans struggled for 3 years and could only reach the level of first-rate war generals. How much of the secrets of Blue Star could they really know? What qualifications did they have to approach higher-level existences? Blue Star is not simple. In an instant, Xiang Yu became aware that there were still too many things in this world that he did not understand. After realizing that hidden realms could enhance battle power without limits, Xiang Yu no longer felt invincible. He could unleash nearly 2,000 battle power at full strength, which was indeed very formidable. But was that enough? An Emperor-level peak Beast Sovereign, plus an unrestricted enhancement of battle power from hidden realms. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before they surpassed him. Looks like I need to pick up the pace. Xiang Yu thought to himself, realizing that this discovery had caught him off guard. Putting everything else aside, he had to capture a high-level hidden realm in a short time, otherwise his speed would surely fall behind those powerful Emperor-level beast sovereigns. At this moment, Xiang Yu finally understood why those powerful beasts preferred to have underlings. After all, it was to compete for hidden realms. The more people, the greater the strength, which suited both humans and beasts alike. Could you single-handedly take on a group of equally matched opponents with their underlings? Undoubtedly, the fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragon clan was the best example. A powerful, fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragon clan occupied this low-level hidden realm under the leadership of the high-ranking fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragon King. Damn it! I need to recruit more underlings, or else I won't stand a chance. In an instant, everything returned to square. Understanding the key to the problem, Xiang Yu instantly set his next goal to occupy a high-level hidden realm at the fastest speed and recruit more underlings. System Spirit, can you explain the classification of hidden realms to me? Xiang Yu inwardly asked, unsure if the System Spirit would answer his question, but he still inquired. Ding! Player Xiang Yu, as the strongest of the human race, the System Spirit, makes an exception to provide a hint. Hidden realms are classified into 4 levels. Low-level hidden realm in the central area, every 30 days battle power can be enhanced by 10 points without limits. There is a 10 chance of spiritual treasures appearing. Intermediate hidden realm in the central area, every 30 days battle power can be enhanced by 30 points without limits. 30 chance of spiritual treasures appearing. Advanced hidden realm in the central area, every 30 days battle power can be enhanced by 60 points without limits. 60 chance of spiritual treasures appearing. Top-level hidden realm in the central area, every 30 days battle power can be enhanced by 100 points without limits. There is a 100 chance of spiritual treasures appearing. Note, the higher the level of the hidden realm, the larger the covered area, and the closer to the central area, the more abundant the spiritual energy, leading to fierce competition and constant challenges. Wow, this seems to be cheating. Upon hearing the explanation from the System Spirit, Xiang Yu immediately lost his composure. A top-level hidden realm could enhance battle power by 100 every 30 days. In Expedition, that would mean a 10-point increase in battle power every month, which is a whole tier. And considering that it has been 2 months since spiritual energy flowed into Blue Star, doesn't that mean the beasts in the top-level hidden realm have increased their battle power by 20 points? The beasts capable of occupying a top-level hidden realm must be the strongest. Doesn't that imply that their base battle power has reached 140 points? Xiang Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. With a base battle power of 140 points combined with the strongest beasts having formidable innate skills, they could easily push their battle power to 200. Why do I feel as if humans have lost all hope? Xiang Yu was truly speechless. This posed a hellish difficulty for humans. How could they fight? Even if Xiang Yu had underlings, could the opponents not have underlings? Shaking his head, Xiang Yu turned his gaze to the vast valley. Undoubtedly being occupied by over 100 massive fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragons, its area was certainly large enough, comparable to a small town. Let's go. Xiang Yu rode on the cloud and headed towards the central area. As he gradually approached the central area, Xiang Yu could clearly feel the spiritual energy becoming denser. A wave of warmth rose within him, and he could distinctly sense a hint of power increasing. Damn! If a low-level hidden realm has such effects, one can only imagine how terrifying an advanced, or even top-level hidden realm would be. Xiang Yu felt an imbalance within himself, even more determined to quickly find a higher-level hidden realm to claim as his own. He couldn't afford to fall too far behind, otherwise the gap would only widen. Eat dragon meat, drink dragon blood. After scanning the area and seeing that there were no other living beings in the spiritual valley, Xiang Yu immediately shouted. This was the only thing that could provide comfort to Xiang Yu. The physique of humans pales in comparison to that of beasts. Beast meat is rich in spiritual essence, full of energy. Eating meat from beasts of the same level or higher will certainly enhance one's battle power. Immediately, Xiang Yu led his companions to the outside of the spiritual valley, looking at the mountain of fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragon corpses. With a wave of his hand, the 30-meter-long corpse of the fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragon King was instantly stored in the Supreme Ring. A smile appeared on Xiang Ye's face. This was the meat of an emperor-level beast sovereign worth its weight in gold. He stored all the corpses of the fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragons into the Supreme Ring, filling it to more than half. Let's eat. Immediately Xiang Yu and his underlings began to roast the dragon meat and drink dragon blood. By evening, the spiritual valley was filled with smoke and delicious aromas. There were barbecue racks propped up by branches with blazing flames burning below, and the racks were skewered with fragrance. Xiang Yu and the others were devouring the dragon meat in large chunks. Wow, this roasted dragon meat is delicious. I have never eaten dragon meat before. So fragrant. This is definitely the best meat I've ever eaten. Woo, it smells amazing. This world is truly magical. I feel my strength increasing rapidly. Looking at the sizzling dragon meat in his hand, a drop of hot oil slowly slid down the succulent meat, intoxicating him with its aroma, enticing his appetite. Xiang Yu said nothing and took a big bite. Hiss! The meat was golden and shiny, slightly spicy yet fragrant, not greasy or gamey, tender and delicious, and the exquisite taste stimulated his taste buds. Ding! Consuming the meat of the emperor-level beast sovereign fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragon King increases battle power by 5. Ding! Consuming the meat of the emperor-level beast sovereign fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragon King increases battle power by 8. Ding! Consuming the meat of the emperor-level beast sovereign fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragon King increases battle power by 10. Ding! Drinking the blood of the emperor-level beast sovereign fierce Inferno Dark Gold Dragon increases battle power by 5. Ding! Consuming the meat of the imperial-level beast, the Infernal Dark Golden Dragon King grants 1. Hearing the long-awaited system sprite prompt in his ear, Xiang Yu couldn't help but rub his swollen belly and directly opened his attribute panel. Name Xiang Yu. Level Peerless General Peak. Battle Strength 1356. Weapon Yuang Spear Divine Level. Mount Snow Treading Steed Divine Level Mount. Talents. 1. Critical Crush. Each strike increases battle strength by 50 points up to a maximum of 150 points. 2. Breaking Army Single Cavalry Charge increases battle strength by 150 points. 3. Khan's Wild Hunt. When using bow-type weapons to attack beasts, each arrow adds 60 battle strength cumulative up to 300 points. 4. Hammer God. Using hammer-type weapons adds 200 battle strength. 5. Shatter Passive. Using hammer-type weapons has a chance to activate, granting 100 battle strength when activated. After consuming the meat of the Imperial-level Infernal Dark Golden Dragon King for a whole day, Xiang Yu had to admit that the Imperial-level beasts were truly a great tonic for humans, as his battle strength skyrocketed from 1210 to 1356, a total increase of 146 points equivalent to a rise of 14 points in his combat power. With the effect of beast meat diminishing, Xiang Yu finally paused his actions. Haha, my lord, I feel my strength has significantly increased. At that moment, the hearty laughter of Xiong Kuai came through, sounding quite excited. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu's gaze turned to his subordinate, instantly brightening. Guan Sheng current battle strength 1092, 760. Xiong Kuai current battle strength 12, 13, 1030. Pei Yuanqing current battle strength 12, 51, 1080. Ran Min current battle strength 12, 80, 1120. As a top-tier warrior, Guan Sheng benefited the most, with his battle strength soaring from 760 to 1092, an incredible increase of 332 points, just one step away from becoming a peerless general. Xiong Kuai and Pei Yuanqing both had their battle strength increased by about 160 points, directly breaking through the human peerless general limit of 1200 battle strength. Xiang Yu's ecstatic eyes turned once more to the 90 Xuanjia Iron Riders, and indeed everyone's battle strength had greatly increased. Without considering talent skills, their individual combat capabilities were likely comparable to top-tier historical generals. Haha, very good. Xiang Yu couldn't help but laugh, as just the meat of the Imperial-level Infernal Dark Golden Dragon had allowed the battle strength of him and his companions to rise once again. Looking at the remaining half of the Infernal Dark Golden Dragon King's meat in the Supreme Ring, Xiang Yu felt as if he possessed a mountain of treasure. The barbecue did not stop, with only Guan Sheng crazily stuffing the Infernal Dark Golden Dragon King's meat into his mouth, exuding an overwhelming aura, his face serious as he was breaking through to the realm of a peerless general. Feeling Guan Sheng's aura, Xiong Kuai and the other two also calmed down from their excitement, joining together to roast meat for Guan Sheng, eagerly watching him. Undoubtedly, although Guan Sheng was the weakest among the four, merely a top-tier warrior, no one dared to underestimate him. His potential for explosive power was formidable, and once he entered the realm of the peerless, his strength would surely be even greater. As time passed, the amount of dragon meat entering Guan Sheng's stomach increased, and his aura grew stronger. Suddenly, changes swept through Guan Sheng's aura, revealing hints of a peerless general's presence spreading outwards. Guan Sheng's phoenix eyes suddenly brightened, and his movements quickened once more. Soon 10 pounds of dragon meat had been consumed. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of a peerless general surged outwards. Haha, good. Congratulations, Brother Guan, for entering the ranks of peerless generals. Brother Guan, congratulations. Upon seeing Guan Sheng break through to a peerless general, Ran Min and the others immediately rejoiced. In the face of their congratulations, Guan Sheng cupped his fist and knelt before Xiang Yu, loudly stating, "Thank you, my lord, for your rebirth grace. I am willing to be your vanguard, charging into fire and water for you, and if you command, I will spare no effort." Seeing Guan Sheng's demeanor reminiscent of an ancient chivalrous hero, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Truly a character inspired by Guan Yi. "Come, get up, let's all work hard together." Xiang Yu stepped forward to pull Guan Sheng up, saying. As evening arrived and darkness fell, everyone disappeared from Blue Star, and with a flash of white light, they appeared outside Nirvana Town. The surging power instantly weakened, making it feel like a lifetime had passed. Upon returning to Nirvana Town, as soon as they arrived at the town leader's office, Zhao Ting, who was guarding the city gates, rushed over. "My lord, a stranger requests an audience, claiming to come from the capital." "Moi." Xiang Yu was taken aback. "A player? The capital? The officials have come looking for him." Instantly Xiang Yu thought of the officials. Xiang Yu certainly knew that remnants of powers still existed within the heavenly dynasty of Blue Star, having even established a small city underground with quite a population. In his previous life, the supreme powerhouse of the heavenly dynasty Feng Yuan was the master of the capital base. "The other party has arrived. Did he say his name?" Xiang Yu frowned and asked Zhao Ting. "He said his name is Feng." Zhao Ting obediently replied. "So it really is him." Xiang Yu's brow furrowed deeper. He actually did not want to meet the player because there was no need. The gap between players and him was too great. If they came looking for him, it was merely to seek his protection. But could this be possible? After struggling for 3 years in his previous life, he had long since tempered his heart to iron and stone. A saint. Sorry, Xiang Yu is not worthy. Alright, let him in. In the end, Xiang Yu still wanted to see what the other party's intentions were. If they really sought his protection, he could only apologize. Soon under Zhao Ting's lead, a middle-aged man with a square face dressed in shining silver armor and holding a shining silver spear entered the town leader's office. "Hiss, you are Xiang Yu." Feng Yuan was stunned upon seeing Xiang Yu, utterly dumbfounded. "This guy is way too handsome, right?" Looking at the astonished Feng Yuan, Xiang Yu couldn't help but touch his nose, admitting that he was indeed a bit handsome. "Ahem. Hello, I am Xiang Yu." Xiang Yu coughed lightly. He was interested in beautiful women, but had no interest in men. "Oh. Hello, mister. Xiang Yu, I am Feng Yuan, currently the leader of the capital base. I have long admired your name, having heard of your heroic deeds in the world announcements multiple times. It is truly admirable, especially today, hearing that you have slain an imperial-level beast sovereign, which has greatly inspired the morale of our human race." Awakened by Xiang Yu, Feng Yuan quickly introduced himself and began to flatter Xiang Yu. Hearing the compliments from the other party, Xiang Yu merely nodded noncommittally. "Hello, leader Feng Yuan. I wonder what brings you here today. Let me make it clear in advance, the existence of expedition is to strengthen the human race, and everything relies on ourselves, and only by becoming stronger step by step is the hard truth." Taking advantage of the other party's silence, Xiang Yu took the initiative to express his attitude, relying on oneself. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Feng Yuan's expression froze momentarily, then he revealed a wry smile, saying, "Actually, my purpose this time is to ask you to help us drive away the imperial-level beast, the golden-winged rock above the capital base." "What? The golden-winged rock?" Xiang Yu was instantly taken aback, then he suddenly felt ecstatic. The Dapeng bird is the largest type of bird in Chinese mythology, an immensely magnificent divine bird, found in many legends, transformed from the Kuan. The Dapeng and the phoenix originated from the same bird totem of the ancestors, and gradually diverged, taking on different characteristics. However, later, with the introduction of Buddhism to China, and influenced by Zhuangzi, the mythological figure of the golden-winged Dapeng bird emerged. Undeniably, the golden-winged Dapeng bird is a divine bird imbued with belief, a hypothetical exotic beast. Yet Xiang Yu was stunned, filled with joy, followed by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Indeed, it is unbelievable. Logically, he had already slain 2 types of mixed-breed dragons. Though they were mixed-breed, they were still dragons. Now that the dragon race had appeared, it seemed reasonable for the golden-winged Dapeng bird to show up as well. You must know that in the previous life, after the Yellow Turban Rebellion began, the forums in expedition opened up, allowing players from the entire Celestial Empire to communicate. However, he had never heard of the golden-winged Dapeng bird hovering above the capital settlement. Yet now it has changed. How could the golden-winged Dapeng bird possibly appear above the capital base? Did it not kill you? After the initial surprise, Xiang Yu frowned and asked. He believed that a single golden-winged Dapeng bird could not annihilate the capital base. He had seen it. Even the current strongest Feng Yuan was merely a third-rate general. When expedition was launched, the golden-winged Dapeng bird appeared and directly hovered above the capital base for over a month, seemingly treating it as its own territory, without harming us, as if ignoring us altogether. I feel it might be trying to nurture us, waiting for us to grow stronger before consuming us. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's inquiry, Feng Yuan also expressed his concern. Xiang Yu was instantly at a loss for words. Ignoring. Nurturing. What about its strength? What is the combat power of the golden-winged Dapeng bird? And is there a cave-blessed land where the golden-winged Dapeng bird resides? Unclear about the intentions of the golden-winged Dapeng bird, Xiang Yu began to inquire about its strength. He acknowledged that the golden-winged Dapeng bird, being a bird species, was undoubtedly very attractive to him. After acquiring the Supreme Ring, he had been thinking of capturing an avian pet to serve as a means of transportation. Furthermore, knowing that Cave-Blessed lands have a tiered classification and that top-tier Cave-Blessed lands can significantly enhance combat power, he was eager to obtain a top-tier Cave-Blessed land. Now that the golden-winged Dupeng bird had appeared as a divine bird in Chinese mythology, could it be weak? Would there be a top-tier Cave-Blessed land above the capital base? The strength of the golden-winged Dupeng bird is at the peak of the Emperor-level Beastmaster. We do not know its exact combat power, because our people are too afraid to approach. Also, what is a Cave-Blessed land? Feng Yun spoke directly, but he was evidently puzzled by Xiang Yu's mention of Cave-Blessed lands. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu furrowed his brow again. It was certain that the golden-winged Dupeng bird was at the peak of the Emperor level, but how could they not see its combat power? Knowing that Cave-Blessed lands could increase combat power without limit, Xiang Yu did not believe he could definitively defeat an Emperor-level peak beast. Moreover, Feng Yun was still uncertain whether there was a Cave-Blessed land. A Cave-Blessed land is a place rich in spiritual energy, and the system's spirit will give a reminder upon entering. No, definitely not. My people took the opportunity when the golden-winged Dupeng bird went out to hunt to enter, and there were no prompts. Oh, I can assure you of that. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's explanation, Feng Yun solemnly responded, there is really no Cave-Blessed land. Seeing Fenjian's strong tone, Xiang Yu was instantly disappointed. This was not what he had hoped for. Xiang Yu, we are not asking you to protect us. We only ask that you help us drive away the golden-winged Dupeng bird. In return, we can provide you with a satellite map of the domestic region, which contains various records of beast settlements. A satellite map? Can we still see the surface of Blue Star now? Upon hearing the mention of a satellite map, Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Of course we can, but alas, there are too many beasts. The entire country has been ravaged by them. Especially some of the previous mountain ranges and forests, which are now entirely a paradise for powerful beasts. Blue Star is no longer the Blue Star it once was. Feng Yun let out a long sigh. After seeing Feng Yun off, only Xiang Yu was left in the mayor's office. Ultimately, Xiang Yu agreed to visit the capital not for any other reason, but for the golden-winged Dupeng bird. However, Xiang Yu was not confident about subduing it. It was an Emperor-level peak beast, and could fly, attacking directly from the air. What could he do? As the days slowly passed, Xiang Yu directly handed over all the dragon meat from the king-level Inferno Dark Gold Dragon in his supreme ring to Cunxiao, allowing him to enhance the strength of the Nirvana Town soldiers. Once again light flashed, and Xiang Yu, Xiong Kuahai, and others reappeared in the spiritual valley. However, as soon as they appeared, they were surrounded by a pack of 20 wolves led by an Emperor-level wind wolf, having seized their territory while Xiang Yu was away. Kill for me. Xiang Yu snorted coldly, and in an instant Xiong Kuahai and the others as well as the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry charged forward. Moments later, the battle was resolved. Let's go. Xiang Yu glanced helplessly at the low-level blessed land of Tontian Valley. He did not have the excess strength to spare here, and could only give up, looking back reluctantly before riding the Wanli Yinyun to leave. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiang Yu and his group unleashed their full momentum, 4 waves of overwhelming and destructive aura spreading outwards, complemented by the chilling intent of the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, as their warhorses galloped wildly. Any beast in their path felt the might of such formidable presence, and quickly retreated. Xiang Yu traveled smoothly, the speed of his warhorse skyrocketing, racing towards one direction at a breakneck speed. It was not towards the Dragon King Hall, but towards the capital. Since he had decided to visit the capital, the sooner the better. Following the route planned by Feng Yun, Xiang Yu tried to avoid high mountains and forests, advancing like a hot knife through butter. However, just by doing so, Xiang Yu finally witnessed the extent of the beast devastation in reality. Lord-level beasts were seen everywhere, Overlord-level beasts appeared within moments, and King-level beasts were frequently spotted. Emperor-level beasts were also numerous. It was feared that once human cities were established, they would be immediately besieged by countless beasts. Of course, facing such a powerful team as Xiang, yes, even Emperor-level beast factions would not dare to approach easily. They were not foolish. They encountered 4 Emperor-level beast factions consecutively, without exception, passing through unimpeded. After traveling swiftly for a full 8 hours in high-speed mode, Xiang Yu and his group finally arrived in the capital region. From afar, Xiang Yu sensed a tremendous aura emanating. Caw! A resounding cry pierced the clouds as a massive figure blotted out the sun, rapidly flying towards Xiang Yu and the others. A piercing cry ripped through the heavens as a colossal figure blotted out the sun, hurtling towards Xiang Yu and his companions with overwhelming momentum. From afar, Xiang Yu felt himself instantly locked onto a surge of mortal danger flooding his senses. This golden-winged Great Peng is too powerful. His heart sank. Its mere aura rendered him utterly powerless. Boom, boom, boom. Sonic booms detonated in rapid succession as the golden-winged Great Peng closed in its presence, thunderous, soul-shaking. Prepare for battle, Xiang Yu roared. Instantly his comrades braced themselves like warriors facing annihilation. Weapons raised, surging energy erupting from within as they readied for combat. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the sky-obscuring golden-winged Great Peng descended directly above them. HSSSS. Gazing upon its immense form, wings spanning 40 to 50 meters radiating an aura that pierced the soul, Xiang Yu instinctively drew a sharp breath. Yet before Xiang Yu and his companions could react, the great Peng folded its vast wings and landed squarely before them, revealing its true visage in full. Its beak and talons gleamed jet-black, metallic, and formidable. Diamond-hard horns crowned its head. A luminous treasure pearl shimmered atop its brow. Golden eyes, larger than water vats, blazed like twin suns and moons. Its wings resembled celestial swords, and golden blade-like feathers extended like drawn blades. Xiang Yu stood utterly stunned, not by the bird's dazzling appearance, but by the sheer magnificence of its attribute. Named Golden-Winged Great Peng Senior. Status sealed. Type Avian. Current rank Imperator. Peak Combat Power 16, 20 innate skills. 1 Human Guardian. Passive, serves as a sacred guardian of humanity, drawing upon human fortune, grants 10 combat power daily. 2. 10,000 Li Cloud Journey. Passive, soars 1,000 Li with a single wing beat, ascending beyond the clouds. 3. Dragon Devouring Descent. Dives at speed, striking with its beak. 200 combat power per strike, up to 600 total. 4. Dazzling Peng Gale. Flaps wings to summon a tornado. 180 combat power per vortex, up to 540 total. 5. Featherblade Transformation. Wings whirl like swords in midair. Golden razor-edged feathers launch forth. 200 combat power per volley, up to 600 total. 6. Talon Critical Strike. Diamond-hard claws deliver devastating blows. 200 combat power per strike, up to 600 total. Staring at the golden-winged Great Peng's attribute panel, Xiang Yu was truly speechless. Base combat power of 1620 plus 3 innate skills, each capable of adding 600, effortlessly unleashing attacks exceeding 2 or 3,000. He was astounded. The sheer magnitude was terrifying. But then, suddenly, he froze upon reading the Human Guardian skill. Was the golden-winged Great Peng truly humanity's sacred guardian? Drawing upon human fortune, protecting humanity, then why hadn't it attacked him? A flash of insight ignited in Xiang Yu's mind. He recalled reading long ago on Earth a passage describing the great. To modern humanity, the Great Peng remains an enigma, often dismissed as mythological. Yet according to the Yangzhongbon tradition, it is neither divine nor mythical, but a real being that once walked the world over 10,000 years ago, in ancient Zhangzhong, present-day Ngari Prefecture, in Tibet, Persia, and even across China. Many varieties exist, but this one bears golden wings that span immeasurably vast, dwelling traditionally upon the great iron tree north of Mount Sumeru. Scriptures recount how in humanity's earliest days monstrous dragons and floods choked the earth, rendering survival impossible, until the Buddha dispatched these golden-winged Great Pengs to devour the demons, thereby forging a tranquil world for humankind. Since then, they have been venerated across generations as sacred protectors, symbols of safety and spiritual refuge. The Yangzhongbon canon abounds with tales of the golden-winged Great Peng waging cunning epic battles against dragons. Could this truly be real? Xiang Yu's eyes lit up. Clarity flooded his mind, dissolving tension and fear. He now understood precisely why the golden-winged Great Peng had hovered above the Jingdu base without preying upon humans, ignoring us, raising us to maturity before feasting. Bah! It's here to protect us. A sharp whistle cut the air. Then a deep, youthful male voice resonated within Xiang Yu's mind. Human, are you the strongest among your race? Xiang Yu jolted, and stared at the Great Peng. Could it speak? Do not be startled, human. I am your race's sacred guardian, granted communion with you. Fear not, I shall not harm you. The resonant voice echoed again, easing Xiang Yu's anxiety. You truly are humanity's sacred guardian. Reassured that no attack would follow, Xiang Yu relaxed. But profound questions surged forth. What was happening? Why had this being become humanity's protector? Sacred guardian. Why had the golden-winged Great Peng assumed this role? Wasn't the highest tier of beasts on launching merely Emperor tier? And if it were truly humanity's guardian, why did it not drive away the rampaging beasts? Moreover, its status read sealed. But what force had sealed it, and why? How many sacred guardians existed? If the golden-winged Great Peng had appeared, what of the mythical Qilin azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, venerated across millennia as divine beasts? Countless questions flooded his thoughts. His gaze settled upon the golden-winged Great Peng, so overwhelmingly powerful it defied comprehension, and he knew without doubt that this being held the answers. Human, you progress astonishingly fast. You are the most formidable human I have ever encountered. Elder, my name is Xiang Yu. May I ask, since you serve as humanity's sacred guardian, why do you not expel the rampaging beasts from the celestial realm? His eyes remained fixed upon the Great Peng. He knew his words were blunt, but trusted he would not be harmed. Ha ha ha. Xiang Yu, you underestimate the complexity. Though I am humanity's sacred guardian, I may not intervene directly. This realm imposes strict constraints. Merely descending upon Jingdu-triggered celestial warnings, a direct action, is utterly forbidden. This cataclysm is far more profound than you imagine. For humanity, it is not merely trial. It is transcendence bearing unimaginable opportunity and reward. Xiang Yu frowned. Forbidden from acting. Then was it merely collecting its due, without fulfilling its duty? Elder, may I ask, is the Imperator truly the apex of launching's bestial hierarchy? How then do sacred beasts exist? And if so, do divine beasts also dwell among us? Having confirmed the Great Peng's inability to act, Xiang Yu immediately voiced his deepest uncertainty. Haha, Emperor tier beasts. They are merely sealed, for now, To my knowledge, the 10 ancient fiends have already awakened. The sky-rending sea coral unicorn, crimson flame, golden Nemi beast, 8-armed, fire chi, 9-winged, heavenly dragon, thunderbolt, bat dragon, azure-winged, sea dragon, and Kueox, among countless others. Divine beasts have likewise reappeared across the land. An extraplanar super-imperator beasts stir beyond our borders, all currently bound by seals. HSSSS. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu involuntarily sucked in a sharp breath. The 10 most ferocious beasts of antiquity, numerous divine beasts, and even extraplanar, sovereign-level demonic beasts, all have emerged. Indeed. Yet you need not worry excessively. The will of Blue Star has awakened and imposed a formidable seal upon these ferocious beasts, divine beasts, and extraplanar, sovereign-level demonic beasts. None may attack humanity before the seal is lifted. As if sensing Xiang Yu's trepidation, the golden-winged Great Peng offered reassurance. Hearing the golden-winged Great Peng's words, Xiang Yu exhaled faintly in relief. This was far preferable. Otherwise, confronting such monstrously savage beasts, he would perish without even understanding how. Senior, where exactly are these ferocious and divine beasts located? Xiang Yu pressed further. Do you know of the blessed realms and immortal paradises? Suddenly the golden-winged Great Peng chuckled again. You know them somewhat. Could it be that these ferocious and divine beasts dwell within the supreme tier blessed realms and immortal paradises? At the mention of blessed realms and immortal paradises, Xiang Yu gasped aloud, and an ominous premonition surged through his heart. Precisely, the supreme tier blessed realms and immortal paradises. Currently across the entire Tianxiao realm, mighty demonic beasts congregate in 4 vast regions. The northern beastwood forest, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers dense with demonic beasts. The southern myriad demon mountains, towering ranges cloaked in endless peaks. The southwestern mist veil forest, shrouded perpetually in ethereal spiritual mist. And finally the eastern boundless sea, its horizon vanishing into infinity. These 4 regions teem with unparalleled spiritual energy, hosting blessed realms and immortal paradises of every tier, among them countless supreme tier ones. Thus they serve as the ultimate convergence point for mighty demonic beasts, ferocious beasts, and divine beasts alike. The golden-winged Great Peng's voice drifted calmly toward the stunned Xiang Yu. SSSSS. Xiang Yu felt his scalp prickle at the golden-winged Great Peng's words. Beastwood forest to the north, Mistvale forest to the southwest, myriad demon mountains to the south, boundless sea to the east, supreme tier blessed realms, and immortal paradises abounding everywhere. Damn it. How on earth are we supposed to fight this? Xiang Yu sighed helplessly. Truly he felt utterly outmatched. Laugh not, Xiang Yu, you need not fret. These ferocious beasts, sacred beasts, and extraplanar sovereign-level demonic beasts currently deem humanity beneath their notice. To them humankind is infinitesimally insignificant. Do you know humanity's plight during the primordial chaos era? In that ancient epic, myriad races vied fiercely for supremacy, the title of celestial protagonist. And now humanity's predicament mirrors that of the primordial chaos era almost perfectly. You mean the entire power structure of Blue Star is being completely reshuffled, so that all races vie anew for dominion over Blue Star? Xiang Yu cried out in astonishment. Hearing Xiang Yu's exclamation, the golden-winged Great Peng's tone grew solemn and reverent. Yes. The age of racial contention has returned. But for now the myriad races remain suppressed by Blue Stars while awaiting only the lifting of the seal to reignite the slaughter of antiquity. Humanity, too, stands among these contending races. Yet humanity alone is Blue Star's true favored child, while all other demonic beast races are deemed alien intruders. Thus Blue Star forged a second world for humanity, to amplify human strength and elevate our odds of victory. A subtle note of envy tinged the golden-winged Great Peng's solemn voice. Hearing this, Xiang Yu instantly stilled his. He knew Blue Star had constructed a second world for humanity, but he had never imagined Blue Star sought to resurrect the glory of the primordial chaos era, nor grasped that Blue Stars will had sealed away the myriad races solely to catalyze humanity's ascension. Yet instantly Xiang Yu furrowed his brow. Humanity's ascension? How? Could mere peerless martial generals possibly herald such a rise? Impossible. It was sheer fantasy. Pitting peerless martial generals against saint-tier demonic beasts or divine beasts was utter delusion. Humanity's ascension does not hinge solely on seizing supreme-tier blessed realms and immortal paradises. As the celestial protagonist of the previous eon, humanity's celestial fortune burns fiercely. By re-establishing an unsurpassed fate dynasty, amassing humanity's collective fortune, one may effortlessly elevate humanity's imperator peak cultivators into saint-tier martial generals, or even divine-tier martial generals. Sensing Xiang Yu's lingering doubt, the golden-winged Great Peng spoke gravely, yet unmistakably laced with profound envy, for such a dynasty possessed countless extraordinary virtues. So it is. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiang Yu finally grasped the truth. Not that humanity's imperator generals must battle saint-tier or divine-tier beasts, but that humanity's own saint-tier and divine-tier martial generals would be forged through the concentrated fortune of the race itself. At this realization his heart surged with fierce exhilaration. Not a dead end, but a radiant path forward. Establish an unsurpassed fate dynasty, lead humanity in contesting dominion over Blue Star alongside the myriad races. Many thanks, Senior, for your guidance. Xiang Yu expressed heartfelt gratitude toward the golden-winged Great Peng. Indeed, at that moment his admiration deepened considerably, not merely because the Great Peng served as humanity's guardian divine beast, but because the knowledge imparted would spare him countless detours. Alas, every race covets dominion over Blue Star. For once the seals upon imperator peak demonic beasts, and beyond lift celestial chi of a higher order, immortal chi, will flood Blue Star, causing it to expand exponentially, transforming it into a realm akin to the primordial chaos itself. The title of Blue Star Sovereign, its allure is irresistible. Remarkably, the golden-winged Great Peng revealed yet another revelation that left Xiang Yu thunderstruck. Blue Star would expand, a new immortal chi would surge forth in the world, would become a true primordial chaos. Alas, my golden-winged Great Peng lineage too harbors such ambition. Yet our numbers dwindle so severely that we must withdraw from the contest for celestial protagonist. The golden-winged Great Peng's voice resonated again, instantly reclaiming Xiang Yu's full attention. Thus your golden-winged Great Peng lineage chose but one race to support in its bid for celestial protagonist, and after careful deliberation selected humanity, weak though it is yet brimming with untapped potential. No. To be precise, our lineage did not initially choose humanity. Only 1 month ago I sensed, suddenly and unmistakably, that a new member of our clan had been reborn, bound irrevocably to humanity. It was then I resolved to become humanity's guardian divine beast. 1 month ago, that was precisely when I reincarnated and fused with Li Yuanba at the outset. Could Li Yuanba truly be the reincarnation of an ancient golden-winged Great Peng? At the golden-winged Great Peng's words, Xiang Yu's heart leapt. Li Yuanba's origins instantly sprang to mind. My golden-winged Great Peng lineage numbers 13 souls. Bound by seal, none may emerge until it lifts. Yet having pledged ourselves as humanity's guardian divine beasts, we shall lend our strength unreservedly. Since you stand as humanity's supreme cultivator, I shall bestow upon you one of my wayward kinsmen. Suddenly the golden-winged Great Peng uttered words that filled Xiang Yu with elation. Trike. With a sudden tilt of its head, it unleashed a piercing cry that tore through the heavens. Trike. Instantly a younger, more tender cry echoed from afar. Xiang Yu looked up and beheld a slender 20-meter-long golden-winged Great Peng hurtling toward him at blinding speed. A piercing call shattered the skies as a somewhat petite golden-winged Great Peng bird rushed towards Xiang Yu and the others, undoubtedly weaker in momentum compared to the imposing leader of the golden-winged Great Peng. The resonant sound shook the heavens and stirred the hearts of men as it swiftly approached above Xiang Yu and the others. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, it descended from the sky and landed in front of them. Its golden eyes sparkled with an enchanting light, and its sword-like wings extended with golden feathered blades. Above its head was a colorful feather not as majestic and imposing as the leader of the golden-winged Great Peng, yet it appeared vibrant and delicate. This is my disappointing kin. I do not know why the bloodline of my golden-winged Great Peng clan is at least of the holy level initial stage, but this kin alone possesses a peak emperor-level bloodline. However, under the condition that holy-level monsters cannot take the initiative, this kin can assist you. The majestic voice of the leader of the golden-winged Great Peng reverberated in Xiang Yu's mind. Xiang Yu's eyes instantly lit up. It was indeed a gift for his own companion, which was fantastic considering his purpose for this journey was to acquire a golden-winged Great Peng as a mount. However, although the other party is a human guardian beast, it is still a holy-level monster, and wanting to take it as a mount is undoubtedly a fool's dream. But now things are different. The other party is actually offering him a golden-winged Great Peng. Having just seen the attribute panel of the leader of the golden-winged Great Peng, he was exceedingly envious of the powerful golden-winged Great Peng, for even if it was an emperor-level monster, its formidable innate skills would undoubtedly be a great asset. Thank you, senior. I Xiang Yu guarantee that as long as my human race flourishes, I will never forget the assistance of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Xiang Yu put away his joy and solemnly made his promise. As the strongest of the human race, you must haste. The leader of the golden-winged Great Peng nodded, and then turned its massive head towards the somewhat petite golden-winged Great Peng. Little Kai, from today on this human will be your master. You must obey, do you understand? The leader of the golden-winged Great Peng addressed the delicate little golden-winged Great Peng. Little Kai, a female. Hearing the leader of the golden-winged Great Peng, Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, looking at the delicate golden-winged Great Peng in surprise. Surprisingly, the petite golden-winged Great Peng upon hearing the leader's words immediately showed a hint of misty tears in its gem-like sparkling eyes, expressing reluctance like a little girl. Xiang Yu, seeing this, immediately said loudly, Little Kai, don't worry, I will absolutely take good care of you. It seemed that having heard Xiang Yu's call, the little golden-winged Great Peng turned its head and reluctantly nodded. Human Xiang Yu, I hope you can quickly establish the supreme empire of humanity. Only then can we resist the various clans. I am leaving. Suddenly the leader of the golden-winged Great Peng let out a howl that shook the heavens. Its massive wings flapped, stirring up a whirlwind, and in an instant it soared into the sky, heading south. Watching the leader of the golden-winged Great Peng take flight, the little golden-winged Great Peng, named Little Kai, clearly felt quite downcast. So Little Kai, I will take good care of you. Saying this, Xiang Yu directly opened the attribute panel of the little golden-winged Great Pong. Named Golden-Winged Great Pong. Current level Emperor level initial stage. Combat power 1131. Innate skills. 1,000-mile cloud journey passive fly 100 miles with a flap of its wings soaring through the clouds. 2 dragon feast dive and strike with its beak adding 150 combat power per hit up to 450. 3 dazzling Pong wind flap its wings to create a tornado adding 100 combat power per tornado up. 4 feather to sword wings like a sword dance in the air shooting out golden feathered blades adding 100 combat power per hit up to 300. 5 Talon critical strike, claws as tough as steel adding 150 combat power per hit up to 4. Looking at the attribute panel of the golden-winged Great Pong before him, Xiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. It resembled a weakened version of the golden-winged Great Pong, but he was already very pleased. Determined to accept the golden-winged Great Pong before him, as his companion Xiang Yu directly took out his supreme ring. Ding. Player Xiang Yu, do you wish to soulbind with the golden-winged Great Pong before you? A solemn reminder once bounded can only be undone upon the death of one party. The system sprite's prompt startled Xiang Yu. It could only be undone upon death. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Xiang Yu puzzled looked again at the petite and delicate golden-winged Great Pong and ultimately decided to bind. Bind. Xiang Yu affirmed. Ding. Inquiring whether the golden-winged Great Pong agrees to soul binding. Ding. The golden-winged Great Pong agrees to soul binding. Ding. Soul binding successful. The system's prompts echoed. At that moment a melodious, ethereal, and clear voice as beautiful as a gentle stream resonated in Xiang Yu. Hello human brother, I am Kaier. Wow. Hearing the clear and ethereal voice, suddenly Xiang Yu was instantly stunned. It really was a girl. Moreover, the voice seemed very pleasant. Human brother, my name is Kaier. From now on, I can only follow brother. The comforting, ethereal voice resonated again, pulling Xiang Yu back to reality. Okay, right. That's a lovely name. Don't call me human brother. Oh, just call me brother Yu. Xiang Yu responded, immediately solidifying the brotherly bond. Brother Yu. Where are we going now? Kaier can fly very fast. Hearing Xiang Yu's response, Kaier was instantly delighted, her voice like 100 chirping birds, melodious and clear. Kaier, I want to ask you some questions. Where does your golden-winged Great Pong clan reside? Is it in a top-level paradise? Xiang Yu took a deep breath, feeling that the golden-winged Great Pong he had accepted seemed quite remarkable. We golden-winged Great Pong live in the Guan Yu mountain range to the south, which indeed occupies a top-level cave paradise. Kaier answered obediently to Xiang Yu's question. I guessed as much. Never mind, let me ask another question. Can your monster clan transform into human forms? You mean like turning into a human? Xiang Yu asked curiously. Indeed, having just heard the other party's melodious, ethereal, and clear voice, he felt it must belong to a very beautiful girl. Though cough cough, he is a good person, cough cough. But isn't curiosity natural? Transform. Monsters can transform. I heard the clan members say that once the seal on the blue star is lifted and they break through to the holy level, they can transform into human forms. However, I cannot. The leader said I am at most a peak emperor level, unable to break through to the holy level, so I cannot transform. Kaier's ethereal and clear voice was filled with disappointment, giving off a sense of loneliness. Really? Kaier, don't worry, your brother Yu will definitely help you break through to the holy level. Hearing Kaier's words, Xiang Yu's eyes instantly lit up as he quickly assured her. Being able to accept the golden-winged rock as a mount is undoubtedly an incredibly fortunate event. Not to mention the golden-winged rock is generally a holy-level demon beast with exceptionally powerful innate skills. Moreover, Kaier is a very beautiful girl who has the potential for a soul bond with him. Ahem, if he can't help her break through to the holy level, he won't forgive himself. As for whether he can help her break through, according to the clan leader of the golden-winged rock, establishing a human dynasty can assist unparalleled martial generals in breaking through to the holy level, so helping Kaier break through should not be a difficult task. Really? Brother Yu, you are so kind. Kaier is so happy. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's promise, a series of crisp and ethereal laughter like silver bells echoed in Xiang Yu's mind. In an instant, Xiang Yu felt as if he had found the feeling of being in love. It seems he has never been in love. All right, Kai, take me for a flight in the sky. Suddenly, Xiang Yu's eyes lit up. He had never flown in the sky before. Riding Kaier, no, riding the golden-winged rock soaring through the blue sky would definitely be exhilarating. All right, brother, you hop on. Kaier will take you to soar through the sky. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Kaier immediately flapped her enormous wings, creating a gust of wind, and soared upwards. Ranmin, you all wait here. Xiang Yu shouted to Ranmin and the others. With a step, he covered 1,000 miles in an instant, his body soaring towards Kaier's massive form, excitement flashing in his eyes. In fact, Kaier's enormous body, over 20 meters long, could easily accommodate everyone. However, upon hearing Kaier's clear and ethereal voice, Xiang Yu changed his mind. It seemed better for him to ride this golden-winged rock himself. In an instant, Xiang Yu arrived on Kaier's massive back. Brother, you sit tight. Kaier's clear and ethereal voice rang out again, and then her body soared into the air. With a powerful flap of her golden wings, she quickly sped away into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of wind howled as Kaier continued to ascend, soon reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters. It was wide, thrilling, and exhilarating. Holding tightly onto Kai'er's feathers, Xiang Yu excitedly watched as everything below shrank away. Whoosh! Kai'er truly lived up to her lineage as a golden-winged roc. Her speed was astonishing. The sound of sonic booms echoed as the ground below rapidly changed shape. After playing in the air for a full hour with Kai'er, Xiang Yu finally directed her to the capital base. With lightning speed, Xiang Yu arrived above the capital base. Fengyun, come out and respond. I, Xiang Yu, am here to Suddenly Xiang Yu shouted loudly at the capital base. Soon Fengyun emerged from the underground passage. This, brother Xiang Yu, have you really tamed that golden-winged roc? Indeed, from today onwards the golden-winged roc will no longer appear above the capital base. Give me the satellite, Xiang Yu said expressionlessly, though there was a hint of pity in his gaze towards Fengyun. The clan leader of the golden-winged roc above the capital base is certainly not keeping humans around to wait for a meal. Rather, it is indirectly helping humans. With such a powerful demon beast staying above the capital base, who would dare to attack? However, Fengyun was unaware of this, and the clan leader of the golden-winged roc did not bother to communicate with a capital base that didn't even have a top-tier martial general. Until Xiang Yu barged in magnificently, explaining some matters, and leaving behind a clan member before drifting away. It must be said that the capital base was indeed unfortunate. It attracted the golden-winged roc due to the previous conveniences of the Celestial Dynasty's capital, yet it was oblivious to the treasure mountain before it. Upon hearing that Xiang Yu had truly tamed the golden-winged roc, Fengyun was instantly envious and jealous. The golden-winged roc is an extremely powerful existence. How wonderful it would be if it could remain at the capital base. However, looking at Xiang Yu's expressionless face, Fengyun could only retract his unrealistic thoughts. Soon Xiang Yu received a copy of the satellite map that Fengyun had transcribed and eagerly began to examine it. Indeed, the first thing Xiang Yu saw was the three extremely dangerous terrestrial regions marked in black: the northern Beast Forest, the southwest Misty Forest, and the southern 10,000 Demon Mountains, all shrouded in black, indicating extreme danger, with imperial-level demon beasts densely populated. Looking at the colors and markings on the map, Xiang Yu couldn't help but gasp. Not only were there the three terrestrial forbidden zones, but the areas surrounded by these three zones, which were the regions where humans could operate, were marked in red and orange. There were dozens of red areas and over 100 orange areas. The red areas were places where imperial-level demon beasts frequently appeared. In each red area, according to Fengyun and the others' observations, there were at least over 50 imperial-level demon beasts stationed, while the orange areas had at least 20 imperial-level demon beasts. Holding the map, Xiang Yu's agitated heart could not calm for a long time. It was too difficult. He had to know that with just his small group, they could only take down one imperial-level demon beast family. Two families of imperial-level demon beasts could easily gang up on him. Thus, he couldn't even take down a demon beast from an orange area. Damn it, take it slow. Holding the map, Xiang Yu fell silent for a moment, then tucked away his complicated feelings. He still had time. In his previous life, the seal had not been activated for 3 years, so he wasn't in a hurry. It seems I need to quickly accumulate strength and establish the dynasty mentioned by the clan leader of the golden-winged roc. In an instant, Xiang Yu made up his mind to continue gathering subordinates and strengthening himself. After obtaining the satellite map, Xiang Yu was quickly brought back to the place where Ran Min and the others were by Kai'er. A flash of light, and Xiang Yu and the others returned to expedition. My lord, a little yellow gate official has arrived from the court. Just as Xiang Yu returned to the town mayor's office, Zhao Ting rushed in excitedly, saying, "A little yellow gate official." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu was instantly delighted. A little yellow gate official is an eunuch below the rank of Huangmin Shilang during the Han Dynasty, which is to say a eunuch as referred to in later generations. However, that is not the point. The key is that the other party left Luoyang, which signifies an imperial decree. Haha, quickly invite him in. Quickly, Xiang Yu said with great joy. Undoubtedly this was the reward for his defense of Yanmen Pass. Soon a man with an effeminate appearance arrived in front of Xiang Yu, escorted by 2 armored soldiers. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees Xiang Yu, the hero of Yanmen County, has shown great bravery in resisting the invasion of the Xiongnu. I am greatly pleased. With the strong recommendation of Ding Yuan, the governor of Bingzhou, I hereby appoint you as the cavalry officer of the Huo Cavalry at Yanmen Pass. Take charge of Yanmen Pass. This is my decree. What the hell? I was directly promoted to cavalry officer. Upon hearing that he was appointed as cavalry officer, Xiang Yu was instantly overjoyed. It should be known that the position of cavalry officer was absolutely prestigious before the Yellow Turban Rebellion began. Before the war, the highest military officer rank was the Zhonglong general, followed by the cavalry officer. It was indeed not something to be taken lightly. This was already a low-level general rank. Right now, Cao Cao and Liu Bei were still nowhere to be seen. He was already... What is your name, esteemed official? After receiving the imperial edict, Xiang Yu smiled as he inquired. Seeing that Xiang Yu did not turn cold after receiving the edict like most would, Zuofeng appreciated Xiang Yu's attitude. So it is Zuofeng, wow, a little boss. Upon learning that the little Huangmin before him was Zuofeng, Xiang Yu immediately lost his composure. Zuofeng first appeared in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms during the initial conflict, where Zhang Jiao's Yellow Turban army of 1500 clashed with Lu Ji's 500 at Guangzhou, with no clear victor in sight. At that time, the court sent Zuofeng to investigate military affairs, and Zuofeng extorted bribes from Lu Ji, but Lu Ji replied, the military rations are already lacking. How can I afford to flatter an envoy? Thus, harboring resentment, Zhuo Feng returned to the court and slandered Lu Ji for deliberately stalling and demoralizing the troops. This enraged the emperor, who sent General Dong Zhuo to replace Lu Ji. As a result, Lu Ji, now a general, was imprisoned and transported to Luoyang, where he encountered Liu Bei, who had come seeking refuge in a pitiful state. The person before him was actually Zhuo Feng. A multitude of thoughts flooded Xiang Ye's mind, and he instantly devised a plan. Zhao Ting, hurry and fetch 100 taels of gold from the warehouse. Since Huang Minzhou has traveled a long way, Xiang Yu must show my appreciation. Xiang Shaowei is truly too courteous. Upon hearing that Xiang Yu was offering 100 taels of gold right away, Zhuo Feng's face instantly beamed with smiles. After seeing off Zhuo Feng with 100 taels of gold, Xiang Yu still wore a smile. Establishing a good relationship with Zhuo Feng before he rose to prominence was certainly worth the investment of those 100 taels. The expedition is a true world, but also an expanded realm where the influence of the Eastern Han court is unprecedented and its potential for war is immense. If needed, the Eastern Han court could raise tens of millions of troops in an incredibly short time. Thus, while dragons must coil, those with ambition must also remain cautious. Xiang Yu himself had ambitions, but he too needed to tread carefully. He must assimilate into the Eastern Han court, build up his strength, and then overturn this dynasty to establish his own supreme dynasty. Fostering a good relationship with Zhuo Feng was laying the groundwork for the future. In these times, the emperor was foolish and corrupt, and the court was dominated by eunuchs. As long as one ingratiated themselves with the eunuchs, well, just by throwing money around wouldn't official positions come easily. Having secured the position of Huchi Shaowei and the commander of Yinmen Pass, Xiang Yu immediately set off again for Yinmen Pass, with people like Ranmin and Xiongquahai. Xiang Sima, this time you shall be called General Xiang. Yinmen Pass is entrusted to you. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Zhao Feng exclaimed with admiration as he looked at Xiang Yu. Zhao General, you flatter me. I, Xiang Yu, am originally from Yinmen Pass, and I shall do my utmost to guard it. Xiang Yu declared with righteous fervor. Actually, you should thank Governor Ding more. Without his strong recommendation, your position as commander of Yinmen Pass wouldn't have been easy to secure. Zhao Feng seemed to hint at something. Xiang Yu's brow furrowed slightly, and he solemnly said, thank you for your guidance, Zhao General, I understand. Who is Ding Yuan? Ding Yuan was the adoptive father of Lu Bu, who was later killed by Lu Bu himself. However, Xiang Yu did not have a good impression of him, even though he did indeed help him. Why did Lu Bu kill him? After all, Ding Yuan was Lu Bu's adoptive father. It cannot be denied that Lu Bu killing his father was indeed a great act of treachery. But did Ding Yuan have no faults? Lu Bu was unmatched in martial prowess, instilling fear along the borders, known as the Flying General among foreign tribes, yet he remained under Ding Yuan's thumb while being adopted as his son, serving him all the while and rising through the ranks, while Lu Bu's position never changed. Now, did Ding Yuan have his eyes on him? Did he want Xiang Yu to serve him like Lu Bu? Zhao Feng departed, leaving behind Yinmen Pass and 50,000 soldiers for Xiang Yu. Recruit soldiers. Rebuild Yinmen Pass. After taking control of Yinmen Pass, Xiang Yu immediately began to strive for progress. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was about to break out, and he had to prepare quickly. Yinmen Pass had its own barracks, a 7th-tier barrack with a quota of 300,000, meaning Xiang Yu could recruit another 250,000 troops. Without any hesitation, Xiang Yu immediately made announcements throughout all 14 counties of Yinmen, vigorously Due to the court's incompetence, corrupt officials ran rampant greed trickling down the ranks, and originally it meant to supply Yinmen Pass with 300,000 soldiers worth of rations. Only 5,000 remained. This was still in a key border area. If it were within the country, the corruption would be even worse. However, Xiang Yu did not care. He had sweet potatoes which ripen in a month. If you do not provide me with rations, I will manage on. Instantly after Xiang Yu assumed the position of commander of Yinmen Pass, he began to vigorously recruit troops in Yinmen County, preparing for a grand undertaking. Due to frequent natural disasters and human calamities, the entire Han was filled with refugees. Thus, when Xiang Yu posted recruitment notices, a wave of enthusiasm to join the army surged through Yinmen. In just 3 days, Xiang Yu recruited a total of 250,000 class qualified young men, all sent to the Yinmen Pass military camp for training. One day, while strolling on Yinmen Pass, a 15-year-old boy holding a military book caught his eye. Name Zhang Liao, top tier, general qualification SS, identity squad leader, command 88, potential 97, strength 80-91, intelligence 78-88, politics 63-79, weapon fine iron broadsword, bronze, talent skills 1, grass cutting easily suppresses soldiers with strength below 80, sweeping through them. 2, blade master when fighting with a broadsword, strength 5. 3, valiant, inspires courage during battle, strength 4. Camp interception when commanding an army to intercept camps, all troops gain 8 strength. When intercepting cavalry, if the enemy commander is below oneself, one's own command 5, enemy command 5. 5, city defense, as the main commander of city defense, command 5. Seeing that the youth holding the military book was Zhang Liao, Xiang Yu was genuinely surprised. This was a big catch. Zhang Liao, 169 AD to 2280, courtesy name Wen Yuan, from the Yinmen city of Mai, present-day Shuozhou Shangxi. A renowned general of the Chao Wei during the Three Kingdoms period, he served under Ding Yuan, Dong Zhuo, and Lu Bu. In the Battle of Zaijin in the year 215, With only 7,000 men, he decisively defeated the 100,000 troops of Jiangdong, nearly capturing Sun Quan. Following this battle, Zhang Liao's reputation soared in Jiangdong, becoming a legendary figure praised throughout history, with the saying Zhang Liao's name silences infants' cries becoming a popular tale. In later generations, he was referred to alongside Lu Jin, Eugene Zhang He, and Su Huang as the 5 elite generals of Qiao Wei. Undoubtedly, he was a top-tier commanding general. During the Battle of Xiaoyao Lake, the peak-capable Zhang Liao with an army of 7,000 defeated the 100,000 troops of Jiangdong, almost capturing Sun Quan alive. In that moment, he became renowned throughout the world, undeniably an extraordinarily outstanding top-tier commander, and his martial prowess was equally remarkable, albeit slightly below that level. Xiang Yu looked at the young boy before him, his eyes filled with delight. He had stumbled upon a great asset. Suddenly, Zhang Liao, holding a military book, raised his head and immediately saw Xiang Yu, who was smiling at him. "Greetings, General." Zhang Liao quickly put down the military book, respectfully speaking with fervor in his gaze as he looked at Xiang Yu. "What is your name? Do you understand military strategy?" Xiang Yu couldn't help but ask with a smile. Replying to the general, "My name is Zhang Liao, styled Guan Yu, a resident of Mai County in Yinming County. Currently, I am a team leader at Yinming Pass and have some understanding of military strategy." Facing Xiang Yu's inquiry, Zhang Liao immediately replied loudly, "Excellent. Young men who study military strategy have a bright future as soldiers who do not aspire to be generals are not good soldiers." Xiang Yu praised. "Guan Yu, starting today you shall be my personal guard, learning by my side." Xiang Yu directly began to recruit Zhang Liao. In the face of a future top-tier general, it would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. Moreover, Xiang Yu was not worried about rejection. Although Zhang Liao had exceptional potential, he was still just a youth. Indeed, upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Zhang Liao was immediately excited, bowing deeply and saying yes. Thank you. Zhang Liao was truly thrilled. He was not the renowned general who shook Xiaoyao Lake, but merely a team leader man. Xiang Yu's legendary feats, such as defeating 8 Xiongnu commanders with ease and leading 100,000 Yinming troops to triumph over 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry, had long been circulated throughout Yinming County, making him an idol in the eyes of the locals. Becoming Xiang Yu's personal guard was undoubtedly an exhilarating prospect. The unexpected acceptance of Zhang Liao was a delightful surprise for Xiang Yu. However, Xiang Yu clearly did not want Zhang Liao to merely be a personal guard. Under his deliberate approach, Zhang Liao immediately referred to him as Lord. Upon accepting Zhang Liao, a historically renowned general of the Three Kingdoms, Xiang Yu certainly would not forget the special attributes of Nirvana Town. Thus, on the very day of accepting Zhang Liao, Xiang Yu took him to Nirvana Town and designated him as a resident. Name: Zhang Liao, Peerless General. Qualification: SSS. Leadership: 88, Potential: 105. Martial Power: 80, 101. Intelligence: 78, 93. Politics: 63, 89. Talent skill: Slight. Wow, this change is so extravagant. Looking at the changes in Zhang Liao's attributes, Xiang Yu was immediately astonished. All attributes had risen by 1 tier, showcasing the potential of a supreme general and a peerless warrior. His talent qualification had directly escalated from top tier to that of a peerless general. Although Xiang Yu had long been aware of the extraordinary attributes of Nirvana Town, he was still very shocked upon witnessing it. It seemed that once Zhang Liao grew, he could directly compete with the mighty Zhang Fei. It seems I must vigorously recruit historical generals from the Three Kingdoms. Combined with the special attributes of Nirvana Town, it will be incredibly sharp. Xiang Yu immediately made a mental note to recruit historical generals from the Three Kingdoms. "Guan Yu, let's go, I'll take you to eat some meat." After enhancing Zhang Liao's talents, Xiang Yu did not idle. He took him to eat the meat of the infernal dark golden dragon king to boost martial power. In reality, beast meat was undoubtedly a powerful cheat device for players from Blue Star, as it could enhance martial power. Whether players or the original residents of the Three Kingdoms, consuming beast meat could bolster their martial prowess. This cheat device had a significant effect in some hands, while in others it was negligible. Some players couldn't even kill a lord-level beast. What use was this cheat device to them? Moreover, typically only high-level beasts above the king level could significantly enhance martial power. What good was that for humans below first-tier generals? However, Xiang Yu was different, not to mention king-level beasts. Even emperor-level beasts were not much of a problem. Therefore, the boost from beast meat in enhancing martial power was undoubtedly a formidable advantage for Xiang Yu. Because originally 7th-tier regular soldiers consuming hundreds of pounds of emperor-level beast meat could elevate their martial power to 8th-tier combat strength. Eating hundreds of pounds of emperor-level beast meat could raise their martial power to 9th-tier combat strength. This enhancement was undeniably extraordinary for Xiang Yu. Thus, he began to fully hunt emperor-level beasts each day in reality to improve the martial power of soldiers in Nirvana Town. Ding! Zhang Liao consumed the meat of the emperor-level infernal dark golden dragon, King Martial Power 1. Ding! Zhang Liao drank the blood of the emperor-level infernal dark golden dragon, King Martial Power 1. After Zhang Liao frantically consumed several hundred pounds of the infernal dark golden dragon king's meat, his martial power surged, dramatically skyrocketing to 98 points, an increase of a full 18 points. "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this boon. I, Zhang Liao, vow to serve you loyally." Feeling the surging power within his body, Zhang Liao was immediately thrilled. and knelt on one knee before Xiang Yu, expressing his heartfelt loyalty. Haha, Wen Yuan, no need for formalities. Seeing Zhang Liao's martial power soaring to 98 points and reaching a top-tier level, Xiang Yu was very pleased. The following days were quite peaceful. In reality, Xiang Yu, along with his numerous subordinates, centered around the Dragon King, Hall madly hunted emperor-level beasts, storing everything in the Supreme Ring, and fully enhanced the martial power of the soldiers in Nirvana Town and some loyal soldiers at Yinming Pass. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye half a month had passed. Xiang Yu stood atop the ancient city walls of Yinming Pass, gazing into the distance, a hint of excitement on his face. Suddenly, the system spirit's notification sound rang out one after another. Ding! Heavenly Dynasty District announcement: the Han court is corrupt. Eunuchs and relatives are in constant strife. Border wars are ceaseless. National power is weakening. Disasters continuously arise. Taxes remain unchanged despite grain shortages, and the people suffer greatly. Heavenly Dynasty District announcement: players, please note severe droughts have occurred in Qingzhou, Yangzhou, Yuzhou, Yozhou, and Yizhou. All grain production has been halved. Freshwater fish production has decreased by 90%, and poultry and livestock production has dropped by 30%. Heavenly Dynasty District announcement: players, please note torrential rains have struck Jingzhou, Jiaozhou, Yizhou, Shuzhou, and Silizhou. Floods have caused disasters, with all grain production reduced by 60% and poultry and livestock production down by 40%. Heavenly Dynasty District announcement: locusts have ravaged Liangzhou, Bingzhou, and Yinzhou, with grain production declining by 90%. Ding! Heavenly Dynasty District announcement: the heavens have perished. The yellow heaven shall rise. It is the year of Jiazi, and the world shall be in great auspice. Zhang Jiao received the Taiping scripture from the southern Hua. Old Immortal established the Taiping sect, proclaimed himself the great virtuous teacher, and initiated the main storyline, the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Has it begun? A smile appeared on Xiang Yu's lips. The notification sound in his mind continued. Ding! Player Xiang Yu, the main storyline in the Heavenly Dynasty District has begun. Please choose between the Han or Yellow Turban faction within 3 days. The Yellow Turban uprising will erupt in 3 days. 1. Han faction. Opposing faction, Yellow Turban faction. Attackable targets, Yellow Turban faction. 2. Yellow Turban faction. Opposing faction, Han faction. Attackable targets, Han faction. Ding! The first large-scale storyline task of the Heavenly Dynasty District, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, has been initiated. The rules are as follows. 1. The Yellow Turban Rebellion is divided into the Court faction and the Yellow Turban faction. Players can choose freely. Please make your choice within 2 days after the announcement, otherwise faction matching will occur automatically. 2. During the Yellow Turban Rebellion, killing combatants from opposing factions or occupying their territories will earn points, which can be exchanged for various items after the rebellion ends. The specifics are: first-tier soldiers earn 1 point. For each tier, increased points grow exponentially by a factor of 2. Special units and ordinary generals earn double points compared to regular soldiers of the same tier, while historical generals earn 10 times the points of regular generals of the same level. 3. During the Yellow Turban Rebellion, experience gained from killing opposing faction combatants is 10 times the usual, and experience acquisition is not limited by power differences. 4. During the Yellow Turban Rebellion, players can remain in expedition and do not have to enter reality. 5. With the commencement of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the forum for players in the Heavenly Dynasty District officially opens for communication. Hearing the system spirit's prompt, Xiang Yu's smile deepened. Nothing had changed, everything was just as before. I choose the Han faction, Xiang Yu declared without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, player has chosen the Han faction. Attackable faction is the Yellow Turban faction. Having chosen the Han faction, Xiang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The storyline finally began. He directly opened the player forum and sure enough found the entire forum bustling with activity. Longspear remained cool. Wow. Finally the forum is open. It wasn't easy. Someone help me. I'm in XX City XXX town, and there's a lord level beast in our town. Today, yesterday, great. Finally, I don't have to go back to reality. It was so hard. Zhang Jiao is truly a good person. Oh, I hope you fight alongside the Han for a lifetime. To support you, I choose the Yellow Turban faction. Dreaming of the Han, so comfortable. Finally, I don't have to return to reality and face those damn beasts. Xiang Yu scrolled through the forum, noticing that most people were expressing their joy at no longer having to return to reality. He shook his head. In his previous life, he too was thrilled, but was it really that simple? Clearly not, according to the nature of blue stars. Well, how could they allow you to rest peacefully? Just when you are delighting in not facing the overwhelming beasts in reality, you will be horrified to discover a yellow torrent surging forth, sweeping over half of the Han dynasty, involving players and original residents numbering in the hundreds of millions. Natural disasters appeared on a massive scale, with grain yields plummeting, continuous wars between the Yellow Turbans and the Han court territories being destroyed, countless people starving to death, and millions dying from the chaos of war. A calamity sweeping the world was about to descend, and the number of player casualties would at least reach 100 million. Therefore, after the Yellow Turban Rebellion concluded, no player rejoiced or felt excited about being able to avoid reality anymore. Xiang Yu was not exaggerating, everything was true. The first wave of impact transformed the mountain bandits across the eastern Han into the Yellow Turban army, allowing them to rampage against the territories of surrounding players. Although these mountain bandits did not see an immediate increase in their ranks upon becoming the Yellow Turban Army, their fighting spirit and cohesion significantly surged, ultimately enhancing their combat effectiveness compared to before. For ordinary players, humanoid wild monsters remained incredibly formidable. They had struggled to defeat the mountain bandits before, and now transformed into the Yellow Turban Army, they were even harder to contend with. As a result, the lands of the Celestial Empire were filled with cries of despair, with countless weak player villages being destroyed by the Yellow Turban bandits. The most terrifying aspect of the Yellow Turban Rebellion was not merely these bandits. The truly frightening part of the Yellow Turban Rebellion was the second wave of assault. The Yellow Turban Army consisted of renowned historical generals from the Three Kingdoms period and the 36 leaders formed by the followers of the Way of Peace. With the presence of historical heroes and the initial fervor of belief among the Yellow Turbans, their morale soared, catching the Eastern Han Dynasty completely off guard. Wherever the main forces of the Yellow Turban Army passed, they advanced like a hot knife through butter, conquering all in their path and achieving victory in every battle. Moreover, the Yellow Turban Army had a special function. They could forcibly convert the populations of the territories they conquered into Yellow Turban soldiers, causing their numbers to swell from nearly 10 million to hundreds of millions almost overnight, and they continued to grow. With countless players flocking to the Yellow Turban faction, the Yellow Turban Army quickly surged in might, sweeping across the 8 provinces of Qing, Suyuji, Jingyan, Yan, and Yu, even threatening to replace the Eastern Han Dynasty. Faced with such a ferocious Yellow Turban main force, let alone ordinary players, even some local governments of the Eastern Han were left in disarray and embarrassment. Thus, when Zhang Yu saw players discussing with such excitement, he frowned. System Sprite, I want to pin a post. After some thought, Zhang Yu decided to lend a helping hand to the players in the Celestial Empire. It wasn't out of compassion, rather with time players could easily surpass the strength of NPCs in Expedition and had the chance to enjoy delicacies from monster meat in real life. Therefore, players would undoubtedly become valuable assets in the future. If Zhang Yu wished to establish an unparalleled dynasty, he would undoubtedly need many players. What should he do? Ding. Pinning a post requires 1 or 2 gold. As Xiang Yes words fell, the System Sprite's voice immediately. Before long, a post with Xiang Yes ID appeared on the forum of the Celestial Empire, instantly seen by over 10 billion. Xiang Yu, the cavalry commander of Yanmen Pass. I am player Xiang Yu, currently at the peak of the unmatched general realm. I am now the cavalry commander defending Yanmen Pass for the Han Dynasty, commanding 400,000 warriors and possessing 6 unmatched generals. I hereby issue a solemn warning to all players. The Yellow Turban Army is mighty, sweeping across the 8 provinces of Qing, Suyuji, Jingyan, Yan, and Yu, involving hundreds of millions of people like locusts descending, unleashing a catastrophic calamity that may result in tens of millions or even over 100 million deaths due to war, with countless more starving. I recommend relocating to the remaining unaffected provinces such as Jiaozhou, Yizhou, and Bingzhou. Of course, those who trust me, Xiang Yu, can come to Bingsis, Yanmen County to seek refuge with me. Instantly, Xiang Yes post was pinned and seen by over 10 billion players in the Celestial Empire. Boom. At once, upon seeing Xiang Yes pinned post, all players were stunned. Who is Xiang Yu? Who is Xiang Yu? Surely every player in the world knows him, having heard his name through countless world announcements. He entered Expedition as soon as it launched, immediately becoming an unmatched general, swiftly obtaining a platinum-level village building decree, establishing the #1 village in the world, and subsequently achieving the first kills of Lord-level, Overlord-level, and Emperor-level monsters, even being the first to slay the Beast Overlord. Xiang Yes' name is like thunder, a brand, is synonym for strength. He is the super powerhouse of humanity, the glimmer of hope seen during humanity's despair. If all players were to vote on who could eliminate the monsters and restore humanity as the dominant force on Blue Star, that person would undoubtedly be Xiang Yu. In their minds, he is too powerful. Now Xiang Yu has appeared. The cavalry commander of the Han Dynasty's Yanmen Pass, commanding 400,000 warriors and possessing 6 unmatched generals. Looking at Xiang Yes post, all players were instantly dumbfounded. This plot has just begun, and you, Xiang Yu, have already become the commander of Yanmen Pass. This plot has just begun, and you, Xiang Yu, already hold the title of cavalry commander. This plot has just begun, and you, Xiang Yu, already have an army of 400,000. This plot has just begun, and you, Xiang Yu, have 6 unmatched generals under your command. Undoubtedly, at the moment they saw this post, all players were shocked. Are you sure you're not cheating? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Instantly, Xiang Yes post exploded with tens of thousands of comments flooding in below. Is this really the official identity of the great Xiang Yu? I've already followed, but what I'm really concerned about is whether the content of this post is true. Damn. It must be true. This Yu Gu is our Celestial Empire's war god. I've decided, just based on you having 400,000 soldiers and 6 unmatched generals, I will rush over to you overnight. Has Xiang Yu already become this powerful? The cavalry commander of Yanmen Pass, 400,000 soldiers, 6 unmatched generals. While this lineup is too luxurious. Is the Yellow Turban Rebellion really that severe? No wonder he's a cheating player, being this amazing right after launch, but I'm more concerned about whether the Yellow Turbans are really that fierce. Every second, tens of thousands of replies came in, and in just 2 minutes the replies to the post surged to over 100 million, almost all expressing astonishment at Xiang Yes' strength and concern over his warnings. Undoubtedly, no one felt Xiang Yu was joking. What needs to be done has been done and the rest is up to fate. Xiang Yu posted this not only to preserve human strength, but also to seize the opportunity to enhance his own power. Yinmen is located in the northern border far from the central plains. As long as it is not invaded by foreign tribes, it is undoubtedly a good place. However, with a sparse population of only around 2.5 million in the entire Yinmen County, its war potential is too small. He needs a large population, and these players are undoubtedly an excellent choice. For this post, he didn't think too much, or as long as it brought him 20 million people, he would be quite comfortable. Suddenly Xiang Yu's gaze turned towards the east. Youzhou Zhujuan. The Peach Garden Oath is about to begin, right? As one of the most vividly portrayed figures in history, the legendary Zhang Fei should have a pretty good innate skill, and the martial Saint Guan Yu. Since Guan Sheng is so strong, then his original self should be even stronger. Xiang Yu's eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance. Guan Yu Zhang Fei. Here comes Xiang Yu. As for Liu Bei, well, he can play on his own. On that day, Xiang Yu entrusted the defense of Yinmen Pass to the commander Ran Min, whose commanding ability scored a remarkable 95 points. As Yinmen County belonged to Bingzhou and was situated at the border, the Yellow Turban Rebellion had little impact here, leaving them to face only foreign tribes. Ran Min rebuilt Yinmen Pass, turning it into a stronghold that was absolutely easy to defend, yet difficult to attack. With a ruthless emperor like Ran Min against the foreign tribes, there was no need to worry. Thus that day Xiang Yu set off with 90 armored cavalry and Guan Sheng to Youzhou, specifically to Zhuo County. Yuzhou and Bingzhou both belonged to the northern border and were neighboring states. Despite the distance being expanded tenfold thanks to the divine steeds, they still reached Zhuo County within a day. However, as soon as they entered Zhuo County, Xiang Yu noticed an overwhelming number of players gathered. Damn, this guy is so handsome. Is he a pretty boy? Who is that imposing figure? Could it be Guan Yu? Red face, long beard, phoenix eyes. No, that doesn't seem right. Is that red hair? And he's wielding the green dragon crescent blade. Damn. Has the plot gone awry? Watching Xiang Yu and Guan Sheng appear, the players gathered in Zhuo County were immediately stunned. Xiang Yu's extraordinary looks caused an uproar, while Guan Sheng's appearance utterly confused them. Wasn't Guan Yu supposed to obtain red hair only after Liu Bu's death? Didn't he only get the green dragon crescent blade after the Oath of the Peach Garden? This Oath of the Peach Garden hasn't even begun, yet you already have the green dragon crescent blade. Hearing the surrounding discussion, Xiang Yu furrowed his brows and casually pulled a player over with Yin Shi-san. I am Xiang Yu. May I ask why there are so many players here? Oh, you are Xiang Yu. Damn. The player, initially a bit scared as he was brought over by the iron-blooded Yin Shi-san, was immediately stunned when the incredibly handsome young man in front of him claimed to be Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu couldn't help but frown and asked, Hello, my name is Niu Keilu. You are my idol. You are also here to witness the oath of Lu Guan and Zhang, right? Yes, I came to see what's happening now. Xiang Yu couldn't help but ask. What situation? It hasn't started yet. We all came to see the Oath of the Peach Garden, but the system has directly restricted access. If one's martial prowess isn't up to par, we can't approach historical figures, so we can only watch from afar. Hearing Xiang Yu's words, the player Niu Keilu sighed in disappointment. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu nodded. He understood this. There were only so many historical generals, and if anyone could approach them, it would be chaos. Moreover, it wasn't just that one couldn't approach, but one couldn't divulge any predictive information to historical figures. For example, one couldn't tell Cao Cao not to fight in the Battle of Chibi, or that Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu would set fire to Chibi. The system's spirit wouldn't allow it, and if one's level wasn't high enough, they couldn't talk or get close. Even if they spoke, historical figures wouldn't hear them. Where is Zhang Fei? Xiang Yu instantly focused his attention on Zhang Fei. The one in front at the grass-cutting place. Zhang Fei has placed a huge stone over a well with a large piece of meat hanging below. Whoever can lift it will claim the meat. Are you going to give it a try, brother Yu? I think you can definitely do it. Hearing about Zhang Fei's big stone, Xiang Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, I will try to see if I can win Zhang Fei over. Xiang Yu replied, and led Guan Sheng and the others toward the grass. Brother Yu, is this person beside you Guan Yu? How does he already have the green dragon crescent blade? Niu Keilu asked curiously as he saw Xiang Yu about to leave. Hearing the question, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smile and replied, This is not Guan Yu, but Guan Sheng. Let's go. After answering, Xiang Yu stepped forward enveloped in a cloud of smoke, leading Guan Sheng and the others towards the grass-cutting place. What the hell? Guan Sheng. Guan Sheng with the big knife. The character from Water Margin. Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Niu Keilu was instantly stunned. Damn. Characters from Water Margin have appeared. Soon a post appeared on the Tianqiao district forum. I am old Niu. Xiang Yu has appeared in Zhuo County carrying Guan Sheng from Water Margin and is about to subdue the fierce Zhang Fei. Everyone hurried to watch. Any post about Xiang Yu is a highlight and was quickly swarmed by viewers. Damn. Is this true? Xiang Yu is going to subdue Zhang Fei and is bringing Guan Sheng. Are you drunk? That's impossible. I believe Xiang Yu can subdue Zhang Fei, but bringing Guan Sheng contradicts itself, right? The appearance of the Song dynasty in the Han dynasty. In fact, not many believed Niu Keilu's post at first, but later a large number of players from Zhuo County confirmed it. Damn, Xiang Yu is really cheating. If he can even win over Guan Sheng, that's a top hero from Liangshan. Damn, hurry to watch. Watch. In an instant, the news of Xiang Yu appearing in Zhuo County with Guan Sheng to subdue Zhang Fei spread across the nation through the forum. Xiang Yu quickly arrived at the grass-cutting field under the astonished gazes of the players, and indeed a large stone was covering the well surrounded by many people. Beside it stood a man who was 8 feet tall with a leopard head and ringed eyes, a tiger beard, a voice like thunder, and a presence like a galloping horse. It was none other than the fierce Zhang Fei. Name Zhang Fei. Qualification SS. Level Super First Class General. Leadership 80-90. Martial Power 95-100. Wisdom 63-70. Politics 50-59. Equipment 100 Forged Long Spear Golden Grade. Mount Black Steed Divine Grade. Talent skills 1 Grass Cutting easily suppresses generals and soldiers with martial prowess below 80, sweeping all away. 2 Spear Mastery in the use of spears. Using spear type weapons grants 20 to martial power. 3 A Valor when commanding the entire army. Confidence soars leadership 3 and personal martial power 3. 4 Berserk during duels enters a berserk state, reducing wisdom by 2 and increasing martial power by 5 each round up to a maximum boost of 20. 5 Yanren's Roar during duels, a roar that forcibly reduces the opponent's martial power by 3, while increasing their own martial power by 3, with a maximum of 9. The roar can even lower the morale of enemy troops when charging alone. Damn, incredible. These talent skills are truly worthy of the fierce Zhang Fei. Looking at Zhang Fei's attribute panel, Xiang Yu had to admit that although his base attributes weren't very strong, his talent skills were formidable. Hey, all of you are a bunch of soft-shelled shrimps. If you can't lift it, then get lost. Is there really no hero in this world? Just as Xiang Yu was examining Zhang Fei's attribute panel, Zhang Fei let out a thunderous roar that echoed like thunder, instantly pulling Xiang Yu back to reality. I'll do it. Xiang Yu's calm voice resonated throughout the grass-cutting field, making the onlooking players nearby instantly excited. Will Xiang Yu overpower the fierce Zhang Fei? I'm here. The calm voice of Xiang Yu instantly excited the surrounding players, who had learned from the forum that the person before them was indeed Xiang Yu. Seeing Xiang Yu's stunning handsomeness, the many players were rendered speechless. Damn, not only is he an unparalleled general from the start, but he is also said to command an army of 400,000 and have 6 extraordinary generals as his subordinates. Now that he is here looking so incredibly handsome, it seems all the good fortune in the world has been monopolized by Xiang Yu. However, aside from a small number of female players, most were male players. Since there were too few female players, despite seeing Xiang Yu's stunning looks, they could only mutter a curse in their hearts and shifted their focus to Xiang Yu's martial prowess. One must know that the late Han and the Three Kingdoms was a chaotic era, and in reality demon beasts ran rampant. Being handsome was of no use. What truly mattered was martial strength. Where did this pretty boy come from? Go home and be your noble family's young master. What are you doing here, stirring up trouble? Hearing Xiang Yu's voice, Zhang Fei glanced at the incredibly handsome Xiang Yu and instantly grew impatient. Looking at Zhang Fei's demeanor, Xiang Yu couldn't help but be speechless. Damn, does he look down on me? It seems Zhang Fei is indeed not easy to subdue, but I like it tough. Observing Zhang Fei's expression, Xiang Yu instantly realized he should change his strategy. One must know that the friendship among Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Liu Bei was quite profound. They had been together for dozens of years, and it is said that one once remarked, brothers are like limbs, women are like clothing, which speaks volumes about their true feelings. Later on, there were tales of Guan Yu passing through 5 passes and slaying 6 generals to join Liu Bei, as well as Liu Bei avenging Zhang Fei by mobilizing the forces of Shu against Sun Wu. Such deep friendship truly earned Xiang Yu's admiration. However, he clearly acknowledged that he could not learn Liu Bei's way of winning people's hearts, nor did he want to. Looking at the unreasonable and irritable Zhang Fei, Xiang Yu thought of another way to subdue him, force him. Damn it, who said I should play the emotional card? If you don't comply, I'll beat you into submission. Hey, kid, this isn't where you should be. You should go back and drink poetry. Seeing the incredibly handsome pretty boy before him ignoring him, Zhang Fei instantly grew more irritated. So you're Zhang Fei, huh? Just watch. Xiang Yu sneered, disregarding him, and walked straight to the massive stone by the well, glancing at the stone that weighed over 1,000 pounds. Heh, pretty boy, you don't really think this is fake, do you? Don't hurt yourself. Watching Xiang Yu, who looked like a rich young master, attempt to lift the huge stone, Zhang Fei couldn't help but chuckle and mock. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zhang Fei's words fell, 3 loud impacts suddenly resounded, and in an instant Zhang Fei found himself speechless, his expression frozen in shock. Xiang Yu faced the massive stone weighing 1,000 pounds, not using his hands, but instead kicking it fiercely. The enormous stone actually moved, shaking violently with one kick, and with a second kick it slid sideways. With one more kick, the stone weighing 1,000 pounds actually flew up. Bang, bang, bang. The stone soared, and a large chunk of pork from the well was flung out. Xiang Yu swiftly caught the piece of pork, and the stone crashed down into the ground, causing a loud noise. Wow, Xiang Yu is too amazing. Previously I saw Zhang Fei lifting it, but he actually kicked it. Wow. No wonder he is an unparalleled general. Zhang Fei is truly a top-tier general, and a slight gap is to be expected. However, Xiang Yu should be able to compete with Lu Bu now. Amazing. The onlookers from Zhuo County and the players were all shocked. Not only were the spectators astonished, but even Zhang Fei himself had his mouth agape, kicking 1,000-pound stone away. Let's divide this meat. Seeing the stunned crowd around him, Xiang Yu was quite satisfied. With a slight tremor of his arm, the large piece of pork flew towards the onlookers, instantly causing a rush. "Hey, that pretty boy, since you took my meat, you have to fight me." At this moment, Zhang Fei finally snapped back to reality, but his eyes were filled not with fear, but excitement as he shouted boisterously. Hearing this, Xiang Ye's mouth slightly curved up, but it quickly vanished as he disdainfully said, "You think I'll just fight you because you asked? That would be quite embarrassing for me. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I win, you'll become my subordinate." After saying this, Xiang Yu looked at him with a smile. "Wow, Xiang Yu is so cunning." Zhang Fei don't agree to him. He is an unparalleled general. Zhang Fei, you can't agree to him, otherwise you'll just become his little brother. Hearing Xiang Ye's words, the surrounding players instantly cried out, but they were immediately silenced by the system fairy. Zhang Fei couldn't hear them at all. He only saw the commotion around him and thought they were discussing his cowardice. "Hey, I am Zhang Fei Zhang Yida from Yin, and I can accept your bet, but if you lose you must shout 3 times in Zhuo County. Zhang Fei is mighty." Seeing the surrounding discussions, Zhang Fei instantly grew furious, his shout booming like thunder. "Of course, that's fine." After hearing the opponent agree, a smile appeared on Xiang Ye's face. "Hold on, both of you are extraordinary warriors. It would be unwise to injure either of you. In times of turmoil with the yellow turbans on the rise, wouldn't it be better for you two brave warriors to compete on the battlefield?" Just as Xiang Yu and Zhang Fei were about to duel, a magnetic and persuasive voice suddenly broke in, making Zhang Fei regain some awareness and causing Xiang Ye's brows to furrow. An unexpected guest. Xiang Yu turned around and saw a man who was 7.5 feet tall, with ears drooping to his shoulders, hands reaching past his knees, eyes that could see his own ears, a face like a polished jade, lips like painted vermilion, dressed in simple clothes with a kind expression on his face. Liu Bei, Li Yuanba. The name of this person instantly flashed through Xiang Ye's mind, and his pupils constricted. Indeed, the unexpected guest was Liu Bei. He was the one who, along with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, swore an oath in the Peach Garden to pursue a grand cause, leading Guan Yu and Zhang through the turmoil among various warlords until meeting Zhuge Liang, which marked the turning point that established the Shu kingdom spanning Jingzhou and Yizhou, securing the title of Emperor of Hanzhou Lai. Xiang Yu looked at the affable Liu Bei in simple clothes, feeling only trepidation. This was a man of restraint, an ambitious individual, and someone with overwhelming charm. Now he had started to meddle at this critical moment of his attempt to recruit Zhang Fei. And looking at the charisma radiating from Liu Bei, Xiang Yu suddenly felt an impulse to kill him. Liu Bei's personal charm was undeniable. Countless heroes and talented individuals flocked to him. Among the martial generals, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei served as commanders, while Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong Ma Chao, and Wei Yin were his subordinates. In terms of scholars, Zhuge Liang, Pang Tong, and Fa Zheng were his strategists. With so many outstanding generals gathered under him, it was evident how powerful his influence was. In an instant, Xiang Yu felt a murderous intent enveloping Liu Bei. As Liu Bei approached, he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, instantaneously feeling as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving him completely chilled. Death. The sensation of the Grim Reaper. This was the feeling of death's arrival. A wave of intense panic surged within Liu Bei. A suffocating sensation made him feel as if he could die at any moment. And this surge of murderous intent came from the exceptionally handsome young man. However, in an instant, Liu Bei felt that the overwhelming murderous aura receded like a tide. At once, a wave of the beauty of life surged in his heart. The living was truly wonderful. Xiang Yu watched Liu Bei's look of relief, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, for just as he enveloped Liu Bei in murderous intent and was about to strike, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Warning. If you strike against the 3 great heroes of the late Han Dynasty, your cultivation will be directly abolished. This was indeed the voice of the Blue Star Will. In an instant, Xiang Yu halted his intention to kill Liu Bei. He had no doubt that if he persisted in his actions, the Blue Star Will would indeed abolish his cultivation. Since the Blue Star Will could suppress and seal numerous sacred beasts and divine beasts, its authority was not something he could provoke. At least not now. Xiang Yu could not help but glance at Liu Bei's attribute panel. Name: Liu Bei. Talent: SS. Level: Super First Class General. Leadership: 78-91. Combat Power: 80-88. Wisdom: 90-91. Politics: 92-100. Monarch Charm: 106. Can increase affinity with civil and military officials. Equipment: none. Mount: none. Talent skills: 1. Benevolence active, can sway people's hearts when activated. Personal Monarch Charm: 3. 2. Tenacity passive, repeatedly fighting and failing, yet continuing to fight, greatly increases the chance of escape. If unable to capture, army speed increases by 20 during retreat. 3. Win hearts, when activated, deeply touches people's hearts, increasing loyalty. 4. Zhao Lai, when becoming the highest official in a region, greatly increases public support, making recruitment easier. 5. Shu Emperor's supremacy, when confronting, if the enemy general's combat power is lower than his, their combat power. 3. If the enemy general's leadership is lower than his, their leadership. 3. Damn it. Looking at Liu Bei's attribute panel, Xiang Yu was instantly unsettled. He finally understood why Liu Bei could repeatedly fight and fail, yet still rise again, ultimately establishing the Shu kingdom. This attribute is simply too perverse. With a Monarch Charm reaching 106, plus the ability to sway hearts for another 3 points, his charm reaches 109. Truly astonishing. Moreover, he can escape. Damn, this is truly unbelievable. Not killing him is definitely a potential threat. But could he actually kill him? In an instant, Zhang Yu regained his composure. Even if the opponent's talent attributes are perverse, could they withstand his various advantages? Moreover, the blue star will had personally intervened. Could he defy it? Where did this fallen noble come from daring to meddle in my affairs? Leave immediately, or I shall not be polite. Zhang Yu said with a cold snort, his face clouded with frost. Liu Bei, hearing Xiang Ye's words, was about to say something, but upon seeing Xiang Ye's emotionless gaze, he immediately recalled the overwhelming murderous intent and promptly closed his mouth. Indeed, this brother you stand aside for now, I Zhang Ida will teach him a good lesson today. Surprisingly, facing Liu Bei, Zhang Fei's attitude became unexpectedly gentle. Alas, why bother? Looking at Zhang Fei's insistence, Liu Bei unwillingly shook his head. In fact, he had already noticed Zhang Fei and knew that Zhang Fei was undoubtedly a fierce general, but he had never had the opportunity to act, as he himself wasn't strong enough. However, he did not expect that someone would seek to reap the benefits, and moreover that this person was also a formidable general, which made him uneasy. He simply did not expect that his well-known charm would be ineffective before this remarkably handsome young man, and that this young man actually harbored intentions to kill him. Guanxing, keep an eye on him, do not let him affect my duel. Seeing Liu Bei still somewhat unwilling, Xiang Yu said lightly, Understood, my lord. Hearing Xiang Ye's words, Guanxing directly stepped forward with his Qinglong Yingyue saber beside Liu Bei. Another formidable general. Looking at the burly man beside him, the perceptive Liu Bei immediately noticed something different. This fellow was yet another fierce general, making him feel a twinge of envy. Xiang Yu was unaware that Liu Bei had also identified Guanxing as a fierce general. His gaze turned towards Zhang Fei. Since he could not kill Liu Bei, he would take down all of his left and right arms and see how he could rise. Halt! I am Zhang Fei of Yin, remember my name. Riding his black steed, Zhang Fei brandished his forged spear and shouted at Xiang Yu, appearing very valiant. Arrogant. Seeing Zhang Fei's arrogance, Xiang Yu did not hesitate to ride his Wanjing Yin Yu cloak, holding his Yuang spear, as he approached Zhang Fei disdainfully saying, The drum hammer was too ugly. Unless it was a critical moment, Xiang Yu did not intend to bring it out, and with his extraordinary battle strength, defeating the opponent was far too easy. Kill! Zhang Fei shouted, wielding his forged spear directly at Xiang Yu. Ding! Zhang Fei's base combat power was 95, activating the Spear God, talent skill combat power 20, activating the Rampage, talent skill combat power 5, Golden Grade Forged Spear combat power 5, Divine Steed Wuzhu Ma combat power 7. Thus his total combat power was 132. Ding! Zhang Fei's Rampage, talent skill activated Wisdom 2, thus his wisdom was 61. Kill! Zhang Fei shouted, thrusting his forged spear towards Xiang Ye's neck with great force. Whoosh! The sharp sound of wind suddenly erupted, the cold light flashing. Is that all you've got? Hearing the opponent's combat power, Xiang Yu couldn't help but grin, casually waving his Yuang spear. Ding! Player Xiang Ye's base combat power was 135, activating the Critical Crush, talent skill combat power 5, activating the Invincible, talent skill combat power 5, Breaking Army, combat power 15, using the Yuang spear combat power 7, using the Divine Steed Takshu combat power 7, current combat power was 174. Hearing his combat power, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smile. Even a casual strike possessed such immense power. Although Xiang Yu struck casually, the Yuang spear, carrying an overwhelming momentum, charged violently towards Zhang Fei's forged spear. Hiss! Zhang Fei felt as if he had been struck by a venomous snake, his entire body icy cold, death seemingly looming at any moment. Looking at the Yuang spear, which grew larger, Zhang Fei momentarily lost his focus. It was too powerful. Bang! The forged spear and Yuang spear collided with a crisp sound, yet surprisingly the catastrophic situation Zhang Fei anticipated did not occur. I allow you. What a disgrace for you, Zhang Fei, to not dare to strike. Are you a coward? Come on, pick up your spear and strike me. Suddenly Xiang Ye's taunting voice echoed, yet he had held back. Instantly upon hearing Xiang Ye's taunts, Zhang Fei's face turned bright red. Zhang Fei was mocked. Kill! Yan Zhang Yida is here, kill! In an instant Zhang Fei exploded in anger. How could Zhang Fei be looked down upon? Ding! Zhang Fei's base combat power was 95, activating the Spear God, talent skill combat power 20, activating the Rampage, talent skill combat power 10, activating the Yan's Roar, talent skill combat power 3, Golden Grade Forged Spear combat power 5, Divine Steed Wuzhu Ma combat power 7. Thus his combat power was 140. Ding! Zhang Fei's Rampage, talent skill activated Wisdom 4, thus his wisdom was 59. Kill! Zhang Fei brandished his spear again towards Xiang Yu, his face flushed. Ding! Due to Zhang Fei's Yan's Roar, talent skill Xiang Ye's combat power 3, current combat power 171. Huh! Xiang Yu laughed again. With a casual swing of his Yuang spear, the spears clashed, and a spark flew. Instantly Zhang Fei and his steed were sent tumbling aside, being toyed with by Xiang Yu. The onlookers were stunned. The super first-class general, the fierce Zhang Fei, was actually being toyed with by Xiang Yu. Haha! Zhang Fei, do you yield? If not, come again. Zhang Fei felt humiliated. This was the ugliest sound he had ever heard. He regarded himself as a worthy opponent, yet he never expected to be toyed with by this pretty boy. Fight! Fight! Halt! Yan's Zhang is here, kill! Zhang Fei shouted again, his entire body brimming with energy, his momentum growing stronger as he aimed his spear once more at Xiang Yu. Ding! Zhang Fei's base combat power was 95, activating the Spear God, talent skill combat power 20, activating the Rampage, talent skill combat power 20, activating the Yan's Roar, talent skill combat power 9, Golden Grade Forged Spear combat power 5, Divine Steed Wuzhu Ma combat power 7. Thus his combat power was 156. Ding! Zhang Fei's Rampage, talent skill activated Wisdom 9, thus his Wisdom was 55. Kill! Zhang Fei thrust his spear again at Xiang Yu, his face flushed, truly unleashing his full power. Ding! Due to Zhang Fei's Yan's Roar, talent skill Xiang Yu's combat power 9, current combat power 165. While not bad, hearing that the difference was only 9 points, Xiang Yu was unexpectedly impressed. This fierce Zhang Fei indeed had some capabilities. Were it not for his low base combat power, he would be a formidable general. Interesting. Very interesting. Seeing Zhang Fei fighting so fiercely, Xiang Yu directly waved his Yuang spear and charged forward. The 8-foot-long Yuang spear carried unmatched power, instantly approaching Zhang Fei's forged spear. Silver light flashed. Cold brilliance erupted. In an instant, the forged spear and Yuang spear clashed together. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of thunder roared. This time Xiang Yu did not hold back. Puff, puff. The sound of spitting blood suddenly erupted, and then a robust figure was sent flying, followed by the black steed being smashed away. Zhang Fei defeated. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of blood spitting suddenly echoed, followed by a mighty figure being hurled away, the black horse also being smashed aside. Bang, bang. Zhang Fei's robust body was violently slammed to the ground, producing a resounding crash. Zhang Fei, completely defeated. What the hell? Is Xiang Yu too strong? Even if Lu Bu fought Zhang Fei, it would take dozens of rounds, right? What the hell? This is clearly a complete defeat. Xiang Yu is too powerful. He is clearly on another level. Strong, truly strong. As they watched Xiang Yu effortlessly dominate Zhang Fei, the surrounding onlookers were instantly shocked, especially the players who gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Liu Bei, who was watching from the side, had a completely gloomy expression. Xiang Yu was too strong, but that wasn't the main point. The key issue was that this monstrous powerhouse seemed to harbor murderous intent towards him. It hurts me. At that moment, Zhang Fei, who had been blasted away by Xiang Yu, cried out in pain, rubbing his chest. As he stood up, his eyes filled with caution as he looked at Xiang Yu. Strong. Too strong. Zhang Fei believed himself to be invincible across Zhou County, a fierce general on par with Fan Quan in ancient times. However, he never expected that this handsome young man before him could be so powerful. Did Xiang Yu use strength? Not at all. Zhang Fei could clearly sense that Xiang Yu was merely delivering a casual strike, not taking it seriously at all. Yet this lack of seriousness was enough to force him to expend all his strength, and in the end, he was still sent flying. This meant that if Xiang Yu were serious, then killing him would be a matter of 1 or 2 rounds. The bravery of the ancient overlords. Undoubtedly, the handsome young man before him possessed the incredible courage of the ancient overlords. So Zhang Fei, do you submit or not? If you refuse to submit, pick up your weapon and come again. Seeing Zhang Fei's cautious expression, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smile faintly and said calmly. Joking aside, after consuming the flesh of the emperor-level beast, the infernal dark golden dragon king and dragon blood, his basic combat power had skyrocketed to 135 points. With just a burst of his talent skills, he could easily overpower any unparalleled general. If he were to use the drum hammer, even unparalleled generals would confidently be struck down in one blow, let alone the exceptional Zhang Fei before him. Do you submit or not? If you do, then be my little brother, and he'll treat you well. Watching Zhang Fei remain silent, Xiang Yu couldn't help but mockingly say again. Hearing Xiang Yu's taunt, Zhang Fei's face reddened, but he dared not act arrogantly. Eventually, he shyly spoke. Though I, Zhang Fei, am a rough man, I have the ambition of the ancient Fan Quan. I also wish to be in theft and achieve great things. May I ask what aspirations you have, my lord? Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Xiang Yu was momentarily speechless. At the same time, he gained a sudden understanding of why Liu Bei introduced himself as a descendant of the royal family of Zhongshan seeking to restore the world, and why Zhang Fei followed him. It turned out that he had aspirations. After grasping the crux of the matter, a smile appeared on Xiang Yu's face as he calmly said, I am Xiang Yu, the cavalry colonel of Yinmen, with an army of 400,000 under my command. Do you think I have aspirations? What? You are the Xiang Yu who defeated 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry at Yinmen Pass. To his surprise, upon hearing Xiang Yu's self-introduction, Zhang Fei's eyes widened in excitement, and he bellowed joyfully. Yes, I am indeed Xiang Yu of Yinmen Pass. Seeing that Zhang Fei seemed to recognize his name, Xiang Yu nodded with delight. Huh. I knew it. How could an ordinary person defeat me so easily? Turns out it's Xiang Yu of Yinmen. Your little brother Zhang Fei pays my respects. After confirming Xiang Yu's identity, Zhang Fei no longer hesitated and directly knelt on one knee, acknowledging Xiang Yu as his elder brother. Moi, is it that easy to submit? Get up. Since you are my little brother, I will protect you from now on. Achieving rank and title will not be a problem. Watching Zhang Fei's demeanor, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, despite his confusion, he stepped forward to help Zhang Fei up, while saying, Thank you, big brother. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Zhang Fei broke into a wide grin. However, just as Xiang Yu had helped Zhang Fei up, the expression on his face froze. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for recruiting the exceptional General Zhang Fei. Given that player Xiang Yu has too many historical generals under his command, it causes an imbalance in the power structure of expedition, which is detrimental to the healthy competition of local forces. The balance mechanism is activated. Whenever player Xiang Yu recruits a historical general, 2 historical generals from other eras will be balanced into the Three Kingdoms world. Suddenly the system prompt rang out, leaving Xiang Yu dumbfounded. Balance mechanism. Local forces are still developing. He understood the balance mechanism. Indeed, he had quite a few historical generals. However, what kind of nonsense is local force development? Shouldn't players be the ones to combat the beasts of the real world? Shouldn't players quickly recruit all the local forces and then fight against the beasts in reality? Xiang Yu was momentarily baffled by the system prompt. What do you mean by the development of local forces? Are you suggesting that the forces of the Three Kingdoms will also compete with the players? Xiang Yu couldn't hold back and asked impatiently. Ding! As the first player, I must remind you that expedition is a second world, a real world, a human world. When the seal is lifted, expedition will integrate with reality, and the natives of the second world will also face beasts just like the players. The voice of the system spirit made Xiang Yu take a deep breath. Competition. The competition between players and the natives of the second world. Xiang Yu finally understood that the will of the Blue Star did not place all hopes on the players. As players, we are part of humanity. The humans in the second world of expedition are also part of humanity, representing humanity in the battle against the beasts of Blue Star. And now, it is merely a competition for development between players and the natives of the second world. Who will take on the great responsibilities in the future is still uncertain. This is definitely explosive news. Xiang Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, but then he furrowed his brows. System spirit, if I recruit a historical general, but the balance sends 2 historical generals to the local forces, isn't that unfair to us players? Xiang Yu instantly felt something was off. Damn it, if I recruit 1 they get 2. What kind of game is this? Ding! Historical figures that are balanced initially do not belong to either side. You can recruit them and others can do the same. That's more like it. Hearing the system spirit's prompt, Xiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. There are too many historical generals. There are probably not just 1,000, but tens of thousands. A few more would still be a blessing for humanity. Suddenly Xiang Yu's eyes lit up as if he recalled something. After I recruit those balanced characters from the Three Kingdoms, will joining Nirvana Town still allow me to upgrade my talent by 1 level? Xiang Yu asked excitedly. If it were true, then his extraordinary little brothers would undoubtedly increase even more. Yes, any balanced figures belonging to the Three Kingdoms will also have special attributes applicable. The system spirit immediately gave an answer that thrilled Xiang Yu. Ding! Player Xiang Yu has subdued the top-tier General Zhang Fei. Balance activated. Ding! Balanced character 2 Wang Shichong, the warlord of the late Sui dynasty. Leadership 83, Strength 79, Politics 85, Strategy 82. Location of implantation Julu. Wow, this system is truly ruthless. Hearing the prompt from the system sprite, Xiang Yu was immediately speechless. What kind of place is Julu? That is the stronghold of Zhang Jiao. Moreover, it has directly produced 2 major rebellious figures. Hong Xiuquan 1814186 for the leader of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. He founded the god-worshipping society, initiated the Jintian uprising, established the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, proclaimed himself as the Heavenly King, and conferred titles to Yang Xiuqing as the Eastern King Xiao Zhaoguwei, as the Western King Feng Yunshan, as the Southern King Wei Chonghui, as the Northern King, and Shi Dakai as the Wing King. This uprising lasted for 14 years, expanding its influence to 18 provinces, capturing over 600 cities, and delivering a heavy blow to both domestic and foreign reactionary forces. Moreover, Wang Shichong, the warlord of the late Sui dynasty, is no mere lightweight. He is a fierce warlord and ambitious man. The appearance of both figures in the old nest of the Yellow Turban Rebellion is surely to strengthen Zhang Jiao's power. Damn, I see it now. The system is aiming for something big. Is it trying to overthrow the Han dynasty in one go? Xiang Yu immediately grasped the system's intention, yet he felt a strange sense of joy. As long as the Han dynasty exists, Xiang Yu would never raise a rebellious flag for the first bird gets shot. However, if Xiang Yu wants to develop the Han dynasty, is also an obstacle. If Zhang Jiao rises, it might just throw the Han into greater chaos, and he could take advantage of the confusion. Big brother, what's wrong? At that moment, the voice of Zhang Fei interrupted Xiang Yu's thoughts. Oh, nothing, just thinking about. Xiang Yu didn't mind. Balance is just balance. With so many cheats, who should he be afraid of? Big brother, come to my estate. Oh, let's drink heartily. I'll prepare good food and wine to treat you. Zhang Fei said jovially. Sure. Just as Xiang Yu was about to nod, a commotion arose from outside. I heard there's a butcher hanging a large piece of pork here. Guan, I'm here to join the fun. A deep and powerful voice came, though the person was not yet seen. His pride could be felt through his voice. Guan Yu. Hearing the familiar tone of Guan Sheng, the name of the visitor immediately surfaced in Xiang Yu's mind. Turning his head, he indeed saw a tall man pushing a cart walking slowly towards them. He stood 9 feet tall with a beard 2 feet long, a face like a heavy jujube, lips like they were painted phoenix, eyes and eyebrows like sleeping silkworms. Despite his coarse short clothes, he still exuded a majestic air difficult to conceal his pride. The visitor was none other than the leader of the 5 tiger generals who swore brotherhood with Liu Bei and Zhang Fei in the Peach Garden, leaving behind tales such as riding solo 1,000 miles and going to a meeting with a single sword. After his death, he was venerated by the people and honored by successive dynasties, revered as the Emperor of War and in Buddhism regarded as the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, respectfully known as Gong. Later rulers revered him as the Sage of War alongside Confucius, known as the Sage of Literature. Xiang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Undoubtedly, although Guan Sheng was a character loosely based on Guan Yu, he would surely pale in comparison to the real Guan Yu. Yet if Guan Sheng is already so formidable, then how powerful is Guan Yu? Seeing Guan Yu appear, Xiang Yu squinted his eyes, immediately choosing to open the opponent's attribute panel. He couldn't wait to see the stats of the martial sage Guan Yu. Name Guan Yu. Qualification SS. Level Super First Class General. Leadership 89-99. Strength 96, 100. Intelligence 80, 87. Politics 79, 88. Equipment 100 forged long blade gold. Mount none. Talent skills 1 grass cutting easily suppresses generals and soldiers with strength below 80, is sweeping them away. 2. Blade God mastery of the spring and autumn blade technique increases strength by 20 when using blade weapons. 3. Spring and autumn blade technique. Using the spring and autumn blade technique increases strength by 5 per strike up to a maximum of 20 points. 4. Single blade to the meeting. First strike strength 15, second strike strength 12, third strike strength 10. 5. Dragging blade strategy. Concentrate all energy for a critical strike, increasing strength by 20, with a certain failure probability. 6. Elite cavalry increases leadership by 5 when commanding cavalry. 7. Might of the martial sage. As the holy figure of human martial fortune, the stronger his pride and achievements, the more strength increases, with a maximum increase of 30 strength, currently adding up to 10 strength. 8. Loyalty of the martial sage. Sealed when fighting for brotherhood, the skill unseals, increasing strength by 9. Loyalty to the martial sage. Sealed when fighting for loyalty, strength increases by 30. Damn, so overpowered. Looking at Guan Yu's attribute panel, Xiang Yu immediately lost his composure. The basic attributes were normal, but the talent skills were too powerful. Might of the martial sage, loyalty of the martial sage, and loyalty to the martial sage, the 3 major talent skills, were incredibly formidable. Although they only activated under special circumstances, they were still extraordinarily outrageous. Xiang Yu suddenly thought that Guan Yu's solo ride of 1,000 miles and crossing 5 passes and slaying 6 generals were probably related to these skills. As expected of a man of loyalty and righteousness, this Guan Yi is a certainty for me. Xiang Yu couldn't help but think to himself, his gaze on Guan Yu growing increasingly fervent. However, Guan Yu, who had just pushed a cart of dates to the grass field while wearing coarse clothes, was immediately stunned, staring blankly at Guan Sheng, who was holding the Qinglong Yin Yue Dao and leading the red hair. Similarly, Guan Sheng was also staring blankly at the blushing Guan Yu, who had the same Danfeng eyes and a beautiful beard. Not only were the two stunned, but even Liu Bei and Zhang Fei were astonished, glancing back and forth between Guan Sheng and Guan Yu, while the players in the distance were delighted knowing that Guan Sheng was a descendant of Guan Yu, purely modeled after Guan Yu. TSK. These two really look alike, same red face, same long beard, and the same eyes. Are you two perhaps long-lost brothers? Just as the few were astonished, Zhang Fei's loud voice suddenly roared like thunder, startling both Guan Yu and Guan. However, upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Guan Yu immediately frowned. He couldn't recall any brothers he had, but why did this person look so much like him? As for Guan Sheng, looking at the incredibly similar Guan Yu, his gaze became somewhat complex. The moment he saw Guan Yu, he vaguely understood something. Ho, who are you? Why are you impersonating Guan? Are you seeking death against my mighty blade? Guan Yu couldn't figure out who this guy was, immediately thinking that Guan Sheng was trying to impersonate him, and in a flash of anger, he raised his 100-forged long blade and spoke loudly. Why would I impersonate you? How dare you make such a racket here? Seeing Guan Yu angry, Guan Sheng stroked his beautiful beard, a surge of pride instantly erupting as he spoke casually. What? You dare to refer to yourself as Guan? Guan Yu initially thought this guy was trying to impersonate him, but now he even referred to himself as Guan, making him even angrier. Ho, how dare you challenge me to a duel? The way of the martial artist is to fight. Enraged, Guan Yu immediately issued a challenge. Why would I fear you? Seeing Guan Yu ready to fight, Guan Sheng immediately mounted his horse, raising his Qinglong Yin Yue Dao with an aura of pride, showing no fear. Damn, Guan Sheng is going to confront Guan Yu head-on. This is incredible. This is possible, but I bet Guan Sheng will definitely lose. After all, he was modeled after Guan Yu. Not necessarily. Look, Guan Sheng has the red hair and the Qinglong Yin Yue Dao, but Guan Yu only has a long blade that isn't even the Qinglong Yin Yue Dao, and he has no mount. Watching Guan Sheng and Guan Yu about to fight, the surrounding players were instantly excited, discussing spiritedly. A smile also crept onto Xiang Ye's face. He had long wanted to see the two battle, and previously he was sure Guan Sheng would lose, but now that Guan Sheng had already broken through the unparalleled general level much higher than Guan Yu's base attributes, he might indeed have the strength to fight. However, although he wanted to see their battle, Xiang Yu wanted Guan Yu under his command even more. After all, he was the martial sage, and Guan Yu himself was infinitely strengthened in this expedition, making him eager to recruit him. Wait, this warrior, please ride my snow-treading divine steed. Xiang Yu suddenly waved to Yan Shisan, asking him to bring the steed to Guan Yu. Seeing the extraordinarily handsome Xiang Yu step forward and hand him a divine steed, Guan Yu instantly felt an inexplicable fondness for Xiang Yu, cupping his hands and saying, "Thank you, young master, for providing me with a horse." Guan Sheng on the opposite side showed no emotion upon seeing Xiang Yu's actions. He had been to the real world and understood the importance of talent to Xiang Yu. Knowing that Xiang Yu intended to recruit this person who had an inexplicable connection to him, he did not mind. But how skilled was this guy? Was he worthy of his master's recruitment? We would know after a fight. Taking the steed from Xiang Yu, Guan Yu immediately mounted, raising his 100-forged long blade, and roared, "Ho! Where did this guy come from daring to impersonate Guan? I will make you apologize." Saying this, a surge of momentum erupted from Guan Yu, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, as he squinted his Danfeng eyes at Guan Sheng, who looked almost identical to him, his gaze revealing a hint of the inexplicable. "This is the aura of a super first-class fierce general. Huh, I fear you not come and fight." Guan Sheng also unleashed his aura, and an even more vigorous presence spread outward, pressing heavily toward Guan Yu. Guan Sheng's unparalleled general aura suddenly erupted, causing Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Liu Bei to feel a heavy weight descend upon them. Instantly the three looked at Guan Sheng in shock, realizing he was indeed an unparalleled general. Liu Bei, even more annoyed, glanced enviously at the extraordinarily handsome Xiang Yu. Zhang Fei was a super first-class general, and the two red-faced men were a super first-class general and an unparalleled general, seemingly wanting to sweep them all away. He had just realized in an instant that these two red-faced men must be related. And now it seemed that everything had nothing to do with him. Liu Bei. Fight! Feeling the unparalleled aura of the warrior Guan Sheng, Guan Yu did not flinch. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and an overwhelming momentum surged within him, intensifying his fighting spirit. Fight! Feeling the unparalleled aura of the warrior Guan Sheng, Guan Yu did not flinch. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and an overwhelming momentum. Ding! Guan Yu's base combat power is 96. The talent skill Blade God activates, adding 20 to his power. The talent skill Spring and Autumn Blade Technique activates, adding 5. The talent skill Single Blade to the Meeting activates, adding 15. The talent skill Martial Saint's Might activates, adding 5. The Golden Level Forged Long Blade adds 5. And the Divine Mount Treading Snow adds 7. Current combat power 153. Treading Snow rapidly approached Guan Sheng. In an explosive moment, a torrent of momentum surged from Guan Yu, instantly suppressing Guan Sheng's unparalleled warrior aura, as the forged long blade transformed into a chilling white light, cleaving towards Guan Sheng. Fight! Seeing Guan Yu burst forth with formidable combat power, Guan Sheng did not dare to be negligent. With one hand wielding the green dragon crescent blade, and the other controlling the red hair, a powerful aura of strategic prowess erupted from him. He forcefully dragged the long blade, the 9-foot blade shimmering with cold light, charging towards Guan Yu. Ding! Guan Sheng's base combat power is 111. The talent skill Blade King activates, adding 10 to his power. The talent skill Spring and Autumn Blade Technique activates, adding 6. The talent skill Single Blade to the Meeting activates, adding 10. The Divine Red Hair adds 7, and the Divine Green Dragon Crescent Blade adds 7. Current combat power 151. In an instant, Guan Sheng's momentum surged as a sharp glare flashed. The Green Dragon Crescent Blade gleamed coldly as he fiercely slashed at his opponent. The same move, the same momentum, and in an instant the two massive blades clashed violently. Clang! Clang! The powerful momentum and immense recoil caused both to stagger backward. Moi! Seeing that his opponent used the same technique as he did, Guan Yu was even more shocked. The Single Blade to the Meeting. How could the other also use it? Kill! At that moment, Guan Sheng shouted again, his aura spreading once more as he charged at Guan Yu, leaving him no time to Ding! Guan Sheng's Single Blade to the Meeting talent skill activates again, adding 9 to his power with a slight decrease. The talent skill Spring and Autumn Blade Technique activates, adding 9, an increase of 3 points. Current combat power 153. Fight! Looking at the approaching Guan Sheng, Guan Yu let out a long roar, his pride emanating as he dragged his long blade toward Guan Sheng. Ding! Guan Yu's Single Blade to the Meeting talent skill activates again, adding 12 to his power with a decrease of 3 points. The talent skill Spring and Autumn Blade Technique activates again, adding 15, an increase of 10 points. The talent skill Martial Saint's Might activates again, adding 10, an increase of 5 points. Current combat power 165. Guan Yu's aura grew stronger, a powerful force surged through his forged long blade, pressing down toward. Beside them, Xiang Yu shook his head. Although Guan Sheng had broken through to the ranks of unparalleled warriors, he was still far behind the true martial saint Guan Yu. Guan Yu's various reverse talent skills had not yet activated. Relying solely on his extraordinary base combat power, he could already elevate his combat power to around 170. Once he truly grew and broke through the ranks of unparalleled warriors, unlocking various talent skills, he could easily push his power above 200. This was undoubtedly a peerless warrior of the human race. Kill. In an instant, Guan Sheng and Guan Yu crashed into each other with magnificent momentum. Boom, boom, boom. Again the same moves, but this time the result was different. After the collision, Guan Sheng, along with the red hair, was sent reeling backward, his already red face turning even redder. Huff, huff. Guan Yu reined in treading snow and nervously glanced at Guan Sheng. Indeed, he was tense. After 2 battles with the same moves and the fact that he looked almost identical, he felt something was off. Although he didn't understand how someone so similar to him had suddenly appeared, it did not stop him from worrying. Guan Yu had a feeling that this person before him was his brother. Surrounding Liu Bei and Zhang Fei looked at Guan Yu with astonishment. An unparalleled warrior who had surpassed the ranks of extraordinary warriors. This was interesting. Guan Sheng staggered backward, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Did he actually lose? Having broken through to the ranks of unparalleled warriors, losing to a brother was something he could not accept. Instantly, he grasped the green dragon crescent blade again, ready to battle Guan Yu once more. Wait. Guan Sheng stepped back. You cannot defeat him. I will stand up for you. Just as Guan Sheng was about to strike again, Xiang Yu spoke up. Indeed, Guan Sheng's combat power was at its limit. He could not possibly defeat Guan Yu. Yes, my lord. Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Guan Sheng hesitated for a moment, but still stepped aside. Xiang Yu rode on the mount Wanli Yinyun and approached the puzzled Guan Yu. What is your esteemed name? Xiang Yu. I am Guan Yu, styled Yinchong. Perhaps it was due to Xiang Yu's charm or the inexplicable goodwill from earlier, or perhaps due to Xiang Yu helping with the horse. Guan Yu did not hide it and directly introduced himself. Guan Yu, I do not care whether you are Guan Sheng's brother or have any blood relation. Since you have bullied my little brother, I will stand up for him regardless. What? That red-faced man is Guan Sheng's brother. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Guan Yu was immediately shocked, looking incredulously at Guan Sheng, who looked exactly like him. Although he had guessed it earlier, hearing Xiang Yu's words made it hard to believe. Did he have another brother? Stop the nonsense. Fight! Xiang Yu shouted explosively, his aura surging fiercely. Ding! Player Xiang Yu has a base combat power of 135. The talent skill Critical Crush activates, adding 5 to his power. The talent skill Invincible activates, adding 5. The talent skill Breaking Army adds 15. Using the Yuang Spear adds 7, and using the Divine Mount Wanli Yinyun adds 7. Current combat power 174. A violent aura instantly shook the entire arena. A deathly aura enveloped Guan Yu, awakening him at once. So strong. Feeling Xiang Yu's ferocious aura, Guan Yu instantly became unsettled, sensing a heavy crisis and extreme danger. Fight! Guan Yu, show your true skills, or today I will beat you up for Guan Sheng. Xiang Yu's voice echoed throughout the arena. Fight! Sensing Xiang Yu's extremely dangerous aura, Guan Yu temporarily set aside thoughts of Guan Sheng. A strong man never feared challenges, and he, Guan Yu, feared them even less. Fight! 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 Sensing the overwhelming aura of Xiang Yu, Guan Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This was powerful. He had definitely met his strongest opponent yet. But so what? Fight! 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 The pride within him surged up and a combat intent erupted. If you want to fight, then I will fight. Ding! Guan Yu's base combat power is 96. The talent skill Blade God activates, adding 20 to his power. The talent skill Spring and Autumn Blade Technique activates, adding 20. The talent skill Single Blade to the Meeting activates, adding 15. The talent skill Martial Saint's Might activates, adding 10. The Golden Level Forged Long Blade adds 5, and the Divine Mount Treading Snow adds 7. Current combat power 174. Kill. Guan Yu instantly unleashed all his power, activating all his ultimate moves without any concealment, knowing that any slight relaxation could lead to his downfall. Kill. A frenzied aura, immense power, surged from Guan Yu as he swung the forged long blade. Interesting. Seeing the opponent's power also reaching 174, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes, but his movements did not stop. The Yuang Spear was unleashed. Silver light flashed. Cold brilliance burst forth. In an instant, the Yuang Spear collided with the forged long blade. Clang. A sound that shook the heavens and earth erupted. Instantly, a powerful wave of recoil forced both to stagger backward. This red-faced man is really strong. Zhang Fei, watching Guan Yu match Xiang Yu, was shocked and looked at Guan Yu with full caution. Haha, interesting. Come again. After being knocked back, Xiang Yu was unbothered, laughing heartily as an even greater aura surged forth. Ding. Player Xiang Yu has a base combat power of 135. The talent skill Critical Crush activates, adding 20 to his power. The talent skill Invincible activates, adding 5. The talent skill Breaking Army adds 15. Using the Yuang Spear adds 7, and using the Divine Mount Wanli Yinyun adds 7. Current combat power 189. A monstrous aura surged from Xiang Yu's perfect physique. A sense of destruction and death weighed heavily on those present, making their hearts sink. He had grown even stronger. Haha, Guan Yu, you better give it your all, or you are finished. With all his power unleashed, Xiang Yu laughed heartily, feeling his strength surge, which was all he could muster without using his ultimate moves. Kill. Xiang Yu shouted explosively, charging forward with the Yuang Spear. So strong. Feeling Xiang Yu's overwhelming combat power, Guan Yu's expression turned gravely serious. He had already exerted all his strength. who would have known that his opponent could still unleash more. Did he need to use a trump card? Watching Xiang Yu charge at high speed, Guan Yu knew he couldn't afford to delay. Guan Yu controlled treading snow to create distance, and then quickly approached Xiang Yu, a strong battle intent surging within him as the forged long blade dragged on the ground, exuding an overwhelming will to strike with all his strength. Ding! Guan Yu activates the blade drag talent skill. Ding! Guan Yu successfully activates the blade drag talent skill. Ding! Guan Yu's base combat power is 96. The talent skill Blade God activates, adding 20 to his power. The talent skill Spring and Autumn Blade Technique activates, adding 20. The talent skill Blade Drag activates, adding 20. The talent skill Martial Saint's Might activates, adding 10. The Golden Level Forged Long Blade adds 5, and the Divine Mount Treading Snow adds 7. Current combat power 179. As Treading Snow's speed increased, Guan Yu switched from the single blade to the meeting to the Blade Drag, and his aura intensified. As he neared Xiang Yu, his momentum reached its peak, merging his spirit and power locking onto Xiang Yu. Kill! 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 In an instant, two immense auras collided violently. Boom! 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 The sonic boom erupted, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward. Crack! Puff! Just then the sound of a weapon breaking and blood spitting suddenly echoed. In an instant, Guan Yu's strong body was sent flying, and the forged long blade snapped. Guan Yu was sent flying while Xiang Yu and Li Yuanba also found it challenging, repeatedly retreating before finally stabilizing their stance, indicating the opponent's attack was indeed formidable. Xiang Yu looked at Guan Yu, who had crashed heavily to the ground, with admiration in his eyes. There was no denying that the innate skills granted by the title of martial sage were overwhelmingly powerful. Although Guan Yu's base martial prowess was only 96, he had managed to elevate it to an astounding 179, and this was without the activation of the three major martial sage innate skills. Isn't it incredibly powerful? Is it reasonable? Of course it's reasonable. Although Guan Yu's inherent martial strength wasn't this formidable, he had been exalted by emperors and the populace alike. He is the martial sage of China, renowned alongside Confucius, the sage of literature. Even if Guan Yu's inherent martial prowess wasn't that strong, he bore the title, and in this era where innate skills prevail, he must be this strong. There is no denying that with the title of martial sage, Guan Yu is fully capable of standing on equal footing with Li Yuanba and Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Shu. Thus Xiang Yu's gaze towards Guan Yu became even more fervent. Various thoughts flooded his mind as he dismounted, walked to Guan Yu's side, and smiled as he extended his hand. Guan Yu, right. A true hero. Come get up. The surrounding people looked at Xiang Yu's actions, instantly increasing their favorability toward him, while the players merely smirked. With a single gesture from Xiang Yu, they knew he aimed to recruit Guan Yu. Liu Bei watched Xiang Yu's actions, his eyes revealing a sense of urgency. It was clear that anyone who could match Xiang Yu, this unparalleled warrior, was indeed formidable. How could such a fierce warrior fall into the hands of others? Yet he found himself at a loss. Guan Yu looked at Xiang Yu's outstretched hand, feeling an increased sense of goodwill towards him, and a feeling of mutual respect between heroes welled up within him. Thank you. Guan Yu grasped Xiang Yu's arm and stood up, expressing his gratitude. Haha, the red-faced warrior is truly impressive. To make my boss exert himself fully, he is undoubtedly a hero. In that case, my farm has fine wine and delicious food. Why not follow me to enjoy a feast? Just then Zhang Fei's booming voice erupted around them. Guan of course can join. It would be delightful to drink with my brothers. Hearing Zhang Fei's words, Guan Yu immediately agreed, turning his gaze towards Guan Sheng. However, Guan Sheng did not look at him, but rather at Xiang Yu. Haha, of course, let's lead the way. With the intention of recruiting Guan Yu, how could Xiang Yu refuse? Wait. Just as Zhang Fei, Xiang Yu, and the others were about to leave, Liu Bei, who had remained silent, finally couldn't. Enough. Don't say anything new. I know what you want to say. Without giving Liu Bei a chance to speak, Xiang Yu interrupted, leaving no room for rebuttal. Boss, do you know what he wants to say? Seeing that Xiang Yu seemed quite displeased with this big-eared fellow, Zhang Fei became curious, and even Guan Yu beside him looked at Xiang Yu. Of course I know what he wants to say. He will definitely say that I am a descendant of the Zhongshan Jing Wang, and now that the Han Dynasty is in decline, the common people are suffering, and he wants to rally us to discuss major issues. Liu Bei, am I right? Xiang Yu sneered at Liu Bei. Yu. Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Liu Bei was shocked, stammering, and unable to find the right words. There are countless royal relatives. I suspect that even the Han Dynasty has tens of thousands of them. Others, even if they truly are royal relatives, wouldn't flaunt it, fearing disgrace to the royal family. Only you, Liu Bei. Not even sure if you are truly a royal relative, yet you parade around flaunting that title, shamelessly seeking food and drink, truly a disgrace to the Han Dynasty. I, Xiang Yu, am ashamed to associate with you. Clearly Xiang Yu would not miss this opportunity to blacken Liu Bei's name in front of Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. Finally, he flicked his sleeve and walked away with a disdainful expression. A fraud who flaunts himself. I, Zhang Fei, am also ashamed to be associated with you. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Zhang Fei immediately expressed his disdain for Liu Bei, muttering, as he quickly followed Xiang Yu. I, Guan, am also ashamed to be associated with you. Guan Yu rolled his phoenix eyes at Liu Bei and arrogantly declared, following suit. In an instant, only Liu Bei was left behind, his mindset shattered. Looking at the departing figures of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Liu Bei felt a wave of pain wash over his heart accompanied by a profound sense of emptiness. He felt as though he had lost something crucial. Poor Liu Bei, can he still be Liu Bei after losing Guan Yu and Zhang Fei? Xiang Yu is truly remarkable. He directly snatched away Guan Yu and Zhang Fei under Liu Bei's very eyes. Having recruited Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Xiang Yu must have become even more powerful. I wonder if he can replace Liu Bei, establish the Shu Kingdom, or even unify the three kingdoms. Upon witnessing Xiang Yu humiliating Liu Bei and snatching away Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, the surrounding players couldn't help but admire Xiang Yu. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for disrupting the Peach Garden Oath plot. Now, there are two choices. First choice, continue to complete the Peach Garden Oath with Zhang Fei and Guan Yu activating the Sworn Brotherhood skill, sharing both fortune and adversity. When the three fight together, each of their martial prowess increases by 10. Second choice, reward of an intermediate cave paradise, the Peach Blossom Garden. Just as he stepped out of the grass field, the voice of the system sprite suddenly rang out, instantly bringing delight to Xiang. I choose the intermediate cave paradise, the Peach Blossom Garden. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu declared in his. He was unaware that disrupting the Peach Garden Oath also came with a reward, but it didn't matter. He directly chose the intermediate cave paradise, the Peach Blossom Garden, rather than forming an oath with Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. If the oath partners were Zhao Yun and Guan Yu, Xiang Yu would have readily agreed. However, with Zhang Fei included, he would pass. Although Zhang Fei was also a fierce warrior, he was too reckless, and one could never know when he might perish. Should he? Without a doubt, the Sworn Brotherhood skill that increased martial prowess by 10 points didn't attract Xiang Yu much. Did he still care about those 10 points of martial prowess? Xiang Yu resolutely chose the intermediate cave paradise, the Peach Blossom Garden. It is known that the central area of the intermediate cave paradise can infinitely increase 30 combat power every 30 days, with a 30 chance of rare items appearing. In comparison, the intermediate cave paradise is undoubtedly more advantageous. The crowd arrived at Zhang Fei's farm, and along the way Guan Yu, unable to contain his curiosity, eagerly asked Guan Sheng, "This brother, may I ask where you are from?" Seeing Guan Yu's anxious expression, the others turned their attention to Guan Sheng and Guan Yu. However, oddly enough, in response to Guan Yu's inquiry, Guan Sheng coldly turned his head and snorted disdainfully, ignoring Guan Yu. Instantly, Guan Yu was left at a loss, his hands awkwardly searching for a place to rest. Zhang Fei, witnessing this, nearly burst into laughter, but quickly composed his expression, recalling that the two might be. Clearly, it was a struggle to hold back laughter. Xiang Yu felt somewhat amused. He understood perfectly why Guan Sheng was acting proud, and it definitely wasn't because he had just lost a fight. Guan Sheng was implanted with the identity of a person from Hudong, a child of Guan Yu's father from a different mother who had been lost since childhood, yet Guan Yu was unaware of Guan Sheng's existence. However, while Guan Yu did not know of Guan Sheng should be aware of Guan Yu's existence. Guan Sheng was likely an illegitimate child, possibly the result of an overnight affair by Guan Yu's father, which led to Guan Sheng not being able to claim a proper identity for various reasons. One cannot deny that the identity implanted by the system is indeed intriguing. Isn't this just Guan Yu owing something to Guan Sheng? Huh. Yin Chang, let me introduce you, Guan Sheng, a person from Hudong, lost since childhood, now the cavalry commander of the Yinmen army under my command. Xiang Yu laughed heartily and directly pointed it out. Of course, Xiang Yu was not selling out Guan Sheng. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve grievances than to hold grudges. In a time of chaos, who wouldn't want a complete family? For those lost in the world, who wouldn't wish for a warm home? When feeling lonely and helpless, who wouldn't long for a place to rely on? Indeed, Xiang Yu admitted that he wanted to take in Guan Yu, but not to exploit Guan Sheng. Rather, he aimed to help him. Firstly, Guan Sheng did not resent Guan Yu, otherwise he wouldn't have merely given a cold snort instead of hurling insults. Secondly, as a revered martial saint in China, Guan Yu's growth would undoubtedly yield a presence that could stand up to him, or even Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu. Having such a divine general as Guan Sheng's brother would surely be a blessing for Guan Sheng, who would dare to bully him under the protection of a martial saint. It's like having the overlord of Western Chu shield me, who would dare to challenge me. Therefore, having the two recognize each other would be a matter of great benefit for Guan Sheng, and after all, Guan Sheng was born modeled after Guan Yu, further establishing his lineage. What? Another person from Hudong? Hearing Xiang Yu's explanation, Guan Yu was even more shocked at this moment. Even a fool could understand what was happening. The same sword techniques, the same appearance, both filled with pride, and both from Hudong. It was clear that this was the brother he had been unaware of. Ultimately, with Xiang Yu's assistance, Guan Sheng and Guan Yu finally clarified their relationship. They shared a common father, Guan Yi, deceased, with Guan Yu being a few months older, thus the elder brother, and Guan Sheng as the younger brother. Guan Yu, also known as Guan Yun Chang, thanked General Xiang for his help and for caring for my brother Guan. Saying this, Guan Yu earnestly bowed deeply to Xiang Yu, his eyes filled with gratitude. No need for such formalities. Yun Chang is also a rare hero among heroes. No need to act like a timid girl. Xiang Yu stepped forward to hold Guan Yu cheerfully, saying while the smile on his face gradually faded. Now that the emperor is corrupt and incompetent, with natural disasters and man-made catastrophes occurring frequently, the people are suffering greatly, and the border tribes are also frequently on the move. We are indeed in a time of turmoil. I see that Yun Chang possesses remarkable martial skills. Why not join me in establishing a great achievement? Wouldn't it be splendid to be in theft as a lord and honored as a general in the future? Xiang Ye's face grew solemn as he spoke. After a series of emotional appeals and various overtures, he finally revealed his true intention, to recruit Guan Yu as a subordinate. Upon hearing Xiang Ye's words, Zhang Fei and the others turned their attention to Guan Yu. Undoubtedly, Guan Yu was not an insignificant figure. On the contrary, his ability to stand firm against Xiang Yu was of great importance. However, to Xiang Ye's surprise, Guan Yu did not immediately agree, but instead hesitated. Sighed. I should not deceive General Xiang. Several years ago, I killed a tyrant who abused his power in my hometown, and I had to flee for my life. Even now, I am still carrying the weight of my past sins, fearing I might disappoint General Xiang's high expectations. Haha, what was I thinking? It was just killing a tyrant who abused his power. It was justified. Yun Chang need not take it to heart. Whatever happens, I will bear the burden for you. At worst, I can redeem myself by achieving merit in the future. Hearing this, Xiang Yu laughed heartily. With chaos about to erupt in the world, who could afford to worry about such matters? In that case, I Guan am willing to follow the Lord to achieve great deeds, ready to obey your orders. Upon hearing Xiang Ye's willingness to take on the burden, Guan Yu was deeply moved, and with his growing fondness for Xiang Yu and the added weight of Guan Shang's situation, he no longer hesitated. He knelt on one knee, calling out to his lord. Haha, Yun Chang, please rise quickly. Oh, let us build great achievements together. Seeing Guan Yu submit, Xiang Yu was overjoyed to have such a divine general under his command. Haha, congratulations, my lord, on gaining another fierce general. Someone bring out the wine, we must celebrate vigorously. Zhang Fei's thunderous voice boomed. Ding! Player Xiang Yu has recruited the martial saint. Guan Yu balance has been activated. Suddenly, the system sprite's notification rang out, causing Xiang Ye's heart to skip a beat. The balance triggered by recruiting Guan Yu had activated, but he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Is Guan Yu powerful? That is obvious. He definitely is strong, possessing the title of martial saint, and once he grows, he could easily contend with him, or even the overlord of Western Chu. Just how powerful would the character balanced out be? Xiang Ye's heart suddenly filled with a sense of extreme foreboding. Since it was a balance, it meant he wouldn't want to make things too easy for him. Please don't let the outcome be too overwhelming. Xiang Yu suddenly felt tense, focusing on listening to the balance of the human race. Ding! Player Xiang Yu has recruited the martial saint. Guan Yu balance has been activated. Ding! Balanced character 1, Kublai Khan commander 101, martial power 92, intelligence 98, political skill 105, monarch charisma 98. Location of implantation southern Xiongnu. Ding! Balanced character 2, General Yuan Qingdu of the Tianbao era commander 89, martial power 112, intelligence 75, political skill 62, location of implantation Cunxiao. Damn! Upon hearing that the balance produced one of the founding emperors of the Yuan dynasty, Kublai Khan, and another fierce general from the Sui and Tang eras, Yuan Qingdu, Xiang Yu was instantly unsettled. This was simply too much. Isn't Guan Yu impressive? Yes. Xiang Yu admits that Guan Yu is indeed extraordinary. However, the emergence of Kublai Khan, the founding emperor of the Yuan dynasty, and Yuan Qingdu, the second fierce general of the Sui and Tang, truly catches Xiang Yu off guard. Kublai Khan from the Borjigin clan was a Mongol politician and military leader, the fourth son of the regent Taoyui, and the younger brother of Yuan Xinzong, Monk, the last Khan of the Great Mongol Empire, and the founding emperor of the Yuan dynasty. Kublai Khan holds a significant identity. He is the grandson of Genghis Khan, the legendary conqueror who bent the bow and shot the great eagle. Genghis Khan was the founder of the Mongol Empire, while Kublai Khan established the Yuan dynasty, and is also the creator of the largest territory in Chinese history. But who among the two is more formidable? Genghis Khan was a master of expanding territories from scratch. Although he was born into nobility, his father was poisoned when he was 9, and his family fell from grace. By the age of 18, his wife was also taken by another tribe, launching him into a life of warfare across Mongolia. For the next 21 years until his death, he engaged in relentless battles, establishing the Mongol Empire and earning the title of Genghis Khan, pushing as far as the Crimean Peninsula and India, creating an immense Mongol empire from nothing. What about his grandson Kublai Khan? Where did Kublai Khan conquer? Kublai Khan destroyed the Jin dynasty and the southern Song, established the Yuan dynasty, and led the Mongol cavalry north to northern Russia, south to southern Vietnam, west to Vienna, and even into Syria. The Mongol hoofprints can be said to have traversed the entire Eurasian continent. At that time, China's territory spanned over 30 million square kilometers, nearly 4 times the current land area of China. As for the east, it is recorded that Kublai Khan reached as far as Japan. Shortly after ascending the throne, Kublai Khan conquered Korea. At that time, he was unaware of Japan, a country that frequently invaded Korea. The Korean king cautiously approached Kublai Khan to report these incursions, which sparked the Khan's interest in crossing the Japan Sea. Kublai Khan sent envoys to Japan with a letter of state proposing diplomatic relations. Upon receiving the letter, the Japanese were terrified and considered submitting to the Mongols, but the ruling powers at the time were unwilling. Kublai Khan displayed a show of force by stationing troops in Goryeo to intimidate the Japanese, but the Japanese remained unyielding. Eventually, Kublai Khan had no choice but to send a large army to attack Japan. Soon the Mongol army occupied an island in Japan, but due to the commander being injured by Japanese warriors, morale plummeted. The weather also turned unfavorable, leading the army to retreat. Kublai Khan was not willing to accept defeat and launched 2 more attacks on Japan, yet he ultimately met with failure. Undoubtedly, although he did not conquer Japan, it is undeniable that at that time the territory of the Yuan dynasty was unprecedentedly vast, stretching from northern Russia to southern Vietnam, west to Vienna and Syria, and east to Japan, with an area exceeding 30 million square kilometers, 3 to 4 times the current area of 96 square kilometers of China. The 13th and 14th centuries belonged to the Mongol people, who fought valiantly in their eastward and westward campaigns, conquering most of Europe and all of West Asia, reaching across the seas to Japan and south to Southeast Asian nations like Vietnam, establishing an unparalleled super territory. And who was the creator of this vast empire? It was not Genghis Khan. It was his descendant Kublai Khan, the founder of the Yuan dynasty. Now this Kublai Khan has been balanced out, becoming a potential rival to Xiong Yu, who stands opposite him in the Nanxiongnu tribe. As for the other balanced figure, Yuan Qingdu, he is also a remarkable warrior. Yuan Qingdu is known as the second great hero of the Sui and Tang. His martial prowess is only rivaled by Li Yuanba, possessing immense strength and incredible ferocity. Standing over 10 feet tall with a large waist, golden face, long beard, and fierce eyes, he wielded a golden spear and was appointed as the invincible general by Emperor Yang of Sui, known as the Great General of Tianbao, the pillar of the Sui dynasty. He is a tragic figure, a person of loyalty and righteousness, and Xiong Yu has a decent impression of him. Alas, the area of Cunxiao is so vast, even if multiplied by 10, where can I find Yuan Qingdu? For now, let's focus on Kublai Khan. After all, Yuan Qingdu can't escape. In an instant, Xiong Yu set Yuan Qingdu aside and shifted his attention to Kublai Khan. In Xiong Yu's heart, all these fierce generals within the Han's domain will eventually be his possessions. For now, they can just play outside. After recruiting Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Xiong Yu did not linger and directly instructed Zhang Fei to sell his possessions to prepare for their journey to Yanmen County. At this time, Zhang Fei took out the ancestral divine iron from his home and sought to forge 2 divine weapons for himself and Guan Yu, which were the legendary green dragon crescent blade and the serpent spear. 2 days later, Xiong Yu hurriedly arrived at Yanmen Pass with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. By this time, it had been 3 days since the last choice of faction, and the Yellow Turban Rebellion was about to officially commence. Jiulu, a large stronghold located 300 kilometers north of Water County, has suddenly transformed into a Yellow Turban stronghold with city walls towering 5 zhang, indicating it is at least a small city level. Atop the city walls fluttered a golden flag emblazoned with the character God. Any player seeing it would likely give a middle finger to the sky, as the flag was incredibly ostentatious. However, at this moment, although people continually appeared inside and outside the city walls, no one had any opinion about this flag, as those players who initially had opinions had already turned into corpses, causing the remaining players to quiet down. Inside the city, there was a tall platform for mobilizing troops, densely packed with soldiers of various ranks, totaling around 100,000. Although their equipment was not uniform, with some wearing leather armor, others in chainmail, and even some in simple clothes, they all shared one common feature: they wore yellow turbans and had fervent expressions. On the platform stood a sorcerer clad in a robe, exuding a certain spirit as he loudly proclaimed, "Brothers, the world today is ruled by incompetent tyrants, and oppressive taxes have made survival impossible. Our great virtuous master Zhang Jiao has received the mandate of heaven and is known as Heavenly Duke, raising the banner of rebellion in Jiulu, vowing to overthrow the filthy Han dynasty. Brothers, the opportunity to achieve glory has arrived. The vast lands await our harvest, and countless fertile fields are waiting for us to seize. Kill all corrupt officials, kill all eunuchs, and storm into Luoyang. Kill, 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 kill." A thunderous roar erupted from below. At that moment, they only had eyes for the fervent faith in their virtuous master Zhang Jiao. Ding! Announcement from the Celestial Dynasty District: heaven has died, the yellow sky is to be established, the year is Jiazi, and the world is auspicious. Ding! System notification: Tang Zhou has preemptively informed the Eastern Han Dynasty and the followers of the Taiping Dao in Luoyang have suffered a massacre, forcing Zhang Jiao to proclaim that heaven has died, the yellow sky is to be established, self-designating as Heavenly Duke, with his brother Zhang Bao as Earthly Duke and Zhang Liang as Human Duke, initiating the rebellion in Jiulu ahead of time. Has the Yellow Turban Rebellion erupted? Upon returning to Yanmen Pass, Xiong Yu heard the system fairy's notification sound and couldn't help but murmur. Sure enough, a series of system notification sounds followed one after another. Ding! The Heavenly Duke of the Taiping Dao Zhang Jiao, leading 100,000 Yellow Turban troops, attacks Jiulu, and Jiulu falls. Please take care of yourselves. Ding! The commander of the Taiping Dao Zhang Manqing responds to Zhang Jiao's call, leading 80,000 Yellow Turban troops to attack the Qin Kingdom in Yuzhou, which falls nationwide, with half of Liang Kingdom also succumbing. Please take care of yourselves. Ding! The commander of the Taiping Dao Zhang Nuja responds to Zhang Jiao's call, leading 70,000 Yellow Turban troops to attack the Jin County in Yinzhou, which falls to the county seat. Please take care of yourselves. Ding! The commander of the Taiping Dao Yangfeng responds to Zhang Jiao's call, leading 70,000 Yellow Turban troops to attack the Lin County in Qingzhou, which also falls to the county seat. Please take care of yourselves. Ding! The commander of the Taiping Dao Li Damu responds to Zhang Jiao's call, leading 90,000 yellow turban troops to attack Yuzhou. A series of notification sounds suddenly rang out, all indicating the fall of the Han Dynasty cities, ringing a full 48 times, meaning that in just one day 48 cities had been captured by the Yellow Turban Army. However, this is just the beginning. Standing on the ancient city tower of Yinmen Pass, Xiang Yu gazed into the distance, fully aware that this was just the beginning. Zhang Jiao founded the Taiping Dao to win the hearts of the people through religion, establishing a reputation among impoverished farmers, with followers numbering in the millions. Zhang Jiao utilized his influence among the populace to divide the followers of the 8 provinces of Qing, Suyu, Jingyang, Yin, and Yu into 36 factions, with large factions exceeding 100,000 and smaller factions comprising 70 to 80,000, each led by a commander for unified command, preparing for a large-scale uprising. At the onset of the rebellion, the total military strength of the 36 commanders reached 2 to 300,000 yellow turban troops. With the presence of historically renowned generals and the initial faith and unity among the yellow turbans, their morale was high. The main forces of the Yellow Turban Army advanced like a raging tide, capturing all in their path. Moreover, the Yellow Turban Army possessed a unique ability known as coercion, allowing them to forcibly convert conquered territories' inhabitants into Yellow Turban soldiers. Thus, the army rapidly grew from 2 to 300,000 to tens of millions, continuously expanding. Additionally, countless players, either coerced or believing in the Yellow Turban Army's prospects, flocked to join, resulting in a massive surge in numbers, quickly sweeping across the territories of the 8 provinces of Qing, Suyu, Jingyang, Yan, and Yu, even threatening to replace the Eastern Han Dynasty. Haha, let them create havoc and bring down this Han Dynasty. Only then will I feel comfortable. I must continue to strengthen my power in Yinmen. Xiang Yu laughed heartily atop the city wall. Indeed, he was not in a rush to enter the battlefield. It's important to note that the Yellow Turban Army was practically invincible at the beginning, cutting down all who stood in their way. It would be foolish to intervene now. It is better to let the Han Dynasty and the Yellow Turban Army fight to the bitter end. It would be the right moment for Xiang Yu to make a strong appearance when both sides grow weary from battle. For now, Xiang Yu intends to enhance Guan Yu's talents, bolster their strength, and then venture into reality to hunt down imperial-level monsters to rapidly increase Yemen's power. In Nirvana Town, in the town chief's office, Xiang Yu directly appointed Zhang Fei and Guan Yu as residents of Nirvana Town, then immediately took them to feast on the meat of the infernal Dark Golden Dragon King. It must be said that the meat of demon beasts serves as a true power accelerator for humans, especially the meat from higher-ranked demon beasts, which substantially enhances one's strength. The meat from imperial-level demon beasts is undoubtedly the finest among them. However, the amount of infernal Dark Golden Dragon King meat that Xiang Yu had slaughtered was dwindling, and he needed to take action again. Ding! Zhang Fei consumes the imperial-level demon beast infernal Dark Golden Dragon King, meat strength 1. Ding! Zhang Fei drinks the blood of the imperial-level demon beast infernal Dark Golden Dragon King, strength 1. Ding! Guan Yu consumes the imperial-level demon beast infernal Dark Golden Dragon King, meat strength 1. Ding! Guan Yu drinks the blood of the imperial-level demon beast infernal Dark Golden Dragon King, strength 1. For a whole afternoon, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu voraciously devoured the infernal Dark Golden Dragon King meat and dragon blood, their strength soaring dramatically. Especially Guan Yu, after consuming over 1,000 pounds of the meat, his strength surged wildly, astonishing even Xiang Yu himself. Eventually the two could eat no more and came to a halt. Name: Zhang Fei. Qualification: SSS. Level: Peerless General. Leadership: 80-90. Strength: 112. Wisdom: 63-70. Politics: 50-59. Loyalty: 90. Highly loyal. Will not betray easily. Equipment: Zhangba Spear Divine Level. Mount Black Steed Divine Level. Talents: Name: Guan Yu. Qualification: SSS. Level: Peerless General. Leadership: 89-99. Strength: 121. Wisdom: 80-87. Politics: 79-88. Loyalty: 99. Devoted. Once recognized as master, will not betray. Equipment: Green Dragon Crescent Blade Divine Level. Mount Snowstep Divine Level. Talent: Skills: None. After consuming a large amount of infernal Dark Golden Dragon King meat, Zhang Fei's strength skyrocketed from 95 points to 112 points, an incredible increase of 17 points. Guan Yu was even more extraordinary as he surged from 96 points to 121 points, a whopping increase of 25 points, breaking through the limits of human capability, truly astonishing. Haha, my lord, I have directly broken into the peerless ranks, truly magnificent. Feeling the surge in his power, Zhang Fei couldn't help but rejoice, laughing heartily. Thank you for the dragon meat, my lord. Guan swears never to forget your grace of rebirth. Guan Yu was also very excited, though not as boisterous as Zhang Fei. He cupped his hands towards Xiang Yu and spoke earnestly. With Zhang Fei and Guan Yu breaking through the peerless level, Xiang Yu's subordinates now boasted 2 more peerless generals alongside the already present Ranmin Xiong Kuahai Pei Yuanqing and Guan Sheng, totaling 6 peerless generals under his command. The 6 peerless generals he previously announced included himself and the talented Zhang Liao, who had the potential of a peerless general. Only now did he officially have 6 peerless generals among his subordinates. That day Xiang Yu summoned the 6 peerless generals and the Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, leaving the top-tier commander, the extraordinarily strong young Zhang Liao, to guard the Yanmen Pass. Because he was about to make a move against the Imperial-level demon beasts in reality. Previously, there were 2 Imperial-level beast lords around the Dragon King's palace, one led by the infernal Dark Golden Dragon King, and the other by the bloodthirsty purple-eyed Main Lion King. However, it seemed that the fierce battle between him and the infernal Dark Golden Dragon King had attracted the attention of the purple-eyed Main Lion King, which then fled with its pride. Thus, within 300 kilometers of the Dragon King's palace, no Imperial-level demon beasts remained, only Royal and King-level demon beast groups were left. However, under Xiang Yu and his companions' slaughter, the Royal and King-level demon beast groups were also significantly reduced. Of course, since the arrival of Kai'er and less in dangerous areas, he could now scout many locations. Ultimately, 500 kilometers east of the Dragon King's palace, Xiang Yu discovered a vast forest inhabited by the forces of 4 Imperial-level beast lords. Among them was the missing purple-eyed Main Lion King clan, the immensely powerful blood-eyed golden-haired Ape King clan, the crushing Bloodfire Demon Dragon, and another unknown species of rodent Imperial-level demon beast. This massive forest housed not only 4 Imperial-level demon beasts, but also a mid-level cave paradise. This was the target Xiang Yu planned to strike against the closest Imperial-level demon beast force to the Dragon King's palace. Previously, his strength was insufficient to take action, but now with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, he could finally give it a try. However, what puzzled Xiang Yu was that he had never encountered that rodent demon beast directly. It seemed to be deliberately avoided. Xiang Yu ran Min Xiong Kuahai Pei Yuanqing Guansheng Guan Yu and Zhang Fei along with 90 Xuanjia Iron Cavalry appeared in the giant plaza of the Dragon King's palace. Just as power returned, they heard a howling wind. Caw. As soon as Xiang Yu and the others appeared, Kai'er's resounding voice suddenly rang out, shaking the heavens and stirring hearts filled with joy. Is this the legendary golden-winged rock? Seeing Kai'er's enormous form, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Yu, you're back. Kai'er's massive body swiftly passed through the colorful light shield of the Dragon King's palace and appeared beside Xiang Yu, her joyful voice resonating in his mind. Haha, Kai'er, did you miss me? Xiang Yu couldn't help but step forward and rub Kai'er's head affectionately. Brother Yu, Kai'er missed you. Kai'er's obedient voice rang out. Haha, come on, let's go fight today. Upon hearing Kai'er's words, Xiang Yu laughed heartily and said loudly. Xiang Yu directly took hold of the misty cloud cover and flew onto Kai'er's back, while Ran Min and the others crazily chased from below. Soon they arrived at the massive forest, and Xiang Yu came to a halt, his aura erupting instantaneously, sending a tremendous force rushing towards the forest. Kai'er and Ran Min, seeing this, also unleashed their powerful auras, creating a wave of colossal strength that enveloped the vast forest akin to that of 8 Imperial-level beast lords. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Surprisingly, the Imperial-level demon beasts did not immediately appear. Instead, the sounds of mice echoed in Xiang Yu and the others' ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rapid sonic boom erupted, and a golden mouse about the size of a palm suddenly darted out, standing upright, looking unfavorably at Xiang Yu and the others. Hey, human, are you seeking death? How dare you trespass on the territory of my golden devouring god mouse? Suddenly, a childish voice, sounding about 11 or 12 years old, exploded in Xiang Yu's mind. Xiang Yu's pupils contracted instantly, as he quickly turned to look at the palm-sized golden mouse. Hey, human, are you seeking death? How dare you run wild in the territory of my golden devouring god mouse? Xiang Yu's pupils instantly contracted in shock. This mouse, no larger than a palm, could actually speak. What kind of demon beast can talk? Kai'er can speak, of course, that is due to the Supreme Ring. Additionally, there is a golden-winged Dapeng clan leader who can actively communicate with Xiang Yu. However, the golden-winged Dapeng clan leader is a sacred-level demon beast, and it could only communicate with him because it was a guardian beast of the human race. This was what Xiang Yu knew: demon beasts can only communicate with him under special circumstances. But this palm-sized demon beast could directly communicate with him. Wow. Brother Yu, this little mouse can actually talk, how adorable. Before Xiang Yu could respond, Kai'er's surprised voice suddenly rang out, further shocking him. Kai'er could also hear the little mouse speaking, prompting him to look towards Ran Min and the others. Indeed, Ran Min and the others were all looking at the golden mouse in astonishment, clearly able to hear it speak. What kind of mouse is this? Xiang Yu was stunned and quickly glanced at its attribute panel. Name: Golden Devouring God Mouse Divine Beast. Status sealed. Type: Running Beast. Current level: Emperor level. Initial stage: Combat Power 12-13. Talent skills: 1. Devouring Divine Ability, Innate: Devour any level of demon beast, absorb energy essence, and rapidly enhance strength. 2. Beast Spirit Divine Ability, Innate: Can listen to and use the languages of all races. 3. Wind Spirit Divine Ability, Innate: Among the same level speed is that of peak speed type demon beasts. And 4. Diamond Divine Ability, Innate: Among the same level physical strength is that of peak defensive type demon beasts. 5. Soul Control Divine Ability, Innate: Can control 3 demon beasts of the same level. 6. Wishful Divine Ability, Innate: Can freely change size. 7. Sharp Claw Divine Ability Growth. When at Emperor level 1, Claw adds 150 combat power, maximum combat power 450. At Sacred level 1, Claw adds 300 combat power, maximum combat power 900. At Divine Level 1 Claw adds 450 combat power, maximum combat power 1800. 8. Devouring Tooth Divine Ability Growth. At Emperor Level 1 Tooth adds 300 combat power, maximum combat power 600. At Sacred Level 1 Tooth adds 400 combat power, maximum combat power 1200. At Divine Level 1 Tooth adds 800 combat power, maximum combat power 2400. What the hell? It's actually a Divine Level Demon Beast. Looking at the attribute panel of the Golden Devouring God Mouse, Zhang Yu was astonished. The palm-sized little golden mouse before him was actually the legendary Divine Beast one that stands alongside the Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Azure Dragon. Zhang Yu was bewildered. What is going on? A Divine Beast appears in this desolate place. Hey, human, why are you in a daze? Have you never seen such a handsome mouse? Looking at the dazed Zhang Yu, the Golden Devouring God Mouse was suddenly displeased, its childish voice ringing out again, instantly waking Zhang Yu. How did you end up here? Aren't you supposed to be in the top-level cave paradises of the northern Demon Beast Forest, the southwestern Misty Forest, or the southern 10,000 Demon Mountain Range? How did you as a Divine Beast end up here? Zhang Yu was awakened by the Golden Devouring God Mouse before him, and he immediately came to his senses. However, he was not afraid. Perhaps it was because of the other party's surprisingly childlike voice, leaving him only with a strong sense of confusion as he asked the Golden Devouring God Mouse. Why they are bullying me? Surprisingly, upon hearing Zhang Yu's question, the little golden mouse cried out like a child. Hearing that the Divine Beast in front of him suddenly burst into tears, Zhang Yu was truly astonished. This was no Divine Beast, it was clearly just a little child. Indeed, it was a little child. The Golden Devouring God Mouse in front of Zhang Yu felt just like a naive little kid. How did they bully you? Zhang Yu couldn't help but follow up with the question. He had to admit hearing that the other party seemed like a very innocent little mouse stirred something in him. He wanted to take the other party under his wing to make it his second pet. This was a Divine Beast. Usually Zhang Yu would only dare to think about it. A Divine Beast. Even a holy beast might look down on it. Just like the powerful golden-winged Great Pung, did you really think it would regard Zhang Yu highly? Of course not. Holy-level beasts are incredibly powerful. If Zhang Yu weren't the strongest human, if he didn't represent the entire human race, would the clan leader of the golden-winged Great Pung even acknowledge him? Don't be ridiculous. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Without power, who would take you seriously? They wouldn't even pay you any attention. Just like the whirlwind, after swaying in front of the golden-winged Great Pung's clan leader for so long, did it regard him? It did not. Thus a holy-level beast was now something Zhang Yu could only aspire to, let alone a Divine Beast. However, now things were different. A Divine Beast stood before him. Moreover, it seemed to be a fledgling, still very naive, just like a little child. It seemed he was not without opportunity, as long as he could persuade it well. It seemed it might just be within his grasp. Why should I tell you? You are no good guy bringing so many strong humans to bully me, but I'm not afraid of you. Surprisingly, the Golden Devouring God Mouse suddenly stopped crying, becoming arrogant, and finally let out a sharp scream. Seeing the little mouse call for help at the slightest disagreement, Zhang Yu was rendered speechless. Boom, boom. At that moment, a series of thunderous rumbling sounds echoed from deep within the forest as three beasts exuding the aura of imperial-level beastly might rush towards them, accompanied by a multitude of royal-level beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Soon the earth-shaking sounds arrived. The first to appear was a massive dragon over 30 meters long, as thick as a bedroom, its entire body blood-red. Its enormous head bore a bulge, and its emotionless pupils coldly scanned Zhang Yu and others, obediently approaching the Golden Devouring God Mouse. The newcomer was the imperial-level high-tier beast, the Blood-Fire Demon Dragon. Boom, boom. Another round of loud rumbling echoed, followed by a gigantic, fierce-looking, blood-eyed, golden-haired ape charging out of the forest with a colossal stick as long as a tree, its eyes the size of water tanks, filled with blood-red fury, locking onto Zhang Yu and the others. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled again as a giant wild lion sprinted out, its purple eyes shining with fierce light. Its massive body was covered in muscles like iron towers, exuding a violent and explosive aura. The purple-eyed Lion King. Roar, roar. With a sensation as if the earth was shaking, a surge of imperial-level purple-eyed lions, blood-eyed golden-haired apes, and blood-fire demon dragons rushed out from the forest. In an instant, 24 imperial-level beasts, 3 imperial-level beasts, and 1 divine beast cub, the Golden Devouring God Mouse, stood in front of Zhang Yu. Cough, cough. Everyone, let's talk this out. Seeing so many little brothers surge out, Zhang Yu coughed lightly and said unhurriedly. Zhang Yu wasn't afraid. He was not scared at all. Although there were 3 imperial-level beasts and 1 divine beast cub along with many royal-level beasts, Zhang Yu truly felt no fear. With the use of his drum gold hammer, his combat power directly exceeded 2,000. Kai'er, as a member of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, though only at the early imperial level, could also unleash formidable power, and they also had a martial Saint Guan Yu whose combat power could similarly approach 2,000. By this calculation, just Kai'er and Guan Yu alone had 3 individuals with combat power exceeding 2,000. But what about the other side? It should be noted that the previously powerful Infernal Dark Golden Dragon King, as an Imperial-level trump card, only had a peak combat power of around 1,600. Therefore, the 3 Imperial-level beasts on the other side were not worthy of too much concern. In Xiang Ye's view, the only one to be mindful of was the divine beast cub, the golden devouring god mouse, which upon unleashing its peak power could exceed 2,000. It's quite weak. This divine beast cub is rather weak, only able to unleash slightly over 2,000 in combat power. I have to say it's truly weak. Previously, the clan leader of the golden-winged Great Peng as a sealed holy level beast could unleash 3 to 4,000 in combat power, while this divine beast cub can only unleash a little over 2,000. I must say, in comparison, the golden little mouse in front of me seems truly weak. But is it really that weak? Of course not. The golden little mouse is not weak at all, and moreover it has immense potential, far surpassing the clan leader of the golden-winged Great Peng. Not to mention other abilities, just the soul control ability, which can control 3 beasts of the same level, is already incredibly formidable. It may not seem apparent at first, but what happens when it breaks through to the holy level? It could directly control 3 holy level beasts. Isn't that powerful? That means 3 holy level beastly subordinates. And what if the golden little mouse breaks through to the divine level? It could then control 3 divine level beasts. Isn't that amazing? Are you a divine level beast? I, the devouring god mouse, might not be able to defeat you, but I won't fight you directly. They'll have my little brothers handle you. Is 1 enough? Not enough. Then I'll send another. Still not enough. Then I'll send another. 3 divine level beasts attacking you together. You're a divine level beast. Can you take on 3? You're so impressive. Well, that's alright. Wind spirit ability. My golden little mouse's speed can match that of speed-type beasts of the same level. If I can't defeat you, can I not run away from you? Diamond ability. My golden little mouse's physical strength rivals that of defense-type beasts of the same level. If I can't defeat you, do you really think you can kill me? Alright, just break my defense first. And do you really think my golden little mouse's sharp claws and devouring teeth abilities are to be taken lightly? So is the golden devouring god mouse truly weak? Certainly weak, at least for now. A dignified divine beast, and its current power has only just surpassed 2,000. It's absolutely weak. Therefore, overall, the golden devouring god mouse is a weak divine beast in the early stages, but one that will become incredibly powerful in the later stages. Moreover, what confuses Xiang Yu the most is the creature's devouring ability Inborn, which allows it to devour beasts of any level, absorb energy essence, and rapidly enhance its strength. It seems everyone has this ability, right? Humans can eat the flesh of powerful beasts to improve their strength. Ooh, what's different about that? But regardless, solely based on the fact that it is a divine beast cub, Xiang Yu was determined to obtain it. Because if heaven bestows a gift, failure to take it will incur heaven's wrath. Hey human, do you want to fight? I'm not afraid of you. The little golden mouse saw its 3 lieutenants rush over. It straightened its small frame, and in a childlike voice taunted Xiang Yu while adorably waving its tiny claws. Huh. Xiang Yu laughed at the sight. He found himself increasingly fond of the little brat before him. Indeed, he secretly wished to take it with him. Ahem. Tell me, little mouse, are you sure you can beat me? Xiang Yu asked with a half-smile. Squeak, squeak. I am not a little mouse. I am the great devourer mouse, the one that can swallow divine beasts. The golden mouse snapped back, stamping its tiny paws on its hips in righteous indignation. Alright, I won't call you that. Xiang Yu, sensing the creature's anger, immediately pretended to surrender. His lips quirking, he adopted a familiar tone and asked, tell me, little mouse, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in one of the top grotto paradises among the 3 great peerless regions? Why am I here? The mention seemed to reopen a wound. The golden mouse burst into tears, its plaintive childish voice brimming with grievance, apparently oblivious to how Xiang Yu still addressed it. Seeing the creature suddenly so forlorn, Xiang Yu stepped forward, tossed the Yuan Shua to the ground, and sat cross-legged, a simple gesture to show he bore no hostility. Those beasts are wicked, bullying even a little mouse. I must have my revenge. They'll beat them hard, eat them, and make them know your power. Xiang Yu listened as though he too had been wronged, his tone charged with feigned indignation. Humans, you are right. When I grow up, I will eat them. How dare they bully the great devourer mouse? Hearing Xiang Yu's apparent understanding and seeing him discard his weapon in a show of goodwill, the golden mouse immediately warmed to him. Human, are you going to catch me? Are you going to eat me? The little mouse suddenly snapped back to suspicion, pointing its tiny paw at Xiang Yu in a fierce manner. Of course not. I wasn't aiming for you at first. My target was the 3 imperial level beasts at your side. Had you not shown yourself, I wouldn't even have known you existed. But since those 3 are your subordinates, I won't trouble them either. Xiang Yu shook his head calmly at the mouse's accusation, offering no pretense that he was merely sightseeing here. Although the golden mouse was simple-minded, it was far from foolish. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, it visibly relaxed. Alright, I disturbed you. Allow me to apologize. I will give you roasted meat. Suddenly Xiang Yu produced a piece of infernal dark gold dragon king meat from the supreme ring. The flesh hissed as it released a bead of hot oil that slid along its juicy grain, and an intoxicating aroma unfurled into the air. It was the dragon meat Xiang Yu kept in the supreme ring's time-stilled pocket, meant originally as a bored indulgence. Just now he had thought of how human children could be lured with sweets. Perhaps a savage brat of a beast could be tempted with roast meat. He only hesitated because he wasn't sure whether the little mouse would like it. Holding that richly seasoned, alluringly brown slice of dragon meat, Xiang Yu watched the golden mouse, and the result did not disappoint. The savory aroma pierced the mouse's tiny nostrils. Its nose twitched, and its little eyes locked greedily on the meat in Xiang Yu's hand. Got it. Xiang Ye's heart leapt. His gamble had paid off. The little mouse loved roasted meat. The golden mouse took a deep, eager sniff and then fixed its greedy gaze upon the roast. Is this beast meat? It smells so good. Is it for me? The mouse's bright eye shone as its childish voice piped up. A smile tugged at Xiang Ye's mouth. Of course. It's to apologize for my trespass. With a gleeful squeak, the golden mouse flashed into motion. Its body became a streak of gold as it darted forward with astonishing speed. Xiang Yu felt the meat leave his hand. Far off, the golden mouse was already tearing into it with abandon. Squeak, squeak. It voiced pure joy. Delicious. So delicious. How could the world hold such wondrous? Its rapidity as it devoured the roast made Xiang Yu grimace briefly. Faster perhaps even than Kair, but the frown vanished as quickly as it came. Don't worry, little mouse, I have more here. Xiang Yu smiled and produced another generous chunk of fragrant dragon meat, then slowly moved closer to the golden devourer mouse. The mouse brightened at the sight of more meat. Sensing Xiang Ye's goodwill, it did not shy away as he approached. Squeak. Human, you are so kind, giving me such delicious roast. Unlike those wicked ones who only wanted to eat me. The golden devourer mouse's childish voice echoed in Xiang Ye's mind. Yes, they are all wicked. When the time comes, I'll help you get revenge. Tell me who bullied you. I'm curious. Which perilous zone were you in? Xiang Yu asked, settling himself beside the little creature. The golden mouse began to tell its tale. I was in the Guan mountain range. At first I had my sights on a top grotto paradise called Yuanling Valley, but a divine grade, Mo Qilin, suddenly appeared and chased me relentlessly. I fled in terror. Along the way I stumbled upon another top grotto Tianqi, but it was occupied by a divine grade nine-tailed sky fox I could not contend with, so I let the Mo Qilin and the nine-tailed fox clash and slipped away. After that I found many advanced grotto paradises, but they were all claimed by saint-level beasts. Voila. The mouse recounted how they all hunted it down. It had run for over 10 days before finally escaping the Guan range, and in fear of being pursued further it fled to this place. Tears streamed as it found a sympathetic listener, or perhaps Xiang Ye's kindness had simply won it over. The golden devourer mouse sobbed and ate its roast, telling its sorrowful tale between bites, a pitiable little figure. Time slipped away second by second. Xiang Yu continuously retrieved barbecued dragon meat from the supreme ring and handed it to the golden spirit-eating mouse, which stuffed the succulent morsels into its mouth without pause. Man and mouse sat side by side, conversing endlessly. Mostly the golden spirit-eating mouse speaking, Xiang Yu listening in quiet attentiveness. Their bond deepened with astonishing speed, while faint hazy impressions of the 10,000 demon mountains gradually surfaced within Xiang Yu's mind. Numerous supreme immortal realms were occupied by divine beasts, such as the Ink Qilin nine-tailed celestial fox, moon-orbiting heavenly wolf, vermilion phoenix, and howling moon white tiger, as well as powerful saint-tier demonic beasts. Countless high-tier immortal realms meanwhile were claimed by formidable saint-tier demonic beasts. The azure water golden-eyed beast, sky-splitting rhinoceros, coral unicorn, crimson flame, golden lion beast, ice-armored, horned dragon, eight-legged fire, chi, nine-winged celestial dragon, and thunder lightning bat dragon. Indeed, the 10,000 demon mountains lived up to their name. Emperor-tier demonic beasts were legion. King-tier ones served as cannon fodder. Sovereign-tier ones formed the common populace. Emperor-tier beasts were mere underlings. Only saint-tier beasts could command respect as elder brothers, and only divine-tier beasts reigned as undisputed overlords. Mighty, truly awe-inspiring. The 10,000 demon mountains were profoundly terrifying. Little golden mouse, let's pause our feast here for today. It's been an honor meeting you. I reside in a palace directly west. I'll be there if you ever crave more roasted meat. With that, Xiang Yu rose to his feet and bid farewell to the golden spirit-eating mouse. Oh, big brother human, are you leaving already? Hearing his departure, the little mouse asked in its tender, milky voice, laced with profound reluctance. From the earliest memory, it possessed every demonic beast it had ever encountered had attacked it, without exception. Xiang Yu's extraordinary kindness thus became a profound balm to its fragile, wounded heart. Yes, indeed. I must go hunt demonic beasts, or we'll have no more roasted meat. Xiang Yu replied frankly. He had no intention of attempting to subdue the golden spirit-eating mouse immediately. It would be unrealistic. Even disregarding other obstacles, this creature had fled relentless pursuit across vast distances. Though its voice was soft and childish, its mind was already keenly perceptive. A rash move would surely fail. He needed time to cultivate trust, to nurture affection. Only then could he hope to win its loyalty. He dared not risk failure, for such an opportunity would arise but once. Hunt demonic beasts. Take me along, big brother. I can help. I even know where a saint-tier clumsy bear dwells. We could slay it together. At the mention of roasted meat, the little mouse's eyes sparkled. It patted its tiny paws together, brimming with excitement. Saint-tier demonic beasts nearby. Xiang Yu was instantly startled. Were there truly saint-tier beasts in the vicinity? Yes. Yes. Upon a towering mountain lies a high-tier immortal realm, seized by a clumsy bear and his brood of cubs. Last time he tried to capture me, but I outran him. The golden spirit-eating mouse planted its tiny paws on its hips, indignation blazing in its gaze. Little mouse, do you truly believe we stand a chance against a saint-tier beast? Xiang Yu's brow furrowed deeply. A saint-tier demonic beast embodied overwhelming power. Even sealed, it remained far beyond the reach of ordinary emperor-tier beasts. At Xiang Yu's question, the little mouse fell silent, then studied him carefully. along with Kai and Guan Yu standing behind him, before nodding resolutely. Big brother human, we can do it. We'll gang up on it together. It won't withstand our combined might. And if it proves too strong, we'll simply flee. Huh. Zhang Yu stared speechless at the mouse's unshakable conviction. This was clearly a vendetta mission disguised as a joint hunt. Yet why did the idea stir such fierce temptation within him? Instantly, he hesitated. Saint-tier beasts were rare treasures, and an adjacent high-tier immortal realm promised unimaginable spoils. Great reward always walked hand in hand with grave peril. In an instant, Zhang Yu resolved they would go, and if victory proved attainable through overwhelming numbers, they would strike without hesitation. No fear, only action. And should defeat loom, they would flee, just as the little mouse suggested. Let's go take a look, Zhang Yu declared without, Yay. Hearing Zhang Yu truly intended to avenge at the golden spirit-eating mouse leapt with the unrestrained glee of a child. Soon Zhang Yu's followers converged with the golden spirit-eating mouse's retinue of demonic beasts marching southward in a mighty thunderous host. Big brother human, how did you recruit this elder sister? Soaring high above azure skies, Kai glided effortlessly on the wind, Zhang Yu standing calmly upon her back, while the little mouse perched upon his shoulder, curiously asking in its soft infantile voice. Shriek, shriek. Little mouse, what nonsense is this? My brother Yu is the pinnacle of humanity, the very embodiment of human destiny exalted beyond measure. How could a child like you possibly comprehend his greatness? Kai's crystalline, ethereal voice, like that of a lark, rang out instantly upon hearing the mouse's words. Who's the child? You are. I'm 2 months old, and I am the one and only golden spirit-eating mouse. Don't call me little chick. Mind your Cunxiao Cunxiao bird. Offended by Kai's teasing, the little mouse instantly leapt from Zhang Yu's shoulder onto her back, tapping her feathers lightly with tiny paws. One and only. Then where are your parents? Did you spring forth from stone? Little liar, humph. Kai's voice chimed again, yet Zhang Yu's thoughts stirred sharply. His gaze drifted toward the little mouse. As a divine beast, where were its progenitors? Truly none exist. My ancestral memories declare me the sole golden spirit-eating mouse in existence. No parents, no lineage. A shadow of sorrow fell over the little mouse. Returning to Zhang Yu's shoulder, it slackened its 4 tiny limbs and flopped its soft, vulnerable belly onto his shoulder, sighing listlessly, oh. What? Truly no parents? Zhang Yu was astounded. Nearly all beings possessed origin and lineage. Could this little mouse be lying? Yet its despondent expression seemed utterly sincere. Ah, you truly have no parents. How pitiful. Ah, sorry. Sister didn't mean to offend. Kai instantly apologized, her voice radiating gentle maternal warmth. Little mouse, why not pledge allegiance to brother Yu? His kind roasts delicious meat, protects those he cares for, and he commands the dragon's sovereign hall, a vast magnificent domain where you may dwell in safety. Suddenly Kai's clear celestial voice rang out, sparking instant elation in Zhang Yu. A divine intervention. At the precise moment the mouse felt bereft over its parentless state, these words struck with flawless timing. Zhang Yu's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation as he looked upon the golden spirit-eating mouse, an infant divine beast. Whether truly unique or not, the mere title divine beast was fortune beyond measure. Kai's words hung in the air. Suddenly the atmosphere grew thick with unspoken weight. Hearing Kai's words, the golden little mouse instantly recovered from its previous solitude, then stood up on its short legs and looked at the expectant Zhang Yu, not immediately opposing. Instead, its little paw went into its mouth, and it pretended to be deep in thought. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yu was no longer anxious. Although he was eager to gain the little mouse as his companion, he understood that one cannot force such things. Brother human, your roasted meat is delicious, and you are a good person. You haven't chased me like others to eat me. If you agree to help me take revenge in the future, I will acknowledge you as my big brother. After thinking for a long time, the golden little mouse raised its small head and said in a babyish voice, boom. The little mouse's words struck Zhang Yu's forehead like a thunderbolt. Agreed. It actually agreed. The divine beast, the golden devouring mouse, has consented to become his pet. The happiness came so suddenly as Zhang Yu had already prepared for failure, as they had known each other for too short a time. How could he gain a divine-level monster cub in the blink of an eye? Without a doubt, the enormous surprise left Zhang Yu feeling somewhat at a loss. He let out a deep breath, suppressing the ecstatic joy within him as he looked at the golden little mouse staring at him. If you acknowledge me as your big brother, it's certain that big brother will support you. As long as I gain strength in the future, rest assured I will deal with any Mo-Chilin or nine-tailed celestial fox for you. I'll bring them before you, and you can handle them however you wish. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and solemnly promised. Indeed, where were those powerful existences like the Mo-Chilin azure dragon or white tiger when humanity faced tremendous calamities? Zhang Yu certainly knew where these formidable beings were in the East Sea, in the myriad demon mountains, enhancing their powers within top-tier caves, waiting for the seal to open and vying for dominance over the blue star. All the auspicious signs and the faith of humanity were nothing but nonsense. They were all potential enemies. So far, only the golden-winged Dupingbird tribe had shown goodwill towards humanity, and that was a calculated decision. Thus, everything relied solely on oneself. Becoming powerful was of utmost importance. The divine-level monster cub, the golden devouring mouse, once it acknowledged a master, would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset for him and humanity. One must understand that as long as the golden devouring mouse's strength reached divine level, he could control 3 divine-level monsters. This meant that humanity would directly possess 4 divine-level monsters. Whether it be a Mo Qilin, a 9-tailed celestial fox, or even Azure Dragon, or 9-clawed golden dragon, Xiang Yu dared to make a promise to slay them. Thank you, brother Yu. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's promise, the golden little mouse immediately smiled and said in a babyish voice, "Aren't you afraid I might be lying?" Looking at his golden little mouse, which believed him in an instant, Xiang Yu felt even more delighted, yet a hint of doubt arose within him as he asked, "No, I can sense whether the beasts and humans emit hostility or goodwill towards me. After seeing you, brother Yu, you radiated great goodwill. Otherwise I wouldn't have eaten your roasted meat." The golden little mouse said in a babyish voice. Oh, no wonder it went so smoothly. Upon hearing the little mouse's words, Xiang Yu suddenly realized. Xiang Yu did not hesitate and directly took out his supreme ring. Ding. Player Xiang Yu, do you wish to bind your soul with the golden devouring mouse before you? Warning: once bound, it can only be undone upon the death of one party. Bind. Xiang Yu said affirmatively. With Kai's experience, he was no longer surprised. Ding. Inquiring if the golden devouring mouse agrees to the soul binding. Ding. The golden devouring mouse agrees to the soul binding. Ding. Soul binding successful. The sounds of the system notifications rang out, and when the final notification echoed, Xiang Yu was overjoyed. A divine-level monster cub was now his little brother. Ding. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for capturing the divine-level monster golden devouring mouse as a pet. As the first player to capture a divine-level monster in reality, this holds great significance for humanity. You are rewarded with 2,000 reputation points and Yuwa stone for mending the sky and a spirit capture tower. Do you wish to make a world announcement? Suddenly the system fairy's voice rang out again, making Xiang Yu, who was already ecstatic, even more excited. 2,000 reputation points mean 2 chances to draw historical generals. The Yuwa stone for mending the sky can optimize equipment, which is definitely a good item. As for the spirit capture tower, Xiang Yu was somewhat unclear about it, but undoubtedly it must be a good thing. As the system fairy's voice fell, 2 items appeared in his hand. One was a Yuwa stone for mending the sky, radiating 7-colored light and resembling a pebble, while the other was a golden tower, exuding golden light, resembling a splendid pagoda. Xiang Yu focused his gaze on the spirit capture tower without hesitation. Name: Spirit Capture Tower. Type: Mobile Building. Unique characteristic: 1. This tower is embedded with a spirit gathering array that can absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Absorbing spiritual energy for 10 days will elevate the spiritual energy concentration level within a 1-kilometer radius to that of a low-level cave. Absorbing spiritual energy for 30 days will elevate the spiritual energy concentration level within a 3-kilometer radius to that of a mid-level cave. Absorbing spiritual energy for 90 days will elevate the spiritual energy concentration level within a 9-kilometer radius to that of a high-level cave. Absorbing spiritual energy for 270 days will elevate the spiritual energy concentration level within a 27-kilometer radius to that of a top-tier cave. Note: if the spirit capture tower leaves for an extended period, the formed spiritual energy concentration will dissipate. Characteristic: 2. It can directly extract various levels of cave spiritual veins and store them within the tower, ready for redeployment. Note: can only be used 3 times a month. Characteristic: 3. It can fuse 3 lower-level spiritual veins to create a higher-level vein up to top-tier veins. Wow. Looking at the spirit capture tower's characteristics, Xiang Yu was instantly stunned. Gathering spiritual energy to form a cave. Extracting spiritual veins from the cave. Can it be redeployed? It can even use 3 lower-level spiritual veins to create higher-level veins. In an instant, Xiang Yu was shocked, followed by ecstatic joy. This reward was incredibly powerful. Why was he in such a hurry to find higher-level spiritual veins? The reason was that at this stage, only high-level caves could rapidly enhance combat power without restrictions. As for other methods aside from consuming high-level monster meat, it seemed there were no other ways to enhance combat power. Xiang Yu speculated that other methods must exist, but had been completely sealed off by the will of the Blue Star. Undeniably, high-level caves were sought after by numerous races, and they were also Xiang Yu's goal. Now, with the 3 powerful characteristics of the Spirit Capture Tower, Xiang Yu had upgraded his means immensely. Just the first characteristic was incredibly overpowered. Placing the Spirit Capture Tower in the Dragon King Hall and leaving it there for 270 days would still yield a massive top-tier cave. Moreover, the Spirit Capture Tower had 2 other equally impressive characteristics. Powerful. Truly powerful. Undoubtedly, the reward for subduing the divine beast, the golden devouring mouse, is extraordinarily generous. Just the spirit-absorbing tower alone is a heavenly treasure, not to mention the other rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the player Xiang Yu for capturing the divine beast, the golden devouring mouse, as a pet. Being the first player to subdue a divine beast in reality holds significant meaning for humanity. You are rewarded with 2,000 prestige and Yuwa repairing stone and a spirit-absorbing tower. Is this a world announcement? The system fairy's prompt awakened Xiang Yu, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. A divine beast, a creature of the dragon level, if released, it would surely be an exhilarating event. Make a world announcement. In an instant, Xiang Yu chose to make a world announcement. Only by announcing it to the world could the prestige be deemed real, allowing others to know of his achievements and recognize his strength. Xiang Yu certainly would not miss this opportunity. Because after deciding to establish the supreme Yunqiao, Xiang Yu resolved to unite all of humanity's forces, whether they were the natives of expedition or players from reality. He intended to gather them all. Perhaps players' thoughts are a bit more complex, lacking the simplicity of ancient people's hearts. But so what? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are mere paper tigers. When Xiang Yu possesses the combat power of a divine general, does he need to worry about players who may not even have the strength of extraordinary generals? When he has thousands of powerful historical generals behind him, does he still need to mind the petty tricks of those players? Thus, in the face of overwhelming trends, players are merely bricks in his construction of the supreme Yunqiao. World announcement: congratulations to the player Xiang Yu for capturing the divine beast, the golden devouring mouse, as a pet. Being the first player to subdue a divine beast in reality holds significant meaning for humanity. Special rewards for player Xiang Yu include 2,000 prestige, a Nuwa repairing stone, and a spirit-absorbing tower. The grand and mighty sound echoed in the minds of over 1 billion players in Expedition, followed by 3 consecutive prompt sounds instantly bewildering them. Xiang Yu has exited Expedition and has captured a divine beast. What is a divine beast? However, it seemed the system fairy sensed the confusion of many players and promptly issued another announcement. World announcement: according to player Xiang Yu's exploration, the levels of beast have been adjusted to Lord-level beasts, Overlord-level beasts, King-level beasts, Emperor-level beasts, Sovereign-level beasts, Saint-level beasts, and divine beasts. Again, 3 prompt sounds rang out, and the previously bewildered players suddenly became agitated and excited. Above Emperor-level beasts are Saint-level beasts, and above Saint-level beasts are divine beasts, which are 2 levels higher than Emperor-level beasts. What the hell? Is Xiang Yu defying the heavens? Extraordinary generals are at the Emperor level, and now he directly subdued a divine beast. Is he going to let anyone else live? I'm only a tier 4 soldier, forget that I'm heading to Yanmingwen. This is a major stronghold. What the hell? A divine beast, a Nuwa repairing stone, and a spirit-absorbing tower. Is Xiang Yu about to become a god? This must be cheating. I'm rushing to Bingzhou, heading to Yanmingwen. This is incredible. I feel the hope of humanity rests on Xiang Yu. No more talk. I'm heading to Yanmingwen. Baka, a divine beast. This is not fair. Our island nation's strongest are merely third-rate warriors. It's not fair. I protest. Wow. The people of the Heavenly Dynasty are too strong. They actually subdued a divine beast directly. I hope you can open the Pacific Ocean soon. We Americans need help. The continuous world announcements completely stunned numerous players, especially the hundreds of millions of players in the Heavenly Dynasty region out of over 1 billion worldwide, who were utterly shocked by Xiang Yu's strength. It should be noted that Xiang Yu has already stated in Expedition that he commands an army of 4,000. Previously, he announced 6 extraordinary generals along with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei captured later, plus the divine beast he just subdued. In an instant, Xiang Yu's image in the hearts of players in the Heavenly Dynasty grew even taller, and many decided to head to Yanmingwen to pledge allegiance to Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu was unaware that many players from the Heavenly Dynasty had already begun heading to Yanmingwen. Upon receiving the golden devouring mouse, Xiang Yu felt elated. Little mouse, since you recognize me as your big brother, then I shall give you a name. Xiang Yu gently patted the head of the golden little mouse, smiling as he spoke. Sure, but I want a name that's nice. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, the golden little mouse instantly became excited, cheerfully calling out in a baby voice. Looking at the golden little mouse, which was no different from a child, Xiang Yu's smile grew even brighter. After considering, he said solemnly, "How about this? You are the golden devouring mouse covered entirely in golden color, so I shall call you Xiaojin." Xiaojin. Upon hearing the name Xiang Yu had given, the golden little mouse tilted its head in thought, then suddenly laughed and joyfully exclaimed, "All right. The little mouse also has a name now, Xiaojin. Good, I, the golden devouring mouse, shall be called Xiaojin." The cheerful voice of Xiaojin rang out in the air. Under Xiaojin's guidance, Xiang Yu's large army rushed southward for 500 miles and finally arrived in front of a massive mountain. The entire mountain was shrouded in spiritual mist transformed by spiritual energy. As one approached, they could feel a wave of ethereal and overwhelming spiritual energy. What the hell? The spiritual energy in this high-level blessed land is so dense. How much more extraordinary is the top-tier one? Looking at the mountain surrounded by rich spiritual energy, Xiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Zhit. You foolish bear inside the mountain, come out and face my little Jean." Just as Xiang Yu was marveling at the abundant spiritual energy of the high-level blessed land, Xiaojin's urgent and shrill voice suddenly erupted, spreading vigorously towards the mountain. Xiang Yu couldn't help but focus his gaze on the mountain. After all, there was a saint-level beast here. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous and powerful voice erupted from within the mountain. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged skyward, sweeping towards Xiang Yu and the others. Suddenly, Xiang Yu felt a weight pressing down on him. "Zhit. Big brother Yu, that's it, the great fool bear, help me beat it." Hearing the thunderous sound, Xiaojin immediately hid in Xiang Yu's arms like a frightened kitten speaking in a baby voice. Xiang Yu did not respond, but looked seriously at the mountain, for he felt an immense aura rapidly surging toward them. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had arrived. Soon a 30-meter-long creature entirely black with fur like steel and covered in purple stripes emanated a sky-shattering aura, its violent eyes staring fiercely at him. Xiang Yu narrowed his eyes. A saint-level beast, the Earth Bear. Soon the Earth Bear revealed its massive form, its furious eyes ablaze with flames emanating a wild aura that did not intimidate Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu first glanced at the opponent's attribute panel as it was the only key to determining whether to engage in battle. Name Earth Bear King, sacred level. Status sealed. Type beast. Current level Emperor level, peak combat power 1364, talent skills 1 Eye Bear defense, passive exceptional body defense, greatly reduces external damage. 2 incredible strength, unmatched strength 300 combat power when attacking. 3 Bear Paw Fury, a single furious strike adds 180 A up to a maximum of 540. 4 Earth Boiling, when fully enraged 400 combat power. Haha. Upon seeing the Earth Bear's attribute panel, Xiang Yu finally burst into laughter. Is this what a sacred level monster is like? This is way too pathetic. Indeed, it is quite pathetic. Looking at the opponent's attribute panel, Xiang Yu felt his heart suddenly broaden. For the first time, he realized that not all sacred level monsters are as strong as the leader of the Golden Winged Rock. Just like the Earth Bear King in front of him, even at full power, its combat power barely reached 2006. Is it powerful? Certainly, but is it invincible? Of course not. Previously, the leader of the Golden Winged Rock's combat power could explode to 3,000 or 4,000, and he had always believed that sacred level monsters were incredibly powerful, unbeatable in combat. Who knew it was not the case? Just like the Earth Bear in front of him, even at full power, it only had 2,600 combat power, hardly stronger than him. Undoubtedly, the Earth Bear King before him is quite pathetic, definitely among the weakest of sacred level monsters, only capable of bullying Emperor level monsters. If placed in the 10,000 monster mountain, it would probably be torn apart. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the earth trembled and a powerful aura of Emperor level monsters surged from the mountains, soon followed by large Emperor level Earth Bears and Royal level Earth Bears roaring out. There were 11 Emperor level Earth Bears and 27 Royal level Earth Bears, all glaring fiercely at Xiang Yu and his companions. Haha. This should be a group of Earth Bears. Earth Bear King gives you a chance now, submit to me, and I won't kill you. As the Emperor level Earth Bears poured out, it looked quite spectacular, yet it did not intimidate Xiang Yu. Riding on the misty cloud with a golden hammer appearing in his hand, he approached the center of the two armies, provocatively pointing at the Earth Bear King, without showing any fear. Wow. Brother Yu, you're amazing. You dare to directly challenge the Earth Bear King. Hearing Xiang Yu's boldness, a voice of admiration rang out from Xiao Jin. Roar, roar, roar. Clearly the Earth Bear King understood Xiang Yu's words and immediately flew into a rage, roaring and pounding its massive fists against its chest to express its anger. However, despite its desire to tear Xiang Yu apart, the Earth Bear King did not act recklessly, as it sensed many strong auras in the opposing camp, especially from the human with the large hammer, the human with the sword, the Golden Winged Rock, and the detestable Golden Devouring Mouse. Roar, roar, roar. The Earth Bear King roared again, pointing a bear paw into the distance, its meaning clear. Brother Yu, this big dumb bear is telling us to scram. It's scared. Let's beat it up. Xiao Jin's voice echoed in Xiang Yu's mind, sounding quite excited. Alright, let's beat it together today. Hearing Xiao Jin's translation, Xiang Yu immediately smiled and said loudly, Kai Xiao Jin, shall we gang up? Indeed, Xiang Yu did not choose to take on the Earth Bear King alone. His combat power only reached about 2,150, while the opponent could reach 2,600, which was still a bit of a gap. However, that's not a problem. I have my little brothers. If one of you cannot defeat it, we three will. Kai Xiao Jin, shall we gang up on it together today? Xiang Yu shouted to Kai and Xiao Jin, acknowledging that despite his peak combat strength, there was still a gap between him and the opponent. Yes, yes, let's gang up and beat it. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Xiao Jin immediately sprang forth, excitedly chirping while standing on Xiang Yu's shoulder. Roar. It seemed that the Earth Bear King understood Xiang Yu's words, instantly exploding in rage as it pointed at Xiang Yu and barked wildly. Haha, battle. Today I will smash the holy level beast. Seeing the furious Earth Bear King, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smile confidently, raising his thunderous golden hammer, his aura surging dramatically. Xiao Jin, Kai, wait for me to signal you before you join in. We'll take it on first. Xiang Yu shouted loudly, yet he did not immediately let Xiao Jin and Kai join the fray. Although it was impossible for him to defeat the opponent with his current strength, he could at least engage in a fierce battle. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Go, boss. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Xiao Jin cheered for him, transforming into a golden streak of light and darting onto Kai's back, its little eyes gleaming brightly, eager to watch the spectacle. Roar. Feeling the immense aura from Xiang Yu, the Earth Bear King let out a thunderous roar, its voice filled with fury as its overwhelming force surged towards Xiang Yu. Battle. Xiang Yu, seeing the opponent's demeanor, felt his fighting spirit surge. He pointed the thunderous golden hammer at the beast and declared loudly, Foolish bear, come forth to battle. Roar. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing the audacity of the tiny human, the Earth Bear King lost all restraint, its massive paws striking the ground as it charged at Xiang Yu. Battle, 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 battle. Filled with fighting spirit, Zhang Yu did not hesitate, stomping forward with the cloud cover and swinging the thunderous golden hammer directly towards the opponent. This was his first battle against a holy level beast, so he dared not be careless. Upon engaging, he unleashed his full combat power. Player Zhang Yes base combat power 1356, critical crush, power 150, lone charge, power 150, hammer god, power 200, invincible, power 50. Using the divine weapon thunderous golden hammer power 70, divine mount snow treader power 70, current combat power 2046. Kill. Hearing his combat power surge to 2046, Zhang Yu felt invigorated, swinging the thunderous golden hammer fiercely at the opponent. Roar. Sensing the overwhelming fighting spirit emanating from Zhang Yu, the Earth Bear King did not dare to hold back, either letting out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Ding. The Earth Bear King's base combat power 1364, incredible strength, talent skill activated power 300, furious pause, talent skill activated power 180, earthquake, talent skill activated power 150, current combat power 1944. Suddenly Zhang Yes' eyes brightened upon hearing the opponent's combat power. They had not unleashed their full strength. Were they looking down on him? Did they really think he was like an ordinary imperial-level beast? Kill. A massive wave of destructive energy erupted from the thunderous golden hammer, surging towards the Earth Bear King. Roar. The Earth Bear King also roared in anger, its massive paw crashing towards Zhang Yu with overwhelming. In an instant, the colossal paw collided with the thunderous golden hammer, imbued with destructive energy. Boom! As the thunderous golden hammer met the Earth Bear's paw, a series of explosive sound waves erupted, sending shockwaves of power rippling outward. Puff puff. In an instant, Zhang Yu felt his arm go weak as a tremendous recoil hit him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he and his mount were sent flying. Roar. Zhang Yu, propelled back by the massive recoil, stumbled. The Earth Bear King, also suffering from the impact, felt a wave of intense pain in its paw. Aru. The Earth Bear was instantly enraged, letting out a furious roar that sent its aura surging. It stepped forward, charging at Zhang Yu with wild abandon. Ding. The Earth Bear King's base combat power 1364, incredible strength, talent skill activated power 300, furious pause, talent skill activated again power 360, earthquake, talent skill activated again power 200, current combat power 2224. Holy crap. Upon hearing the opponent's combat power skyrocketing to 2224, Zhang Yu instantly lost his composure. Damn, it surged so much. It seems even a slightly weaker holy level beast is not something an ordinary peerless warrior can compare with. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh internally, but upon seeing the beast charging at him with such ferocity, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Even if a holy level beast is beyond his current capability to defeat, so what? He could still grow stronger. As long as he could establish the supreme human dynasty, he could cultivate holy level warriors for humanity, even divine warriors. Kill. A resolute glint flashed in Zhang Yes' eyes, his killing intent surging. He admitted he could not defeat the Earth Bear King in front of him, but he had to take this strike. Kill, 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 kill. With his killing intent overwhelming, his aura rose once more. Ding. Player Zhang Yes base combat power 1356, critical crush, power 150, lone charge, power 150, hammer god, power 200, invincible, power 50, crush, talent skill activated power 100. Using the divine weapon thunderous golden hammer power 70, divine mount snow treader power 70, current combat power 2146. Kill. The thunderous golden hammer transformed into a golden streak of light, crashing fiercely into the rapidly approaching massive bear paw. Boom, boom, boom. The violent force erupted, waves of power surged. As the violent force bore down on him, Zhang Yu felt as if he were facing an oncoming freight train, an overwhelming and irresistible force, and in an instant he felt he could not withstand it. Puff, puff. Suddenly, with the cloud cover, Zhang Yu was thrown into the air, spitting out another mouthful of blood before crashing down to the ground. Roar. Zhang Yu was blasted away, and the Earth Bear King instantly laughed, having defeated the tiny human in its eyes, having conquered the one who dared to provoke it. Boom, boom, boom. After sending Zhang Yu flying, the Earth Bear King, evidently unsatisfied, was filled with rage, charging madly towards Zhang Yu, wanting to crush him in one blow. As the crisis suddenly approached, Zhang Yu squinted at the rapidly approaching Earth Bear King, but he did not panic because two golden streaks of light shot towards him at an even faster speed. Big silly bear, do not run rampant. A childlike voice suddenly rang out. Silly bear, Sister Kai wants to eat roasted bear paws. Then an ethereal crystalline voice sounded. A swift whooshing followed. Two golden streaks of light barreled directly before the Dadi, Cunxiao Wang. The attackers were Zhang Yes' two bonded beasts, Jinshi Depingyo Kaier and Huang Jin Shirshin Shushao Jin. A thunderous roar. Confronted by a bird and a mouse, the Dadi, Cunxiao Wang flared with fury, yet its body. Big silly bear, do you truly think my Shirshin Shu clan fears you? Xiao Jin's childlike voice rang with unexpected resolve, and the tiny 20 or 30 centimeter form suddenly exuded an intensely dangerous aura. At that moment, Zhang Yu rose as well. He had not been gravely wounded. Only his chi and blood had been briefly unsettled, and they soon steadied. Zhang Yes' gaze lingered on Xiao Jin. As a divine-grade beast, his potential was unquestionably formidable, but could he contend with an imperial-grade monster? Suddenly Xiao Jin's presence surged. What had been a palm-sized body began to grow wildly, his aura swelling with increasing ferocity. In the next instant, a colossal golden rat nearly 10 meters long crouched onto the earth, its whole body a noble gold claws glinting with cold steel, and pupils of dark molten gold. Undeniably, this was Rui Shintong Rui Divine Art. Squeak. Sister Kyra, wait here. I will go punish. Xiao Jin's childlike voice carried as his powerful limbs struck the ground. The 10-meter form dissolved into a golden streak and shot toward the Dadi, Cunxiao Wang, at terrifying speed. So fast, Xiang Yu only glimpsed the golden afterimage streaming by. A system chime sounded. Huangjin Shirshin, Shu Base Combat Power, 1213. Rueli Ji Zhua, Shintong Sharp Claw Divine Skill, Activated Power, 300. Shirshin Ji Qi, Shintong God Devouring Teeth, Divine Skill, Activated Power, 300. Current Combat Power, 1813. A squeak. Huh. Hearing the system alert, Xiang Yu froze in disbelief. Combat Power, 1813. Are you really charging at him? Squeak, squeak, squeak. In a blur, Xiao Jin reached the Dadi Cunxiao Wang, seizing the moment before it could react. He lashed onto the creature, claws plunging into flesh and fangs sinking savagely into the bear's shoulder. A howl of pain erupted. The Dadi Cunxiao Wang screamed a piercing cry and instantly flew into a blind, furious rage. A system chime sounded. Dadi Cunxiao Wang Base Combat Power 1364. Lido Wuqiong Boundless Strength Activated Power 300. Xiongzhang Quangbao Bear Paw Fury Reactivated Power 360. Dadi Fading Earth Boil Reactivated Power 250. Current Combat Power 2274. Enraged, the Dadi Cunxiao Wang slammed a brutal raging paw down toward Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin dodged. Xiang Yu tensed, shouting and instinctively wanting to rush to Xiao Jin's aid, but everything happened in an instant. There was a tremendous blast erupted. Xiao Jin, still clinging, was blown away and blood spurted from the Dadi Cunxiao. Xiao Jin was hurled through the air and slammed 20 meters away into the earth, crashing into a small crater. Xiang Yu panicked, vaulting over his Wanli Yinyun Zhao and sprinting toward the pit. Dadi Cunxiao Wang's blow, a squeak. Before Xiang Yu reached the crater, a golden figure suddenly shot out from it. Boss, I'm fine, don't come up. Damn it, today I will beat this big silly bear to death. How dare it hit me? Xiao Jin's angry childlike voice rang out. Under Xiang Yu's incredulous gaze, his body once more became a streak of light and rocketed toward the Dadi Cunxiao Wang. What on earth? Xiao Jin's defense is this formidable? He shrugged off a hit from the Dadi Cunxiao Wang. Xiang Yu stared astonished at the seemingly unhurt Xiao Jin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Big silly bear and being hit. You won't go unscathed either. Xiao Jin's youthful, furious voice exploded through the air. A system chime sounded. Huangjin Shirshin, Shu Base Combat Power, 1213. Rueli Ji Zhua, Shintong Sharp Claw Divine Skill, Activated Power 450. Shirshin Ji Qi, Shintong God Devouring Teeth, Divine Skill, Activated Power 600. Current Combat Power 2263. Xiao Jin moved with blinding speed. A golden afterimage flashed, and while the bear raged, he leapt onto its great belly, locked on claws sinking into flesh and fangs tearing out a huge chunk of meat. The attack provoked the Dadi Cunxiao Wang into a pained roar. Its two enormous paws smashed down viciously toward Xiao Jin. A system chime sounded. Dadi Cunxiao Wang Base Combat Power 1364. Lido Wuqiong Boundless Strength Activated Power 300. Xiongzhang Quangbao Bear Paw Fury Reactivated Power 540. Dadi Fading Earth Boil Reactivated Power 300. Current Combat Power 2540. Whooshing through the air under Xiang Yu's anxious stare, the bear's enraged paw slammed down toward Xiao Jin. Explosive booms tore through the air. Xiao Jin's golden form was blasted outward once more, accompanied by shreds of the bear's flesh. With heavy impact, Xiao Jin was hurled 30-odd meters into the ground, carving out another crater. Xiang Yu stared intently at the great pit. He was not disappointed. After a moment, a golden giant rat surged forth again and lunged once more at the bear's vast bulk. Damn, that hurt, but big silly bear, your damage is too low. Come on, keep hitting. Today I'll leave you covered in wounds. Xiao Jin's indignant voice rang with grim delight as his form rocketed back toward the Dadi Cunxiao Wang. His voice full of angry triumph, Xiao Jin shot at the Dadi Cunxiao Wang. Heavy breathing and exertion accompanied the assault. Only then did Xiang Yu finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Jin's defensive strength was enormous. Though he took blow after blow from the bear's fury, he suffered no fatal harm. Xiang Yu at last grasped the meaning of Xiao Jin's Jingang, Shuntong Adamantine Divine Skill. His physical toughness equaled that of a peak defensive beast within his rank. In other words, Xiao Jin's defense matched that of the strongest defending imperial-grade beasts. Among beasts which boast such ironclad defense, undoubtedly Xuanwu would rank among them, implying that Xiao Jin's current defense could rival an imperial peak Xuanwu's fortitude. This Xiao Jin is terrifying, isn't he? Not only did he possess Jingang Shintong, but he also had Fengling Shintong Wind Spirit Divine Skill, granting peak speed within his rank. His speed and defense were unrivaled in rank, only his attack lagged behind. This was absurdly overpowered. What manner of divine beast is this? Having thought it through, Xiang Yu watched Xiao Jin be blown away time and again, only to instantaneously charge back, his eyes filled with astonishment. Xiang Yu was indeed filled with shock, especially as he watched Xiao Jin charge again and again without regard for its life, only to be blasted away repeatedly, yet showing no signs of injury. Its defensive capabilities were simply abnormal. With its formidable defense and ghostly speed that left one unable to react, for the first time Xiang Yu felt that Xiao Jin was not an ordinary divine beast, it was extraordinarily powerful. Under normal circumstances, even divine beasts should have their own specialties. For example, the Xuanwu is known for its strong defense. The Zhuke is fire attribute. It can be reborn through blood, with its main specialty being powerful attacks. The Baihu is metal attribute. It is the god of war, primarily known for its speed. The Qinglong is wood attribute. It is the deity of the east, mainly specializing in recovery. However, Xiao Jin, the golden devouring mouse, is different. It possesses the strongest speed and defense among its level, meaning that with just its two innate abilities, the diamond divine ability and the wind spirit divine ability, it combines the specialties of the Baihu and the Xuanwu. This left Xiang Yu astounded. This was no ordinary divine beast, but a super divine beast with immense potential. Haha, big silly bear, I want to eat your meat, yum, it's delicious. Suddenly Xiao Jin's childlike laughter broke out, immediately drawing Xiang Yu's attention. Before his eyes, Xiao Jin's 10-meter-long body covered in a dense golden scale armor glimmered as it clung to the back of the Earth Bear King, mercilessly clawing a large chunk of flesh from the bear's back and swallowing it down, causing a geyser of blood to erupt. Roar! The Earth Bear King bellowed in immense pain. Within its roar, rage was evident, as its entire body bore wounds from Xiao Jin's claws and blood spurted uncontrollably. From a distance, Xiang Yu shook his head. Although Xiao Jin indeed had extraordinary potential with impressive speed and defense, its attacks were lacking, dealing insufficient damage. Against the already tough Earth Bear King, it couldn't inflict any substantial harm, only provoking it further. Sure enough, after having another chunk of bear meat taken by Xiao Jin, the Earth Bear King became utterly furious, its momentum surging violently once more. Ding! The Earth Bear King's base combat power is 1364. The immense strength, innate skill activated combat power 300. The Bear Paw Rampage, innate skill activated again combat power 540. The Earth Boiling, innate skill activated again combat power 400. Current combat power value 2640. The Holy Grade Beast, the Earth Bear King, completely went berserk, its momentum surging once again, unleashing its full combat power, the brutal aura overflowing as its massive paws slammed down toward Xiao Jin. Big silly bear's angry run. Sensing the Earth Bear King's fury, Xiao Jin immediately became anxious, loosening its claws and attempting to escape. However, despite Xiao Jin's speed, it was too close to the Earth Bear King, already within the range it could cover. As soon as Xiao Jin released its grip, the Earth Bear King's massive palm came crashing down from above, striking Xiao Jin's body before it could dodge. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted as Xiao Jin's 10-meter-long body was hurled away, crashing to the ground, creating another large pit. Yes, after understanding the true meaning of Xiao Jin's diamond divine ability, Xiang Yu calmed down. The Earth Bear King before him could not inflict any significant damage on Xiao Jin. Ridiculous! Xiao Jin's defense now equated to that of an imperial-level divine beast, the Xuanwu. How could this little imperial-level holy great Earth Bear King hope to breach it? Squeak! Damn! It hurts so much. Boss, let's go together. I can't handle it. Sure enough, Xiao Jin's childlike voice came from the pit, and then its 10-meter-long body jumped out, speaking to Xiang Yu. Alright, let's attack it together. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Xiang Yu did not hesitate, and directly responded, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the Earth Bear King. Today, Xiang Yu was determined to slay this holy grade beast and feast on its roasted bear paw. Xiao Jin, you will attract its attention from the front, while Kaier and I attack it from the sides. Don't be afraid of pain. Once we kill it, we'll feast on roasted bear paws, alright? Xiang Yu said to Xiao Jin. With Xiao Jin's strong defense, it was undoubtedly the best arrangement to take the attacks. I still have to take hits. Well, fine, but I want to eat a lot of roasted bear paws. Upon hearing that Xiang Yu wanted it to endure the damage, Xiao Jin felt a bit upset, but ultimately could not resist the temptation of roasted bear paws. It was just pain after all. This devouring mouse was not afraid. Kill. After clearly defining their roles, Xiang Yu's gaze towards the Earth Bear King brimmed with murderous intent. With a furious shout, he called out to Xiao Jin and Kaier, charging towards the Earth Bear King under the cover of the swirling clouds. In the instant Xiang Yu dashed out, Xiao Jin transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly surpassing Xiang Yu and rushing towards the Earth Bear King. Screech! A loud cry pierced the skies as Kaier, and not wanting to lag behind, followed suit with a screech. Ding! The Earth Bear King's base combat power is 1364. The immense strength, innate skill activated combat power 300. The Bear Paw Rampage, innate skill activated again combat power 540. The Earth Boiling, innate skill activated again combat power 400. Current combat power value 2640. The Raging Earth Bear King unleashed its full power, the massive bear paw, slamming down onto the rapidly approaching Xiao Jin. Boom! A massive sound of impact erupted as Xiao Jin was once again sent flying. However, at that moment Xiang Yu and Kaier had already arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu raised the drum hammer and unleashed his ultimate move, his strength surging. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power is 1356. The critical crush grants 150 combat power. The lone charge grants 150 combat power. The hammer god grants 200 combat power. The invincible grants 50 combat power. The crush, innate skill activated, granting 100 combat power. Using the divine grade weapon, the drum hammer grants 70 combat power, and the divine grade mount, the snow treader, grants 70 combat power. Current combat power value 2146. Kill. The drum hammer transformed into a streak of golden light, ruthlessly crashing down towards the Earth Bear King, who had no time to react. Screech. Ding. The golden-winged rock tiger has a base combat power of 1131. The devouring dragons, innate skill activated, granting 450 combat power. The feather to sword, innate skill activated, granting 300 combat power. The claw critical, innate skill activated, granting 450 combat power. Current combat power value 2331. With a loud cry, Kyre swiftly dove towards the Earth Bear King, unleashing 3 razor-sharp feather blades and charging with its diamond claws. Kill. Upon hearing Kyre unleash its full combat power, Xiang Yu's morale surged, and he struck fiercely with the drum hammer against the Earth Bear King. Whoosh! Just as the small mouse was swatted away, the fierce and whistling winds howled, and the Earth Bear King sensed 2 dangerous presences rushing towards it. Its gigantic bear eyes spotted Xiang Yu and Kyre speeding towards it. Roar! The Earth Bear King roared, attempting to evade with its massive body. However, it was too late. The sound of a fierce cry erupted as Kyre swiftly charged ahead of Xiang Yu. 3 golden feathered blades shot into the body of the Earth Bear King, like swords, piercing deeply and creating 3 treehole-like gashes, blood gushing forth. Kyre's powerful claws sank into the shoulder of the Earth Bear King, as if tearing through tofu, instantly ripping away a large chunk of flesh, blood spraying everywhere, exposing the ghastly white bones beneath. Ew! The Earth Bear let out a painful roar as it was severely injured. Its massive paw was about to swat Kyre away when Xiang Yu arrived. Clouds of smoke gather from miles away rise. Suddenly, as he approached the Earth Bear King, Xiang Yu roared, and the smoke canopy beneath him stomped the ground, fiercely launching him into the air, instantaneously arriving at the head of the Earth Bear. Kill. Seeing the head the size of several rooms, a murderous intent flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. With a low growl, the golden hammer of the drum of war, exuding a thick aura of death, struck down violently towards the opponent's head. Ew! Suddenly, a strong sense of death danger surged. The Earth Bear King's tank-like eyes flashed with a hint of blood-red panic. It tried to dodge, but was too late, and its body lurched backward like a bolt of lightning. Kill. The drum of war's hammer, infused with lethal intent, slammed into the enormous head of the Earth Bear King. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out as the skull shattered, blood flying everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. Damn, what a waste. Suspended in midair, Xiang Yu heard the sound of a hard impact and couldn't help but feel regret. He had struck the opponent's boom. Although Xiang Yu had struck the skull, the Earth Bear King felt its head ringing. It was the first time it realized that death was so close. Roar. Ignoring the blood pouring from its head and body, the Earth Bear King roared in fury. In an instant, 11 Imperial-level Earth Bears and 27 Royal-level Earth Bears, which had remained still, charged towards Xiang Yu. Indeed, the Earth Bear King was stunned and frightened by the combination attack from Xiang Yu, Xiao Jin, and Kyre. Boom. The sound of the ground trembling. One by one, colossal Earth Bears surged forward. Hee. Did you really think I wouldn't be able to defeat you? Guan Yu, Ranmin, Yin Shursan, get ready to hold them off. Today I will slay the holy level beast. Xiang Yu shouted explosively. This is easy. You little ones, charge. Kill them. At this moment, Xiao Jin rushed over from a distance, leading his 3 Imperial-level beast subordinates and numerous Royal-level beasts into the fray. Kill. Guan Yu is here. Oh. Yen Rin Zhang Ida is here. Beast, come at me. Kill. Zhang Fei's base battle power was 1120. The talent skill Spear God activated, increasing battle power by 200. The talent skill Rampage activated, increasing battle power by 200. The talent skill Yen Run Roar activated, increasing battle power by 90. The god-level spear, the Zhongba Snake Spear, added 70 to battle power. The god-level steed, the Wuzhu Horse, added 70 to battle power, bringing the current battle power to 1750. In an instant, the 6 extraordinary warriors from their side and 3 Imperial-level beasts blocked the 11 Imperial-level beasts from the opponent. Although they were momentarily outnumbered, their side's momentum was even more grand. Especially Guan Yu, who immediately unleashed his full battle potential, launching his signature moves, the Drag Knife strategy and the Martial Saint's Might. Clang. Guan Yu's base battle power was 1210. The talent skill Blade God activated, increasing battle power by 200. The talent skill Spring and Autumn Blade Technique activated, increasing battle power by 200. The talent skill Drag Knife strategy activated, increasing battle power by 200. The talent skill Martial Saint's Might activated, increasing battle power by 100. The god-level Qinglong Yanwen Knife provided an additional 70, and the god-level steed, the Snow Treader, added 70, resulting in a current battle power of 2060. Guan Yu's aura grew stronger and stronger. When he was just a few yards away from one of the Imperial-level Earth Bears, his body's aura expanded to its peak. Focusing his energy, he leaped into the air, his Qinglong Yinwen knife transforming into a streak of cold light directly slicing into the opponent's head. With a single strike, he killed an imperial-level beast, showcasing the might of the martial saint. Kill. The chaos erupted, and the Earth Bear King's memory of its kin joining in to beat up Zhang Yu did not occur. Hee. Earth Bear King, let us continue. Zhang Yu snorted coldly, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Xiao Jin, go, let's kill it, and eat its paws. Undoubtedly, it was necessary for the invincible Xiao Jin to lead the charge. Alright boss, don't forget, I want to eat Xiao Jin's childish voice rang out as he transformed into a streak of golden light and charged again towards the screech. Seeing this, Kai'er immediately followed Xiao Jin, and Zhang Yu, not wanting to be outdone, raised his drum of war's hammer and charged forward. Roar. Watching Xiao Jin charge again, the Earth Bear King was furious and roared to the heavens, its overwhelming power surging as it struck down toward Xiao Jin. This is easy. You hit me, I'll bite you to death. Seeing the Earth Bear King attempt to slap him again, Xiao Jin became furious. As he approached the Earth Bear King, his tiny body suddenly twisted in midair, narrowly evading the powerful paw and launching toward the soft belly of the opponent. I'll bite you to death, Grandpa Jin. Xiao Jin's childish voice rang out again as his sharp claws and glistening fangs bit down fiercely. Uft, uft, uft. Sharp teeth and claws pierced through the belly of the Earth Bear King, and blood erupted forth, flesh flying everywhere. Illo, illo, illo. The Earth Bear King's anguished roars echoed as its massive paws struck down toward Xiao Jin. Boom. A loud crash resounded, but unexpectedly Xiao Jin did not fly away this time. Instead, he clung tenaciously to the opponent's belly. You hit me, I'll bite you to death, bite you to death. Xiao Jin's childish voice continued to ring out as his little mouth and claws relentlessly gnawed at the Earth Bear King's flesh. Illo, illo. Just as the Earth Bear King roared in pain, ready to strike at Xiao Jin again, Kai'er and Xiang Yu shouted as he and Kai'er simultaneously struck at the Earth Bear King's head from both sides. 3 golden feathered blades shot towards the Earth Bear King's head like swords, while powerful claws swiftly reached for its head, and the drum of war's hammer smashed down with lethal intent. Illo. As the 3 death auras approached, the Earth Bear King finally could not ignore Xiao Jin on its belly any longer. It attempted to dodge and raise its paw to block the attack, but it was too late. Uft, uft, boom, boom. Instantly, the golden feathered blades, the claws of the golden-winged roc, and the drum of war's hammer struck the Earth Bear King altogether. Boom, 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 boom. The skull shattered, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Roar. A desolate, heart-wrenching cry echoed, filled with deep unwillingness. Boom. The Earth Bear King collapsed. A legendary sealed holy-level beast is slain. Let me bite you until you die. Little Jin's childish voice continued to ring out as he fought against the massive belly of the Earth Bear. Little Jin, enough. The Earth Bear King is dead. Xiang Yu shouted at Little Jin. Suddenly, Little Jin raised his bloodied head to glance at the Earth Bear King. Indeed, the gigantic head of the Earth Bear King was riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth, yet its powerful life force made its body twitch. Wow, it's really dead. Seeing the Earth Bear King actually dead, Little Jin was instantly delighted. However, Xiang Yu did not respond to Little Jin as the system's reward had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the Saint-level monster, the Earth Bear King. As the first player to slay a Saint-level monster, you are awarded 1,000 reputation points and a choice of a Saint-level secret manual. Would you like to make a world announcement? The system's prompt puzzled Xiang Yu. Saint-level secret manual. What is that? A reminder to player Xiang Yu, the Saint-level secret manual can significantly absorb the spiritual energy from the air through martial training, rapidly enhancing your combat strength and breaking through to the Saint level. Seemingly sensing Xiang Yu's confusion, the system's fairy prompt sounded again. You can break through to the Saint level through martial training. Xiang Yu's eyes suddenly brightened, and he felt an overwhelming joy inside. Previously, the leader of the Golden-Winged Duppingbird clan had told him that humans could establish the Supreme Fortune Dynasty and cultivate Saint-level warriors and even Divine-level warriors through the power of fortune. Xiang Yu was aware of this and was prepared to strive in that direction. But who knows when Xiang Yu could establish the Supreme Fortune Dynasty? If the seal of Blue Star were to be lifted and humanity's Fortune Dynasty was not established, would they really be doomed? Thus, this was a concern for Xiang Yu, and he did not believe that there were only the Cave Heaven and the establishment of the Supreme Fortune Dynasty as the two ways. Now the result was out: the Saint-level secret manual. Through martial training, humanity could also break through to the Saint level. Ding! Player Xiang Yu, please choose the type of Saint-level secret manual. There are 18 weapon types representing the Saint-level secret manual, including saber, spear, sword, halberd, axe, mace, hook, fork, whip, hammer, staff, club, meteor, hammer, and more. The system fairy's voice rang out again, bringing more joy to Xiang Yu. He could finally break free from the cumbersome big hammer. Instantly, 2 types of weapons appeared in Xiang Yu's mind: spear and halberd. That's right, it was the spear and the halberd. Undeniably, the spear and halberd were the most appealing. After hesitating for a moment, Xiang Yu felt he was more inclined towards the spear. Among the 10 famous spears of ancient China are the Overlord spear, the Dragon's Gallant Silver spear, the Fire Dragon spear, the Plum Blossom spear, the Li Yuanba spear, the Tiger Head Golden spear, the Godly Might Fierce Water spear, the 5 Tiger Soul Cutting spear, the Green Sink spear, and the Reed Leaf spear. Among them, the number one is undoubtedly the Overlord spear of Zhang Yu, the Overlord of Western Shu. This spear is forged from a mix of fine steel and gold, shining brilliantly with an awe-inspiring presence. It measures 13 feet and 7 inches with a sharp tip that guarantees a fatal strike, and is incredibly heavy, making it lethal when swung. It was wielded by the unmatched Zhang Yu, triumphing over all adversaries. During the Great Battle at Changban Slope, Zhao Yun wielded the dragon's gallant silver spear, directly killing Xiao In, who was guarding Cao Cao with the Qinggang sword, seizing the Qinggang sword. Riding a white horse with the Qinggang sword in his left hand and the silver spear in his right, he charged through 200,000 troops, unstoppable. Yu Fei held the Li Yuanba spear, measuring 9 feet in length with a golden shaft and a golden dragon head, featuring a silver-tipped spearhead. This spear was the prized weapon of Yu Fei, a famous general of the Southern Song dynasty, who repeatedly defeated the Jin army with it, and achieved a great victory in the Battle of Zhuxian Town. Yang Jiaoying's reed leaf spear, Luo Cheng's hook god bright silver spear, and others. So many historical generals used spears and gained great fame. Undeniably, the weapon type Xiang Yu was most looking forward to was still the spear. As for the halberd, of course, there was also Xiang Yu's early use of the heavenly dragon break city, halberd Lu Bus Fong Tianhua, halberd Shui Ring was Fong Tianhua halberd, and so on. Undoubtedly, compared to the famous generals who used spears, there was still a slight gap with those who wielded halberds. I choose the spear. In an instant, Xiang Yu made his decision. Ding. Generating Saint-level secret manual for spears. Ding. Congratulations, player, for acquiring the Saint-level secret manual Overlord spear technique. The system's prompt sounded again, and Xiang Yu felt that his mind had suddenly filled with various techniques for using spears, as well as a complete spear technique. Instantly, Xiang Yu was overjoyed, feeling that his understanding of the spear was now on par with his understanding of hammers. Moreover, what delighted him even more was that he could practice this spear technique in reality to rapidly enhance his combat strength. Ding. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the Saint-level monster, the Earth Bear King. As the first player to slay a Saint-level monster, you are awarded 1,000 reputation points, and the Saint-level secret manual Overlord spear technique. Would you like to make a world announcement? The system's prompt sounded again, pulling Xiang Yu back from his excitement. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, he knew this was not the time for joy. Make a world announcement, Xiang Yu said directly, as he certainly would not miss out on such an opportunity to gain reputation. World announcement. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for killing the Saint-level monster, the Earth Bear King. As the first player to slay a Saint-level monster, you are awarded 1,000 reputation points, and the Saint-level secret manual Overlord spear technique. 3 consecutive world announcement sounds echoed in the minds of over 1 billion players in Expedition, instantly shocking many players. How long has it been since Xiang Yu captured a divine-level monster? And now he killed a Saint-level monster, and got a Saint-level secret manual. Was Xiang Yu on a path to defying the heavens? Instantly, the players who were already on the forum began a new round of astonishment and admiration for Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu was unaware of the players' reactions. After having the system fairy make the world announcement, he shifted his gaze to the ongoing battlefield. Undoubtedly, upon seeing their leader killed the numerous imperial-level Earth Bears lost their fighting spirit. In order to survive, they were still desperately resisting. With the Earth Bears' powerful defense, they managed to prevent Rin Min and others from inflicting fatal damage. Only Guan Yu with his tremendous might managed to slay 3 imperial-level Earth Bears, but after 3 strikes his combat power diminished. For a moment, both sides were evenly matched. Seeing this, Xiang Yu immediately shouted to Kair and Little Jean, "Kair, Little Jean, follow me to kill and finish off these Earth Bears. Let's feast on their meat." Kill. As he spoke, Xiang Yu leaped onto the clouds, swinging the drum-shaped golden hammer towards an imperial-level Earth. Kill, let's eat meat. Little Jean's childish voice also rang out, transforming into a streak of yellow light as he charged forward. With the addition of Kair, Little Jean, and Xiang Yu all boasting combat strengths over 2,000, the situation on the battlefield underwent a dramatic change. It became a one-sided massacre. One imperial-level Earth Bear after another fell, followed by the royal-level Earth. In the end, the battlefield was filled with a heavy scent of blood as one massive Earth Bear after another lay in pools of blood. Everything came to an end. Xiang Yu's gaze fell upon the misty mountain of spiritual energy. It was a high-level cave heaven. As the last royal-grade Earth Bear fell with a forlorn thud, the battlefield was strewn with the lifeless bodies of Earth Bears, their massive forms resembling small hills. 11 Emperor-grade Earth Bears, 27 Royal-grade Earth Bears, and 1 Holy-grade Earth Bear King all perished, while our side suffered minimal casualties, with only a few Royal-grade beasts under Shao Jin being killed. In fact, among the Emperor-grade beasts, as long as the difference in combat power isn't too great, it's nearly impossible to kill the opponent in a short time. However, with the addition of Xiang Yu, Kair, and Shao Jin, whose combined combat power exceeded 2,000, the situation changed dramatically. Generally speaking, the combat power of ordinary peak Emperor-grade beasts hovers around 1,500, unless they belong to a powerful race, such as the golden-winged roc, like Kair, whose race can experience a significant surge in power. Of course, it's not just the mighty beast races that can unleash tremendous power, humans can too. Figures like Li Yuanba, Xiang Yu, and Guan Yu are also capable of exhibiting combat power far surpassing that of legendary generals. With the last royal-grade Earth Bear down, the entire war came to an end. Xiang Yu was the first to store the Holy Great Earth Bear King in his supreme ring along with several Emperor Great Earth Bears, stopping only when the ring could hold no more. At this moment Xiang Yu finally set his sights on the mountain shrouded in spiritual mist, which contained a high-level cave paradise. Let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu led the charge into the massive mountain, with Xiao Jin and Kai'er following close. As soon as he rushed into the mountain, Xiang Yu felt waves of mist-like spiritual energy surging into his body. His eyes lit up. The influx was at least several times that of a low-level cave paradise, and this was only at the outskirts of this high-level cave paradise. Ding. A prompt for player Xiang Yu. The mountain ahead is a high-level cave paradise. Residing here for 30 days can increase combat power by 60 points with no bottleneck limit on the increase. The system's fairy prompt sounded, and upon hearing the mention of 60 points of combat power, Xiang Yu's eyes brightened. Without any hesitation, Xiang Yu dismounted from his cloud and transformed into a streak of light racing toward the central area of this high-level cave paradise. Ranmin, Kai'er, and others followed closely behind. Roar. As Xiang Yu charged in, he saw several hundred Lord Grade, Overlord Grade, and even King Grade Earth Bears on the outskirts of this territory, roaring madly at him. Undoubtedly, these were the lower-ranking kin of the Earth Bear King, who had not gone out to battle. However, Xiang Yu paid them no heed, and continued to streak toward the central area of the high-level cave paradise. Kill! 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 A chorus of battle cries erupted only to vanish in an instant. Soon the cloud cover rushed 4 kilometers, reaching the central area of the high-level cave paradise, a massive cave, where spiritual energy was misting and rushing into his body. Xiang Yu could feel his body slowly growing stronger. Spiritual object. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Xiang Yu's eyes lit up. He knew that a high-level cave paradise not only allowed for unlimited increases of 60 combat points every 30 days, but also spiritual object. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Xiang Yu's eyes lit up. He knew that a high-level cave paradise not only allowed for unlimited increases of 60 combat points every 30 days, but also had a 60 chance of producing spiritual objects. Previously, the system fairy had mentioned that spiritual objects have various powerful effects. Xiang Yu quickly followed Xiao Jin. Soon a large tree radiating blue light came into his view. What kind of tree is this? Approaching the tree, Xiang Yu inspected it closely, but did not find any fruit. Ding. A prompt for the player. The tree before you is a blue fruit spirit tree, which produces blue fruits every 30 days, yielding 10 fruits at a time. Each blue fruit can enhance combat power by 100 points with a limit of 2 fruits per person. The next harvest is expected in 18 days, and it can be transplanted. Note the minimum spiritual energy level for growth is the spiritual energy concentration of a high-level cave paradise. At that moment, the system fairy's prompt rang out, explaining it to Xiang Yu. Wow. It can enhance 200 combat points. Oh, very nice. Upon hearing the system fairy's prompt, Xiang Yu's eyes sparkled. The prospect of using 2 blue fruits to boost 200 combat points thrilled him. 200 points are significant, and the fact that 10 fruits can grow every 30 days makes it even more precious, meaning 5 people can each gain 200 combat points. In a month, that's 5 people. In 2 months, 10 people. What about in a year? In 10 years? Undoubtedly, with this blue fruit spirit tree, his subordinates could effectively gain 200 combat points for free, a considerable boost. It must be said this is indeed a treasure. Delighted by the unexpected find of a precious tree, Xiang Yu scanned the surroundings, but found nothing else. He then took out the spirit capture tower, intending to absorb the spiritual veins of this high-level cave paradise, and place them in the Dragon King Hall. Capture the spiritual vein. Ding. This spiritual vein is a high-level spiritual vein. Do you wish to absorb it? Absorb. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiang Yu replied. The Dragon King Hall is definitely a valuable asset, but it's a pity that when he chose to descend into the Dragon King Hall, he didn't consider the cave paradise, resulting in the surrounding spiritual energy concentration being lower than even that of a low-level cave paradise. However, that's no longer an issue. With the Spirit Capture Tower, he can completely create a top-tier cave paradise centered around the Dragon King Hall. Boom, boom, boom. As Xiang Yu's voice fell, the Spirit Capture Tower suddenly flew from his hand, hovering in midair, expanding and forming a massive suction force as spiritual energy gushed in, causing the entire mountain to tremble, waves of milky white spiritual energy flooding in. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling sound echoed as the ground suddenly cracked, and a milky white spiritual energy dragon emerged. Roar. The dragon's roar resonated as it struggled briefly before soaring into the Spirit Capture Tower. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Spirit Capture Tower trembled slightly before instantly returning to Xiang Yu's hand. Ding. High-level spiritual vein absorption successful. This month's Spirit Capture Tower still has 2 absorption opportunities. The high-level spiritual vein was absorbed by the Spirit Capture Tower, and Xiang Yu could immediately feel the concentration of spiritual energy around him rapidly dissipating. Let's go. Having absorbed the high-level spiritual vein, Xiang Yu was very pleased, and then he chopped down the blue fruit spirit tree, bringing back the remaining corpses of the earth bears in grand fashion. Passing by the forest where Xiao Jin had been earlier, he collected the intermediate spiritual vein, as well returning to the Dragon King Hall with a bountiful harvest. After returning to the Dragon King Hall, Xiang Yu directly merged the high-level and intermediate spiritual veins from the Spirit Capture Tower with the intermediate spiritual vein reward from the destruction of the Peach Garden, then released them centered around the Dragon King Hall. In an instant, the spiritual energy around the Dragon King Hall surged dramatically. Ding! The current spiritual energy level of the Dragon King's Hall is at the Advanced Cave Paradise level, with the central area able to enhance combat power by 77 points every 30 days without limitations. Huh, not bad, not bad. Hearing that one could enhance combat power by 77 points in 30 days at the Dragon King's Hall, Xiang Yu felt quite satisfied. After all, a normal Advanced Cave Paradise only offered 60 points of combat power, and achieving a monthly boost of 77 points after 2 enhancements from Intermediate Cave Paradises was already quite impressive. Boss, can we eat the roasted bear paws now? Xiang Yu waved his hand, and instantly, the massive Saint-level Earth Song Bear King appeared in the giant square of the dragon. Soon, with the help of Ranmin, Guan Yu, and others, several barbecue racks were set up, and pieces of Saint-level bear meat were under the barbecue racks. Fierce flames roared with pieces of bear meat skewered on branches accompanied by various auxiliaries. Before long, the bear meat sizzled and crackled over the flames with drops of hot oil slowly sliding down the luscious meat, intoxicating the senses as a rich aroma filled the air. So fragrant. Hurry up, I want to eat. Under Xiao Jin's urging, the freshly roasted Saint-level meat bursting with rich aroma was soon ready. Immediately, everyone couldn't wait to dig in. Xiang Yu did not hesitate either. He took a piece and began to eat heartily, eagerly anticipating how much combat power the Saint-level beast meat would enhance. Hiss! The meat was golden and shiny with a slightly spicy, yet savory flavor, not greasy or gamey. The tender, delicious, and elastic meat excited the taste buds. Ding! Consuming the meat of the Saint-level Earth Song Bear King combat power 12. Ding! Consuming the meat of the Saint-level Earth Song Bear King combat power 10. Ding! Consuming the meat of the Saint-level Earth Song Bear King combat power 10. Ding! Eating the meat of the Saint-level Earth Song Bear King combat power 8. The system prompts kept chiming, and Xiang Yu's smile grew brighter as he quickly dealt with the bear meat. Ding! Consuming the meat of the Saint-level Earth Song Bear King combat power 1. Ding! Eating the meat of the Saint-level Earth Song Bear King combat power 1. Hearing the system prompts that only chimed occasionally in his ears, Xiang Yu realized that his body had grown insensitive to the meat of the Saint-level beast. He rubbed his bloated belly and opened his attribute panel. Name: Xiang Yu. Level: Peerless General Peak. Combat Power 1593. Reputation 52007200. Rising Fame. Many players admire you and wish to pledge allegiance to you. Weapon: Yuang Spear Divine. Level: Drum Gold Hammer Divine. Level: Mount 10,000 Miles of Clouds Divine Mount. Talent skills: 1. Critical Hit Crush. Each hit increases combat power by 50 points up to a maximum of 150 points. 2. Breaking Army. Combat power increases by 150 points when charging alone into the fray. 3. Khan's Wild Hunt. When attacking beasts with bow-type weapons, each arrow adds 60 combat power, stacking up to 300 points. 4. Hammer God. Combat power 200 when using hammer-type weapons. 5. Crush Attached. When using hammer-type weapons has a chance to activate, granting 100 combat power when activated. 6. Spear God. Combat power 200 when using spear-type weapons. 7. Overlord Spear Decision. Not cultivated. One must admit the Saint-level beasts truly provide a tremendous boost. After consuming over 1,000 pounds of the Earth Song Bear King's meat, his combat power skyrocketed from 1356 to the current 1593, an increase of 237 points equivalent to a rise of 23 points in his combat prowess. Huh, not bad. Seeing the change in his combat power, Xiang Yu was quite excited. Xiang Yu glanced at those around him, and soon a smile appeared on his face. Clearly, everyone who consumed the Saint-level beast meat had also experienced a surge in their combat power, roughly increasing by around 200 points, which was equivalent to a 20-point rise in their combat prowess. So delicious. Suddenly, Xiao Jin's childish voice intermittently reached Xiang Yu's ears, instantly capturing his attention. Xiao Jin was stuffing roasted meat into his mouth without pause, and his aura was steadily increasing at a consistent pace, seemingly showing no difference from when he first consumed the Saint-level beast meat. Xiang Yu frowned, as this did not seem to adhere to reason. Ding! Pet Golden Devouring Mouse consumed the meat of the Saint-level Earth Song Bear King, combat power 8. Ding! Pet Golden Devouring Mouse ate the meat of the Saint-level Earth Song Bear King, combat power 9. Seemingly sensing Xiang Yu's confusion, the system prompt rang out, leaving Xiang Yu stunned. Ding! Pet Golden Devouring Mouse ate the meat of the Saint-level Earth Song Bear King, combat power 8. The prompt kept ringing truly, leaving Xiang Yu in shock. His eyes quickly turned to Kair, and he saw that Kair had stopped eating the Earth Song Bear King meat, with her combat power skyrocketing from 1131 to 1301, an increase of nearly 200 points. However, it was evident that Xiao Jin was still eating wildly on his own, and his combat power continued to rise steadily. Could this be Xiao Jin's devouring divine ability? Suddenly, Xiang Yu's eyes lit up as he recalled the description of Xiao Jin's devouring divine ability, which allows the consumption of beasts of any level to absorb energy essence and rapidly enhance strength. If it could keep enhancing, wouldn't that be two against the heavens? Seemingly realizing a certain possibility, Xiang Yu was instantly astonished. If it could keep enhancing, wouldn't the little mouse's combat power rapidly break through to the saint level? Break through the divine level. Xiao Jin, can you keep eating at the saint level? Xiang Yu eagerly asked Xiao Jin. Undoubtedly, if Xiao Jin could rapidly reach the saint level, then he would have a saint level. No, I feel that this Earth Song Bear King can at most raise my strength to the high-tier emperor level. Xiao Jin paused for a moment and explained to Xiang Yu in a childish voice. Oh, so that's it, then go ahead and eat. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Xiang Yu felt a slight disappointment, but he quickly shook off that feeling. Xiao Jin's devouring divine ability was already incredibly against the heavens, and he should be content. Ding. The divine pet golden spirit devouring rat consumed the flesh of the saint-tier Earth Crimson Bear Sovereign. Combat power increased by 8. Ending. The divine pet golden spirit devouring rat devoured the flesh of the saint-tier Earth Crimson Bear Sovereign. Combat power increased by 9. Time flowed steadily onward, and the rat's combat power continued rising with each chime. Xiang Yu and his companions ceased all other tasks, focusing solely on roasting meat for Xiao Jin. As dusk descended, the western sun blazed crimson across half the sky, painting the heavens in radiant twilight hues. Xiang Yu finally paused his hands. His time in the real world was drawing to a close. He must return to Far Expedition. His gaze instinctively settled upon Xiao Jin, whose aura surged with overwhelming might, and a spark of anticipation flickered in his eyes. N-name Golden Spirit Devouring Rat Divine Beast, N status sealed. Classification Beast type and current rank Emperor-tier, mid-level in combat, power 1523 and innate skills, not. Seeing Xiao Jin's combat power surge from 1213 to 1523, Xiang Yu muttered an expletive under his breath. Damn. His power had skyrocketed by a staggering 310 points, yet he had only just reached the mid-tier of Emperor rank, and was still ascending. Truly comparing oneself to others is enough to drive one mad, he mused wryly. No matter. After all, he is my junior brother. Even if he grows stronger, I remain the elder brother, the undisputed leader. Xiang Yu consoled himself thus. Yet when he beheld the saint-tier Earth Crimson Bear Sovereign, half consumed, he winced inwardly. Damn it, this was a saint-tier demonic beast. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu carved off 5,000 gene of the remaining flesh and stored it within his supreme ring, a reserve for future elite recruits, and what remained would suffice for Xiao Jin's ascension to Emperor-tier high level. Having completed these preparations, Xiang Yu entrusted Xiao Jin and Kai'er with final instructions before returning to Far Expedition. As for Guan Yu, Ran Min, and the others, he left them all within the Dragon Sovereign Hall, whose spiritual energy density matched that of a supreme celestial sanctuary, enabling a daily combat power gain of 2 points. Moreover, it served perfectly as a roasting ground for Xiao Jin. A flash of luminous radiance enveloped him, and Xiang Yu reappeared within Far Expedition. Back in the mayor's office of Nirvana Town, a faint smile curved his lips as he reflected upon this expedition's bountiful harvest. Indeed, his gains had been extraordinary, taming the divine beast Xiao Jin, acquiring the Spirit Absorption Pagoda and the Nuwa Sky Mending Stone, slaying the Saint-tier Earth Crimson Bear Sovereign, and earning a Saint-tier secret manual and amassing 5,200 reputation points, enough for 5 lottery draws. First, Xiang Yu withdrew the Nuwa Sky Mending Stone, its surface shimmering with iridescent light. His current artifacts included the Soul General card unique, the Hero's Pagoda unique, the Dragon Sovereign Hall unique, the Supreme Ring special, and the Spirit Absorption Pagoda. He had obtained the Nuwa Sky Mending Stone once before, but due to the Soul General card's unique nature, he had chosen to refine it instead. Yet the outcome had disappointed him. Though its capabilities had grown stronger, they diverged from his original expectations. Now, having acquired the Nuwa Sky Mending Stone, a new Xiang Yu hesitated no longer. He immediately selected refinement for the Platinum-tier Village Establishment Edict. The Platinum-tier Village Establishment Edict occupied the second tier among such edicts, its powers formidable indeed. It elevated the innate aptitude of locally recruited NPCs by 1 grade. S-tier talent became SS tier, peerless tier rose to transcendent tier, an enhancement of unparalleled magnitude. Moreover, it granted access to military barracks, a significant strategic advantage. Would refining it transform the Platinum-tier Edict into a Divine-tier Edict? For a player like Xiang Yu, whose ambition was nothing less than founding an unparalleled celestial dynasty, such advancement would prove invaluable. Clutching the iridescent Nuwa Sky Mending Stone, Xiang Yu strode directly to the central stele at the heart of Nirvana Town, and refined the Platinum-tier Village Establishment Edict. And hum. The moment his words faded, the stone erupted in 7-hued radiance, enveloping the central stele completely, until every trace of light vanished within its ancient stone. Ding! Congratulations, player Xiang Yu. The Platinum-tier Village Establishment Edict has been successfully refined. And suddenly the system spirit's announcement rang out, startling Xiang Yu into silence, followed swiftly by a chilling premonition. It had not ascended. And indeed, had the refinement succeeded, the system spirit would surely have issued a far more celebratory notification, and almost certainly accompanied it with rewards. Yet none appeared. Xiang Yu instantly opened Nirvana Town's attribute panel. Town name Nirvana Town, the supreme town of the realm, universally acknowledged, enhancing attraction toward displaced civilians and ranked townier, temporarily unupgradable in current population, 145683. In public, morale, 87 in public order, 83 in tax rate, 10 applies exclusively to players. 10 of all monster slaying yields within the territory are automatically levied in special attributes. 1. All NPC recruitment aptitudes within the territory are elevated by 1 grade. 2. Aptitude distribution among displaced civilians and newly spawned refugees has been dramatically enhanced. Tier increased to 20 tier, to 10 tier, to 1 tier to 0. 1. SS tier increased to 0. 0. 1. Town area 100 square kilometers in territory area 1 square kilometers in existing structures, town general store, town tailor shop, town blacksmith forge. In resources available, not disclosed. Resources required for upgrade, not disclosed. Military forces 5th tier soldiers, 53466 6th tier soldiers, 13607 7th tier soldiers, 63243 8th tier soldiers, 23609 9th tier soldiers, 236 3rd tier historical generals, 893 2nd tier historical generals, 203 peerless tier historical generals, 2 transcendent tier historical generals, 6. Damn. In gazing upon Nirvana Town's special attributes, Xiang Yu's heart erupted with elation, astonishment surging through him, while his earlier disappointment over the failed ascension evaporated entirely. For the probability of recruiting high-aptitude talents had soared dramatically. NPC aptitudes were ranked across 9 tiers SSSSS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Among these, C and tier talents were most common, comprising roughly 80 of all recruits, while tier accounted for only 0. 1 a tier for 9, tier for 9 a tier for 0. 1 tier for 0. 001 S tier for 0. 00001 INSS tier for a mere 0. 0000001. Tier constituted 40 of the population. Tier 9, a tier 0. 1 tier 0. 001 S tier 0. 00001 and SS tier, a vanishingly rare 0. 0000001. 0. 0000001. Tier talent accounted for 40%. Tier 9% a tier 1 in 1,000 tier 1 in 100,000 S tier 1 in 10 million and SS tier 1 in 1 billion. Previously, after applying Nirvana Town's special attribute bonus, newly recruited talents comprised 40% tier 9% a tier and 1 in 1,000 tier. From the refugee camp's daily influx of 2,000 recruits, approximately 800 possessed tier 30-year aptitude, 180 held a tier 2nd-year aptitude, and 2 attained tier 1st-year aptitude. But now everything had changed. The town's special attributes had reshaped those odds. Refugee camp and spontaneously generated refugee aptitudes had undergone dramatic enhancement. Tier rose to 20 tier, to 10 tier, to 1 tier to 0. 1. SS tier rose to 0. 01. This recalibrated probability, combined with the 1 grade aptitude boost, meant that among the 2,000 daily recruits emerging from the refugee camp, 400 would possess a tier, a 2nd-year 8th rank aptitude, 200 tier 1st year 9th rank, 20 S tier peerless tier 10th rank, and 2 SS tier transcendent tier 11th rank. Xiang Yu thrilled. Yet this accounted only for refugee camp recruits. Those drawn directly from the territory were not yet included. With this, his elite 10th rank Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry could finally be deployed. Some might object. The 10th rank Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry requires transcendent tier SSS recruits, and the camp yields merely 2 or 3 such elites per day. At this rate, amassing 8,000 will take centuries. Yet Xiang Yu would only smile and reply, that logic overlooks a player's ultimate advantage, the flesh of demonic. 7th rank soldiers, after consuming several hundred gene of imperator demonic beast flesh, could ascend to 8th rank combat power. Ingesting comparable quantities of sovereign demonic beast flesh could elevate them to 9th rank strength. Previously, Xiang Yu had relentlessly hunted sovereign demonic beasts surrounding the Dragon Sovereign Hall, transforming his original 25,000 7th rank soldiers into 23,600 elite 8th rank troops. Yet without sovereignty or flesh, few 9th rank Ironblood soldiers had emerged. Now, however, everything had changed. He possessed vast reserves of sovereign Earth Crimson Bear flesh, 11 full carcasses, more than sufficient for lavish expenditure. Recall sovereign demonic beasts equaled transcendent historical generals, or 11th rank soldiers. The Emperor beasts matched 9th rank soldiers. 7th rank soldiers fed hundreds of gene of Emperor demonic beast flesh ascended to 8th rank strength, fed sovereign flesh, they surged to 9th rank prowess. Likewise, 8th rank soldiers fed Emperor flesh advanced to 9th rank strength, and those fed sovereign flesh could ascend to 10th rank might. 9th rank soldiers too could consume sovereign demonic beast flesh to attain 10th rank combat power. And following the Nuwa Sky Mending Stone's refinement, the refugee camp alone now yielded 200 tier 1st year 9th rank, 20 S tier peerless tier 10th rank, and 2 SS tier transcendent tier 11th rank recruits. 222 in total. All 222 could, through sovereign demonic beast flesh, break through to 11th rank soldier status, and then undergo transformation within the 11th rank Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry barracks, emerging as elite 11th rank Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry. Thus, his Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry would at last enter the battlefield, peerless heavy cavalry rivaling even the legendary Hegeman Iron Cavalry. And this Nuwa Sky Mending Stone proves well worth its price. and within the mayor's office Xiang Yu burst into unrivaled. On the battlefield, individual prowess remained inherently limited, yet 11th rank elite units reigned supreme. A transcendent general required not only unmatched personal martial might, but also a swift, unstoppable host. Only then could legend be forged and immortal renown secured. Having concluded all prior matters, Xiang Yu finally turned his attention to his reputation stat. Long accumulated, it now stood at 5,200. 5,200 reputation points represented no trivial sum. It entitled him to draw again for historical. With the Spirit Absorption Pagoda now present, the Dragon Sovereign Hall's spiritual energy density had risen to that of a supreme celestial sanctuary. Deploying his subordinates there sooner meant faster cultivation and greater strategic advantage. Xiang Yu withdrew the azure-hued Soul General card. Looking at the blue-hued Jianghan card, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. He was not from Blue Star, but from that azure planet. Xiang Yu was unclear about the true meaning of his struggle. In his past life, 3 years of desperate struggle were meant for survival, yet in the end, he still perished. In this life, things started off impressively without the need to struggle for survival, yet he found himself seemingly busy all the time. For what purpose? Was it to conquer the world? Was it to become a savior? Was it to possess invincible strength and annihilate heaven? No, none of these were his pursuits. Looking at the blue card in his hand, Xiang Yu's gaze gradually became resolute. He realized what he truly wanted. Taking out the Jianghan card. Ding. Detected 5,200 points of prestige. Do you wish to burn prestige to summon historical generals? Burn 1,000. Xiang Yu said expressionlessly. He was no longer the ecstatic version of himself from his past life upon seeing historical generals. Ding. Burning 1,000 prestige. Do you wish to summon? Summon. The blue card instantly transformed into a large blue roulette inscribed with 9 segments labeled Ancient Preaching Qinhan, 2 Jin Sui Tang, 5 Dynasties Songming, and 9 heads appeared in an instant. Yuchi Lu Junyi King of Heaven, Chao Gai White Robe, Chen Xingji Cold-Faced Cold Gun, Xiao Luoqing Guardian, Qin Xiong Guardian, Wei Qigong Western Shu, Overlord Xiang Yu Champion General, Huo Qubing Loyal and Faithful Yu Fei. Suddenly the previously expressionless Xiang Yu's spirit jolted, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at the domineering and arrogant heads and the names below. The Western Shu, Overlord Xiang Yu has appeared. Xiang Yu's spirit surged. This was indeed a remarkable figure. Xiang Yu 232 BC 202 BC, whose name was Ji Courtesy name Yu, hailed from Xiaxiang at the end of the Qin dynasty, present-day Suqian Jiangsu. He was a renowned general and the grandson of the famous Chu general Xiang Yan, considered one of the strongest generals in Chinese history, praised by ancient people as divine courage unparalleled through the ages. Of course, Xiang Yu was not merely unrivaled in strength. As a military commander, he adeptly maximized the combat capabilities of his troops. In battle, Xiang Yu often achieved victory despite being outnumbered. In the Battle of Jiulu, he led 8,000 Jiangdong Yus to a decisive victory against a Qin army multiple times their size, capturing the enemy general, Wang Li, grandson of Wang Jian. In the Battle of Pengqing, Xiang Yu's 30,000 troops fought against Liu Bang's coalition of 500,000, forcing Liu Bang to flee in panic. During Xiang Yu's campaign against Qi, he struck swiftly, nearly annihilating the state of Qi. Even in the final moments of battle, when Liu Bang pursued Xiang Yu counterattacked, and Liu Bang suffered a crushing defeat, until the war sage Han Xian led 60,000 troops to assist Liu Bang, vastly outnumbering Xiang Yu's forces, surrounding Xiang Yu's Chu army from all sides at Gaixia. Moreover, forcing the Han soldiers to sing Chu songs was hardly significant. It was simply Yuji's suicide that left Xiang Yu utterly despondent. Yuji's death was the last straw for Xiang Yu. Had she not died, Xiang Yu would not have fallen. Concerned that she would burden Xiang Yu, Yuji took her own life to allow him to strive for the world. At that moment, however, Xiang Yu's heart died, it shattered. Though Liu Bang and Han Xian destroyed most of the Chu army's power, several 100,000 troops remained to Xiang Yu, as if there was no one left. This was the bravery of the Overlord. It was not that the Overlord lacked courage, but rather that his spirit had perished. Thus, to be more precise, Western Shu, Overlord Xiang Yu, renowned General Xiang Yu, passionate Xiang Yu, Emperor Xiang Yu. Later generations even penned poetry. One should be a hero in life and a ghostly hero in death. To this day, thinking of Xiang Yu, he will not cross the Yangtze River east. Xiang Yu looked at the portrait of the Western Shu, Overlord, his eyes filled only with excitement. After all, they shared the same surname, and Xiang Yu held a deep admiration for the Western Shu, Overlord Xiang Yu. Suppressing his inner joy, Xiang Yu looked at the others, his smile growing even brighter. The loyal Yu Fei and the champion General Huo Qubing were also remarkable figures. Yu Fei, a renowned military strategist and general in history, was the foremost of the 4 generals who revived the Southern Song dynasty. He was the most outstanding commander of the Southern Song, leading the Yu army in hundreds of battles against the Jin army over more than a decade, achieving resounding victories and holding the position of minister and general. After his death, he was posthumously honored as Wu Mu and later as Zhong Wu and granted the title of King of Yi. Undoubtedly, he was also a remarkable figure. However, what excited Xiang Yu the most was the special Tier 10 unit, the Beiwei army. As for Huo Qubing, he was no less impressive than Yu Fei. Huo Qubing was a famous general of the Western Han dynasty who held the position of Grand General and was granted the title of Champion General. He was the nephew of the famed General Wei Qing. Skilled in horseback archery, he was flexible in warfare, emphasizing strategy unconstrained by ancient methods, and was bold and decisive, excelling in long-distance raids, blitzkrieg, and large-scale encirclements. In his first campaign, he led 800 elite cavalry deep into enemy territory, causing the Xiongnu soldiers to scatter in panic. Moreover, in the two battles of Huo Qubing achieved great victories against the Xiongnu, capturing the Xiongnu's golden figure for sacrifices and headed straight for the Chilean mountains. In the battle in the northern desert, Huo Qubing directly sealed the Wolf Mountain, returning victorious, earning the timeless reputation of Huobiaoqi. Of course, Huo Qubing also possessed the Tier 10 unit, the Breaking Slave Guard, which Xiongnu longed for. Thus, with these three remarkable figures, regardless of which one he summoned, Xiongnu would be highly satisfied. The roulette lit up with a red glow as the 9 heads swiftly flickered back and forth, initiating the summons. Xiongnu's gaze was fixed on the roulette, watching intently. Undoubtedly, the appearance of the Western Chu Overlord Xiongnu during this summon added a layer of tension and anticipation to his previously calm mood. The red light spun rapidly, gradually forming afterimages, and under Xiongnu's watchful eyes it slowly decelerated and began to rotate slowly. Xiongnu's eyes followed the red light's movements back and forth. Suddenly the speed of the red light sharply decreased and moved forward slowly. Holy cow! Could it be that I will really summon the Western Chu Overlord Xiongnu? Watching the sluggish red light and the portrait of the Western Chu Overlord Xiongnu in front of it, an exhilarating feeling surged within him. Indeed, he did not disappoint Xiongnu. His premonition was accurate. The red light came to a leisurely stop on a face full of dominance, a visage brimming with arrogance and unyielding spirit. Holy cow! Did I really summon the Overlord? Looking at the red light stopping on the portrait of the Western Chu Overlord Xiongnu was instantly bewildered. He summoned the one who sang the heroic Cunxiao song with strength to lift mountains and a spirit that overshadows the world. When the time is unfavorable, the steed does not run. When the steed does not run, what can be done? What can be done? He summoned the one considered the strongest, unparalleled general in Chinese history, praised by ancient people as divine courage unparalleled through the ages, the Western Chu Overlord Xiongnu. Ding! Summoned Western Chu Overlord Xiongnu. Do you wish to merge, subdue, or summon him? Suddenly the voice of the system's sprite rang out, instantly snapping Xiongnu from his daze. Holy cow! Did I really summon the Overlord Xiongnu? After the bewilderment, Xiongnu was instantly overwhelmed. What the hell? Did I really draw the legendary Xiongnu? After a moment of confusion, Xiongnu was instantly overwhelmed with joy. How surprising was that? The most powerful and imposing man in history seemed to be beckoning to him, and it appeared that as long as he agreed, he could summon him immediately to become his subordinate. Ding! You have drawn the Western Chu Overlord Xiongnu. Do you wish to merge, capture, or summon him? The voice of the system sprite echoed, causing Xiongnu to suppress his inner excitement. He needed to make a choice, yet he did not choose immediately. Help me pull up Xiongnu's attribute panel. Undoubtedly, Xiongnu wanted to see what kind of luxurious attributes this most powerful man in history possessed. Name: Xiongnu, Western Chu Overlord, level peerless, general, command 100, strength 120, intelligence 73, politics 80, talent skills 1, grass cutter, easily suppresses generals and soldiers with a strength value below 80, is sweeping them away. 2. Elite cavalry, when commanding cavalry forces, increases the entire army's strength by 5 and his own strength by 3. 3. Resolve of the trapped troops, passive, when the number of allied soldiers is less than that of the enemy, command 3, entire army strength 5, his own strength 5. 4. Breaking the army, increases strength by 15 when charging alone into the ranks. 5. Invincible for generals with a combat strength below 100, when 1 is added, strength increases by 5 up to a maximum of 20 points. 6. Gun god, strength 20 when using a spear as a weapon. 7. Halberd god, strength 20 when using a halberd. 8. Unmatched, strength 5 for a single hit up to a maximum increase of 20 points. 9. The Overlord's farewell to the concubine, when Yuchi is in Xiongnu's army, Xiongnu's momentum greatly increases, command 3, his own strength 5. 10. The Overlord's world-shaking courage, sealed when achieving victory through his own accomplishments, strength 30. 11. The Overlord's world-shaking dominance, sealed when achieving kingship through his accomplishments, strength 30, in battle. Note: the gun god and halberd god effects cannot both be activated. What the hell? This enhancement for Xiongnu is too powerful. Xiongnu was instantly shocked. Looking at the attribute list of the Western Chu Overlord, left utterly speechless. This enhancement was just too strong. He acknowledged that even with Guan Yu having the title of martial saint, the enhancements from his talent skills far exceeded Guan Yu's historical combat power. Now another one appeared. Moreover, the Western Chu Overlord seemed to be not inferior to Guan Yu at all. Xiongnu suddenly felt uneasy, especially when he saw the Overlord's world-shaking courage and world-shaking dominance talent skills. He thought of Guan Yu's 3 great talent skills: martial saints, might, loyalty, and righteousness. Undoubtedly these two had similarities, yet it frustrated Xiongnu that both Guan Yu and Xiongnu had such powerful moves while Xiongnu did not. Xiongnu had merged with Li Yuanba, who was also a formidable figure. Why didn't he have such skills? System sprite: why doesn't Li Yuanba have a powerful move like Guan Yu and Xiongnu? It seemed Li Yuanba was no less than the Western Chu Overlord, right? Xiongnu directly voiced his doubts. If the system sprite and the will of Blue Star had overlooked something, he wouldn't mind adding it now. But the result was bound to disappoint him. Ding! The system informed player Zhang Yu that the Western Shu overlord Zhang Yu is a man who fully embodies the words courage and domination. With these two qualities, he could stand toe-to-toe with the war immortal Han Xian, who brought the word command to its peak, leaving a lasting legacy throughout history. Ding! The system informed player Zhang Yu that Marshal Saint Guan Yu holds a title that is renowned alongside that of Confucius, admired by thousands in later generations, embodying loyalty and righteousness with a well-documented legacy. Ding! The system informed player Zhang Yu that Li Yuanba is the greatest hero in the world, the foremost among the 18 heroes of Sui and Tang. However, he merely dominated the world and made no special contributions, thus receiving no unique enhancements. Upon hearing the three prompts from the system sprite, Zhang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be said like this? But thinking back, it was indeed true. Aside from using a heavy hammer to smash people and angrily cursing at the heavens, Li Yuanba seemingly had no other fame. Ding! You have drawn the Western Shu overlord Zhang Yu. Do you wish to merge, capture, or summon? The urging voice sounded again suddenly, making Zhang Yu no longer entangled with the fact that Li Yuanba lacked the impressive moves of Zhang Yu and Guan Yu. Instead, he began to struggle with how to face the Western Shu overlord. Should he merge, capture, or summon? The first option of merging was instantly passed by Zhang Yu. Merging was impossible. It could never happen in this lifetime. Not to mention that his current strength was definitely superior to Zhang Yu's. He wouldn't erase the legendary war god of China just for those two skills. Because that was faith, Zhang Yu was a passionate person. Hearing the title Overlord made him yearn for it, as well, thus making it even more important. This Overlord was his childhood idol. Of course, as long as he could bring the Overlord under his command, he would still have a powerful subordinate, and he would feel a greater sense of achievement. What did an increase of 60 strength points mean? As time passed, Zhang Yu encountered holy level and divine level demon beasts. These 60 strength points, converted to 600 combat power, were merely the result of one of their skills. Zhang Yu didn't care, it was just 600 combat power. In the future, as he merged more and more various famous generals, collecting their talent skills to himself, was he really worried about not having enough? Thus, with the merging option eliminated, only the options to summon and capture remained. Summoning would directly bring the Overlord out, just like Guan Sheng Ran Min and Cheng Yaojin, and once their loyalty reached 100%, they would become his powerful subordinates. However, it seemed that the Overlord's troops and Yuchi would not be present. In contrast, capturing was different. It involved entering a dungeon to complete missions. By completing tasks within the dungeon, he could capture some historical generals from that era. As long as their loyalty reached maximum value, he could bring them out along with their troops, the Overlord's Iron Cavalry. What is the capture task for the Western Shu Overlord? And what are the consequences if I fail? Ultimately, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and asked, as he did not want to give up the Overlord's Iron Cavalry. After all, it was a tier 10 troop type. Ding! The destiny task for the Western Shu Overlord Zhang Yu: the deadly battle. Surrounded by enemies and ambushed from all sides, complete the impossible task without facing defeat and ensure Yuchi survives. Failure of the task will only result in the option to summon. The voice of the system's sprite sounded again. What the hell? It's actually a deadly battle. Damn it, doesn't that mean a hellish difficulty? Upon hearing about the Western Shu Overlord's destiny task, Zhang Yu became immediately unsettled. The deadly battle ambushed on all sides, a desperate situation. This was absolutely a deadlock. Han's inside had more than 600,000 troops, almost 70,000, while the Western Shu Overlord had merely around 100,000. Before the battle, damn it, I'll accept it. If I can't complete it in the end, I can still summon Zhang Yu. Not accepting would be foolish. Can I delay entering the dungeon until later to prepare first? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. Indeed, he wasn't without hope of success. The main world expedition had expanded tenfold with immense war potential. Just his underlings at Yanmen Pass could muster 300,000 troops. One could imagine he had a great chance. Ding! You can delay, but you must enter within 15 days, otherwise the mission will be considered a failure and changed to a summon. Haha, great. Han Xian, we can have a contest now. Upon hearing the system sprite's words, Zhang Yu instantly laughed, a surge of heroism rising within him. Could Zhang Yu achieve what the Western Shu Overlord could not? The ability to draw the Western Shu Overlord Zhang Yu was undoubtedly beyond Zhang Yu's expectations. Meanwhile, the opponent's divine mission was set to hellish difficulty. Just imagine, with the enemy's forces nearly 700,000 strong, while his own army barely reached 100,000, how could they combat the morale of the Chu army encircled on all sides? Undoubtedly, this was a hellish scenario. However, for Zhang Yu, there was still a glimmer of hope, as he could bring people into the end. With such immense potential for war in the main world, why fear that small Qin dynasty plane? Even if the opponent had a greater number of troops, did Zhang Yu not have fierce generals under his command? Did Zhang Yu lack fierce generals? Not at all. The martial king Ran Min, the martial saint Guan Yu, the purple-faced king Xiong Kuai, the blade-wielding Guan Sheng, the third hero of the Sui dynasty, Pei Yuanqing, the fierce warrior Zhang Fei, the young Zhang Liao, and the chaotic demon Cheng Yaojin. Most of these individuals were fierce generals, and after consuming the flesh of imperial and sacred beasts, their combat strength surged, with at least a 30-point increase in power, making them capable of breaking through the ranks of the extraordinary. Did Xiang Yu not have a large army? Of course he did. He had 300,000 troops in training in the 7th tier Yinmin army, along with 13,000 6th tier soldiers from Nirvana Town, 63,000 7th tier soldiers, and 23,000 8th tier soldiers. Excluding the 6th tier soldiers, he had nearly 100,000 troops in Nirvana Town, totaling around 100,000. Was he afraid? Not at all, certainly not. He clearly remembered the 5th characteristic of the soul card. It could burn reputation to bring troops into the instance world, with 100 reputation allowing for the transport of 20,000 ordinary soldiers or 2,000 elite soldiers. Before he drew historical generals, he had a total of 5,200 reputation points. After drawing, he had 4,200 left, meaning he could burn all his reputation and bring a total of 840,000 troops into the instance. In such a situation, did Xiang Yu still fear the enemy? Therefore, the urgent task was to enhance the strength of his soul. He did not want to lead a group of ordinary soldiers to a bloody fight against the enemy, as that would be a loss in itself. Oh, after all, he was merely a cavalry officer now. What would happen after the bloodshed? He still wanted to participate in the Yellow Turban Rebellion to gain greater benefits. Thus, Xiang Yu decided to vigorously train the soldiers of Nirvana Town, using beast meat to enhance their strength. Why not train the soldiers of Yinmin Pass? Although the soldiers of Yinmin Pass nominally belonged to him, there were inherent risks. While the Han court was still intact, it was simply more convenient to use the soldiers from his own Nirvana Town. Therefore, he needed to vigorously train high-tier soldiers in Nirvana Town, especially the 9th tier soldiers and the 10th tier Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry, which were crucial to determining the battle's outcome. On that day, Xiang Yu released the 10th tier special unit, the Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry, and drove all 80,000 Mongolian horses from Nirvana Town into the camp, intending to train suitable war horses for the Azure Dragon Cavalry. Although Yinmin Pass was located on the frontier and faced frequent incursions from foreign enemies, there was one advantage: it could conduct trade with minority ethnic groups, ensuring a steady supply of war horses. As time passed, the entire Han dynasty erupted into chaos. Zhang Jiao's establishment of the Taiping Dao led to a massive uprising with 2 million followers erupting all at once, catching the Eastern Han dynasty off guard, compounded by the corruption and incompetence of the Han court, where officials were in collusion, resulting in a chaotic court and slack local defenses. Moreover, the 200,000 Yellow Turban main forces, led by numerous historical generals, initiated the uprising. Though they were low-tier historical generals, they still had historical significance. Their presence, combined with the initial cohesion of the Yellow Turban faith, resulted in high morale among the Yellow Turban army, catching the Eastern Han dynasty completely unprepared. Wherever the Yellow Turban forces passed, they swept through like a tidal wave, defeating all in their path. Additionally, the Yellow Turban army possessed a unique skill that allowed them to forcibly convert the populace of conquered territories into Yellow Turban soldiers. Thus, the Yellow Turban army skyrocketed from initially several 100,000 to tens of millions in an instant, creating an overwhelming force that swiftly swept across the regions of Qing, Suyuji, Jingyang, Yin, and Yu. Moreover, the converted not only included locals, but also many players who were forcibly transformed into Yellow Turban soldiers, further increasing their numbers and strength. On February 16th, the Taiping sect launched uprisings across the 8 states along 36 routes, establishing 48 cities on that very day. On February 17th, the entire Qin kingdom in Yu province fell, and half of the Liang kingdom was conquered. On February 18th, the entire Jin county in Yinzhou fell. On February 19th, the entire Lin county in Qingzhou fell. On February 20th, the entire Jilu county in Jizhou fell. On February 20th, half of the Donghai, Shuhai, and Yu and Su provinces fell. By February 24th, all of Yu province had fallen except for Inchuan county. On February 24th, all of Nanyang county had fallen except for the capital city of Wancheng. The current situation could no longer be described as urgent. The countless people wrapped in yellow turbans rising against Zhang Jiao had reached nearly 100 million, with combat-ready troops numbering nearly 10 million. The bandit forces were overwhelming and the imperial army was faltering. The Han dynasty seemed to be on the brink of annihilation at any moment. Most of the wrapped individuals were not the true main forces of the Yellow Turban army, but merely refugees. At the brink of national demise, the Han dynasty could no longer afford to worry about resources. General He Jin petitioned Emperor Lu Hong to urgently issue decrees to recruit soldiers, prepare defenses against the Yellow Turban bandits, and allow local gentry to recruit volunteer armies to suppress the bandits. After the outbreak of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Eastern Han dynasty immediately dispatched the 3 generals of the late Han, Lu Zhizhu and Huang Fusang, each leading an army of 100,000 from the imperial capital Luoyang to suppress the Yellow Turban army. Huang Fusang led his elite forces of 100,000 to exterminate Zhang Jiao's 3 brothers, who commanded nearly 400,000 elite Yellow Turban soldiers in Jizhou, while Lu Ji headed to the Central Plains with his elite forces to eradicate the Yellow Turban presence in Yinzhou, and Zhu Jun marched to Yu province with his elite troops. In a moment, the entire Han dynasty was reduced to scorched earth, filled with cries of slaughter, where families were torn apart. Not only the natives, but even players were swept along with the sight of individuals wearing yellow turbans everywhere. Watching the chaos of the Han dynasty, Xiang Yu remained calm, for Yinmen, being located on the frontier, was a harsh land where the Yellow Turban army could not reach. He only needed to focus on gradual development. In the early stages, the Yellow Turban Army appeared overwhelmingly powerful, as if they were cheating, killing gods and Buddhas alike, sweeping everything and leaving no survivors across the Han Dynasty. At this time, to venture out would be foolish. He only needed to develop quietly and wait for the Han court and the Yellow Turban Army to clash. When the time was right, he would then step in to clean up the aftermath. Of course, after the outbreak of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Xiang Yu did not emerge empty-handed. As he grew stronger, slaying imperial-level beasts, exterminating sacred-level beasts, and capturing divine pets, the announcement of his 400,000 troops rang out repeatedly. After the outbreak of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, players flocked to Yanmen Pass to seek his support. Within a mere 10 days, nearly 8 million players flocked to Yemen, resulting in an unprecedented surge in its population and prosperity. Of course, the arrival of so many players was immensely beneficial for Xiang Yu, as it signified a formidable potential. Players are still human. In Expedition, they are just as human as those in reality, experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness without any difference. Naturally, compared to the local residents of Expedition, players might be more scheming. However, it is undeniable that after experiencing the rampage of the alien beasts from Blue Star, players cherish the hard-won peace even more in their hearts, especially those who came to Yanmen during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, who primarily seek to live peacefully. With complex emotions, the cunning players would not foolishly choose to oppose the incredibly powerful Xiang Yu, which would mean being bound. Any attempts to play tricks would mean going against him. Could there be such fools to travel all the way to Yanmen just to oppose Xiang Yu? Xiang Yu did not hesitate. He directly brought all these players to his territory in Mai County, personally discussing arrangements with the county magistrate, ensuring they were settled, and dispatched his top-tier officials Zhang Yun along with lower-tier civil servants cultivated in Nirvana Town. Finally, he introduced an otherworldly super crop, sweet potatoes, for them to cultivate. As chaos ensued, food would undoubtedly become even more crucial, and Expedition had expanded tenfold, with land being the least of concerns. Moreover, to prevent these players from harboring ill intentions, Xiang Yu stationed his 100,000 7th-tier Yanmen army around the 8 million players for precaution. Should there be even a slight sign of disloyalty, Xiang Yu would not hesitate to exercise ruthless suppression. As time passed, day by day, everything developed steadily. With the optimization of the territory by the Nuwa stones, and following the changes in Nirvana Town's special attributes, the mode of mass troop production was fully activated. A large quantity of imperial-grade beast meat was brought into the barracks, and one after another highly gifted refugees entered the barracks, subsequently being transferred to the 10th-tier Special Songlong Iron Cavalry camp. Time flowed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Xiang Yu had summoned the great General Xiang Yu from the west, Chu, using the General Soul card. On this day, the vast barracks of Nirvana Town were shrouded in darkness, gathering nearly 150,000 troops, with generals standing tall. Xiang Yu stood atop the tall command platform, gazing down at the endless sea of soldiers below, a glimmer of satisfaction and pride flashing in his eyes. In just half a month, under his frenzied supply of imperial-grade and royal-grade beast meat, the advanced combat power of Nirvana Town surged dramatically. Army composition: 8th-tier soldiers 70243, 9th-tier soldiers 600, 10th-tier soldiers 15236, 10th-tier Songlong Iron Cavalry 300. Nirvana Town's elite combat power includes 780 8th-tier elite soldiers, 600 iron-blooded warriors, 1500 10th-tier battle-hardened soldiers, and 300 10th-tier armored Songlong Cavalry, like the god of death. 5 unparalleled generals: warriors Saint Guan Yu, purple-faced heavenly king Xiong Kuai, blade-wielding Guan Shui Dynasty's third hero Pei Yuanqing, and the fierce warrior Zhang Fei. Indeed, these are the individuals Xiang Yu intends to take into the Qinhan dungeon. Xiang Yu did not bring along the War King Ranmin, nor did he include the 300,000 soldiers from Yanmen Pass. This is because he needs Ranmin to guard Yanmen with his soldiers. As the central plains were thrown into chaos by the Yellow Turban Army, the foreign tribes grew restless, with recent news indicating that the Xiongnu Xianbei and Wuhuan had begun to gather their armies, seemingly poised for invasion at any moment. Thus, leaving behind the ruthless slayer of foreign tribes, the merciless emperor made Xiang Yu feel more at ease. Furthermore, with the assistance of the young Zhang Liao, he should face no issues. He could confidently undertake large-scale battles in the Qinhan dungeon. It is not about the number of troops, but their quality. 150,000 elite troops combined with 5 unparalleled generals is sufficient for Xiang Yu. Ding. Our player Xiang Yu's preparations complete to venture into the dungeon realm and complete the fateful mission of the West. Choose Overlord Xiang Yu, the deadly battle. Amidst the cries of despair, to reverse fate, remain undefeated, and ensure the survival of Yuchi. The notification from the system sprite rang out, causing Xiang Yu to take a deep breath. He understood the challenges that lay ahead, yet he was ready. Proceed to the dungeon, Xiang Yu declared resolutely. Ding. To carry 14,600 regular soldiers requires burning 730 reputation points, while 3,000 10th-tier special troops of Songlong Cavalry require burning 150 reputation points, totaling 880 reputation points. Would you like to burn them? The system sprite's notification sounded again, prompting Xiang Yu to take another deep breath. Burn. Ding. Ding. Implanting identity. Ding. The current fateful mission is to win the heart of the West Choose Overlord Xiang Yu. Thus, the host has two choices. One is to possess the West Choose Overlord Xiang Yu and utilize his true combat strength. The other is to possess Xiang Yu and utilize all of his combat strength. Haha, is that so? Upon hearing the system sprite's notification, Xiang Yu immediately laughed, exuding an air of grandeur and arrogance. Had it been in his previous life, he might have unhesitatingly chosen to possess the West Choose Overlord Xiang Yu and wield his immense strength. But now Xiang Yu himself seemed to be no less than the West Choose Overlord, and he was confident he was even stronger. Use my own strength, Xiang Yu declared without hesitation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Xiang Yu's words fell, a flash of white light enveloped him, causing him to instinctively close his eyes. After a dizzying spin, Xiang Yu opened his eyes to find the environment around him had changed. He was sitting in an incredibly spacious tent seated upon a throne. Have I arrived in the Qinhan realm? Looking at the bronze vessels around him and the massive spear radiating a chilling light standing within the tent, Xiang Yu immediately recognized he was indeed in the Qinhan realm. Ding. Alerting player Xiang Yu, you have now possessed the West Choose Overlord Xiang Yu and can utilize your full Ding. Alerting player Xiang Yu, all of your subordinates are placed in the Chu army camp and the Chu army regards your subordinate. Ding. Alerting player Xiang Yu, complete the fateful mission of the West Choose Overlord Xiang Yu, the deadly battle. The maximum time is half a year with the time flow rate set. The ratio of the dungeon world to the three kingdoms is 301. Suddenly the system sprite's voice rang out repeatedly. This delighted Xiang Yu, as half a year would definitely allow him to accomplish many things, and with a 301 time ratio, even if he stayed in the Qinhan realm for half a year, only 6 days would pass in reality. Hearing that he had possessed the West Choose Overlord Xiang Yu piqued Xiang Yu's curiosity. Noticing a bronze mirror in the tent, he walked over. Xiang Yu gazed at his reflection of the Western Chu hegemon in the bronze mirror, feeling quite satisfied. Although the hegemon was not as handsome as himself, it was undeniable that he exuded a powerful masculinity. Ultimately, within the tent, Xiang Yu turned around and fixed his gaze on the spear approximately 12 feet and 9 inches long, radiating a chilling and imposing aura. This must be the golden-laid tiger head spear of the Western Chu hegemon, also known as the hegemon spear. As he looked at the massive spear before him, a flicker of delight crossed Xiang Yu's eyes. With a swift motion, he grasped the golden-laid tiger head spear, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent immediately surged forth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spear seemed to possess a spirit, vibrating slightly, as if it were trying to communicate. Huh. How interesting. Gripping the hegemon's spear, Xiang Yu's spirit surged, and recalling his own hegemon spear technique, he couldn't help but start to dance with it. The hegemon spear danced in his hands, and a vigorous aura of royal dominance and the intent to kill instantly spread out. Kill. First stance, dominators rise and fall. The hegemon spear in Xiang Yu's hands seemed to possess a soul of its own. With a heavy thrust, the spear shot forward, its tip flashing, and an imposing, chilling aura rushed toward him. Kill. Second stance, boundless sovereignty. Kill. Third stance, ruler of the world. As Xiang Yu's low shouts echoed, the hegemon spear left after images, and the sound of sonic booms roared through the air. Suddenly his aura surged rapidly, emanating a grand presence filled with the essence of a ruler. Xiang Yu's eyes widened, and he forcefully smashed the hegemon spear toward the void. Kill. Fourth stance, hegemon descends upon the world. Xiang Yu's low shout suddenly rang out. As the hegemon spear struck the ground, it halted abruptly, and a powerful force caused the earth within the tent to split apart, producing a resonant rumble. Huh. Seeing the destruction he had caused, Xiang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Guard the throne. Protect King Xiang. Guard the throne. Protect King Xiang. Suddenly the tent was violently lifted, and over a dozen armored soldiers rushed in. Alright, you all can go out now. I was just in the mood to dance with this spear. Realizing what was happening, Xiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, speaking in exasperation. Alright, King Xiang. Seeing that there were no others in Xiang Yu's tent, the many guards retreated. Once everyone had exited, Xiang Yu's attention shifted back to the hegemon spear in his hand, and a look of satisfaction crossed his eyes. With this hegemon spear, my combat power can be fully unleashed. A mysterious glint flashed in Xiang Yu. He directly opened the long-awaited attribute panel. Name: Xiang Yu, peerless general, leadership 101, combat power 170, strategy 98, politics 101, mount black steed, divine mount, weapon hegemon spear, divine hegemon bow, divine reputation 33207,200, talent skills 1, heroic talent, passive in A. 2. Dance with wolves and eagles, passive in A. 3. Ruler's dominance, passive. When facing opponents, if the enemy general's combat power is lower than his, that general's combat power decreases by 3. If the enemy general's leadership is lower than his, that general's leadership decreases by 3. 4. Favorable weather, passive in A. 5. Cons, wild hunt. When using bow-type weapons, each arrow increases combat power by 5, cumulative up to 20 combat power. When attacking beasts, each arrow increases combat power by 6, cumulative up to 30 points. 6. Mowing grass, easily suppress generals and soldiers with combat power below 80, sweeping away all in one strike. 7. Invincible against generals with combat power below 100, each additional general increases combat power by 5 points up to a maximum of 20 points. 8. Critical strike, overwhelm. Each hit increases combat power by 5 points up to a maximum of 15 points. 9. Breaking the army, charging alone into battle increases combat power by 15 points. 10. Spear God. When using spear type weapons, combat power 20. 11. Hegemon spear technique. Holy first stance, dominators rise and fall, combat power 20. Second stance, boundless sovereignty, combat power 40. Third stance, ruler of the world, combat power 60. Fourth stance, hegemon, descends upon the world, combat power 80. Not cumulative. All the following unneeded parts are omitted. Looking at his luxurious attribute panel, especially the sections for combat power and hegemon spear technique, a smile of satisfaction grew even more evident on Xiang Ye's face. What is a holy level secret manual? A holy level secret manual allows one to rapidly absorb the spiritual energy in the air through martial training, significantly enhancing one's combat strength and breaking through to the holy level. The holy level secret manual involves martial training, absorbing spiritual energy from the air to increase one's combat strength, meaning that it is both martial training and a process of strengthening oneself. Both coexist. In just half a month's time, his combat power rose from 159 to 170, an increase of 11 points, of which 2 or 3 points were gained from the spiritual energy of the advanced cave in the Dragon King Hall, while the remaining 8 or 9 points came entirely from practicing the holy level secret manual hegemon spear technique. No matter how advanced the cave or how top-notch the cave was, they all paled in comparison to the holy level secret manual. The significant boost in combat power made Xiang Ye's confidence stronger than ever. Even against the legendary hegemon Xiang Yu himself, Xiang Yu felt no fear. This was the reason he chose not to rely on the combat strength of the Western Chu hegemon. Xiang Yu was equally formidable, even surpassing the other. Suddenly Xiang Yu felt a surge of fervor within himself, and an impulse to burst into song overwhelmed him. Uncontrollably he blurted out, "With strength that can uproot mountains and a spirit that dominates the world, when fate is not favorable, the steed cannot run. When the steed cannot run, what can be done? Oh you, what can be done?" After singing a verse, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of dominance. Damn, what song is this? Why can I sing this? This rhythm feels a bit off, doesn't it? After reciting a poem, Xiang Yu immediately sensed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Oh, wasn't this the song from Farewell, My Concubine? The Han army has crossed the land, and the sounds of Chu songs fill the air. The king's spirit is exhausted, and what can a lowly concubine do to survive? Suddenly a gentle voice resonated, and a fairy dressed in white appeared, holding a shimmering silver longsword in one hand, and supporting an ancient chain in the other, as she walked gracefully toward him. Her long black hair flowed like a spring coiled into an elegant bun, with a jade hairpin loosely securing it, and a golden flower dangling from her hair. Long pearl ornaments trembled and swayed between her temples. Her brows unadorned were naturally dark, her skin without powder was as white and smooth as fat. Her lips, slightly pursed, were as red as ripe cherries, and her hand gently brushed over the strings of the ancient chain, producing a melodious sound, as if resonating with the heart. A gentle, weak, resolute, disheartened, and affectionate aura emanated from her. This stunning beauty was recognized by Xiang Yu at a glance. It was Yuchi, whom he had met before with a charm value of 95. However, this situation felt wrong. Suddenly a phrase struck Xiang Ye's mind, "Farewell, my concubine." Damn, Yuchi wants to commit suicide. The Han soldiers have taken the land. The cries of despair echo from all sides. The king's spirit is exhausted. Oh, what reason do I have to live? My king Yuchi will always be your Yuchi. Without Yuchi as a burden in the army, my king can conquer without fail. In the next life, Yuchi will still be your Yuchi. The resolute voice rang out again, instantly awakening Xiang Yu. Before him, the stunning Yuchi's eyes flashed with a hint of determination to die. With a reluctant glance at Xiang Yu, she raised her sword and slashed at her fair neck. Damn, this really is a version of Farewell, My Concubine. Seeing Yuchi about to cut her throat, Xiang Yu immediately became anxious, daring not to be careless. He wildly thrust his spear, transforming it into a fleeting shadow, aiming to intercept Yuchi's sword. Xiang Ye's martial power was undeniably strong, with a power level of 170, facing Yuchi's mere 75. It was a one-sided massacre. In an instant, the spear touched the sword in Yuchi's hand. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the shimmering sword was sent flying. Thud! The powerful force caused Yuchi to fall to the ground. Whoa, why did my king save me? Tears streamed down Yuchi's face as she looked at Xiang Yu with defiance. Seeing the beautiful Yuchi weeping, her exterior gentle, yet interior strong, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of pain and stepped forward to help her up. My king Wu, sensing Xiang Ye's strong and powerful embrace, catching a familiar scent, Yuchi could no longer hold back and dove into Xiang Ye's arms, crying out. Sigh. Feeling the softness and lightness in his arms, Xiang Yu had no distracting thoughts, instead letting out a deep sigh. He saved Yuchi not only because she was a part of the Xiang Ye's mission in the fateful battle of the Western Chu. Yuchi cannot die. More importantly, it was out of admiration for such a loyal woman. Farewell, My Concubine is one of the most moving stories from the Qin and Han periods. Yuchi was loyal to love, worried that she would drag Xiang Yu down, concerned that after Xiang Ye's defeat, she would be captured by the Han army and dishonored, so she drew her sword and took her own life to allow Xiang Yu to fight for the world. Her love is earth-shattering. Her sorrow moves the gods. Later a poet from the Qing dynasty wrote a poem in Yuji's voice. The king's spirit is exhausted in Jiangdong. How can this lowly concubine bear to enter the Han palace? Her blood transformed into grass by the river blooming even brighter than the cuckoo. Of course it is not only Xiang Yu and Yuji but also Jiao Chan, and Lu Bu Shi and Go Jian Fu Chai Wang Zhao Jun, and Han Yuan Di Xiongnu Chan Yu Hu and Xiahong Fu Nu and Li Jing and many others are timeless love stories. Looking at the beautiful crying Yuji in his arms, it was undeniable that Xiang Yu felt envy. After struggling for 3 years, damn it, he's still a single dog. The stunning Yuji, would it really be easy for Xiang Yu if he wanted her? Nonsense. Of course it would be easy in such a situation under such an atmosphere as long as he said some sweet words, it would definitely be easy to win her over. But is Xiang Yu that kind of person? Certainly not. Although everyone is interested in beautiful women, Xiang Yu is no exception. However, a gentleman loves wealth, but only takes it in the right way. Using the body of the Western Chu overlord to deceive Yuji, what kind of gentleman is that? Moreover, at this moment Yuji is no longer pure. Xiang Yu admires Yuji's loyalty. But that doesn't mean that Xiang Yu can accept a woman who is no longer pure. So no matter how beautiful Yuji is, she is not his type. Strive to find a partner. Instantly Xiang Yu couldn't help but tighten his fists, his mind, recalling the class flower Zhang Yaqing from high school, a petite beauty with a slightly haughty demeanor. I wonder if she's doing well. Perhaps she has already forgotten about me. After all, at that time, I must have been short, poor, and ugly in her eyes. How could she care about me? My king, why save me? Let this lowly concubine die and no longer be a burden to you. Suddenly Yuji, with tears in her eyes, raised her head defiantly and said to Xiang Yu. Looking at Yuji's beautiful face wet with tears, Xiang Yu felt a pang of pity. My beloved, if you die, what use is this kingdom to me? If Yu Fu is gone, and you also wish to leave, leaving me alone, what meaning is there in my struggle for the world? If you leave, Xiang Yu will undoubtedly fight to the death, and then I will come to meet you. Xiang Yu lowered his voice, creating a somber, yet resolute atmosphere, speaking with authority. My king, you cannot. You still have the people of Chu, you still have the ambition of the Chu kingdom to strive for, you cannot do this. Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Yuji became anxious. Her intention to end her life was to avoid dragging down Xiang Yu's ambitions. Yuji, believe me. Suddenly Xiang Yu's aura changed, his arms supporting Yuji, firmly speaking, with unwavering determination. What is Liu Bang to me? A treacherous and untrustworthy villain. I led 8,000 Jiangdong youths in the Battle of Jilu to crush the vastly outnumbered Qin army and capture the enemy General Wang Li. In the Battle of Pengqing, I led 30,000 troops against Liu Bang's 500,000 coalition, forcing Liu Bang's little son to flee in panic. Now the enemy has but a few 100,000 soldiers. Trust me, I will surely defeat the Han army, and we will return to the Chu kingdom together. As he spoke, Xiang Yu's iron-like face was filled with determination, his tone incredibly firm, his eyes locked onto you. My king, I believe in you. You are the Western Chu overlord of the world, but if I cannot live on my own. Feeling the return of Xiang Yu's dominance, a smile blossomed on Yuji's tear-streaked face, her joy evident, as she nodded. The overlord of Western Chu, who fights heaven and earth, had returned. As long as Yuji is here, Xiang Yu will be filled with motivation. What Liu Bang, what Han Xian, I will not. Xiang Yu laughed heartily, pulling Yuji into his embrace, speaking with overwhelming confidence. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu also let out a sigh of relief internally. Wooing a woman, what a hassle for a single dog like him. At that moment, a chorus suddenly rang out from outside the tent. Bathing in orchid water adorned like a flower, the spirit entwined as it stays glowing brightly in the unending night. The dragon rides in imperial attire, casually soaring through the skies. The spirit descends, soaring afar among the clouds, gazing at the ample land, traversing the 4 seas, sighing for my lord, exhausting my thoughts. What's going on? Xiang Yu, holding Yuji, suddenly froze, wondering what song was being sung at such an hour. My king, have you forgotten? This is the song from our Chu land. What? Chu Gu. Suddenly Xiang Yu's eyes widened, his pupils instantly constricted. Damn. Surrounded by the Chu song. As Xiang Yu had anticipated, Chu songs soon resounded from all 4 directions surrounding the Chu army camp. My king, what shall we do? Yuji, hearing the Chu songs echoing all around, suddenly yearned intensely for her homeland. This was clearly a stratagem devised by the Han forces. Her voice rang out abruptly, laced with unmistakable anxiety. Xiang Yu needed no reminder from Yuji. He instantly recognized the fame surrounded on all sides by Chu songs. How could he not? A solemn expression settled upon Xiang Yu's face. Once the Chu songs began, the morale of the entire Chu army would collapse utterly. For any army, morale is paramount, akin to the courage one must summon before engaging an opponent in combat. Without courage, one cannot fight at all. Hesitation only invites defeat. Thus he had to dismantle the enemy's scheme, or else the Chu army's morale would shatter beyond recovery. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu strode out of his tent, gripping the overlord's spear. Indeed, barely stepping outside, Xiang Yu beheld his armored soldiers standing bewildered within the camp, weapons clutched uncertainly, eyes darting wildly, spirits adrift. Your humble servant Xiang Zhuang salutes Lord Xiang. At that moment, a vigorous young general hurried forward and dropped to one knee. None other than Xiang Zhuang, famed throughout history as the peerless sword dancer. Xiang Zhuang served perpetually as Xiang Yu's personal guard commander, ever at his side. Xiang Zhuang. the very one who danced with sword in hand at the Hongmen banquet. Xiang Yu immediately identified him, the loyal kinsman of Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, who had once drawn steel against Liu Bang. Name Xiang Zhuang. Rank first rank military commander. Loyalty 100, absolute devotion. Command 72. Martial prowess 88. Strategic acumen 49. Statesmanship 58. Innate talent omitted. Humph, Xiang Zhuang is truly underwhelming. Xiang Yu shook his head slightly upon reviewing Xiang Zhuang's attributes. His capabilities were indeed modest. Yet his loyalty remained unwavering, absolute, unshakable devotion, 100-point fidelity. No wonder he alone among the Xiang clan would stand beside Xiang Yu till death. My lord, my personal troops have grown restless under these Chu songs. Shall we order them to plug their ears, thus blocking out the enemy's melodies? Damn it. If only our foes hailed from but a single region, I'd command my men to sing Qi songs, Han songs, Wei songs instead. Xiang Zhuang declared fiercely, leaving Xiang Yu utterly speechless. Plugging soldiers' ears, truly befitting a strategic acumen of Fortinine. Suddenly Xiang Yu's eyes flared with sudden insight. He turned sharply to Xiang Zhuang. What did you just say? Air. I said, plug the soldiers' ears. No, not that. The next part. Xiang Yu pressed urgently. Air. I said, I'd have my men sing Qi songs, Han songs, Wei songs. Xiang Zhuang hesitated, then ventured cautiously. Haha. Exactly. If the allied lords may sing, why may not the Chu army sing as well? Rally every soldier. What a... Xiang Zhuang stood frozen. Could the overlord of Western Chu truly sing? Moments later, nearly 100,000 dispirited Chu soldiers assembled, but their eyes still drifted outward, their morale grievously low. Not only the rank and file gathered, the few remaining Chu generals hastened to the assembly as well. Xiang Yu ascended the dais accompanied by Yuchi, who carried a zither. Yuchi, will you join me in song? Yuchi gladly consents. Though deep confusion flickered in her eyes, she replied without hesitation. Excellent. Yuchi, accompany me. To dispel this demoralizing, enervating music, Xiang Yu resolved to unleash Earth's ultimate weapon. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his voice and sang. Rage surging wild, my blade points forth. How many loyal brothers lie buried far from home? What sacrifice is too great for hearth and nation? Yet sorrow chokes silent, tears bleed crimson. His voice, thunderous and impassioned, erupted across the dais. Yuji's eyes lit up instantly, and her fingers flew across the zither strings, weaving resonant accompaniment into being. Rage surging wild, my blade points forth. How many loyal brothers lie buried far from home? What sacrifice is too great for hearth and nation? Yet sorrow chokes silent, tears bleed crimson. The Chu soldiers stood stunned, awestruck by Xiang Yu's heroic voice and the fiery battle hymn. Instantly a surge of fervent ardor rose within them. They recalled, should they fall, the lands of Chu would surely be trampled beneath enemy hooves. A fierce, suffocating indignation welled up in their hearts. The mournful Chu soldiers, steeped in sorrow, suddenly heard this majestic, stirring voice, and the cowardly, retreating thoughts dissolved like mist. Their homesick longing vanished in an instant. Rage surging wild, my blade points forth. How many loyal brothers lie buried far from home? What sacrifice is too great for hearth and nation? Yet sorrow chokes silent, tears bleed crimson. Then, voices answered from the ranks. Xiang Zhuang and several hundred elite guards echoed Xiang Yu in unison. Rage surging wild, my blade points forth. How many loyal brothers lie buried far from home? What sacrifice is too great for hearth and nation? Yet sorrow chokes silent, tears bleed crimson. Gradually more soldiers joined, drawn irresistibly into the anthem. The chorus swelled, spreading wider and wider until it thundered across the entire Chu encampment. The camp erupted. This rousing war song blazed across the entire Chu army. The Chu songs drifting in from all directions were instantly drowned out by its overwhelming heroic resonance. Xiang Yu's legendary prestige, undefeated in 100 battles, as overlord of Western Chu, amplified by Yuji's haunting zither, reinforced by Xiang Zhuang's elite guards leading the Calend response, and crowned by the song's extraordinary power to stir the soul. After several repetitions, the Chu camp surged with soaring morale. Every soldier burned to clash with the enemy. Yet this was still insufficient. Xiang Yu knew one final spark was needed. After a moment's reflection, he stood tall upon the dais and addressed the 100,000 soldiers. We have been defeated. Xiang Yu fell victim to the treacherous schemes of that petty Liu Bang. That matters not. We may lose. Victory and defeat are the very rhythm of warfare. But we must not surrender, never surrender. Do you know why? Because the elders and youth of Jiangdong await our return in Chu, yearning for us to forge the great Chu Empire. His voice, low and somber, like quiet soliloquy, yet reverberated across the entire camp. Where now stand the sons of Jiangdong? Will they follow me, Xiang Yu, overlord of Western Chu, into battle? With a thunderous roar, Xiang Yu bellowed the challenge. Silence, absolute silence. No one dared speak out of turn, yet the soldiers' gazes blazed with renewed fire. Thereupon Xiang Zhuang, standing amid the throng, answered again. Follow the overlord. Fight, 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 fight. Follow the overlord. Fight, 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 fight. Follow the overlord. Fight, 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 fight. In an instant, the emotions of 100,000 Chu soldiers ignited. They raised their weapons high, voices uniting in earth-shaking unison, shouting towards Xiang Yu. Gazing down upon the roaring, exultant host below, Xiang Yu nodded in quiet satisfaction. The surrounded on all sides by Chu Song's stratagem, shattered. At that moment, as the troops of Chu raised their arms and sang passionately, the resounding battle song echoed for miles, creating an overwhelming spectacle. This majestic war song startled the allied forces of the lords outside the camp of Chu. This song is so mighty and powerful, the voice of the Chu army is so resonant. Has the Overlord really broken the strategy of being surrounded by songs from all directions? Seeing the Chu army's formation not only intact, but also booming with thunderous cheers, it seemed as if this made Han Xian, Peng Yueing Bu, and the other lords unable to contain their astonishment. The planner of the strategy, Zhang Liang, looked in shock at the soaring morale of the Chu army, his eyes filled with disbelief. The eyes of the lords brimmed with confusion. The strategy of surrounding by songs was in their view a brilliant masterpiece, yet it seemed to have been shattered by Xiang Yu. Is this still the invincible Overlord who pursued absolute power to break everything? Did the Overlord really change his ways? Could it be that the consecutive defeats have enlightened him? Zhang Liang furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Enough, even if the Overlord has changed, so what? This will only make things more interesting. Let's disperse. Usually after a major defeat during the day, the Overlord will not take action at night. However, the Overlord often acts unpredictably, so be careful of ambushes when you return. At that moment, Han Xian, clad in shining silver armor, spoke up, his eyes filled with increasing battle intent. On the other side, at the camp of the Chu army, Xiang Yu stood on the high platform looking at the surging soldiers below, unaware that the lords had begun to guard against his night raid. Xiang Zhuang, gather the generals immediately. I want to convene a meeting. After descending from the high platform, Xiang Yu quickly assembled the generals. Xiang Zhuang, Jibu Zhong, Li Mei, Yuchi, Huan Chu, Xiao Gong, Jiao the marshal, Saint Guan Yu the purple-faced heavenly king, Xiong, Hua Hai the great saber, Guan Sheng, and the third hero of the Sui dynasty, Pei Yuanqing, along with the fierce general Zhang Fei. A total of 11 generals were gathered, among whom 6 were from the main forces of the Western Chu Overlord. However, only Jibu and Zhong Li Mei caught Xiang Yu's attention, as they were the only top-tier generals among the 6. Name: Jibu, command 92, martial power 93, wisdom 66, politics 72, loyalty 70. Name: Zhong Li Mei, command 88, martial power 92, wisdom 61, politics 68, loyalty 75. Name: Yuchi, command 79, martial power 91, wisdom 71, politics 63, loyalty 100. Looking at the attributes of the three, Xiang Yu's eyes narrowed. It is undeniable that all three are top-tier generals, but what caught Xiang Yu's attention was their loyalty. Jibu had a loyalty of 70, and Zhong Li Mei had a loyalty of 75, both of whom were among the 5 tiger generals of the Western Chu Overlord. With loyalty not even reaching 80, it was evident that the 2 generals seemed to have lost their spirits. If it weren't for the presence of the Overlord, they might have already surrendered. The 5 tiger generals of the Western Chu Overlord Xiang Yu were Long Xie, Ingbu, Jibu, Zhong Li Mei, and Yuchi. Long Xie, having grown up with Xiang Yu as a blood brother, he was the first fierce general under Xiang Yu, contributing greatly to the defeat of the Qin army and playing a pivotal role in the Chu-Han struggle. Since the rise of the Xiang family, he had always been a crucial general until he died in the Battle of Weishui. At that time, Han Xian fought against Long Xie, feigned defeat, and then used a flood tactic to defeat Long Xie, who was eventually killed by the Han cavalry commander Guan Yu. His death directly led to a major reversal in the Chu-Han situation and can be considered the most influential general casualty in the Chu-Han War. He is already dead. Ingbu, marked on his face due to the Qin laws, also known as Chongbu, initially served under Xiang Liang and later became one of the 5 generals under Xiang Yu, titled King of Zhejiang, but later defected to Han. Now part of the allied forces of the lords. Jibu once served under the Western Chu Overlord Xiang Yu. He was one of the 5 generals under Xiang Yu, defeating Liu Bang's army multiple times. After Xiang Yu's downfall, he was wanted by the Han Emperor Liu Bang, but later pledged loyalty to Liu Bang under the intercession of Xiaoheng. Zhong Li Mei, a famous general under Xiang Yu during the Chu-Han transition, he delivered heavy blows to Liu Bang during their direct confrontations, but was ultimately undermined by a scheme from Qin Ping, leading to Xiang Yu's distrust and his eventual defection. Yuchi, a fierce general under Xiang Yu alongside Jibu, Zhong Li Mei, Bu, and Long Xie, he shared a sibling relationship with Yuchi and followed Xiang Yu until his death after the defeat at Gaixia. Recalling the information about the 5 tiger generals of the Western Chu Overlord, Xiang Yu couldn't help but shake his head gently. The Western Chu Overlord is formidable, but their wisdom and politics are too lacking. The 5 tiger generals are indeed impressive, but they don't compare to Liu Bai's 5 tiger generals, which are also quite remarkable. But now, the first general Long Xie has fallen. Ingbu has betrayed and established himself, and is now part of the allied forces of the lords. Zhong Li Mei was originally loyal to Xiang Yu, but was swayed by Qin Ping's scheme, leading to Xiang Yu's distrust and a decline in loyalty. Jibu was never truly loyal to Xiang Yu, so seeing the Chu army in a state of clear defeat, his loyalty further diminished. After Xiang Yu's defeat at Gaixia, he directly surrendered to Liu Bang and later became a governor in the Western Han. As for Yuchi, being the brother of Yuji, he followed Xiang Yu until his death. Overlord, our army's morale is high as a rainbow. Why not engage the allied lords in battle? At that moment of Xiang Ye's contemplation, Zhong Li Mai's passionate voice rang out. There's no rush. After today's daylight battle our army is exhausted. A night raid is not the best strategy. Xiang Yu waved his hand. He was indeed not in a hurry. With the morale of the Chu army soaring, the allied lords would definitely be on guard against his night raid. There was no point in proceeding now. Moreover, he needed to clarify the current situation of the Chu army. Soon, with the help of the generals, Xiang Yu finally understood the comparative strength of both sides. First, the military strength comparison. Liu Bang had over 2,000 troops, Han Xian possessed 0, and Peng Yu commanded 1,000. Ingbu also had several thousand troops, so the combined forces of the lords amounted to nearly 7,000. Meanwhile, the Chu army only had 1,000 troops, a ratio of 7:1. Then in terms of commanders, Liu Bang's side had Han Xian, Ingbu, Peng Yu Fan, Quanzhou Bo Xiaohuang. On Xiang Ye's side, the leading general Long Xie had already perished, and Ingbu had defected. The only notable generals left were Jibu and Zhong Li Mei. As for Yuchi, although he was one of the 5 tiger generals and a fierce warrior, his achievements were not particularly outstanding. With a command of only 79 points, he could only be considered a fierce combatant, not a great general. Regarding civil officials and strategists, Liu Bang had talents like Zhang Liang Xiao, He Ping Chao Can, and others, whether for strategic planning, rear management, or cunning schemes. On Xiang Ye's side, although there was once a very formidable strategist, Fan Zeng, he unfortunately died early. There was, however, a talented official from the Xiang family, named Xiang Tua, who was said to be comparable to Xiao He of Han, but was captured by Liu Bang during the Battle of Pingcheng. There is someone dragging them down, the old friend of Zhang Liang Xiang Bo. Regarding supplies, Liu Bang had Xiao He managing the rear, ensuring a continuous supply of food and provisions. There was no need to worry about a shortage of supplies at all. In contrast, on Xiang Ye's side, all the lands north of the Yangtze River had fallen, leaving the 1,000 Chu troops as a completely isolated force. The Chu army had been short of supplies for months, the soldiers were starving, and the army had no resupply whatsoever. Moreover, with winter approaching, the Chu army, lacking winter clothing, was in a desperate state of hunger and cold. It can be stated as follows: the Han army has about 7,000 troops, full of energy, with ample food and high morale, while Xiang Ye's isolated force of 1,000 is exhausted after prolonged fighting. Now it is winter, and the Chu army has just withdrawn from the front line of Guan Yu, without any resupply, mostly wearing summer and autumn gear, facing cold, hunger, and dwindling morale. The current situation for the 1,000 Chu troops is practically a dead end. For the Chu army, they cannot hold their ground, nor can they retreat. With logistics cut off and no supplies to hold, it is tantamount to waiting for death. Retreating would mean that all 4 counties north of the river have been occupied, leaving no route to escape. Retreating to the south of the river would entail a long journey with roads blocked by Liu Bei and Ing bus forces surely surrounding them in a pincer movement from the Han army, leading to certain doom. It seems there is only one path: charge forward, kill. Directly destroy the main camp of the allied lords and shatter their command system, killing Han Xian and Liu Bang completely. Using a powerful assault, which the Chu army excels at, to break through Han Xin's front troops and directly eliminate Liu Bang, thus shattering the enemy and turning the tide of battle. Putting everything on the line, all troops committed. Kill. Yes, it seems this is the only way. Moreover, during the day, the Western Chu Overlord did exactly this, leading an army of 2,000 consisting of 1,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, charging forward under his command against the nearly 7,000 allied forces led by Han Xian. Of course, Han Xian was not foolish. The route to survival that Xiang Yu had thought of was something he had anticipated and was already prepared for. Thus Han Xian, under the guise of a retreat, fought back, while appearing to collapse, ultimately luring Xiang Ye's 1,000 cavalry into a reckless charge, separating them from the 1,000 infantry. Then Han Xian immediately stood firm. The 3,000 center troops began to counterattack, directly entangling Xiang Ye's 1,000 cavalry. Meanwhile, nearly 4,000 warriors from Liu Bang and the other lords charged from the flanks, completely annihilating the 1,000 infantry of the Western Chu Overlord Xiang Yu. Defeat. Crushing defeat. The morale of the Chu army plummeted to freezing point. Until Xiang Yu arrived, the Han army had once again surrounded them from all sides. Thus, the 1,000 defeated troops of the Chu army faced an encircling force of 6,000 to 7,000 allied lords. Isolated and helpless, with low morale, a shortage of supplies, and a disadvantage in numbers. In such a situation, was there truly no path to defeat? However, faced with this scenario, Xiang Yu was not troubled. Instead, a slight smile crept across his lips. Could it be that Xiang Yu was truly destined to face defeat? Certainly not. Upon understanding the current situation of the Chu army, a smile unexpectedly appeared on Xiang Ye's face. Was the situation facing the Chu army difficult? Certainly. Isolated, and without support, it was indeed a dire predicament. Even if the Western Chu Overlord were to be reborn, it would still be futile. However, Xiang Yu was different. Xiang Yu, the Yu in Xiang Yu represents the universe far grander than the Western Chu Overlord. Indeed, in reality, Xiang Yu was not afraid at all. Given that he knew he would face the Battle of Cunxiao 15 days in advance, he would certainly be prepared. Firstly, on the military front, he brought with him a formidable force of 150,000 troops from Nirvana Town. This 150,000-strong army consists of 70,000 elite soldiers of the 8th rank, 60,000 iron-blooded warriors of the 9th rank, 15,000 battle-hardened soldiers of the 10th rank, and 3,000 deathly warriors known as the Zonglong Iron Cavalry of the 10th rank. Moreover, among them the 60,000 iron-blooded warriors of the 9th rank and the 15,000 battle-hardened soldiers of the 10th rank were all equipped with warhorses, forming a cavalry. The Chu army's 100,000 iron cavalry brought a considerable surprise to Xiang Yu, as a majority of them were of the 8th rank. However, it was understandable, as the Western Chu overlord Xiang Yu had always adhered to a strategy of elite troops and had never been known to rely on sheer numbers. He was known for winning against greater forces with fewer men. Furthermore, these iron cavalry had followed Xiang Yu through numerous battles, having been tempered by the fires of war, making it impossible for their ranks to be low. Thus, under Xiang Yu's command, there was a total of over 250,000 soldiers. Among them, 7,000 infantry, all elite soldiers of the 8th rank. 75,000 cavalry, 100,000 8th rank iron cavalry, 60,000 iron-blooded warriors of the 9th rank, and 15,000 battle-hardened soldiers of the 10th rank. 11,000 special troops, 8,000 overlord iron cavalry, 3,000 Zonglong iron cavalry. Indeed, these were the overlord iron cavalry that Xiang Yu had longed for. Among Xiang Yu's 100,000 troops, there was a truly elite army known as the legendary 8,000 Jiangdong soldiers. These 8,000 Jiangdong soldiers were the direct descendants of Xiang Yu's lineage, the aces of the aces, who crossed the river with Xiang Yu, conquering and winning battles of force that had never known defeat, all of the highest rank of 10, also known as the Overlord Iron Cavalry. Undoubtedly, all of these 250,000 soldiers were of the 8th rank or above, boasting immense strength. Now let's turn our attention back to the coalition forces. Liu Bang's main force consists of over 200,000 soldiers, while Han Xian has 300,000 troops, and Peng Yu commands 100,000 soldiers. Yingbu also has several tens of thousands, bringing the coalition forces to nearly 700,000. Indeed, it sounds very grand, 700,000 in total, but what is the actual situation? Among the coalition forces, Yingbu was previously defeated by Xiang Yu, and his tens of thousands of soldiers were recently recruited, most only at the 6th rank, with just 1 or 2,000 at the 7th rank. Peng Yu fared slightly better with half of his 100,000 soldiers at the 7th rank. Although Liu Bang has over 200,000 soldiers, he has suffered many defeats and cannot muster a strong army. Aside from a few elite soldiers, most are only at the 6th rank, with the 7th rank soldiers numbering merely around 100,000. The strongest among the coalition forces is Han Xian, whose 300,000 soldiers predominantly rank at the 7th rank, with only 1 or 2,000 at the 8th rank. Thus, calculating this way, the coalition forces have just over 400,000 regular soldiers at the 7th rank. And Xiang Yu possesses a formidable fighting force of 250,000 soldiers above the 8th rank, with 11,000 special troops. In terms of strength, Xiang Yu has nothing to fear. Now let's talk about provisions. For provisions, Xiang Yu has a powerful weapon, the Supreme Ring. Upon learning that he would soon face the Battle of Cunxiao, Xiang Yu directly slaughtered royal and even imperial-grade monsters, in reality stuffing the meat of numerous beasts into it, filling a full 10,000 cubic meters. Originally, 10,000 cubic meters could hold 13,000 tons of grain, enough to feed 210,000 soldiers for 30 days. However, grain and beast meat are different. Grain consists of various cereals. Beast meat, especially from royal and imperial-grade beasts, has a density and energy that cannot be compared to grain. In the same space, while it can hold 13,000 tons of grain, it could probably hold 50,000 tons of beast meat, or even more. Thus, the beast meat in the Supreme Ring is sufficient for Xiang Yu to not worry about food for 3 to 4 months. Now, let's discuss the generals. Along with the martial saint Guan Yu, the purple-faced king Xiong Kuai, the great saber, Guansheng, the 3rd hero of the Sui dynasty, Pei Yuanqing, and the fierce general Zhang Fei, he has 5 unmatched generals plus super elite generals like Yuziki Jibu and Zhong Li Mei. A total of 8 generals of super elite rank or higher. Moreover, Guan Yu and the others have seen their combat power skyrocket after consuming the holy great Earth Bear King's meat. And what about the opponents? Do they have unmatched generals? Fan Kuai. At best, he is super elite, comparable to Dian Wei of the 3 kingdoms. Fan Kuai, Guaning, Zhou Boing Bu, and Peng Yu are all at most super elite generals. As for truly unmatched ones, there are none. The only variable for the opposing side is the unparalleled peak commander Han Xian, the unmatched strategist Xiao, he the unmatched strategist Zhang Liang, and the unmatched strategist Qin Ping. Here the strategist's abilities will be weakened, only able to use some strategic enhancements such as water attacks, fire attacks, and so forth, applying the 36 strategies. They will not be able to unleash magic or anything. The opposing side has many unmatched strategists, but this is not the spring and autumn or warring states period where nations conspired against each other. This is a battlefield, and the role of unmatched strategists is not as powerful as that of unmatched commanders. Therefore, overall, regardless of how many strategists the enemy possesses, his true formidable opponent remains the unparalleled peak commander Han Xian. However, do not forget that Xiang Yu has merged with the legendary hero Genghis Khan, and his 3 attributes have also changed significantly. Command 101, Strategy 98, Politics 101. Xiang Yu is also an unmatched commander with unparalleled internal affairs and super elite strategy. Moreover, the most important point is that his base combat power has reached 170 points, far surpassing the unmatched level. What Fan Kuai, what Guan Yu, what Bu. He can eliminate them with a single strike. How does he Xiang Yu compare to the Western Chu Overlord Xiang Yu? In terms of combat power, he is not inferior, right? In terms of strategy, he is not inferior, right? In terms of command, he is even less inferior. The Western Chu Overlord Xiang Yu is a man who can bring the words bravery and hegemony to their peak, relying on these two traits to contend with the military sage Han Xian, who has reached the pinnacle of command. And he Xiang Yu is not inferior to the Western Chu Overlord Xiang Yu. In fact, he far exceeds him. Since the opposing side can contend with the military sage Han Xian, what about him Xiang Yu? Thus, what does he Xiang Yu have to fear? In terms of military power, he is unafraid. In terms of provisions, he is unafraid. In terms of generals, he is unafraid. Of course, he needs clothing and such. No problem, let's fight. Therefore, as Xiang Yu compared the military strength of both sides, a surge of great ambition welled up within him. So what if the opposing side was the military sage Han Xian? He Xiang Yu is not the least bit afraid. Tonight let the army rest peacefully, and tomorrow let the soldiers eat and drink well. To battle. Suddenly Xiang Yu stood up and declared with immense authority. The 100,000 troops of Chu were not surprised by the sudden emergence of the Nirvana army, as if they had always existed. Xiang Yu naturally understood that this was the default state of the Chu army, as mentioned by the system sprite. However, for Xiang Yu this was an excellent surprise attack. Because although the Chu army was defaulting, the coalition forces led by Liu Bang were completely unaware of the Nirvana army's existence and could strike unexpectedly at a critical moment. That evening Xiang Yu placed some demon beast meat in the granary and ordered Xiong Kuahai to lead 2,000 elite soldiers to guard it personally. When royal and imperial level demon beast meat appeared in the bowls of the 100,000 Chu soldiers, and the thick hot demon beast soup entered their mouths, the entire Chu army was ecstatic, tears streaming down their faces. Meat soup, how long had it been since they enjoyed such luxury? Just as the 100,000 Chu soldiers were filled with excitement, Xiang Yu sent out another message. There was no shortage of meat or grain. Eat to your heart's content, however you wish. Once Xiang Yu's message was announced, the 100,000 Chu soldiers were immediately stirred and soon erupted into cheers. Who announced this news? It was declared by Xiang Yu, the invincible and honorable overlord of the West. Could it possibly be false? Xiang Yu was a god of war, their overlord. How could there be any deceit? Originally, Xiang Yu's war song had already ignited the blood of the Chu army, greatly boosting their morale. Now with the announcement of ample food and meat, they were even more invigorated, their spirits soaring. In the Chu army's main camp not far from Xiang Yu's royal tent, a middle-aged man with two goat-like beards was pacing back and forth, appearing extremely anxious. Where did my nephew get so many troops and meat? No, I must go speak with Zhang Liang. As Xiang Bo thought more about it, his anxiety grew, and he directly lifted the tent flap to go out. However, at that moment, a robust figure blocked the entrance. General Xiang Bo, the Overlord, has said that the coalition forces may attack the camp. Guan Yu have come on the Overlord's orders to protect you. If you have no business, it is best to stay in the tent. Guan Yu said with a cold face, stroking his magnificent beard, speaking with pride. What? Seeing the sudden appearance of the red-faced man, Xiang Bo was instantly stunned. Was he under house arrest? As for Xiang Bo, Xiang Yu held no goodwill towards him. However, many regarded Xiang Bo as a person who understood the greater picture, a contributor to the unified cause of the Chinese nation. Why did Xiang Yu guard against Xiang Bo and feel no goodwill? Xiang Bo was the youngest uncle of Xiang Yu, who had killed someone in his youth and had followed Han and Zhang Liang to hide in Xiaopai. Thus the two shared a deep bond. At the Hongmen banquet, Xiang Yu heard that Liu Bang intended to guard the pass and rule Guangzhou, so he issued orders to attack Liu Bang. However, during this critical moment, Xiang Bo thought of Zhang Liang, who was following Liu Bang, and hurried to inform, ultimately preventing Xiang Yu from eliminating Liu Bang early at the Hongmen banquet. Later, when Xiang Yu was battling Liu Bang, he captured Liu Bang's father, yet it was Xiang Bo who intervened. After Xiang Yu's defeat at Gaixia and his self-inflicted death at Wuzhong, Liu Bang granted Xiang Bo the title of Marquis of Xiang, located in present-day southwest Huai'an Jiangsu province, and even bestowed upon him the surname Liu. Undoubtedly, in Xiang Yu's view, Xiang Bo was a major villain who dragged him down a king bomb, and thus, having just stabilized the situation, Xiang Yu immediately controlled him. A night passed without incident. The next day, as the sun rose in the east, the entire Chu army camp was filled with the aroma of meat, instantly delighting the 100,000 Chu soldiers. Xiang Yu had not deceived them. There was indeed an abundance of meat. The coalition forces, Ingbu and Peng Yu, looked at Han Xian with resentment. At that time, he had confidently claimed that Xiang Yu would launch a night raid, but now, damn it, the sun is already out. Where is Xiang Yu? Is he waiting for the 100,000 troops to die in the camp? Han Xian was also perplexed. According to his understanding of Xiang Yu, he should have taken a bold approach. Moreover, after the Chu army's morale was greatly boosted yesterday, they should have utilized that momentum to attack the camp. They had waited an entire night for Xiang Yu to raid, but who knew he wouldn't come? Ahem. Everyone please return for now, Han Xian said awkwardly. He was also human and could make mistakes. Sigh. Let's disperse, go rest for a bit. Disperse. Upon hearing Han Xian say this, Ingbu and Peng Yu immediately lost their energy. Dong 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 dong. Boom boom boom. Just then the sound of war drums suddenly erupted outside the camp, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Suddenly Han Xian, Peng Yuang Bu, and the others' eyes widened. The Overlord is here. Indeed, Xiang Yu had arrived. To be precise, he came with the 100,000 iron cavalry of the Chu army. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war horses galloping shook the entire coalition camp. However, surprisingly, Xiang Yu actually stopped his 100,000 troops just a bowshot away from the coalition camp. Ha! Han Xian, Liu Bang, come out and battle me. Xiang Yu's laughter suddenly erupted among the 800,000 soldiers, causing Han Xian, Ing Bu, and others on the tower to frown. This was unusual. Xiang Yu was still so arrogant. Did he really believe he could suppress the 70,000 coalition troops with just his 100,000 men, repeating the victories of Julu and Pengsheng? Yesterday, when Xiang Yu had 200,000 troops, his arrogance was somewhat understandable, but now with only 100,000 remnants, he was still so arrogant. Was his head kicked by a horse? Han Xian could not help but furrow his brows deeply. He could not understand what Xiang Yu was thinking. Sound the drums, mobilize the troops, and see what Xiang Yu is up to. In an instant, Han Xian cast aside this perplexing question. With troops to counter and rivers to block, he possessed the ability to command 70,000 troops, so why fear Xiang Yu's 100,000? Dong, 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 dong. The war drums sounded in unison, and immediately the soldiers of the coalition camp surged out in an orderly fashion. He, looking at the dark mass of the coalition troops, pouring out a cold smile appeared on Xiang Yu's lips. In the battlefield, playing any schemes against the god of war Han Xian, who was at the peak of command, was undoubtedly foolish. Han Xian was the expert in deploying troops and executing strategies, so such schemes were not advisable. Xiang Yu did not plan to engage in any schemes or night raids. He intended to face the enemy hidden in a grand battle. He decided to continue on the old path of the Overlord of the West to further amplify the principles of courage and domination, and he intended to confront the god of war Han Xian, who embodied unity with sheer strength. Xiang Yu possessed unparalleled martial prowess, had many fierce subordinates, faced no logistical worries, and commanded a formidable force of 25,000 strong warriors. Was Xiang Yu afraid? He was more than capable of confronting the enemy hidden. At Cunxiao, the war horses stand tall, the battle flags flutter fiercely, and the cold gleam of weapons radiates all around, enveloped in a chilling atmosphere of slaughter. The nearly 100,000 iron cavalry of the Chu army exude an aura of iron blood. At the forefront of these iron cavalry, riding a dark steed clad in the robes of the king of Chu and wielding the Overlord spear, Xiang Yu is truly a figure of imposing grandeur. Han Xian, send out Liu Bang to fight me. Xiang Yu's roar suddenly reverberated before the two armies, drawing the attention of nearly 800,000 soldiers. If you want to fight, then fight. There's no need for so much talk. Charge forward. At this moment, within the coalition camp of feudal lords, a stir arose as a gap opened in the middle. A war chariot was pushed out, and atop it stood a handsome young general, boldly facing the imposing Xiang Yu without flinching. Xiang Yu, standing before the two armies, narrowed his eyes and felt his pupils constrict upon seeing that handsome young general. Han Xian. Name Han Xian. Level legendary general. Leadership 110. Strength 78. Intelligence 96. Politics 62. Innate skills. 1. Enduring humiliation innate. When encountering strong authority or verbal attacks, endure humiliation, permanently increasing one's leadership by 10 up to 3 times. 2. Fierce cavalry. When commanding cavalry alone in battle, leadership 5. Owali, strength 5. 3. Infantry combat. When commanding infantry alone in battle, leadership 5. Owali, strength 5. 4. Unmatched national hero. When commanding mixed troops in battle, self-leadership 10. Owali, strength 10. 5. Warlord of the Divine. As a commander, forcibly reduce the enemy general's leadership by 10 points. 6. Warlord's multitude. In battle, for every 100,000 soldiers commanded, increase leadership by 1, with no limit on the increase, the more the better. 7. Warlord's formation. With a wave of the hand, set up a large formation. Wow. Truly worthy of the warlord, he is indeed a man who brings the concept of command to its zenith. From a distance, Xiang Yu gazed at Han Xin's attribute panel, and he was immediately astonished. This is a person born for commanding troops, especially with the innate skill of enduring humiliation. Receiving verbal attacks has no bearing on your leadership. Xiang Yu couldn't help but entertain a great idea upon seeing Han Xin's attributes to subdue Han Xian and bring him. This idea is truly splendid, considering the other skill, Warlord's multitude, which is entirely designed for large scale. And in large-scale battles, what place can compare to the main world of the three kingdoms? Millions, tens of millions is the main theme. Undoubtedly the main world is where Han Xian can truly unleash his talents. It's decided. Well, take Han Xian. In an instant, Xiang Yu's thoughts were settled. What he needed to do next was to defeat the enemy. Han Xian. Let Liu Bang come out to fight me. Stop being a turtle. Suddenly, Xiang Yu raised the Overlord spear in his hand and shouted at Han Xian. Ha! King Xiang, spare your breath. If you want to fight, then charge. If not, return to your Chu army camp. In response to Xiang Yu's provocation, Han Xian replied calmly, without addressing Liu Bang. Xiang Yu paid no mind to this. He was merely provoking the other side. Previously, the Western Chu Overlord knew Liu Bang's position and charged at him each time, delivering fierce blows that instilled such a psychological shadow in Liu Bang that he dared not show his face, not even raising his banner. Han Xian, dare you fight me? Xiang Yu shouted again, his voice echoing through the two armies. King Xiang, come. Han Xian is willing to battle you. Han Xian was equally unyielding, responding in kind. Suddenly a surge of battle intent erupted from Xiang Yu as he bellowed, "Men of Chu, follow me, Xiang Yu, and slaughter the coalition army." With a roar, kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the 10,000 Chu army soldiers shouted in unison their battle cries, shaking the heavens, a thick aura of iron blood enveloping the area, intimidating for miles around. Is Xiang Yu truly willing to fight to the death? Han Xian frowned as he looked at the determined Chu army. However, Xiang Yu gave him no time. With a roar, he charged forth on his dark steed, instantly followed by the 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry, and the 10,000 Chu cavalry thundered toward the 70,000 coalition forces. Booming sounds echoed as the 10,000 Iron Cavalry marched with thunderous steps, like a black tide surging toward the coalition, a dark mass that instilled fear in the 70,000 coalition forces. Is he really going to fight to the death? Han Xian confirmed this time that Xiang Yu seemed genuinely intending to go all out, directly committing his entire army. Without hesitation, Han Xian waved his command flag repeatedly, and instantly another formation rapidly took. Behold, the 300,000 troops belonging to Han Xian swiftly advanced their formation, shifting, setting up a 10-layer defensive array before the Chu cavalry arrived. Ding! Han Xin's base leadership is 110, with the unmatched national hero skill activated leadership 10, warlord's multitude skill activated leadership 7, current leadership value is 127. Ding! Han Xin's warlord of the divine skill activated, reducing player Xiang Yu's leadership by 10 points. Current Xiang Yu's leadership is 91 points. Xiang Yu donned his dark iron battle armor, wielding the Overlord spear, riding his snow-black steed, charging swiftly. Upon seeing the enemy's formation take shape and hearing that his leadership had dropped to 91, he remained unfazed. After all, he still ranked among the top commanders. Leading tens of thousands of troops was absolutely no problem. He raised his Overlord spear and roared, "Soldiers, follow me to kill." Ding! Player Xiang Yu's dominant sovereign skill activated, reducing Han Xin's strength by 3 points. Han Xin's strength is now 75 points. Kill! 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 The roar exploded forth. In an instant they arrived before the densely packed coalition army, and upon seeing the mass of soldiers surging toward them, Xiang Yu did not hesitate. He raised his heavy Overlord spear and made a sweeping motion. Bang! Bang! Poochie! Poochie! A sound like a gale sweeping away leaves swept through, accompanied by the cries of dozens, as those soldiers blocking the path were instantly swept away. Weapons shattered, bodies split in half, and blood gushed forth. Kill! With a thunderous shout, Xiang Yu continued his movements, wielding the Overlord spear with great speed, his formidable base strength of 170 unleashing tremendous power, the heavy overlong Overlord spear acting as a reaper of lives, resulting in instant death, weapons breaking bodies, flying, blood staining the sky. Kill! 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 As Xiang Yu charged forward, the 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry closely followed, with the 10,000 Chu Iron Cavalry trailing behind. In an instant the two armies clashed and carnage ensued, a tide of blood and flesh spilling forth. The Overlord Iron Cavalry, being a special tier 10 unit, unleashed tremendous power upon engagement, and against Han Xin's 7-year army, it was a one-sided massacre. Blood mist filled the air as they surged forward several dozen meters, slaughtering no less than 20,000 enemies in an instant. Kill! Seeing the Overlord Iron Cavalry perform so well, Xiang Yu swept his spear in a circle, aiming for Han Xin's position, shouting, "Brothers, let's annihilate Han Xian." Kill! 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 The battle cries of the Chu army shook the heavens, a magnificent momentum that momentarily put the entire coalition army on high alert. Xiang Yu, his martial prowess soaring to 170, spearheaded the charge. 8,000 Ba Wang Iron Cavalry surged closely behind, followed by 100,000 8th-rank Ironclad Cavalry. Such an overwhelming force thundered forward, unleashing a crimson tidal wave of slaughter that crashed violently against the Chu army's encampment. Kill! In spotting Han Xian's position, Xiang Yu unleashed his full combat power and charged headlong toward his adversary. And even Han Xian, renowned for his tactical mastery, tightened his expression in grim solemnity before this ferocious assault. Yet his solemnity was fleeting. What truly blazed within him was unquenchable battle fervor. And he was Han Xian, the supreme commander of the allied feudal lords coalition, universally acknowledged as the greatest strategist under heaven. Xiang Yu. He was the Ba Wang, the Overlord, and a true war god. At the Battle of Julu, Xiang Yu led mere tens of thousands of Chu troops to a legendary victory over Qin's elite forces, 40,000 strong, under generals Zhang Han and Wang Li, shattering them utterly with the resolve of scuttling boats and burning bridges. At the Battle of Pengcheng, he dispatched only 30,000 cavalry on a lightning raid across 1,000 li, routing Liu Bang's coalition army of 560,000, slaughtering tens of thousands and drowning tens of thousands more, shattering the alliance in a single decisive stroke. These feats, victories against impossible odds, triumphs forged in total commitment, were irrefutable proof of Xiang Yu's peerless might. Yet Han Xian refused to yield. And so be it. Then let them fight. Han Xian's face remained calm and composed. His command banner flickered ceaselessly as 10 layers of defensive formations shifted fluidly beneath his direction. and kill, kill, kill. And the Overlord spear carved through the air. Flesh and blood exploded outward, weapons shattered mid-flight. The Ba Iron Cavalry pressed forward with terrifying ferocity, like relentless reapers mowing down Han Xian's soldiers without mercy. The colossal impact of the Iron Cavalry instantly breached 5 defensive layers, tearing through them under Xiang Yu's leadership, leaving behind a trail of gore and carnage. Continue the slaughter. And unstoppable in his advance, Xiang Yu shattered 5 successive defensive lines in rapid. Xiang Yu's brow furrowed. He sensed the defenses growing ever sturdier. The first layers had been weak, yet resilience intensified progressively with each subsequent line. This subtle mastery left Xiang Yu inwardly astonished at Han Xian's tactical acumen. Yet defiance burned fiercely within him. With a thunderous roar he cried, Han Xian slaughtered 100,000 of our Chu warriors yesterday, men who were our comrades, our brothers. Let him repay that blood debt in blood. Sons, follow me into mortal combat, to avenge those who fell yesterday. Sons, follow me, kill and kill, kill, kill. In hearing Xiang Yu's furious bellow, the Chu soldiers roared back in renewed fury. Their spears and great sabers swung with savage abandon, thick crimson mist surging once more across the battlefield. Kill. And Xiang Yu's aura erupted. His Overlord spear flashed again and again, hurling enemy warriors skyward. Its slender frost-sharp blade swept entire ranks aside. All who met it perished instantly. All who brushed it suffered grievous ruin. Flesh tore, blood billowed, and terror seized every foe before him. Who was Xiang Yu? And he was Xiang Yu, the Ba Wang of Western Chu, the war god incarnate, and now perhaps even more fearsome, a harbinger of death itself, striking down all who dared meet his gaze. The 8,010th rank elite Ba Wang Iron Cavalry uttered no word, only wielded their life-reaping weapons with silent, implacable precision, like grim automatons exuding palpable dread. Terror seized them, fear gripped them, and when they saw Xiang Yu bearing down upon them, soldiers froze in shock, then recoiled in panic, their formation collapsing instantly. Yet escape was impossible. The press of bodies was too dense. A massive spear loomed larger in their vision, until their pupils dilated in final frozen horror. Kill, kill, kill. And Xiang Yu's berserk slaughter-fueled aura filled the air. At the vanguard, his battle energy blazed unchecked. The Overlord spear raged across the field, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, annihilating all resistance with tyrannical, unassailable dominance. Kill, kill, kill. In witnessing Xiang Yu's monstrous ferocity, the Chu soldiers surged with renewed vigor. Feeling the meat they'd consumed at dawn surge through their veins with inexhaustible titanic energy. Kill, 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 kill. And roars of slaughter shook the heavens. Under Xiang Yu's godlike demonic might, the 100,000 Chu troops swiftly pierced all 10 layers of Han Xian's defensive formation. Kill. In gazing upon Han Xian, now perilously close, Xiang Yu roared anew. Han Xian watched Xiang Yu advance step by step. His eyes flickered with faint bewilderment. They had clashed many times. He knew Xiang Yu well. Yet today Xiang Yu surpassed even his prior understanding. How could one man alone rend 10 fortified lines and still retain strength to spare? Truly worthy of the title Ba Wang. Not quiet marvel stirred deep within Han Xian's heart. Han Xian had to admit Xiang Yu was the most terrifying adversary in the world. At the forefront he was worth 1,000, behind him 8,000 Ba Wang Iron Cavalry multiplied that lethality tenfold, and with 100,000 Chu troops charging in mass, even a million-strong host would crumble before their onslaught. Yet in an instant Han Xian's expression shifted. His lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile. On the battlefield he feared no one. Ni's command banner flickered once more, whereupon the entire formation underwent a dramatic transformation. Han Xian seized several signal banners, waving and shifting them with practiced precision to issue orders across his divisions. Instantly his armies moved with seamless coordination, interweaving like limbs of a single body, coalescing swiftly into a vast, intricate formation that enveloped Xiang Yu's vanguard. The 10 defensive layers Xiang Yu had just shattered vanished, replaced by an even more complex array that ensnared half of the 100,000 Chu troops within its coils. Rustle, 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 and charge. And Xiang Yu felt banners fluttering wildly around him, figures blurred into motion all about, and cries of slaughter erupted deafeningly from every direction. Damn, so this is a grand formation. Intriguing. And Xiang Yu silently admired Han Xian's brilliance, constructing such a formation in mere moments. Haha, Your Majesty Xiang, see if you can unravel my Go Xing formation. Then Xian's laughter rang out, making Xiang Yu's brow tighten instinctively. The Go Xing formation. In, charge, and suddenly a roar of battle surged from ahead. 2 wings of 8th rank soldiers curved backward like hooks, converging upon Xiang Yu's forces from both flanks. Kill. And Xiang Yu abandoned deliberation, roared, raised his Overlord spear high, and charged straight into the twin assault. Kill. In an instant Xiang Yu collided with one wing. The Overlord spear swung with brutal, unreasoning force, unleashing a gale of crimson mist. And though the strike claimed many lives, Xiang Yu's eyes widened. Enemy soldiers' martial prowess had noticeably. Indeed, glancing at his own troops, he immediately saw they were struggling fiercely against the enemy. And damn, they're boosting troop strength via formation. 10 points added directly to martial prowess. Damn it. Xiang Yu instantly realized Han Xian's formation was amplifying his soldiers' combat power. Soldiers, stay close. Follow me and kill. An undeterred Xiang Yu surged ahead, becoming the apex of a spearhead formation. His aura exploded outward, the Overlord spear whirled in full arcs, cracking the air with explosive thunderclaps, crimson mist erupting as he drove relentlessly toward Han Xian. No matter how much your strength is augmented, you remain but insects in Xiang Yu's eyes. I shall obliterate you with a single blow. In 7th rank soldiers, mere insects. Obliterated. 8th rank soldiers, mere insects. Obliterated. In 9th rank soldiers, mere insects. Crack after crack echoed across the field. Crimson mist thickened. Hundreds fell in seconds. Xiang Yu became the undisputed center of the battlefield, a blazing sun whose savage radiance inspired awe and dread. The Ba Wang Iron Cavalry and the 100,000 Chu troops rallied behind him, locking onto their indomitable war god, charging onward without hesitation. And kill, 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 kill. With their lodestar restored, Chu morale soared. Already 8th rank iron-blooded warriors, they held no disadvantage, even against Han Xian's troops, whose martial prowess had been elevated 10 points by formation magic. And with Xiang Yu leading so ferociously, the entire 100,000 surged forward, not retreating but advancing with murderous intent toward Han Xian's position. Kill, 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 kill. And Xiang Yu held the vanguard, absorbing the brunt of enemy assaults. Though pressure mounted relentlessly for one whose martial prowess reached 170, it posed little challenge. Kill and boom, 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 in thunderous tremors shook the earth, cries of slaughter intensified, drawing ever closer to Han Xian's command post. Nearby generals Chao Can and Xia Hoing paled. This power was overwhelming. Even Han Xian himself contracted his pupils. Xiang Yu was simply too formidable, having withstood his Go-Xing formation's full effect in mere moments. How intriguing. Let us see just how enduring your stamina is, Xiang Yu. Even if yours remains boundless, can your 100,000 Chu troops sustain such exertion? Han Xian sneered again. His command banner flickered once more, and the formation reshaped instantly, giving rise to another arcane profound array. Your Majesty Xiang, try the ancient formation, Xian Xiang formation. As Han Xian spoke, banners swirled chaotically, drums boomed with layered commanding resonance, troops appeared disordered, yet stood immovably firm, chariots seemed haphazard, yet advanced with flawless rhythm. Morale among Han Xian's forces, previously shaken by Xiang Yu's assault, surged anew. Phantom armor shimmered amid fluttering banners, faint elusive, while weapons struck from unexpected angles, as if descending from heaven or erupting from earth. Infantry crisscrossed in dizzying patterns, bewildering the eye. Damn, it's the Xian Xiang formation. In observing the enemy's shifting disposition and revitalized spirit, Xiang Yu's admiration for Han Xian solidified. Ancient formations deployed one after another, flawlessly interwoven. The Xian Xiang formation. He knew it well, having inherited Genghis Khan's strategic wisdom. This famed ancient array was a grand illusionary maze, blurring truth and falsehood, reality and deception, designed precisely to counter reckless frontal assaults like his. Damn it, kill. And with no immediate countermeasure, Xiang Yu bellowed. His Overlord spear lashed forth, igniting a fresh storm of crimson mist. Kill. And the 100,000 Chu troops hesitated, disoriented by the shifting illusions and deceptive formations. But seeing Xiang Yu charge undaunted, they followed without pause. Yet soon Xiang Yu realized his error. He had underestimated Han Xian, and gravely misjudged the ancient Xian Xiang formation. For himself, it mattered little. He crushed foes outright, ensuring crimson mist bloomed with every strike. But his soldiers were not so blessed. Han Xian's troops, empowered by formation magic, matched Chu's 8th rank warriors in raw power, and the illusory chaos rendered brute force futile, like striking clouds instead of stone. Casualties mounted rapidly. Attacks came from all directions. In moments, the morale of the 100,000 ironclad Chu cavalry began to waver. The main forces of the Chu army were completely trapped within the grand formation set by Han Xian. No matter how frantically Xiang Yu charged, he could not break through the encirclement with his army. In terms of individual combat ability, no number of soldiers could stop Xiang Yu. However, under Han Xin's command and the enhancement of the formation, their combat power and synergy surged to a whole new level. Moreover, this formation was unpredictable, so despite Xiang Yu's formidable strength, he was still advancing with his army. Haha, King Xiang, how do you find my Xuanxiang formation? Han Xian, seeing Xiang Yu trapped in the formation like a caged beast, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Though Han Xian had fought Xiang Yu just yesterday, that battle was won through cunning and deception. Now being able to confront the Western Chu overlord in a peak showdown left Han Xian exhilarated. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier, and a general who does not aim to be the greatest general in the world is not a good general either. The only one who could rival him, Han Xian, was Xiang Yu. If he could defeat his opponent, it would clearly prove that Han Xian was the strongest. Hearing Han Xin's taunt, Xiang Yu immediately sneered. Did he really think he was incapable? In an instant, Xiang Yu formulated a plan. Instead of engaging in a futile struggle with his army, it was better to take a bold approach and continue to showcase the ferocity and dominance of the overlord of Chu. Jibu Zhongli Mei, where are you? Xiang Yu bellowed. Here, my lord. At Xiang Yes called both Jibu and Zhong Li Mei who had been by his side responded loudly. I am now entrusting 100,000 troops to you too. I do not ask for enemy kills, just do your utmost to protect the army. Can you accomplish this? Xiang Yu shouted. Hearing this, Jibu and Zhong Li Mei's expressions turned serious. They exchanged glances and replied in unison yes. Haha, good, where is Yu Ziqi? Here my lord. Yu Ziqi immediately responded. Lead the 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry, and follow me to slay and capture Han Xian. Suddenly Xiang Yu roared with a chilling fury. Indeed, he was prepared to abandon the main army and lead the elite Overlord Iron Cavalry directly into the fray, targeting Han Xin's command center. Wasn't it true that the 100,000 Chu troops had comparable combat strength to Han Xin's forces and no longer held any advantage? No matter, I still have 8,000 special 10th tier Overlord Iron Cavalry, and I possess an overwhelming combat power that surpasses the Western Chu Overlord. Xiang Yu once again, forming a crushing momentum. Overlord Iron Cavalry, follow me to slay. Xiang Yu roared, his imposing aura surging forth a violent energy, pouring into the Overlord's spear, which was imbued with the scent of death. Kill. Suddenly the 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry surged forward, a bloodthirsty atmosphere enveloping the battlefield. Kill, 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 kill. As the Overlord Iron Cavalry advanced, a horrific stench of blood began to waft through the air. Kill. The Overlord Spear Technique, first style, the Overlord's rise and fall. The Overlord Spear Technique, second style, Sovereign of the World. Suddenly Xiang Yu charged ahead, wielding the Overlord Spear with rapid strikes, explosive sounds, reverberating banners, falling bodies flying, and blood mist enveloping the area. What was real and what was false seemed to be instantly torn apart by overwhelming force. Kill. Xiang Yes roar echoed across the battlefield, capturing the attention of hundreds of thousands, while the Overlord Iron Cavalry silently swung their weapons, reaping lives one after another. The entire force advanced rapidly, their overwhelming combat strength directly tearing through the ancient formation, with their spearheads aimed straight at the commander of the allied forces, Han Xian. What? How dare Xiang Yu act so recklessly? Has he gone mad? Does he no longer care for the 100,000 troops? Observing the rapidly approaching Xiang Yu and the Overlord Iron Cavalry, Han Xian was suddenly shocked, left momentarily dumbfounded. Kill. Do not let Han Xian escape. Xiang Yu's thunderous roar erupted. Looking at the rapidly approaching Xiang Yu and the 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry, Han Xian was genuinely shocked. Xiang Yu actually chose to abandon his 100,000 troops and directly came to lead a special forces unit to capture him. Could it be that Xiang Yu truly does not fear the slaughter of his 100,000 troops? One must know that the Chu army's ability to achieve victory against greater numbers in the battles of Julu and Pingcheng was not due to their own strength, but because of the existence of Xiang Yu, the Overlord of Western Chu. With the Overlord of Western Chu present, the Chu army is strong, allowing them to triumph against greater forces. Without the Overlord, what about the Chu army? An army of 8th tier soldiers. What's this? With just a simple formation, Han Xian could lead his own 300,000 troops to annihilate the 10,000 Chu troops. Thus, the Chu army's consecutive victories against greater numbers are not because they are particularly impressive. It's all, and now Xiang Yu has actually left his 100,000 troops in the formation. What does he intend to do? To directly abandon his army, to bet everything and choose to kill Han Xian. In an instant, various thoughts flooded his mind. Undeniably, Han Xin's respect for Xiang Yu elevated another level. This truly is a method to break the deadlock, an utterly violent approach to it. If Xiang Yu knew what Han Xian was thinking, he would definitely laugh heartily. Is Xiang Yu trying to break the deadlock? Of course not. The deadlock was already broken when he brought in his 50,000 troops and ample beast meat. And now he is actively entering the game. Yes, actively entering the game. Xiang Yu is not a master of tactics. Facing the ancient formations continuously unleashed by the war god Han Xian, he does not foolishly believe he can break the opponent's formations, for that is simply absurd. The only way is to determine a direction and utilize the combat style of the Overlord of Western Chu, Xiang Yu, with its ferocity and dominance to break through with sheer force, crushing the enemy and making them doubt their own existence. However, even though Xiang Yu possesses heaven-defying combat power, charging in alone among hundreds of thousands of soldiers could certainly allow him to kill a few and escape unscathed. But it is impossible for him to claim Han Xin's head alone. Since Han Xian can effortlessly set up a formation, he can certainly set up another. Therefore, among the hundreds of thousands of troops empowered by the formations, it is utterly absurd for Xiang Yu to think he can capture the opponent. Han Xian, the war god. As long as he is amidst the throngs of troops, it is the opponent's domain. If you are a dragon, you must also be cautious and develop steadily. This is an undeniable fact. So how to break this? Xiang Yu chooses to enter the game. Since I, Xiang Yu, cannot match you in troop deployment, I will not compete with you in deployment. I will leverage my strengths and enter the game. Kill. Xiang Yu shouted loudly, completely forgetting the 100,000 troops. The earth-shattering sound erupted, and the 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry swept across like a blood-colored tornado. Along the way, they took away countless lives, stirring up waves of blood and guts. Their immense impact directly tore apart the Xuanxiang Great Formation, charging towards Han Xin's command camp with unstoppable force. Kill, kill, kill. Xiang Yu unleashed his full combat power, wielding the Overlord spear repeatedly, violently carving a bloody path. The usually calm and composed war god Han Xian lost his composure, standing up from the command camp, staring in horror at Xiang Yu and his men. He waved his command flag repeatedly, frantically issuing one order after another, forming several formations to block Xiang Yu and the Overlord cavalry's path. Then without hesitation he stood up and ordered the relocation of the command camp. Han Xian knew that merely relying on these soldiers to stop Xiang Yu and the Overlord cavalry was utterly absurd. Soon the battlefield took on such a situation. Han Xian was running around in the coalition army with the command tent, dropping various formations along the way, while Xiang Yu and the Overlord cavalry madly pursued behind. Along the way, with God blocking kill God and Buddha blocking kill Buddha, they broke through Han Xin's exquisite formations with overwhelming strength, chasing Han Xian across the world. Chasing behind Han Xian, Xiang Yu looked enviously at the endless formations being deployed along the way. Damn it, it is only you, Han Xian, who is so impressive, able to deploy formations with just a gesture. Anyone else would have long been crushed to death by him and the Overlord cavalry. Brothers, kill for me. This is the time to achieve great deeds. Xiang Yu's booming voice made Han Xian, who was sprinting ahead, feel a surge of anger. No wonder he is the Overlord of Western Shu, making me so embarrassed among hundreds of thousands of troops. However, since it has come to this, do not blame me, Han Xian, for being ruthless. Suddenly a cold gleam flashed in Han Xin's eyes as he abruptly raised the red battle flag in his hand, waving it left and right in the air. Huh. Brothers, now is the time to encircle and annihilate the 10,000 Chu troops. Follow me and fan quite a kill. A thunderous shout erupted, and soon 100,000 soldiers charged from the left flank of the Chu army. The newcomer was none other than Fan, quiet general under Liu Bang. Soldiers, today we must destroy the Overlord of Western Chu. Follow me, Peng Yue, to kill. Suddenly another 100,000 troops charged from the right flank of the 10,000 Chu army, led by Peng Yue, one of the feudal lords. Huh. With 300,000 troops, listen to my orders. Han Xian commands all to encircle and kill the 10,000 Chu troops. The fleeing Han Xian laughed heartily. Indeed, the central 300,000 troops belonged to Han Xian, clashing heat-in with Xiang Yu's 10,000 Chu troops. However, on both sides were Peng Yu's 100,000 troops and Liu Bang's 100,000 troops, maintaining the formation from yesterday's battle against the Chu army. Everything seemed remarkably similar. Yesterday, Xiang Yu also charged with 10,000 iron cavalry, wanting to kill Han Xian. Then the 10,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry separated, and the 10,000 infantry was slaughtered. And today, Xiang Yu also charged with 8,000 Overlord iron cavalry, wanting to kill Han Xian. Then the 10,000 iron cavalry and 8,000 Overlord iron cavalry separated, and now they are about to slaughter the 10,000 Chu cavalry. It seems Xiang Yu has not learned his lesson. In an instant, nearly 500,000 troops are about to encircle Xiang Yu's 10,000 Chu troops, seemingly ready to end it all by annihilating these 10,000 Chu troops. At that time, only the 8,000 Overlord iron cavalry will remain, and everything will be over. What waves can still be stirred up? Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate the Chu army. Annihilate Xiang Yu. Annihilate the Chu state. Instantly, the 500,000 troops surrounded the 10,000 Chu cavalry, poised to unleash slaughter. Huh. Do you really think you will win like this? Suddenly, Xiang Yu's booming laughter erupted, fearless, as if he had long anticipated this. Han Xian, our war has only just begun. Why be so happy? Xiang Yu smiled at Han Xian. What's going on? Seeing Xiang Yu's expression, Han Xin's smile suddenly vanished, filled with suspicion. Brothers, do you dare to fight with me? Suddenly Xiang Yu roared to the heavens, his voice echoing amidst the hundreds of thousands of troops. Fight, fight, fight. Strangely surrounded by 500,000 troops, the 10,000 Chu troops did not panic, but instead surged with fighting spirit, roaring in unison, shaking the heavens and earth, their voices carrying for miles. The signal sounded, and the surprise troops arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and a black line appeared on the horizon, charging towards the 50,000 allied troops. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently as a dark line appeared on the horizon, and a fierce, bloodthirsty army advanced towards the coalition of 500,000 lords. What? Xiang Yu actually has reinforcements. In an instant, Han Xian, who was fleeing, gaped as a powerful troop charged towards him. Xiang Yu has reinforcements. Soon the Nirvana army came into view of the coalition, and the overwhelming aura left them in shock. Han Xin's face turned red as he realized they were 9-year iron-blooded soldiers. Indeed, the first sight that met the coalition was the 60,000 9-year iron-blooded cavalry of the Nirvana army. Ha! I am Pei Yuanqing, your grandfather Pei. Brothers, charge and kill. Suddenly, a spirited young man wielding a massive hammer shouted, leading 20,000 9-year iron-blooded cavalry. I am Zhang Fei, the Yinzhou warrior. Do the enemy dare to fight me? Suddenly, the fierce Zhang Fei made his entrance, his thunderous roar resounding and overwhelming. Brothers, follow grandfather Zhang and charge. After Zhang Fei's roar, he pointed his long spear towards the sky, leading 20,000 9-year iron-blooded cavalry into the fray. I am Guan Yu, wielding the great blade. Brothers, follow me and slay the enemy. Seize the moment to achieve. Mounted on the red hare and wielding the green dragon crescent blade, Guan Yu also shouted, leading 20,000 9-year iron-blooded cavalry into battle. What? There are actually 3 unparalleled generals. 60,000 9-year cavalry. Looking at Guan Yu and Zhang Fei making their appearances one after another, the overwhelming aura of unparalleled generals radiated like blazing suns, accompanied by 60,000 9-year iron-blooded soldiers. Instantly Fan, Kuai Peng Yue, and Han Xian were stunned. Unparalleled generals. There was only one known unparalleled general in the entire world, Zhang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu. But now 3 appeared all of a sudden. Moreover, they commanded 60,000 90-year iron-blooded cavalry. That is 90-year iron-blooded cavalry. The late Qin dynasty was a tumultuous time, a period of rapid uprisings. Everything came too quickly, unlike the varied scenes of 90-year, 10-year, and special troops rampant during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. At present, 8-tier troops are the elite among elites, just as the reason why the overlord of Western Chu Zhang Yu always had elite soldiers is because they were merely 8-tier troops. For the entire world, 7-tier troops are considered elite good soldiers. Yet now suddenly 60,000 90-year iron-blooded cavalry have appeared, and they are led by 3 unparalleled generals. Charge! With a powerful aura, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei each led 20,000 90-year iron-blooded cavalry straight into the coalition of 500,000 lords. In an instant, the two forces clashed violently, and a wave of crimson mist surged up, accompanied by the sounds of wailing from the coalition. Kill! 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 Guan Yu and Zhang Fei unleashed their full power, charging at the forefront. As they wielded their weapons, blood and flesh flew, misting the air with blood, and the cries of the wounded echoed incessantly, showcasing their unparalleled might. Kill! Seeing their 3 generals so valiant, the 60,000 90-year iron-blooded cavalry did not lag behind, wildly swinging their weapons. Already ahead in ranks, their momentum surged to an extreme, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Brothers, hold them back. Watching the 3 unparalleled generals and the 60,000 9-year iron-blooded cavalry wreak havoc among their soldiers, Peng Yu and Fan Kuai became anxious, commanding their troops to resist desperately while abandoning their siege on the 10,000 Chu troops in the center. Haha, brothers, the Overlord's reinforcements have arrived. Counterattack! Encircled Jibu and Zhong Li Mei were overjoyed, immediately commanding 10,000 Chu troops to launch a counteroffensive. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the 10,000 Chu troops' morale soared. They began to roar and counterattack from the inside out, while Zhang Fei led 60,000 from outside to strike inward. Instantly, the entire coalition found themselves besieged from all sides. On the battlefield, blood mist surged wildly, and the coalition suffered heavy casualties, especially under the onslaught of Zhang Fei and his 60,000 9-year iron-blooded cavalry. Damn it! Watching the changes on the battlefield, Han Xian, hiding from Xiang Ye's pursuit, wore a clouded expression. He had been betrayed by Xiang Yu. Damn it! Watching the changes on the battlefield, Han Xian, hiding from Xiang Ye's pursuit, wore a clouded expression. He had been betrayed by Xiang Yu. Hide. Brothers, follow me and capture Han Xian. Xiang Yu roared loudly, seeing Han Xian trying to reorganize his troops. He couldn't allow him any opportunity. Kill! 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 At Xiang Ye's command, 8,000 Overlord cavalry swiftly brandished their weapons, hastening to reap the lives of the enemy soldiers in front, and blood mist rapidly spread towards Han Xian's command camp. Damn it! Seeing the Overlord draw closer, Han Xian could only continue to flee, waving the command flag in his hand, leaving behind one formation after another to slow Xiang Yu and the Overlord cavalry's advance. Yet the vast battlefield was in chaos, urgently needing the commands of the coalition's leader, which made Han Xian's task exceedingly arduous. He not only had to leave behind formations to block Xiang Yu, but also had to control the overall direction of the battlefield. Time passed second by second, and the entire battlefield was a chaotic clash of over 600,000 soldiers. Blood and flesh blossomed, rivers of blood flowed, and cries of battle echoed. Especially Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, like suns on the battlefield, each one a reincarnation of Xiang Yu, cutting down gods and Buddhas alike, crashing against the coalition of 500,000 lords like monstrous waves. However, Han Xian was still Han Xian, striving to avoid Xiang Ye's pursuit, while laboriously commanding the 500,000 coalition to change formations once more. The numerical advantage of the 500,000 coalition immediately became apparent, matching the powerful Nirvana army and Chu troops evenly, quickly leading to a stalemate on the battlefield. Lord Xiangwei are evenly matched, why not call it a day? As Han Xian, fleeing frantically, saw the situation, he couldn't help but smile, turning to shout at Xiang Yu. Yet Xiang Yu gave him a smile that made his heart tighten. Ha! Han Xian is just so-so, do the soldiers dare to fight with me? Xiang Ye's roar thundered again, reverberating throughout the arena. Fight! 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 As Xiang Ye's voice fell, 8,000 Overlord cavalry, 100,000 Chu troops, and 60,000 Nirvana soldiers all shouted in unison, producing a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, carrying for miles. Not good. Seeing this familiar scene and the identical battle cry, Han Xian felt a foreboding surge in his heart. Boom, 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 boom. Soon the sound of clashing armor broke the balance as 70,000 Nirvana infantry marched forward, their overwhelming aura sending chills down Han Xian's spine. The signal sounded, and the strange army arrived. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous sound of armor and weapons echoed, and a magnificent momentum suddenly surged, enveloping the entire area. "Ha! Here comes old Xiong." The roaring voice of Xiong Quahai approached from afar, and a massive aura shot into the sky, causing the allied lords to gasp in awe once more. Another unparalleled general. "Brothers, follow me to kill the ducks." Xiong Quahai's deep voice boomed as he rode the fiery red dragon steed, wielding the dual axes of sun and moon, leading 78,000 Nirvana army foot soldiers to charge into the grand battlefield. As the massive army collided with the allied lords, a tumultuous blood mist spread instantly. "Brothers, follow Guan to kill. Reinforcements have arrived." Guan Sheng's explosive shout rang out, his Qinglong Yenyuan knife slicing through the air with a chilling glow. "I am Zhang Fei of Yin. Who dares to fight me?" "Huh! Kill!" Zhang Fei's roaring voice suddenly erupted. With the arrival of reinforcements, the morale of the Nirvana army and the 100,000 Chu troops soared as they began a frenzied counterattack. The blood mist spread, leaving the entire allied lords in shock. How could there be reinforcements again? And another unparalleled general comparable to the Western Chu overlord Xiang Yu. Calculating this way, with Xiang Yu himself, the opposing side had a total of 5 unparalleled generals. Instantly, the allied lords were dumbfounded, astonished. Where did so many unparalleled generals come from? Not only were the allied lords dumbfounded, but even Fan Quan Peng Yue and Han Xian were also filled with fear. What on earth was happening? Wasn't it said that Xiang Yu and his Chu army were completely surrounded by them? Where did these unparalleled generals and reinforcements come from? Suddenly Han Xin's pupils constricted sharply. He thought of one place, which seemed the most likely: Wujiang. Wujiang was just a river away from the land of Chu. They had no defenses there, deliberately allowing Xiang Yu to collapse towards Wujiang. Could it be that these reinforcements were sent from Wujiang to aid them? Suddenly various thoughts flooded his mind, and it seemed that only this explanation made sense. "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Suddenly the cries of battle erupted, startling Han Xian awake as he surveyed the entire battlefield. Damn it! Looking at the battlefield, Han Xin's face instantly turned grim. The battlefield was shattered instantly due to the joining of the 78,000 Nirvana army. With the arrival of the 78,000 Nirvana army, the balance was broken. Coupled with the Chu army's morale soaring due to reinforcements, the allied lords' morale plummeted, leading to a sudden loss of control over the situation. The 500,000 allied lords found themselves at a disadvantage again, and the situation turned into a one-sided, especially with the frenzied output of the unparalleled battle prowess of Guan Sheng, Xiong Quahai, Pei Yuanqing, and Zhang Fei. A tremendous momentum surged. Wherever the four charged, there was instant collapse. Fan Quan was fierce, comparable to the likes of Dian Wei Ma Chao and Su Chu from the Three Kingdoms. But now, as a top-tier general, he was shrinking back in the rear of the army, turning into a turtle. It was evident how ferocious, unparalleled battle prowess could be, especially that of Xiang Yu's side. Besides Xiang Yu himself, there were 4 others even the ancient Fan Quan would have to give up. The boost from unparalleled generals was enormous. Their morale enhancement was unmatched, greatly uplifting their side's spirit, while the opposing side's morale plummeted. Massacre. A one-sided massacre. Kill them for me. Just as Han Xian was anxious, Xiang Yu's explosive shout rang out again, startling Han Xian. Helpless, he could only run wildly again, for if he were captured by Xiang Yu, the allied lords would be doomed. Kill, kill, kill. Blood mist spread. The stench of blood filled the air. Rivers ran red with blood. The entire battlefield turned into a one-sided massacre, but Han Xian found himself powerless. He was merely human, not a god. Faced with the continuous arrival of Xiang Yu's reinforcements, he had no immediate solutions. Kill, 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 kill. The cries of battle shook the heavens. The entire battlefield was in chaos. A grand battle, involving nearly 700,000 people, erupted. Little Han Xian, don't run. As long as you surrender to me, Xiang Yu, I will make you the grand marshal of my army. Xiang Yu's hearty laughter echoed across the battlefield, but the fleeing Han Xian did not dare to look back. He just kept running forward while observing the battlefield. However, the situation on the battlefield was dire. To be precise, the situation for the allied lords was extremely grim. The entire battlefield was a one-sided massacre, with the targets being the allied lords. Not a single general dared to emerge and confront the Chu army directly, as the Chu side had 4 great reapers. Anyone daring to emerge, whether a second-rate general, first-rate general, or top-tier general, would be forcefully suppressed. With the ebb and flow of morale, a defeat for the allied lords seemed just a matter of time. The bloodshed did not cease. The wails did not stop. The overwhelming stench of blood spread in all directions. At every moment, casualties were mounting on both sides. Overall, it seemed that for every 10 allied lords that fell, only 1 Chu soldier would die. A crushing one-sided match. In large-scale battles, morale is exceptionally important. In an unknown duel, courage may not be as crucial as strength. In a brawl of 100 against 100, the importance of courage becomes quite evident. And in battles involving thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, morale is the key to victory or defeat. Faced with Xiang Yu's massacre, the 500,000 allied lords were terrified. Blood flowed like a river, and there a frenzied slaughter. As Han Xian fled in a panic, watching his commander's soldiers fall one by one, his eyes turned blood red, and his handsome face showed unprecedented pain. At this moment, it seemed that the title of unmatched commander was a huge mockery for Han Xian, a massive insult. Kill. I am General Zhou Bo under Liu Bang, the king of Han. Brothers, give me your all. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention on the battlefield. A fierce general radiating top-tier aura led 100,000 troops towards the Chu army. Kill. I am Ingbu, the king of Zhejiang, brothers charge. Another explosive shout rang out as Ingbu, exuding a top-tier aura, led nearly 100,000 of the remaining allied troops towards the Chu army. Huh. The king of Han has come to save us, soldiers kill. Seeing 20,000 troops rushing to aid Han Xin was overjoyed, arriving just in time. Among the 20,000 troops, 10,000 were the army protecting Liu Bang himself, while the other 10,000 were ambushed along the way to Wujiang. However, things were clearly not developing as they had anticipated. Xiang Yu actually had reinforcements. He had beaten Han Xion's 500,000 troops into a frenzy, leading to a one-sided massacre. This was obviously beyond the expectations of Liu Bang and Ingbu, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield. When they saw Han Xion's 500,000 troops being slaughtered with the possibility of a complete rout, at any moment Liu Bang and Ingbu lost their composure. If the 500,000 troops were defeated, it would be foolish to send their 20,000 to battle the opponent. Therefore, without hesitation, Liu Bang and Ingbu decided to withdraw their ambushed forces and concentrate all efforts to defeat Xiang Yu. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of 20,000 troops rejoining the battlefield instantly changed the situation. Seeing their own 20,000 troops join the fight, the morale of the allied lords surged, and they began a fierce. It must be said that morale is truly important. The previously defeated and dispirited allied lords, upon seeing reinforcements, instantly rallied and clashed fiercely with Xiang Yu's army. The battlefield was tumultuous. Facing the newly joined 20,000 allied lords, the 20,000 Xiang Yu's troops suddenly felt immense pressure. Even the strong counterattacks from Guan Yu and Zhang Fei and Xiong Kuai added significant pressure. There were too many enemy troops. Amidst the sea of soldiers, unparalleled generals could intimidate the enemy and boost their own morale. This was the true value of a fierce general in the army. However, once the opposing side's morale surged, the pressure mounted, and even unparalleled generals felt like mere grasshoppers among millions of ants, only able to leap a few times. Kill, 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 kill. With the addition of 20,000 allied troops, the morale of the allied lords soared, turning the tide of battle, and Xiang Yu's army was suddenly forced on the defensive. Even with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei and Xiong Kuai roaring incessantly and fighting back desperately, the casualties on Xiang Yu's side suddenly began to rise. Huh. Xiang Wang, it's too late for you to break through now. Seeing the tide of battle turning, Han Xion turned back and laughed. His mood significantly improved. Hee. Looking at the pleased Han Xion, Xiang Yu couldn't help but sneer, suddenly roaring, brothers kill. Annihilate. Kill, 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 kill. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's command, the iron cavalry of the Overlord roared in unison, quickly brandishing their weapons and charging towards Han Xion. What is Xiang Yu really going to risk it all? Feeling the immense killing intent behind him, Han Xin's body trembled, panic surged, and he could only continue fleeing forward, for he was not far from Xiang Yu. Kill, 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 kill. The entire battlefield was scorched earth. The cries of battle echoed like thunder. Time passed. Second by second, the battle intensified. Both sides engaged in a fierce fight, and the battlefield was now filled with over 900,000 people. Such a massive battle had turned the ground into rivers of blood. Kill, 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 kill. As Xiang Yu pursued Han Xion, he also kept a close eye on the battle. When he saw both sides fully engaged, unleashing their true power, and his side was overwhelmed, a smile finally appeared on his face. Then my trump card can make its appearance now. Xiang Yu softly smiled and said, Little Han Xion is nothing. Soldiers, do you dare to fight with me? Xiang Yu's thunderous shout reverberated again, covering the entire area. Fight, 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 fight. Hearing Xiang Yu's roar, the 20,000 Xiang Yu's troops shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, echoing for dozens of miles. What? Hearing this familiar and similar situation, Han Xion was instantly stunned. Could there be more reinforcements? Huh. I am Guan Yu, Guan Yunchang. Soldiers, follow me to kill. Suddenly, a roaring voice erupted, and Guan Yu, riding a snow-white steed and wielding the Qinglong Yenyuan knife, led 15,000 elite cavalry and 3,000 iron cavalry like a whirlwind charging in. Kill. With Xiang Yu's nearly 20,000 elite forces entering the scene, the allied lords were instantly stunned. The lowest among them were 10th tier troops. Yuchi continued leading 2,000 Overlord iron cavalry to pursue Han Xion. The rest follow me. Yes. Yuchi immediately complied. Kill. Xiang Yu also roared, immediately redirecting 6,000 Overlord iron cavalry towards the 70,000 allied lords. With 15,000 10th tier troops and a total of 11,000 special 10th tier troops joining the battlefield, the massacre resumed. The slaughter continued. After a day of frenzied pursuit, Xiang Yu's army chased the allied lords for 50 miles, slaughtering 30,000 troops. As Xiang Yu led 15,000 tier 10 soldiers along with numerous special tier 10 troops into the battlefield. The entire battlefield was completely dominated by Xiang Yu. Apart from the 2,000 Overlord iron cavalry led by Yuchi, there were a staggering 9,000 special tier 10 cavalry and 15,000 tier 10 soldiers, which constituted an immensely powerful force. Tier 10 soldiers and special Tier 10 troops are the most elite forces, and they are the lethal weapons on the battlefield. With 6 unparalleled generals, including Xiang Yu charging forward, the morale of their side soared while the morale of the feudal lords' coalition plummeted. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. The slaughter is back. The feudal lords' coalition was utterly finished. The slaughter caused their command structure to collapse. Where could any leaders be seen? Wherever the 6 great generals suppressed the leadership of the feudal lords' coalition was directly crushed. Slaughter. Under Xiang Yu's command, 250,000 Xiang Yu troops fought from dawn until dusk, relentlessly pursuing and killing. However, the enemy was simply too numerous. Over a distance of 50 miles, the pursuit lasted from morning until night, yet they had only managed to kill 300,000 feudal lords' coalition soldiers, causing many lords to not dare show their faces. A great victory. Countless spoils of war. Night. The Chu army's camp was in an uproar. They had won, and it was a resounding victory, having defeated the 70,000 coalition troops and slaughtered 300,000. There is hope for the Chu state. Indeed, as the struggle for supremacy between Chu and Han unfolded, the overlord of Western Chu, Xiang Yu, had begun to decline, and the Battle of Cunxiao had brought immense pain to all Chu soldiers as they saw no hope. But now it was different. With divine reinforcements helping them, they had defeated the feudal lords' coalition that was about to. Undoubtedly, this great victory seemed to renew the Chu state's chance of unifying the world. In the royal tent of the Chu army, Xiang Yu sat at the high seat with Yuchi by his side, while the generals below feasted and enjoyed the performances of singers and dancers. However, the expression on Xiang Yu's face was somewhat displeased. Ding. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for completing the fateful mission of the Overlord of Western Chu, Xiang Yu, the deathly battle. Surrounded on all sides, ambushed from 10 directions, completing the defiance against fate, not perishing, and ensuring UJI's survival. Do you wish to return to the main world? Indeed, the system's sprite reminded him that he had completed the deathly battle mission of the Overlord of Western Chu and could return at any time. Without a doubt, Xiang Yu had indeed completed his fateful mission. The encirclement was directly dispelled by his war song, and he had also ensured UJI's survival. Furthermore, he had boldly confronted the 70,000 coalition troops, severely damaging the enemy. The enemy didn't even have the chance to execute their ambush, so strictly speaking, Xiang Yu had exceeded the mission parameters. Logically, he should be happy. But Xiang Yu could not find happiness, as everything had happened too quickly. He had only just arrived in this world for a day or two. This world, although a copy, had truly remarkable civil and military officials, especially strategists and commanders. Zhang Liang, who could devise strategies within his tent and determine victories from 1,000 miles away, would undoubtedly rank among the top echelon of intellect in the 5,000 years of Chinese history. His military strategy skills could even place him among the top 3, which is undeniable. If he could truly bring Zhang Liang under his command with this strategist assistance, he would no longer need to worry about the likes of Guojia Zhuge Liang or Sima Yi from the Three Kingdoms period. Of course, Chen Ping and Shao He were also extraordinary strategists and quite impressive. Han Xian was undoubtedly among the top generals in Chinese history. If he could recruit him, what need would there be for Zhou Yu Zhuge Liang or Lu Sun? They could all be easily defeated. Additionally, the slightly lesser generals like Yingbu Jibu Fan Kuai and Zhong Li Mei were also top-tier warriors. If possible, Xiang Yu wished to recruit them all under his banner. However, now the system sprite informed him that he had completed Xiang Yu's fateful mission and he might have to return. Undoubtedly, Xiang Yu was not satisfied. It was too short. It had only been a day's time. Of course, he wanted to stay longer in this world, but reality did not allow. Who was his opponent? That was the war god Han Xian, commanding 70,000 troops. How could he possibly fight back? He had to seize the opportunity to knock down the opponent in one fell swoop. To defeat Han Xian, who commanded 70,000 troops, he had to adopt the strategy of the Overlord, which was to strike hard. Moreover, he needed to use the 15,000 Nirvana troops as a surprise force, not giving the enemy a chance to react, directly stunning them. Otherwise, revealing the 15,000 troops outright. That would undoubtedly carry enormous risks, a cost far greater than the gains. And now he had succeeded, using the 15,000 surprise troops to unleash the ferocity and dominance of the Overlord of Western Chu, Xiang Yu, and utterly defeat the 70,000 coalition troops within a day. But wait, was he perhaps also going to return? He had not yet gathered his talents. How many days can I stay in this world? Ding. Reminder to player Xiang Yu: strictly speaking, you can only stay for one day. However, as Xiang Yu is the Overlord of Western Chu with aspirations to dominate the world, his idol is Qin Huang. Therefore, the player can unlock the hidden fateful task, dominate the world. Ding. Reminder to player Xiang Yu: dominate the world, sweep away various feudal lords, eliminate opposing forces, establish the Western Chu Empire, strike north against the Xiongnu, pacify the 100 Yu, in the south unify the script and measures, build the Great Wall, making the Western Chu Empire the strongest in the world with all nations paying tribute. Ding. Player Xiang Yu, do you wish to initiate the hidden fateful task of the Overlord of Western Chu? Reminder: once initiated, you cannot exit the copy world until the task is successfully completed or failed. Ding. Dominate the world, reward. The Qin Han copy world will become a subordinate world of player Xiang Yu, allowing the entry and exit of anyone and anything at any time. What the hell? Upon hearing the system sprite's prompt, Xiang Yu was instantly stunned. Completing the hidden fateful task of the Overlord of Western Chu could actually allow him to treat the Chu Han realm as a subordinate world, which was astonishing. What does this concept mean? This meant that this world would belong to him. He could fully activate a mode of mass recruitment, cultivate generals, train strategists, amass endless armies, and even sow endless grains as his logistical base. This is truly insane, but I really like it. In an instant, Zhang Yu had an idea to seize and take control of this world, turning it into his subordinate realm. No wait. Suddenly Zhang Yu frowned again. The system sprite mentioned eliminating opposing forces and establishing the Western Chu Empire, which was fine, but the latter part about making the Western Chu Empire the strongest in the world with all nations paying tribute posed some concerns. What did this world refer to? Was it referring to the entire Celestial Empire and nearby small nations? Or was it referring to the whole world? Zhang Yu knew that the global context included not only the Celestial Empire, but also the powerful nations of the same era as the Qin dynasty, such as the Roman Republic, Assyrian Empire, Persian Empire, Maurya Empire, and Parthian Empire, which were all formidable, especially the Roman Republic known for its vastness. Ding. Reminder to player: Zhang Yu, the world refers to the entire globe. Since you intend to treat the Qin Han world as a subordinate realm, it must all submit. It seemed the system sprite sensed Zhang Yu's doubts and explained. What the hell? This is going to be tough. Upon hearing it was the whole globe, Zhang Yu could no longer remain calm. Right now he only had 250,000 troops, and it would be quite time-consuming to conquer the entire Qin Han region. How long would it take to deal with the external threats? To establish the Western Chu Empire, he would need to recruit vigorously, then eliminate Liu Bang, Han Xian, Ingbu, and others before striking north against the Xiongnu and pacifying the 100 Yu in the south. Was that an easy task? Is the Xiongnu so easily defeated? The first emperor of Qin dispatched General Meng Tian with 300,000 troops to strike north against the Xiongnu. After a long time, they barely managed to drive them away, but when Liu Bang established the Han dynasty, the Xiongnu re-emerged, surrounding Han Gaozu Liu Bang with 40,000 troops. This is the infamous Siege of Baiting, where Liu Bang led 32,000 troops and was utterly ineffective, starving for 7 days and nights, almost running out of provisions. Had it not been for a thick fog, Han Gaozu Liu Bang might have perished. Is the Xiongnu so easily defeated now? Clearly not. As for the southern 100 Yue, they were undoubtedly the great enemy of the Qin dynasty. The first emperor appointed Zhao Tuo to lead 300,000 troops, spending 33 years to pacify the 100 Yu lands, but by then the Qin dynasty had long since perished, and the Han dynasty was already established. Thus both the 100 Yu and the Xiongnu were massive forces. Why did the Qin dynasty fall so quickly? Was it due to a lack of troops? Certainly not. Consider that 300,000 troops in the north were resisting the Xiongnu, while another 300,000 were fighting the 100 Yu in the south. How many regular troops were left at home? So establishing the Western Chu Empire, pacifying the 100 Yue, and striking the Xiongnu would be time-consuming and resource-intensive. Furthermore, battling the Roman Republic, Assyrian Empire, Persian Empire, Maurya Empire, and Parthian Empire would stretch out for ages. Undoubtedly, this was extremely unfavorable for Zhang Yu. He only had 250,000 soldiers, and after suffering a loss of 40,000 today, he only had 210,000 left. How could he manage? But should he give up on this hidden mission? Clearly Zhang Yu was unwilling, a subordinate world. Can I come back later to continue completing the task? Without a doubt, he could not accept the mission now due to insufficient time. The main world, the real world, was fundamental. If he spent decades battling in the copy world, by then the world of Blue Star might have already been unsealed. However, he was truly reluctant to give up. The copy world offered such rich rewards. Ding. Reminder to player: Zhang Yu, you can pause the time in the Qin Han realm and return later. However, once the hidden task of the Overlord of Western Chu is initiated, you cannot exit midway. The system sprite immediately provided this explanation, sending Zhang Yu into a state of ecstasy. Great. I will accept this task, Zhang Yu said decisively. Zhang Yu instantly formulated a plan to vigorously develop the strength of the Three Kingdoms realm in the main world. Once he had millions, or even tens of millions of troops with esteemed generals and brilliant strategists, he would directly invade this Qin Han realm, sweeping across the globe and claiming this subordinate world. To take on the Qin Han territory, a massive military force is truly required. It would take not just 1 million soldiers, but perhaps 2 or even 3 million to suffice. A world is immensely vast. Even though the Americas are still wild regions such as West Asia, Europe, and North Africa have already established human kingdoms, particularly the Roman Republic, which is not in the least inferior to the flourishing Qin dynasty. Moreover, since this is an ancient era with inconvenient transportation, conquering the world is not as simple as. However, if Zhang Yu were to leverage the power of the main world, it would be a different matter. The main world is the Three Kingdoms dimension expanded tenfold with tremendous war potential. If he could carve out a kingdom in the Three Kingdoms dimension, amassing an army of 10 million would not be an insurmountable task. Should he gather an army of 10 million in the main world, not only could he sweep through the Xiongnu and Baiwei of the Qin Han dimension, but even the ancient Roman Republic would fall before him. Even if Alexander the Great were to return, he would also be easily brushed aside. Since he can only stay in this world for a day, Zhang Yu is no longer troubled. To subdue the strategist Zhang Liang and the war god Han Xian in just one day is merely a pipe dream. System spirit, if I go out now, will I be able to take those people with me? Yeah. Xiang Yu couldn't help but ask after all his original intention for entering the copy world was to recruit various talents in the Iron Cavalry of Overlord. Ding. Alert player, Xiang Yu currently in the Qinhan dimension has achieved full loyalty with 8,000 Iron Cavalry of the West Chu Overlord, including Yuji Yuziki and Xiang Zhuang. As the system's alert sounded, Xiang Yu frowned. To be honest, having only these few diehard loyalists did not satisfy him. Yuji's willingness to die for the West Chu Overlord Xiang Yu is not surprising to him. Yuziki, Yuji's brother, fought valiantly alongside Xiang Yu until the end. His loyalty is also expected. Xiang Zhuang, a member of the Xiang clan, revered Xiang Yu, the West Chu Overlord, so Xiang Yu finds no surprise that the 8,000 Iron Cavalry have followed the West Chu Overlord Xiang Yu from the land of Chu, winning countless battles. Their loyalty is something Xiang Yu expected. However, Xiang Yu is not satisfied. Yuziki lacks strategy, and Xiang Zhuang's capabilities are even more inadequate. The ones who truly impress Xiang Yu are still Jibu and Zhong Li Mei. Both of them are top-tier generals possessing formidable combat strength and decent leadership. In particular, Ji, who not only has exceptional martial prowess, but also superior command skills, making him an excellent leader. With this in mind, Xiang Yu looked at the attributes panel of the two. Name: Jibu, command 92, strength 93, intelligence 66, politics 72, loyalty 81. Name: Zhong Li Mei, command 88, strength 92, intelligence 61, politics 68, loyalty 90. Xiang Yu focused on their loyalty. After looking it over, he felt quite satisfied, as both Jibu and Zhong Li Mei saw a significant increase in loyalty after defeating the coalition of feudal lords. After pondering for a moment, Xiang Yu flicked his robe, signaling the singers and dancers to step down, and then stood up. Today's great victory is owed to the dedication of all the soldiers. Come, let us all drink a toast. Saying this, Xiang Yu boldly lifted a wine cup and downed it in one go. The generals, seeing Xiang Yu's hearty demeanor, also raised their cups and drank in unison. Jibu Zhong Li Mei stepped forward to receive orders. Suddenly, Xiang Yu bellowed, his powerful voice reverberating. Zhong Li Mei and Jibu exchanged glances, clearly perceiving the confusion in each other's eyes, but they still stepped forward respectfully to gaze at Xiang Yu. Both of you are my fierce generals who have fought alongside me through thick and thin. Even in times of crisis, you have never left my side. I, Xiang Yu, the West Chu Overlord, am greatly moved. From now on, I shall regard you as brothers. I dare not. I dare not. It is my duty to serve. Jibu and Zhong Li Mei were taken aback by this. Is this still the West Chu Overlord they once viewed as aloof and unapproachable? How could he treat them with... Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Zhong Li Mei's face flushed. He had originally decided to flee from Cunxiao, but he never expected Xiang Yu to win, and such a resounding victory at that. I have always aspired to be an overlord, to challenge the world alone, neglecting the contributions of my two excellent generals. Today's great battle has made me realize that victory cannot rely solely on one person's strength. Thus you too shall be my generals in the Chu Kingdom. Here are the military symbols for the left and right armies, which I entrust to you both. As he spoke, Xiang Yu directly handed over the military symbols of the left and right armies to the two, leaving Jibu and Zhong Li Mei stunned as they stared blankly at the symbols in their hands. They exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock reflected in each other's eyes. Previously, Xiang Yu had worn down the military symbols and had been unwilling to grant them to his subordinates. Now he suddenly bestowed two military symbols, and they were for both the left and right armies, which each comprised 30,000 troops, totaling 60,000. Yet the Chu army currently only has 70,000 soldiers, thus the forces directly commanded by Xiang Yu are already less than those of the two. What an incredible trust! In an instant, both Zhong Li Mei and Jibu were moved, kneeling on one knee and declaring loudly, "We vow to serve the Overlord until death." Ding! Zhong Li Mei's loyalty increased by 8 points. Current loyalty reaches 98. Ding! Jibu's loyalty increased by 10 points. Current loyalty reaches 91. Hearing the system spirit's prompt, Xiang Yu inadvertently frowned. He was not satisfied with this outcome. While a loyalty above 90 signifies diehard loyalty and is unlikely to betray, Xiang Yu's expectations are high, so it must be maxed out to be able to take them out of the copy. With this in mind, Xiang Yu took a step forward again, directly helping the two up and solemnly addressing Zhong Li Mei, saying, "General Zhong, I have been deceived by Chun Ping's schemes and isolated you. This is my oversight as the Overlord. I hope you will not hold past grievances and continue our cooperation to establish the great Chu Empire." Boom. Hearing Xiang Yu's seemingly apologetic words, Zhong Li Mei and Jibu were instantly stunned. The Overlord is apologizing. Coming back to their senses, Zhong Li Mei couldn't help but shed tears of joy. He was finally understood. Thud. Zhong Li Mei, unable to contain himself, knelt on one knee again, choking back tears as he declared, "I swear to serve the great Chu Empire's ambitions until death." Ding. Zhong Li Mei's loyalty increased by 2 points. Current loyalty reaches max value. Ding. Jibu's loyalty increased by 5 points. Current loyalty reaches 96. In fact, Zhong Li Mei was already among Xiang Yu's most loyal followers, but due to the schemes of the unparalleled strategist Chen Ping under Liu Bang, the distance between them grew. Even after Zhong Li Mei defected, he did not ally with Liu Bang, but instead sought to persuade Han Xian to rebel, showing that he had always remained loyal to Xiang Yu. However, G-Bus situation was more intriguing. After his loyalty reached 96 points, it could no longer increase. No matter what Xiang Yu said next, it wouldn't go up. The saying a promise is worth 1,000 gold originates from Jibu. However, Jibu did not easily make such a promise. The fact that he became a governor of a county under Liu Bang after Xiang Yu's downfall speaks volumes. Thus, Xiang Yu has gained another formidable general, Zhong Li Mei. A flash of radiance swept across the camp of Niepan town, and in an instant 150,000 troops materialized. It was Xiang Yu and his party who had returned from the Qinhan Plain instance less than an hour after leaving Niepan town. The 150,000 soldiers of Niepan town had lost 10,000 in clashes with the allied lords, yet Xiang Yu had gained 8,000 hegemon iron cavalry, so the total still stood at 150,000. Where is the hegemon? Suddenly Yuji's puzzled voice arose, and Xiang Yu instantly realized he had reverted to his original appearance. Sister Yuji, the hegemon should return shortly. For now, feel free to move about the camp. Xiang Yu cleared his throat, inwardly tense. Yuji's memories had not been erased. Fortunately, he had not behaved indecorously, otherwise confessing at the bedside of the hegemon of Western Chu Xiang Yu would have been disastrous. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for completing the destiny quest of the hegemon of Western Chu Xiang Yu battle unto death. Successfully subdued the hegemon of Western Chu Xiang Yu. The system sprite's chime rang suddenly, making Xiang Yu's heart tighten. He hurriedly greeted everyone and rushed toward the magistrate's office of Niepan town. He had the feeling the system sprite was about to unleash something major. Soon after arriving at the magistrate's office, Xiang Yu's attention sharpened. Ding! Player Xiang Yu has successfully subjugated the hegemon of Western Chu Xiang Yu. Because Xiang Yu is not a Three Kingdoms figure, an identity has been implanted as a descendant of the hegemon of Western Chu Xiang Yu, born in Chu, and now named Xiang Ji, bearing the hegemon spear, the black steed Wuzue, and the hegemon bow. His memories remain intact. He will arrive at Niepan town today to seek refuge. Hearing the system sprite, Xiang Yu clicked his tongue. What a prize the hegemon spear, but alas, it was not his. Ding! Because player Xiang Yu subdued the war god, the hegemon of Western Chu Xiang Yu, the balance mechanism has been activated. Xiang Yu felt a jolt of unease and grew tense. He knew a major countermeasure was inevitable. Who would be balanced against the hegemon? Xiang Yu was the most formidable war god in Wuxia's history, his valor unmatched for the ages. If balance was engaged, what kind of monstrous counter would it spawn? Xiang Yu did not know, but since it was balance, it would surely counterbalance Xiang Yu's existence. He grew nervous. Balanced Entity 1 Flying Tiger General Li Cunxiao. Command 99, Strength 119, Intelligence 75, Politics 67. Implant Location Yuzhou. By the gods, what? The Flying Tiger General has appeared. Upon hearing the first balanced figure was Li Cunxiao, Xiang Yu lost his composure. Who was Li Cunxiao? He was celebrated in history as a mighty figure who could match the hegemon Xiang Yu and Li Yuanba in strength. As the ancients said, kings are no match for Xiang, generals are no match for Li. Xiang refers to the hegemon Xiang Yu, and Li to Li Cunxiao. Li Cunxiao was a famed fierce general from the end of the Tang to the 5 dynasties. Extraordinary in martial skill and courage, victorious in every assault, widely acknowledged as the foremost fierce general of that era. In unofficial histories, Li Cunxiao once led 18 riders to seize Chang'an. Likely an exaggeration, but even Wang Yinzhong, then hailed as the second most valiant warrior in the realm, could not last many exchanges against him, attesting to Li Cunxiao's might. Because of his prodigious strength and invincible valor, Li Cunxiao was nearly on par with the hegemon Xiang Yu, hence the praise kings are no match for Xiang, generals are no match for Li. Li Cunxiao's position in romance of the late Tang and 5 dynasties corresponds to that of Prince Zhao Li Yuanba in the Tales of the Tang, both portrayed as unconquerable presences. Later commentators quipped there was Li Yuanba in early Tang and Li Cunxiao in late Tang, both as if the heavens had no handle and the earth no rim. This means if the sky had a handle, they could pull it down; if the earth had a rim, they could lift it. An expression meant to magnify their overwhelming strength. The most famous unit under Li Cunxiao was the 500 Flying Tigers, who fought by his side to countless victories and struck terror into their foes. Thus, he earned the title General of the Flying Tigers. Later, after questioning his adoptive father's appointments, Li Cunxiao was slandered by hostile factions and met the tragic fate of being dismembered by 5 horses. When the 5 horses tore outward with all their strength, Li Cunxiao's wrists and ankles, by some innate reflex, generated power that pulled the horses back again, time and again, dozens of times, resisting the carriage's tearing without dying. Such endurance was rare in the annals. In the end, his spirit broke. He begged his adoptive father to sever his tendons, and so the great Flying Tiger General perished by quartering. Xiang Yu felt sickened. Damn, the hegemon of Western Chu had actually summoned 4th Li Cunxiao. A king and a general together, a strength stat of 119 was absurdly formidable. Find him. We must spare no effort to locate Li Cunxiao. Xiang Yu resolved to search for Li Cunxiao with all his might, though he lacked confidence. The realm was in turmoil. Yellow turban forces swept across the land, and Yuzhou was no exception. Under such conditions, his doubts were understandable. Ding! Balanced Entity 2 Ancient Sun Shooting, Saint General Ho E sealed. Command 80, Strength 120, Intelligence 70, Politics 68. Implant Location Taiying Mountains. The chime rang again. The appearance of the second balanced figure left Xiang Yu dumbfounded. Hou the Sunshooter, a mythic figure had appeared. A saint general at that. Xiang Yu was stunned. He knew he could summon ancient preaching personages, but he had never imagined summoning someone from myth. Did Hou truly exist? Xiang Yu did not know. Legend holds that Hou lived in the age of Yao. Myth relates that in Emperor Yao's time 10 suns rose at once, scorching the earth and withering the crops. People collapsed from the heat, faint and gasping. Because of the blistering heat, strange birds and beasts poured from dried rivers and flame-like forests to ravage the people. Hou immediately set about the task of shooting the suns. He lifted the crimson bow from his shoulder, drew forth white arrows, and one by one shot at the arrogant suns. Instantly 9 of the 10 were felled. Hou also slew monstrous birds and beasts. He killed Fengtuan, slew the 9, destroyed the boss serpent, and shot down Zouqi among other deeds. Hou had appeared, and even sealed as a saint general. His manifestation was enough to astonish Xiang Yu. If Hou, an ancient human, could appear, and was a saint general, then what of Xuan Yuan, Fuxi Nuachio, or Diyu? Could these ancient folk also manifest? What ranks would they hold? Saint level? God level? Suddenly Xiang Yu wondered whether Change of the Flying Moon Palace might also appear. Who was Change? Change is a figure from ancient Chinese myth, the daughter of Di Ku, the heavenly sovereign Dijuan, and the wife of Hou, famed for extraordinary beauty. In legend, after stealing the elixir of immortality that Hou had obtained from the Queen Mother of the West, she fled to the moon and became an immortal, dwelling in the Guanghan Palace upon the moon. Miss Change was the embodiment of beauty and a divine maiden. Later generations spun countless heart-rending love stories about her. Whether she truly existed is another matter. But if the sun-shooting Saint General Hou had emerged, damn it, why could not Miss Change appear as well? Suddenly a gleam flared in Xiang Yu's eyes. His heart pounded wildly with excitement. One cannot help but say that upon witnessing the emergence of Hou, Xiang Yu felt a surge of thoughts within, especially regarding Miss Change. She must be quite beautiful, right? Though surprised by the subjugation of the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Yu and the balancing of the formidable General Li Cunxiao, Xiang Yu was far more shocked by the emergence of Hou. To think that Hou is a saint-level warrior, and a saint-level warrior belonging to the human race, at that truly exceeded Xiang Yu's expectations. Previously he had thought that the human race could only have its own saint-level warriors through one of two means, either by establishing the Supreme Luck Dynasty and forcibly promoting human warriors to break through to the saint level using the power of fate. The other way would be to cultivate through the saint-level secret manual Overlord spear technique, rewarded by the system spirit all the way to the saint level. However, it clearly was not the case. It seemed that figures from ancient times and mythological legends were also existences beyond the supreme level. If that were the case, there would undoubtedly be many saint-level warriors among humans. Is Hou powerful? Of course he is, but are there not many figures from myths and legends who are stronger than Hou? Evidently, the human race also possesses its own saint-level warriors and even divine warriors. Arriving at such a conclusion, Xiang Yu breathed a huge sigh of relief. Since the human race has its own saint and even divine warriors, then after the seal is lifted, their chances of victory in the battle of the myriad races are undoubtedly greater. After balancing two great generals, Xiang Yu continued to listen intently, for he had also subdued Zhongli, Mei Xiang Zhuang, and Yu Ziki on this trip. He recalled that the system had mentioned that as long as he subdued one historical figure, he could balance two historical generals. However, after a while the system spirit still did not provide any prompts, which left Xiang Yu puzzled. Was the system malfunction? The system alerts player Xiang Yu that Yu Ziki Xiang Zhuang and Zhongli Mei, along with the 8,000 iron cavalry of the Overlord, pledge allegiance to the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Yu, and not to Yu Xiang Yu, hence there is no need to balance the characters. It seemed that sensing Xiang Yu's confusion, the system spirit explained. What the heck? Hearing the system spirit's explanation, Xiang Yu was instantly stunned. There's such a twist. Huh. Suddenly Xiang Yu seemed to remember something. It seemed that at that time his appearance resembled that of the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Yu, and Zhongli Mei and the others were indeed loyal to Xiang Yu himself, which truly had little to do with Xiang Yu. Rubbing his nose, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Damn it. After all his efforts, he was actually— forget it, after all, Xiang Yu is also my little brother. As long as he pledges allegiance to me, that's enough. In an instant, Xiang Yu realized this might not be a bad thing. Being loyal to Xiang Yu also meant he was a little brother to Xiang Yu. As long as he could handle Xiang Yu, it would all be fine. Moreover, this seemed to be an opportunity. He could completely leverage the identity of the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Yu in the next venture into the Qin Han dimension to subdue Han Xian and Zhang Liang without needing to balance. Thinking this way, it seemed quite promising. Xiang Yu didn't have to wait long before Zhao Ting, who was guarding the gate of Nirvana Town, hurriedly ran over. My lord, a very imposing general has arrived outside, claiming to be Xiang Ji here to pledge allegiance. Oh, Xiang Yu has come. I will go greet him in person. Hearing the name Xiang Ji, Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then he couldn't help but smile wryly. What Xiang? These are both names of the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu, 232 BC 202 BC, with the name Ji and the courtesy name Yu. In other words, Xiang Yu's real name is Xiang Ji and Yu is his courtesy name. Just like Guan Yu, who has the surname Guan, name Yu, and courtesy name Yanshang. Zhang Fei, surname Zhang, name Fei, courtesy name Ida. Therefore Xiang Ye's true name is Xiang Ji, and everyone refers to Xiang Ji as Xiang Yu, which is merely a title. This implanted identity instead revealed Xiang Ye's true name. Soon Xiang Yu arrived at the gate of Nirvana Town, and found that Xiang Ji was already surrounded by Yuji Yuziki and others. Upon seeing Xiang Yu arrive, the Western Shu overlord Xiang Ji immediately turned his double pupils towards Xiang Yu. Suddenly the aura from Xiang Ji erupted in an instant. Of vast momentum began to spread around, enveloping Xiang Yu directly. I see you are a strong one. You defeated Han Xian, and you are indeed powerful. But if you want me to submit, come let's battle. A resounding voice emerged from the mouth of the Western Shu overlord Xiang Yu with a fierce battle intent gleaming in his double pupils. Looking at the imposing Western Shu overlord radiating overwhelming battle intent, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. He had guessed that it would not be so easy. He saw should have been the entirety of his experience in the Qin Han dimension, and the Western Shu overlord Xiang Ji clearly acknowledged him, Xiang Yu, as a strong person. However, to completely subdue the renowned Western Shu overlord, Xiang Yu one must defeat him. The true overlord submits in battle, not through any other tasks. His memories as the Western Shu overlord had not faded. He remained as imposing as ever, still bearing the pride of a king. Good. What harm is there in battling you? Facing the greatest war god of all time, the legendary Western Shu overlord, Xiang Yu naturally had to show the utmost respect. And battling him was the greatest show of respect to the legendary Western Shu overlord. Battle. In an instant, Xiang Yu's battle intent surged wildly. To be able to fight with the Western Shu overlord, Xiang Yu felt honored. Xiang Yu was in no way intimidated. Even if the opponent is the Western Shu overlord, so what? He is still Xiang Yu. Yes, the universe is you. Huh. Battle. Hearing Xiang Yu accept his challenge, the Western Shu overlord Xiang Ji burst into hearty laughter. The battle intent of both surged, and waves of overwhelming momentum spread in all directions, causing Yuji and the others to retreat. Yet they were not worried. Instead, their gazes towards Xiang Ji brimmed with confidence. Who is Xiang Ji? The undefeated war god. Battle. Xiang Yu wasted no time, swiftly mounting the cloud-covering steed, and a 100-forged spear appeared in his hand. Xiang Yu did not choose to use the divine-grade war drum hammer or the divine-grade weapon the Yuang spear, but opted for the golden-grade 100-forged spear. Not because he wanted to go easy on Xiang Ji, but because in battling the Western Shu overlord, he had to unleash his peak combat power, and peak combat power certainly required a spear-type weapon. Why use the golden-grade 100-forged spear instead of a platinum-grade or even divine-grade spear? Did he not want to use a platinum-grade or even divine-grade spear? Of course he did. But his strength did not permit it. He did not have a high-quality spear. He could only make do with this golden-grade 100-forged spear. Battle, battle, battle. In an instant, Xiang Yu and the Western Shu overlord Xiang Ji stood face to face, their eyes filled with battle intent. The grand battle was about to commence. The Western Shu overlord Xiang Ji was the strongest war god in the history of China, his combat power reaching its. Xiang Yu was no weakling either. Having consumed the flesh of numerous imperial-level demon beasts and saint-level demon beasts, he had also practiced the saint-level secret manual overlord spear technique, raising his foundational combat power to 170 points, undeniably the top of humanity, before the seal of Blue Star was lifted. What fear could Xiang Yu possibly have? At this moment, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and others had also emerged, their gazes towards the Western Shu overlord Xiang Ji, filled with battle intent. After all, he was the overlord, the pinnacle of military generals, who wouldn't want to slay gods in the righteous path. Not to mention, they had already broken through the legendary level. Especially Guan Yu, whose battle intent radiated as he fixed his gaze on Xiang Ji. If it weren't for Xiang Ji still needing to fight Xiang Yu, Guan Yu would have likely charged in with his green dragon crescent blade. Fight, fight, fight. Seeing that Guan Yu and the others were looking at him with fierce battle intent, Xiang Ji was not surprised. He had of course seen their extraordinary battle power during the Battle of Guixia. Without a doubt, among them, Xiang Yu was the strongest. Fight, fight, fight. The battle intent surged between Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji, their eyes locked onto each other, their momentum soaring. Kill. Suddenly Xiang Ji roared, wielding the overlord spear, charging towards Xiang Yu on his black steed. With a foundational combat power of 120, the breaking army talent skill activated, granting 15 combat power, the invincible talent skill activated, granting 5, the spear god talent skill activated, granting 20, the peerless talent skill activated, granting 20, the divine grade overlord spear granting 7, and the divine grade steed black steed granting 7. His current combat power reached 194. Ding. A prompt for player Xiang Yu. Due to the fact that the Western Shu overlord Xiang Yu has not lost his memories, you know that he is the war god who shakes the world. The talent skills Overlord's Shocking Courage and Overlord's Shocking Domination have temporarily been unsealed. Ding. The Overlord Xiang Jis talent skill Overlord's Shocking Courage activated, granting 30 combat power. Current combat power is 224. Kill. Suddenly a sharp aura enveloped Xiang Yu as a powerful attack unleashed. The Overlord spear in his hand struck fiercely towards Xiang Yu. This is interesting. Upon hearing that Xiang Jis combat power had reached 224 points, Xiang Yu felt a certain admiration. This was without Xiang Ji consuming any demon beast flesh. Once he did, his combat power could likely increase by another 30 points. Kill. Xiang Yu roared, his strength surging rapidly, an explosive momentum bursting forth as he charged towards his opponent on his steed, the cloud-covering sky. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's foundational combat power is 170. The critical crush talent skill activated, granting 5. The invincible talent skill activated, granting 5. The breaking army granting 15. The spear god activated, granting 20. Using the golden grade forged spear granting 5. Using the divine grade steed cloud covering sky granting 7. Current combat power is 227. Kill. A murderous intent flashed all over him as the forged spear in his hand shot towards Xiang Ji like a piercing arrow. What a petty trick. Kill. Seeing that Xiang Yu's powerful strike seemed to be on par with his own, Xiang Ji snorted coldly, but paid it no mind. Power clashes to bring about a quick resolution, but true combat is not like that. Even if your attack is fierce, if you can't land a hit on me, it is all in vain. Facing Xiang Yu's sharp strike, like a snake emerging from its hole, Xiang Ji remained unfazed. With a slight flick of the Overlord spear in his hand, Xiang Yu's powerful strike was suddenly redirected, hitting nothing but air. Interesting. Xiang Yu felt as if he had struck cotton, his eyes brightening instantly. Kill. Having failed to land a hit, Xiang Yu did not dwell on it. He turned the forged spear, sharply shaking it fiercely, causing a flash of cold light to emerge, 5 spear blossoms emanating with a chilling murderous intent, all converging towards Xiang Ji. Kill. As if sensing the ferocity of Xiang Yu's attack, Xiang Ji laughed heartily, his hands never pausing. The Overlord spear swung in a domineering arc, transforming into a shadow of black as it continuously struck against the 5 spear blossoms. Ding 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 ding. The crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out as the two passed each other. Kill. Turn the horses around. Suddenly Xiang Ji roared, a murderous intent radiating from him as immense power coalesced around the Overlord's spear. The black steed transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Xiang Yu. With the Overlord spear shaking continuously, its speed reached its peak. Shadows flickered. A fierce black dragon appeared, exuding a dense aura of death as it lunged towards Xiang Yu. Roar. As if the black dragon howled, a chilling sense of crisis enveloped Xiang Yu. Moi. Is this the... Indeed, the Western Shu Overlord is a master of the spear. Looking at the opponent's overwhelmingly heavy Overlord spear transforming into a dragon filled with danger, Xiang Yu couldn't help but admire Xiang Ji's might. Although his combat power hadn't increased, it still posed a great threat to him. However, despite admiring Xiang Ji's dominance, Xiang Yu was not the least bit intimidated. After all, he too was proficient with the spear. The forged spear in his hand shook rapidly, moving at blinding speed, a bright, white phoenix emerging. Clang clang. The resounding cry of the phoenix echoed, the noble and elegant bright, white phoenix charging fiercely towards the domineering and sinister black dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Upon collision, the sound of explosive booms erupted, sparks flying as immense energy surged, the attacks nullifying each other. Kill. Yet without pause, Xiang Ji's fierce Overlord spear once again lunged towards Xiang Yu's back, a heavy and violent aura enveloping him, sending chills down his spine. Xiang Yu dared not be negligent. He thrust his forged spear forward, directly blocking the weighty Overlord spear, then quickly unleashed spear blossoms, with the forged spear charging towards Xiang Ji. Clang 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 clang. The sound of clashing reverberated endlessly, as in the blink of an eye the two had exchanged dozens of blows. The two steeds crossed paths, turning their heads around. Xiang Ji's face, adorned with a beard, suddenly became serious, and he exclaimed, "Since I began conquering the world, I have never fully utilized my ultimate skill, single-handed 18 picks. Now I have decided to unleash my ultimate skill." Saying this, Xiang Ji's expression turned grave, his aura surging once more, a chilling murderous intent enveloping a radius of 1 mile. Even Guan Yu and the others who were watching from the side felt a chill in their hearts, gazing at Xiang Ji in shock. Ding! A prompt for player Xiang Yu. Xiang Ji has created the semi-saint skill single-handed 18 picks. The first strike grants 20 combat power, and the second strike grants 40. Note: cannot stack increases. Holy cow! A self-created semi-saint skill, unbelievable. Hearing the system sprite's prompt, Xiang Yu was immediately shocked. A semi-saint skill surpassing ordinary limits. Truly the war god of Chinese history, this is incredible. Hearing that Xiang Ji had created a semi-saint level ultimate skill, Xiang Yu was still very shocked. It is known that the dominant spear technique is a sacred level secret manual which can continuously enhance one's combat power and then break through to become a saint level warrior. It is indeed priceless. However, this sacred level secret manual was not created by him, but was a reward from the system spirit for killing the first saint level beast, the Earth Song Xiong King. And now Xiang Ji actually created a semi-saint level ultimate skill by himself. Although it is not a saint level skill, it is still extraordinarily stunning, capable of raising combat power by up to 40 points. Combined with Xiang Ji's own strength, he can undoubtedly defeat weaker saint level beasts. One must say at this moment Xiang Yu deeply admired Xiang Ji's talent and martial arts gifts, truly worthy of being the war god of Huaxia, deserving of his respect. Use your strongest combat power or you will regret it. Xiang Ji's expression was stern, his aura surging, and a chilling killing intent filled the arena. As he spoke, Xiang Ji switched from holding the dominant spear with both hands to holding it with one hand, adopting the starting stance of the single-handed 18 flicks. Kill. Suddenly Xiang Ji roared, charging towards Xiang Yu with immense momentum under the gazes of the crowd. Ding. The dominant Xiang Jis single-handed 18 flicks semi-saint level ultimate skill activated combat power 20, current combat power 244. Listening to the system spirit's notification and watching the imposing Xiang Ji, Xiang Yu did not dare to be negligent. He abruptly shook his fully tempered long spear in hand, and a fierce aura immediately emanated from the spear tip, instantly activating the dominant spear technique. Ding. Player Xiang Yu activated dominant spear technique, combat power 28, current combat power 247. Seeing Xiang Yu finally unleash the spear techniques he mastered in the Qinhan realm, Xiang Ji felt satisfied and shouted again. Kill. As the black stallion charged towards Xiang Yu at high speed, Xiang Ji wielded the dominant spear single-handedly, wildly dancing it around. The afterimages flashed continuously, forming streaks of spear shadows. 9 small black dragon spear shadows suddenly emerged, exuding a violent aura as they charged towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu felt a sense of extreme danger enveloping him the moment the 9 small black dragon spear shadows formed. He could not help but admire inwardly. However, Xiang Yu did not back down. Instead, he boldly charged towards Xiang Ji, wielding his fully tempered long spear, which trembled continuously, reaching an extreme speed, with bright white spear shadows appearing, while an overwhelming aura of a conqueror spread out. Dominant spear technique, first move, conqueror's rise, break for me. The sky was filled with domineering spear shadows directly charging towards Xiang Ji's 9 small black dragon spear shadows. Xiang Yu did not choose to evade. Instead, he opted to break through with sheer force. The powerful, fully tempered long spear collided violently with Xiang Ji's single-handed 18 flicks spear shadow, the aura of conquest bursting forth. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of explosive collisions rang out, echoing 9 times as the weapons of both sides clashed continuously until the myriad spear shadows finally converged, forcibly breaking Xiang Ji's created single-handed 18 flicks. The powerful shockwave caused both Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji to stagger backward. Haha, good. Since I have fought across the world, I have finally found a worthy opponent. Seeing Xiang Yu strongly block his strike, Xiang Ji stabilized himself and couldn't help but laugh heartily, his tone filled with the pleasure of meeting a worthy adversary. Kill. Xiang Yu did not respond, but instead roared, charging towards Xiang Ji again with his spear, the battle intent in his eyes surging. Only battle is the most respectful answer to the dominator. Ding. Player Xiang Yu activated dominant spear technique, combat power 40, current combat power 267. Dominant spear technique, second move, sovereign, without bounds, kill. Suddenly a grand aura emanated from the wandering spear tip, magnificent, dominant, and regal. The wandering spear tip rippled through the air, and a silver dragon phantom appeared, charging towards Xiang Ji with a majestic aura of royalty. Well done. Seeing Xiang Yi's powerful strike, Xiang Ji's eyes sparkled loudly, praising him, his battle intent soaring, exuding a surge of fierce fighting spirit. Ding. The dominant Xiang Ji's single-handed 18 flicks semi-saint level ultimate skill activated, combat power 40, current combat power 264. Kill. Xiang Ji showed no fear at all, gripping the dominant spear and charging directly towards Xiang Yu, his overwhelming battle intent and powerful aura no less than Xiang Yi's. Battle, 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 battle. Watching Xiang Ji rapidly approach, Xiang Yi's battle intent surged as the silver dragon phantom, with its tail swaying fiercely, pressed down towards Xiang Ji with a grand royal aura. Kill. Facing the silver dragon's residual shadow, Xiang Ji was undaunted. Holding the dominant spear with one hand, he violently thrust it into the air 18 times, causing black dragons to emerge, a total of 18, roaring with immense fury as they charged toward the silver dragon. Kill, 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 kill. The fierce energy erupted and the aura of destruction surged forth as Guan Yu, Yuanqing, Zhang Fei, and others looked on with solemn expressions at the fierce battle between Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji. So powerful, the damage from both of their attacks had far surpassed what they could withstand. Kill, kill, roar, 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 roar. The roar of dragons reverberated through the heavens and earth, distant and clear. The massive silver dragon carrying the grand will of the heavens pressed down towards the 18 small black dragons. Boom, 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 boom. As the two forces collided, the fierce energy burst forth, scattering the aura of destruction in all directions. Kill. As the small mushroom cloud had yet to dissipate, Xiang Yi's killing intent erupted from within it, moving swiftly as he once again thrust his spear towards Xiang Ji. Ding. Player Xiang Yu activated dominant spear technique, combat power 60, current combat power 287. Dominant spear technique, third move, sovereign of all, kill. Xiang Yu roared, his battle intent surging, an overwhelming aura bursting forth, more dangerous than before. In an instant, a silver dragon radiating the aura of suppressing the world appeared, fiercely pressing down towards Xiang Ji. Battle, 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 roar, roar, roar. The dragon's roar echoed, carrying for 2 miles. Haha, well done. Kill. Facing Xiang Ye's powerful strike, Xiang Ji laughed heartily, his single-handed 18 flicks appearing once more as an overwhelming aura of dominance spread out. Ding. The dominance, Xiang Ji's dominance, shocking the world, innate skill, activated combat power 30. Current combat power 294. Suddenly black dragons filled with the aura of dominance appeared beside Xiang Ji, charging towards Xiang Ye's silver dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces collided violently, creating a series of explosive sounds, the aura of destruction surging forth. The shockwave had just begun to manifest when Xiang Ye's technique emerged under the mushroom cloud. Ding. Player Xiang Yu activated Dominance Spear Technique, combat power 80, a current combat power 307. Dominance Spear Technique, fourth move, Dominator's Arrival, kill. The myriad spear shadows flashed, and a nine-clawed silver dragon phantom abruptly appeared, a torrent of overwhelming aura surging forth, ancient, regal, and supreme, pressing down towards Xiang Ji once more. Roar, roar, roar. The roar of the sovereign dragon was heavy and grand. Kill. Facing Xiang Ye's strongest strike, Xiang Ji's expression was more serious than ever as the single-handed 18 flicks reappeared and powerful black dragons emerged. Boom, boom, boom. A gigantic mushroom cloud spread out. Boom. Suddenly the majestic figure was sent flying, the dominance spear flung away. The Western Shu Overlord has been defeated. Bang. The majestic figure was thrown into the air and crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a resonant sound. Surrounding Yuji, Yuziki, Zhongli Mei, and Xiang Zhuang were all stunned. Xiang Ji had actually been defeated. The formidable Western Shu Overlord was actually knocked away. The war god, who was invincible in their eyes, had been defeated. Riding on the clouds, Xiang Ye's handheld, heavily forged spear finally emitted a sound under the unbearable strain, breaking directly. However, if one were to pay attention, they would notice that Xiang Ye's own hand was trembling uncontrollably, and there were cracks in his tiger's mouth, with faint blood seeping out. No wonder he is the Western Shu Overlord. He is indeed incredibly strong. Despite his overwhelming defeat of Xiang Ji, Xiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at Xiang Ji's peak combat power. The fact that the opponent could erupt with a combat power of 294 from nothing was truly against the heavens. It must be noted that Xiang Ji hadn't even consumed the meat of a demon beast yet. If he had eaten it, his combat power could have skyrocketed to 324. Although his own combat power had not reached full eruption with some fragmented talent skills, even at full eruption, it should only be around 330, right? And what about Xiang Ji? One must admit that Xiang Ji truly deserves to be the overlord of the human race and the war god of humanity. Various thoughts flooded Xiang Ye's mind as he approached Xiang Ji. Extending his hand, he said solemnly, "The overlord truly deserves the title of overlord. Ooh, I admire you." In his eyes was only sincerity, along with a hint of mutual respect among heroes. Xiang Ji is willing to accept defeat. From today onwards, you shall be my lord. Accepting Xiang Ji filled Xiang Yu with joy, for he was a peak power that was momentarily equal to him. That day, Xiang Yu took Xiang Ji to consume the flesh of imperial-grade demon beasts and holy-grade demon beasts. As expected, Xiang Ji's combat power surged by 30 points, reaching a base power value of 150. This also meant that once Xiang Ji's two major talent skills were unsealed, his peak combat power could reach nearly 330 points, with a combat value potentially hitting 3,300. Later, consuming demon beast meat, the combat power would be rounded. Consuming imperial-grade demon beast meat would grant 10 combat power, while consuming holy-grade demon beast meat would grant 20. Time passed quickly as everything seemed to be moving along the course of history. On the central plains, a scorched earth was turned upside down by the Yellow Turban Army, with many cities of the Han Court being breached one after another. The Yellow Turban Army's engulfing skill was constantly activated, and wherever the Yellow Torrent went, farmers and players were swept away, while officials and royal family members were slaughtered. Most of the Han was engulfed by the Yellow Torrent. The Yellow Turban Army was attacking cities with grandeur, appearing unassailable. Xiang Yu too was not idle. While vigorously developing, he dispatched numerous personnel to search for the sun-shooting Saint General Ho Yi in the Taiying Mountains and the Flying Tiger General Li Cunxiao in Yuzhou. However, just as Xiang Yu had anticipated, in the expanded world of expedition, a single Yozhou, now 10 times larger, was nearly as vast as 4/5 of the entire Han dynasty. Finding a person was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Time flowed quietly, and in the blink of an eye 5 days had passed. On this day, Xiang Yu gathered Xiang Ji, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Xiong Kuahai, Pei Yuanxing, Guansheng, Ranmin, and others at Yinmen Pass. Because the foreign tribes were becoming restless, according to reports from scouts, the Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Wuhuan had already shown signs of gathering their armies, seemingly poised to invade at any moment. As Yinmen Pass was a crucial border stronghold, if the foreign tribes were indeed to attack, Yinmen Pass would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt. Sure enough, Xiang Yu and others did not have to wait long before the system fairy's prompt suddenly sounded. Bingzhou announcement: due to player Xiang Yu defeating the southern Xiongnu Chanyu Yufu Luo, he has harbored resentment. Bingzhou announcement: resentful Yufu Luo, under the persuasion of his adopted son Kublai, has united with Xianbei, Wuhuan, and other factions to take advantage of the chaos in the eastern Han court, gathering 200,000 cavalry to attack Bingzhou, wishing to divide Bingzhou. Bingzhou announcement players in Bingzhou, please protect yourselves. Suddenly the system fairy's prompt rang out, leaving Xiong. Damn it, they really came. And they came in threes. Moreover, Kublai has actually become the adopted son of Yu Fu Luo of the southern Xiongnu. Damn, this is a conspiracy. Xiong Yu instantly became agitated. He immediately sensed something was off. He was the founder of the Yuan dynasty, one of the most powerful emperors in world history. Undoubtedly, this was intended to deliberately provoke conflict. Was the Han court so easy to topple? Even if the Yellow Turban army is so formidable, now the Han dynasty is not something that these foreign tribes can defeat. Xiong Yu immediately realized that this must be Kublai's scheme. Only a chaotic grassland would be a fertile land for his growth. What he needed was a chaotic grassland. Without mentioning how shocked and angry Xiong Yu was, the millions of players in Bingzhou collectively cursed upon hearing this. Originally, they had already followed Xiong Yu's advice, retreating from the war-torn central plains to the borderland, such as Bingzhou, thinking they could evade the war. But what did they hear? The three foreign tribes of Xiongnu, Xinbei, and Wuhuan united, wishing to send 200,000 cavalry to divide Bingzhou. And Kublai, the founding emperor of the Yuan dynasty, was involved. What was the reason? What was the ignition point? Suddenly the players in Bingzhou collectively cursed, damn, we came here for safety, to live safely, but this is 200,000 cavalry from the grasslands. They are not like the Yellow Turban army who would capture you and force you to join them. Instead, they would capture you and make you a slave or directly slaughter you. At this moment, all the players in Bingzhou panicked. They did not believe that Xiong Yu had the ability to protect them. The forums were in an uproar. However, Xiong Yu did not step forward to explain or take any action. Instead, he frowned tightly in the Lord's mansion of Yanmen Pass, examining the information on the three factions. Were 200,000 cavalry from the grasslands many? Were they strong? Yes, powerful. But the 300,000 troops at Nirvana Town and Yanmen Pass were all Xiong Yu's hard work, his capital in this expedition. Could he abandon it? Clearly not. Moreover, was Xiong Yu a coward? Of course not. He had never backed down, especially not this time when there was a crisis that could destroy his foundation. Additionally, the current Yanmen combined with the forces of Nirvana Town had nearly 50,000 troops. The mere fourfold difference was not necessarily insurmountable. However, looking at the data before him, what made Xiong Yu frown was that perhaps the real situation was even more serious than the surface-level 200,000 cavalry. For Xiong Yu saw the total military strength of the three factions, which was the reason for his frown. Xinbei had a total military strength of 400,000 cavalry. Wuhuan had a total military strength of 300,000 cavalry. Xiongnu had a total military strength of 200,000 cavalry. Indeed, if the three factions truly ignited their wrath and unleashed their full strength, they could mobilize nearly 900,000 sixth-tier cavalry. According to the information gathered by Xiong Yu, the nomadic tribes consist of four major groups: the Xiongnu, Xinbei, Wuhuan. The Chang tribe, due to its geographical location in the far west, and its semi-nomadic, semi-agricultural lifestyle, has little to do with Xiong Yu, so we will set them aside for now. Currently, the situation on the grasslands sees the Xinbei, Wuhuan, and Xiongnu standing together with other smaller tribes uniting as a coalition. The Xinbei is the dominant tribe, boasting a population of over 20 million and more than 400,000 armored warriors. On the vast grasslands stretching over 100,000 miles apart from these three tribes, there are several tribes with populations ranging from 1 million to 5 million and dozens of tribes with less than a million. The relationships among these, on the vast grasslands stretching over 100,000 miles apart from these three tribes, there are several tribes with populations ranging from 1 million to 5 million and dozens of tribes with less than a million. The relationships among these tribes are complex, and together they barely manage to resist the encroachment of the three major tribes. This is a stable grassland, a tranquil expanse. However, with the sudden emergence of Kublai Khan, the new Yuan emperor, this grassland will soon be engulfed in flames of war, a battlefield where the opposition can thrive. A stable grassland does not align with the interests of the opposition, hence Xiong Yu has reason to suspect that the scheme to divide Bingzhou, taking advantage of the Han dynasty's distraction with the Yellow Turban Rebellion, is orchestrated by Kublai Khan. The Han court is not as weak as it appears. To be precise, the civil and military officials of the Han are not so feeble. Consider the late Eastern Han period, where warlords carved out territories, ultimately leading to the Three Kingdoms tripartite standoff. The flames of war in the imperial court raged for decades, indeed over a century. Logically, the foreign tribes should have acted long ago, yet why have they not stirred any significant waves? The reason lies in the sheer number of formidable warriors during the Three Kingdoms era, each more dominant than the last. Take Gong Sunzan from Yozhou, the White Horse general, who commanded the valiant White Horse Brigade, fiercely opposing the northern nomadic tribes, with his formidable attitude, his bravery, instilling fear along the borders. Then there's Lu Bu, who, facing the Xiongnu, earned the title of Flying General Right on the grasslands, gaining renown beyond the Great Wall, stationed at Wuyuan County, as steadfast as Mount Tai. Similarly, Ma Teng, the father of Ma Chao, also gained fame through his defense against the Chang tribe. Cao Cao unified the northern territories, becoming the overlord of the north. Throughout his life of warfare, he dealt with foreign tribes with great resolve, fighting until they submitted, refusing to relinquish an inch of land. In his first battle, he rendered the Xiongnu leader Yufilu unable to lift his head, and later in the campaign against the Wuhuan Cunxiao, led the elite Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and his loyal troops against the main forces of Wuhuan, causing them to cry out in despair. This battle struck fear throughout the northern borders of China. Witnessing the might of Chao's army, the neighboring Xinbei immediately submitted to Cao with their leaders such as Kebening and Bujendu paying tribute to the Central Plains dynasty. Among these events, the classic text, though the tortoise lives long, remains in the literary curriculum. Liu Bai's approach towards foreign tribes in the early days when the Shu kingdom was at its zenith saw the 5 tiger generals effortlessly overpowering them. Meng Huo Defiant was captured and released by Zhuge Liang 7 times, a trial no one could endure. Thus the Han, or the Celestial Dynasty, has never been weak. During the Qin dynasty, Meng Tian repelled the Xiongnu, while in the western Han Wei Qing and Huo Qubing shattered the grasslands sealing off the Wolf Fortress. In the eastern Han, Do Xian and Gong Bing led northern expeditions against the Xiongnu, driving them westward once more. These various instances clearly illustrate that the Han, or the Celestial Dynasty, has never been weak. However, the current attempt by the 3 tribes to carve up Bingzhou is undoubtedly a declaration of war against the Central Plains. Once both sides declare war and the flames of battle reignite, the tranquility of the grasslands will inevitably be shattered once more. Thus, as the Yuan Emperor Kublai Khan will surely seize the opportunity to profit from the chaos. With the Xiongnu Xinbei and Wuhuan uniting 200,000 iron cavalry to march towards Bingzhou, Xiang Yu could not afford to delay even for a moment. That very day, he mobilized 15,000 elite soldiers from Nirvana Town and gathered over 100,000 players for the extensive fortification of Yanmen Pass. Yanmen Pass is built against the mountains with towering peaks and perilous terrain, serving as a natural barrier against the northern nomadic tribes' southern incursions. It boasts the reputation of one man guarding the pass is worth 10,000 men, and has historically been the vital point for border defense, the gateway of the Han. Thus, as long as there is a fortress as solid as Yanmen Pass, even with just 500,000 troops, Xiang Yu is confident he can hold back 200,000 enemy forces at the gate. Upon learning of the imminent invasion of Bingzhou by the Xiongnu Xinbei and Wuhuan, not only did the players panic, but even the 250,000 indigenous people of Yanmen were filled with fear. When they saw Xiang Yu mobilizing nearly 500,000 troops to guard Yanmen Pass, the local residents were instantly stirred with excitement, as if they had seen hope, and they all came to assist, gathering 2 to 3 million people at Yanmen Pass, eager to reinforce its defenses. At the same time, urgent messages were dispatched from the borderlands racing towards the county seat of Bingzhou, Jinyang City. Not long after, an order from Ding Yuan was issued from Jinyang, arriving at Yanmen Pass in a rush, while Lu Bu personally led an army of 400,000 from Bingzhou to guard Weiyuan County. Defend. Xiang Yu glanced at Ding Yuan's urgent message and tossed it aside, rolling his eyes. What did he think that he didn't know to defend? The key question is, where are the troops? Where are the supplies? Xiang Yu decided not to dwell on it, as it was futile to do so. Previously, Yanmen, being a critical stronghold, had only about 70 to 80,000 troops, and all of Bingzhou had only about 4 to 500,000 troops. What was the reason for this? Wasn't it because the court didn't provide funds? Therefore, Xiang Yu didn't expect much from Ding Yuan, as long as Lu Bu contributed a bit of effort to prevent the Xiongnu Xinbei and Wuhuan from breaching Weiyuan County, that would suffice. As for the court, Xiang Yu could not rely on them either. To expect assistance from the court likely meant waiting for Cao and Liu Bei to grow stronger, so ultimately, he had to rely on himself. Fight! The battle intent surged in Xiang Yu's eyes. What's 200,000 7th-tier iron cavalry? He felt no fear. Since he decided to confront the coalition of the 3 tribes on the grassland, Xiang Yu would not sit idly by as inaction would fight. That day, Xiang Yu assembled his elite 15,000 troops, and with his generals marched out of Yanmen Pass in grand procession. He intended to give the grassland coalition a show of strength, and by some time to improve the defenses of Yanmen Pass. 100 miles away from Yanmen Pass at the Jinghu Ridge, Xiang Yu's army of 15,000 came to a halt. Here the terrain was rocky, and after Xiang Yu took charge of Yanmen Pass, he constructed a stone border fortification resembling a miniature Great Wall, relying on the advantageous terrain. It was indeed a place easy to defend but hard to attack, and it was the first battlefield where Xiang Yu would clash with the enemy. Report. Suddenly a scout's voice rang out from afar. Reporting to the Lord, the vanguard of the coalition forces of the Xiongnu Xinbei and Wuhuan has 40,000 cavalry, and they are less than 20 miles away from here. Oh, 40,000. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu's eyes brightened. Just right, let's crush them, he declared fierce. In an instant, Xiang Yu decided to confront the enemy's advanced troops directly. How dare they look down on him? Just a mere 400,000 cavalry, and they thought they had an army of 7 or 800,000. What more is there to say? Scout again and report back. How many troops does the enemy's rearguard have, and how far are they from the advanced troops? Although Xiang Yu decided to go for it, he still needed to assess the situation. If the enemy's main force was only a few hours away from their advanced troops, he would find himself in a precarious position. Understood. Report. Soon another scout rushed back. My lord, the enemy's main force consists of 1 million troops, and it will take them more than a day to reach this place. Upon hearing the scout's report, Xiang Yu's eyes lit up. The Xiongnu Xinbei and Wuhuan tribes had gathered 200,000 cavalry to charge at Bingzhou, and now only 140,000 troops were heading towards the Yinmen Pass. Undoubtedly, the remaining 60,000 troops were attacking the Wuyuan County, defended by Lu Bu. In an instant, Xiang Yu felt significantly relieved. Facing 140,000 enemies was a completely different concept from facing 200,000. To battle, knowing that the enemy's main force would take more than a day to arrive, a surge of heroism welled up within. Let's eliminate the enemy's advanced troops. Indeed, Xiang Yu had quite the appetite. What of the enemy's 400,000? They did not have a commander like Han Xian, and Xiang Yu himself was not weak at all. Was it just 400,000? It was merely more than double 15,000. How difficult could that be? Warriors, foreign tribes have invaded our homeland, slaughtering our Chinese brethren. Are you willing to fight alongside me against them? Xiang Yu roared to the heavens. Fight, fight, fight. The 15,000 troops erupted with a thunderous roar, shaking the heavens and earth. Warriors, follow me to kill and first annihilate the enemy's 400,000 troops. With a loud shout, Xiang Yu's 15,000 troops radiated a chilling aura, the overwhelming murderous intent causing the clouds in the sky to gather. In an instant, the 15,000 troops moved. This 15,000 army consisted of 60,000 8th-tier Iron Cavalry, 60,000 9th-tier Iron Blood Warriors, and 15,000 10th-tier battle-hardened veterans. Among them were 11,000 special troops, 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry, and 3,000 Azure Dragons. Last time during the battle against the coalition of feudal lords, the loss of 10,000 troops was primarily due to the deaths of 8,000 8th-tier infantry, as it was a one-sided massacre with most casualties being low-tier warriors. After returning from the Qin and Han realms, Xiang Yu managed to bring back all 100,000 warhorses from the Chu army. While the loyalty of humans could not be fully exploited, there were no restrictions on mounts and supplies. Thus, all 15,000 troops under Xiang Yu were cavalry, and he still had 4,000 warhorses left, allowing him to equip another 4,000 7th-tier cavalry. Kill. The 15,000 Nirvana Army Cavalry were all at least 8th-tier soldiers, with 60,000 9th-tier cavalry, 15,000 10th-tier troops, and over 11,000 special 10th-tier troops. Once the entire force was mobilized, the aura of iron and blood surged. Kill, kill, kill. The overwhelming Nirvana Army Cavalry, filled with murderous intent, charged directly towards the 400,000 Grassland Coalition troops. Grassland Coalition advanced troops. What? Xiang Yu from the Yinmen army is leading over 100,000 troops, Huo Qubing exclaimed in astonishment. As the leader of a major Xinbei tribe and commander of this Grassland Coalition's advanced troops, he felt utterly shocked. When did the Han dare to fight outside the city? Is this a field battle? Don't the Han know how formidable the Grassland people are in open combat? This is great. The Han have come out of their city, which is good news for us. Dunta from the Wuhuan tribe said joyfully. Indeed, brothers, speed up and kill that Xiang Yu. Let's break into Yinmen Pass and please our great Shan Yu. Haha. Hearing Dunta's words, Budugan couldn't help but laugh, seemingly in agreement. However, the weakest among the coalition, the Xiongnu representative, did not speak, his gaze flickering slightly. Xiang Yu. I've heard my adoptive father say that he once fought against 800,000 soldiers, killing 7 in a single motion, and with just 100,000 men, he defeated our Xiongnu's 200,000 cavalry. Riding his steed Kublai, Khan did not engage in the conversation between Budugan and Dunta, his expression grave as he quietly conveyed something to his own generals. Boom, boom, boom. A massive army of 40,000 was on the move, filling the mountains and fields. Budugan and Dunta of the Xinbei tribe did not notice that the 12,000 cavalry of the Xiongnu had unknowingly slowed their pace. 20 miles was nothing for the cavalry in the expedition. Boom, boom, boom. A series of tremors shook the ground. From a distance, Xiang Yu saw the endless 400,000 Grassland Coalition troops. Warriors, heed my command and follow me to kill. Without a moment's hesitation, upon seeing the vast 400,000 Grassland Coalition troops, Xiang Yu roared loudly, an overwhelming aura spreading as he raised his newly forged long spear, charging ahead on his steed. There was no strategy, no tactics, just one word: charge. Haha. A true man achieves great deeds at this moment. Guan Yu laughed heartily, stroking his beautiful beard, flipping his icy cold sawtooth blade, and leaped down from his horse to follow Xiang Yu. Hey, Yin people, Zhang Fei here, kill. Zhang Fei roared, his voice echoing like thunder as he charged out with his long spear. Foreign tribes. Overlord Iron Cavalry, follow me to kill. Xiang Ji narrowed his eyes at the 400,000 Grassland Coalition troops, a glint of cold light flashing as he charged forward with overwhelming might. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing their unparalleled generals so valiant, the Nirvana army's morale surged, and they roared in unison, their steeds neighing as they charged towards the Grassland Coalition. Though the Nirvana army was only 15,000 strong, their quality was exceptional, with all at least 8th-tier soldiers, especially with Xiang Yu, Xiang Ji, Guan Yu Zhang, Fei Xiong Kuahai, Pei Yuanqing, Guan Sheng Ranmin, Zhong Li Mei, and Yuziki, who had consumed a demon beast among them, boosting their aura immensely. The imposing aura of the 10 unparalleled generals once unleashed was like 10 suns in the sky, capturing everyone's attention. Boom, boom, boom. The steeds neighed, the momentum surged, and a vast aura of slaughter enveloped the entire battlefield in an instant. Just witnessing the Nirvana army charge, Budugan, Dunta, and Kublai Khan were dumbfounded. The 15,000 Han troops all exuded the aura of at least 8th tier soldiers, and it seemed there were even 1,000 10th tier special troops among them alongside 10 unparalleled generals' presence. Were these their opponents? Seeing the overwhelming Nirvana army, the commander of the vanguard of the grassland allied forces, Xinbei Budu Jin, immediately felt uneasy. Were they dreaming? 150,000 Han troops were exuding the aura of at least 8th tier soldiers, and there seemed to be 1,000 special troops at 10th tier, and among the Han army, there were even 10 figures radiating the presence of peerless generals. Was this the Han army that had been beaten into submission and dared not emerge from the Yanmen Pass? Was this the same Yanmen that had been bullied and plundered for decades? What the hell is going on with this 1,000 special 10th tier cavalry? And what about the 10 figures radiating the aura of peerless generals? Could it be that the Han dynasty has already unleashed peerless generals? Shocked Xinbei Budu Jin was stunned, and Wuhuan Dunta was equally astonished, while the great Emperor Kublai Khan could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Kill, kill, kill. The grassland allied forces were shocked, but Xiang Yu was not. Instead, he was elated to see that the enemy commander did not issue orders immediately. He secretly nicknamed the enemy commander Pighead and roared, charging directly into the 40,000 allied troops. Kill, kill, kill. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous battle cries erupted, and in an instant the two armies clashed. The soldiers of the Nirvana army saw Xiang Yu leading the charge, and their morale soared, showing no fear against the 40,000 troops. After all, they had faced an army of 700,000 before. How could they fear a mere 40,000? At the clash of the two armies, a violent blood mist surged forth, spreading madly into the ranks of the 40,000 grassland allied forces. Although 150,000 troops seemed a bit fewer compared to 40,000, their momentum was not diminished at all, and since they were all at least 8th tier soldiers, their overall quality was significantly higher, making their aura even more magnificent. In an instant, the 40,000 grassland allied forces were stunned, and as the blood mist began to spread, Kublai Khan was suddenly awakened. Quick, give the order to counterattack. Kublai Khan looked at the imposing Nirvana army and immediately became unsettled, speaking in a panic. This was not what he had expected. It was supposed to be a fair fight, but suddenly the enemy threw down a trump card. 1,000 special 10th tier troops and 10 peerless generals. Who could withstand such a shock? Yes, yes, counterattack, counterattack. Hearing Kublai Khan's prompt, Budu Jin immediately reacted and ordered the kill, kill, kill. On the battlefield, Xiang Yu led the charge, his crafted spear radiating a violent aura as the surging power amplified, the spear sweeping down and directly knocking down 20 to 30 enemy soldiers, leaving them broken and bloodied. However, Xiang Yu was not the only one shining on the battlefield. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Xiang Ji, and others were equally ferocious, their brutal attacks resulting in a one-sided massacre. Especially Pei Yuanqing, wielding two massive hammers, each swing sent enemies flying, creating a spectacular scene. As the Nirvana army witnessed their generals fighting so fiercely, their morale soared. Already at an advantage, the presence of their fierce generals made them roar, and soon left the 40,000 grassland allied forces unable to raise their heads. Haha, Xiang Ji, let's have a competition and see who can behead the enemy commander in the midst of the thousands. Suddenly, Xiang Yu's crafted spear sliced through the air like a silver streak, causing a dozen Xinbei soldiers to burst apart, sending waves of blood mist. Seeing this, Xiang Yu shook his head and shouted loudly at the not a distant Xiang Ji. Fight! Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Xiang Ji only uttered one word, and then surged with power, shouting loudly, Overlord Iron Cavalry, heed my command, aim for the commander's flag and kill. A chilling killing intent, a bloody aura, and an overwhelming momentum suddenly enveloped the battlefield, directly locking onto the commander's flag of the 40,000 grassland allied forces. Kill, kill, kill. Upon hearing Xiang Ji's order, the 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry immediately surged forward, charging toward the center of the 40,000 troops with overwhelming ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry moved, crushing the grassland Iron Cavalry in their path into mincemeat, blood gushing forth, staining the sky red as they aimed for the commander of the allied forces. Ha! Songlong Iron Cavalry, 10th tier cavalry, follow me and kill. Seeing the ferocity of Xiang Ji's Overlord Iron Cavalry, Xiang Yu could not help but laugh heartily, pointing his crafted spear to the sky and roaring, charging with his utmost power straight toward the allied forces commander. Kill, 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 kill. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's command, 15,000 10th tier cavalry and 3,000 Songlong Iron Cavalry immediately responded, following Xiang Yu straight toward the commander's flag of the allied forces. Kill! Xiang Yu roared, leading the charge with 3,000 Songlong Iron Cavalry closely behind him and 15,000 10th tier cavalry bringing up the rear, forming a wedge shape as they began their furious charge. Kill, kill, kill. As Xiang Yu surged forward, a violent aura spread. The charging force was made up entirely of 10th tier cavalry, directly sending the grassland allied forces in their path into disarray, screams echoing. Faced with the overwhelming assault of the Nirvana army, the grassland allied forces were completely dumbfounded. What was happening? Were they not supposed to be the dominant force in open field battles? Why did they feel more like the ones being slaughtered? Indeed, they were being slaughtered. On the entire battlefield faced with the Nirvana army, where all soldiers were at least 8th tier, and led by numerous peerless generals despite the large numbers of the grassland allied forces, they were soon being beaten down, pressed to the ground, and thoroughly trounced. Kill, kill, kill. But this was not the end. Suddenly 2 units of the Nirvana army surged forth, one led by Zhang Yu with 15,000 10th tier troops, and 3,000 Songlong iron cavalry, their formation resembling a speeding arrow charging straight into the center of the 40,000 grassland allied forces, shredding through the soldiers in front and becoming a blood-red arrow. The other unit, led by Xiang Ji with 8,000 Overlord iron cavalry, though slightly fewer in number, was equally fierce and even faster. 5,000 Overlord iron cavalry could not possibly be compared to 15,000 ordinary 10th tier soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 powerful units led by Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji transformed into 2 blood-red arrows charging straight into the center of the 40,000 grassland allied forces. Hiss, hiss. Seeing the unstoppable momentum of the 2 blood-colored arrows, Kublai Khan, Budu Jin, and others involuntarily gasped in shock. At that moment, they felt a chilling breath of death locking onto them, sending shivers down their spines. Quick, quick, block them. Budu Jin roared loudly, commanding the troops to fill the gap. However, faced with the overpowering strength of Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji and the violent charge of the 10th tier special troops, everything in their path was shredded, torn apart. Breakthrough, breakthrough. The blood-red arrows surged unstoppable, piercing through the center of the 40,000 grassland allied forces. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Faced with the surging prairie coalition, Xiang Yu showed no expression on his face. All that filled his eyes was a murderous intent. His hands moved ceaselessly, and the sound of explosions echoed as he wielded his forged spear, followed by a sky filled with blood mist. At this moment, Xiang Yu was enveloped in a thick scent of blood, as if he had transformed into a god of slaughter, annihilating every enemy in front of him. Kill, kill, kill. Uft, uft, uft. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of flesh being cut echoed continuously, and the cries of the dying were unending. Xiang Yu was like a reaper frantically harvesting lives. Kill, kill, kill. Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji led their troops forward quickly, a tremendous momentum surging toward the coalition's center, tearing through everything in their path. 10 leaders dead. 100 leaders dead. 1,000 leaders dead. 10,000 leaders dead. No foe stood a chance. All who advanced were decapitated by Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji's spears, reaping lives without slowing their pace. Quick, block them, charge. Charge, hurry up. Kill, hurry, and kill. The Central Army's morale plummeted, watching the increasingly swift Xiang Ji and Xiang Ye's troops. Panic set in, and they frantically commanded their forces to attack. However, as they witnessed powerful leaders being instantly speared to death, the Prairie Coalition's soldiers felt intimidated. Especially seeing Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji sweep through, causing 10 or dozens of deaths, they were truly terrified. Charge. Quickly take down the enemy commanders, and you'll be rewarded with the title of 10,000 men leader and a fortune. Kill, hurry, and kill. Yet despite the generous rewards, not a single person was foolish enough to charge forward. After all, the enemy was an unparalleled warrior. If you could severely injure the enemy, we might still earn a reward as brave soldiers, but charging into them would mean handing over our heads, not a chance. Thus, regardless of how generous Budu Jin's offers were, the soldiers hesitated and did not advance. Looking around, the soldiers noticed that even their commander was offering generous rewards, but no one dared to advance. Seeing Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji's demonic prowess, as well as the special forces that could kill gods and Buddhas, they shrank back in fear. In an instant, the soldiers blocking Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji's path collapsed, due to Budu Jin's rewards retreating. Suddenly, the number of soldiers in front of Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji was halved. Haha, thank you soldiers, follow me to kill. Seeing this situation, Xiang Yu was overjoyed, and the entire troop's speed surged as they quickly closed in on the enemy's center. Witnessing his own soldiers retreat under his rewards, Budu Jin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Quick, let's go, or it will be too late. Seeing his troops retreat, and Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji rapidly approaching, like harbingers of death, Ta felt a wave of immense crisis rising in his heart. Quick, let's go. Seeing the unstoppable advance of Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji, Budu Jin could not afford to grieve, and quickly turned his horse to flee. However, as he turned his horse, he realized that the representative of the Xiongnu Kublai had quietly slipped away. Damn those Xiongnu, they have truly shamed us. Prairie people, retreat. Budu Jin said fiercely. Retreat. With that, Budu Jin and Dunta immediately tried to run. Stop. Where are you going? From a distance, Xiang Yu spotted 2 high-ranking individuals under the Prairie Coalition's flag attempting to escape. He roared, and riding his steed, transformed into a streak of light charging forward. Kill. On the other side, Xiang Ji also noticed the fleeing duo, and with his steed, he instantly charged out. Anyone who blocks me shall die. Seeing the 2 enemy commanders trying to escape, Xiang Yu became anxious. He had previously been eluded by the Xiongnu chieftain, and if he let them escape again, he would be deeply frustrated. Wielding his forged spear, he unleashed a barrage of sonic booms, and anyone in his path was obliterated, blood staining the heavens like a demon god. Kill. Since Xiang Yu was already charging at high speed, he was incredibly fast, while Budu Jin and Dunta started from a standstill. Thus the distance between Xiang Yu and the two rapidly closed. Kill, kill, kill. As various thoughts surged in his mind, Xiang Yu's forged spear swung ceaselessly. His speed was undeniable, quickly closing the gap with Budu Jin and Dun Ta. At this moment, the enemy's divine steeds also accelerated, bringing both parties to the closest distance. Suddenly, a glint of brilliance flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes as a surge of power erupted, enhancing the forged spear in his hand with a breath of destruction. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised the forged spear and shouted explosively. It transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward Budu Jin. "Leave me alive." Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind breaking echoed as the silver-forged spear infused with Xiang Yu's supreme combat power darted toward the galloping Budu Jin. Whoosh. At that moment, another sonic boom erupted, a dark arrow shooting toward Dun Ta, who was also riding at full speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Two streaks of light, one black and one silver, streaked across the sky, their tails flickering with flames rushing toward Budu Jin and Dun Ta, like meteors in the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Bang, bang. The two explosive sounds erupted, and in an instant the black and silver streaks collided with the warhorses of Budu Jin and Dun Ta, exploding in a mist of blood, sending the two flying. Seeing Budu Jin and Dun Ta being blasted down, Xiang Yu was instantly overjoyed, and two massive thunderous golden hammers appeared. Kill, kill. In an instant, two fierce roars echoed. It was Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji, both madly rushing toward the spot where Budu Jin and Dun Ta had fallen. As the thunderous golden hammers swung, explosions erupted, blood mist surged, and Xiang Yu and Xiang Ji shot forward like rockets, reaching Budu Jin and Dun Ta. The massive, thunderous golden hammer slammed heavily onto the dazed Budu Jin's head. "Surrender, and those who do shall not be killed." Xiang Yu's thunderous roar echoed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Xiang Yu's thunderous roar erupted, instantly capturing the attention of those around and the entire battlefield. Looking at the halted opponent, Xiang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and a surge of ecstatic joy rushed into his heart. If the opponent stopped resisting, wouldn't that mean they could recruit the 40,000 troops? "Those who surrender shall not be killed. Put down your weapons and dismount quickly." Xiang Yu suppressed the excitement within him and bellowed loudly, his voice resonating. However, it was clear that Xiang Yu was overthinking. Surprisingly, upon hearing Xiang Yu's call for surrender, many soldiers of the grassland looked towards their respective captains, but they did not look at the pinned Buduging. "My." Suddenly, a sense of ominous premonition arose within Xiang Yu. He realized that the grassland was different from the central plains, where the grassland consisted of tribes, and in any battle, warriors from various tribes would be gathered. Thus, the commander of the allied forces was merely a leader in battle, not an object of their loyalty. Of course, if he had captured the opposing chieftain, then perhaps they would surrender, but the one he had captured was clearly not. It was unrealistic to use their commander's life to coerce the opponents into surrendering. Damn, what is this, damn it? After clarifying the crux of the problem, Xiang Yu was instantly speechless. Wasn't this just leading him to an empty joy? Sure enough, as Xiang Yu had anticipated, the allied forces did not surrender and did not lay down their weapons. They merely remained at a stalemate. Seeing this situation, Xiang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a bizarre situation. Nirvana army, kill them. Since the opponents were unwilling to surrender, there was no choice but to fight. Xiang Yu bellowed again, and without hesitation, he initiated the attack. At the same time, the two massive drum hammers in his hands directly pinned Buduging in between, raised high, while he sat atop the cloud-covered steed, doing nothing but lifting the sandwich to demoralize the opposing troops. Indeed, since the opponents were not willing to die for their commander or surrender, he would let them witness their sandwich commander being used to demoralize their spirits. Sure enough, upon seeing their commander trapped between two massive hammers, the morale of the grassland allied forces plummeted. On the other side, Xiang Ji also took action, using the Overlord spear to directly lift the representative of the Wuhuan tribe, causing the Wuhuan army's morale to drop dramatically. Kill, 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 kill. Compared to the low morale of the allied forces, the Nirvana army's morale surged. Led by numerous fierce generals, they launched a fierce assault on the 40,000 allied troops. Only the representative commander of the Xiongnu tribe remained uncaptured, but witnessing the tragic state of their allied forces and the overwhelming strength of the Nirvana army, they began to retreat step by step. After fighting for a while, and seeing their side almost unable to hold their heads up, Kublai Khan, who had been hiding in the shadows, cast a deep glance at Xiang Yu, gritted his teeth, and directly ordered the Xiongnu army to retreat. Upon hearing their commander's order to retreat, the 12,000 iron cavalry of the Xiongnu felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon them. The Xiongnu troops, who had originally been at the back, immediately transformed into the front line and fled in a cloud of dust. Seeing their allies fleeing and their commander captured, the 15,000 Xinbei army and 13,000 Wuhuan army instantly collapsed, retreating in a chaotic and frantic manner. "Kill them for me." Xiang Yu, who had been holding the sandwich, saw this and immediately threw Budugong to his subordinates, picking up the drum hammer to charge forward. Now was the perfect opportunity to expand their victory, and Xiang Yu would not let it slip away. Immediately, the 15,000 Nirvana army pursued the 40,000 grassland allied forces, unleashing a one-sided massacre again. Unfortunately, the opponents did not possess an unparalleled commander like Han Xian. Defeat, a one-sided defeat. The formation completely fell apart, and facing the merciless slaughter of the Nirvana army, the 40,000 grassland allied forces formation was thoroughly disrupted, turning into a chaotic mess. Kublai Khan, who was running at the forefront, immediately ordered the Xiongnu army to display their weapons. Anyone daring to attack the Xiongnu army would be killed on the spot. In a bloody battle, the Nirvana army under Xiong Ye's leadership pursued the 40,000 grassland allied forces for a full 30 miles. The final outcome filled Xiong Yu with joy. They annihilated 20,000 enemy troops, captured 100,000, and seized a total of 200,000 warhorses, achieving a great victory in one battle. Haha, let's take the warhorses and captives back to Yanmen Pass. Xiong Yu exclaimed excitedly. The greatest benefit of fighting on the grassland was the abundance of warhorses. While it might be hard to find a horse in the inland regions for the nomadic tribes at the border, warhorses were plentiful. Ding! Player Xiong Yu has triggered a hidden mission: defend Bingzhou. Defend Bingzhou. As a player of Bingzhou, it is my duty to protect my second homeland from foreign invasion. Phase Task 1, confront the foreign tribes and strike against their arrogance. Phase Task 2, defeat the foreign allied forces and protect Bingzhou. Phase Task 3, establish a reputation beyond the borders and make my name renowned throughout the Han. Ding. Congratulations to player Xiong Yu for completing Phase Task 1, defeating the vanguard of the grassland allied forces, 40,000 strong, and diminishing their morale. Ding. Scanning player Xiong Yu's equipment status. Ding. Rewarding player Xiong Yu with 300 reputation points. You can choose 1 divine weapon, 1 sunfall bow, and 1 Yuwa stone. Just as Xiong Yu finished announcing the orders, the system prompt echoed in his mind. Hearing about this hidden mission similar to the last defense of Yemen, Xiong Yu was instantly excited. Such mission-type war tasks offered substantial rewards for him. Just like now, having completed the first phase of the task, the rewards came quickly: 300 reputation points, the choice of a divine weapon, a divine sunfall bow, and a Yuwa stone. Not to mention the 300 reputation points, the choice of a divine weapon made Xiong Yu immediately think of a spear. Using a regular forged spear was indeed cheap, and having a divine weapon at this moment was undoubtedly timely. He also possessed the Khan's wild hunt talent skill of Genghis Khan, but due to not having a good bow, he had been relying on thrown weapons. Now a divine bow would undoubtedly solve his problem of long-range attacks. As for the Yuwa stone, it was a valuable item that could optimize equipment. Ding. Please choose the type of weapon, player Xiong Yu. Spear. Xiong Yu said without hesitation. He already had plenty of weapons, including the divine weapon drum hammer and the divine weapon Yuwang spear, but he was lacking a spear. With the hidden mission to defend Bingzhou, Xiong Yu felt his battle spirit surge as he prepared for war against the coalition forces of the steppe. Moreover, having defeated the opposing army of 400,000 in battle, Xiong Yu realized that this so-called steppe coalition, along with the Xinbei Huns and Wuhuan, were nothing but paper tigers easily pierced through. The commanders of the opposing forces, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, lacked a transcendent leader like the war saint Han Xian and could not instantly deploy formations to enhance their soldiers' combat power. Xiong Yu understood that the enemy only had one tactic: to charge head-in with their massive cavalry, lacking any strategy, just a straightforward charge. Of course, this method posed great lethality against ordinary generals. After all, warhorses were a scarce strategic resource. The Han court was incompetent and corrupt, and there was no money to be spent on purchasing warhorses. Cavalry naturally held an advantage over infantry, so when faced with the collective charge of the steppe cavalry, ordinary generals had only one path to take defeat. However, if these steppe forces encountered formidable historical figures, they would be nothing but paper tigers. Consider General Gong Sunzan of Yozhou, known for his valiant white horse riders who fought fiercely against the northern nomadic tribes, striking terror along the borders and forcing the Wuhuan to seek peace. Think of Lu Bu, who when facing the Huns established a fearsome reputation as a flying general right on the steppe, his name echoing across the frontier, guarding Wuyan with unwavering strength. Then there was Cao Cao, who not only excelled in internal strife, but was equally formidable in foreign wars. After uniting the north, he became the region's hegemon, treating foreign tribes with unyielding force, fighting until they submitted, unwilling to concede an inch. Against the Huns, he subdued the Wuhuan and intimidated the Xinbei. Thus, after defeating the 40,000 steppe coalition forces in a single battle, Xiong Yu realized that the Xinbei Huns and Wuhuan were merely paper tigers. They boasted only when unchallenged by historical generals, but when faced with formidable characters, they would find themselves unable to lift their heads. And on his side, there was no shortage of illustrious historical generals, each more formidable than the last. Just the presence of Xiang Ji, the overlord of Western Shu, along with the martial Saint Guan Yu and the martial Marquis Ran Min, would be enough to crush the enemy. If not for having slightly fewer soldiers, Xiong Yu would have led his forces directly to confront the enemy's million-strong army. Yet despite the opposing million troops, Xiong Yu felt no fear. His own forces numbered nearly 500,000. Could he not handle a two-tin situation? What was there to fear? On that day, after achieving a great victory over the opposing army of 400,000, Xiong Yu returned to Yanmen Pass, with the spoils of war, celebrating lavishly, allowing his troops to rest without a care. Alongside Xiong Yu's army returned 20,000 warhorses and 100,000 captives from the three tribes. Victory. A resounding victory. At Yanmen Pass, Xiang Yu boldly faced off against the 40,000-step coalition with his own 15,000 troops, utterly defeating the enemy, annihilating 20,000 of their forces and capturing 100,000 while seizing a staggering 200,000 warhorses. As soon as the news spread, the entire Yanmen prefecture went into a frenzy. Players were ecstatic, and the indigenous people of Yanmen were also astonished, soon turning to jubilation. This was a monumental victory. Xiang Yu certainly recognized this as a great triumph. A resounding victory was not merely about the rewards from the system sprite. Its repercussions were immense. That day, Xiang Yu dispatched many of his subordinates to publicize this tremendous achievement throughout Bingzhou, while also sending a 10-tiered troop laden with treasures to the Han capital Luoyang under the cover of night. He was not aiming to besiege Luoyang with 1,000 men, but rather to spread the word about this victory while maneuvering behind. The position of the defending officer at Yanmen Pass, the cavalry commander, was far too small for Xiang Yu. His ambitions had grown. Why couldn't he aim for a more significant title? For instance, during this recent incursion of the three-tribe coalition, he had preserved Yanmen Prefecture, safeguarded all of Bingzhou, and protected the entire northern frontier of the Han. Why couldn't he become the prefect of Yanmen? Why not the general of the northern expedition? Why not the general of the cavalry? Why not be ennobled and appointed as a lord? It must be noted that expedition is truly the place for players to enhance their strength. Here the land area expands tenfold, and the population also increases tenfold, leading to immense war potential. Once he could control two prefectures holding one side, his power would undoubtedly experience explosive growth. What is the concept of a single prefecture in expedition? This is an area expanded tenfold. In reality, it would equate to more than half a country. Two prefectures of land would represent an absolutely surreal territory. At that point, encouraging reproduction and increasing the population, amassing millions of soldiers, would be an absolute certainty. Therefore, Xiang Yu was indeed very concerned about the positions within the Han. As long as he could secure Bingzhou, he could then target Jizhou with its population of nearly 60 million and Silizhou with its population of 40 million, and later conquer the vast steppe, turning it into a continuous source of warhorses. It must be said that Xiang Yu was ambitious and equally possessed the heart of a king. It seemed that everything was not as difficult as it appeared. His first step now was to defeat the steppe coalition, then take the entire Bingzhou, and after the Han Emperor Ling died, to directly declare himself king and launch an attack on Silizhou and Jizhou, establishing his hegemonic foundation. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes before slowly fading. For now, he still needed to defeat the steppe coalition. Bingzhou Jinyang. What? Xiang Yu of Yanmen Pass defeated 40,000 steppe troops in one battle. Looking at the urgent report in his hands, Ding Yuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Yes, my lord." General Xiang led an army of 15,000 north 100 miles outside Yanmen Pass, directly confronting the steppe coalition of 40,000. Under General Xiang, valiant warriors surged forth, breaking into the enemy's camp and capturing the Xianbei chief Bujijin and the Wuhuan leader Dunta. The scout relayed Xiang Yu's achievements, his face filled with admiration. "This Xiang Yu is truly remarkably brave. Alas, what a pity he cannot serve me." Ding Yuan. Upon hearing of Xiang Yu's astounding achievements, Ding Yuan was shocked, but he quickly sighed deeply. Ding Yuan cherished valiant subordinates, just like Lu Bu before him, and now Xiang Yu. Previously, he had gone to great lengths using his connections in the court to help Xiang Yu secure the position of Yanmen Pass defender, hoping to win him over and adopt him as a son. With Lu Bu to the west of Bingzhou and Xiang Yu to the east, two generals guarding Bingzhou against foreign invasions, everything would be as stable as Mount Tai, allowing Ding Yuan to rest easy and seek promotions. However, it seemed that Xiang Yu was rather oblivious, ignoring Ding Yuan's goodwill as the governor of Bingzhou. The next day, under the bright sunshine, the vast coalition of 1,000,000 steppe troops approached Yanmen Pass, halting 10 miles away, a dark mass looming vast and imposing. The dark clouds pressed down upon the city, threatening to crush it, while the gleaming armor reflected the sun like golden scales. A massive aura of oppression swept towards Yanmen Pass, an atmosphere of slaughter permeating the air as soldiers stood ready on the walls of Yanmen Pass. The great battle was about to commence. Boom! The deafening roar erupted, shaking the earth as if an earthquake had struck, leaving one astounded. Xiang Yu stood atop the imposing Yanmen Pass, his expression unchanged as he gazed at the dense ranks of the grassland coalition army. Since Yanmen Pass was built against the mountains flanked by towering cliffs, despite the million-strong army approaching, only about 60 to 70,000 could reach before the gates of Yanmen Pass. However, even so, 60 to 70,000 looked quite magnificent, a vast sea of black that extended to the horizon. Suddenly, a rider burst forth from the grassland coalition's camp, arriving just an arrow's shot away from Yanmen Pass. "Xiang Yu of Yanmen, listen. I am KB Nung of the Xianbei. Quickly release Budu Jin and open the gates of Yanmen Pass, or I will trample your Yanmen Pass with my million-strong army." Hearing that the person before him was KB Nung, Xiang Yu was indeed quite surprised. After all, KB Nung was an outstanding leader of the Xianbei, known for his bravery in battle and fair law enforcement, not greedy for wealth. His tribe, being close to the border, earnestly studied Han culture, leading his people with strong military discipline and formidable combat power. In the end, he became the leader of the Xianbei, significantly strengthening the tribe, but later surrendered to Cunxiao, who unified the northern frontiers. With this in mind, Xiang Yu couldn't help but open his attribute panel. Name KB Nong. Level top tier general. Leadership 81-91. Martial power 83-90. Wisdom 82-88. Politics 79-90. Talent skills slight. With a leadership value reaching top tier potential, such attributes are definitely impressive, especially among nomadic tribes, where he would stand out. Looking at KB Nang's attribute panel, Xiang Yu immediately realized that the KB Nang before him was not yet the Chan Yu of the Xinbei. However, a captivating thought suddenly appeared in Xiang Ye's mind, using barbarians to control barbarians. Upon careful consideration, the spark of insight shone brightly in Xiang Ye's eyes. This could very well be possible. Why would Xiang Yu have such a thought? This is because the greatest strength of the nomadic tribes lies in their cavalry. They can graze while on foot and fight while mounted. If he could subdue them, it would undoubtedly be a powerful force. Just think, there are at least 20 million iron cavalry on the grasslands. If he could bring this force under his command, it would be an incredibly enticing prospect. If he could integrate the power of the grasslands, he could completely mobilize the cavalry to conquer cities and seize lands. But is this possible? Originally, this idea should be dismissed as a pipe dream. The tribes of the grasslands do not submit to one another. How could they possibly listen to him? Moreover, Xiang Yu is a Han, making it even less likely. However, things are different now. Xiang Yu discovered KB Nung, and there seems to be hope. Who is KB Nung? He is destined to become the Chan Yu of the Xinbei. What is most crucial? It is that he diligently studies Han culture and is very familiar with it, even applying Han military strategies and formations in his own tribe. One could say he is significantly syncretized. If he could bring KB Nung under control, making him obey his commands, then support him to become the Chan Yu of the Xinbei, and subsequently assist him in unifying this expanded grassland, wouldn't Xiang Yu then be the true overlord of the grasslands? Thus, wouldn't Xiang Yu be able to mobilize the vast army of the grasslands, marching from north to south to conquer the world? Xiang Yu's eyes lit up. If he could truly control the grasslands and command the iron cavalry of the various tribes, then this power would no longer be insignificant. He could completely let his unparalleled generals lead the mighty forces. The reason the grassland coalition seemed weak was not due to the 7th tier cavalry themselves, but rather the incompetence of their commander. Throughout 5,000 years of history, the stars of war in Huaxia are dazzling the military sage Sun, Wu the Subsage, Wu Qi the god of killing, Bai Qi the immortal of war, Han Xian, the overlord Xiang Yu the twin jewels of the Han dynasty Wei Qing, and Huo Qubing the martial saint, Guan Yu the ghost god, Lu Bu the great general, Lian He the war god, Li Jing Shuirengui Yu Fei, and many more. However, how many prominent figures are there among the nomadic tribes? Few and far between. Therefore, it is not the soldiers who are weak, but the commanders. And once this vast army is paired with a powerful commander from Huaxia, what astonishing combat power would erupt. With this in mind, Xiang Yu looked at KB Nung with much kinder eyes, as if he were looking at his little brother. Ahem. Let's go, all soldiers, follow me down to meet the enemy, when Yuan will stay behind to guard the walls. Xiang Yu spoke loudly, and then led his numerous unparalleled generals directly down the city tower. But the gates of Yinmen Pass opened, and Xiang Yu led his 9 unparalleled generals, Xiang Ji, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Xiong Kuahai, Pei Yuanqing, Guansheng, Ran Min, Zhong Li Mei, and Yu Ziki, along with 15,000 10th tier iron cavalry, 8,000 overlord cavalry, and 3,000 Songlong cavalry rushing out. Xiang Yu, leading the peak combat power of his forces, arrived magnificently at the front lines, immediately capturing the attention of everyone in the grassland coalition. In the central military tent, the 3 tribal Chan Yu, protected by dozens of 10,000 commanders, looked at the aura emanating from Xiang Ye's side, with 10 unparalleled generals and 11,000 10th tier special troops, and they all gasped in astonishment. How could this Han have so many unparalleled generals and 10th tier special cavalry? This is too unbelievable. The Xinbei Grand Chan Yu and Lian looked at Xiang Ye's side in shock. Not only were the Xinbei Grand Chan Yu and Lian shocked, but even the nearby Xiongnu Chan Yu Yufalo and Wuhuan Chan Yu Qiolaju could hardly believe their eyes. A mere Yinmen Pass had suddenly produced 10 unparalleled generals, especially Yufalo, whose eyes immediately revealed a look of fear. It must be known that in the historical records of his Xiongnu tribe during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, 2 unparalleled generals emerged, Wei Qing and Huo Qubing, both renowned for their unmatched prowess, driving his Xiongnu far into the northern desert, nearly leading to their annihilation. And now 10 unparalleled generals had suddenly appeared on the opposing side. Yufalo was shocked and terrified. It should be noted that he had agreed to his adopted son Kublai's suggestion to unite the 3 tribes to attack with the intention of annihilating Xiang Yu. Last time Xiang Yu had defeated 8 with 1, and with fewer forces against more, thus Xiang Yu was undoubtedly an unparalleled general. And they, the southern Xiongnu, were adjacent to Yinmen County. If Xiang Yu was allowed to grow, it would clearly pose a strong threat to his Xiongnu tribe. Therefore, he united the 3 tribes with an army of over 100,000, largely intending to eliminate Xiang Yu. However, Yufalo did not expect that in just over a month Xiang Yu had suddenly emerged with 9 more unparalleled generals, and in addition, he already had 10 unparalleled generals and 11,000 10th tier special troops. In an instant, Yufalo looked at Xiang Ye's figure, feeling a sense of collapse inside. 10 unparalleled generals guarding Yinmen Pass, right next to his southern Xiongnu tribe. Yufalo was flustered. Xiang Yu arrived at the front lines with many powerful subordinates, of course, to show off his might. Haha, I am Xiang Yu, the commander of Yinmen Pass, and I challenge the Xinbei Xiongnu and Wuhuan chieftains to step forward. In front of hundreds of thousands of coalition troops, Xiang Yu remained calm and roared loudly. Hearing Xiang Yu's voice, the Xinbei chieftain Lian, Xiongnu chieftain Yufalo, and Wuhuan chieftain Qioliju finally reacted from their shock, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual panic. What is a peerless general? They are the proud children of heaven, born in an era capable of stirring the winds and clouds, each one a trendsetter of their time. But now suddenly 10 have appeared. And these are from the enemy camp, which immediately instilled a sense of fear and murderous intent in the hearts of the Xinbei chieftain Lian, Xiongnu chieftain Yufalo, and Wuhuan chieftain Qioliju. Xiang Yu was unaware that the appearance of his 10 peerless generals had already caused a great shock to the opposing side. If he knew, he would definitely think they were overreacting. In the past, there was only 1 or 2 peerless generals per era. But now it's different. This is the main world of the 3 kingdoms, and he possesses 2 pieces of equipment that summon historical generals. Furthermore, with balance over time, it would not be surprising to see 30 or 40 peerless generals appear in the 3 kingdoms realm. In such a situation, Xiang Yu was of course very calm. The more peerless generals that emerge, the happier he becomes. On one hand, it increases the strength of humanity, and on the other, it ensures that he will always have the most peerless generals, as he still needs to subdue those historical generals roaming outside. Surprisingly, in response to Xiang Yu's summons, the Xinbei chieftain Xiongnu chieftain Yufalo and Wuhuan chieftain Qioliju actually came forward, stopping 2 arrows distance from Xiang Yu. They would have preferred to stop at 1 arrow's distance from Xiang Yu, but they were afraid peerless generals are not something ordinary generals can gauge. You are Han person, Xiang Yu, right? I am the Xinbei chieftain Lian. Yesterday, I crushed 40,000 of your troops. However, if you surrender to me, I will let bygones be bygones and grant you endless riches and glory, including beautiful women. Looking at Xiang Yu, Lian's eyes were filled with wariness, yet he still extended an olive branch. After all, those are 10 peerless generals. It seems that the Xinbei have yet to produce a peerless general. If they could recruit him, the Xinbei would surely rise. And I am from Wuhuan. If you pledge allegiance to me, Xiang Yu, I will make you a king directly. Anything you want you shall have. Divine steeds, beautiful women, all will be yours. Seeing that Xinbei had taken the lead in extending an olive branch, Wuhuan chieftain Qioliju also lost his composure. Who wouldn't want a peerless general? Although they were currently allies, it was merely to divide Bingzhou, and it didn't mean they were getting along well. I too from Xiongnu say this: as long as you pledge allegiance to me, Xiang Yu, I will directly make you the left noble king of Xiongnu, second only to me. And whatever you desire, just ask, as long as it is within Xiongnu's means. The Xiongnu Yufaluo could no longer remain calm, speaking quickly. Not far from Xiang Yu, Qubing was already dumbfounded. Xiang Yu actually had 10 peerless generals and 10,000 special iron cavalry. Being familiar with Han culture, he understood the significance of peerless generals, but weren't there only 1 or 2 from each era? Now suddenly 10 have appeared. Qubing expressed that his mind was already overwhelmed. And now the chieftains of the 3 tribes were trying to recruit Xiang Yu. Huh? After the chieftains of the 3 tribes spoke words of recruitment, Xiang Yu's response was an uproarious laugh. Yes, he laughed, a laugh filled with arrogance, a laugh that looked down on everyone, a laugh that was mocking. Xiang Yu truly laughed with only one thought in his mind: the chieftains of the 3 tribes are nothing but this. Indeed, seeing the chieftains of the 3 tribes competing to recruit him publicly, a word flashed in Xiang Yu's mind: Sao discord. Xiang Yu understood the trepidation behind their recruitment, but he also saw that the 3 tribes were united only by profit, their hearts not in unison. In an instant, Xiang Yu's mind raced, already formulating a plan to defeat the million-strong coalition army, which was to use a strategy of sowing discord. I, Xiang Yu, am the commander of Yinmen Pass. We do not share the same path. Do you dare to fight me? Suddenly, Xiang Yu's smile vanished, replaced by a voice full of righteousness. Huh? Seeing the sudden change in Xiang Yu's smile, the 3 chieftains were instantly speechless. Just moments ago, they thought Xiang Yu was moved by their words. Do the generals dare to fight alongside me? Suddenly, Xiang Yu's roar resonated, his imposing aura instantly surging. Fight, fight, fight. The response to Xiang Yu was a series of passionate roars. Ha! Follow me to slay them, charge into the enemy's center, and capture their chieftain alive. Hearing the spirited response from his troops, Xiang Yu's aura erupted, his battle intent soaring. He intended for 10,000 cavalry to charge against the 60 to 70,000 enemy troops. Generals, follow me to slay them. He pointed with the god-slaying spear towards the 3 chieftains, and with a sweep of his steed, he charged out. The generals under him, witnessing Xiang Yu's ferocity, felt a rush of heroic spirit, and raised their weapons in unison to charge forth. Blue Dragon Iron Cavalry, follow me to slay them. Xiang Yu's voice resounded. Overlord Iron Cavalry, follow me to kill. Seeing Xiang Yu burst forth, Xiang Jia's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and with a loud shout, he led 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry to follow. Boom! The sound of thousands of cavalry charging forth was like a mighty force crashing down upon the hundreds of thousands of coalition troops. How can this be? Watching Xiang Yu without any hesitation charge forward with peerless generals and 10,000 special Iron Cavalry, Lian Yufalo and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Quick, shoot arrows, shoot arrows. Seeing the overwhelming momentum of Xiang Ye's 1,000 cavalry, Lien and the others were instantly awakened, quickly retreating while directing their troops to shoot arrows in an attempt to hinder the enemy's advance. Although Xiang Yu was charging toward the coalition troops, his eyes were fixed firmly on Huo Qubing, who was trying to retreat back to his formation. He was a piece on the chessboard that Xiang Yu could not let escape. Kill. The cloud of smoke transformed into a streak of light, rapidly charging toward Huo Qubing. Huo Qubing, who was frantically retreating, instantly felt a powerful aura locking onto him. Turning around, he immediately saw Xiang Yu charging toward him at high speed. Not good. Xiang Yu's target is me. Run. Huo Qubing did not dare to hesitate for a moment, fiercely whipping the reins of his horse, trying to escape. Haha, you can't escape. Seeing the expression on his opponent's face, Xiang Yu couldn't help but laugh, revealing the divine grade sunset bow in his hand, knocking an arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A long arrow instantly pierced through the air, speeding toward Huo Qubing's steed. Thud. Boom. The steed was injured. The long arrow passed through its body, and it fell with a crash, throwing Huo Qubing off. Bind him. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Yu captured KB Nung with satisfaction. Without the sunset bow, he might not have been able to subdue his opponent so easily. Kill. The god-slaying spear pointed towards the Prairie Coalition's camp as Xiang Yu charged forward. What million-strong coalition, what Prairie Cavalry, what chieftain, what 10,000-man commander. With Xiang Yu's extraordinary combat power, he could navigate through a million troops with ease. Kill, kill, kill. Xiang Yu wielded the god-slaying spear, charging rapidly towards the Prairie Coalition with his strongest forces. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Suddenly, the Prairie Coalition unleashed a volley of arrows, darkening the sky above Xiang Yu's forces. Kill. Unfazed by the rain of arrows, Xiang Yu spun the god-slaying spear at high speed, instantly forming a circular shield that deflected the incoming arrows. The Wanjun Yin beneath him maintained its speed, rushing towards the Prairie Coalition's camp. Kill, kill, kill. Not only did Xiang Yu remain undaunted, but the elite 10,000 Special Cavalry and his 9 extraordinary subordinates were equally fearless. The 10th tier special troops belonged to the ranks of elite warriors with combat power ranging from 101 to 120, truly the cream of the crop. Clad in full heavy armor, their defenses were impeccable. As they faced the storm of arrows, 3,000 Songlong Cavalry and 8,000 Bawang Cavalry raised small shields, quickly forming massive shields overhead, continuing their charge towards the Prairie Coalition. Dodging numerous arrows, Xiang Yu led the charge, and soon encountered the Prairie Coalition. Kill, he shouted, and with a forceful sweep of the god-slaying spear, dragon-like shadows of the spear flashed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, explosive sounds erupted, and enemy soldiers were sent flying. Screams filled the air as blood mist began to spread. The slaughter had officially begun. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, Xiang Yu's 9 extraordinary generals followed suit, lining up with the 10,000-strong Special Cavalry behind them. Kill, kill, kill. The 10,000 Special Cavalry, led by the 10 extraordinary generals, unleashed immense power in an instant. Xiang Yu's side was like a stone, while the Prairie Coalition's hundreds of thousands resembled tofu. Xiang Yu's forces broke through in an instant, raising waves of blood mist as they continued their relentless assault. Kill, kill, kill. Xiang Yu surged forward, wielding the heavy and domineering god-slaying spear, the explosive sounds ringing out like firecrackers, blood gushing in torrents, and cries of anguish echoed endlessly. Not only Xiang Yu, but the Western Shu, Overlord Xiang Ji, Marshal Saint Guan Yu, and Marshal King Ran Min attacked with equal ferocity, pushing rapidly forward under the command of numerous extraordinary generals. Quick, stop them. Kill, kill, kill. The Xianbei and Lian tribes, the Xiongnas Yufu Luo, and the Wuhuans Qiu Li Ju shouted frantically, directing their forces to encircle Xiang Yu and the others, though their faces showed despair. To rely on ordinary soldiers to encircle the 10,000-strong 10th tier Special Cavalry, especially at high speed, and under the leadership of 10 extraordinary generals, was simply impossible. However, witnessing Xiang Yu and his forces wreak havoc among their kin, slaughtering their own people, they felt a deep ache in their hearts. Indeed, it was a one-sided slaughter. Wherever the Bawang Cavalry and Songlong Cavalry charged, blood and carnage ensued, rendering the hundreds of thousands on the opposing side utterly useless. The commander of the opposing army was not the war god Han Xian, who could utilize such vast forces for strategic suppression of the Bawang and Songlong Cavalry. Moreover, due to the soldiers crowding the Yanmen Pass, they were inflexible and congested, making it chaotic under the assault of the Bawang and Songlong Cavalry. Thus, the commands of the 3 tribal chieftains proved ineffective, inadvertently drawing Xiang Yu's attention. His eyes flickered, and with a mighty swing of the god-slaying spear, he roared, "Warriors, follow me." Instantly, the squad, filled with a murderous aura, moved alongside Xiang Yu. Kill, kill, kill. The sounds of battle continued, the bloodshed was unending, and the one-sided slaughter went on. However, soon a scene appeared on the battlefield that caused the Xiongnu chieftain Yufu Luo and the Wuhuan chieftain Qiu Li Ju to explode internally. Xiang Yu led the Bawang Cavalry and Songlong Cavalry, attacking the Xiongnu army, and then the Wuhuan army, causing chaos and a bloodbath, yet he deliberately avoided pursuing the Xianbei forces. Seeing this situation, the Xiongnu chieftain Yufu Luo and the Wuhuan chieftain Qiu Li Ju's mental state erupted. I don't know why Xiang Yu is not killing my Xianbei people. It's a trick, yes, definitely a trick. It must be the Han people's scheme. Looking at the agitated Xiongnu chieftain Yufu Luo and the Wuhuan chieftain Qiu Li Ju, the Xianbei chief felt embarrassed and tried to explain. However, the gaze directed at Xiang Yu, who resembled a demonic god, held a hint of excitement. Xiang Yu only targeted the Xiongnu, and Wu Huan sparing the Xinbei. Was this not a gesture of goodwill towards his tribe? Could it be that he truly intended to ally with the Xinbei? Contemplating this possibility, the chief of the Xinbei couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If Xiang Yu came to ally with them, it would mean the 10 extraordinary generals and 10,000 10th-tier special troops. If true, unifying the prairie would be effortless. One must say the chief of the Xinbei was moved, his heart filled with fantasies. In his view, Xiang Yu's actions of only killing the Xiongnu and Wu Huan soldiers were weakening their strengths, and such behavior was a sign of favor towards the Xinbei. The Xiongnu chieftain Yufu Luo and the Wu Huan chieftain Li Ju felt a strange aversion to the chief's words, as they too sensed it was Xiang Yu's trick. But witnessing their kin being slaughtered and their strength diminished while the Xinbei remained unharmed, they felt a sense of unease, a discomfort that hinted that Xiang Yu was indeed extending an olive branch to the Xinbei, potentially leading to an alliance. This feeling made the Xiongnu chieftain Yufu Luo and the Wu Huan chieftain Li Ju exchange glances, both sensing each other's discomfort. The atmosphere became awkward at that moment. Only Kublai Khan, who stood behind Yufu Luo, regarded Xiang Yu like a demonic god, narrowing his eyes. He was certain that Xiang Yu was sowing discord among the three chieftains, yet a slight smile crept onto his lips as he remained silent behind the sullen Yufu Luo. Kublai Khan's gaze was tightly fixed on Xiang Yu. He suddenly felt that this Han man might become his greatest enemy. Before the powerful united army of the grasslands, Xiang Yu flaunted his peak combat strength, ruthlessly slaughtering for 3 consecutive hours, killing a total of 180 troops from the Xiongnu, and Wu Huan only stopping when the strength of the Overlord's Iron Cavalry and the Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry began to wane. However, as soon as Xiang Yu led the Overlord's Iron Cavalry and Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry back to the Yanmen Pass, the Xinbei, Xiongnu, and Wu Huan tribes immediately launched a massive siege. Seeing this situation, Xiang Yu had no choice but to defend the city. The 10th-tier special troops were impressive, who, when energized and led by a general, they could sweep through the battlefield effortlessly. However, their small numbers were a critical flaw. Faced with an overwhelming army of 1 million, even though the 10,000 10th-tier special troops could charge back and forth, they could not directly break the enemy's lines. Consider this: what would happen if an adult were placed among 114 to 15-year-old youths? Of course, troop types are different. Battling against normal youths is not the same as fighting adults. Yet their small numbers were mainly useful for breaking a stalemate in battle. If they were brought out from the beginning, 1 against 100 would hardly intimidate anyone. After all, even if you are a 10th-tier special troop, you are still human, weighed down by heavy equipment, and would be exhausted from continuous fighting. Back at the city tower of Yanmen Pass, Xiang Yu immediately began commanding the defense. The sound of thunderous footsteps echoed as 600,000 to 700,000 troops approached Yanmen Pass. Then, like a black tide, they charged towards Yanmen Pass, causing even the clouds in the sky to part in fear, with not a single cloud in sight. As if seeking revenge for the previous slaughter, the armies of the Xiongnu and Wu Huan frantically set up ladders and heavy siege weapons, rushing forward like a swarm of ants. The 600,000 to 700,000 troops surged like a tide, quickly transforming Yanmen Pass into a scene of brutal combat, with drums echoing, but unable to drown out the sounds of slaughter. Thick smoke billowed as countless figures surged, massive siege weapons loomed overhead, and a rain of arrows darkened the sky, while the ground was littered with endless corpses, with more frantically charging towards Yanmen Pass. My lord, have the people of the grasslands gone mad? Zhang Liao, experiencing his first battle, was overwhelmed by the ferocity of the hundreds of thousands of troops, shaken by the intimidating aura before him. Wiping the blood from his face, he spoke in a panicked manner to the unmoved Xiang Yu, who turned to him with a chilling gaze devoid of any emotion, making Zhang Liao's heart tremble. Looking at the young man before him, though his face was youthful, he was clearly struck by the brutal battlefield. With a calm expression, Xiang Yu coldly said, "When you go and do what you must." Understood. Seeing Xiang Yu's calm demeanor, Zhang Liao's face flushed with embarrassment as he immediately replied, "Indeed, he still has much to grow. This is a battlefield, a bloody battlefield. Even if you are a reincarnated god of slaughter, without having been tempered by battle, witnessing it for the first time can leave one awestruck." Xiang Yu did not blame him for this. Noticing Zhang Liao's youthful demeanor far from the formidable presence he would later embody, Xiang Yu shook his head, without concern, and continued to direct the fierce defense. At a distance beneath the city, Fu Luo and Li Ju sat calmly on horseback, their eyes fixed on the battlefield, watching as figures screamed and fell from the city walls, or were doused in fire, oil, molten metal, or crushed by rolling logs, each sight more tragic than the last. Their eyes showed no sign of wavering. Human life seemed so fragile at this moment, like mere pawns or weeds in their gaze. It was not that they felt no emotion, but rather this was war, and it was brutally so. However, as long as they could capture Yanmen Pass, they would be able to advance boldly and seize Bingzhou, which was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. Yet their gazes towards the Xinbei, Chanyu and Lian, were not friendly. After all, both tribes had just suffered the loss of 1,000, while the Xinbei troops had not faced any casualties. Now in this siege, the Xinbei soldiers seemed to be working half-heartedly, causing great dissatisfaction in their hearts. Time passed. Second by second, the sounds of battle were unceasing, and the cries of slaughter shook the heavens. Yinmen Pass, as the northern stronghold against the nomads, particularly after Xiang Ye's reinforcement and repairs, was even more magnificent and sturdy. Moreover, within Yinmen Pass, there were nearly 500,000 troops and many exceptional warriors stationed at the entire Yinmen Pass was as solid as a rock, indestructible. From noon until now, as evening approached, the Grassland Coalition forces launched wave after wave of assaults, paying an enormous price in blood. At this moment, the unassailable Tiger Prison Pass was covered in arrows and siege ladders with patches of dark brown stains from fresh blood, countless black spots from smoke, and the air was thick with the stench of blood mixed with a nauseating odor. As veterans of the battlefield, the soldiers knew well that this was the foul smell of molten metal. A fire oil was too costly and would only be used in the most critical moments, while gold juice was used instead. Gold juice was a common substance on ancient battlefields, actually a mixture of human and animal remains. Boiled over a fire and poured down, it was no less intimidating than fire oil for the soldiers, as feces contain a multitude of bacteria. Generally, soldiers who survived being doused in boiling gold juice would mostly suffer fatal injuries, making gold juice one of the most effective defensive tools in ancient warfare. The entire Yinmen Pass was in a state of carnage resembling hell, leaving behind over 100,000 corpses. As evening fell, the attacking Grassland Coalition forces retreated like a tide, establishing camp 20 miles from Yinmen Pass. Watching the Grassland Coalition forces withdraw, Xiang Yu glanced at the hellish scene below the city with little feeling. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Nightfall. At Yinmen Pass in the Lord's Mansion. Are you trying to recruit me? Kubai Nung looked at Xiang Yu sitting at the head of the table with astonishment, his tone filled with surprise. That's right. Xiang Yu have several exceptional generals under my command with an army of 500,000 along with 2 units of 10th tier special troops. Saying this, a smile spread across Xiang Ye's face as he revealed his forces. Kubai Nung was profoundly astonished to hear Xiang Ye's declaration of strength, especially the mention of several exceptional generals and 2 units of 10th tier special troops. He was well aware of Han culture and history, so he understood the significance of what Xiang Yu was stating. He did not doubt Xiang Ye's words because he had witnessed it today. Kubai Nung continued to gaze at Xiang Yu, who had revealed his strength, contemplating what to say. Could it be? Suddenly Kubai Nung's eyes narrowed as he thought of a possibility. Indeed, Xiang Ye's voice continued to resonate. Xiang Yu possess several exceptional generals, an army of 500,000, and it will only grow from here. In this chaotic world with the yellow turbans rampant and the Han court corrupt and ineffective heroes and talents rise, this is the beginning of a chaotic era, and Xiang Yu certainly have some ambitions. Thus I want you, Kubai Nung, to submit to me, Xiang Yu, and I will assist you in unifying the grasslands and leading you to dominate the world. Boom. Hearing Xiang Ye's final words, Kubai Nung was instantly stunned, the message ringing in his mind. I will assist you in unifying the grasslands and leading you to dominate the world. That night, the entire Yinmen territory was shrouded in moonlight, enveloped in silence. At that moment, a corner of Yinmen Pass opened, and 2 riders hurriedly fled from the pass, desperately racing towards the Grassland Coalition camp. What? You mean the Han man? Xiang Yu released the Xianbei, Kubineng, and Budugeng. What about the Wuhuan Tado? Was he released? The Xiongnu Chanyu Yufu Luo suddenly stood up, urgently questioning the scout. Report, Chanyu. Indeed, only 2 people escaped from Yinmen Pass into the Xianbei camp, namely Budugeng and Kubineng, and Tadu from the Wuhuan was not released. The Xiongnu scout affirmed. Oh no, these damn Xianbei are truly insidious, even contacting the Han. Upon hearing the scout's precise words, Chanyu Yufu Luo was instantly filled with rage and panic. Indeed, he was flustered. His first reaction was to think that the Han man might be planning to ally with the Xianbei. Thinking back to earlier that day, Xiang Yu did not attack the Xianbei army, but focused on the Xiongnu and Wuhuan armies. During the siege, the Xianbei put in little effort, and now they had released the captured Xianbei general Kubineng and Budugeng, while Tadu from the Wuhuan was not freed. Undoubtedly, all these signals indicated that Xiang Yu seemed to be befriending the Xianbei and might be planning to ally with them. Upon considering this outcome, Yufu Luo could no longer sit still. The Xianbei, Xiongnu, and Wuhuan tribes, although united to attack Bingzhou this time, due to mutual interests in dividing it, did not mean that their relationships were particularly good. On the contrary, as the 3 major tribes on the grassland each sought to defeat or even subjugate the other 2, aiming to unify the grassland and achieve dominance. However, the grassland was stable, at least for now. The Xianbei were strong, possessing 400,000 armored warriors, followed by the Wuhuan with 300,000, and then the southern Xiongnu with 200,000. Thus the Xiongnu and Wuhuan together supported the Xianbei, maintaining peace and stability across the grassland, preventing anyone from rashly drawing weapons. However, if the Xianbei took in the Han man Xiang Yu and truly gained 10 unparalleled generals, then not only would stability be lost, but the combined forces of 500,000 from the Xiongnu and Wuhuan could very well be defeated by the Xianbei. Unparalleled generals are exceedingly rare on the grassland, and their presence would be immensely impactful. Hearing that Xiang Yu was very likely to ally with the Xianbei, Yufu Luo could no longer remain idle, and hurriedly took his guard to the Wuhuan camp to find Wuhuan Chanyuqiu Liju. Haha, as expected, this must be a scheme to sow discord. Just as Yufu Luo had left, Kublai slowly emerged from behind Yufu Luo's tent. With sharp eyes, he gazed at the flickering lights in the distance, sneering. Let it be chaotic, let it be tumultuous. It would be best if the entire grassland descends into chaos. It seems I also need to prepare early. I wonder how Xiang Yu would feel if he knew that all his efforts were ultimately aiding me Kublai in cultivating a formidable opponent. Kublai wore a smile, exuding a strong sense of confidence. Although he perceived Xiang Yu as his future great enemy, he felt he should be grateful to the latter. Xiang Yu's use of discord tactics was clear to him. He would not be surprised if the grassland coalition was ultimately defeated, and he would not hinder it. On the contrary, he might even take advantage of the situation. For in his view, his intentions did not contradict Xiang Yu's. In fact, they had similarities. Kublai desired a chaotic three-tribe situation, and using Xiang Yu to sow discord among the three tribes was quite fitting. While Xiang Yu aimed to sow discord among the three tribes, leading them into a great war to protect Yanmen Pass. It seemed everything was so perfect. Or is it really that perfect? In the Xinbei camp, the royal tent. KB Nung, Budo Zhen, how did you return? Seeing KB Nung and Budo Zhen, He Lian was astonished, yet his eyes were filled with joy. Both KB Nung and Budo Zhen were his capable subordinates and the leaders of major Xinbei tribes. The Chanyu said that it was Xiang Yu who allowed me and KB Nung to return, stating that he wants to befriend our Xinbei. Hearing He Lian's words, Budo Zhen spoke with guilt. Previously, as the commander of the Prairie Coalition's vanguard, he led 400,000 troops with great prestige, yet he was utterly defeated by Xiang Yu in one battle. Now being released again, he felt utterly humiliated. What? That Han man Xiang Yu wants to befriend us. Is this? Upon hearing Budo Zhen's words, He Lian was instantly overjoyed, springing to his feet and excitedly asking, completely oblivious to Budo Zhen's shameful expression. He Lian felt as if he was suddenly enveloped in overwhelming happiness. Xiang Yu actually wanted to befriend the Xinbei. What friendship? His first reaction was that Xiang Yu intended to ally with the Xinbei, which filled He Lian with ecstatic joy. Xiang Yu represented the 10 legendary generals and 2 special 10-tier units. If the Xinbei could truly obtain these, wouldn't He Lian be able to unify the entire prairie? Yes, Chanyu, when Xiang Yu released me, he personally untied my bindings, saying that if you appoint him as the Grand Marshal of the Xinbei, he would lead the troops of Yanmen Pass to join us. Seeing that He Lian's attention was entirely on Xiang Yu and not on himself, Budo Zhen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, speaking with envy. Indeed, Budo Zhen felt envy. He envied both Xiang Yu and He Lian. He envied that if Xiang Yu allied with the Xinbei, he would immediately become the Grand Marshal, and he had no doubt that He Lian would agree, for the allure of the 10 legendary generals was too great. He also envied He Lian, who was the son of the previous Xinbei Chanyu Tan Shihui. After Tan Shihui's death, He Lian succeeded as leader, but He Lian lacked both the talent and ability of his father, and he was greedy and lecherous. It could be aptly described as having lofty ambitions with meager talent. Yet now he unexpectedly encountered the 10 legendary generals who were about to ally with him. Was this not sheer luck? Budo Zhen was envious. Huh, great. Isn't the title of Grand Marshal just a title? Huh. Hearing Budo Zhen's words, He Lian could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. As the Xinbei Chanyu, He Lian naturally had a great interest in unifying the entire prairie. More accurately, all the major leaders across the prairie had a significant interest in becoming the overlord of the prairie. Chanyu Xiang Yu also said that to show his sincerity, tomorrow night, he will release the 70,000 captured Xinbei. Just as He Lian was overjoyed, KB Nung, who had been silent, spoke up and added a stabilizing remark. Excellent. As long as Xiang Yu allies with the Xinbei, I will grant him the title of Grand Marshal, and I will even bestow upon him a kingship. Hearing that Xiang Yu was willing to release 70,000 Xinbei captives first, He Lian was even happier. However, neither He Lian nor Budo Zhen noticed the strange glint in KB Nung's eyes, which concealed a fierce and burning ambition deep within. That night passed quietly without any nighttime raids. However, for the entire Prairie Coalition, it was not so peaceful. Beneath the calm surface, dark currents were stirring. The next day, just as dawn broke, the sound of drums began to resonate. The war horses neighed, the armor clanked, and the smoke of battle rose once more. Boom, boom. The coalition armies of the 3 tribes gathered not far from Yanmen Pass, and soon the leaders of the 3 tribes met. He Lian, weren't your subordinates Budo Zhen and KB Nung captured? How did they get released by that Han man? Upon meeting, Yufu Luo immediately fired questions at He Lian. Exactly, He Lian, what is going on? Why hasn't my Awan Tadun been released? Seeing the Xiongnu Chanyu Yufu Luo questioning, He Lian, the Awan Chanyu Chiu, Li Ju immediately recalled the news that Yufu Luo had relayed to him last night, and also joined the questioning of He Lian. Hearing the questions from Yufu Luo and Xiu Li Ju, He Lian couldn't help but sneer, feeling increasingly uncomfortable inside. Who was He Lian? He Lian was the most powerful Xinbei Chanyu on the prairie, commanding 400,000 armored soldiers, yet he was being questioned by 2 Chanyas beneath him. Reflecting on Xiang Yu, who was about to ally with him, and the 10 legendary generals he was about to possess, along with 2 special 10-year units. Instantly, He Lian straightened his chest and disdainfully replied, why should I explain? Perhaps the ropes binding KB Nung and Budo Zhen simply broke by themselves. Or maybe the gatekeeper went to relieve himself. Perhaps the gate of Yanmen Pass, having aged, revealed a small crack by its. Who knows why your Ahoan's Tadun didn't come out? If you want to ask, go ask Xiang Yu. With that, He Lian waved his long sleeves and turned back to his army, showing no regard for the faces of the two Chanyas. In He Lian's view, as long as Xiang Yu allied with him and the 10 legendary generals and 2 10-tier special units were in place, all the Yuan and Xiongnu Chanyas would be defeated under his command. You see, He Lian is so arrogant, it must be that Xiang Yu is going to ally with him. Watching He Lian's unusual arrogance, Yufu Luo instantly became agitated. Alas, what should we do? If Xiang Yu truly allies with the Xinbei, relying on their massive forces, the entire prairie will be in danger. The Yuan Chanyu Qiu, Li Ju said in panic. No, we need to unite. We cannot sit idly by. If it comes to that, our 2 tribes should first destroy the Xinbei. Right, if this is the case, we must react, otherwise our 2 tribes will be in peril. Suddenly Yufu Luo's expression hardened, and he made a slicing motion across his throat. Hearing Yufu Luo's harsh words, Qiu Li Ju didn't object. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Anyone who could become a Chanyu of a tribe was surely not a soft-hearted person. Thus a peculiar event occurred. The anticipated siege did not take place. Instead, the armies of the 3 tribes circled around Yanmen Pass, as if they were on a tour, and then they directly returned home, opting not to attack Yanmen Pass. Standing atop Yanmen Pass, Xiang Yu smiled brightly, for his strategy had begun to take effect. Indeed, it didn't take long for Xiang Yu. The Xinbei, Yuan, and Xiongnu all sent envoys to Yanmen Pass to solicit him, offering various generous promises. Xiang Yu certainly did not disappoint the Xinbei Chanyu, and directly expelled the envoys from Yuan and Xiongnu, leaving only the envoy from Xinbei, showcasing great sincerity. The Xinbei Chanyu He Lian was thrilled, but the Yuan and Xiongnu Chanyas were enraged. Instantly, the atmosphere between the Xinbei Xiongnu and Yuan grew tense. Upon realizing that Xiang Yu might defect to the Xinbei, the Xiongnu and Wuhuan could no longer maintain their composure, and thoughts of recruiting Xiang Yu began to arise. Since Xiang Yu wished to ally with the Xinbei, why not ally with the Xiongnu and Wuhuan instead? What the Xinbei can offer you, we can equally provide. With this expectation, the Xiongnu and Wuhuan lost interest in attacking Yanmen Pass. The key now was whether they could secure Xiang Yu. Thus, the Xiongnu and Wuhuan sent envoys in droves, offering the most favorable conditions, almost ready to relinquish their chieftain positions, going all out to win Xiang Yu over. However, to the chagrin of both tribes' chieftains, Xiang Yu outright expelled their envoys, and even invited the Xinbei's envoys in openly. Undoubtedly, the outcome was already evident. Xiang Yu was highly likely to ally with the Xinbei. Instantly, the chieftains of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan panicked. If Xiang Yu truly allied with the Xinbei, the already formidable Xinbei, combined with 10 legendary generals and 2 unique Tier 10 cavalry units, would sweep across the grasslands. In their panic, the chieftains of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan united against the Xinbei army, standing in confrontation. Yet amidst the 110,000 troops, the Xinbei army boasted a full 60,000, while the combined forces of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan only added up to 50,000. The excess of 10,000 troops was later brought in by Kublai Khan. Therefore, although tensions were high, the 3 factions did not engage in direct combat, as most of their forces were concentrated towards Bingzhou and Wuyuan. Chieftain Yufu Luo of the Xiongnu swiftly gathered his troops from near Yanmen, determined to eradicate the threat in its infancy. On the grasslands outside Yanmen Pass, the 3 factions were on edge, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if war could break out at any moment. Xiang Yu, observing this from Yanmen Pass, couldn't help but smile. It wasn't that his strategy was particularly brilliant, but rather that the people of the grasslands were not all as eager to learn Han culture as Kublai Nung was, nor were they particularly fond of Sun Tzu's art of war or the 36 stratagems. The grassland people revered strength and respected the powerful. Simply put, it was all about whose fists were bigger. Who cared about schemes? A simple rift was enough to make the 3 chieftains confront each other. Of course, Xiang Yu's value was also an important bargaining chip, the finishing touch. The 3 factions were on the brink of conflict, but direct battle had yet to commence. They were merely waiting for the spark to ignite. Time passed slowly. A day quickly went by. As night fell, the camps of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan were already distanced from the Xinbei camp, with the 2 tribes' encampments positioned opposite to the Xinbei's. In the Xinbei camp, inside the king's tent. So when will Xiang Yu come to ally with us? The Xinbei chieftain, He Lian, anxiously asked Kublai Nung, feeling immense pressure from the standoff between the 2 tribes. His only way out was to secure Xiang Yu, shattering the balance and forcefully defeating the 2 tribes to make them submit. Chieftain Xiang Yu said that if you promise him the position of Grand Marshal, he will lead his people to ally with us tomorrow. To show his sincerity, he mentioned he would release 70,000 captured Xinbei soldiers in a quarter of an hour. In response to He Lian's inquiry, Kublai Nung quickly replied, Good. That's wonderful. Upon hearing that Xiang Yu would release 70,000 captured Xinbei soldiers in a quarter of an hour, He Lian was overjoyed. It wasn't that these 70,000 soldiers held immense value, but rather that Xiang Yu's release signaled his betrayal of the Han court. His only path forward was to ally with the Xinbei. At this moment, He Lian finally relaxed. The anxiety in his heart dissipated, replaced only by excitement. All right, Kublai Nung, this matter is entrusted to you. Prepare to receive the captured Xinbei soldiers. And be cautious of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan. He Lian arranged excitedly. Understood. I will handle it personally. Kublai Nung respectfully nodded, and as he lowered his head, an inexplicable glint flashed in his eyes. As time ticked by, the night deepened, but the atmosphere between the three factions grew increasingly tense with each side on. As night fell, suddenly the gates of Yinmen Pass swung open. Under the vast cloak of night, an army of 70,000 clad in Xianbei attire marched swiftly towards the coalition of grassland forces. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that these Xianbei soldiers were slightly shorter than regular Xianbei, lacking some of the usual ruggedness and wildness. Just as the 70,000 Xianbei troops were approaching the Xianbei camp, Ku Baineng donning armor came forward. "How are you ready?" The deep yet youthful voice of Zhang Liao rang out, his imposing presence overshadowing Ku Baineng. "Rest assured, General Wen Yuan, everything is in order. The atmosphere among the three factions is tense, and my 15,000 troops are ready to act at any moment." Faced with Zhang Liao's overwhelming aura, Ku Baineng couldn't help but swallow hard, responding quickly and respectfully. "Good. Well done. Since my lord has said to support you as the master of the grasslands, it will surely be accomplished." Hearing Ku Baineng's accurate response, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Liao's usually expressionless face as he Hearing Zhang Liao's words, Ku Baineng was elated. "Bring your men and follow me to kill." Suddenly the smile vanished from Zhang Liao's face, replaced by a fierce and determined aura as he rapidly matured through experience. Understood. That night the camp of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan flickered with lights. Suddenly a series of explosive sounds erupted, causing Yufu Luo in the Xiongnu's royal tent to widen his eyes in shock. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" In an instant, piercing screams shattered the silence of the night in the Xiongnu camp. Boom! Thunderous warhorses charged fiercely into the camps of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan. "Warriors, follow me to kill. This is the time to achieve glory, to annihilate the Xiongnu and Wuhuan and unify the grasslands for the Xianbei." In an instant, the two Xianbei armies totaling 220,000 stormed into the camps of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan, raising a clamor of battle cries. "I Ku Baineng am here. Who dares to fight me? Brothers, kill." Faced with Ku Baineng's assault, the losses for the Xiongnu and Wuhuan weren't too severe. They quickly reacted. After all, both tribes had long prepared for war against the Xianbei and were on high alert. The two tribes quickly mobilized their forces, totaling 500,000 troops, launching a counterattack against Ku Baineng's 220,000. "Kill! Slay the Xianbei." Faced with the combined forces of the two tribes, Ku Baineng quickly retreated, shouting loudly, "Brothers, withdraw." At that moment, the chieftains of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan also realized that the Xianbei forces numbered only about 20. "Adoptive father, the enemy has only 20,000 soldiers. If we can eliminate them, the Xianbei will be left with 40,000 troops. Then we will not be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers." Just then Kublai Khan stepped forward, addressing Yufu Luo. Upon hearing Kublai Khan's words, Yufu Luo and Xiu Liju, already furious, would not let this opportunity slip by. They waved their hands. "Kill them! Counterattack!" Ku Bining led his army in a strategic retreat, quickly pulling back to a position not far from the Xianbei camp. The Xianbei Chanyu and Lian were furious, questioning the soldiers who sought Ku Bining's aid. What? Did Ku Bining bring back 70,000 troops only to be discovered by the Xiongnu and Wuhuan? Are they now being besieged? Yes, the Xiongnu and Wuhuan forces are attacking our leader. Our leader's 150,000 troops have already gone to reinforce him. Please, Chanyu, send troops quickly. The soldier from Ku Bining's tribe spoke quickly. Oh. The Xiongnu and Wuhuan truly have become audacious. Gather the army. Destroy these two tribes. Hearing this, Lian could no longer contain himself, bellowing loudly and directly ordering the troops to assemble. Soon the Xianbei army gathered with nearly 450,000 troops, marching mightily towards the Xiongnu and Wuhuan forces. Not long after, Lian saw Ku Bining being besieged by the combined forces of the Xiongnu and Wuhuan, barely managing to kill. The enraged Lian could no longer hold back. With a swing of his sword, the 450,000 Xianbei troops charged fiercely towards the combined forces of the two tribes. Yufuluo and Kyolaju also saw the overwhelming Xianbei army charging towards them. However, the two were even angrier, realizing that Lian aimed to annihilate their tribes and seize dominance over the grasslands, leaving them with no choice but to fight to the death. Kill, kill, kill. The battle cries filled the air as the three tribes' armies clashed, blood gushing, flesh flying, iron and fire spreading, and blood mingling with tears. Kill, kill, kill. The combined forces of the three tribes totaled nearly 120,000, engaging in the most passionate battle of humanity beneath the night sky, with blood soaring and fighting unending. Under the cover of night, the three tribes' armies were oblivious to the fact that during their frenzied fighting, two armies were gradually withdrawing from the battlefield. Kublai Khan's 100,000 troops slowly retreated from the battlefield, heading toward the grasslands without looking back. Meanwhile, another army led by Ku Bining was also gradually withdrawing from the battlefield. At that moment, only 90,000 soldiers from the three tribes remained in the chaotic slaughter. At this time, Xiongyu certainly would not miss this opportunity to watch the show. Under the cover of night, nearly 400,000 troops silently appeared near the battlefield of the three tribes and came to a stop. Kill, kill, kill. The sounds of battle continued, blood soaking into their clothes. The three tribes had already become bloodthirsty and could no longer hold back. As the night slowly passed, the following morning, when a fiery red sun illuminated the land, the three tribes finally came to a halt. Looking at the countless corpses covering the mountains and fields as the blood pooled into rivers, the standing soldiers from the three tribes numbered less than 30,000, and the chieftains of the three tribes were astonished and shocked. What is happening? We three tribes are slaughtering each other. Seeing the countless corpses before them, Lian Yufalo and Qiulaju panicked. Indeed, the three were in a state of panic. They truly felt a chill sweep over them, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. A scheme of discord. These two phrases suddenly appeared in their minds like a bolt of lightning. When the power in their hands was no longer strong, when it was insufficient to keep them invincible, when it gave them no sense of security, Lian Yufalo and Qiulaju finally woke up, seeing the countless corpses of their soldiers, and realizing a possibility. It was a scheme by the Han people. They had been sowed discord. No way. Xiang Yu promised me. He promised to make me the Grand Marshal of the Xinbei. He would help me unify the grasslands, help me become the Lord of the grasslands. I wanted to surpass my father. Thinking that this might be Xiang Yu's scheme, Lian finally felt fear, but the lingering hope within him made it hard to accept this reality. Wait, what about Qubing? He must know where is Qubing. Suddenly Lian's eyes widened as he thought of Qubing, and he began to look around for him. However, despair washed over him as he realized that he could not find him anywhere. It seemed that after the battle began, Qubing had disappeared from the battlefield. Lian's heart sank uncontrollably. A wave of despair suddenly surged within him. Why are the three Chanyas so excited? Did you really wage a wild battle all night? I admire you, Just as the three tribes' Chanyas were in a panic, a loud voice suddenly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. A thundering sound of cavalry and infantry marching in perfect order echoed from all directions as a full 600,000 troops surrounded the three tribes' 30,000 soldiers. What? This is truly Xiang Yu's scheme. Lian gasped. Uft. Seeing the vast army of the Yinmen along with the remaining Xinbei troops led by Qubing, Lian immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood and fell backward. At this moment, Yufalo and Qiulaju were even more convinced that it was Xiang Yu's scheme, and a trace of despair. How could they fight now? After a night of chaotic fighting, their three tribes were left with only 30,000 troops, and they were exhausted and hungry. Faced with Xiang Yu's vigorous 600,000 troops, they had no chance of victory. Not to mention Xiang Yu had 10 unparalleled generals and 2 special ranks of troops. Those who surrender will not be killed. Seeing Lian fainting directly, Xiang Yu couldn't help but laugh and shouted loudly. Surrender. Surprisingly, Yufalo and Qiulaju exchanged helpless glances and ultimately chose to surrender, because the two of them combined had just over 10,000 troops, and with Lian having directly fainted from anger, they had no way to resist. Death. Don't joke. As chieftains of their tribes galloping across the grasslands, enjoying wealth and glory with beautiful women and delicacies, who would want to die? The Xiongnu Yufalo and Wuhuan Qiulaju surrendered while Xinbei, Chanyu Lian fainted. With 20,000 Xinbei troops left without a leader, Qubing stepped forward and directly incorporated them. 140,000 troops of the Grassland Coalition attacked Yinmen Pass, and Xiang Yu's scheme sowed discord among the three tribes, leading to a crushing defeat for the Grassland Coalition. What? You mean Kublai Khan of the Xiongnu has fled? Just as Xiang Yu left the battlefield and returned to Yinmen Pass, Qubing rushed to him with bad news. Yes, according to the testimony of Xiongnu Chanyu Yufo, Kublai Khan disappeared when the battle began. We searched the surrounding area but couldn't find him. He must have returned to the grasslands. As a member of the Grassland Coalition, Qubing certainly knew of Kublai Khan's capabilities, which were definitely superior to his own. Moreover, Kublai Khan was the adopted son of the Xiongnu Chanyu. In the Chanya's capture, he could definitely rally the Xiongnu. It's fine, what's one Kublai Khan? I don't care. Xiang Yu was aware of Kublai Khan's threat, but was unconcerned knowing that with Qubing at his side, unifying the grasslands was inevitable. Just one Kublai Khan could he possibly outmatch all of his unparalleled generals. Moreover, having Kublai Khan around might not be a bad thing for Qubing. A scheme of sowing discord led to a devastating defeat for the enemy's 1,400,000 troops approaching Yinmen Pass, marking an unprecedented victory. Moreover, he managed to subdue Qubing, gaining the ability to strategize in the grasslands. However, the defense war in Bingzhou was far from over. The Grassland Coalition at Yinmen Pass had been defeated, yet the Grassland Coalition, led by Lu Bu, continued to besiege the Bingzhou army. Thus, Xiang Yu could not afford to be idle. He aimed to complete the hidden mission of the Bingzhou defense war issued by the System Spirit. For Stage Task 2, he still needed to repel the Grassland Coalition from Wuyuan County. However, Xiang Yu did not intend to take action himself. Instead, he wanted Qubing to take the lead. This would not only establish Qubing's authority, but also enable him to gather forces to accomplish Stage Task 3 to establish his reputation beyond the borders and make his name resound throughout the Han. Indeed, compared to the rewards for completing Stage 2, the rewards for Stage Task 3 were far more enticing. Qubing commanded a total of 150,000 troops, and after being intimidated by Xiang Yu, Lianxing had also submitted. Thus, combined with the 70,000 Xinbei troops captured earlier and nearly 200,000 Xinbei troops captured later, Qubing's forces swelled to 420,000 Xinbei troops. Faced with the ambitious Qubing, Xiang Yu certainly would not allow him to command the army on his own. The ruthless Emperor Wu Daotian Wang ran in the purple-faced King Xiong Quahai and the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Ji, along with his 8,000 iron cavalry, and others like Zhong Li Mei and Yu Ziqi accompanied the troops. If KB Nung dared to harbor any ulterior motives, he would meet a gruesome end. After sending off KB Nung and his 420,000 Xianbei troops, Xiang Yu was likewise not idle. He needed to strive for his stage task 3 to establish his reputation beyond the borders and make his name resound throughout the Han. On the vast map of the eastern Han, Xiang Yu's gaze fell upon the map of Bingzhou with a clear objective in mind. Objective: the 3 counties of North Central. Indeed, Xiang Yu planned to march out of Yanmen Pass to subdue the 3 counties of North Central. Bingzhou, located in the land of the 3 Jin, is vast and rich, consisting of 9 counties, among which North Central includes Dingxiang County, Yunzong County, and Wuyuan County. The 3 counties of North Central boast fertile land serving as a natural pasture, with a territory approximately twice that of Yanmen. However, after the corruption of the Han court, Dingxiang County, Yunzong County, and most of Wuyuan County have been occupied by the Xiongnu. Most of Wuyuan County is occupied with the entrance to Bingzhou guarded by Lu Bu. The Han court had always sought to reclaim these territories but faced repeated defeats, leading to significant losses that rendered them unable to continue, ultimately resulting in their abandonment. Since the establishment of the Han dynasty, they have been in constant warfare with the Xiongnu. This conflict has lasted nearly 400 years with casualties on both sides exceeding hundreds of millions. The enmity between the Han and the Xiongnu is undeniably profound, ensuring that the Xiongnu would not allow Han people to thrive in their territories. Under more than a decade of brutal Xiongnu rule, the population of Han people in the 3 counties of North Central has dwindled to less than 1 million, and those remaining are enslaved by the Xiongnu, leading lives of relentless toil under harsh conditions. For Yanmen County, with its mere 2.5 million people, the 3 counties of North Central represent a substantial prize. Seizing them would not only increase the population of Yanmen County by nearly 1 million, but also expand its territory significantly. Thus, across the entire 9 counties of Bingzhou, Xiang Yu would occupy a full 4 counties. The temptation was undeniably great. As for why he did not choose to follow in the footsteps of Huo Qubing and Wei Qing, penetrating deep into the grasslands to strike the Xiongnu royal court and seal the Wolf Jusher Mountain, that was simply unrealistic. The grasslands are vast and boundless, immensely expansive, and 10 times larger. It is not modern times where one can rely on satellite maps. Therefore, those unfamiliar with the terrain would find it impossible to navigate, let alone locate, the Xiongnu royal court. Moreover, there are still numerous Xiongnu troops, totaling 7 million, but should one become ensnared within, there would be no escape. Therefore, Xiang Yu did not intend to risk his life. He could support KB Nung without having to personally intervene. However, the 3 counties of North Central were certainly within his grasp. That very day, Xiang Yu called upon his army. With 25,000 Yanmen iron cavalry, nearly 15,000 Nirvana troops, totaling 40,000 iron cavalry, including the martial Saint Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Pei Yuanqing, as well as Xiang Yu himself, along with 3,000 Songlong iron cavalry and 15,000 10-stage iron cavalry, they marched out from Yanmen Pass. In fact, the 3 counties of North Central outside Yanmen Pass were filled with Xiongnu people, but the remaining Xiongnu forces were not substantial. Dingxiang County and Yunzong County had only about 300,000 Xiongnu troops left, likely because they had been temporarily withdrawn by Kublai Khan or had been absorbed into the Xiongnu forces. Leading his 40,000 Yanmen iron cavalry, Xiang Yu swept through the 2 counties like a hot knife through butter, only encountering 15,000 Xiongnu troops. After 2 days of rapid advance, Xiang Yu brought Dingxiang County and Yunzong County under his command. Leaving behind 100,000 troops, 50,000 in each county, totaling 100,000 troops, Xiang Yu still had 300,000 troops remaining, continuing to advance towards the final Wuyuan County. However, just as Xiang Yu and his army arrived at Yanmen County, news came that KB Nung, with the assistance of Xiang Ji and Ran Min, had decisively defeated the grassland coalition of 60,000 with a smaller force, completely shattering the alliance of the 3 tribes and capturing countless prisoners, while the Xiongnu garrison in Wuyuan County had also been dispersed. Xiang Yu waved his hand, effortlessly taking control of most of Wuyuan County. The crisis in Bingzhou was resolved. Yanmen County, Yunzong County, Dingxiang County, and Wuyuan County were all secured. In an instant, among the 9 counties of Bingzhou, Xiang Yu firmly held 4 counties. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for completing stage task 2, defeating the alien coalition and safeguarding Bingzhou. Reward 600 prestige points and a special building, the Holy Level Talent Altar. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for completing stage task 3, establishing his reputation beyond the borders and making his name resound throughout the Han. Reward 1,000 prestige points and a piece of fortune seal. Just as Xiang Yu completely seized Wuyuan County, the voice of the system's spirit suddenly rang out. However, the sound of these 2 rewards left Xiang Yu in a daze. The Holy Level Talent Altar and the fortune seal. What was going on? Instantly, Xiang Yu felt a sudden weight in his hands, with an object appearing in each. Xiang Yu immediately recognized what the Holy Level Talent Altar and the fortune seal were. Filled with curiosity, he first turned his gaze towards the altar-like object. Wow! Upon seeing the Holy Level Talent Altar, Xiang Yu could no longer remain calm, and overwhelming joy surged within him. Name: Holy Level Talent Altar. Type: immovable building. Special features: can absorb the souls of holy level monsters that die within a day, implanting them into unparalleled human generals, granting them holy level qualifications. Note: only 3 uses are allowed within a month. and each use requires burning 1,000 prestige points. Looking at this holy level talent altar Xiang, you could no longer keep calm. This was a treasure against the heavens. Does this not mean that the more holy level monsters he slays, the more holy level generals the human race will have? Given his current strength, slaying holy level monsters would not be difficult. Does this not imply that he could have 3 holy level generals within a month? Xiang Yu could not help but rejoice. This was a grand prize. Eagerly he looked towards the fortune seal, as the holy level talent altar was a reward for stage task 2, and it was already so extraordinary. What about the fortune seal? Upon learning about the function of the holy level talent altar, Xiang Yu's heart surged with uncontainable joy. The ability to absorb the souls of holy level beasts and transplant their talents into unparalleled human generals meant that holy level generals would soon emerge under his command. Previously he was aware that there were 3 ways to obtain holy level human generals. One was to establish an unparalleled dynasty and use the power of luck to forcibly promote human generals to break through to the holy level. Another way was to cultivate the holy level secret manual Overlord spear technique, rewarded by the system sprite training through it until reaching the holy level. As for the last method, it involved figures like the sun-shooting holy general Huo Qubing that he had previously drawn. Such legendary figures from ancient myths. Xiang Yu had known about these 3 methods of obtaining holy level generals even before acquiring the holy level talent altar. As for the last method, it involved figures like the sun-shooting holy general Huo Qubing that he had previously drawn. Such legendary figures from ancient myths. Xiang Yu had known about. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, Xiang Yu focused his gaze on the golden cube-shaped seal. Name: Seal of Luck. Type: Luck. Item: Can grow. Characteristics: 1. Gather the luck of the human race within. 2. Suppress the luck of the human race. 3. Plunder the luck of other races. 4. Consume luck to enhance one's own battle power. 5. Consume luck to enhance one's own strength. Note: can only be used in reality. What the hell? Looking at the seal of luck before him, Xiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. He immediately realized that this seal of luck seemed to be a tool for suppressing the luck of races and could also utilize the power of luck. This should be what the leader of the golden-winged rock tribe referred to, a means to elevate unparalleled generals to the holy level using the power of luck. Looking at the characteristics of the seal of luck, Xiang Yu felt a vague understanding. However, there wasn't much joy on Xiang Yu's face. Instead, he felt an ominous premonition. It seemed that the emergence of the holy level talent altar and the seal of luck were both related to the holy level generals and the rapid strengthening of the human race. If so, there could only be one explanation: the seal of the holy level beasts might be on the verge of breaking. Thinking of this possibility, the solemn expression on Xiang Yu's face grew even heavier. He wasn't concerned about the fact that it took 3 years in his past life for the seal of the holy level beasts to break, while in this life, it might happen within just a few months. However, there wasn't much joy on Xiang Yu's face. Instead, he felt an ominous premonition. It seemed that the emergence of the holy level talent altar and the seal of luck were both related to the holy level generals. The key was that the signal indicating the potential removal of the seal on the holy level beasts made Xiang Yu feel as if he were facing a formidable enemy. He was no longer afraid of imperial level beasts. If 5 appeared, he would kill 5. If 10 appeared, he would kill 10. Even if 20 imperial level beasts came at once, Xiang Yu was confident he could lead his subordinates to victory. However, holy level beasts were entirely different. Although he had previously slain the Earth Bear King, who was also a holy level beast, the Earth Bear King was weak, and he could not use it as a measure for other holy level beasts. He clearly remembered how powerful the leader of the golden-winged rock tribe was. Even now, with all his might unleashed, he would likely still be unable to defeat them. And the leader of the golden-winged rock tribe was a holy level beast who had been sealed with power restricted to the imperial level. If a sealed holy level beast was this powerful, then what would happen if the seal were to be lifted? What if their strength returned? Thus, if the seal on the holy level beast were to be broken, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge to the human race and to Xiang Yu himself. Regardless, this seal of luck must be put to use, otherwise it would be too wasteful. In an instant, Xiang Yu's resolve solidified. No matter if the holy level beast would be unsealed or not, he needed to rapidly enhance his own strength. Only then could he face various dangers. Then I should also be able to establish a nation in reality, right? Suddenly, Xiang Yu glanced at the seal of luck in his hand. Indeed, to utilize the seal of luck, there must be humans. Only by gathering a large number of humans could he harness. Just like during the primordial era, the human race was one of the tribes among the myriad races. Only by gathering the human race, becoming their emperor, and mastering the emperor's sword, could Xiang Yu have the authority and qualification to command the luck of the human race. A fierce flame of ambition ignited in Xiang Yu's eyes. He not only aimed to establish his dominion and expedition, becoming a king and suppressing all ambitious figures, but in reality, he also aspired to be a sovereign and an ancestor subduing all races. Although Xiang Yu planned to establish a nation in reality, it was not that simple. Firstly, there was the issue of population. Undoubtedly, the population could come from the indigenous people in expedition or from players. However, he did not have many of either. His current identity was that of a guard at Yanmen Pass, not the governor of Yanmen Prefecture. Even though he had taken over Dingxiang Prefecture, Yinxiang Prefecture, and Wuyuan Prefecture, the population in these areas was severely lacking, so he needed to make some moves. After returning to Yanmen Pass, Xiang Yu immediately dispatched another cart filled with gold and silver treasures towards Luoyang. At the same time, he reopened his forum. He had taken control of Dingxiang Prefecture, Yuncheng Prefecture, and Weiyuan Prefecture, but the system sprite did not make an announcement, and players were unaware. He needed to promote it to attract players. System sprite, I need to pin a post. Ding. Pinning a post requires 1 or 2 gold. As soon as Xiang Ye's words fell, the system sprite's voice immediately rang out. Soon a post with Xiang Yu as the ID appeared once again on the forum in the Tianqiao area, instantly seen by 3 to 400 million players in the Tianqiao area. Xiang Yu, cavalry officer of Yinmen Pass. Hello players, I am Xiang Yu. The 200,000 Prairie Coalition forces that invaded have been defeated by me, and I have also captured the Xinbei leader KB Nung, taking countless prisoners, thus resolving the crisis in Bingzhou. Moreover, I led the Nirvana army out of Yinmen Pass, and I have now taken Dingxiang Prefecture, Yuncheng Prefecture, and Weiyuan Prefecture. Yinmen Prefecture is within easy reach, so I have already occupied 4 of the 9 prefectures in Bingzhou. Currently I, Xiang Yu, have 12 unparalleled generals in my command, including the Overlord of Western Chu Xiang Yu, the Martial King Ran, Min the Purple-Faced King Xiong Kuahai, the Martial Sage, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei Pei Yuanqing, and many other super generals. Together with the Nirvana army, I have over 500,000 troops, while KB Nung commands over 400,000 prairie troops. Thus, I can lead an army of 1 million. The Han Dynasty lost its deer, and the world will fight for it. I, Xiang Yu, also have the ambition to dominate the world. Therefore I, Xiang Yu, wish to represent the Huaxia human race in competing for dominance in this expedition world, vowing to conquer a vast territory. At the same time, I, Xiang Yu, will establish a human kingdom in the real world, protecting the human race from harm and preventing them from suffering the invasion of beasts. Welcome everyone to come and support. Upon seeing the post released by Xiang Yu, the players in the Tianqiao area were instantly stunned. Xiang Yu had actually defeated the 200,000 Prairie Coalition forces. Xiang Yu had actually occupied 4 prefectures in Bingzhou. Xiang Yu had already recruited the Overlord of Western Chu Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu commanded 1 million troops and aimed to dominate the world. Xiang Yu wanted to establish a kingdom in reality. Looking at the post, the players in the Tianqiao area were in an uproar. Indeed, upon reading the content of Xiang Ye's pinned post, all players in the Tianqiao area were shocked. The invasion of the 200,000 cavalry from the grasslands into Bingzhou had already occurred for several days. Many players from Bingzhou were aware of this, and on the day of the system sprite announcement, the entire forum exploded, thus almost all players knew about it. At that time, all the players across the 13 provinces of the Han Dynasty, except for those in Bingzhou, were gloating over the misfortune of Bingzhou, thinking that the players there had such bad luck. After all, although other provinces were plagued by the Yellow Turban Army, it was not a certain death. However, if it fell into the hands of the foreign tribes, the outcome would be different. It might even be worse than death. Faced with 200,000 grassland cavalry, everyone felt that Bingzhou was doomed. It simply could not hold. Once Bingzhou fell, Xiang Yu would certainly meet his end as well, and all factions would instantly dissolve into nothingness. But they did not expect that Xiang Yu not only did not perish, but instead delivered a shocking counterattack. Indeed, it was a shocking counterattack, and it was the ultimate trump card. Xiang Yu actually defeated the 200,000 grassland coalition, and he actually occupied all 4 counties of Bingzhou, subduing the future Xinbei chieftain KB Nung, who surprisingly commanded an army of over 400,000 Xinbei warriors. Was this the rhythm of unifying the grasslands? Moreover, it was not just that. The key point was that Xiang Yu had even brought the war god from Chinese history, the Western Chu Overlord Xiang Yu, under his command. 12 unmatched martial generals, 100,000 soldiers. Furthermore, Xiang Yu also stated his intention to participate in the power struggle in Expedition, which many players understood, as once they entered Expedition, everyone wanted to make a name for themselves. With Xiang Ye's strength, participating in the power struggle was quite reasonable. However, Xiang Yu also claimed that he would establish a human kingdom in the real world to protect humanity and shield them from the attacks of monsters, which caused a sensation. Was this true? Was Xiang Yu talking nonsense? What was the point of their struggles? What was the meaning of their becoming stronger? Was it not just for survival? Was it not just to survive amidst the rampant monsters in the real world? The monsters in reality were too powerful, with Lord-level beasts, Overlord-level beasts, King-level beasts, Imperial-level beasts, and Emperor-level beast lords. In large groups, even the weakest level was not something they could defeat. They could only live in a precarious state. But now Xiang Yu was actually saying he would establish a kingdom in reality to protect humanity. This felt like a thunderbolt coming so swiftly and violently, yet it excited the players. If what Xiang Yu said was true, that he possessed 100,000 troops and 12 unmatched generals, as well as the 4 counties of Bingzhou, he definitely had the strength to protect them. Those 12 unmatched generals were like 12 emperor-level beast lords combined with the surging 100,000 troops. In an instant, millions of players were thrilled, and the entire comment section exploded. Moreover, under Xiang Ye's post, a long queue formed. Damn, Xiang Yu is incredible, with 100,000 troops, 12 unmatched generals, and the Western Chu Overlord Xiang Yu as his subordinate. I don't care about the walls, I just support you in establishing a nation in reality. Is Xiang Ye's post for real? 12 unmatched generals, 100,000 troops. Can the players from Yinmen come out and explain? And I support the establishment of a nation. Damn, establishing a nation is fierce. I am in Bingzhou, and the Grassland Coalition has yet to invade. I don't know if it is real, but I support the establishment of a nation. As long as you establish a nation, I will definitely make you the emperor. Come, there are pictures for proof. I spent a little silver to take the pictures. Xiang Yu is a great person at Yinmen Pass using a strategy to defeat the Grassland Coalition's 100,000 troops. The corpses are everywhere, and I was the one who went to carry them. Take a look. Support Xiang Yu to establish a nation. Finally, a formidable figure has emerged. Humanity has hope. The comment section of Xiang Yu completely exploded. After months of rampant monster attacks, everyone was eagerly awaiting a hero to emerge, and now it seemed they had found hope, and that person was undoubtedly the powerful Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu certainly knew how powerful the minds he had released were, but this was the effect he needed. He required a large number of humans, whether they were natives of this world or players. As long as they pledged allegiance, he would not refuse in the slightest, because it could provide immense luck to enhance his strength. Luoyangqing Hall. Watching the heated discussions among the officials, the bored Han Emperor Lu Hong sat at the head, with both nostrils turned up at a 45-degree angle. Among the officials, the aristocratic officials occupied a staggering 98%. Even Emperor Lu Hong had to be cautious when facing issues related to the aristocracy, which underscored the power of the Han aristocracy. These officials from noble families were not only mediocre in ability, but also only knew how to protect their family interests. When issues arose, they would shirk responsibility, making them the greatest parasites of the Han Empire. Now that half of the Han's territory had fallen, these aristocratic officials were still bickering over their own petty interests, unaware that once the Han collapsed, everything would fall to the Yellow Turban rebels. Lu Hong's gaze shifted towards the 10 chief attendants standing beside him, led by Zhang Rang and Jian Shuo, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. The 10 chief attendants had the ability to disrupt the court, which could be said to be a result Lu Hong intentionally allowed. Yet he had no regrets. Because without the 10 chief attendants like Zhang Rang to support Lu Hong in the aristocracy, he might still be a puppet emperor without any power. As chief attendants, they were eunuchs, and now they could only rely on Emperor Lu Hong. Lu Hong's actions were merely to balance the aristocracy and stabilize his throne. In the court, the debate among the officials continued. The topic of this court discussion was whether to abandon Bingzhou and concentrate all military strength to suppress the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Lu Hong and the 10 chief attendants watched coldly, as if they were observing a farcical play. Your Majesty, the 200,000 troops from the grasslands are advancing south, and Bingzhou's military strength is weak. It will surely be powerless to reverse this situation. Rather than losing troops in Bingzhou and eventually falling to the Grassland Coalition, it is better to release part of the military strength to suppress the Yellow Turban rebels. Indeed, for us Han, suppressing the Yellow Turban Rebellion is the primary task. Please, Your Majesty, issue an edict to Bingzhou's Governor Ding Yuan to temporarily evade the Xiongnis military might, and once the Yellow Turbans are suppressed, then strive to reclaim Bingzhou. Most officials supporting the abandonment of Bingzhou were from the aristocratic families in the eastern provinces whose families had already fallen, so they naturally hoped to suppress the Yellow Turbans as quickly as possible. This faction was led by Grand Tutor Yuan Feng and Grand Minister Yuan Wei. Most officials supporting the abandonment of Bingzhou were from the aristocratic families in the eastern provinces whose families had already fallen, so they naturally hoped to suppress the Yellow Turbans as quickly as— Do you all understand what you were saying? An official with half-white hair coldly snorted and stepped forward, standing upright, and loudly said, Bingzhou is the northern gate of the capital Luoyang. If it falls, and the 200,000 grassland cavalry continue south, it will threaten the safety of Luoyang. Who among you can bear the responsibility? This person was Wang Yun, who had executed Dong Zhui using a series of schemes. However, Wang Yun, although in a high position, now was not yet the minister. Coming from the Wang family of Bingzhou, he naturally opposed the proposal to abandon Bingzhou with great determination. Thinking of these eastern aristocrats wanting to abandon the entire Bingzhou for their own interests filled Wang Yun's heart with fury. Could they really disregard the lives and deaths of millions of commoners in Bingzhou just to suppress the Yellow Turban army? As soon as the eastern aristocratic officials heard Wang Yun invoke the capital's safety, they were left speechless and fell into silence. The safety of the capital Luoyang was above all else. If the three tribes of the grasslands obtained Bingzhou and greedily continued south, would not Luoyang have to face 200,000 grassland cavalry? Who could bear that responsibility? Watching the entire court fall silent, Zhang Rang, who had been standing beside the Han Emperor Lu Hong, chuckled, thinking of the exotic beast meat he had eaten yesterday and the countless treasures. He could not help but lick his lips and step forward. Old servant Zhang Rang, congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring a great general. A sharp voice suddenly broke the silence, immediately attracting the attention of the civil and military officials. Zhang Rang, what is there to be happy about? Lu Hong frowned and asked softly. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Heaven blesses our Han dynasty. A few days ago, we received intelligence that the commander at Yinmen Pass, Xiang Yu, took the initiative to lead troops out of Yinmen Pass, commanding 150,000 troops to defeat the Grassland Coalition's advanced forces of 400,000, capturing 100,000. This is a great victory. What? Defeated the Grassland Coalition's 400,000? How is that possible? Upon hearing Zhang Rang's words, the entire court was thrown into chaos again. Is what Zhang Rang said true? Lu Hong's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. They knew that the Yellow Turban army was currently rampant and the three armies sent out were being suppressed. The entire court needed a major victory to boost morale. Yes, your majesty, the news is very reliable. A meritorious minister like this should be greatly rewarded. Zhang Rang said, winking to imply he was on his side. Haha, good, reward him. Upon seeing Zhang Rang's hint, Lu Hong was even more delighted. Zhang Rang thinks the title of champion general is suitable for Xiang Ye's achievements. No, your majesty, you must not. Seeing Zhang Rang and Lu Hong, as if the civil and military officials did not exist, Yuan Feng could not sit still. What was going on? Who was this Xiang Yu? Champion general? Was he a child of the eastern aristocracy? Just then a sudden uproar of great victory could be heard outside the palace. Reports of victories and success came in one after another. Great victory at Yinmen Pass. Great victory in Bingzhou, the valiant commander at Yinmen Pass, Xiang Yu defeated 200,000 iron cavalry of the Grassland Coalition. Great victory at Yinmen Pass. Great victory in Bingzhou, the valiant commander at Yinmen Pass, Xiang Yu defeated 200,000 iron cavalry of the Grassland Coalition. What? Hearing the continuous flow of announcements, all the civil and military officials were stunned. Lu Hong was stunned and Zhang Rang was also stunned. What had they just heard? Defeated the 200,000 Grassland Coalition. The Grassland Coalition was defeated. Report to your majesty, great victory at Yinmen. A sharp and joyful voice rang out as a young yellow gatekeeper rushed into the hall, holding a battle report, immediately awakening the civil and military officials. Quickly present it. Lu Hong was immediately excited, quickly took the battle report and read it rapidly under the astonished gazes of the civil and military officials. Suddenly Lu Hong looked up and laughed towards the sky, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Huh. Good as expected of my great general, defeating 200,000 grassland troops and recapturing the counties of Yunzhong Dingxiang and the northern 3 counties of Wuyuan. Huh. Reward must reward, confer the title of champion general and general of the north. Hearing Lu Hong's words, the civil and military officials were stunned. Defeating 200,000 grassland coalition troops and subduing 3 counties in the north. Was this Huo Qubing still alive? Shattered 2 million troops of the steppe coalition. Subjugated the 3 northern prefectures, Yunzhong Dingxiang and Wuyuan. Upon hearing Emperor Lu Hong's exultant voice, all ministers and generals stood frozen in collective astonishment. One thought alone echoed through their minds: is this Huo Qubing reborn? It seemed utterly inconceivable. When had the Han court ever crushed a steppe coalition of 2 million? After all, even Huo Qubing himself had faced only the Xiongnu alone. Now, however, it was a tripartite alliance: the Xianbei, the Xiongnu, and the Wuhuan. Yet under such circumstances, he not only routed 2 million enemy troops, but also reclaimed the long-lost northern prefectures. Could this Xiang Yu truly be so extraordinary? Ministers and generals exchanged bewildered glances, each bearing a sea of unanswered questions. None had ever heard of Xiang Yu. Where then had he emerged from? He shattered 2 million steppe troops and restored Yunzhong Dingxiang and Wuyuan prefectures, the 3 northern prefectures. This is an act of territorial expansion worthy of Wei Qing and Huo Qubing. He must be rewarded, crowned champion marquis and appointed general who conquers the north. As court officials reeled from Xiang Yu's astonishing feats, Emperor Lu Hong's jubilant proclamation snapped them back. Impossible, your majesty. This cannot be done. This is unthinkable, your majesty. No sooner had Lu Hong finished speaking than Grand Tutor Yuan Feng and Grand Preceptor Yuan Wei voiced their objections, swift, seamless, and perfectly synchronized. Your majesty, please reconsider. Your majesty, we beg you to deliberate carefully. At the sight of Yuan Feng and Yuan Wei leading the protest, a torrent of Eastern Guan officials instantly followed suit, raising a chorus of urgent entreaties to reconsider. Hearing immediate dissent after his own declaration, Lu Hong bristled with irritation. Reconsider? Reconsider what? You haven't even paused to think. You leapt straight into objection without reflection. What is there to reconsider? Xiang Yu's accomplishments fully merit the titles champion marquis and general who conquers the north. If anyone disputes this, let them march to the frontier, defeat 2 million steppe troops, and reclaim the 3 northern prefectures, and I shall grant them not only the rank of general who conquers the north, but even commander of the cavalry. Lu Hong spoke with mounting frustration, his earlier elation utterly extinguished. At his sharp rebuke, Yuan Feng and his faction fell silent, realizing too late they had spoken without deliberation. But did this truly require deliberation? Not at all. Who precisely was Xiang Yu? Was he scion of a Guangdong aristocratic house? And how exalted were the titles champion marquis and general who conquers the north? Granted, champion marquis was merely an honorary title, devoid of practical authority. The title general who conquers the north, however, carried immense weight within the Han military hierarchy. Under Han military protocol, ranks descended thus: Grand General Commander of the Cavalry, Chariotan Cavalry, General of the Guards, followed by the 4 conquering generals east, south, west, and north, and 4 pacifying generals. Then miscellaneous generals. The 4 conquering generals ranked among the highest echelons of command. Senior officers among the commanders of the cavalry, Chariotan Cavalry generals, and generals of the guards could be elevated to Grand General, such as Grand Commander of the Cavalry, Grand General of the Guards, Grand General who conquers the north, or Grand General who pacifies the west. Thus, should Xiang Yu truly be appointed general who conquers the north, his next advancement would inevitably be Grand General who conquers the north. That was nothing less than Grand General. the very rank held by none other than Lu Ji, who currently commanded imperial forces against the Yellow Turban rebels. Yet even he remained only a colonel of the Imperial Guard, not yet a formal general. How august was the rank of general, especially one entrusted with suppressing rebellion, repelling invasion, and subduing the Four Quarters, as general who conquers the north. Moreover, such meteoric promotion was unprecedented. A colonel of the Imperial Guard ranked roughly equivalent to a senior captain, whereas general who conquers the north stood on par with a lieutenant general, commanding a theater-level force. Your Majesty, this is indeed inappropriate. The appointment of general who conquers the north bears grave implications. Prudence demands extended deliberation. As Yuan Feng's faction fell mute, a burly figure stepped forward like a butcher at slaughter. Grand General He Jin. Deliberate. How then did you attain your own post as Grand General? At He Jin's approach, Lu Hong's ire flared anew. With biting sarcasm he retorted. He had never held He Jin in high regard. After all, He Jin was the elder brother of the Empress, and Lu Hong had once intended to elevate him to Grand General, aligning him firmly with the throne. Yet He Jin had betrayed that trust, defecting instead to the aristocratic clans. Oh, He Jin awkwardly rubbed his nose, hesitating before speaking further. Enough. This realm remains mine, not Yuan Feng's, nor He Jin's. Xiang Yu shall be champion marquis and general who conquers the north. I have decreed it. Lu Hong roared, then whirled about, robes flaring, and strode away without looking back. Zhang Rang and his attendants exchanged faint smiles before hastening after him. In the Imperial Palace gardens, Lu Hong asked Zhang Rang, his face slightly pallid. Zhang Rang, is Xiang Yu truly loyal to us? I will not nurture another He Jin. Lu Hong's countenance remained faintly ashen as he posed the question. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiang Yu hails from Yinmen Prefecture, a gifted young commander. Initially, he led 20,000 private troops to aid the prefect of Yinmen Pass, defeating a Xiongnu force of 200,000. For this, he was promoted to colonel of the elite cavalry and appointed prefect of Yinmen. Zhang Rang paused briefly, his smile deepening. Moreover, Xiang Yu appears distinctly unsympathetic toward the Oh, elaborate. Lu Hong's eyes lit up sharply at Zhang Rang's words. Though Xiang Yu shattered 200,000 Xiongnu troops, his appointment as prefect of Yinmen would have been impossible without patronage provided by Ding Yuan, the inspector of Bingzhou. Yet Xiang Yu declined Ding Yuan's overtures outright. Indeed, after annihilating 400,000 steppe troops, Xiang Yu immediately reported to Your Majesty's most humble servant and declared his ambition to emulate Wei Qing and Huo Qubing, pledging lifelong loyalty and service to Your Majesty. Zhang Rang spoke unreservedly in Xiang Yu's favor. Oh, he refused Ding Yuan's recruitment. Excellent, excellent indeed. Hearing that Xiang Yu had spurned Ding Yuan and pledged allegiance directly to him, Lu Hong's excitement surged. Zhang Rang, observing the emperor's delight, allowed a quiet smile to settle upon his face. Your Majesty, while hunting along the frontier, Xiang Yu slew a rare beast. Its flesh possesses extraordinary properties. Consuming it invigorates spirit, and strength fortifies the body, and reportedly sustains vigor for 300 consecutive rounds of exertion. Zhang Rang spoke with a gentle smile. Such potency truly exists. Lu Hong's eyes gleamed, visions of exquisite pleasure already dancing in his mind. Your Majesty, Xiang Yu has brought 300 jin of this beast's flesh. Zhang Rang shall deliver it personally. Excellent. Hurry, hurry. Leaving the emperor's presence, Zhang Rang's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, dark stillness. Xiang Yu, may you prove useful to our household. Otherwise your end shall be exceedingly grim. Soon the news of Xiang Yu's great victory over the 200,000 Prairie Coalition troops, and the recapture of Yunzhong County, Dingxiang County, and the northern 3 counties of Wuyuan, swept across the entire city of Luoyang. Instantly the whole of Luoyang was in an uproar. A great defeat of the 200,000 Prairie Cavalry, coupled with the recapture of the 3 northern counties. In an instant the name Xiang Yu echoed throughout the city. Subsequently, news spread from the royal palace that Xiang Yu had been appointed as the champion marquis and general of the north. This once again set the name Xiang Yu ablaze in the city of Luoyang, making him a figure of interest among commoners, adventurers, and the townsfolk. Xiang Yu was on fire. He was a sensation in Luoyang. At the largest brothel in Luoyang, the Huansai Pavilion, 3 young men sat around a table. Xiang Yu is quite the character. I Cao Cao admire him greatly. He defeated 200,000 Prairie Iron Cavalry, recaptured the 3 northern counties, and has been bestowed the title of champion marquis and general of the north. A true man should be like this. A short and stout young man, barely 7 feet tall, with a round face, big eyes, and a short beard, spoke heavily, yet, enough, Meng, to do not belittle yourself. We are all scions of noble families. Do we really fear a lack of opportunities to achieve merit? Come, let's drink. Next to Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, whose face was as smooth as jade with slender brows and auspicious features, smiled, and said, Indeed, it's just Xiang Yu, isn't it? Yuan Gonglu will surely achieve even greater things in the future. A gloomy-looking Yuan Shu said, with his nose pointed disdainfully towards the sky at a 45-degree angle. Drink, drink. Hearing the comforting words from Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao, Cao Cao felt less troubled and began, I Cao Cao cannot intervene in the border wars, but I cannot fall behind during the Yellow Turban Rebellion. I wonder if I will get to meet Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu, however, was unaware that he had become a role model for the later Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao, who was eagerly anticipating their meeting. Luoyang is the capital of the Han Dynasty, and it is also a vast city with a population of millions where many players. Thus, when the court announced that he had been appointed as the champion marquis and general of the north, the players excitedly spread the news across forums. Instantly, players across the Heavenly Dynasty region were stirred. They were not only happy for Zhang Yu, but also for them. Having entered the Three Kingdoms world, they naturally understood the hierarchy of official positions and knew well just how significant the title of General of the North was. This meant that if Zhang Yu were placed in modern times, he would be akin to a high-ranking official at the level of a major military district commander, even possessing greater power than a commander. The title of General of the North meant he could lead campaigns across the northern frontier encompassing the regions of Bingzhou, Yozhou, and even Jizhou, allowing him to greatly expand his military forces. This also meant that as long as Zhang Yu wished, he could openly amass an army of millions and appoint generals, establishing his own government. The players knew that after the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the entire Han Dynasty would decline, which would allow the General of the North to wield power without restraint, swiftly conquering Yozhou, Bingzhou, and even the prosperous Jizhou. If the three provinces could be swiftly taken, Zhang Yu would be on the verge of unifying the North, making the foundation for a kingly hegemony achievable overnight. The players were ecstatic. Seeing the bright prospects for Zhang Yu, they were certainly happy, as they hoped for Zhang Yu to grow stronger in reality, knowing that the stronger he became, the safer they would be. Zhang Yu had already been regarded as the strongest of humanity by the players in the Heavenly Dynasty region, embodying their hope for survival. The stronger Zhang Yu became, the happier they felt. The comments section was in chaos, and Zhang Yu quickly learned that he had been appointed as Champion Marquis and General of the North. At Yinmen Pass in the mayor's office of Nirvana Town. Damn, General of the North Lu Hong is really something. Seeing the message posted by Luoyang players, Zhang Yu was immediately excited. Titles like Champion Marquis did not bother him, but General of the North was impressive. This meant he could massively expand his forces in the north, no longer limited to the 30,000 troops at Yinmen Pass. TSK. Interesting. Zhang Yu couldn't help but express his admiration. He did not know that Lu Hong and Zhang Rang hoped he would align with them to serve Lu Hong and Zhang Rang. Even if he knew, Zhang Yu would merely curl his lip, utterly unconcerned. For after the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Lu Hong would surely die, leading into the events of the Dongzhuo Rebellion, and Zhang Rang would not escape either, thus their remaining days were numbered. Having anticipated the rewards from the Han court, Zhang Yu felt quite pleased, his gaze naturally falling upon his general soul cards and the Tower of Heroes. As another month had passed, he could once again draw historical generals. However, when he took out the general soul cards and the Tower of Heroes, he also retrieved another item, the Nuwa stone that radiated with colorful light. Looking at the Nuwa stone glowing with vibrant colors, Zhang Yu hesitated. He was no stranger to the Nuwa stone, having used it twice, the first time on the general soul cards, and the second time on the platinum-level village establishment order in Nirvana Town. Undoubtedly, these two instances had proven that the Nuwa stone possessed various miraculous effects. Thus, its significance to Zhang Yu grew heavier, each piece being priceless. Thinking this way, Zhang Yu turned his attention back to the Tower of Heroes and General Soul cards, but then shook his head. The General Soul cards and Tower of Heroes seemed more like tools for summoning historical generals. Since this was the case, there was no need for further optimization, as he was already capable of drawing historical generals and should focus on quality. He did not lack unparalleled generals, but considering the possibility of unsealing sacred-grade monsters, what he needed even more now were sacred-grade generals. System Spirit: can the sacred-grade talent altar and the Seal of Destiny be optimized using the Nuwa stone? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. Indeed, he did not lack unparalleled generals, but what he lacked now were sacred-grade generals, and the method to obtain them still required effort on the sacred-grade talent altar and the Seal of Destiny. Ding! Notification to player Zhang Yu: the sacred-grade talent altar can be optimized using the Nuwa stone, while the Seal of Destiny is a growth-type destiny item and cannot be optimized. Ding! Notification to player Zhang Yu: the sacred-grade talent altar can only be optimized once it is expanded. Hearing the System Spirit's notifications, Zhang Yu felt a slight joy, though it could indeed be optimized. The Sacred Grade Talent Altar could be used 3 times a month to elevate unparalleled generals' talents to Sacred Grade. So what about further optimization? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. A Sacred Grade generals. Summon historical generals. Having determined where to use the Nuwa stone, Zhang Yu immediately turned his attention back to the General Soul cards and the Tower of Heroes. He had been appointed as General of the North, capable of recruiting a large number of troops, and he needed a significant number of historical generals to establish a nation in reality. Today marks exactly a month since the last summoning of historical generals. He can summon again. Ding! Would you like to use the summoning rights of historical figures with the Cunxiao Tower for the 3rd month? The system sprite's prompt sounded. Use, Zhang Yu said in a deep voice. After experiencing so much, he no longer got easily excited. As soon as he spoke, the Cunxiao Tower instantly emitted a white light, and virtual projections appeared one after another, showcasing various figures. A middle-aged scholar with a bun, a stunning beauty, or a general with a full beard. The virtual projection displayed 5 figures: 1 renowned minister, 1 breathtaking beauty, and 3 fierce generals. Character 1 Bao C, Strength 43, O Leadership 39, Politics 36, Strategy 32, Charm 96, Talent 82. Character 2 Wu Mu Yu Fei Strength 101, Leadership 105, Politics 43, Strategy 79. Character 3 The Fierce General Chang Yuchen from the Ming Dynasty Strength 102, Leadership 96, Politics 49, Strategy 61. Character 4 The Cold-Faced and Elegant Luo Cheng Strength 103, Leadership 91, Politics 65, Strategy 82. Character 5 Shui Li Shui Ringgui Strength 103, Leadership 103, Strategy 92, Politics 60. Huh, Bao Si. Suddenly a beauty caught Xiang Yes eye, causing him to pause. The young girl had eyes like water, carrying a coldness that seemed to see through everything. Her slender fingers and skin were like congealed fat, white with a hint of pink, as if water could be squeezed from her. Her red lips smiled like blooming flowers, and every movement seemed to dance. Her long hair cascaded down to her ankles, swaying gently in the wind. Youthful and beautiful, her figure was perfectly proportioned with delicate brows and an almost explosive aura of heat. A butterfly carved from a pearl gleamed faintly on her forehead, while her lightly brushed eyebrows and unadorned face could not conceal her stunning beauty. Wow, it's actually Bao Si. Seeing that the 17 or 18-year-old beauty was the infamous Bao Si, Xiang Yu was momentarily speechless. Of course Xiang Yu knew who Bao Si was. To win a smile from her, King Yu of Zhou lit beacons to deceive the feudal lords, leading to the downfall of the state. How could he not be aware of that? King Yu of Zhou had agreed with the feudal lords to build tall earth fortifications along the main roads with large drums set up so that the sound could be heard far and wide. If invading soldiers attacked, drums would be beaten from near to far to summon the feudal lords' armies to rescue the emperor. When the invading soldiers once attacked, King Yu beat the drums, and the feudal lords' armies arrived as promised. Bao Si was very pleased with this approach, and King Yu, eager to see her smile, repeatedly beat the drums. The feudal lords' armies came many times, yet there were no enemy soldiers. Later on, when the invading soldiers truly attacked, King Yu beat the drums, but the feudal lords' armies no longer came, leading to his death at the foot of Mount Li. After this, Bao Si vanished. It can be said that she was indeed a reckless woman without any intelligence. This immediately frustrated Xiang Yu. He knew that the Cunxiao Tower could summon stunning beauties, and he had always harbored delightful thoughts and expectations. However, it seemed the Cunxiao Tower was not delivering. The first was Chun Yuanyuan, a courtesan. The second was Yuchi, the wife of Xiang Yu, and the third was unexpectedly the beautiful yet brainless Bao Si. Xiang Yu commanded an army of 1,000,000, had dozens of unparalleled generals under him, and was about to be conferred the title of Champion Marquis and General of the Northern Expedition. He was quite a formidable figure. Thus he had some subtle thoughts, but it seemed there was no opportunity. Forget it, take it one step at a time. In an instant, Xiang Yu cast aside his slight disappointment and looked towards the historical generals behind him. Wao Yu Fei Chang Yuchen Luo Cheng Shui Ringgui today is a grand showcase of unparalleled generals. Looking at the four figures behind him, Xiang Yu was instantly ecstatic. All four were unparalleled generals, each with extraordinary strength. Especially Yu Fei and Shui Ringgui, whose strength and leadership both reached an extraordinary level. They were certainly the kind of generals capable of defending a region. It must be said that Xiang Yu was genuinely happy. With such options, he could either win Bao Si today or recruit both choices were quite appealing. Although he looked down upon Bao Si's intelligence, her beauty was quite remarkable, with a charm score of 96, slightly higher than Yuji. Regardless, having her as a warmth-bringing maid would be quite nice. Ding, would you like to summon? The prompt sounded. Summon. Xiang Yu did not hesitate at all, and said directly. His mindset had already calmed down. If he summoned Bao Si, it would be for warmth. As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual projections began to flicker, and 4 of the 5 projections disappeared, leaving only 1. Then the 5 figures swiftly transformed into one another at increasing speed, until only afterimages remained. Soon a figure appeared. A courageous young general wielding a Fong Tian Hua Ji came into Xiang Yu's view. It was actually Shui Ringgui. Xiang Yu was somewhat disappointed at first, as it was not the girl whom Bao Si. However, seeing that it was Shui Ringgui made him ecstatic in an instant. Shui Ringgui, after all, was one of the top generals of the Tang dynasty. Having fought for decades, Shui Ringgui had defeated the 9 clans of Tiela, subdued Goguryeo, and shattered the Turks, leaving behind tales of good strategies to cease conflicts. 3 arrows stabilized Tianshan, divine valor, in Liaodong, benevolent governance, in Goryeo, caring for the people, in Xiangzhou, and defeating thousands of enemies without a hat. In his lifetime, he fought for 40 years, only suffering 1 defeat, with all other battles victorious, never making a strategic error in military command. Moreover, he was the only general in Chinese history who could make enemies kneel and bow before him even before a battle began. Undoubtedly, Shui Ringgui was a general capable of defending a territory. Would you like to summon? The prompt sounded again, bringing Xiang Yu back from his excitement. Summon. Ding. Since Shui Ringgui was not a figure from the 3 kingdoms, an identity was implanted matching. Ding. Match 6. Shui Ringui's implanted identity was that of a person from Hedong. Hearing of player Xiang Yu's triumph over the 200,000 coalition forces on the prairie, he regarded him as a great hero and was very respectful. Today, he would come to seek refuge. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiang Yu involuntarily took a deep breath. Having a great general under his command was quite exhilarating. Ding. The balance is activated due to player Xiang Yu summoning Shui Ringgui. Suddenly the system sprite's prompt made Xiang Ye's heart skip a beat, and he felt a bit nervous. This was a big move, after all. Who was Shui Ringu? He was a war god of the Tang dynasty, a legendary general whose strength and leadership both surpassed 100, reaching an extraordinary level. A balanced figure might just overwhelm him. Shui Ringu's strength and achievements are absolutely top tier in history. How terrifying would a balanced character be? Xiang Yu had no idea. However, since it is about balance, it certainly means balancing the existence of Shui Ringu. Xiang Yu grew tense and listened carefully. Balanced character 1. The God of Death by Qi. Command 112, Combat Power 93, Intelligence 91, Politics 67, Implantation Location Shuzhou. What the hell? The God of Death has emerged. Hearing that Bai Qi had appeared, Xiang Yu was instantly stunned. His brain short-circuited in an instant. Who is Bai Qi? Bai Qi is known as the God of Death, the Butcher of Men. He achieved a great victory against the Wei and Han coalition at the Battle of Yi, capturing the capital of the Chu Kingdom Ming City and severely damaging the main forces of the Zhao Kingdom at the Battle of Chongping. Bai Qi is a distinguished military strategist and commander following Sun Wu and Wu Qi in Chinese history, ranked among the 4 great generals of the Warring States period alongside Lian, Li Mu, and Wang Jian. In the Battle of Chongping, he annihilated 450 Zhao soldiers, creating the earliest and largest encirclement battle in Chinese history. With over 70 battles, he was undefeated, rising from the lowest rank of military officer to the title of Wuan Jun, causing fear throughout the 6 states. In the Battle of Chongping, he killed 450 people along with an additional 200 from previous campaigns against Han and Wei, and tens of thousands drowned when attacking Chu. He also decapitated 1,000 and Wei, sunk 200 in battle against Zhao, and executed 500 in Han, totaling over 1 million. This is an extremely incomplete tally of Bai Qi's kills. According to Liang Qichou's research, the total death toll during the Warring States period was 2 million, of which Bai Qi accounted for half. The Butcher, the name of the God of Death, resounded throughout Huaxia. Now he was actually balanced out by Shui Ringu. After the initial shock, Xiang Yu instantly became furious, extremely furious. System sprite, I want to protest. This is unfair. Shui Ringu cannot be balanced with Bai Qi at all. Xiang Yu directly protested in anger, feeling very displeased. He acknowledged that Shui Ringu was impressive, but he was still a notch below Bai Qi, right? Ding. The system prompts player Xiang Yu that balance not only considers the characters being summoned, but also balances player Xiang Yu. The system will calculate your strength and influence for the balance. Ding. The system informs player Xiang Yu that the Second World Expedition is the foundation for humanity to resist the myriad races after the sealing. Expedition will also evolve and grow. If one directly unifies, it will cause the expedition world to lose its ability to advance, which is detrimental to humanity. Hearing Xiang Yu's protest, the system sprite's 2 prompt sounds connected, causing him to feel as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head, calming him down. The expedition world can evolve. Can it grow? Hearing these 2 keywords, Xiang Yu immediately calmed down. It wasn't that Bai Qi was too strong for him to handle. Instead, he realized that he had just felt anger and had been deceived. However, the system sprite had given him a bombshell: the second world could grow. How does it grow? Xiang Yu frowned and asked. However, the system sprite did not answer him further. Not hearing the system sprite's answer, Xiang Yu also stopped obsessing. Since it would be beneficial for humanity in the future, let it be balanced. It wasn't as if he couldn't handle it. Ding. Balanced character 2. Mu Huali. Command 96, Combat Power 92, Wisdom 93, Politics 85. Implantation Location Southern Xiongnu. The system's prompt sound rang out again, causing Xiang Yu to raise an eyebrow. They had balanced Mu Huali as well. Mu Huali was a valiant general and founding hero under Genghis Khan of the Great Mongol Empire, who followed him for 40 years, obeying all orders, assisting him in unifying the Mongolian tribes, and achieving remarkable military exploits. He was one of the 4 heroes alongside Borjigin Borjik and Qilyuan. He was also appointed by Genghis Khan as the leader of the left wing, and was granted the title of Grand Marshal and Master, bestowed with 9 banners, acting on behalf of Genghis Khan to exert authority. Undoubtedly, this was a general under Genghis Khan who had been balanced out, implanted in the southern Xiongnu, indicating a need to assist Kublai. Xiang Yu wasn't too concerned, as Mu Huali was merely an outstanding top-tier general. However, he slightly furrowed his brow, feeling as if he understood the system sprite's intention. It was to give him more competitive opponents to balance him, and thus could the expedition world grow. Advance. Forget it, who cares? Even if you increase my opponents, what does it matter? I am still the strongest. Having slightly understood the system sprite's intention, Xiang Yu no longer complained, but rather felt a sense of anticipation. Holy level monsters were already very strong. So after the ceiling is lifted, how mighty would god level monsters be? And the system said that only after the expedition world advances and grows could it have the strength to resist the myriad races, which made Xiang Yu even more eager. As for the strength of opponents, who could rival Xiang Yu? The Western Shu overlord Xiang Yu, the martial king Ran, Min the martial saint Guan Yu, the purple-faced heavenly king Xiong Kuahai, the blade god Guan Sheng, and the Sundacombe Shui Ringue, among other unparalleled generals who did Xiang Yu have to fear. After the completion of the Hero's Tower summon, Xiang Yu's gaze fell upon the entirely blue General Soul card. Undoubtedly, compared to the Hero's Tower, the optimized General Soul card was the main event. The General Soul card was what Xiang Yu anticipated the most, as it could not only summon and fuse, but also venture into dungeons to capture. He had not forgotten the hidden task of the Western Chu Overlord Xiang Yu to dominate the world. Once he unified the world, he could treat that historical dimension as his subordinate realm. Could he then draw ambitious historical generals like this? What if it was about competing in the Sui and Tang world? Competing in the Tang dynasty world? What about competing in the Ming dynasty world? Wouldn't that mean he could possess one small world after another? Thus Xiang Yu was very much looking forward to it. Looking at the entirely blue General Soul card, a complex light flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes, quickly vanishing. The optimized General Soul card offered 2 free draws every month, and his reputation value kept increasing. His reputation value had risen to 5,220 once again. Of course, reputation value was too precious to Xiang Yu now, as it allowed him to use the holy level talent altar and let his troops into the dungeon world, which was invaluable. Therefore, he could no longer use reputation value to draw historical generals. Ding! The General Soul card has 2 free chances. Will you draw? The system sprite's voice sounded. Draw, Xiang Yu said without hesitation. The blue card instantly transformed into a large blue roulette engraved with 9 segments, marked Ancient Preaching Qin Han, 2 Jin Sui Tang, 5 Dynasties Song Ming, and 9 heads appeared in an instant. Jade Qilin Lu Junyi King of the Sky Chao Gai White Robed Chen Qingji Cold-Faced Lance Qiao Luoqing Emperor Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng Heavenly Khan Li Shimin Sage of Strategy Zhang Liang Brave General Li Yuanba. What the hell? Qin Shi Huang and Li Shimin have appeared. Seeing Qin Shi Huang and Li Shimin, Xiang Yu was instantly unsettled again. Upon seeing the appearances of Qin Shi Huang and Li Shimin, Xiang Yu could no longer remain calm, and a wave of wild joy surged within his heart. Previously Qin Shi Huang had appeared, but last time Xiang Yu was far less ecstatic. Why the wild joy? Not because Li Shimin and Qin Shi Huang were handsome, nor because they possessed high combat prowess. It was not even because the two were renowned emperors in the history of Huaxia. Rather, at the moment their figures appeared, Xiang Yu's mind immediately conjured the image of Liu Bei. Indeed, it was Liu Bei the commoner who rose to become the emperor of the Shu kingdom. Why did Xiang Yu think of Liu Bei? Certainly not because Liu Bei was handsome or because he could attract countless young maidens. Rather, it was because Xiang Yu recalled Liu Bei's extraordinary charm and unparalleled innate skills. Liu Bei Leadership Charm 106, which increases affinity with civil and military officials. Innate skills, 1 Benevolence active can sway people's hearts, 0 when activated. Personal Leadership Charm 3. 2. Tenacity passive defeated, yet undeterred, greatly increases escape probability. If unable to capture, army speed increases by 20 during retreat. 3. Win Hearts when activated, it deeply stirs people's hearts, increasing loyalty. 4th Zhao Lai, when becoming the highest official in a region, public sentiment greatly increases, it's easier to recruit troops. 5. Shu Emperor's dominance in battle, if the enemy general's strength is lower than his own, their strength 3. If the enemy general's leadership is lower than his own, their leadership 3. Why was Liu Bei able to keep fighting despite numerous defeats, ultimately creating the Shu kingdom along with generals like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei and strategists like Zhuge Liang Pang Tong and Fa Zhang? The reason lies in his remarkable leadership charm of 106, combined with an additional 3 points from his ability to sway hearts, making it 109, along with numerous innate skills. This is the reason a commoner could rise against all odds, marry a beautiful heiress, and dominate the world. Similarly, both Li Shimin and Qin Shi Huang are undoubtedly more famous, more capable, and possess more charisma than Liu Bei. Thus, at the moment he saw the two, Xiang Yu became excited. Xiang Yu had strength, he lacked nothing. He had leadership, he lacked nothing. He had political acumen, he lacked nothing. He had cunning intellect, he lacked nothing. However, what Xiang Yu solely lacked was the innate skills of a ruler. Previously, he had integrated the innate skills of Genghis Khan, but it was evident that Genghis Khan was not like a conventional emperor in the Central Plains, and he resembled more of a monarch on horseback. What Xiang Yu needed were the innate skills of a ruler like Liu Bei. Now they had arrived. Yes, 2 of them. Xiang Yu's eyes were fervently fixed on the portraits of Qin Shi Huang and Li Shimin. Moreover, Xiang Yu glanced at the side and nodded. The strategist Zhang Liang and the famous General Li Yuanba from the Warring States were also quite impressive. Suddenly, a red light illuminated the spinning wheel, swiftly darting among the 9 portraits, initiating the draw. Xiang Yu focused intently on the spinning wheel. It was undeniable that with the appearances of Li Shimin and Qin Shi Huang, his previously calm demeanor had stirred with tension and anticipation. The red light spun rapidly, gradually forming a blur. Under Xiang Yu's gaze, it slowly decelerated, then began to rotate more gently. Xiang Yu's eyes followed the red light back and forth. Suddenly, the speed of the red light sharply decreased, moving forward slowly. Haha, not bad, not bad. It seems it's either Qin Shi Huang or the strategist Zhang Liang. Looking at the slow-moving red light which stopped before the portraits of Qin Shi Huang and Zhang Liang, Xiang Yu was immediately filled with ecstasy. With several draws under his belt, he could roughly sense the range of the selection. Indeed, he did not disappoint Xiang Yu. His premonition was once again accurate. The red light leisurely settled upon the imposing and resolute face of the middle-aged man Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. Haha, great. Watching the red light finally come to a stop on the head of the legendary Qin Emperor, Xiang Yu felt an overwhelming joy within you. After all, it was Qin Shi Huang, the founder of the feudal dynasties in Wuxia's history. Ding! You have drawn Qin Shi Huang Zhang. Do you wish to fuse, subdue, or summon him? The voice of the system sprite echoed, causing Xiang Yu to suppress his inner joy. He needed to make a choice, yet he did not make an immediate decision. Help me bring up Qin Shi Huang's attribute panel. Xiang Yu wanted to see what kind of luxurious attributes this historically controversial emperor possessed. Name: Qin Shi Huang. Leadership 103, combat power 86, intelligence 103, politics 104, leadership charm 101, which increases affinity with civil and military officials. Innate skills 1. The Eternal Emperor active. The first emperor. Combat power 10, politics 10, leadership 10, intelligence 10, personal leadership charm 10. 2. Conquer the world active during a unification war. Personal combat power 10, politics 10, leadership 10, intelligence 10, forcibly reduces enemy combat power 10, politics 10, leadership 10, intelligence 10. 3. Supreme monarch passive. As a ruler, favorable weather conditions prevail in one's territory, doubling crop yields. 4. Qin Emperor's dominance passive. In battle, if the enemy general's combat power is lower, their combat power 5. If the enemy general's leadership is lower, their leadership 5. Moreover, it is unaffected by the enemy's dominance. 5. Supreme sovereignty passive. Forcibly increases the loyalty of one's generals and officials by 10 points. Wow. No wonder he is the Eternal Emperor, able to conquer the 6 states. These innate skills are truly impressive. Looking at Qin Shi Huang's innate skills, Xiang Yu was still quite shocked. The Eternal Emperor skill adds 10 points to all attributes, and during a unification war all attributes increase by another 10 points. It must be said these innate skills are quite remarkable. Ding! You have drawn Qin Shi Huang Zhang. Do you wish to fuse, subdue, or summon him? The system sprite's prompt sounded once more, signaling it was time for Xiang Yu to make a choice. In an instant, Xiang Yu ruled out the option of summoning without a second thought. He still preferred to fuse, otherwise would he really want to subdue a monarch? However, Xiang Yu did not directly say he wanted to fuse. Instead, he was somewhat curious about the conditions for subduing Qin Shi Huang. What is the task for subduing Qin Shi Huang? He couldn't help but ask curiously. Ding! Qin Emperor's obsession, eternal life. If player Xiang Yu wishes to subdue Qin Shi Huang, please ensure he achieves eternal life. Player Xiang Yu, do you wish to enter the Qin Han realm to fulfill the Qin Emperor's obsession? Wow! Dreaming of beautiful things and eternal life. Ooh, I also want eternal life. Upon hearing the system sprite's hint, Xiang Yu was left speechless. Eternal life. Is it even possible? Fused. Without further hesitation, Xiang Yu spoke directly. Fuse into me the general soul of Qin Shi Huang Zhang. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu declared. As the words fell, Xiang Yu was instantly enveloped by a peculiar presence. It was unlike the overwhelming influx of battle formations and tactical knowledge he had felt when merging with Li Yuanba and Qin Zhen. Instead, he sensed something encircling him and burrowing into his body. Ding! Fusion of Qin Shi Huang Yingsheng's general soul complete. Congratulations, you have acquired all of the other's abilities. After a long moment, Xiang Yu abruptly opened his eyes. A glint of sagacity flashed within them, his pupils seeming to perceive everything. His body felt lighter, and an imposing imperial aura spread outward. Feeling the change, excitement swelled in Xiang Yu's chest. He did not hesitate and summoned his long-neglected information. Name: Xiang Yu. Peerless general command 101, martial prowess 170, strategy 103, politics 101, monarch charisma 101, increases affinity with civil officials and generals. Mount Wanli Yinyun Zhao divine mount weapon Shirshan, Chang divine reputation 52209100 talent skills 1. Qiangu Ed active as the first emperor, martial 10, politics 10, command 10, strategy 10, monarch charisma 10. 2. Hengshou Cunxiao sweep the world active during a unification war, own martial 10, politics 10, command 10, strategy 10, forcibly reduce enemy martial 10, politics 10, command 10, strategy 10. I 3. Zhizuan Huangzhe supreme sovereign passive as a ruler, allied territories enjoy favorable seasons and bountiful harvests, doubling crop yields. 4. Qin Wang Zongheng Qin Emperor's domination passive. In battle, if an enemy general's martial is lower than his, that enemy's martial 5. If an enemy general's command is lower than his, their command 5, and they are not affected by the opponent's Zongheng. 5. Zhizuan Wangquan supreme royal authority passive forcibly increases allied officers and officials' loyalty by 10. 6. Tianjiao prodigy passive for each annihilated step, nomadic tribe of 8 people, all attributes permanently to. 7. Ba Huang Xiangjue imperial execution spear, sacred grade first form Ba Zhe Fu rise and fall of the Overlord martial 20. Second form Huangzhou Wujiang emperor boundless martial 40. Third form Junlin Tianxia sovereign over the world martial 60. Fourth form Ba Huang lyncher overlord's arrival martial 80. Not cumulative. 8. Yulang and Gongwu dancing with wolves and eagles passive against Lupin and avian beasts affinity. 9. Kahan Quanglia details omitted. 10. Gitsao details omitted. 11. Invincible details omitted. 12. Critical crush details omitted. 13. Pajuan details omitted. 14. Xiangshan details omitted. 15. Ichuishan details omitted. 16. Ninsue details omitted. Haha. Staring at his extravagantly glorious status panel Xiang Yu could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Peerless General Li Yuanba plus the prodigious Chen Jizihan plus the ageless First Emperor Qin Shi Huang equals unparalleled martial might, supreme command, peerless governance, and matchless strategy. Those 16 god-defying talents now manifested in Xiang Yu with dazzling clarity. He dared say his attributes could utterly outmatch anyone in history. Ding. Player Xiang Yu's fusion with Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng constitutes an implicit increase in power. Suddenly, just as Xiang Yu exulted at fusing Qin Shi Huang, the system sprite's alert rang out, dousing him with a bucket of cold water. What? There must be balance. Xiang Yu frowned in displeasure and asked. Ding. The system informed player Xiang Yu that fusing Qin Shi Huang and acquiring his talents was equivalent to adding a person with the Qin Emperor's power into the three kingdoms plane, so balance must be initiated. The sprite's voice sounded again, leaving Xiang Yu momentarily speechless. Indeed, it made sense. Resigned to reality, he prepared to listen to the balancing figures. Yet a bad premonition remained. Who could balance Qin Shi Huang? The answer came at once. Ding. Balancing figure 1 Han Wudi Lu Che, Command 102, Martial 74, Intelligence 101, Politics 101, Charisma 101. Implant location Jizhou. Implanted identity, member of the Han Imperial clan, a fallen descendant of Han Wudi Lu Che. Damn. Hearing that the balancer was indeed Han Wudi, Xiang Yu felt conflicted. Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi were not to be trifled with. Han Wudi Lu Che had been made crown prince at 7, ascended at 16, and reigned for 54 years. During his reign, he repeatedly routed the Xiongnu, annexed Korea, dispatched envoys to the western regions, promoted Confucianism, established era names, and expanded the Han to its greatest extent. Brilliant achievements. Han Wudi was one of the most outstanding monarchs of feudal dynasties, laying the foundation for the Han's prosperity and becoming the first great peak of imperial development. Although his later years held certain disgraces, none could deny he was a formidable emperor. Now that the system had summoned him, he would be a significant obstacle to Xiang Yu's unification ambitions. System sprite, may I ask what advantage comes from summoning emperors of this caliber? After a pause, Xiang Yu asked in a low voice. It was something he could not fathom. If the balance produced generals, even peerless or saint-grade ones, Xiang Yu could accept them. Such generals would bolster humanity's forces, and he might recruit them to fight demons and the myriad races. But the emergence of emperors he could not understand or accept. Ambitious sovereigns would only draw more contenders into the struggle, unquestionably weakening humanity's strength. Why? Ding. The system explained to player Xiang Yu by the laws of nature, survival of the fittest. These figures come from subworlds bearing dynastic fortune that amplifies the main world. By destroying rival states and seizing their Wuyun, martial fortune Wuyun becomes Guiyun, national fortune Guiyun becomes Qiyun, overall fortune. Annihilate 10,000 nations to forge an unsurpassed fortune dynasty. Surprisingly, the sprite actually offered an explanation, and the answer made Xiang Yu tremble. Annihilate 10,000 nations to forge the supreme fortune dynasty. He finally understood the will of Blue Star had prevented him from killing the late Han's 3 warlords Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and Sun Quan, because it concerned the flow of fortune. Only by righteously defeating and annihilating an opponent could one seize their Wuyun. Likewise, the emergence of Han Wudi Lu Che brought with it the vast Wuyun of the Western Han's martial era. I knew it. This is interesting. In an instant, Xiang Yu grasped the key point. All confusion evaporated, leaving only boundless warlike determination in his eyes. He vowed to annihilate his opponents, seize their Wuyun, transmute it into Qiyun power, and establish the supreme fortune dynasty. But before he could savor his resolve, another system sprite alert froze him in place. Ding. Balancing figure 2 Qin Wang Li Shimin. Martial 88, Command 103, Intelligence 104, Politics 105, Charisma 103. Implant location Silly Chang'an. What the hell? Li Shimin appears as well. Are they calling for an all-out melee? Xiang Yu was left speechless. Hearing that the second balance figure was Li Shimin, Xiang Yu was truly at a loss for words. At the same time, an invisible pressure instantly engulfed his entire body. Li Shimin, the great heavenly Khan of his time. He established the prosperous era of the Tang dynasty, known as the Jingguan era, creating an unprecedented golden age, while also expanding, aggressively launching attacks from all directions, and greatly enlarging the empire. Under Li Shimin's leadership, the Tang dynasty achieved victories against the Eastern Turks, Tibet, Tuhan Gaochang, Yinchi, the Western Turks, Shui, Yintuago Goryeo, and possibly even India. Moreover, he struck against Dingxiang, decisively defeating the Turks and capturing Cunxiao alive. He might be the first supreme ruler of a nomadic empire in history to be captured alive by the Chinese army. Li Shimin's civil and military achievements laid the foundation for the Tang dynasty's 300-year reign. The leaders of minority ethnic groups during the Tang referred to Li Shimin as the heavenly Khan, acknowledging him as the sovereign of the realm. Expanding territories and excelling in both civil administration and military prowess, he was truly capable in every aspect. How could such a great heavenly Khan be balanced out by Qin Shi Huang? All Xiang Yu felt was a deep sense of speechlessness, first with Emperor Wu of Han Lu Che, and now the heavenly Khan Li Shimin, while he seemed to represent Qin Shi Huang. This was quite stimulating. It must be said that Xiang Yu was left stunned by the whimsical operations of the system spirit. One could easily imagine that with so many ambitious figures gathered together combined with the fact that the Three Kingdoms was an era of both tyrants and heroes, the entire Han dynasty would surely be tumultuous. Damn it, I don't care what you do. I'll first seize Bingzhou Youzhou and the grasslands. If you don't agree, let's fight. A glint flashed in Xiang Ye's eyes as he thought of the multitude of nations rising seizing the military fortunes. Although it was still early, he had already become the champion marquis and general of the northern campaign, leading far ahead. What was there to fear? Ding. The soul card still has one free chance left. Do you wish to continue drawing? After summoning Qin Shi Huang, the system's spirit's prompt sounded again. Summon. Xiang Yu did not hesitate at all. Was his luck bad today? Having already summoned an emperor of the ages, how could his luck be poor? As Xiang Ye's words fell, the large blue disc began to change again, and the 9 heads instantly transformed. Zhang Liang, the saint of loyalty, Lu Junyi, the jade Kirin, Lin Chong, the leopard head, Wu Song, the traveler, Chao Gai, the king who holds the pagoda, Huo Qubing, the cavalry hero, Zhang Liang, the master of strategy, Lu Bowen, the unifier of the realm, Xie and of the eastern Jin. Moi. Looking at the information of the 9 figures, Xiang Yu was slightly surprised to find 3 strategists among these. There was no need to mention the saint of strategy, Zhang Liang. However, Lu Bowen, the unifier of the realm, and Xie and of the eastern Jin were somewhat unexpected for Xiang Yu. Few people may know Xian, but he is most famous for the Battle of Feishui, where he served as the overall commander for the East, facing the invasion of former Qin Xie and defeated the so-called million-strong former Qin army, with only 8,000 troops, leaving former Qin in a state of disarray and earning decades of peace for the Eastern Jin. In addition to his military prowess, Xie and was also talented in various fields. He was skilled in calligraphy, knowledgeable in music, and had a gentle and refined disposition. He handled affairs fairly and judiciously, eschewing personal power and pride, embodying the demeanor of a chancellor and the grace of a scholar general. Without a doubt, this was a talent comparable to Zhao Feng at Yanmingwen, but even more remarkable. And the other one was even more. Lu Bowen, who assisted Zhu Yuanzhang in completing his imperial ambitions and founding the Ming dynasty, while striving to maintain national stability, became renowned throughout the world and was later compared to Zhuge Liang. Zhu Yuanzhang repeatedly referred to Lu Ji as my son Feng. A saying widely circulated among the people states, Zhuge Liang controls the 3 kingdoms, while Lu Bowen unifies the realm. The strategists of the previous dynasty are Zhuge Liang, while those of the latter dynasty are Lu Bowen, known for their strategic brilliance and resourcefulness. Unlike traditional scholarly ministers, Lu Bowen, who appeared with a feather fan and a flowing gown, was carefree and elegant. Instead, he donned simple clothing and exuded a fierce and valiant demeanor, completely resembling a hero from Liangshan, indicating that he was indeed an extraordinary figure. The history of the Ming dynasty describes Lu Bowen as one who is well-versed in the classics and history, with knowledge of all texts, especially proficient in the study of divination. In folk legends and literary works, Lu Bowen is portrayed as a legendary figure more capable than both Zhang Liang and Zhuge Liang. Some even say that Lu Bowen could foresee the future, understanding both past and present, controlling the winds and calling the rain, resembling an immortal. He was known as the imperial teacher and royal advisor, praised for having knowledge of 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. The historical Lu Ji was certainly not an immortal. However, according to today's titles, he could be considered a philosopher, strategist, literary figure, military theorist, diviner, and astronomer. This was a presence comparable to, or even surpassing, Zhuge Liang, a strategist, politician, and commander of extraordinary talent. Lu Bowen, the unifier of the realm, stands in comparison to Zhuge Liang. Looking at Lu Bowen's portrait, Xiang Yu felt a slight surge of excitement. This was indeed an impressive person. With the appearance of 3 great strategists, Xiang Yu was quite pleased, because each of them was exceptional and exactly what he urgently needed. While he had plenty of fierce generals and commanders, he was lacking in internal governance strategists and advisors. Until now, there hadn't been much trouble as he faced the Xiongnu and the Grassland Coalition, which did not require strategists or advisors. But as time went on, he would encounter opponents from the 3 kingdoms. These opponents might possess talents like Zhuge Liang, Guijia, Chen Gongjia, Susima, Etian Feng, and others. With various schemes and deceptions flying about, he could face unexpected calamities at home. He could not afford to not seek out a few strategists. Thus, seeing 3 great strategists among the 9 figures, Xiang Yu felt a bit hopeful. Suddenly, the turntable lit up with a red glow, rapidly traversing back and forth among the 9 portraits. Initially, the red light spun rapidly, gradually forming a blur. Under Xiang Yu's gaze, it slowly began to decelerate, and then gradually continued to rotate. Xiang Yu watched as the red light moved back and forth. Suddenly, the speed of the red light abruptly slowed down, gradually moving forward. It really is a strategist. As he observed the red light slowing down, it was heading toward the 3 figures: the saint of strategy, Zhang Liang, the unifier of the realm, Lu Bowen, and Xie En of the eastern Jin, which caused Xiang Ye's eyes to brighten. Which one will it be? Xiang Ye's gaze was fixed on the red light, feeling a bit nervous. In fact, the saint of strategy, Zhang Liang, was quite remarkable. Since he bore the title saint, it should be comparable to the saint of war title of Guan Yu, and should also have enhancing effects. However, Xiang Yu was not very inclined to draw him, as there was already Zhang Liang in the Qinhan realm he was about to conquer. He could easily subdue him without wasting an opportunity. As Xiang Yu was lost and thought the speed of the red light, slowed once more advancing at a snail's pace. He couldn't help but hold his breath. This was his first strategist. Suddenly the snail-paced red light came to a halt. Holy crap! Lu Ji, the unifier of the realm, Lu Bowen Ha. Seeing the result, Xiang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, the red light had stopped on Lu Bowen's portrait. Seeing the red light finally stop at Lu Ji's portrait, Xiang Yu was instantly thrilled. Lu Bowen. He was known as the imperial teacher and royal advisor, a figure with foreknowledge of 500 years before and after, and a super strategist who helped Zhu Yuanzhang unify the world. He could easily match the likes of Zhuge Liang and Zhang Liang. With Lu Bowen by his side, Xiang Yu would no longer need to worry about any deceit or treachery. Ding. You have drawn the unifier of the realm, Lu Bowen. Do you wish to integrate, subdue, or summon him? The system spirit's confirming voice made Xiang Yu feel completely at ease. Lu Bowen was his now, and there was no escaping. Help me bring up Lu Bowen's attribute panel. Having drawn Lu Bowen, Xiang Yu eagerly spoke. He was curious to see just how impressive Lu Bowen truly was. Name: Lu Bowen. Command: 99. Martial power: 76. Wisdom: 116. Politics: 110. Talent skills: 1. Royal Advisor's talent passive. When regarded as a royal advisor by his lord, his martial power, politics, command, and wisdom each increase by 8. 2. Royal Advisor's governance active. When regarded as a royal advisor by his lord, handling political affairs increases politics by 8. 3. Royal Advisor strategy active. When regarded as a royal advisor by his lord, devising strategies increases wisdom by 8. But 4. Imperial teacher passive. When becoming the teacher of an emperor, increases martial power, politics, command, and wisdom by 5 each. 5. Insightful strategy active. When facing the schemes of strategists with lower wisdom than himself, he can uncover them 100 of the time. Against those with higher wisdom, he can uncover them 60 of the time. 6. Insightful reasoning active. Knowledge of celestial phenomena and geographic features, capable of predicting changes in the world and utilizing various geographical strategies. Wow. No wonder he is the unifier of the realm, Lu Bowen. With a wisdom of 116 and politics of 110, plus the bonuses from his royal advisor skills, he is truly extraordinary. Looking at Lu Bowen's attribute panel, Xiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was indeed luxurious, not flashy, but very practical. Absolutely a royal advisor's talent, a top chancellor and strategist. What are the conditions for subduing Lu Bowen? After reviewing Lu Bowen's attributes, Xiang Yu inquired curiously. With 3 options, integration, subjugation, and summoning, integration was immediately ruled out, as it was too wasteful. His attributes were already quite good, and there was no need for further integration. Moreover, Lu Bowen could very well serve as an internal affairs officer. It would be great to have him as a hands-off manager. So only subjugation and summoning remained. Ding. Lu Bowen's obsession: no opponents in terms of intelligence. If player Xiang Yu wishes to subjugate Lu Bowen, he can enter the Ming Dynasty and engage in a battle of wits with him. Does player Xiang Yu wish to enter the Ming dimension and fulfill Lu Bowen's obsession? Huh. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Hearing the conditions for subjugating Lu Bowen, Xiang Yu suddenly became contemplative. Is Xiang Yu impressive? Of course he is. Having integrated Li Yuanba, the great hero Genghis Khan, and Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng along with his astonishing foundational martial power, Xiang Yu was undoubtedly a paragon among humans. However, to compete with Lu Bowen in intelligence, while that could be avoided, when it came to overall strength or martial prowess, Xiang Yu was unafraid. But in terms of intelligence, he knew better than to encroach on someone else's territory. Ding. You have drawn the unifier of the realm, Lu Bowen. Do you wish to integrate, subdue, or summon him? The system spirit's voice sounded again. Summon. Xiang Yu did not hesitate this time, and directly chose to summon. Ding. As Lu Bowen is not a character from the Three Kingdoms, identity implanting is in progress. Ding. Matching successful. Lu Bowen's implanted identity is that of a person from Jinyang County, Bingzhou. Upon hearing of player Xiang Yu's great victory over the 200,000 coalition forces, he is intrigued and will come to join today. Hoo. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiang Yu took a deep breath. Having a royal advisor of such caliber under his command invigorated him greatly. Ding. As player Xiang Yu has summoned, the unifier of the realm, balance has been activated. Suddenly the system spirit's prompt made Xiang Yu's heart skip a beat, and he felt a bit nervous. This was going to be a significant move, as it was Lu Bowen's balance. Xiang Yu was tense and listened closely. Ding. Balanced character 1 ZB, command 88, martial power 97, intelligence 63, politics 67, implant location southern Xiongnu. Has the system spirit changed its approach? Hearing the first balanced character, Xiang Yu was taken aback. This seemed too weak. ZB, originally named Jir Huodai, was fierce and skilled in archery, initially following the Taichua tribe in battle, killing Genghis Khan's steed, and later surrendering to Genghis Khan, receiving the name ZB, as a fierce general under him. But the problem was this was a bit weak. With only super elite martial power, while he was indeed a talent sent to Kublai Khan, it still left Xiang Yu feeling somewhat unsettled. At the very least, he expected a peerless general. Wasn't this looking down on Lu Bowen? However, the system spirit ignored Xiang Yu's dissatisfaction and continued. Ding. Balanced character 2, renowned chancellor of the Tang Dynasty, Fong Xuanling, command 92, martial power 76, intelligence 108, politics 101, implant location Chang'an. Here comes Li Shimin's staunch supporter. Hearing it was Fang Xuanling, Xiang Yu nodded. This was more like it. Fang was skilled in strategies while Du Ruhui was decisive, both being Li Shimin's right and left arms. However, Xiang Yu was still quite satisfied with this outcome. Although Fang Xianling was impressive, it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to Liu Bowen, he still fell short. Xiang Yu was certain that Liu Bowen was comparable to Zhuge Liang and might even surpass him. Ding. Detecting that player Xiang Yu has 5,220 reputation points remaining. Do you wish to burn them to draw historical generals? Do not burn. Hearing the system spirit's prompt, Xiang Yu directly refused. Oh, what a joke, why burn them? He preferred to use the reputation points to elevate his subordinates to saint-level generals. The Hero Tower's one-time summoning opportunity brought him Shui Ringgui. The soul card's 2 draws resulted in the first drawing Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng and the second drawing the unifier of the realm Liu Bowen. Overall, Xiang Yu was still quite satisfied, as he had also obtained the monarch's destiny and talent skills along with 2 Just as Xiang Yu was joyfully reflecting on this acquisition, the voice of the system spirit suddenly rang out in his mind again. However, this time the system prompt had nothing to do with him. World announcement: congratulations to player Wang Yunyun of the Han Dynasty faction for slaying the second-tier historical general Bian Shi of the Yellow Turban faction. As the first player to slay a historical general, Shi is awarded 1 of 0 reputation points, a divine level weapon amount, and the option to reincarnate a historical female general once. The connection of 3 world announcements made Xiang Yu furrow his brows tightly. It was not because he was jealous of this female player being the first to slay a historical general, nor was he envious of her rewards. It was because the name Wang Yunyun immediately reminded him of a girl he often saw in high school, a sweet girl with a beautiful smile and charming dimples. Of course, in his memory, he was short and poor, so he could only admire her from afar. It must be a coincidence with the name, Xiang Yu murmured. Indeed, this sudden world announcement, this familiar name, stirred ripples in Xiang Yu's calm heart. Wang Yunyun, a name that Xiang Yu was not unfamiliar with, but rather very familiar. In his memory, she was a tall girl with an alluring figure, but what captivated him the most was her face, adorned with 2 cute dimples that made her sweet smile intoxicating and relaxing, reminiscent of a first love. This sweet girl was named Wang Yunyun, the beauty representative of Class 33 in Xiang Yu's high school, known for her sweet smile as the class flower in her senior year, and also a close friend of Zhang Yaqing. It must be a coincidence. This is Blue Star, not Earth. Xiang Yu assured himself, as 3 years had already passed since his last life, and he quickly regained his composure. However, it seemed that fate was determined to throw challenges at him. World announcement: congratulations to player Wang Yunyun for choosing the female general Fan Lihua to reincarnate and inherit all of Fan Lihua's abilities, with her appearance and personality influenced by Fan Lihua. Wang Yunyun remained Wang Yunyun, inheriting all of Fan Lihua's abilities, and her appearance and personality would be an enhancement of both. World announcement: congratulations to player Wang Yunyun from the Tianxiao region for becoming the second unparalleled general among players worldwide, rewarded with a Nuwa stone and 200 prestige points. The consecutive 6 world announcements left Xiang Yu utterly bewildered. This Wang Yunyun actually chose Fan Lihua. Wow, this girl is impressive, she knows quite a bit. Xiang Yu immediately exclaimed in admiration as he regained. In Xiang Yu's view, her choice of Fan Lihua was truly a stroke of genius. Perhaps in the eyes of many, the name that first comes to mind when talking about female generals is Hua Milan, who is renowned for taking her father's place in the army and became famous due to the game Honor of Kings. However, that is not the case. In our Huaxiao, Fan Lihua should be regarded as the first among female generals. Whether she existed in history is a matter of debate, but it does not hinder the inclusion of this character. Fan Lihua was intelligent and brave, stunningly beautiful, a daring and broad-minded heroine of the Tang dynasty. She married Shui Ringui's son, Shui Dingshan, assisting him in leading campaigns, becoming a formidable general known for her exceptional prowess in both martial and literary arts. Compared to Hua Mulan and Mu Guiying, Fan Lihua is one of the 4 great female heroes of ancient China, and her mythical aura seems even more pronounced. Fan Lihua learned her craft from the Pear Mountain Old Mother for 8 years and became a pillar of strength for the Shui family in their western campaigns. Her embroidered battle knife was unmatched, and after Shui Ringui's demise, she succeeded as the Grand Marshal, eventually suppressing the Western Liang Rebellion, earning the title of Waning Marquis and a first-class noblewoman during the reign of Emperor Gaozong. Fan Lihua, an ancient female hero of China, is well known for her stories alongside Shui Dingshan in pacifying the Northwest turmoil, leaving a profound legacy in later generations. Especially in films, TV dramas, and operas, she has been portrayed multiple times, epitomizing the image of ancient female heroes. Undoubtedly, Fan Lihua is a stunning beauty with extraordinary combat strength and commanding abilities. Moreover, she dared to love and hate, boldly pursuing her ideal love. Undoubtedly, Wang Yunyun's choice of Fan Lihua in Xiang Yu's eyes was truly commendable. Inheriting all of Fan Lihua's abilities with her appearance and personality influenced by Fan Lihua, this means that Wang Yunyun's charm must be above 90, a stunning beauty with combat prowess over 100 and leadership skills over 100, a player who combines stunning looks, unparalleled strength, and exceptional leadership. Reflecting on the previous world announcement, Xiang Yu reached this conclusion. Suddenly, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as his heart raced. Damn, a woman like that being out in the wild is such a pity, and it's very dangerous too. Since I am the strongest among humanity, I should protect this girl. There are too many bad people out there. Xiang Yu found himself making excuses. Of course he was not a desperate lecher, nor would he force any relationship upon it. Rather, he was genuinely interested in this suddenly emerging female player. Now that he thought about it, this female player was certainly, not to mention anything else, just talking about Bianxi. This character might be unknown to most, but Xiang Yu remembered due to his extensive reading. Bianxi, a character from the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, was the guardian of Xizhou Pass, originally a remnant of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, later defecting to Cao, and was stationed at Xizhou Pass. Skilled in using the meteor hammer, he set an ambush at the Temple of National Security to harm Guan Yu, who was seeking his brother, but was saved by the monk Pu Jing. In the end, he was slain by Guan Yu. In Xiang Yu's view, this Bianxi was definitely a minor character among minor characters not worth considering. A casual strike from him would likely result in Bianxi's instant demise. However, that is not how it should be viewed. Although Bianxi is a minor character, he is still a historical general inherently possessing title bonuses, and with his second-rate strength among players, he would undoubtedly be a boss among bosses. Moreover, the opponent is a human, not an animal, capable of thinking and possessing all human traits. To kill Bianxi would require a player with peak first-class general or even super first-class general strength. Right? Players can only be ordinary generals. In Xiang Yu's past life, as far as he remembered, it should be in the third year that there were only 2 first-class generals, with the Tianqiao region being Fengyun. As for Wang Yunyun, he had not heard of her. She seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Plus, her name was the same as that sweet girl from Earth, which instantly piqued Xiang Yu's interest. I wonder where Wang Yunyun is. With such a big event, there must be some buzz on the forum. Xiang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he thought of directly accessing the forum to start scrolling through it. Indeed, Wang Yunyun's fusion with the super general Fan Lihua caused a tremendous stir in the Tianqiao region, so the entire screen was filled with news about Wang Yunyun. However, among them, there was a post that had been pushed to the top by many players that caught Xiang Yu's attention. Wang Zhan Tianxia. I am stationed at Huguan, and it seems this Wang Yunyun is trapped at Huguan, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of yellow turban soldiers. The commander of Huguan dares not open the city gates. What a damn mess. If I had the strength, I would definitely be the hero who saves the beauty. Haha, Huguan. Interesting. Looking at this post that had broken a million comments, a smile spread across Xiang Yu's face. Songlong Iron Cavalry, follow me. Suddenly Xiang Yu's voice resonated through the military camp in Nirvana Town. Explanation on Earth. Xiang Yu was on the verge of gaining an opportunity in his senior year. Zhang Yaqing is Xiang Yu's classmate, the class flower, and the object of Xiang Yu's secret crush throughout high school, holding significant importance in his heart. Key point. However, Xiang Yu did not establish a romantic relationship with Zhang Yaqing. Key point. Instead, after Xiang Yu gained his opportunity, his appearance drastically improved, and his academic performance improved, as well, leading to the emergence of Wang Yunyun, Zhang Yaqing's close friend in Xiang Yu's view. Wang Yunyun appeared pure, sweet, and clean, and was the sweet smile class flower of other classes. After Xiang Yu heroically saved her, his exceptional looks and talents attracted her, and she boldly pursued Xiang Yu, confirming that her close friend had not established a relationship with him. The once short and poor Xiang Yu was sensitive at heart, and despite gaining an opportunity, he could not refuse a sweet and heartwarming girl like Wang Yunyun. Xiang Yu and Wang Yunyun confirmed their romantic relationship. Key point. In the end, at the moment when Xiang Yu was teleported to Blue Star, all memories of the adventures he gained on Earth were sealed. Key point. Huguan in the nearby grove. The guard of Huguan won't open the gate. How cowardly. I'm a peerless warrior. In the grove, a stunning beauty wielded the falling star pursuit spear, riding atop her snow-white, foaming horse. With her exquisite figure exuding a strong aura, she should have looked heroic, yet at this moment, her beautiful face revealed a hint of frustration. Sigh. This Huguan is the only pass from Jizhou to Bingzhou. Am I to detour through Yuzhou and run a circle across the grasslands? Wang Yunyun spoke with annoyance while she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Indeed, this stunning girl was Wang Yunyun, merged with the legendary General Fan Lihua. It's all your fault. Why did you run to Bingzhou? It's all your fault. Wang Yunyun could not help but glance towards the direction of Yimin, muttering through clenched teeth. However, if someone were to observe her now, they would see that her eyes were filled only with longing. The beauty is in the grove. Hurry, capture her. Aizhang Niu Jiao will reward you. Suddenly a rough roar echoed from outside the grove. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the sound of galloping hooves resonated from all directions around the grove, and then one by one elite soldiers of the 8th rank Huangjin army, clad in yellow armor, surged in, surrounding the grove with thousands of 8th rank cavalry. Among the Huangjin army, a general with a full beard was surrounded by 200 special 10th rank soldiers, known as Huangjin Li Shi. He was none other than Zhang Niu Jiao, one of the 36 leaders of the Huangjin army, a top-tier historical warrior. Damn it, they're here again. Hearing Zhang Niu Jiao's roar, a grave expression filled Wang Yunyun's beautiful face. If it were just one opponent, she could easily eliminate him in 2 moves after merging with Fan Lihua. But the despair in her heart arose from the fact that he had 200 special soldiers and thousands of 8th rank troops. Kill. Suddenly a glint of resolve flashed in Wang Yunyun's eyes. She belonged only to that person, no one could tarnish her honor. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged from Wang Yunyun, powerful and fierce, as she transformed into a heroic figure of the battlefield. Her snow-white, foaming horse sprang into action, turning into a streak of light as it charged towards the Huang Jin army that had just entered the grove. As the streak of light zipped by the gleaming silver falling star pursuit spear, thrust out repeatedly, two blossoms of silver-white gunflowers flashing forth, striking towards the Huang Jin soldiers with lightning speed. Puchi, Puchi. Two sounds echoed as bloodlines suddenly burst forth before the enemy could even charge. Surround her. At this moment, Zhang Youjiao led his men into the grove, encircling the entire area. Kill. Having slain two enemies and seeing that Zhang Youjiao had surrounded her, Wang Yunyun's heart sank slightly. However, she did not give up. Her pride, her determination, and her longing for that person compelled her to press on. With a soft yet fierce cry, she urged her snow-white, foaming horse directly towards Zhang Youjiao, aiming to capture the commander first. Quick block her. Upon seeing the captivating beauty charging towards him, a glint of infatuation crossed Zhang Youjiao's eyes. Then with a wave of his hand, he dispatched his trump card, the 10th rank special soldiers, Huang Jin Li Shi. Boom, 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 boom. Facing Wang Yunyun's overwhelming aura as a peerless warrior, the 200 Huang Jin Li Shi showed no hesitation. Clad in heavy close-fitting armor and wielding hefty bull-headed greatswords, they charged forward in perfect formation. Kill. Wang Yunyun gritted her silver teeth, her falling star pursuit spear trembling in her hands. Suddenly, a bright silver phoenix apparition materialized, radiating an imposing aura. Go! Wang Yunyun commanded sharply, and in an instant the bright silver phoenix apparition surged towards the incoming Huang Jin Li Shi. Facing Wang Yunyun's powerful attack, the Huang Jin Li Shi did not flinch. They swung their bull-headed greatswords in unison, crashing into the phoenix apparition. Boom, 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 boom. As their attacks collided, a series of sonic booms erupted, and 4 Huang Jin Li Shi were instantly pierced by the falling star pursuit spear, sent flying backward with blood gushing. Having scored a hit, Wang Yunyun did not feel joy. Instead, her stunning face was filled with gravitas. The battle prowess of the 10th rank special soldiers was comparable to that of top historical generals, too strong. Wang Yunyun was in danger. Indeed, despite Wang Yunyun's strike, taking down 4 Huang Jin Li Shi, the remaining soldiers showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. Expressionless and exuding an iron-blooded aura, they charged towards Wang Yunyun once more. Faced with the onslaught of numerous Huang Jin Li Shi, Wang Yunyun could only retaliate against a few. It seemed as though the enemy feared neither life nor death, endlessly coming at her even as they were knocked back. Though Wang Yunyun had merged with Fan Lihua, over time her offensive power began to wane. Soon Wang Yunyun was drenched in fragrant sweat, her breathing growing heavy, and the falling star pursuit spear felt increasingly heavy in her grip. She sensed her strength rapidly depleting. Is it really my fate to be captured today? I refuse to accept this. After all this effort, am I not even to meet? Wang Yunyun's mind conjured the image of a smooth, pale face, with sharp features, deep black eyes radiating an alluring charm, thick brows, a high nose, and perfectly shaped lips. An almost perfect man, causing her heart to race. Kill. Thinking of that handsome man, Wang Yunyun felt a surge of strength return to her, her falling star pursuit spear trembling as gunflowers erupted once more, charging forward. However, soon her energy waned again, leaving her exhausted. Her spear techniques became slightly disordered, drenched in sweat, and despair flickered in her beautiful eyes. Hurry, hurry, boom, boom, boom. The frantic warhorses galloped wildly, streaks of light flashing across the lands of Bingzhou, racing towards Huguan. What's happening? Why do I feel an unease in my heart? As he galloped, Xiang Yu furrowed his brows deeply. Ever since he saw the post about Wang Batianxia, an unsettling feeling had been coiling in his heart, as if he were about to lose something very important. Hurry, hurry. The horse galloped like a streak of light, but as time passed, that feeling only intensified. What exactly is going on? Damn it. Xiang Yu was no longer calm. This feeling caused waves of anxiety, panic, urgency, and tension to surge within him, making it impossible for him to remain composed. Could it be related to Wang Yunyun? But that shouldn't be right, I don't even know her. Xiang Yu couldn't help but frown, unable to understand what was happening. Confused, Xiang Yu once again opened the forum amidst the swirling clouds. The first post that caught his eye was still the one about dominating the world, but this was a new thread. Wang Batiantian were doomed. Zhang Youjiao has surrounded Wang Yunyun with 200 Tier 10 Special Unit Yellow Turbans and several thousand Tier 8 Iron Cavalry. Faced with 200 Tier 10 Yellow Turbans, even a peerless general would be finished right. Given Fan Lihua's personality, the second peerless general of the human race might be in peril. Seeing that Wang Yunyun was besieged by 200 Tier 10 Yellow Turbans, Xiang Yu became anxious. Although a peerless general is formidable, the Tier 10 special units are not to be underestimated. Without a historical title possessing an SS-grade peerless talent, they can grow into extraordinary soldiers, but as Tier 10 ordinary soldiers, they only match the combat power of a historical Tier 7 general, making them second-rate historical generals. With an SS-grade peerless talent, they can grow into extraordinary soldiers as Tier 10 ordinary soldiers. If they are further promoted to Tier 10 special units, they will match the combat power of a historical Tier 8 general, becoming first-rate historical generals. Now this newly appointed peerless general Wang Yunyun faced 200 tier 10 special unit yellow turbans equivalent to confronting 200 historical generals. Of course this is merely the base combat power. Tier 10 special units don't possess the talent skills like historical generals relying only on brute strength and courage. However, this is still extremely dangerous. 200 first-rate historical generals without talent skills attacking a peerless general could only end with the peerless general being exhausted. He'll go first. Understanding the situation, Xiang Yu could no longer sit still. He shouted, and the Wanli Yenyun Zhao seemed to sense his urgency accelerating dramatically and leaving the Songlong Iron Cavalry far behind as he sped towards Huguan. Kill. Wang Yunyun, drenched in sweat, wielded her falling star soul chasing spear, straining to fend off the attacks from the surrounding yellow turbans. Am I really going to lose my life here today? Wang Yunyun felt despair and sorrow fill her heart. Coming from Earth, she didn't ask for much, but now. Kill. Despite being exhausted, it seemed that Fan Lihua's tenacity compelled Wang Yunyun to persist. She still harbored a glimmer of hope that her Prince Charming would save her from this peril. She must hold on. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Xiang Yu urged the Wanli Yenyun Zhao vigorously. Knowing that Wang Yunyun was in imminent danger heightened his sense of urgency. He immediately realized that the source of this feeling lay with Wang Yunyun. However, Xiang Yu was puzzled. Did he know Wang Yunyun? Why did he feel this sense of danger? It was as if someone important to him was about to be lost. The distance between Yinmen Pass and Huguan was not too far, both situated in Bingzhou. At the peak speed of Wanli Yenyun Zhao, Xiang Yu arrived at Huguan in just 2 hours. Upon seeing the tightly closed city gates from a distance, Xiang Yu's aura surged wildly, an overwhelming presence enveloping him, as if he had transformed into a demon god, shouting like thunder. I am Xiang Yu, the cavalry officer of Yinmen Pass, soon to be proclaimed the champion marquis by the court and the general against the north. Open the city gates for me. Xiang Yu's thunderous shout resonated in the ears of the 20,000 guards and the commander at Huguan. The official seal of the Yinmen Pass commander was raised high, instantly capturing the attention of hundreds of thousands within Huguan, especially the numerous players present. Damn, Xiang Yu actually came to save Wang Yunyun alone. Impressive. That's amazing, but isn't Xiang Yu also a peerless general? Going in alone is like courting death. As the surrounding players saw Xiang Yu appear, they began to discuss among themselves. Noticing that no one responded, Xiang Yu furrowed his brows and shouted again, "Where is the commander of Huguan? Xiang Yu, you should go back. This is a checkpoint guarded by me, Yuan Chang. It is not your Yinmen Pass, nor is it a place where you can act recklessly." Just as Xiang Yu frowned, a silver-armored general spoke from the city wall. "Yuan Chang, what's that? I've never heard." Xiang Yu frowned upon being blocked. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged in his heart. Damn, not good. Wang Yunyun can't hold on any longer. Xiang Yu inwardly cursed his misfortune as panic, anxiety, unease, and agitation surged within him. Kill. Suddenly, Xiang Yu's eyes turned blood red, and his aura erupted with overwhelming killing intent. I, Xiang Yu, am to be the general against the north. Those who stand in my way shall die. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Wanli Yenyun Zhao moved, charging directly toward the enormous city gates. He aimed to break through the gates and emerge. This. The surrounding guards, faced with Xiang Yu's overwhelming aura and the deathly presence, dared not move. It was not only Xiang Yu's powerful combat prowess, but also the title of general against the north. Kill. Xiang Yu's strength surged, the overwhelming power akin to a raging ocean. Instantly, he transformed into a demon god, channeling his formidable aura and immense strength into the god-slaying spear. His eyes widened as, under the incredulous gazes of hundreds of thousands of Huguan warriors and players, the spear struck fiercely against the city gates. Boom, 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 boom. Each strike contained all of Xiang Yu's battle power, echoing against the Huguan gates, producing a thunderous sound and intense vibrations. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous strikes shook the earth as if the city gates were about to collapse. Suddenly, after hundreds of Xiang Yu's full-force attacks, a hole was blasted open just wide enough for a person and a mount to pass through. Kill. Xiang Yu pointed the god-slaying spear towards the sky, and under the astonished and gasping gazes of hundreds of thousands, he instantly became a fleeting shadow rushing into the grove. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing a rider burst out from Huguan, the yellow turbans immediately tried to stop him. However, in front of Xiang Yu, whose inner panic and full battle power had erupted, they were nothing but ants. The god-slaying spear struck out with a frequency of 100 times per second, the speed of Wanli Yenyun Zhao never faltering, as light flashed past, leaving the yellow turbans immobilized. As the light flashed, Wanli Yenyun Zhao brought Xiang Yu into the woods. Suddenly, Xiang Yu turned back to see a peerless beauty gazing at him with a heart-wrenching smile. This peerless beauty had skin whiter than snow, a face as delicate as pear blossoms in March, tender and flawless. Her big dark eyes sparkled, and her slightly upturned nose revealed a hint of playfulness. 2 small, cute dimples symmetrically adorned her face, crescent-shaped eyebrows, and a sweet smile that was heart-melting. Her voluptuous figure with curves in all the right places was simply stunning. Her qualities of purity, sweetness, cleanliness, heroism, resilience, and stubbornness blended perfectly together, creating no sense of discomfort. At this moment, her expression of poignant fragility tugged at Xiang Yu's heart. A woman of unparalleled beauty, truly peerless among mortals. At first glance, Xiang Yu knew with absolute certainty that legendary beauties such as Bao Si Yuji and Chun Yuan paled into insignificance beside her. She possessed a beauty that made fish sink and geese fall a countenance, so exquisite it shamed the moon and shamed the flowers. In that instant, a flood of emotions surged through Xiang Yu's heart, stirring his soul. Why does she feel so familiar? Instantly, Xiang Yu furrowed his brow, struck by an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Reality granted him no time for reflection. The peerless beauty's spear had already clattered to the ground. She herself had been struck from her mount, and a bearded brute's filthy hand reached greedily toward her body. Die! Before him stood a phalanx of yellow turban warriors. Murderous intent blazed in Xiang Yu's eyes, but he did not panic, nor did he charge headlong. These warriors were no ordinary soldiers. By the time he closed the distance, that foul hand would already have touched her. The sunset bow materialized in his hands. He drew the string taut, raw lethal energy coalescing in an instant. Die! The arrow leapt from the bow, a streak of death aimed straight at the bearded brute. You finally come. I knew you would. Gazing upon Xiang Yu's familiar, luminous, and flawlessly sculpted face, its sharp, cold elegance accentuated by deep obsidian eyes shimmering with irresistible allure, thick brows, a proud nose, and lips of breathtaking symmetry, she now saw layered upon them an aura of grim resolve and mature authority. Wang Yunyun's eyes brimmed with joy, her exquisite face bloomed with ineffable happiness. In that moment she felt utterly safe. Her white horse prince had arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sunset arrow tore through the air, trailing sonic booms as it pierced through ranks of yellow turban warriors, carrying Xiang Yu's seething wrath straight toward Zhang Jiao, a peerless historical general nearing the apex of martial mastery. What? Just as his lustful gaze locked onto the peerless beauty, Zhang Jiao's leering expression vanished, replaced by icy dread. Death itself seemed to hover over him like a shroud. A chill drenched him as if ice water had been poured over his head. Whirling around, he beheld the arrow of doom hurtling toward him. No dodge. Without hesitation, Zhang Jiao tried to lurch aside, but against Xiang Yu's devastating strike, thought alone was swift enough. His body could not keep pace. The sunset arrow flashed like a meteor before Zhang Jiao's despairing eyes, piercing his forehead clean through. Thwip! Blood erupted in a crimson spray. Crash! A legendary yellow turban chieftain, fallen. Kill! Having slain their commander with a single shot, Xiang Yu spurred his steed, leveled his demon-slaying spear, and charged headlong into the 200 yellow turban warriors. Kill him! Seeing their superior cut down, the yellow turban warriors hesitated only a breath, then surged forward without delay. Kill! Facing 200 yellow turban warriors, Xiang Yu sneered. Though this elite 10th tier unit might threaten other peerless generals to him, whose base martial prowess soared to 170, augmented by countless heaven-defying talents, it posed no greater challenge than common foot soldiers. Kill! Kill! His demon-slaying spear blurred into a whirlwind of afterimages, blooming into lethal spirals like coiling serpents, striking with lightning precision, each thrust piercing a warrior's skull. Thud! 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 Skulls exploded in rapid succession. Yet Xiang Yu wielded his spear with serene grace, as though strolling through a garden, effortlessly reaping life after life. Warriors who had once daunted Wang Yunyun collapsed upon the ground. Wang Yunyun watched Xiang Yu's elegant, heroic figure, and her eyes overflowed with uncontainable adoration. Though their pupils contracted in terror, the yellow turban warriors did not flinch. Undeterred, they hurled themselves forward, one by one, into certain death. Soon Xiang Yu slaughtered them to the last. The remaining yellow turban troops, witnessing his valor, slaying their chieftain, annihilating their elite guard, fled in panic, scattering in all directions. At last, only Xiang Yu and Wang Yunyun remained beneath the quiet canopy of the small forest. Huff, huff. Having exterminated the warriors, Xiang Yu drew a deep, steady breath, and strode directly toward the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him. My lady, the enemy is vanquished. You may rise. Face with Wang Yunyun, her skin like freshly fallen snow, her features as delicate and radiant as pear blossoms in early spring, her flawless countenance soft as silk. Xiang Yu felt once more the heart-stopping power of her beauty. I've no strength left. Please help me up. Her large, luminous eyes blinked playfully, a mischievous smile flickered across her exquisite face, and from lips like crimson vermilion came a voice, ethereal, sweet, and crystalline. By heaven, her voice is equally enchanting. Hearing that silver bell-like timbre, Xiang Yu marveled at heaven's generosity toward women. Yet at her gentle request, he stepped forward without hesitation and grasped her translucent, supple, boneless hand. SSS. The cool, yielding softness of her skin sent another wave of turbulent emotion surging through him, but his grip remained firm as he pulled her upright. Yet to Xiang Yu's astonishment, she yielded fully to his pull and tumbled straight into his arms. A delicate virginal fragrance filled his senses, warmth and softness enveloped him. Stunned, Xiang Yu froze. She had thrown herself against him, arms already locked tightly around his back. Feeling the lightness, suppleness, and fragrance of her body, Xiang Yu stood utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Are you Xiang Yu, the supreme martial sovereign of humanity? I am Wang Yunyun. Just before death, I swore an oath, whosoever saves me, I shall wed none but him. As Xiang Yu stood frozen, her ethereal crystalline voice rang softly in his ear. What? You'll marry no one but me. Have I just gained a wife by chance? Xiang Yu snapped out of his daze, astonished yet elated. Is this truly your vow? Xiang Yu asked dazed. Yes, I swear it. I shall never part from you. If you die, I die. Her voice rang with unshakable resolve. Hearing those words, Xiang Yu instantly grew flustered and immediately summoned her attribute panel. Name Wang Yunyun, Peerless, General Command 104, Martial Prowess 107, Strategy 95, Governance 62, Charisma 100, Maximum. Her beauty shames the moon and eclipses nations. Loyalty 100, Absolute Devotion. She would sacrifice Mount Snow White, Phoenix, Shadow Steed, Divinity or Weapon, Falling Star, Soul Chasing Spear, Divinity or Innate Talent. 1. Mowing Grass effortlessly dominates generals and soldiers with martial prowess below 80, sweeping them down en masse. 2. Invincible Female General gains 8 martial prowess when dueling male historical generals. 3. Heroic Lady when commanding an army alone gains 5 martial prowess, 5 command, and 5 strategy. In single combat gains 10 martial prowess. 4. Unrivaled Might against generals with martial prowess below 100 gains 5 per additional foe, up to a maximum of 15. 5. Blossom Courage gains 15 martial prowess when fighting alongside the Heaven Chosen One. 6. Blossom Command gains 15 command when fighting alongside the Heaven Chosen One. Xiang Yu stared blankly at Wang Yunyun's attribute panel, utterly at a loss. Charisma maxed. Loyalty absolute. Had he truly acquired a peerless beauty, just like that, so effortlessly? Xiang Yu was truly stunned. The breathtaking beauty before him possessed a charm that surpassed even that of Jiao Chan and Shi Shi. However, the most crucial point was that this woman's loyalty to him had reached its maximum value simply because he had saved. She was so devoted to him that she vowed to marry him exclusively. Xiang Yu could hardly believe that such good fortune could exist in the world. After all, she was an unparalleled beauty with maximum charm, a rarity even more precious than the greatest warriors or strategists. Moreover, since she had integrated with Fan Li Hua's charm, it implied that her beauty must also be extraordinarily high, at least above 90. After all, both aspects had to be optimized to achieve maximum value. Such a woman would surely have high standards. How could she have taken a liking to him? Yes, Xiang Yu admitted that he was indeed very handsome. But even with such attraction, it wouldn't directly cause her loyalty to reach its maximum, would it? Xiang Yu felt deep confusion. That girl, no, Wang Yunyun. As he was about to speak, he was immediately interrupted. Stop. Don't call me Wang Yunyun, just call me Yunyun. A voice like silver bells rang out, leaving Xiang Yu speechless. Oh, was she that familiar with him? They had just met. All right then, Yunyun, did we know each other before? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with you? Xiang Yu asked in bewilderment. Suddenly, as Xiang Yu's words fell, he felt the beautiful woman in his arms stiffen for a moment before relaxing again, her gentle voice drifting to him. Do you feel like we know each other? Her hauntingly soft voice sent a shiver down Xiang Yu's spine, as if he had abandoned her. Suddenly, Xiang Yu's eyes lit up as he said, in my hometown, there was a sweet and charming girl just like you with adorable dimples, and her smile was also quite sweet. Oh, her name is also Wang Yunyun. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, a breathtaking smile finally blossomed on Wang Yunyun's face, though she was turned away from him, so Xiang Yu did not see it. Do you like her? Do you miss home? Wang Yunyun asked softly, her tone carrying a hint of anticipation. I wouldn't dare to think I liked her back then. I was a poor student, short and unattractive, while she was the class beauty. But I do miss home very much. I just can't go back. Surprisingly, in front of this unparalleled beauty, Xiang Yu found himself opening up, as if unburdening his heart. All right, I won't ask you anymore. Even if you don't speak, talking to you seems to weigh on my mind. Xiang Yu said, feeling speechless. He realized he had a considerable fondness for this extraordinary beauty, pouring out his thoughts continuously while she kept drawing him in. I don't care, from now on I will follow you. I swear I will marry no one but you. Suddenly Wang Yunyun left Xiang Yu's embrace, looking him in the eye, with her stunning face, speaking earnestly. Huh, are you sure? If I go to sleep, will you follow me to sleep as well? Looking at Wang Yunyun's perfect face, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smirk. Seeing Xiang Yu's mischievous smile, a hint of blush crossed Wang Yunyun's lovely cheeks, but she still nodded affirmatively, saying, yes, I will. And I will help you conquer the world, becoming your virtuous partner. Huh, wow, she's really attached to me. All right, I've struck gold with an unparalleled beauty who can warm my bed and fight battles. I won't be at a loss. Let's go. I'll take you back to Nirvana Town. As Xiang Yu spoke, he mounted his horse and headed out of the small grove, keeping an eye behind him to see if she would indeed follow him. Hey, wait for me. Suddenly, he heard her soft and melodious voice from behind. Huh, come on. Seeing that Wang Yunyun was right behind him, Xiang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Come on. Soon Wang Yunyun and Xiang Yu rode side by side, her beautiful face radiating pure happiness. Brother Yu, the Blue Star will does not allow me to disclose Earth's circumstances and my identity, but Yunyun will help you and stay by your side, ensuring you are never lonely. Wang Yunyun rode alongside Xiang Yu, gazing at his familiar unchanged face, silently thinking to herself. Xiang Yu had no idea that this Wang Yunyun was the same one from Earth, nor that he had already established a romantic relationship with her there. He was completely unaware that she had been warned by the Blue Star Will. Soon Xiang Yu led Wang Yunyun past Huguan, continuing northward toward Yinmen Pass, under the envious eyes of hundreds of thousands. After Xiang Yu left, the entire Huguan was instantly in an uproar. Wang Yunyun's charm level was a staggering 100, surpassing even Yu Ji Qin Yuan and Bao Si. Her stunning beauty left hundreds of thousands of soldiers mesmerized. The players at Huguan were even more excited. A peerless warrior had just appeared, and she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman who had now been swept away by Xiang Yu. Quickly, many players spread the news on the forum, and some even spent a couple of silver to purchase and post photos of Wang Zhan Tian Xia. Shocking. Xiang Yu made a 1,000-mile dash, killing his way through Yanmen Pass to Huguan for the sake of a beauty, breaking down the city gates of Huguan, slaying the yellow turban leader Zhang Jiao, and taking the stunning beauty Wang Yunyun away. General on the road. Shocking. Wang Yunyun is too beautiful. There are photos of everyone. Come and take a look. There actually exists such a beauty in the world, and it's infuriating that she was taken away by Xiang Yu right after her appearance. A struggling soldier. Wow. This Wang Yunyun is incredibly beautiful. What school beauty, what class beauty. Compared to this Wang Yunyun, they are at least 12 streets behind. As Wang Yunyun's stunning face was posted on the forum, it sparked a frenzy of discussion among millions of players in the Tianqiao region, causing many male players to become infatuated and many female players to feel inferior. Upon learning that such a peerless beauty had been swept away by Xiang Yu in a heroic rescue, male players couldn't help but pound their fists and roar in frustration. Xiang Yu was unaware that the forum was in an uproar, and he had become the public enemy of male players in the entire Tian. At that moment, he was riding while chatting with Wang Yunyun, feeling an inexplicable familiarity toward her, which only increased his fondness. With the curious Wang Yunyun, he returned to Nirvana Town. Upon arriving, Shui Ringgui and Lu Bowen were already there to welcome the two. Xiang Yu immediately summoned his generals. He planned to take his top generals into the real world, unleash the holy level talent altar, and attack holy level demon beasts to elevate his extraordinary generals' talents to holy level warriors. The arrival of Lu Bowen and Shui Ringgui, along with Wang Yunyun herself, elevated the supreme power of Nirvana Town to another level. With Wang Yun merging with Fan Lihua and inheriting all her abilities, her combat power reached 107, and her leadership value soared to 104, making her one of the top few individuals in Nirvana Town, undoubtedly a general capable of defending a territory. What troubled Xiang Yu was the opponent's talent, skill, courage of Lihua when fighting alongside a destined person, combat power, and the leadership of Lihua when fighting alongside a destined person, leadership 15. These two talent skills activate when fighting with a destined person, increasing combat and leadership values by 15 points each. Given the overwhelming strength of Wang Yunyun, she might not seem formidable in his presence. However, once the leadership of Lihua skill took effect, it would directly increase her leadership value by 15 points, making her the highest leader under Xiang Yu with a total of 119 points. This made Xiang Yu very tempted, yet conflicted. It seemed that Wang Yunyun's heart was entirely focused on him, as if he were her destined person. Yet there were too many things Xiang Yu couldn't understand. How could she have slain second-rate historical generals? Why was her loyalty to him at maximum? And how did he feel an inexplicable fondness for her? These doubts flooded in, and he certainly inquired Wang Yunyun, but she did not respond. What are you struggling with? Since you feel an inexplicable fondness, just be brave and go for it. After all, loyalty can't be faked. Faced with the enigma that was Wang Yunyun, Xiang Yu did not refuse her. He had various doubts, but that did not mean he would. Only a fool would refuse someone whose loyalty was at maximum, whose beauty was unparalleled, and whose charm was extraordinary. Coming to terms, Xiang Yu and Wang Yunyun, who was already inclined toward him, quickly advanced their relationship. In the town of Nirvana, in the mayor's office, Xiang Yu sat at the head of the table, while numerous generals were seated in order. Among them were the historical figures Lu Bowen, Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, King Wu Da of the Han, the purple-faced King Xiong Kuahai, Pei Yuanqing, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Guan Sheng, Shui Ringgui, Zhongli, Mei Yu, Ziki, Qing Yaojin, and Zhang Liao, totaling 14 historical generals. Additionally, sitting behind them was Kubai Nong. Among Xiang Yu's many subordinates, Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, was the most powerful, capable of matching slightly weaker, holy-level monsters with his self-created semi-saint skill, single-handed 18 cuts. Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu's talent skill, is sealed. As for the martial Saint Guan Yu, even with 3 talent skills sealed, his full battle power was just over 2,000, and in unknown combat, he could not defeat even the weakest holy-level monster. As for the others, there was no need to mention them. Looking at everyone, Xiang Yu's mind raced. Summoning everyone was certainly not for playing mahjong. In reality, hunting holy-level monsters was imperative, but development and expedition was also necessary, especially in the recently taken Yunzhong County, Dingxiang County, and the 3 northern counties of Wuyuan. Currently, the situation on the grasslands was chaotic, with the 3 major tribes of Xinbei, Wuhuan, and Xiongnu all caught in a net. The Xiongnu's Kublai Khan was seizing the opportunity to unify the grasslands. Thus, Xiang Yu also needed to make appropriate arrangements in expedition before heading into reality. Scanning the crowd, he suddenly had an idea. Ranmin Xiong Kuahai Shui Ringgui Zhongli may follow Ku Baineng back to Xinbei, with Shui Ringgui as the leader and Ranmin as support to help Ku Baineng dominate the grasslands. Suddenly, Xiang Yu's authoritative voice echoed in the hall. Understood. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Ranmin Xiong Kuahai Zhongli Mei and Shui Ringgui all stood up in unison. Xiang Yu nodded slightly. He regarded Kublai Khan with great importance, but with the great Tang war god Shui Ringgui, the alien slayer Emperor Ranmin, and the two extraordinary generals Xiong Kuai and Zhongli, Mei didn't believe they couldn't handle Kublai Khan Mu Huali and Zibi. The grasslands were crucial with a large number of cavalry. Xiong Yu did not want to give up, so unifying the grasslands was imperative. After arranging matters in the grasslands, Xiong Yu turned to Liu Bowen, his tone slightly relaxed. Sir, the three newly taken counties of Yunzhong, Dingxiang, and Weiyuan are very chaotic and a large number of players have gathered recently. I'll trouble you to manage them. Xiong Yu said with a smile. There was no way he could speak to Liu Bowen, whose intellect surpassed the heavens and had the talent to establish a nation in an authoritative tone, as that would be foolish. These people were real and had their own emotions. Of course, my lord, please rest assured everything will be handled by Bowen. Liu Bowen smiled and waved his fan. Upon hearing Liu Bowen's words, Xiong Yu nodded, then immediately became serious and continued in a deep voice. Sheng Yao Jinzhong Liao and Xiang Zhuang cooperate with Sir to defend Yinmen Pass and the three counties of Yunzhong, Dingxiang, and Weiyuan. Understood. Sheng Yao Jinzhong Liao and Xiang Zhuang immediately stood up and responded in unison. Having assigned the Major General, Xiong Yu still had the Overlord of Western Chu Xiong Yu, the Marshal Saint Guan Yu Pei, Yuanqing Zhang Fei, and Guan Sheng left, totaling 5 extraordinary generals. Along with himself and Wang Yunyun, there were a total of 7 extraordinary generals, which made Xiong Yu shake his head. He felt his extraordinary generals were still somewhat lacking. With all arrangements complete, in time to spare, Xiong Yu directly took Wang Yunyun to eat monster meat to enhance their combat. In the giant square of the Dragon King's hall, the cold gleam of armor and the neighing of war horses echoed. Large groups of Overlord Iron Cavalry and Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry descended on 7 tall horses in front of the 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry and 3,000 Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry. Sat 7 individuals exuding strong auras: Xiong Yu, Wang Yunyun, the Overlord of Western Chu Xiong Yu, the Marshal Saint Guan Yu Pei, Yuanqing Zhang Fei, and Guan Sheng. Powerful energies surged back, and the auras of the 7 were formidable, especially those of Xiong Yu and the Overlord of Western Chu Xiong Yu. Xiong Yu, leading such a massive force, was preparing to sweep through the Dragon King's hall and its surroundings, turning it into a safe haven for monsters and to hunt holy level monsters. Screech. Just as Xiong Yu and the others appeared, the bright voice of Kai Er suddenly rang out, shaking the heavens and stirring the hearts filled with joy. Brother Yu is back. Kai Er's large figure dashed through the colorful light barrier of the Dragon King's hall, her joyful voice echoing in Xiong Yu's mind. Boss, you finally returned. The childish voice of Xiao Jin followed suit. Whoosh! A swift sound of wind broke through the air as a golden streak shot towards Xiong Yu. This little rascal, why is he running so fast after such a short time apart? Seeing the golden devouring mouse speeding towards him, Xiong Yu couldn't help but chuckle and opened his arms to comfort him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wow, this young lady is so beautiful. Boss, look, this young lady is so beautiful. Suddenly the childish voice of the golden devouring mouse rang out, instantly freezing Xiong Yu's smiling expression. Sure enough, the little golden mouse had run right onto Wang Yunyun's shoulder. Wow, sister, you are so beautiful. The sweet voice of Xiao Jin suddenly rang out, instantly shocking Wang Yunyun and the Western Chu Overlord Xiong Yu. Just moments ago, the sight of the golden-winged rock had already left Wang Yunyun and Xiong Yu astounded. However, when Wang Yunyun and Xiong Yu saw the small mouse, which stood upright and was the size of a palm, shimmering in golden hue, speak, they were completely stunned. The mouse can talk. Even Wang Yunyun looked at Xiao Jin in shock, as she was well aware of the rampant existence of various demon beasts in reality. But now this mouse was actually speaking. Demon beasts can talk. Cough, cough. Alright, Xiao Jin, stop messing around. Kaier, in the past half-month you were supposed to investigate the demon beasts within a 3 Thessanli radius. How did that go? Xiong Yu interjected, turning to Kaier. Brother Yu, we have investigated. Within a 3 Thessanli radius of the Dragon King Palace, there are 3 major high-level blessed lands, 3 major holy-level demon beast factions, 14 imperial-level factions, and over 80 royal-level demon beast factions. Upon hearing Xiong Yu's question, Kaier's voice echoed in his mind. Yes. Boss, there are 3 holy-level demon beasts. Let's slay them and feast on them. Suddenly reminded of the roasted meat from the Earth Bear King, Xiao Jin drooled, abandoning her admiration of beauty, climbing onto Xiong Yu's shoulder, and spoke in her sweet voice. 3 holy-level demon beast factions, 14 imperial-level factions, and over 80 royal-level factions. Xiong Yu ignored the fickleness of Xiao Jin and instead frowned at Kaier's words. Things were not as simple as he had imagined. This time he had brought out 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry and 3,000 Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry, intending to use the Dragon King Palace as the center to sweep away all nearby high-level demon beasts in preparation for future nation building. However, the actual distribution of demon beasts was evidently different from what he had anticipated. In the previous life, players had roughly calculated that in the Tianqiao Hills a dominating demon beast would be stationed every 10 miles, a royal-level demon beast every 100 miles, an imperial-level beast every 1,000 miles, and an emperor-level beast every 10,000 miles. However, over time Xiong Yu felt that this was too narrow and simply an incorrect statistic. According to Xiong Yu's current understanding, powerful demon beasts would choose high-level blessed lands, while weaker players would reside in areas without high-level blessed lands, hence lacking high-level demon beasts. This might be hard to believe. But after Xiang Ye's prolonged speculation, this was the pattern. More accurately, it was the blue stars while looking after the human race. Yet despite the player's incorrect statistical results, Kai's report on the distribution of demon beasts within a 3 radius of the Dragon King Palace still caught him off guard. The 3 holy level demon beast factions were understandable, similar to the holy level Earthbear King and its race he had encountered before, which included 11 imperial level Earthbear Kings and 27 royal level Earthbear Kings. Such holy level factions existed 3 times within 10,000 li of the Dragon King Palace. As for the imperial level factions, they were similar to the imperial level beast lord, the Abyssal Dark Gold Dragon King faction he had previously slaughtered, which included 10 royal Abyssal Dark Gold Dragons and 88 king level Abyssal Dark Gold Dragons, totaling 99 Abyssal Dark Gold Dragons. There were a total of 14 such imperial level factions. Additionally, the royal level factions also consisted of 1 royal level demon beast leading a group of its kin or subordinates. By this calculation, there are 40 to 50 imperial-level demon beasts within a 3 radius of the Dragon King Palace, which is equivalent to extraordinary generals of the human race. How terrifying. 1 holy-level faction would have at least 10 imperial-level subordinates, right? 3 holy-level factions mean 30 imperial-level subordinates, plus those 14 imperial-level factions, each faction having at least 1 imperial-level demon beast, would total 44 imperial-level demon beasts. 44 imperial-level demon beasts, 44 extraordinary human generals. This data truly shocked Xiang Yu. He hadn't even calculated the royal-level demon beasts, yet which should have at least 2 to 300. It's important to note that royal-level demon beasts represent the super elite of humanity, akin to the likes of Dian Wei Ma Chao and Zhao Yun. Moreover, this is just within a 3 li radius. The entire Cunxiao before expansion boasts 960,000 square kilometers. How vast would it be after the real world expands 4 to 5 times? Xiang Yu admitted he couldn't calculate it anymore. Fortunately, these demon beasts fight individually, lacking order and a commander. Otherwise, if they attacked humanity together, it would spell disaster for the human race. Xiang Yu thought to himself. The number of demon beasts was enormous and their races were numerous, but since they fought individually, Xiang Yu was not overly concerned. What truly worried Xiang Yu were the demon beast forests covering tens of thousands of square kilometers in the north, the mountainous Guan mountain range in the south, the misty forests filled with spiritual fog in the southwest, and finally the endless seas in the east. Undoubtedly, these places were what truly gave him a headache, as powerful demon beasts like holy level and divine level ones roamed freely. Once unsealed, these formidable beasts would likely swarm out. First, let's take down the holy level demon beast factions. Kai, tell me about the situation of these 3 holy level factions. Suppressing his inner distractions, Xiang Yu asked Kai'er. Brother Yu, 2,000 li to the northwest of the Dragon King Palace, there is a volcanic tribe beside a high-level blessed land occupied by a holy level crimson flame bull. 1,800 li to the southwest of the Dragon King Palace is a valley, also a high-level blessed land occupied by a holy level black tiger gold Qilin. About 3,000 li to the northeast of the Dragon King Palace, there's a high-level blessed land water pond occupied by a holy level 3-clawed black dragon. In response to Xiang Ye's inquiries, Kai'er obediently answered one by one. A 3-clawed black dragon. Upon hearing Kai'er's words, Xiang Yu instantly lost his composure. A dragon appeared. Yes, boss, I have seen that black dragon. Its bloodline is impure, but it is still very powerful. Let's slay it together and feast on dragon meat. Xiao Jin exclaimed excitedly, clapping her small paws. Damn, there really is a dragon. Upon hearing Xiao Jin say this, Xiang Yu instantly understood it couldn't be fake. There was indeed a dragon, and it was a holy level 1. Master, there is definitely a dragon. Just as Xiang Yu was in shock, a small 9-clawed golden dragon swam out, and under the astonished gaze of Wang Yunyun and Xiang Yu, it approached Xiang Yu and said in a tender voice. Most dragons are divine level demon beasts, though some are subpar. The strength is categorized based on the purity of their true dragon bloodline, and the number of claws. 2-clawed dragons are holy level beginner, 3-clawed are holy level intermediate, 4-clawed are holy level advanced, and 5-clawed are holy level peak. Thus, dragons with less than 6 claws have disordered bloodlines and are not qualified to remain in the Dragon Palace. They must find other places. In front of Xiang Yu, the 9-clawed golden dragon's tender voice explained the basic classification of dragon races. Upon hearing the explanation from the little golden dragon, Xiang Yu suddenly realized that the dragon race's strength was categorized by the number of claws. A 2-clawed dragon represents initial stage saint level strength, while a 5-clawed dragon signifies peak saint level. Although the little golden dragon did not elaborate on the realms beyond 5 claws, it was not hard to deduce that a 6-clawed dragon should be at the initial stage of divine level, whereas a 9-clawed divine dragon represents peak divine level. I must say, after hearing the little golden dragon's explanation, Xiang Yu felt even more apprehensive about the strength of the dragon race. Damn it, dragons below 6 claws are not worthy of belonging to the dragon race. The saint-level dragons were directly driven out. Truly powerful. In that case, let's slay the dragon first. Xiang Yu's eyes flickered with sharp light. Previously, he had indeed killed a few dragons like the infernal Dark Golden Dragon King. However, that was not a true dragon in the strict sense, while the 3-clawed black dragon that Kai'er mentioned was different. Although the 3-clawed black dragon had impure bloodlines, it was a genuine dragon. By the way, little golden dragon, if I kill that three-clawed black dragon, will those dragons in the dragon palace come after me? Suddenly Xiang Yu had a thought, and asked the little golden dragon. If it were an ordinary beast, it wouldn't matter if he killed it, but the dragon race was different. They had backing. Perhaps in the dragon palace that the little golden dragon mentioned there truly existed 9-clawed golden dragons and 9-clawed azure dragons, not to mention the many other 6-clawed and 7-clawed dragons. If they were to protect their own, wouldn't he be doomed? Facing a divine-level beast, Xiang Yu felt that he currently lacked the strength. He was self-aware. Dragons below 6 claws are not recognized by the powerful dragons. Since they have left the dragon palace, they are no longer acknowledged as dragons because dragons below divine level would bring disgrace to the powerful dragons, so their survival outside is irrelevant to the dragon palace. Hearing Xiang Yu's question, the little golden dragon raised its head proudly and said, Xiang Yu was speechless. How proud could the dragon race be? He couldn't help but mourn for those saint-level dragons. Fight! Suddenly a glint flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes, filled with fighting spirit. Since this black dragon was not recognized by the dragon race, then it must be slain. However, before that, Xiang Yu first went to the center of the giant plaza and took out the saint-level talent altar and the Nuwa stone of heaven repair that he had received as a reward. Xiang Yu now had 2 Nuwa stones of heaven repair. The extra one certainly did not appear out of thin air, but rather it was from Wang Yunyun. This is for you. My life is yours and everything I have is yours. Wang Yunyun's ethereal, sweet, and clear voice still echoed in his mind. What could Xiang Yu do? What more could he ask for? Ding! Would you like to use the Nuwa stone of heaven repair to optimize the saint-level talent altar? The system prompt sounded. Optimize. Xiang Yu said without hesitation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Xiang Yu finished speaking, the Nuwa stone of heaven repair immediately emitted a colorful glow enveloping the saint-level talent altar, and soon the colorful light completely entered it. Watching the immersed colorful light, Xiang Yu felt quite excited. After all, the saint-level talent altar was a valuable item capable of quickly nurturing human saint-level generals. Ding! Congratulations, player Xiang Yu. The optimization of the saint-level talent altar was successful. The system fairy's prompt sounded, and Xiang Yu immediately looked at the attribute panel of the saint-level talent altar. Name saint-level talent altar. Type immovable building special. Features can absorb the souls and talents of saint-level beasts that died within 10 days, transplanting them to human exceptional generals, granting them saint-level qualifications with a small probability of acquiring the talent skills of saint-level beasts. Note there are only 4 opportunities to use it within a month, and each use requires burning 1,000 reputation points. Wow, this optimization is incredible. Time has expanded from 1 day to 10 days, meaning he now has ample time to manipulate it. Moreover, a new feature was added, with a small probability of acquiring the talent skills of saint-level beasts, which made it even more powerful. Talent skills are undoubtedly very important, especially the talent skills of saint-level beasts are incredibly formidable. Just like the saint-level beast he had killed before, the Earthbear King, whose talent skills were unmatched strength, unparalleled power, combat strength 300 when attacking, earth boiling when thoroughly enraged, combat strength 400. If these 2 talent skills were truly gained by his generals, it would be extraordinary. Similarly, the talent skills of the previous golden-winged rock clan leader were cloud journey of thousands of miles, passive fly 1,000 miles with a flap of its wings soaring into the clouds. Claw strike with claws as hard as diamonds. A single strike deals 200 combat strength with a maximum increase of. If he were to kill a bird similar to the golden-winged rock clan leader, would his generals be able to inherit those 2 talents? If so, would they be able to sprout wings like Lei Jinzi, instantly transforming their hands into claws and delivering up? Thinking of this possibility, Xiang Yu couldn't remain calm, as it seemed somewhat feasible. If it truly were possible, then one of humanity's weaknesses would vanish, that weakness being aerial combat. Against flying creatures, humanity was indeed at a disadvantage. Although they had bows and arrows, their range might not suffice. However, if humanity could sprout wings like Lei Jinzi, it would be different. They could directly ascend to the sky and battle flying creatures. If they could ascend to the sky, then why not dive into the sea? Thinking of this possibility, Xiang Yu's eyes gleamed, and he directly asked the system fairy. System fairy, is there a possibility of acquiring the golden-winged rock clan leader's talent skill, cloud journey of thousands of miles, with this small probability of acquiring the talent skills of saint-level beasts? Xiang Yu asked anxiously. Ding! Reminder to player Xiang Yu, all talent skills can potentially be acquired. The system fairy immediately provided a positive response to Xiang Yu's inquiry, causing him to feel ecstatic. He hadn't guessed wrong. It seemed humanity had a chance to acquire the strengths of various races. But the probability is too low. Undoubtedly this feature is powerful, but the low probability is somewhat disheartening. Damn it, let's continue. In an instant, Xiang Yu painfully took out the last remaining Nuwa stone of heaven repair. The Nuwa stone of heaven repair is precious, but this saint-level talent altar can rapidly enhance humanity's strength. Although Xiang Yu felt reluctant, he decided to continue using it to increase that probability. Ding! Would you like to use the Nuwa stone of heaven repair to optimize the saint-level talent altar? The system prompt sounded. Optimize. The colorful light quickly immersed into the saint-level talent altar again. Ding! Congratulations, player Xiang Yu. The optimization of the saint-level talent altar was successful. The system fairy's prompt sounded, and Xiang Yu eagerly looked at the attribute panel of the saint-level talent altar. Name Saint-level talent altar. Type immovable building special. Features can absorb souls and talents of Saint-level beasts that died within 30 days, transplanting them to human exceptional generals, granting them Saint-level qualifications with a 20% probability of acquiring the talent skills of Saint-level beasts. Note there are only 5 opportunities to use it within a month, and each use requires burning 1,000 reputation points. Haha, great. Seeing a probability of 20%, Zhang Yu immediately smiled. This means that as long as a Saint-level beast has 5 talent skills, his subordinates could acquire 1. Zhang Yu was satisfied with this result. Using 2 Nuwa repairing heaven stones on the holy level talent altar, Zhang Yu felt it was worth the result. Just one of its features a 20% chance to obtain a holy level monster talent skill cost Zhang Yu 2 Nuwa repairing heaven stones, and he felt it was not a loss. Releasing the holy level talent altar at the Qinglong Hall, Zhang Yu mounted his horse and pointed his god-slaying spear northeast, shouting, "Kill the dragon." Indeed, Zhang Yu intended to slay the 3-clawed black dragon. He was eager to see if it could bring him any surprise. Thundering hooves echoed as a mighty army exuding an overwhelming murderous intent charged powerfully. In the sky, a giant golden-winged roc soared in the wind, with Xiang Yu Wang Yunyun and Shao Jin on its back. Below, Xiang Yu, the overlord of the Western Shu, along with the martial saint Guan Yu Pei, Yuanxing Zhang Fei, and Guan Sheng, led 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry and 3,000 Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry, a total of 11,000 Special Iron Cavalry galloping wildly. An overwhelming momentum pressed down in all directions, causing all the beasts ahead to flee quickly. Whether they were royal-level monsters or imperial-level beast lords, they all cowered in fear and avoided confrontation with such a powerful human army. Soon Xiang Yu and the others charged forward for 3,000 miles unimpeded, with all beasts avoiding them. Finally, under Kair's guidance, they arrived at a broad water pond resembling a small town. As soon as they approached the pond, Xiang Yu felt waves of spiritual energy surging from the water. The pond was shrouded in mist brimming with spiritual energy, and the air was fresh as if it were an enchanting paradise. However, Xiang Yu furrowed his brow, for he sensed 3 immense presences within the pond. One was particularly large, while the other 2 were slightly weaker. "Oh, boss, 2 more helpers have come for the little black dragon." Suddenly, Shao Jin's babyish voice made Xiang, "This pond has 3 holy level monsters." Roar. Suddenly, as Xiang Yu frowned, a roar akin to a dragon's cry erupted from the pond, followed by a surge of overwhelming pressure pouring out. Roar. The dragon's roar grew louder, and under Xiang Yu's watchful gaze, a completely black dragon with antlers like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, ears like an ox, whiskers by its mouth, and a pearl beneath its chin broke through the tranquil water. Roar. The resounding dragon's roar thundered as a 20-meter-long agile dragon with powerful claws covered in dark scales radiating a cold light drifted through the air, its massive black dragon head glaring angrily at Xiang Yu and his companions. Gazing upon the imposing, ethereal, 3-clawed black dragon, Xiang Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was his first encounter with a true dragon race. Undoubtedly, the black dragon before him was a true member of the dragon race. Although its true dragon bloodline was not pure, its appearance unmistakably bore the characteristics of a dragon. Roar. "Human, I do not seek to provoke you, yet you come to challenge me, oh man." Suddenly, the 3-clawed black dragon spoke, roaring. Huh. Woken from his surprise by the black dragon's speech, Xiang Yu couldn't help but laugh heartily, but did not respond. Instead, he opened the opponent's attribute panel. If it could be fought, he would fight. If not, well, he was just passing by. Name AO Man, 3-clawed black dragon, Holly level intermediate. Status sealed. Type dragon. Current level imperial peak combat power 1532 talent skills. 1 human speech innate communicates with. 2 cloud riding innate soars through the blue skies and white clouds leaping into the heavens. 2 roaming the seas innate dives deep into the sea, swimming 8,000 miles unaffected by water pressure. 3 black dragon scale armor, naturally defensive black dragon scales. 4 black dragon tail strike, all body power converges in the dragon's tail, unleashing a powerful strike, combat power 200, maximum combat power 400. 5 black dragon claw wrap, each strike increases combat power by 200, maximum increase of 600. 6 black dragon fiery breath, a powerful strike temporarily boosting combat power by 500. Huh, it's nothing special. Looking at the 3-clawed black dragon's attribute panel, Xiang Yu burst into laughter. Indeed, although the 3-clawed black dragon was stronger than the earthbound Song Bear King he had slain before, Xiang Yu felt no fear at all, because his combat power had also seen a significant boost. Roar. Roar. At this moment, 2 powerful roars arose, and from the pond surged 2 more immense presences accompanied by even weaker auras behind. Puff. Puff. 2 splashes sounded as 2 identical azure dragons emerged onto the water surface. 2 massive azure dragons 30 to 40 meters long appeared, followed by a dozen 30-meter-long azure dragons, all roaring at Xiang Yu, and the others with even more 20-meter-long azure dragons popping their heads up. Damn. 2 holy level initial stage azure dragons. Xiang Yu immediately recognized the level of the 2 large azure dragons, the same level as the earthbound Song Bear King, both at holy level initial stage. Could it be that these azure dragons are the black dragon's mates? Xiang Yu couldn't help but glance suspiciously at the black dragon, but still quickly opened the holy level Azure Dragon's attribute panel. Suddenly, with so many Azure Dragons appearing, including 2 holy level initial stage ones that exceeded Xiang Yu's expectations. Name Azure Dragon holy level initial stage. Status sealed. Type Dragon. Current level Imperial Peak Combat Power 1322 Talent Skills 1. Roaming the waters, innate lives and roams in the waters unaffected by water pressure. 2. Dragon Tail Strike. All body power converges in the dragon's tail, unleashing a powerful strike. Combat power 150, maximum combat power 450. 3. Azure Dragon Claws. Each strike increases combat power by 150, maximum increase of 450. 4. Azure Dragon Wrap utilizes its massive and advantageous body to wrap around its opponent, unleashing a powerful strike. Combat power 400. Looking at the holy level Azure Dragon's attribute panel, Xiang Yu's eyes narrowed and his battle intent began to surge. Fight. He felt that after reviewing the Azure Dragon's attribute panel, he should be able to fight. Roar. Roar. Humans retreat quickly, or I will eat you. The black dragon AO man's furious roar echoed, enveloping Xiang Yu with a frenzied aura, issuing a warning. Roar. Roar. Hearing the black dragon's words, the dozen imperial-level Azure Dragons in the pond also roared in unison, their momentum overwhelming. Huh. Black dragon, come down and fight with me. In response, Xiang Yu pointed his god-slaying spear forward. Fight, 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 fight. His exuberant battle intent erupted. Xiang Yu looked at the intimidating 3-clawed black dragon without the slightest fear. He was no longer the Xiang Yu who needed the assistance of Shao Jin and Kai Er to defeat the holy-level beast, the Earth Bear King. Having consumed the flesh of holy-level beasts and practiced the holy-level secret manual Overlord Spear technique, his strength surged dramatically. Even in the face of a formidable mid-tier holy-level 3-clawed black dragon, he felt no fear. The most powerful 3-clawed black dragon was left to Xiang Yu, while the remaining 2 initial-tier, holy-level green flood dragons could easily be handled by Xiang Yu, the Overlord of the Western Shu. Even if the Overlord of the Western Shu Xiang Yu had his talent skills, Overlord's world-shaking courage and Overlord's world-shaking domination sealed his self-created semi-holy level ultimate skill, single-handed 18 strikes combined with the 30 battle power boost from consuming beast flesh amounted to 300 battle power, sufficient to deal with one of the green flood dragons. As for the remaining green flood dragon, it would be no problem for Shao Jin and Kai Er. With the exceptionally strong commander Wang Yunyun along with 8,000 Overlord Iron Cavalry and 3,000 Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry, would they lose? Xiang Yu did not believe it. Black dragon, come down and fight me. Suddenly Xiang Yu roared, his fighting spirit surging, a violent aura enveloping him. Soon his momentum reached its peak, directly pushing back the black dragon's aura and powerfully pressing towards the opponent. In terms of basic battle power, Xiang Yu's basic battle power reached 1700, while the 3-clawed black dragon's was only 1532, allowing Xiang Yu to completely overwhelm it. Thus Xiang Yu's individual explosive momentum fiercely suppressed his opponent. In terms of aura, mid-tier holy level beast suppressed. 3-clawed dragon race suppressed. Roar. Feeling Xiang Yu's provocation and the overwhelming momentum pressing down on him, the 3-clawed black dragon was instantly enraged. Did it fear? No, AO man only felt pure rage. The tiny human in his eyes, a human protected by the will of the blue star, actually dared to come and provoke him, daring to challenge a black dragon. Even if he was a 3-clawed black dragon, he should not be provoked by a mere human. Roar. A series of furious dragon roars erupted as the slightly petite black body, over 20 meters long, violently thrashed in the clouds and mist. Human, you should not provoke the dignity of a dragon race. Kneel and apologize now, and I, AO man, shall spare your life. The grand voice was filled with arrogance. Huh. Fight. Does the black dragon dare to fight me? Facing the enraged 3-clawed black dragon, Xiang Yu stood firm with his spear, though he looked on with some envy at the dragon soaring freely in the air. Soaring through the clouds. Xiang Yu's gaze grew more resolute. He must slay the black dragon before him, for such a talent skill was something he coveted. A Jiao, a Lian, watch, I will devour this human. With a roar, surprisingly, the 3-clawed black dragon did not summon the 2 green flood dragons. Roar. Die. The 3-clawed black dragon's roar shook the heavens as its massive body swiftly charged. Hee. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Watching the giant black dragon rush towards him, a cold glint flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. This black dragon was too arrogant, not even calling upon its 2 powerful assistants. Xiang Yu dashed forward under the cover of the wanly smoke cloud, his god-slaying spear gleaming with a sharp light. Roar. Die, tiny human. The violent momentum suddenly descended from the sky. Ding. The 3-clawed black dragon had a basic battle power of 1532. The black dragon tail slam talent skill activated, adding 200 battle power. The black dragon claw entwine talent skill activated, adding 200 battle power, bringing its current battle power to 1932. With a fierce and powerful aura, the massive black dragon's tail covered in black scales whipped towards Xiang Yu, accompanied by sharp dragon claws that struck down upon him. Hee. Do you look down on me? Hearing the system's prompt, Xiang Yu couldn't help but sneer. Watching the black dragon charge at him at high speed, the god-slaying spear in his hand trembled rapidly, moving at lightning speed creating brilliant white spear shadows accompanied by an overwhelming murderous intent and a majestic aura. Ding. The player Xiang Yu had a basic battle power of 1700. The critical strike crush talent skill activated, adding 50 battle power. The invincible talent skill activated, adding 50 battle power. The breaking army skill added 150 battle power. The god of spear activated, adding 200 battle power. Using the divine level god-slaying spear added 70 battle power, and using the divine level Mount Wanli smoke cloud added 70 battle power, bringing his current battle power to 2,290. Ding. The player Xiang Yu activated Overlord Spear Technique, adding 200 battle power, bringing the current battle power to 2,490. Overlord Spear Technique, first form Overlords Rise and Fall. Suddenly Xiang Yu shouted, directly invoking his killing move, the Overlord Spear Technique. Waves of violent momentum formed spear blossoms filled with the aura of death, enveloping the swiftly approaching black dragon. Kill! Roar! Suddenly feeling the deathly aura of the spear blossoms, the three-clawed black dragon was taken aback. It did not expect that this tiny human could unleash such a powerful attack. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late as Xiang Yu was already charging in with the spear shadows. Kill! The Wanli smoke cloud like a streak of light approached the three-clawed black dragon in an instant. With a powerful stomp, Xiang Yu soared into the air, reaching the same level as the descending black dragon. Ha, go down. Looking at the black dragon, Xiang Yu thought, without hesitation unleashing the spear shadows filled with violent energy, striking down fiercely. Facing Xiang Yu's powerful strike, the three-clawed black dragon felt utterly helpless. However, it was only for an instant. There was no time to think. The massive black dragon's tail exuding a fierce aura, and its claw-like limbs slammed towards Xiang Yu's spear shadows. Boom, 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 boom. The spear shadows filled with violent energy collided with the three-clawed black dragon's massive tail and claws, instantly creating a thunderous explosion. Several dragon scales flew away and blood quickly streamed out. Boom. Suddenly, at the moment of collision, the three-clawed black dragon's massive body, over 20 meters long, was blasted away by Xiang Yu's violent attack, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! The over 20-meter-long three-clawed black dragon was directly smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Damn! Is this defense too monstrous? In an instant, Xiang Yu saw that his powerful strike only sent the opponent flying and shattered a few dragon scales. He gasped in shock. A battle power of 2,490 striking against the opponent, yet it only shattered a few dragon scales, left Xiang Yu in awe. Roar! Human, I will kill you, ah! Suddenly, the three-clawed black dragon blasted to the ground, roared with fury, its tone filled with rage and vigor. Clearly, Xiang Yu's powerful strike did not have much impact on it. Human, I will have you die, eh? Na savage roar erupted from the three-clawed black dragon, thunderous and full of vigor. Xiang Yu's mighty strike had failed to land. Roar! And the three-clawed black dragon roared again, its colossal body beginning to rise. Though inwardly astonished by the dragon's formidable defense, Xiang Yu wasted no hesitation. Beneath him, the 10,000-li cloud and smoke cloak transformed into a streak of light hurtling toward the rising beast. Xiang Yu granted his foe no respite, for the dragon could soar skyward, and once airborne, he would hold undeniable advantage over Xiang Yu. Kill! And Xiang Yu's aura surged wildly. Knowing the dragon's defenses were extraordinary, he held nothing back. His innate talents flared forth in relentless succession as he amplified his offensive might to its zenith. Ding! Player Xiang Yu's critical suppression talent activated. Combat power increased by 100. Current combat power 2590. In his grip, the god-slaying spear trembled violently in midair, gathering arcane momentum with breathtaking ding. Player Xiang Yu's Overlord Spear Art activated. Combat power increased by 400. Current combat power 2990. Suddenly, a radiant sovereign aura emanated from the spear's tip. Vast, domineering, imperial, rippling outward across the void like concentric waves. Roar! And instantly a colossal silvery white dragon specter materialized. A celestial roar shaking the heavens, as a divine dragontail sweep coalesced, surging with overwhelming imperial authority. Overlord Spear Art, second form, imperial dominion without boundaries. Kill! And Xiang Yu bellowed, unleashing the immense silver dragon specter, laden with killing intent and imperial majesty, straight at the three-clawed black dragon. Roar! And damn human! The attack is terrifying. In sensing the overwhelming might of Xiang Yu's silver dragon specter, the three-clawed black dragon's earlier arrogance vanished utterly. Die, yet draconic pride forbade A.O. man from retreating. With a furious roar, he channeled his entire strength, concentrating it into his massive tail and claws, to launch a devastating counteroffensive against Xiang Yu. Ding! Three-clawed black dragons, base combat power 1532. Talent, Black Dragon Tail Whip critical strike, activated. Combat power 400. Talent, Black Dragon Claw Entanglement, activated. Combat power 600. Current combat power 2532. Kill! And bathed in ferocious aura, the three-clawed black dragon charged headlong into Xiang Yu's imperial silver dragon specter, forged by the god-slaying spear. Subdue! In the blink of an eye, black and silver collided. Two titanic forces crashing with cataclysm. Boom! 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 Deafening shockwaves reverberated across heaven and earth, mushroom clouds billowed skyward, and ripples of battle energy radiated outward in all directions. Against Xiang Yu's furious assault, nearing 3,000 points of raw power, the three-clawed black dragon paid a grievous price the moment their forces met. Its massive obsidian-scale tail shattered instantly, its claws snapped one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The silver dragon specter dissipated first. Xiang Yu, struck by the violent backlash, was hurled backward, violently dragging the 10,000 Li cloud and smoke cloak with him. Boom. A colossal black silhouette was blasted airborne, hurtling 50 meters before crashing heavily on. Are you alright? From afar, Wang Yunyun watched Xiang Yu's violent retreat, her exquisite face etched with anxiety, her eyes shimmering with urgent concern. Kill. Under Wang Yunyun's tense gaze, Xiang Yu unleashed another thunderous cry, causing her to exhale in quiet relief. Kill. Regaining his footing, Xiang Yu tightened his grip on the god-slaying spear, and astride the 10,000 Li cloud and smoke cloak surged forward, toward where the three-clawed black dragon had been flung. ROAR, it hurts. I'm dying. The three-clawed black dragon's enraged voice echoed forth. Its third claw shattered vast sections of its obsidian scales torn from its tail, crimson dragon blood spurting from gaping wounds staining the earth with luminous crystalline scarlet. Human, I will slay you, devour you. Agony drove the three-clawed black dragon into utter frenzy, roaring uncontrollably, its aura swelling violently despite grievous wounds as waves of annihilation and death permeated the air. With a deafening resonant bellow that shook the heavens for 100 li, the three-clawed black dragon fixed Xiang Yu with its barrel-sized eyes, its abyssal pupils cold, merciless, brimming with lethal intent. Is it preparing a decisive technique? In observing the dragon's rampaging, death-charged form, Xiang Yu dared not slacken his vigilance. ROR, and suddenly the dragon's aura of destruction peaked, and searing black dragon breath erupted. Wool. As the scorching breath erupted, the dragon roared again, its colossal tail and razor-sharp frost-laced claws slashing towards Xiang Yu with terrifying speed. Instantly shadowing the sky came its gleaming, death-dealing claws, its massive tail, and its incinerating black dragon breath, all converging upon Xiang Yu. Ding! Three-clawed black dragons, base combat power 1532. Talent, black dragon tail whip critical strike, activated, combat power 400. Talent, black dragon claw entanglement, activated, combat power 600. Talent, black dragon scorching breath, activated, combat power 500. Current combat power 3032. Die. The three-clawed black dragon's wrathful roar split the skies, bearing catastrophic power as it lunged towards Xiang Yu. Then so be it. Let us fight. 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 Battle light blazed in Xiang Yu's eyes. The god-slaying spear racing forward vibrated at lightning speed, his strength, spirit, and martial will converging upon it with explosive intensity, coalescing into an aura of devastation, grandeur, and imperial sovereignty. Ding. Player Xiang Yu's Overlord Spear Art activated. Combat power increased by 800. Current combat power 3390. Overlord Spear Art. Fourth form Overlord Ascendant. Xiang Yu's voice resonated with ethereal clarity. He bypassed the third form entirely, unleashing the countless spear shadows filled the sky. Then abruptly, a colossal nine-clawed silver dragon phantom manifested, radiating overwhelming primordial, imperial, and supreme authority as it descended upon the three-clawed black dragon. ROAR. At the sudden appearance of the nine-clawed silver dragon phantom, the charging three-clawed black dragon recoiled, its massive frame trembling. Instinctive dread seized it. This was a sovereign of the dragon race. Though but a phantom, illusory, fleeting, it stirred deep ancestral fear within its blood. Yet Xiang Yu granted it no time to cower. The colossal death-charged nine-clawed silver dragon bore down upon it with crushing force. Kill. In an instant, the nine-clawed silver dragon phantom, radiating apocalyptic might, clashed head-on with the three-clawed black dragon's frost-laced claws, massive tail, and scorching black dragon breath. Xiang Yu released the god-slaying spear the very moment it made contact, his 10,000 li cloud in smoke cloak veering sharply aside. Boom, 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 boom. Their collision unleashed torrential sonic blasts, mushroom clouds erupting skyward, while the three-clawed black dragon's scales shattered en masse, torrents of warm crimson dragon blood gushing forth, splattering the heavens. Its colossal body was hurled hundreds of meters through the air, crashing down with earth-shaking force. It struggled, yet failed to rise. It struggled, yet failed to rise. The three-clawed black dragon, gravely wounded. Covered in wounds, the shattered black dragon scales burst forth with torrents of crimson dragon blood staining the earth, struggling for a long time, yet still unable to rise. At this moment, the three-clawed black dragon appeared exceptionally desolate. Roar, roar. Just then the screech of the blue dragon suddenly erupted, its furious voice resonating through the heavens and the earth, exuding a violent aura. Two initial stage holy level blue dragons, witnessing the injuries of the three-clawed black dragon, could no longer hold back, roaring in anger as they surged towards it, accompanied by 16 imperial level blue dragons and 70 to 80 royal level blue dragons, all rushing toward the three-clawed black dragon. Undoubtedly, they aimed to reclaim the three-clawed black dragon. However, as the two blue dragons made their move, Zhang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, mounted on his black stallion, transformed into a streak of light, blocking one of the initial stage holy level blue dragons. Your opponent is me. Fight. The battle intent surged within Zhang Yu. The three-clawed black dragon was far too powerful for him to contend with, but he could fight against the initial stage holy level blue dragon before him. Ding. Blue dragon basic combat power value 1322. The talent skill, Dragon Tail critical hit. Activated combat power 450. The talent skill, Blue Dragon Claw. Activated combat power 450. The talent skill, Blue Dragon Entangle. Activated combat power 400. Current combat power value 2622. Roar. Facing Zhang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, who stood before it, the blue dragon immediately unleashed its full power, charging forward with overwhelming momentum to slay the obstacle in its path. Haha, good timing. Seeing the imposing blue dragon, Zhang Yu bellowed, holding the overlord spear in one hand, his aura surging as he unleashed the semi-hollow level ultimate skill, one-handed 18 pierces. Ding. Zhang Yu's basic combat power value 1500. The talent skill, Breaking Army. Activated combat power 150. The talent skill, Invincible. Activated combat power 50. The talent skill, God of Spears. Activated combat power 200. The talent skill, Peerless. Activated combat power 200. Divine Overlord Spear combat power 70. Divine Steed Black Stallion combat power 70. Current combat power value 2240. Ding. The semi-hollow level ultimate skill, one-handed 18 pierces. Activated combat power 400. Current combat power value 2640. Zhang Yu's Aura Sword. Even though the two major talent skills, Overlord's World-Shaking Might and Overlord's World-Shaking Supremacy, were sealed, he was still no less formidable than the initial stage holy level blue dragon. Holding the Overlord spear with one hand, Zhang Yu suddenly thrust it into the void 18 times in rapid succession, and instantly black dragons emerged, a total of 18, roaring with immense fury, charging toward the blue dragon. Roar. Zhang Yu and one of the blue dragons instantly became embroiled in battle, blocking the initial stage holy level blue dragon. Another blue dragon was also immediately obstructed by a gigantic golden winged rock, and the marshals, the three unmatched forces, swiftly sealed off the remaining initial stage holy level blue dragon. No matter how it roared, it could not escape the suppression of the three unparalleled forces, especially with the golden devouring Radakin to a tank standing at the forefront. Yaya, Big Python, don't move, or I'll beat you up. A soft voice rang out, yet the tank-like body remained. Ding. Because Wang Yunyun fought alongside the destined one, Zhang Yu, the talent skill, Command of Pear Blossom. Activated current command value 119. Overlord Iron Cavalry, heed my command. 8 Trigram Heavenly Gate Formation Trap. Songlong Iron Cavalry, heed my command. Long Serpent Formation Kill. Simultaneously, Wang Yunyun, fused with Fan Lihua, was as formidable as any man, her commanding value skyrocketing to 119 points, leading the Overlord Iron Cavalry and Songlong Iron Cavalry to suppress and slay the 16 Imperial level blue dragons and 70 to 80 Royal level blue dragons. Zhang Yu watched as the entire battlefield fell under his control, instantly feeling elated. What was he working? Wasn't it to have allies while he fought? Otherwise, even if he could defeat the three-clawed black dragon, he wouldn't necessarily be able to handle the two blue dragons with combat power values as high as 2,600, let alone the 16 Imperial level blue dragon minions and 70 to 80 Royal level blue dragon minions. Thus, the importance of power and minions was clearly evident. Roar. At this moment, the severely injured three-clawed black dragon finally struggled to rise, gazing at the suppressed battlefield, its tank-sized eyes filled with murderous intent as they looked towards Zhang Yu. Roar. Humans, wait for me. Without a word, the three-clawed black dragon issued a fierce threat and suddenly moved its body, attempting to soar into the sky. Want to run. Looking at the three-clawed black dragon trying to flee after making threats, Zhang Yu couldn't help but scoff the setting sun while suddenly appearing in his hand. Suddenly, the three-clawed black dragon soared into the air, wanting to escape. Just then, a beam of deathly light locked onto its massive head. Go! Zhang Yu shouted, and the setting sun arrow transformed into a streak of light, piercing directly into the dragon's tank-like eyes. No! As the threat of death approached, the three-clawed black dragon attempted to dodge, but severely wounded, it could not escape. Pooh! A spray of blood shot into the sky, and the massive body of the three-clawed black dragon plummeted straight down. The three-clawed black dragon dead. After slaughtering the three-clawed black dragon, Zhang Yu naturally would not let the two initial stage holy level blue dragons escape. With Zhang Yu's assistance, the two initial stage holy level blue dragons were quickly overwhelmed and killed. At this moment, Wang Yunyun was also commanding the army to annihilate numerous blue dragons. Securing high-level cave blessings, they returned triumphantly. Zhang Yu gazed solemnly at the corpse of the three-clawed black dragon lying on the holy level talent altar. Has it system sprite, I have obtained the holy level secret tome, but it seems I do not possess a holy level talent. Previously, it was hinted that I could cultivate into a holy level general. What is the difference? Ding. Hint to player: Zhang Yu possessing the holy level secret tome means that as long as you continue to cultivate, you will eventually be able to break through the limits and achieve holy level status, but it takes considerable time. Having a body with holy level talent significantly increases aptitude, allowing the body to automatically accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy and fully comprehend holy level ultimate skills, hastening the breakthrough to the holy level general realm. Ding! The hint from the system sprite made Xiang Yu instantly realize, no longer hesitating, and directly stepped onto the holy level talent altar. Taking a lot of time was evidently not suitable for him. Ding! Detecting the soul talent of the deceased holy level monster, the three-clawed black dragon. Do you wish to burn 1,000 prestige points for transfer? Burn, Xiang Yu said directly. Boom. As the words fell, he felt an indescribable force surging into his mind, and his body surged with powerful energy. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Ding. Congratulations, player Xiang Yu, your aptitude has been upgraded to SS. Ding. Congratulations, player Xiang Yu, you have acquired the three-clawed black dragon scale armor, talent skill. This talent skill can grow, can be summoned, can be hidden, and only takes effect in reality. As the system sprite's notification sounded, Xiang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his heart stirring intensely. Instantly, a multitude of dense, dark, metallic sheen dragon scales flashed, covering his arms, shoulders, forehead, and back, causing Xiang Yu to feel as if he had transformed into a dragon man. Super strong defensive dragon scale armor, not bad. Thinking of the formidable defensive power of the three-clawed black dragon, Xiang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh, brother Yu, what happened to you? You wouldn't have taken some genetic potion, would you? Seeing that Xiang Yu was suddenly enveloped in a layer of scale armor, Wang Yunyun became anxious and hurriedly asked, her exquisite face marked with deep concern. What are you thinking? Genetic potion? We don't even have a laboratory. How could there be a genetic potion? Hearing Wang Yunyun's crisp and urgent voice, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smirk while feeling a stir in his heart. At once, the dense black dragon scale armor on his surface vanished and concealed itself. Are you really not using a genetic potion? Seeing the black dragon scales disappear from Xiang Yu's body, Wang Yunyun didn't relax, directly approaching him and anxiously questioning her beautiful face filled with worry. What's going on? Looking at the very tense Wang Yunyun, Xiang Yu was puzzled but still explained. It's really not any genetic reagent. This is just the function of the sacred talent altar, which can occasionally grant the talent skills of a death-level sacred beast. The dragon armor I had just now was from that three-clawed black dragon. Seeing Wang Yunyun's worried expression, Xiang Yu patiently explained, even though he didn't know why she was so concerned. Oh, talent skills, then it's fine. Hearing Xiang Yu's explanation, Wang Yunyun visibly let out a sigh of relief. Come on, get on. Xiang Yu didn't ask her what she was worried about, as he believed she wouldn't say anything. Xiang Yu directly pushed Wang Yunyun onto the altar while he stored the three-clawed black dragon into his supreme ring and released one of the sacred level azure flood dragons. Indeed, Xiang Yu decided to enhance Wang Yunyun's qualifications first. Although she seemed to be hiding many things from him, her loyalty to him was genuine. Moreover, she seemingly devoted everything to him. Her feelings were real, without any pretense, even directly gifting him the priceless Nuwa repairing stone. What could he possibly be dissatisfied with? Ding! Detected the talent of the death-level sacred beast azure flood dragon soul. Would you like to burn 1000 prestige points for transfer? The system fairy's prompt sounded. Burn. Just as Xiang Yu was about to speak, Wang Yunyun's crisp and ethereal, alright, you've saved me 1000 prestige points. Hearing Wang Yunyun's clear and ethereal voice, Xiang Yu couldn't help but touch his nose, his gaze towards her stunning beauty and exquisite figure, growing gentler. Soon under Xiang Yu's gaze, Wang Yunyun closed her eyes. Time passed second by second, and as time went by, the aura around Wang Yunyun began to spread, growing ever stronger. Half an hour passed. Suddenly, Wang Yunyun's pair of dazzling eyes opened quickly, looking at her hands. A powerful aura instantly formed, and Wang Yunyun's hands rapidly turned green, cold and eerie, claws suddenly taking shape. Success. Watching the changes in Wang Yunyun's hands, Xiang Yu's eyes brightened suddenly. Oh, brother Yu, my talent has actually risen to SSSS level, and I even gained the sacred level Azure Flood Dragon's Azure Flood Claw talent skill. Wang Yunyun's silver bell-like ethereal and clear voice rang out, sounding very happy. Hearing her joyful voice, a smile spread across Xiang Yu's face as he directly opened Wang Yunyun's attribute panel. Name: Wang Yunyun's sacred level talent unsealed. Qualification: SSSS level, rapidly absorbs spiritual energy, increases battle power by 10 points daily. Battle power 1370. Charm value 100, max value. A beauty that would make the moon hide and flowers shamed. Loyalty 100, devoted. Enough to do anything for you. Mount: Snow White Phoenix Shadow Horse, divine mount. Weapon: Falling Star Soul Chasing Spear, divine level. Talent skills: 1. Courage of Pear Blossom, battle power 150 when fighting alongside the destined person. 2. Azure Flood Claw, each strike increases battle power by 150 up to a maximum of 450 battle power. Can only be used in reality. 3. Command of Pear Blossom, command 15 when fighting alongside the destined person. SSSS level qualification: can actually increase battle power by 10 points daily. Wow, doesn't that mean I can gain 1 point of battle power every day? Looking at the SSSS level qualification, which could increase battle power by 10 points daily, Xiang Yu was still very astonished. You must know that in the central area of the top cave paradise one could only increase battle power by 100 points in 30 days. And the SSSS level qualification increases battle power by 10 points each day. Oh, what does that mean? This means that in 30 days one could increase battle power by a full 300 points, which is 3 times that of a top cave paradise. Now what if we add the cave paradise bonuses from the Dragon King's palace? Xiang Yu couldn't help but be secretly shocked. It was terrifying, frightening enough to make him a bit anxious. Is this normal? Those sacred level or even divine level beasts can only use the cave paradise to enhance their battle power, while humans can actually raise their qualifications to sacred level and have their battle power soar, which is several times that of sacred level beasts or even divine level beasts. Is this normal? It's not normal. Then there is undoubtedly only one explanation: the sacred level beasts are about to. After the unsealing of the sacred level beasts, their battle power may skyrocket in an instant, so it seems that the will of Blue Star is accelerating the rise of powerful humans. Brother Yu, this Azure Floodclaw talent skill is so powerful it can actually increase 450 battle power. It's just a pity that it can only be used in reality. Wang Yun's joyful voice came from beside him, a fragrant breeze enveloping him. Then suddenly feeling something soft on her arm, he realized that without him noticing, the excited Wang Yun had directly wrapped her arms around Xiang Ye's arm, startling him awake. Quickly get strong and fight alongside me. Feeling the astonishing sensation on his arm, Xiang Yu couldn't help but gasp, speaking with difficulty. However, looking at Wang Yun's unparalleled beauty, he secretly made up his mind to seize the opportunity. I really want to fight alongside Brother Yu. Feeling that the seal of the sacred level beast seemed to be on the verge of unsealing, Xiang Yu also lost his composure and directly left the remaining chance to enhance the qualifications of a sacred level beast to the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Yu. Because the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Yu was undoubtedly the strongest among his subordinates, only the strongest could maximize the potential of the sacred level talent. Ding! Detected the talent of the death level sacred beast Azure Flood Dragon Soul. Would you like to burn 100 prestige points to transfer it to the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Yu? Burn. Time passed second by second, and the aura around the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Yu grew stronger. Soon half an hour passed. Boom. A violent aura rose from the Western Shu Overlord Xiang Yu, and then his hands transformed into blue claws resembling flood dragons. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Xiang Ye's face. The Azure Flood Claw talent skill could enhance battle power by 450 points, so now the Western Shu Overlord's battle power would surely exceed 300 enough to contend with the likes of the 3-clawed Black Dragon, which was a sacred level mid-tier beast under seal. Using the Holy Level talent Alter, 3 Holy Level monstrous beasts were extracted. Xiang Yu gained the Black Dragon Scale Armor talent skill, while Wang Yun and the Western Shu Overlord obtained the Azure Flood Dragon Claws talent skill. Our combat power has increased once again. Clearly Xiang Yu was not content with the status quo, especially knowing that the seal on the Holy Level monstrous beasts might soon be lifted, making him increasingly anxious, wishing he could eliminate all the Holy Level beasts. Xiang Yu led his subordinates towards the southwest direction of the Dragon King Hall, for there lay a Holy Level monstrous beast, the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast. Boom, boom, boom. The thundering warhorses galloped forward, a mighty army brimming with overwhelming force charging towards the southwest. Facing the unstoppable and massive 10th Xandrider Special Iron Cavalry, the myriad beasts evaded, and they quickly covered over 1,000 miles. In the distance, a high-level cave paradise valley shrouded in spiritual mist emerged. Roar, roar, roar. Perhaps sensing the enormous aura of Xiang Ye's side, suddenly a thunderous roar, 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 roar. Following that, a series of weaker roars echoed in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the sound of earth-shattering roars resounded, and powerful auras surged from the vast spirit-filled valley, charging towards Xiang Ye's direction. Stop! Seeing the overwhelming aura ahead, Xiang Yu directly ordered a halt, his expression unusually solemn, for he sensed the opponent's formidable strength surpassing that of the previous 3-clawed Black Dragon. Undoubtedly, this Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast is a high-level holy beast. With this thought, Xiang Ye's eyes were filled with solemnity. High-level holy beasts were incredibly powerful. Roar, roar, roar. The thunderous sound exploded, and an immense aura surged forth. In an instant, a gigantic monstrous beast over 30 to 40 meters long appeared before Xiang Yu and his companions. Hiss! Looking at the beast before them, Xiang Yu and the others couldn't help but gasp. Before them stood the massive Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast, resembling a qilin with a dragon's mouth and lion-like wild head, its body covered in dark golden scales, a tail lined with sharp spikes, 4 legs as thick as iron pillars, cold and sharp claws like a fierce tiger, and a single horn atop its head entirely black and gold. Its body was filled with tower-like muscles, and the scales emitted a dark golden metallic sheen, while its eyes, the size of water tanks, looked down on Xiang Yu and the others. Damn, this is a boss. Looking at the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast's fierce wild appearance and its imposing aura before even checking its attributes, Xiang Yu felt a wave of difficulty. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu opened the beast's attribute panel. If he couldn't win, he decided to run immediately. Name: Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King, High Level Holy. Status sealed. Type Beast. Current level Emperor level peak combat power 1630 talent skills. 1 dark golden beast scale armor extremely strong body defense greatly reducing damage from attacks. 2 wind speed rampage black tiger's swift speed enhancing movement speed. 3 divine power frenzy rampant strength adding 500 combat power during attacks. 4 golden-eye beast tail strike gathering all strength into the dragon tail for a powerful strike adding 300 combat power maximum 500. 5 golden-eye beast stomp rampant power kicking adding 450 combat power. 6 golden-eye beast claw combo each strike increases combat power by 200 maximum increase of 600 combat power. Damn, it's terrifying. Looking at the attribute panel of the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King, Xiang immediately lost his composure. It was truly powerful, at least stronger than the previous 3-clawed black dragon. Roar, 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 roar. At that moment a series of thundering sounds arose as groups of Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts charged in with 24 Emperor-level Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts, and among them 3 Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts made Xiang's pupils shrink. Because the aura of these 3 Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts was all at the holy level, one of them was comparable to the previous 3-clawed black dragon, undoubtedly a mid-level holy beast. The other 2 Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts were low-level holy beasts. As if that wasn't enough, as time passed, waves of royal-level Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts rushed forth. Xiang glanced over and roughly estimated that there were at least 100 with their auras pressing down towards Xiang's side. Damn, Xiao, what have you done? You misrepresented the military report. Xiang immediately lost his composure, speaking to Xiao and Kai in disbelief. Is this a holy-level beast? Brother Yu, I'm sorry. At that time we sensed a powerful holy-level beast here, but we didn't dare to get close, plus the valley was shrouded in spiritual mist. Kai's aggrieved voice came, leaving Xiang speechless. Yes boss, this beast is too powerful. I was afraid of getting hurt, so I didn't go to check. Don't blame Sister Kaya. At that moment Xiao childish voice also explained. Hearing Kai's self-reproachful voice, Xiang's anger lessened significantly. Xiao and Kai's combat power was only around 2,000, and facing a holy-level beast with at least 1,000 combat power higher than them, it was understandable that they were too intimidated to approach. However, looking at the 4 high-level holy Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts, 24 Emperor-level Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts, and over 100 Royal-level Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts, Xiang hesitated. Should he fight or not? The Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King's full power could reach around 3,600, while his was around 3,400. Undoubtedly, he would be at a disadvantage. Xiang quickly glanced at the mid-level holy Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast, whose base combat power was 1469, with Divine Power Frenzy adding 400, Golden Eye Beast Tail Strike adding 450, Golden Eye Beast Stomp adding 400, and Golden Eye Beast Claw Combo adding 500, resulting in a total combat power of 3,219. Only the Western Shu Overlord Xiang could unleash his full power, and with the newly acquired talent skill Azure Flood Dragon Claws, his combat power reached 3,100, barely able to cope with the opponent. But what about the others? Looking at the 2 low-level holy Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts, their combat power was around 2,600. Could the entire team defeat them? Moreover, the opponent also had 24 Emperor-level Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts, and over 100 Royal-level Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts. Even if he had nearly 10,000 Special Iron Cavalry at the 10th level, could they defeat them? If they really had to fight, Xiang felt that his side might be overwhelmed. Roar, roar, roar. A thrilling echo reverberated. Boom, 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 boom. The high-level holy Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King thundered towards the ground, its massive body transformed into a swift shadow charging at Xiang. Damn, it's so fast. Watching the opponent's shadowy body, Xiang immediately lost his composure. The opponent's speed was too fast, he couldn't escape. Roars and thunderous impacts filled the air. It is hard to imagine the terror of a 3-formator behemoth charging at you with blinding speed. Watching the speed of the He Hu Jinxing Shouwang, Xiang's pupils contracted. It seemed he could not escape today. If his guess was right, this He Hu Jinxing was likely a hybrid of a tiger-type demon beast and a Jinxing beast. As the old saying goes, the wind follows the tiger, the clouds follow the dragon. Undoubtedly, the extraordinary speed of this He Hu Jinxing show best embodies the idea of the wind following the tiger. The Jinxing beast carries great renown. Ancient records claim that to master one is to traverse heaven, earth, and sea without limit. It can ride clouds and mist, swim, and displays uncanny intelligence. Often likened to Qilin and dragons. Dragon jaws, lion head, fish scales, oxtail, tiger claws, deer antlers. Its body of vermilion hue. Because dragons bore 9 sons, each different from the dragon, yet sharing aspects of its form and immense power, the Jinxing beast appears to be a branch of the dragon line. The He Hu Jinxing before him seemed to have lost those Scientia void roaming abilities, greatly weakened. Yet it clearly possessed the tiger's speed, more evidence of a hybrid origin. With a booming roar, the He Hu Jinxing Shouwang arrived before Xiang and halted only paces away. Its jar-like eyes swept over him as it continued to bellow. Boss, it says you provoked it. It did not provoke the human clan first. It says it will eat you. Xiao Jin's small tremulous voice sounded. Hearing Xiao Jin, Xiang said nothing, his gaze locked onto the beast. There was no doubt the He Hu Jinxing Shuang truly had the power to make such a claim. A thunderous roar filled the air. Hearing Xiao Jin, the Shuang's enormous head snapped around, and its eyes fixed on Xiao Jin. It grew instantly excited, as if appraising a priceless treasure. What? Boss, it says it will eat me. Suddenly Xiao Jin burst into tears, its golden form streaking to Xiang Yu. With another roaring cry, the He Hu Jinxing Shuang turned its gaze back to Xiang Yu. A brutal, savage aura instantly shrouded him. What the? You really think you can eat me? Seeing the beast's wanton arrogance, Xiang Yu flared with anger. He admitted that a moment before, after comparing combat strength, he had considered retreat. By most measures, the creature appeared slightly stronger and capable of suppressing them. But Xiang Yu had not expected such speed, or at that velocity there was no way he could escape with his people. That did not mean the creature could strut about unchecked. Damn it. Picking off this one, and that as if we were beneath contempt. Even if we are pressured, you will pay a price. In an instant, Xiang Yu's fury erupted. Reborn merged with Li Yuanba. He had slain Emperor-grade demon beasts, killed Imperial-level beast lords, hunted saint-level monsters. When had he ever endured such indignity? Never, never. If humiliation belonged to a life, it was in the previous shadowed existence. But in this life, for a creature to swagger before him like this. Fight! A cold light flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. Even if you are a high saint-grade demon beast, so what? The Shirshin Chong in my hand is not made of clay. Fight! 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 Xiang Yu's battle intent surged to a vast, imposing aura formed. Sensing Xiang Yu's tremendous momentum, Xiao Jin shot out and leapt onto Kair. Kill! 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 Sensing Xiang Yu's aura, legendary figures Shi Chu Bawang, Xiang Yu Wu Sheng, Guan Yu Wang Yun, and the 11,000 10-tier special troops behind them roared as one. A colossal iron-blooded momentum coalesced. Waves of annihilating murderous intent surged toward the foe. A thunderous cry escaped the He Hu Jinxing Shuang. Its jar-like eyes glanced warily at the army behind Xiang Yu, then it roared again at Xiang Yu. Boss, it says it wants to duel you onion. Xiao Jin's childish voice carried. Chicken out. Hearing Xiao Jin's translation, Xiang Yu sneered coldly. Indeed, the beast might disregard the 5 peerless generals, but 11,000 10-tier special iron cavalry were not so easily dismissed. 10-tier special iron cavalry are unparalleled soldiers. A single trooper's ability rivals a first-rate historical general, comparable to a king-level demon beast. Imagine 11,000 king-level beasts cooperating with iron discipline. What force would that unleash? They would certainly exact a terrible price from the He Hu Jinxing clan. Thus the Shuang winced. More precisely, a duel. Battle intent burst from Xiang Yu, his eyes fixed icily on the beast's massive form. Did it truly think Xiang Yu was easy prey? Fight! Suddenly Xiang Yu thrust the Shirshin Chong toward the beast and bellowed as an immense force surged forth. A ferocious roar answered. Seeing the diminutive human and the aura he radiated, the Shuang shook its enormous head and sneezed apparent kill. Xiang Yu sneered at the beast's indifference. His aura skyrocketed, and his mount Wanli Yenyun Zhao became a streak of light as it surged forward. The Shirshin Chong trembled in his hand, moving to the extreme. Bright white spear illusions flashed as a towering murderous intent spread, accompanied by a vast domineering aura. Ding! Ding! Player Xiang Yu base combat power 1700. Critical crushing, talent activated combat power 150. Invincible, talent activated 50. Pajun 150. Chongshun activated 200. Using divine grade Shirshin Chong 70. Using divine grade mount Wanli Yenyun Zhao 70. Current combat power 2390. Ding! Player Xiang Yes, Ba Huang Xiangjue, activated combat power 200, current combat power 2590. Ba Huang Xiangjue, first form, overlords rise and fall. Suddenly Xiang Yu roared and unleashed his killing move Ba Huang Xiangjue. Waves of violent momentum formed into spear blossoms reeking of death as they hurled toward the unconcerned He Hu Jinxing Shuang. Kill! The Wanli Yenyun Zhao like a streak of light sped toward the He Hu Jinxing Shuang. A roar. Suddenly sensing the threat of the lightning-fast assault, the Shuang froze. Could this tiny human truly erupt such overwhelming force? It felt an aura of danger. Kill! A bellow rang out. The Shuang looked and found the small human's eyes filled with coldness and murderous intent. A fierce roar. The Shuang reacted instantly. Its enormous claws sought to block. Too late. Kill! A cold gleam flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. Seizing the beast's laps, the Shirshin Chong, bristling with dangerous energy and ferocity, thrust toward the creature's neck. The black tiger golden clear beast suddenly became agitated upon sensing Xiang Yu's formidable threat, reacting instantly to the glinting spearhead. Ding! The black tiger golden clear beast king had a base combat power of 1630. The talent skill divine power rampage activated, increasing combat power by 500. The talent skill golden eye beast claw combo activated, increasing combat power by 400, bringing the current combat power to 2530. However, contrary to Xiang Yu's expectations, the opponent quickly responded, and their combat power seemed to be no. Nonetheless, with the arrow knocked, it must be fired. The spear of the god-slaying spear, flashing with a chilling brilliance, fiercely descended upon the opponent. The black tiger golden clear beast king swept its 2 claws glimmering with a dark luster towards Xiang Yu's god-slaying spear. Kill! With a flurry of clashes, the dark claws collided with the spear, creating bursts of sparks. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful recoil forced Zhang Yu to quickly retreat, his hand feeling numb from the god-slaying spear. Kill. As he was retreating, Zhang Yu did not wait to stop. He pushed off the ground, the vast smoke and clouds rising into the air, enduring the discomfort of the recoil, and once again charged towards the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King at high speed. Zhang Yu's expression was particularly serious. The Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King was too powerful. He could only strike first, or the consequences would be dire. Kill. Zhang Yu roared again, his killing intent boiling, his aura surging once more as the god-slaying spear in his hand shook wildly in the air, gathering a mysterious momentum. Ding. Player Zhang Yu activates Overlord Spear Technique, increasing combat power by 400. Current combat power is 2,990. A magnificent intent emanated from the swirling spear tip. A grand and sovereign aura surged forth, rippling through the air. Roar. A massive silver dragon phantom appeared, echoing like a dragon's roar as a divine dragon's tail swept forth, embodying the overwhelming will of a sovereign. Overlord Spear Technique, second form, Sovereign Boundless Kill. The silver dragon, exuding a frenzied aura, charged towards the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King. Roar. Upon seeing the more threatening silver dragon, the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King instantly became furious. Did he almost fall victim to a sneak attack just now? With an angry roar, the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King unleashed its formidable power, determined to uphold its dignity. Roar. Ding. The Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King's base combat power was 1630. The talent skill Divine Power Rampage activated, increasing combat power by 500. The talent skill Golden Eye Beast Claw Combo activated, increasing combat power by 600. The talent skill Golden Eye Beast Tail Strike activated, increasing combat power by 500, bringing current combat power to 3,230. The massive spike tail and the two cold dark claws of the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King struck fiercely towards the silver dragon phantom formed by the god-slaying spear. Not good. Upon realizing that the opponent's combat power was over 200 higher than his, Zhang Yu internally panicked. Not daring to slack off, he continued his actions, and the black metallic luster of the Black Dragon Scale armor materialized around him, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Ding. Player Zhang Yu activates Black Dragon Scale Armor Talent Skill. Instantly covered in the Black Dragon Scale armor, he seemed to transform into a dragon man, his defense greatly enhanced. Kill. With his mind at ease, Zhang Yu roared, charging with the god-slaying spear and the silver dragon phantom towards the opponent. In an instant, the silver dragon phantom collided violently with the massive spiked tail and the two cold dark claws of the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous explosion roared as if Zhang Yu in his dragon form, along with the vast smoke and clouds, was blasted away. Roar. The furious roar erupted, revealing that the massive tail of the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King had some broken scales with threads of blood seeping out, and its claws were also slightly damaged. Haha, so your defense is not that impressive after all. Zhang Yu, who had been blasted away, laughed heartily in midair, looking at the slightly injured Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King. Zhang Yu originally thought that since it was a Golden Clear Beast, its defense wouldn't be weak. However, this not weak clearly has its comparisons. Compared to ordinary monsters, the Golden Clear Beast's defense is indeed strong, with a combat power reaching 3,000, yet it only sustained minor damage, indicating its defense is unmatched by most monsters. However, compared to truly powerful beasts like the Dragon Clan, it was far inferior. With the Black Dragon armor on him, Zhang Yu felt only slight turbulence in his blood and some mild pain from the recent clash. Clearly, Zhang Yu's defense was far superior to that of his opponent. Kill. Upon realizing the opponent's only weakness, Zhang Yu's morale surged. While soaring through the air, he forcefully dragged the god-slaying spear downwards, halting the vast smoke and clouds. Then he pushed the spear once more, the recoil, sending the smoke and clouds charging again towards the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King. Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as the god-slaying spear quaked at an incredibly fast frequency. All his strength, spirit, and battle will surge towards the spear, gathering a momentum of destruction, grandeur, and sovereign aura. Ding. Player Zhang Yu activates Overlord Spear Technique, increasing combat power by 800. Current combat power is 3,390. Overlord Spear Technique, fourth form, Overlord, descends. Countless spear shadows flickered and a massive 9-clawed silver dragon phantom suddenly appeared, exuding a tremendous aura of ancient sovereign and supreme power, tightly locking onto the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King as it surged forth. Roar. The Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King, seeing the suddenly appearing massive 9-clawed silver dragon phantom, had its eyes filled with caution, danger, and extreme peril. Roar. The Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King became frantic, its massive limbs stomping madly, its violent aura soaring. Ding. The Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King activated the talent skill Golden Eye Beast Stomp, increasing combat power by 450. Current combat power is 3,680. Roar. Suddenly, the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King unleashed its three powerful attacks, its thick spiked legs, massive tail, and two cold dark claws aimed at Zhang Yu's 9-clawed silver dragon phantom. In an instant the two sides' frenzied attacks collided, and Xiang Yu exerted all his effort to protect the vast smoke and clouds. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous explosion erupted and mushroom clouds billowed. Xiang Yu along with the vast smoke and clouds was blasted away with several of his scales breaking and blood seeping out. At the same time the black tiger golden clear beast also suffered with large portions of its scales shattering and a torrent of blood gushing forth under Xiang Yu's strongest strike. Are you okay? Wang Yunyun from a distance anxiously stared at the flying Xiang Yu feeling extremely worried. If it weren't for her own weak combat power, she would have rushed in already. Haha, and exhilarating. Xiang Yu felt an extraordinary surge of exhilaration and disbelief as he realized his dragon scale armor offered astonishingly formidable defense, so potent in fact that it surpassed even the legendary three-clawed black dragons. Ding. A system notification chimed. Players Xiang Yu all body type innate talents are growth-oriented talents. Their manifested power scales directly with the bearer's base combat strength. Since your base combat strength exceeds that of the three-clawed black dragon, your dragon scale armor surpasses its defensive capability. Ding. Another notification chimed. Player Xiang Yu body type innate talents are exceptionally rare, far harder to obtain than offensive talents. As the peerless sovereign among humanity, you have been granted special dispensation. Suddenly mid-flight, Xiang Yu heard the system spirits chime. And damn, so body type talents truly are the ultimate trump card. Hearing the system spirit's prompt, Xiang Yu instantly grasped why his dragon scale armor was so extraordinarily resilient. The black dragon scale armor talent scaled its defensive potency precisely according to base combat strength. The three-clawed black dragon's base combat strength stood at 1532, yet Xiang Yu soared to 1700, clearly surpassing it. Thus his armor's defensive might naturally eclipse the beast's. Kill. After enduring that cataclysmic clash unscathed, and now fully aware of his own defensive supremacy, Xiang Yu shed all lingering trepidation. He steadied himself, and Li Yuanba Zhao leveled his divine slaying spear and charged forward once more. Roar, roar, roar. And seeing that accursed human dare charge again, the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign erupted in fury, yet its watermelon-sized eyes flickered with unmistakable astonishment. It could not fathom how a mere human had sprouted dragon scales. And even more baffling, after colliding with such overwhelming force, this human bore barely a scratch, while it itself bled torrents. Kill, kill, kill. Yet Xiang Yu granted it no time for contemplation. Under Wang Yunyun's watchful gaze, his divine-slaying spear trembled violently, every fiber of his body's spirit and battle will converging upon its tip, coalescing into waves of annihilation, grandeur, and imperial majesty. Instantly, a colossal spectral nine-clawed silver dragon materialized, radiating primordial antiquity, sovereign authority, and supreme dominion. N. Sovereign Emperor Spear Art Fourth Form. Sovereign Emperor descends. Kill. And Xiang Yu roared, unleashing an overwhelming aura of imperial sovereignty as he surged forward. And roar, roar, roar. Witnessing this dragon-like human unleash yet another devastating technique, the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign seethed inwardly, suddenly gripped by an overwhelming urge to retreat. In this world, raw power alone never guarantees victory, especially when one's foe possesses both impenetrable defense and lethal offense. The outcome, it seemed, was already sealed. Though the beast sovereign recoiled at the sight of that colossal primordial nine-clawed silver dragon specter, its mind reeling with frustration, it had no choice but to meet the blow. Refusal meant certain death, while parrying promised grievous injury. ROAR, na thunderous boom shook the heavens. Though bitterly resentful, the beast's sovereign moved with blinding. Its pillar-thick legs pounded the earth furiously, while its massive tail, bristling with dagger-like spines, coiled and lashed with devastating force toward the nine-clawed silver dragon specter. Its twin claws, cold obsidian black and razor-sharp, also slashed toward the spectral dragon. And boom, boom. The beast sovereign unleashed its three ultimate techniques, claws, tail, and leg strikes, colliding head-on with the nine-clawed silver dragon specter, which radiated primordial antiquity, sovereign authority, and supreme dominion. Boom, 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 boom. Violent sonic detonations erupted, sending mushroom clouds of turbulent energy billowing outward. From afar, Xiang Yu of Western Shu and Wang Yunyun watched, jaws clenched. This was pure unadulterated collision, flesh against flesh, will against will. Spurt. Suddenly a gush of blood erupted from Xiang Yu's mouth. He and Li Yuanba Zhao were hurled backward first. His black dragon armor shattered, further crimson rivulets welling from countless fissures as Xiang Yu spat forth a torrent of scarlet. Wang Yunyun tightened her fists, tense yet silent. Her eyes locked on Xiang Yu's, blazing with fierce, unyielding light, the luminous gaze of invincibility. Ao, as Xiang Yu hurtled through the air, the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign let loose a deafening, agonized roar, prompting Wang Yunyun and the others to whirl around. There it lay, flung backward by the cataclysmic impact, its colossal form horrifically mangled, vast swathes of scale armor torn away, raw muscle and sinew exposed, arterial blood jetting like geysers. One golden claw snapped clean off, its massive tail riddled with gaping wounds, blood spraying in violent arcs, pitiful beyond words. Cough, cough. In mid-flight, Xiang Yu caught sight of the beast sovereign's wretched state, and laughed, spitting another mouthful of blood. Truth be told, he need not have suffered injury at all, but protecting Li Yuanba left him no room to evade. Fortunately, the wounds remained within his threshold of endurance. Damn it, what a fight. Let's go again. In kill. In abruptly, Xiang Yu dragged his spear across the ground, halting their momentum. Li Yuanba responded instantly, charging forward once more. Kill. In Xiang Yu's gaze hardened, glinting with frost-laced lethality. He had not forgotten this beast had pursued him relentlessly from the outset. He'd intended retreat, yet the sovereign had refused to yield. Then so be it. War it is. In war. In fourth form Sovereign Emperor descent. His divine-slaying spear vibrated at blinding frequency, his entire being, strength, spirit, and battle will, fusing into its tip. Waves of destruction, grandeur, and sovereign majesty converged anew, and the nine-clawed silver dragon specter reappeared, bearing apocalyptic fury straight toward its foe. Roar, roar, roar. In seeing the nine-clawed silver dragon streak toward it like a meteor, the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign roared, not in fury but in despair. It suddenly wished it could strike itself. Why had it impulsively blocked this human's retreat? But could the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign truly withdraw? In behind it stood over 100 of its kin. Beyond lay a supreme celestial sanctuary, a sacred valley where its lineage's ancient legacy and ascendant power took root. Could it flee? Its watermelon-sized eyes flared wide, raw savage power surging anew, as it charged forward once more, pain etched deep into every fiber. In an instant they clashed again. In boom, 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 and spurt, spurt. In sonic detonations cracked the air, mushroom clouds bloomed anew. Xiang Yu flew backward once more, blood erupting from his lips. AOO. The black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign's anguished howl tore through the sky. Its armor shattered, wholesale chunks of flesh flying, blood gushing, like fountains, claws shearing apart, its massive tail pockmarked with craters. Its 30-meter frame careening uncontrollably, flipping 10 meters before crashing down. Kill. And at that very moment, a sharp, lethal, and resounding voice pierced the chaos. Another colossal nine-clawed silver dragon specter coalesced, descending upon the fallen beast sovereign. In death, as cold breath swept over it. The beast sovereign vomited blood as it scrambled desperately to meet the assault. In boom, 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 spurt, spurt. In sonic blasts detonated anew, mushroom clouds swelled. Xiang Yu hurtled backward again, blood flooding his throat. The black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign fared far worse. Its 30-meter frame lay in ruins, blood jetting from every wound. Its massive body catapulted 50 meters before slamming into the earth with bone-shattering force. Kill. In Xiang Yu's voice cut through the ruin, cold, merciless, absolute, as another colossal nine-clawed silver dragon specter formed and descended upon the fallen beast sovereign. A high-tier saint-level black tiger golden-eyed beast, overwhelmed, dominated, crushed. Roar, roar, roar. As Xiang Yu once again brandished the divine-slaying spear, trailing behind him the ethereal silhouette of a colossal nine-clawed silver dragon, the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign instantly felt death's chilling breath coil tightly around its heart. Indeed, death's breath. It had been utterly broken by Xiang Yu's relentless, brutal collisions. Not that it lacked strength, its peak combat power could surge to 3680, a formidable might indeed. Nor was Xiang Yu himself exceptionally powerful. His own maximum combat power stood at only 3390. 290 points lower than the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereigns. Could he truly be deemed stronger? Certainly not. Rather, it was being suppressed, fiercely, overwhelmingly suppressed. It was being battered down, pinned mercilessly to the ground. It wasn't that the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign lacked power, nor that Xiang Yu possessed extraordinary might. Rather, the sovereign was fundamentally countered. Xiang Yu's offensive force was precisely calibrated to wound the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign, while the sovereign's attacks in turn inflicted negligible harm upon him. Where then lay the crux of the matter. Defense, yes, defense itself. Its overwhelming offensive power had been effortlessly blocked, whereas Xiang Yu's strikes pierced its defenses with devastating effect, inflicting grievous, debilitating wounds. As the human once more coalesced the immense nine-clawed silver dragon's phantom and surged forward, the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign felt itself enveloped entirely by death's suffocating shroud. It could no longer withstand even a single blow from him. If it did, it feared it would either perish outright or suffer crippling injury. Roar, roar, roar. At last the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign abandoned all restraint. A feeble, trembling roar erupted, laced with raw terror and desperate urgency. Roar, roar, roar. 3 resonant roars echoed forth, and as if summoned by fate, 3 saint-tier black tiger golden-eyed beasts surged forward like gales of obsidian gold, materializing instantly before their shattered sovereign. Damn it! So it's calling for reinforcements. Xiang Yu, hurtling forward at breakneck speed, halted abruptly upon seeing the trio of saint-tier beasts now blocking his path, and abandoned his prepared ultimate technique. He held no confidence in defeating 3 such foes alone. Brother leader, shall we attack together? At that moment, Shao Jin Kai'er and Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Shu, rushed forward in unison, their auras surging violently, as they fixed their predatory gazes upon the three Saint-Tier beasts poised to strike at Xiang Yu's slightest command. Roar, roar, roar. And then, 24 Emperor-tier Black Tiger golden-eyed beasts, and over 100 Sovereign-tier ones descended en masse, their collective presence thunderous and menacing, encircling their wounded sovereign at the center like an impenetrable fortress. Clearly, slaying the Black Tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign would necessitate full-scale war, annihilating every last one of them. Xiang Yu, his body drenched in blood and armor splintered, frowned deeply and raised a hand, halting his subordinates mid-advance. His gaze swept across the vast, seething tide of black-furred beasts, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Logically, he should have been able to lead his army and elite vassals to total victory. Yet hesitation held him back. One critical factor could not be overlooked: the Black Tiger golden-eyed beast's unparalleled speed. Yes, speed like that of a tiger, swift, lethal, and unnerving. Earlier, witnessing the sheer velocity of their ranks, Xiang Yu had already contemplated retreat, only to be intercepted and forced into battle by the sovereign itself, whose speed far outstripped his own. But then came the Black Dragon scale armor, a revelation. With its peerless defense, he had pressed the sovereign into the earth, nearly reducing it to ruin. Yet the present situation was dire. Though Xiang Yu appeared vigorous and commanding, appearances deceived. He could no longer unleash overwhelming force. He bore serious injuries. True, the Black Dragon scale armor offered exceptional defense, but exceptional was not invincible. It could not nullify blows entirely. Repeated collisions with a foe whose combat power soared to 3680 inevitably exacted their toll. He simply sustained less damage than his adversary. Undeniably, the Black Tiger golden-eyed beast clan still commanded 3 Saint-Tier warriors. Should battle erupt, Xiang Yu's forces would unquestionably be overwhelmed. Frowning, Xiang Yu turned quietly to Wang Yunyun and asked, "If you were to command our main force to suppress their Emperor-tier and Sovereign-tier beasts, what would our casualties likely be?" "At minimum, 2,000 armored cavalry lost. Their defenses are formidable and their speed extraordinary. Even with formation tactics, heavy losses would be inevitable." Wang Yunyun furrowed her delicate brows, paused in thoughtful silence, then replied, 2,000. Hearing her words, Xiang Yu's frown eased, but he shook his head. The cost was simply too great. Withdraw. His gaze, calm and detached, swept once more over the fallen Black Tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign, as though regarding a corpse, and his voice fell quiet and final. Thus Xiang Yu chose, temporarily, to suspend the extermination campaign against the Black Tiger golden-eyed, not out of fear, not out of cowardice, but because he refused to sacrifice the lives of his elite troops, the Hegemon's Iron Cavalry and Azure Dragon Iron Cavalry, needlessly. There was no necessity for it. Did he truly believe he had spared the Black Tiger golden-eyed beasts? Not at all. 2,000 elite 10th-rank cavalrymen lost. That price he could not bear. Yet in just a few days' time his return would yield a vastly different outcome. For he still possessed 3 unabsorbed Saint-Tier demonic beasts. Once fully integrated, his own power would surge. Yes, power belonging uniquely to Xiang Yu. More precisely, to Xiao Jin, his divine pet, the golden spirit-devouring rat. Xiang Yu himself had already consumed Saint-Tier demonic essence. Its effect on him was now minimal. But Xiao Jin, that was another matter entirely. He well remembered Xiao Jin's spirit-devouring divine art to consume demons of any rank, absorb their quintessential energy, and ascend swiftly in strength. Last time, after consuming copious flesh of the Saint-Tier earth-crushing bear sovereign, Xiao Jin's combat power skyrocketed from 1213 to 1623, surging by a staggering 410 points, yet still only reaching mid-Emperor tier, falling short of high Emperor tier. This time, feeding Xiao Jin the complete essence of 3 Saint-Tier beasts would ignite an exponential surge, propelling him toward Emperor tier peak with startling ease. Coupled with that formidable defense and blinding speed, confronting the Black Tiger golden-eyed beasts anew would become markedly simpler and infinitely more decisive. Withdraw. Having resolved the matter, Xiang Yu hesitated not a moment longer. He signaled retreat. Undeniably, this mission had ended empty-handed. Yet it was not without gain. At the very least, Xiang Yu had now confirmed the awe-inspiring might of his Black Dragon scale. Returning empty-handed, Xiang Yu was not disheartened, for he was still unfamiliar with the strength of the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast tribe and had slightly misjudged the power of both sides. Soon Xiang Yu returned to the Dragon King Hall with a large troop. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu directly released 3 holy-level monster beasts from the Supreme Ring, their massive bodies appearing on the giant square of the Dragon King Hall, a magnificent sight, while large pots and grilling racks were set up. With the assistance of Wang Yunyun, Guan Yu, and others, pieces of holy-level monster meat were placed on the racks and put into the pots along with various seasonings. Under the barbecue racks, fierce flames burned with pieces of dragon meat and Cunxiao meat skewered on branches, accompanied by various supplementary materials. Before long, the dragon meat and Cunxiao meat sizzled and crackled over the flames, a drop of hot oil slowly sliding down the succulent meat, intoxicating the senses as a rich aroma wafted through the air. So fragrant. Hurry up, little Jean wants to eat. Little Jean's small eyes sparkled as he looked back and forth at the roasted dragon meat and Cunxiao meat, as well as the fragrant dragon meat and Cunxiao meat in the large pot. Little Jean, if you eat all 3 holy-level monster beasts, do you think you can reach the peak of the Emperor level? Can you break through the holy level? Xiang Yu asked with anticipation. If Little Jean consumed the 3 holy level monster beasts, reaching the peak of the Emperor level was certain, but whether he could attain the holy level was uncertain. Little Jean's situation was similar to that of humans. He was newly born and started from a low level, gradually advancing, unlike those holy level or divine level monster beasts that were born with holy or even divine realms merely sealed. Thus Zhang Yu was unsure if Little Jean could break through the holy level. Boss, it's not possible to break through the holy level. Until the holy seal is unsealed, we can at most reach the peak of the Emperor level. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's inquiry, Little Jean reluctantly turned away from the roasted meat and explained to Xiang Yu. Hearing Little Jean's response, Xiang Yu couldn't help but frown. However, boss, even though I can't break through to the holy level, I am a divine level monster beast, and my base combat power limit is 3,000 points. As long as I can reach the peak limit of the Emperor level, I can definitely defeat that black tiger golden clear beast king. Just as Xiang Yu frowned, Little Jean's excited childish voice rang out, causing Xiang Yu to instantly rejoice. The base combat power of a divine level beast at the peak of the Emperor level could reach 3,000. Wow, that's too outrageous. Hearing Little Jean's words, Xiang Yu became agitated. A combat power of 3,000 was simply too high. What about the Emperor level limit of holy level monster beasts? And the peak of Emperor level monster beasts? The peak combat power of holy level monster beasts at the Emperor level should be around 2,500, while the peak limit for Emperor level monster beasts is 2,000. After reaching the limit, they cannot be further enhanced. Then unless the holy seal is lifted. Once the holy seal is lifted, the combat power of holy level monster beasts at every level is directly restored. Among them, the combat power of early stage holy level monster beasts is 2500-3000, mid stage holy level monster beasts 3000-3500, high stage holy level monster beasts 3500-4000, and peak holy level monster beasts 4000-4500. A divine level monster beast seal raised to the holy level would see its combat power soar directly to 4,000. Sensing Xiang Yu's confusion, Little Jean's childish voice continued to explain the classifications of holy level monster beasts. Wow. Upon hearing Little Jean's words, Xiang Yu's mind raced, and he was immediately stunned as a massive sense of crisis surged within him. Everything seemed fine as long as the holy seal remained unbroken. However, once the seal was lifted, the problems would be Once the seal was lifted, a holy level mid-stage monster beast like the 3-clawed black dragon, which originally had a combat power of 1532, would immediately recover to between 3,000 and 3,500. A holy level early stage monster beast like the Cunxiao, which originally had a combat power of 1322, would instantly recover to between 2,500 and 3,000. The holy level high stage monster beast black tiger golden clear beast king, originally with a combat power of 1630, would instantly recover to between 3,500 and 4,000. Thinking of how rapidly the strength of these holy level monster beasts would recover and how high it would be, Xiang Yu became unsettled, even feeling a wave of panic. Because of this immense disparity, just think, the supreme powerhouse among humans, the unrivaled martial general, is only equivalent to the emperor level monster beasts with a maximum combat power of 2,000. How could they fight? Even if Xiang Yu possessed the holy level talent altar capable of elevating the talent of human unparalleled generals to that of holy level warriors, achieving a combat power limit of 2,500, then what? Human holy level warriors clearly couldn't, like holy level high stage monster beasts, experience a surge in combat power to between 3,500 and 4,000. Once the holy seal was lifted, they needed to gradually increase from the lowest level of 2,500. But did the human race still have that opportunity and time to improve? The unsealing of holy level monster beasts meant that they could dominate this blue star completely unrestricted by holy level monsters. At that time, it would be the world of peak holy level monster beasts with combat powers between 4,000 and 4,500. And how could they face monsters with combat powers exceeding 4,000? Wow, how could they fight? In an instant, Xiang Yu was dumbfounded, his heart filled with dread. Ah, the meat smells so good. At that moment, Little Jean's childish voice echoed as the dragon meat and Cunxiao meat crackled over the flames with drops of hot oil slowly gliding down the succulent meat, intoxicating the senses and rich aromas wafting around. Meanwhile, the large pots were filled with an enticing fragrance. It's time to eat meat. Unable to hold back any longer, Little Jean pounced, devouring the meat eagerly. Seeing this, Xiang Yu stepped forward to take a piece of golden brown shiny 3-clawed black dragon meat, placing it in his mouth. It had a slightly spicy yet fragrant taste, not greasy or gamey, tender and delicious, with a delightful texture that stimulated the taste buds. Ding! Consumed holy level mid-stage monster 3-clawed black dragon meat combat power 3. Ding! Consumed holy level 3-clawed black dragon meat combat power 2. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiang Yu immediately halted his actions. His body had already developed the suppression to the absorption of holy level monster meat, and further consumption was ineffective. Moreover, knowing that after the holy level unsealing, the holy level monster beasts would significantly restore their combat power, Xiang Yu lost his appetite for dragon meat. Little Jean, on the other hand, was thoroughly enjoying himself. Ding! Pet golden devouring divine mouse consumed holy level mid-stage monster 3-clawed black dragon meat combat power 12. Ding! Pet Golden Devouring Divine Mouse, consumed holy level mid-stage monster 3-clawed black dragon, meat combat power 13. Ding. Pet Golden Devouring Divine Mouse, consumed holy level early stage monster Cunxiao, meat combat power 8. Watching little Jean eat happily, a sense of comfort rose in Xiang Yes' uneasy heart. At least he still had a divine level monster. Ding. The Pet Golden Devouring Mouse consumes the meat of a mid-tier holy beast, the 3-clawed black dragon, gaining 13 battle power. Ding. The Pet Golden Devouring Mouse consumes the meat of a low-tier holy beast, the Azure Flood Dragon. The little golden mouse kept stuffing roasted meat into its mouth, its aura steadily growing stronger, and it wore a blissful expression, its little eyes squinting with happiness. Undoubtedly Xiang Yu, Guan Yu, and Wang Yunyun were filled with envy and jealousy towards the little golden mouse. While they could also consume this holy beast meat, the effect on their strength would be minimal, rendering it a waste. But the little golden mouse was different, ravenously devouring the holy beast meat, its surging power continuously. Ding. The Pet Golden Devouring Mouse consumes the meat of a mid-tier holy beast, the 3-clawed black dragon, gaining 12. Ding. The Pet Golden Devouring Mouse consumes the meat of a low-tier holy beast, the Azure Flood Dragon. Hearing the constant system notifications, Xiang Yes' mood improved significantly, especially as time went by, and the aura of the little golden mouse grew stronger, soon surpassing his own, which brought him immense comfort. Xiang Yu suddenly thought of something, and asked the little golden mouse, little Jean, after the holy seal is lifted, will the effects of consuming this holy beast meat still be the same? Boss, it definitely works. Once the seal of the holy beast is lifted, the energy within my body will surge dramatically. My devouring divine power can extract a vast amount of energy. Of course, once I break through to the divine level, the effects of consuming this holy beast meat will diminish, because the energy of divine beasts is far too immense. The little golden mouse took a moment to answer Xiang Yes' question before continuing to devour the dragon meat. Hearing the little golden mouse's affirmative response, Xiang Yu let out a soft sigh of relief. Knowing that the holy seal would be lifted and its strength restored had initially caused him great anxiety. The rapid growth of the little golden mouse's power undoubtedly provided him with some solace. Ding. The Pet Golden Devouring Mouse consumes the meat of a mid-tier holy beast, the 3-clawed black dragon, gaining 13. As time slowly passed, the battle power and aura of the little golden mouse grew increasingly formidable due to its frenzied consumption of holy beast meat, surpassing Xiang Yu by an unknown margin, as waves of terrifying aura emanated from the little golden mouse's massive form. Xiang Yu directly had thousands of soldiers roast meat for the little golden mouse, delivering piles of holy beast. By evening, the setting sun painted the western sky red. As the evening glow rose, Xiang Yu and the others finally paused their actions. At this point, only half of the Azure Flood Dragon's corpse remained, while the other two had entirely vanished into the little golden mouse's belly. Boom, boom, boom. On the vast square of the Dragon King's palace, a 15-meter-long, entirely golden giant mouse stood tall, its explosive aura wildly radiating, creating an ominous sound that kept everyone 10 meters away. This 15-meter-long golden giant mouse, whose aura was explosive, had consumed the flesh of a 3-clawed black dragon and half of an Azure Flood Dragon, reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor level. Little Jean. Seeing that the little golden mouse had stopped consuming holy beast meat, its aura reaching its peak, Xiang Yu immediately understood that it had attained the ultimate limit of the Emperor level. I've finally reached the pinnacle of the Emperor level first. I'm finally amazing. I'm going to return to the Myriad Demon Mountain and take revenge on those who dared to hunt me down. Suddenly, the little golden mouse's childish voice exploded, evidently fed up. Xiang Yu looked at the little golden mouse, who seemed eager to reclaim its dignity, and didn't mind. Fixated on the surging aura of the little golden mouse, Xiang Yes' eyes flickered with anticipation as he opened its attribute panel. Name: Golden Devouring Mouse, Divine Beast. Status: sealed. Type: Beast. Current level: pinnacle of the Emperor level. Battle power: 3000. Loyalty: 100. Unwavering. Capable of doing anything for you. Talent: skills: 1. Devouring Divine Power. Innate: devour any level of beast. Absorb energy essence. Rapidly enhance strength. 1. A beast spirit power. Innate: can understand and use the languages of all races. 2. Wind spirit power. Innate: among beasts of the same level. Speed is at the peak for that level. 3. Diamond power. Innate: among beasts of the same level. Physical strength is at the peak for that level. 4. Soul control power. Innate: can control 3 beasts of the same level. 5. Wish power. Innate: can freely change size. 6. Sharp claw power. Growth at the Emperor level. 1 claw grants 150 battle power with a maximum of 450. At the Holy level, 1 claw grants 300 battle power with a maximum of 900. At the Divine level, 1 claw grants 450 battle power with a maximum of 1800. 7. Devouring Tooth power. Growth at the Emperor level, 1 tooth grants 300 battle power with a maximum of 6. At the Holy level, 1 tooth grants 400 battle power with a maximum of 1200. At the Divine level, 1 tooth grants 800 battle power with a maximum of 2400. Awesome. Seeing the little golden mouse's incredibly luxurious attribute panel, Xiang Yu immediately laughed brightly. The little golden mouse's base battle power surged directly to the limit of 3,000 battle power at the divine beast level, and with its 2 powerful attack talent skills, its battle power soared to 4,000, transforming from a mere third-rate weakling to a formidable force. Moreover, its wind spirit power made it the fastest among emperor-level beasts, and its diamond power provided the strongest defense among beasts of the same level. In an instant, the little golden mouse transformed from an existence easily bullied by any holy beast into one capable of rivaling or even surpassing the golden-winged Great Peng in attack, equaling the divine beast Xuanwu in defense, and matching the divine beast White Tiger in speed. Undoubtedly, once the little golden mouse unleashed its immense attack power, it evolved from a mere bird gun to a boss. I want revenge. I'm going to the myriad demon mountain. I'm going to beat the ink Qilin and the nine-tailed heavenly fox. I want to teach them a lesson. They should still be weak. The little golden mouse instantly shrank back to palm size and dashed onto Xiang Ye's shoulder fiercely, declaring, "All right, let's go beat the ink Qilin and the nine-tailed heavenly fox. He'll accompany you, and we'll kill everyone who bullied you." Huh. Xiang Yu unexpectedly laughed heartily, immediately agreeing. Indeed, seeing the little golden mouse transform so dramatically, Xiang Ye's mind began to devise a plan. Kill frantically. Before the holy seals were lifted, and before the holy and divine beasts had grown, he sought to slaughter holy beasts relentlessly, and if possible also divine beasts, to alleviate the pressure on humanity in the future. To Xiang Yu, the golden devouring mouse race is a very peculiar divine beast, not to mention that this golden devouring mouse clan may indeed only consist of small golden individuals. However, compared to other divine beasts, the golden devouring mouse clan is truly unique. In the early stages they are weak, but in the later stages they become extraordinarily powerful. Take the dragon race for instance, which is incredibly strong. Even a 3-clawed dragon is at the mid-level of the holy rank, while those with 6 claws or more reach the divine level, possessing undeniably formidable combat power. Let alone other mythical creatures like the Qilin and the nine-tailed celestial fox, which are all incredibly powerful upon. But Xiao Jin is different. When Xiang Yu first encountered him, Xiao Jin was a cub of a divine beast, and after unleashing his peak combat power, he could barely reach 2,000. While he might seem strong among ordinary beasts, he is merely a waste when compared to holy or even divine beasts. Indeed, quite pathetic. One must understand that the previous leader of the golden-winged rock, despite being a sealed holy beast, could unleash 3,000 to 4,000 in combat power, while Xiao Jin could only muster just over 2,000 at the start. It must be said that in comparison, Xiao Jin was truly weak in the early stages. In the early days, he was pursued by other divine beasts like the Qilin and the nine-tailed celestial fox, and he was even hunted by various weaker holy beasts. Even the previously considered waste, the earth-collapsing bear king, could overpower Xiao Jin. Thus, in his early days, Xiao Jin was merely a punching bag, a little brat, who could only escape using his defense and speed. However, while he was a weakling early on, he became truly impressive later. Other skills aside, just his soul control ability, which allows him to control 3 beasts of the same level, is already extraordinarily against the heavens. It might not seem apparent in the early stages, but what happens when he breaks through to the holy rank? He could directly control 3 holy beasts. Isn't that powerful? That means he would have 3 holy beast subordinates. And what if Xiao Jin breaks through to the divine level? He could directly control 3 divine beasts. Isn't that impressive? If you are a divine beast, I might not be able to defeat you, but I won't fight you myself. I'll let my subordinates handle it. Is 1 enough? Not enough. Then bring another. Still not enough. Then let's add another. 3 divine beasts attacking you simultaneously, and you as a divine beast think you can take on 3. How impressive you are. Plus, Xiao Jin's defense matches that of the divine beast Xuanwu, his speed rivals that of the divine beast Baihu, and with 3 divine subordinates, he is virtually unstoppable in existence that could slay gods and Buddhas alike. Moreover, the Devouring Mouse clan is named so not because they can truly devour gods, but because they possess the ability. Just like now, Xiao Jin is using his devouring ability to frantically consume the flesh of holy beasts, directly elevating his base combat power to 3,000. Isn't that terrifying? What is the base combat power of peak holy beasts now? The peak holy beast leader of the golden winged rock that Xiang Yu saw before had a base combat power of 1620. Even if it has increased during this time, how much can it grow? 1800, 1900. What about the base combat power of current divine beasts? Does it reach 2,000? Xiang Yu has never seen one, so he doesn't know. However, it is undeniable that, as Xiao Jin stated, he has reached the peak limit of the Emperor level first, and at this moment, he is far ahead in terms of base combat power. Moreover, Xiang Yu is confident that from today onwards, Xiao Jin's strength will continue to grow, and he will no longer be the one who could be bullied by the low-level holy beast, the earth-collapsing Bear King. With Xiao Jin's surge in strength, Xiang Yu directly agreed to accompany him to the Guan Yu mountain range. However, today was clearly not possible. Looking at the sun sinking towards the western horizon, Xiang Yu knew it was time for him to enter the expedition world. Xiao Jin, let's take revenge together tomorrow. Xiang Yu couldn't help but say, "Okay, boss." After arranging Xiao Jin, Xiang Yu directly put away the remaining half of the initial stage holy beast, the green flood dragon. In a flash of light, Xiang Yu and Wang Yunyun returned to the expedition. Others could remain in reality, but as players they had to come back. Because Zhang Yu used the Spirit Capture Tower again to integrate the high-level spiritual vein from the three-clawed Black Dragon's pond into the high-level spiritual vein of the Dragon King's Hall, the spiritual energy in the Dragon King's Hall greatly increased, allowing figures like Zhang Yu, the Overlord of the West Chu, to slightly enhance their combat power. My lord, you're back. After this period of development, our Nirvana town can be upgraded. As soon as he entered the mayor's office, Zhang Yun greeted him with delight. Oh, it can be upgraded. Hearing Zhang Yun's words, Xiang Ye's heart suddenly filled with joy. Nirvana Town is his foundation, and only by upgrading to a higher level can its function be maximized. Arriving at the central stele of Nirvana Town, Xiang Yu directly opened the attribute panel of Nirvana Town. Town name Nirvana Town, the first town in the world, a town known throughout the world, increasing its attractiveness to refugees. Level town, level upgradable, current residence 20068. 3200 public sentiment, 89 security, 86 tax rate, 10 this tax only applies to players. 10 of the income players earned from monster hunting in the territory will be forcibly submitted to the Lord's special attributes. 1. The quality of NPCs recruited in the territory is raised by 1 level. 2. The quality of refugees from the refugee camp and those appearing significantly increases with level rising to 20, a level to 10 US level to 1 US level to 0. 1A and SS level rising to 0. 01. Town area 100 square kilometers, territory area 1000 square kilometers, current buildings, town level grocery store, town level tailor shop, town level blacksmith shop. Current resources miner. Resources required for upgrade miner. Army 5th tier soldiers 5,346 6th tier soldiers, 8,600 7th tier soldiers, 13,243 8th tier soldiers, 70,243 9th tier soldiers, 61600 10th tier, Songlong Iron Cavalry 3,000 10th tier, Overlord Iron Cavalry 8,000. Indeed, the population of Nirvana Town has surpassed 200,000. For Xiang Yu, money and resources are not a problem. Having defeated 200,000 Prairie Coalition forces and captured the 3 northern counties, his resources are countless. However, only the population truly leaves him helpless. Population is a significant issue for Nirvana Town because the population varies. As the general of Yinmen Pass, and having reclaimed the 3 northern counties logically, there should be no shortage of population. In fact, 20,000 people is really not much. He could gather that in no time. However, the population of player territories refers more to the refugees produced from camps. The outside world cannot intervene at all, otherwise Xiang Yu could easily summon 1 million people with a wave of his hand. Yet today the population has finally surpassed 20,000. Let's upgrade. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu directly chose to upgrade Nirvana Town. A flash of light and county name Nirvana City, the first city in the world, a city known throughout the world, increasing its attractiveness to refugees. Level county level temporarily not upgradable, current residence 20068. 35000 public sentiment, 89 security, 86 tax rate, 10 this tax only applies to players. 10 of the income players earned from monster hunting in the territory will be forcibly submitted to the Lord's special attributes. 1. The quality of NPCs recruited in the territory is raised by 1 level. 2. The quality of refugees from the refugee camp and those appearing significantly increases with level rising to 20, a level to 10 US level to 1 US level to 0. 1A and SS level rising to 0. 01. County area 200 square kilometers, territory area 2,000 square kilometers, current buildings, county level grocery store, county level tailor shop, county level blacksmith shop. First-rate military camp, a place to recruit and train soldiers, can directly promote troops below the 9th tier, while also promoting first-rate generals. Building requirements 100 stones, 100 woods, 100 copper coins. Note: promoting second-rate generals requires a first-rate general to be stationed. Promoting first-rate generals requires a top-tier general to be stationed. Current resources miner. Resources required for upgrade miner. Army miner. Wow. The population cap has been raised to 500,000. Looking at the changes after Nirvana Town's upgrade, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. The population cap has indeed been raised to 500,000. One must know that Nirvana Town can produce 2,400 refugees in a single day, and now it has only 20,000, leaving a gap of 300,000, which would take 200 days. Xiang Yu rolled his eyes. 200 days is far too long for him to wait. It seems necessary to upgrade the high-level refugee camp. Indeed, 200 days is too much. However, the first-rate barracks are quite a pleasant surprise, because soldiers can naturally advance to the 8th tier without needing beast meat to forcibly break through the limits. After upgrading Nirvana Town, Xiang Yu was filled with anticipation because the first city in the world would have rewards, and it's the first time that a county-level territory appears in 2 lifetimes. Prior to this, it had always been town-level. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for being the first to upgrade a town-level territory to a county-level territory in Expedition. The title First City in the World is conferred upon Nirvana City, and rewards include a Nuwa Repair Stone, a 10 Great Sacred Beast Enslavement Tower, and 1,000 reputation points. A world announcement is made. World announcement: congratulations to player Xiang Yu from the Heavenly Dynasty region for being the first to upgrade a town-level territory to a county-level territory in Expedition. The title First City in the World is conferred upon Nirvana City, and rewards include a Nuwa Repair Stone, a 10 Great Sacred Beast Enslavement Tower, and 1,000 reputation points. 3 consecutive system notifications resounded in the minds of billions of players worldwide. However, many players simply stiffened at the sound of the notifications before returning to normal. They were quite calm and not surprised. Zhang Yu, the first city in the world. Isn't that normal? Zhang Yu was unaware that billions of players were calm about his upgrade of the territory to the first city in the world. He was currently filled with ecstasy as he gazed at the 10 Great Sacred Beast Enslavement Tower among the system rewards in his hands. It was an extremely dark tower that exuded strange glimmers of light. Name 10 Great Sacred Beast Enslavement Tower type equipment. Portable. Special feature can forcibly capture 10 severely injured holy beasts and enslave them in one day. Note: only 10 holy beasts can be enslaved, and if they die they can be recaptured. Wow. Does this mean I can capture 10 peak holy beasts as my subordinates? Looking at this enslavement tower, Zhang Yu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Gazing at the ominous and eerie enslavement tower, Zhang Yu greatly appreciated the system's reward. The 10 Great Sacred Beasts Enslavement Tower could enslave up to 10 sacred level beasts. This sacred level beast did not specify which rank of sacred level beast it referred to, meaning that as long as Zhang Yu had the ability, he could completely enslave 10 peak sacred level beasts. This was indeed impressive. The peak sacred level beasts, like the patriarch of the golden-winged Great Peng, are powerful. Undoubtedly, as long as he could beat them down, he could directly force them into the enslavement tower for subjugation. Moreover, this enslavement tower was portable, meaning that by carrying the 10 Great Sacred Beasts Enslavement Tower, Zhang Yu essentially had 10 peak sacred level beasts with him, which was astonishing. In future confrontations with opponents, he might not need to take action himself. With a wave of his hand, 10 burly subordinates resembling the patriarch of the golden-winged Great Peng would charge in, and just like that the enemy would fall. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was entirely possible. Although he couldn't defeat peak sacred level beasts, his little brother, the golden devouring mouse, could. With a smile on his face, Zhang Yu stored the 10 Great Sacred Beasts Enslavement Tower into his supreme ring, feeling an exceptional anticipation for this journey to the Myriad Demon Mountain Range. The Myriad Demon Mountain Range is a place filled with various high-level paradises where top-tier places abound, and it is also the territory of numerous powerful sacred level and even divine level beasts. What powerful beasts are not present there? If he could gather the 10 great sacred beasts before the sacred level seal was broken, he might be able to contend against even divine level beasts, perhaps even slay them. Zhang Yu's heart raced with excitement, wishing he could rush back to reality immediately, bringing along little Jean to charge into the Myriad Demon Mountain Range. He took a deep breath, suppressing his eager emotions. Today had only just begun. After upgrading his territory, the rewards included not only the 10 Great Sacred Beasts Enslavement Tower, but also a Nuwa Repairing Stone. Looking at the Nuwa Repairing Stone in his hand, radiating with a rainbow of colors, Zhang Yu instantly thought of its that was to optimize the large refugee camp. As time passed, the level of Nirvana City increased, and the importance of the territory had become evident. A top-tier military camp could advance to 8th-tier troops and train first-rate generals. Most importantly, the two major characteristics of Nirvana City, raising the quality of recruited NPCs by 1 level and significantly enhancing the quality of refugees produced, were incredibly powerful. The 1500 strong army under Zhang Yu, along with the special troops of 10th-tier soldiers and 10th-tier Azure Dragon Cavalry, all emerged from this. Moreover, as time passes, more elite talents will emerge from Nirvana City. However, the population issue is undoubtedly a massive problem. Thus, Zhang Yu decided to use this precious Nuwa Repairing Stone on the large refugee camp to expand the number of refugees, while also needing to further expand his army in the face of the struggle for supremacy. Outside the large refugee camp, Zhang Yu, feeling a pang of regret, took out the Nuwa Repairing Stone. Although it was precious, Nirvana City urgently needed a large number of refugees. Despite his reluctance, he decided to proceed with its use. Ding! Do you wish to use the Nuwa Repairing Stone to optimize the large refugee camp? The system's prompt echoed. Optimize. The Nuwa Repairing Stone instantly emitted a radiant glow, enveloping the entire large refugee camp. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Yu, large refugee camp optimization successful. Hearing the system sprite's prompt, Zhang Yu quickly looked toward the refugee camp. Name giant refugee camp type, building special characteristic, can produce 6,000 refugees daily. Looking at the large refugee camp transformed into a giant refugee camp with the number of refugees increased from 2,000 to 6,000, the pain on Zhang Yu's face lessened considerably. The 6,000 talents emerging from the refugee camp every day meant that daily 120 a grade second-rate 7th-tier talents, 600 grade first-rate 8th-tier talents, 60 S-grade super first-rate 9th-tier talents, and 6 SS-grade peerless 10th-tier talents would emerge. It should be noted that 7th-tier soldiers could consume hundreds of pounds of royal-level beast meat to elevate their combat power to that of 8th-tier soldiers, and consuming hundreds of pounds of imperial-level beast meat could raise their combat power to 9th-tier soldiers. Similarly, 8th tier soldiers could consume hundreds of pounds of royal level beast meat to enhance their combat power to 9th tier soldiers, and consuming hundreds of pounds of imperial level beast meat could elevate their combat power to 10th tier soldiers. 9th tier soldiers could also consume hundreds of pounds of imperial level beast meat to elevate their combat power to that of 10th tier soldiers. Thus, as long as he provides sufficient imperial level beast meat, Xiang Yu could train 100 grade talents into 9th tier iron-blooded soldiers every day and cultivate 666 grade S grade and SS grade talents into 10th tier soldiers, even converting some of those 666 into special 10th tier Azure Dragon Cavalry. This means that as long as he has enough imperial level beast meat, Xiang Yu could harvest 100 9th tier iron-blooded soldiers and 666 10th tier battle-tested soldiers daily from this giant refugee camp. In just a month's time, he would have 36,000 9th tier soldiers and nearly 20,000 10th tier soldiers. Calculating this, the pain on Xiang Ye's face completely vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. Is it really just this? As Little Jean's base combat power skyrockets, they could soon slaughter sacred level beasts, having already consumed sacred level beast meat once it had no effect on them. So, with so much sacred level beast meat available, it would surely benefit these 10th tier special cavalry, and even 10th tier soldiers, leading to the emergence of 11th tier special cavalry and sacred level soldiers capable of solo combat, and surpassing first-rate historical generals. Thus the power in Xiang Ye's hands would undoubtedly leap once more. After optimizing the refugee camp, Xiang Yu returned to the Lord's Manor of Nirvana City, anxiously awaiting the end of the day. He wanted to return to reality, to bring Little Jean to rampage everywhere, to use the 10 great sacred beasts enslavement tower to enslave sacred level beasts. Bored, Xiang Yu opened the forum. However, while flipping through various posts from players out of boredom, he realized that history had changed. The balance in Julu had shifted. The heavenly king Hong Xiuquan and the notorious hero of the end of the Sui dynasty could not remain idle, directly aligning with Zhang Jiao, becoming his disciple and a local leader, though he had yet to command an army. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou, the general Yuan Qingdu had emerged, capturing the local yellow turban leader Zhang Rao with unparalleled martial prowess amidst 1 million soldiers, directly accepting nearly 2 million yellow turban troops and over 10 million yellow turban refugees, paying homage to Zhang Jiao and dominating Qingzhou. As for Li Shimin, and Chang'an luck was on his side. He had been implanted with the identity of a noble from Chang'an, and now with the assistance of Fang Xuanling, he was recruiting troops to prepare for a grand endeavor. Seeing this news, Xiang Yu could not help but shake his head, feeling a sense of detachment. This was the gap in strength. So what if the other party was a legendary heavenly Khan? He had a plethora of fierce generals and powerful soldiers at his disposal. Who could rival him? Let's see what this system's. Xiang Yu shook his head, unfazed. His goals were never just about conquering an expedition. The reality was also something he needed to strive for. As time flowed slowly, the sun of expedition began to set, and Xiang Ye's heart stirred once again. The journey to the myriad demon mountain range was about to commence. A flash of brilliance suddenly appeared as Xiang Yu and Wang Yunyun materialized in the massive square of the Dragon King Hall. In an instant, streams of spiritual energy converged, rapidly restoring their strength. A powerful sensation surged within Xiang Yu, prompting him to reflect. Soon their martial prowess transformed into combat power. Boss, you're back. Shall we head to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Just as Xiang Yu regained his fighting strength, a golden flash darted to his shoulder, and the high-pitched voice of Xiao Jin echoed. Hearing this, a smile broke out on Xiang Ye's face as he replied, "Of course. But before that, we need to take down the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast clan." "Alright, let's do it. He'll lead the charge." Upon hearing Xiang Ye's words, Xiao Jin immediately clapped its little paws, joyfully declaring, "Good, let's go." Without hesitation, Xiang Yu called out, and the entire team swiftly surged towards the southwest. With 8,000 Overlord Iron Riders and 3,000 Azure Dragon Iron Riders, this formidable force advanced mightily, causing all beasts to flee. Before long, Xiang Yu and the others arrived once more at the valley of the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast clan. The immense pressure they exuded instantly caused the entire valley to erupt in chaos. Roar! A deep and furious voice reverberated, echoing from the valley. The Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King expressed its anger. How dare these damned humans persist in their pursuit? Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook as massive Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts charged out again. They had no chance to flee, for their home lay here within this high-level cave paradise. They had no choice but to fight. Roar! The Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King led the charge, confronting Xiang Yu and the others with an enraged roar, its voice booming with power. After a day of recuperation, it was clear that its strength had returned, yet its gaze towards Xiang Yu was laced with wariness. Yesterday's sharp attack from Xiang Yu still left it with lingering pain. "Boss, it says it doesn't want to fight against humans, and is it backing down?" Xiang Yu coldly chuckled, not wanting to oppose humans. That's a lie. He hadn't forgotten how the other party had actively blocked his retreat yesterday. If he hadn't shown his might, his subordinates would have suffered grievously. "Xiao Jin, it's up to you. Beat it, but don't kill it. I want it alive." Xiang Yu snorted coldly. "Okay, boss." Xiao Jin immediately responded, puffing up its tiny frame, and declared, "Hey. Everyone, my boss said I can take action, so he won't fight." Roar! Suddenly, upon hearing that Xiang Yu would not take action, the Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King was filled with joy. It feared Xiang Yu, but the little mouse before it, which could be easily crushed, was of no concern. Utterly foolish. Watching the excited black tiger golden clear beast king, as if it had stumbled upon a bargain, Xiang Yu scoffed. Did it really think Xiao Jin was easy to bully? With defense stronger than Xiang Yu's speed surpassing his, and attacks more domineering, Xiao Jin would soon teach the opponent the meaning of despair. Xiang Yu couldn't help but mourn for the black tiger golden clear beast king. Having been battered down yesterday, today it would be subjected to Xiao Jin's mighty blows. Yay, everyone, I'm coming. Xiao Jin excitedly shouted and jumped down from Xiang Yu's shoulder. It was genuinely thrilled, since it gained memory it had always been beaten and hurt. Today it could finally strike back. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Xiao Jin's palm-sized body rapidly expanded, growing to 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, and then 12 meters. Its momentum surged violently, especially after its size reached 11 meters. Its ferocious aura rivaled that of Xiang Yu and continued to rise. 12 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Jin's overwhelming aura had now surpassed Xiang Yu's, with waves of violent energy rippling around it. Upon witnessing Xiao Jin's momentum soaring and quickly surpassing it, the black tiger golden clear beast king was left stunned. Yet Xiao Jin continued to grow, its aura still rampaging upward. 13 meters. Boom, boom, boom. 14 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly Xiao Jin expanded to 15 meters, transforming into a massive golden mouse crouching on the ground, emanating a series of heart-stopping auras. Powerful. Extremely powerful. At this moment, even Xiang Yu's expression turned serious. The divine beast was terrifying. Not only Xiang Yu, but the black tiger golden clear beast king was also nearly stunned, its eyes wide as saucers, feeling the ominous aura radiating from Xiao Jin. It wanted to cry. It truly felt like crying. Yesterday it thought it could bully Xiang Yu, but ended up being pressed down and beaten. Now it thought it could pick on the little mouse, but how could this mouse suddenly be stronger than that tiny human? The black tiger golden clear beast king's heart exploded with disbelief. After Xiao Jin transformed, its cunning eyes were filled with mockery as it stared at the black tiger golden clear beast king. Come on, hit me. I want to beat you up hard for saying you would eat me yesterday. The childish voice only made the black tiger golden clear beast king want to cry more. Yet instead of advancing, its massive body began to retreat. Indeed, it wanted to run. After all, Xiang Yu was already a challenge, and now a stronger mouse had appeared. It felt that staying here would lead to its demise. Boom, boom, boom. Without a moment's hesitation, the black tiger golden clear beast king turned and fled, its gigantic limbs thundering against the ground. It's running away. Seeing the black tiger golden clear beast king abandon its clan and dash away, Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yay, everyone, where are you running to? Seeing its opponent flee, Xiao Jin became displeased, shouting loudly as its short limbs frantically waved. Its nearly 15-meter-long body surged forward in a flash of golden light, chasing after the black tiger golden clear beast king at an astonishing speed. Xiang Yu shook his head at the sight. Competing in speed with Xiao Jin, that was akin to seeking death. Xiao Jin's wind spirit divine skill was among the fastest of its kind. Indeed, the golden flash that was Xiao Jin swiftly surpassed the black tiger golden clear beast king, blocking its path. Roar. Seeing there was no escape, the black tiger golden clear beast king let out an enraged roar, its aura skyrocketed. The black tiger golden clear beast king's base combat power was 1630. The talent skill Godly Power Rampage was activated, raising its combat power by 500. The talent skill GoldenEye Beast Claw Combo was activated, raising its combat power by 600. The talent skill GoldenEye Beast Tail Strike was activated, raising its combat power by 500. Current combat power 3230. Seeing there was no way out, the black tiger golden clear beast king's enormous tail bristling with spikes and its two chilling black claws suddenly lunged at the little Jin, blocking its path. Hit me. Xiao Jin laughed heartily, its surging aura erupting. Ding. The pet golden devouring mouse had a base combat power of 3000. The talent skill Sharp Claw Divine Skill was activated, raising its combat power by 450. Current combat power 3450. He'll hit you. Suddenly Xiao Jin's body, slightly smaller than that of the black tiger golden clear beast king, surged forward, transforming into a golden flash that charged straight at the black tiger golden clear beast king. Fly for me. Xiao Jin zipped to the black tiger golden clear beast king's front in a flash, its golden claws carrying a soul-stirring aura, striking fiercely at the massive tail covered in spikes and the two chilling black claws that were approaching. Boom, boom. In an instant, sparks flew as their powerful auras clashed. Whooshed. Bang. Suddenly the black tiger golden clear beast king's massive body was sent flying by Xiao Jin's claws, soaring into the air. Keep flying for me. Suddenly Xiao Jin's childish voice rang out again. Xiao Jin leaped off the ground like a cannon, its golden body soaring high into the air, reaching the underside of the black tiger golden clear beast king, and its claws slammed into the king's abdomen. Boom. Instantly the black tiger golden clear beast king's already airborne massive body was sent flying again, soaring 20 meters into the sky before crashing back down. Bang, 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 bang. A whoa, a whoa. The black tiger golden clear beast king crashed to the ground like a cannonball, emitting cries of pain. From a distance, Xiang Yu shook his head. A complete demolition. The combination of speed, defense, and attack from Xiao Jin utterly overwhelmed the opponent. Alright Xiao Jin, in the battle. Beat it to half death for me, Xiang Yu instructed. Okay boss, Xiao Jin replied in its childish voice. Roar, roar, roar. Just then the black tiger golden clear beast king who had been bashed to the ground leaped up. Surprisingly, it seemed unharmed and charged towards Xiao Jin with bloodshot eyes, commanding its clan to initiate an attack. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing their king's command, the black tiger golden clear beast clan surged forward, attacking Xiao Jin together. Overlord Iron Riders, follow me. Azure Dragon Iron Riders, follow me. Wang Yunyun's ethereal yet energetic voice rang out. Seeing the imminent chaos and realizing that their side was being pushed back, the black tiger golden clear beast king's eyes turned blood red. Crisis, a threat to its clan. Ding. The black tiger golden clear beast king's talent skill Golden Eye Beast Tread is activated, increasing combat power by 450. Current combat power 3680. Roar, roar, roar. The black tiger golden clear beast king unleashed its three major attacks, its massive spiked tail, and its two chilling black claws, its blood-red eyes locked onto Xiao Jin. Roar, roar, roar. And the black tiger golden-eyed beast lord unleashed all three of its ultimate techniques. At once its blood-red eyes locked fiercely upon Xiao Jin. In that instant, the black tiger golden-eyed beast lord surged forward. Its peripheral vision had caught sight of its kin being slaughtered. Its clan needed it. With a thunderous burst of power, its pillar-like legs, massive tail bristling with backward-facing spines, and two chillingly dark razor-sharp claws, descended upon Xiao Jin like a collapsing mountain. Kill. In witnessing the beast lord's overwhelming aura, Xiao Jin mimicked Xiang Yu's voice, soft yet resolute, and shot forward in a streak of golden light. Clang. Pet Beast Golden Spear Devouring Rat. Base combat power 3000. Talent ability Keen Claws activated. Combat power 450. Talent ability Spirit Devouring Fangs activated. Combat power 600. Current combat power 4050. As Xiao Jin hurtled toward the beast lord, its aura flared anew. A set of gleaming golden fangs erupted from its maw, and a deathly chill instantly enshrouded the enraged black tiger golden-eyed beast lord. Roar, roar. And the beast lord sensed an imminent mortal threat, danger absolute and inescapable. And whoosh. Xiao Jin became a bolt of light, blazing past the beast lord's guard in an instant. Twisting midair, it evaded the lethal strike, then rained down furious blows with claws and fangs upon the beast lord's body. Boom, 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 boom. And each strike carried the force of 4,000 combat power. Mushroom clouds of annihilation bloomed across the beast lord's frame. Under Xiao Jin's gleaming frost-edged fangs and claws, strips of flesh, each 2 to 3 meters long, tore free from the beast lord's body, while crimson blood gushed forth in violent torrents. Air in agony ripped through the beast lord, triggering a deafening, earth-shaking bellow. Its twin claws slashed wildly at Xiao Jin, but with a casual flick of its tiny paw, Xiao Jin sent them reeling backward. Xiao Jin clearly recalled Xiang Yu's command to leave the black tiger golden-eyed beast lord barely clinging to life. So its small paws flashed again and again. Strips of flesh 1 to 2 meters long flew off in rapid succession, blood sprayed like crimson rain. Aera, in the beast lord's shrieks of agony, echoed across the battlefield. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiang Yu smiled, then redoubled the speed of his own assault, determined to subdue the saint-tier mid-rank black tiger golden-eyed beast before him. Kill. In Sovereign Emperor Spear Art. First form tyrants rise and fall. A storm of savage death-laden energy erupted. Blooming spear flowers shimmered into existence, each petal edged with ruin. Kill. In Sovereign Emperor Spear Art. Second form Emperor Without Borders. A colossal silver-white dragon specter coalesced. Its roar shook the heavens, and a mighty dragon-tail sweep surged forth, bearing the unassailable will of imperial dominion. Faced with Xiang Yu's relentless onslaught, even the saint-tier mid-rank black tiger golden-eyed beast was forced onto the defensive. Every strike left it grievously wounded. Aera in the battlefield lay in utter devastation, for saint-tier black tiger golden-eyed beasts now lay broken half dead. With Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin's combined might, over 100 imperial-tier and 24 emperor-tier black tiger golden-eyed beasts had been crippled, sprawled haphazardly across the ground. Once all was settled, Xiang Yu strode before the 4 half-dead saint-tier beasts, and withdrew the sovereign beast enslavement pagoda, a tower black as midnight tinged with eerie stillness. Ding. In-system sprite prompt. Enslave the 4 saint-tier black tiger golden-eyed beasts, and enslave. Xiang Yu answered without hesitation. At his command, the sovereign beast enslavement pagoda vibrated softly. Then the 4 saint-tier beasts lifted into the air, and to Xiang Yu's astonishment soared straight into the pagoda's depths. Ding. An enslavement of 4 saint-tier black tiger golden-eyed beasts initiated. Completion expected in 24 hours. Having completed the ritual, Xiang Yu turned and approached Wang Yunyun. You take everyone back, and bring these black tiger golden-eyed beasts with you. No, I'm coming too. Wang Yunyun immediately protested, her exquisite face tightening with anxiety. She stepped forward and clutched Xiang Yu's arm tightly, as if afraid he might vanish before her eyes. Feeling the soft warmth against his arm, and seeing the raw tension on Wang Yunyun's flawless face, Xiang Yu could only offer a wry, helpless smile. For a fleeting moment, he felt an uncanny sense that their fates were somehow entwined. Yunyun, be reasonable. The 10,000 demon mountains are perilous beyond measure. Saint-tier demons roam freely there. I'll take only Xiao Jin. No one else, not even you. Your task is to lead our forces and purge all demonic beasts within a Thessaly radius. Will you do this for me? Xiang Yu spoke, gently coaxing her with reason and empathy. And no, I won't listen. I'm going with you. And instead of relenting, Wang Yunyun tightened her grip. And Xiang Yu fell silent, speechless. And eventually, after pledging countless promises and appealing to both logic and emotion, Wang Yunyun reluctantly agreed. Wang Yunyun departed with the crippled imperial and emperor-tier black tiger golden-eyed beasts, tasked with leading Xiang Yu's army to cleanse all demonic beasts within a Thessaly radius. Let's go to the 10,000 demon mountains. And soon only Kai'er, Xiao Jin, and Xiang Yu remained on the battlefield. Mounting Kai'er's vast back, the trio sped toward the 10,000 demon mountains at blinding velocity. Xiang Yu had no intention of bringing his 10th Sand-strong legion. The 10,000 demon mountains were simply too terrifying. According to Xiao Jin and Kai'er Emperor demons, there were mere cannon fodder. Saint-tier lower-rank demons served as underlings, Saint-tier mid-rank ones as slightly higher-ranked subordinates. Only Saint-tier high-rank and peak-rank demons held true authority, while divine-tier demons reigned supreme. Bringing 10,000 soldiers would not only draw excessive attention, but also prove largely ineffective in such a realm. Xiang Yu also chose not to bring Xiang Yu, Guan Yu, Guansheng, or Wang Yunyun. Any mishap involving them would incur losses far too great to bear. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. En Kai'er, true to her lineage as a golden-winged great pung bird, flew with incomparable speed 100 li per breath, 1,000 li in an instant. After 2 hours, having traversed countless tens of thousands of li, the trio arrived at a land veiled by a palpable spiritual domain. Before them rose towering mountains, their peaks lost in mist, ranges interlocking like ancient dragon spines. Some trees stood over 100 meters tall, so vast that dozens of people would be needed to encircle a single trunk, while layers of liquefied spiritual fog draped the entire expanse like a living, breathing domain. A primordial desolate aura billowed forth, an endless vista of colossal, boundless mountain ranges. And roar, 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 and faint, distant echoes drifted from within. The thunderous roars of dragons, the soaring cries of phoenixes, the savage growls of tigers, the howls of wolves. Not once Xiang Yu knew this was the 10,000 demon mountains. Brother Yu, we've reached the 10,000 demon mountains. En Kai'er's clear bell-like voice resonated in Xiang Yu's mind. And good. Wait for me here, at the perimeter. Having confirmed their arrival, Xiang Yu instructed Kai'er. And, yes, Brother Yu. Wah. The 10,000 Yao mountains. I'm back. Xiao Jin, no larger than a palm, dashed down from Jiang Chen's shoulders, stood upright on 2 legs, and let out a triumphant, gleeful cry as he gazed upon the looming 10,000 Yao mountains. Seeing this, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smile, and gently bid Kai'er farewell. Just then his smile vanished entirely. The system's notification chimed. Ding. Player Xiang Yu detected attempting to enter the human restricted zone, the 10,000 Yao mountains. Ding. Warning to player Xiang Yu, the 10,000 Yao mountains, a domain where monstrous beasts, ferocious beasts, auspicious sacred beasts, and divine beasts roam freely, harbors immense peril. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. Brave the 10,000 Yao mountains. Brave the 10,000 Yao mountains. As a member of humanity, planet launching is humanity's ancestral home. With alien beasts invading, defending this homeland is a sacred duty. Stage objective: I slay or subjugate 5 mid-tier sacred level beasts within the 10,000 Yao mountains to proclaim your arrival. Stage objective: 2 slay or subjugate 4 high-tier sacred level beasts within the 10,000 Yao mountains to uplift the morale of humankind. Stage objective: 3 slay or subjugate 3 peak-tier sacred level beasts within the 10,000 Yao mountains to shock the assembled sovereigns of 10,000 Yao. Stage objective: 4 slay or subjugate 2 divine level beasts within the 10,000 Yao mountains to awe the entire Yao dominion. Upon hearing the hidden quest activate, Xiang Yu froze in utter bewilderment. Slay or subjugate 3 peak-tier sacred level beasts within the 10,000 Yao mountains. Slay or subjugate 2 divine level beasts. At stages 3 and 4, Xiang Yu fell speechless. Were peak-tier sacred level beasts truly so easily defeated? Were divine level beasts truly so easily defeated? After all, the golden-winged great Peng clan chief was himself a peak-tier sacred level beast, and had once stated that his clan numbered 13 members, yet only Kai'er attained emperor-level status. The remaining 12 were all sacred level beasts. Thus, even as a peak-tier sacred level power, the golden-winged great Peng clan commanded no fewer than 12 sacred level beasts, and surely the other 11 could not possibly all be low-tier sacred level, let alone divine level beasts, of which he had yet to lay eyes upon a single one. Boss, let's go in. Xiao Jin's cheerful childlike voice rang out, brimming with eager anticipation. All right, let's go. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu activated his 10,000 li smoke and cloud cloak. Xiao Jin instantly leapt onto his shoulder, eyes alight with exhilaration as he gazed ahead. The moment he crossed into the 10,000 Yao mountains boundary, Xiang Yu felt a torrent of dense, heavenly, an earthly spiritual energy surged into his body. Sensing its concentration, he was struck with astonishment, for this spiritual energy density matched that of a low-tier immortal cave heaven and blessed land. Yet this was no immortal cave heaven or blessed land, merely the outer threshold of the 10,000 Yao Mountains. Xiao Jin, why is the spiritual energy here so abundant? Too extraordinary. Xiang Yu was genuinely stunned. How could such potent spiritual energy exist outside any designated cave heaven? Indeed, boss, the 10,000 Yao Mountains are divided into 3 concentric zones. The outermost 10,000 Li teams with spiritual energy equal to that of a low-tier cave heaven and blessed land, hosting numerous mid-tier cave heavens and blessed lands occupied by high-tier sacred level powers, and a few high-tier ones claimed by peak-tier sacred level powers. The inner 8,000 Li pulses with spiritual energy, matching a mid-tier cave heaven and blessed land, sheltering abundant high-tier cave heavens and blessed lands held by peak-tier sacred level powers, and scattered top-tier ones governed by divine level powers. The core 5,000 Li radiates spiritual energy commensurate with a high-tier cave heaven and blessed land replete with countless top-tier sanctums, all fiercely guarded by mighty divine-level beasts. Sensing Xiang Yu's bewilderment, Xiao Jin's sweet childish voice offered the explanation. What the A? Is there any justice left in heaven? Even the core zone's spiritual energy density reaches that of a high-tier cave heaven and blessed land. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Xiang Yu burst out in disbelief. Indeed, boss, not only does the core zone abound with top-tier cave heavens and blessed lands, but also with rare spirit fruits and spirit herbs, delicious beyond measure. Xiao Jin's gentle childlike voice continued unperturbed. As Xiang Yu entered the 10,000 demon mountains, a dense veil of spiritual energy enveloped him. Towering peaks pierced the heavens, shrouded in layers of ethereal mist. Spirit flowers and spirit herbs flourished luxuriantly along the path, truly a celestial realm on earth. Yet Xiang Yu harbored no naive illusions of serenity. Indeed, after walking merely hundreds of meters, he found himself immersed in a sovereign domain of demonic beasts. Emperor-tier high rank and Emperor-tier apex beasts appeared relentlessly, blocking his path at every turn, an exasperating barrage. Finally, Xiao Jin unleashed an overwhelming aura. Instantly, demonic beasts scattered. None so foolish as to court death by confronting him directly. Xiang Yu's advance accelerated dramatically. Yet Xiao Jin's formidable aura proved so potent that even saint-tier beasts dared not approach. Long before Xiang Yu drew near, they fled in terror. Thus, when Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin had penetrated over 10 li deep into the 10,000 demon mountains, they encountered their first true adversary. A colossal beast blocked Xiang Yu's path, its body sheathed in crystalline scales resembling both ice and flawless crystal, its fur gleaming pure white like polished quartz. Its silver-white dragon-like scales overlapped seamlessly, its head wild and lion-like, its eyes vast as stone jars radiating haughty disdain, its body slender and graceful as a cicadeer's, its talons sharp and eagle-like, its tail massive and serpentine, its 30-meter-long form exuding an overwhelming primordial aura. This was a saint-tier high-rank beast rivaling even the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign. Xiang Yu's eyes narrowed instinctively. Immense, truly immense. He had not anticipated such terror within the 10,000 demon mountains. How far had he truly gone before encountering a saint-tier high-rank beast? Senior brother, our luck is extraordinary. We've stumbled upon a solitary ice crystal dragon scale beast. Let's knock it unconscious and enslave it. Xiao Jin's voice chimed childlike and carefree, utterly unfazed by the beast's saint-tier high-rank status. Rule war. As if comprehending Xiao Jin's words, the ice crystal dragon scale beast erupted in fury, its jar-sized eyes blazing with murderous intent, roaring with savage ferocity, a jarring dissonance between its regal appearance and bestial wrath. Solitary. At that word, Xiang Yu's eyes lit up. Within the 10,000 demon mountains, not all beings belonged to clans or factions. Some were solitaries, lone entities unbound by allegiance, precisely the kind Xiang Yu sought to subjugate. Xiang Yu immediately summoned the beast's attribute panel name: Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast, Senior High Rank. Status sealed. Type quadruped class. Current rank Emperor-tier Apex Combat Power 1723. Innate skills. 1. Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Armor Crystalline Dragon Scale Plating, granting supreme physical defense and drastically reducing incoming damage. 2. Force Dragon Surge, a bloodline technique of the Force Dragon clan. Muscular power surging violently, boosting combat power by 600 during attack. 3. Ice Crystal Dragon Tail Strike, concentrating full bodily strength into the tail for a devastating blow, increasing combat power by 300 up to 500. 4. Ice Crystal Dragon Claw Barrage, each successive strike increases combat power by 200, maximum 600. 5. Ice Crystal Frost, a bloodline inheritance from the Frost Drake lineage. When enraged attacks, gain Frost Affinity Enhancement, boosting combat power by 400. What the? Stronger than the black tiger golden-eyed beast sovereign. Is this cheating? Staring at the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast's attribute panel, Xiang Yu was stunned. It was a hybrid offspring of both the Force Dragon and Frost Drake bloodlines. Could a hybrid of divine beast lineages truly be this formidable? Its base combat power even surpassed his own, a testament to its prowess as a solitary wanderer who dared traverse the 10,000 demon mountains alone. Rule war. Facing Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin, the ice crystal dragon scale beast instinctively dismissed Xiang Yu. Its greedy gaze locked onto Xiao Jin's golden form as it roared. "Senior brother, it says it wants to devour me. I'll punch it," Xiao Jin declared, then shot forward like a streak of molten. Should I join in?" Xiang Yu rubbed his nose, then brandished his god-slaying spear and charged forward astride the myriadly clouded mist cloak. Chivalric codes. Unknown duels. Fair play. None mattered now. The sole objective was to cripple the ice crystal dragon scale beast, swiftly seal it within the Saint Beast enslavement pagoda, and bind it as his loyal subordinate. Kill. Xiang Yu lunged forward, spear held high, the myriadly clouded mist cloak propelling him at blinding speed. Boom, 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 boom. As he closed in, Xiao Jin's form swelled rapidly, radiating waves of crushing primordial might. 1 meter, 2, 3, 5, 12, 15. Its body expanded with terrifying velocity, until a colossal golden rat crouched low, its rampaging aura instantly dominating the battlefield, subduing all beneath its weight. The ice crystal dragon scale beast froze awestruck, staring at Xiao Jin's titanic form, and feeling that overwhelming aura. It trembled inwardly. This is unspeakable terror. Kill. Xiang Yu's thunderous bellow shattered the air. His own aura surged violently, seizing the beast. Powerful, unimaginably powerful. Gazing upon the surging auras of man and rat alike, the ice crystal dragon scale beast panicked. It had been deceived. It had assumed easy prey only to face 2 hidden titans. Rule war. The beast recoiled, instinctively desperate to flee, yet it was already too late. Strike. Xiao Jin's transformation completed. Its 15-meter form became a golden blur, streaking past the beast and cutting off its retreat. Rule war. Seeing the golden rat bar its path, the beast raged. Knowing escape was futile, its aura ding. Ice crystal dragon scale beast base combat power 1730. Innate skill Force Dragon Surge, activated 600. Innate skill Ice crystal dragon tail strike, activated 500. Innate skill Ice crystal dragon claw barrage, activated 600. Innate skill Ice crystal frost, activated 400. Current combat power 3823. Enraged, the beast unleashed its full power. Frigid chi spiraled from its body, coating its eagle-like talons and serpentine tail as it struck viciously at Xiao Jin. Ding. Pet beast golden spirit devouring rat base combat power 3000. Innate skill Keen Claw Art, activated 450. Innate skill Spirit devouring Fong Art, activated 600. Current combat power 4050. Facing the beast's all-out assault, Xiao Jin did not falter. Its aura flared fiercely, golden fangs erupted from its maw, and razor-sharp golden claws slashed forth heavy with the scent of annihilation. Boom, 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 boom. Their attacks collided. Deafening sonic booms ripped through the air. With no surprise whatsoever, the ice crystal dragon scale beast was hurled backward, blasted away by Xiao Jin's blow. Fourth thrust, Sovereign Tyranny descends. Kill. At that instant, a residual shadow of a 9-clawed silver dragon hurtled forth, radiating imperial majesty, regal authority, and absolute dominion, slamming mercilessly into the airborne beast. Boom, boom, boom. Strike. Xiao Jin, once more a golden comet, screamed toward the fallen foe. Roar. The ice crystal dragon scale beast was sent flying by Xiao Jin's claw, wailing in pain as its massive body soared through the air. Fourth shot, the Emperor descends. As it howled in agony, a shadow of a 9-clawed silver dragon formed from a spear-like image swept forward with a ferocious royal and supreme aura. Roar. The ice crystal dragon scale beast instantly sensed the grave threat, roaring loudly, yet it was weightless in midair and could only watch as Xiang Yu's attack struck its abdomen. Boom. The shadow of the 9-clawed silver dragon collided with the ice crystal dragon scale beast's abdomen, creating a series of explosive sounds. In a surge of agony, the ice crystal dragon scale beast could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, its huge body crashing heavily to the ground. Damn, its defense is shockingly strong. Looking at the few shattered scales on its abdomen, which showed only minor injuries, Xiang Yu was immediately taken aback. Attack. At that moment, a massive golden rat suddenly charged in, joining Xiang Yu in the assault. A flash of golden light appeared as it quickly approached the ice crystal dragon scale beast, its sharp claws and teeth aimed directly at the crystalline body. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. Faced with the relentless assault from Xiao Jin, the ice crystal dragon scale beast had no time to dodge, getting struck again amidst its painful howls, its scales shattering and a torrent of fresh blood erupting from its massive mouth. Watching the Saint-level high-tier ice crystal dragon scale beast being brutally tormented by himself and Xiao Jin, a strange glint flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes. He couldn't help but feel a moment of silence for it, yet there was nothing to be done. It was simply the law of the jungle and bad luck. Kill. Despite feeling a bit pity for the beast, Xiang Yu's movements did not slow down. This ice crystal dragon scale beast would definitely make a great little brother. A powerful subordinate, whose background and combat strength far exceeded that of ordinary high-tier Saint-level beasts, even comparable to some weaker peak Saint-level beasts. Such a high-quality little brother should be taken in quickly. What are you waiting for? Kill. Fourth shot, the Emperor descends. The shadow of the 9-clawed silver dragon howled, the killing intent unbroken as it swooped down fiercely. Roar. The cries of the ice crystal dragon scale beast echoed, filled with anguish. Thus, facing the incredibly fast and powerful Xiao Jin along with Xiang Ye's support, the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast was mercilessly beaten for an entire hour. Despite the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast's formidable scale defense, it was ultimately pummeled to the brink of death by the perfect cooperation of one man and one mouse, its massive body lying on the ground, making muffled sounds yet unable to move. Haha, boss, hurry up and enslave it, or we have another helper now. This beast's scales are truly tough. Xiao Jin's excited voice rang out. Xiang Yu did not linger, approaching the severely beaten Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast and directly taking out the somewhat sinister-looking Saint Beast Enslavement Tower. Ding. Do you wish to enslave the Saint-level high-tier Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast? The system's prompt chimed in. Enslave. Xiang Yu said without hesitation, a smile spreading across his face as a high-tier Saint-level little brother was about to join him. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the Saint Beast Enslavement Tower trembled slightly, and the massive body of the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast suddenly soared into the air, gradually shrinking as it flew into the Saint Beast Enslavement Tower. Ding. Enslavement of Saint-level high-tier Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast in progress, successful in 1 day. Alright, let's keep going and find the next prey. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Indeed, he realized that relying solely on himself and Xiao Jin to charge into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, especially the core area, would undoubtedly be suicidal. Xiao Jin could rely on its powerful defense and speed to wander about, but Xiang Yu could not. Like the recently encountered Saint-level high-tier Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast, he might not even be able to defeat it. If he were to enter the inner perimeter, or even the core area of the Beast mountain range, and suddenly face 2 peak Saint-level beasts, one of which restrained Xiao Jin, wouldn't he be doomed? Thus, Xiang Yu decided to first hunt some powerful solitary beasts in the outer perimeter, enslaving more strong beasts before making his way in. Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin began to wander around the outer perimeter of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. What's going on? As Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin continuously killed 2 low-tier Saint-level beasts and ventured 100 miles into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they reached the midsection of a mountain and suddenly felt something was off. Silence. An unprecedented silence. I haven't seen a human in years. Just as Xiang Yu was puzzled, a voice suddenly echoed from all directions, sounding somewhat elderly, as if it belonged. The sudden voice startled both Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin, and Xiang Yu himself was taken aback. Was that a human voice? In an instant, Xiang Yu reacted. Humans? What the heck? How could there possibly be humans in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Xiang Yu swiftly turned his head, scanning the surroundings, his aura erupting fiercely, the god-slaying spear raised high, his body tensed, ready for battle. With heightened concentration, Xiang Yu carefully sensed the environment around him, but to his surprise, he found no signs or traces of humans, nor any aura of beasts. What's going on? Xiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Boss, something feels off. There are no humans or beasts. Hearing Xiang Yu's voice, Xiao Jin curiously responded, Huh, is that a divine beast cub? Haha, heaven is helping me, I might have a chance to break through. Suddenly, the elderly voice burst into laughter, resonating like a dragon's roar from all directions. Instantly, both Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin turned their heads sharply to look at a massive tree not far from them, observing that the tree stood over 100 meters tall, as thick as a dozen people, encircling it with branches like dragon whiskers hanging down the dark bark, resembling chunks of mysterious iron, trembling slightly as the voice resonated. Moreover, the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy were emanating from there, and beneath the massive tree lay the decaying bones of numerous enormous animals that had been buried. Huh, not bad, it is I, the great dragon whisker spirit tree. Suddenly a roar erupted. Damn, the plant has become sentient. Seeing that the plant could actually speak, Xiang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Boss, this isn't good, run quickly. This is a plant-type beast, but it's very difficult to kill. Just as Xiang Yu was in shock, Xiao Jin's urgent and tense voice suddenly rang out. What? A plant-type beast? Damn, run. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, although Xiang Yu had no idea how powerful a plant-type beast was, he did not hesitate for a moment, and urged his steed, the Misty Cloud, to bolt away, galloping madly towards the distance. Huh, too late. Do you think you can escape in my domain? Suddenly, the dragon whisker-like branches swung in unison, creating explosive sounds while the ground quaked as the branches swept toward them from all directions. In an instant, Xiao Jin and Xiang Yu were surrounded by thick dragon whisker-like branches from every direction. Haha, too late. A hoary voice boomed thunderously from all directions. Countless vine-like tendrils, resembling dragon whiskers, swirled in unison, generating explosive sonic booms. More surged upward from the earth, lashing violently towards Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin. An overwhelming sense of peril pressed in from every side, sending chills racing down Xiang Yu's spine. Kill! He roared, his divine-slaying spear whipping through the air in a blur of afterimages. In an instant, the spear, glinting with icy light and amplified by 200 points of combat power, clashed head-on with one thick dragon whisker-like tendril. Boom! A deafening detonation erupted as a colossal force surged up the spear, nearly hurling Xiang Yu straight off the myriadly cloud veil. What in the blazes? Xiang Yu recoiled in shock. Instantly pivoting the divine-slaying spear, he gathered even greater combat power to barely deflect the tendril aside. What in the blazes? A single tendril wields such terrifying strengths. He had no time for astonishment. More dragon whisker tendrils descended in a furious storm. Ding. Player Zhang Yu has activated the Tyrant Emperor Spear Art. Combat Power 200. Current Combat Power 2590. Tyrant Emperor Spear Art. First form, the tyrant sways heaven and earth. Kill. Zhang Yu bellowed once more, unleashing his ultimate technique. The Tyrant Emperor Spear Art. Its savage aura blooming into countless spear blossoms. Flip, 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 flip. Each blossom struck like a dragonfly skimming water, swift, precise, and relentless, repelling the dragon whisker tendrils one by one. Yet those tendrils, neither metal nor jade, proved astonishingly resilient, utterly impervious to damage. Ding. Pet Beast Huangjin Shirshan, Shoe Base Combat Power 3000. Innate Skill Razorclaw Art activated. Combat Power 450. Innate Skill Soul Devouring Fong Art activated. Combat Power 600. Current Combat Power 4050. Faced with the deluge of tendrils, Xiao Jin unleashed his full might without hesitation. His aura swelled fiercely, golden fangs erupted from his maw, and razor-sharp, death-haunted claws slashed forward, striking the oncoming dragon whisker tendrils with lethal intent. Boom, 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 boom. Sonic detonations shook the air as tendril after tendril exploded into splinters. Seeing this, a faint smile flickered across Zhang Yu's face. Haha, this little one has already matured to the pinnacle of Emperor-tier cultivation, a true rarity. Yet having entered my domain, you are destined to never escape. Just as Zhang Yu and Xiao Jin rejoiced at shattering the tendrils, that hoary voice echoed again, sending a jolt of unease through Zhang Yu's heart. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The shattered tendrils instantly regenerated, whole and intact, and lunged forward once more. What in the blazes? This is absurd. Zhang Yu stared speechless as the tendrils healed before his eyes. Haha, so long as I am rooted in the earth, my energy flows without end. Human, little mouse, surrender now. The hoary voice laughed heartily, reverberating across several li. What the hell? Tyrant Emperor Spear Art. First form, the tyrant sways heaven and earth. Kill. But there was no time for complaint. The next wave of tendrils descended in furious succession, forcing Zhang Yu to weave a dense canopy of spear shadows around himself, repelling each strike. Huff, huff. Barely holding the line, Zhang Yu glanced toward Xiao Jin, only to see him tuck his head deep into his belly, curling into a tight golden sphere, while the storm of tendrils hammered relentlessly against his body. Push harder. Harder still. That's not even enough to massage me, came Xiao Jin's childish melodic voice. Yet not a single tendril could breach his impenetrable defense. Zhang Yu exhaled in quiet relief, but kept his divine slaying spear, trembling ceaselessly, deflecting tendril after tendril. He dared not slacken, not for a heartbeat. He knew full well his own defenses paled beside Xiao Jin's. As he parried wave after wave of dragon whisker tendrils, Zhang Yu's gaze finally locked onto the colossal tree nearby, undoubtedly its true trunk and core. He immediately accessed its attribute panel, name Longshu Spirit Tree, half-deity Demon Beast. Status sealed. Type plant-based Demon Beast. Current rank Emperor-tier, Pinnacle Combat Power 2020. Innate skills 1. Essence of Wood. Innate generates primordial wood essence, endowing immense vitality and miraculous transformative power. 2. Mobility transformation. Sealed upon ascending to deity tier, gains freedom of movement and ability to assume humanoid form. 3. Rooted replenishment, draws energy from the earth to rapidly restore damaged tendrils. 4. Blood absorption refinement, absorbs the blood and essence of demon beasts to swiftly elevate combat power. 5. Dragon whisker whip, tendrils as rigid as dragon whiskers. Each lash inflicts devastating damage. At Emperor-tier 1, lash grants 700 combat power. At Saint-tier 1, bite grants 1200 combat power. At deity tier 1, lash grants 2000 combat power. What in the blazes? It's a half-deity tier plant-based demon beast. Zhang Yu stood stunned. He'd assumed it was merely a high-rank or even pinnacle Saint-tier demon beast. Never had he imagined it was half-deity tier, a being straddling the threshold between Saint-tier and true deity tier. Yet this creature defied all expectation, neither overwhelmingly powerful nor trivially weak. Even a high-rank or pinnacle Saint-tier demon beast would likely be ensnared beyond escape. Those countless dragon whisker tendrils, though individually unremarkable, attacked from all angles. Once closed, and they would envelop their prey entirely, draining even mighty demon beasts into desiccated husks within moments. Had his Tyrant Emperor Spear Art's first form not been an area effect technique, he would have perished outright. His base combat power exceeding 2000 undoubtedly stemmed from the tree's blood absorption refinement skill. This was a plant-based demon beast possessing but a single offensive ability, yet that ability posed mortal danger to most demon beasts. Its massive immobile form rendered evasion impossible. Strike one tendril, and others would pierce from blind angles. Tyrant Emperor Spear Art, first form, the tyrant sways heaven and earth. Kill. Crack. 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 Spear blossoms blazed across the sky, repelling tendril after tendril, locking Zhang Yu in tense, unwavering stalemate with the Longshu Spirit Tree. Two mere children possess such prowess. As the deadlock persisted, the hoary voice sounded genuinely astonished, clearly unprepared for this outcome. Could it be? This human had somehow endured beneath its torrential barrage, while that divine beast cub, relying solely on sheer defensive might, rendered its dragon whisker strikes utterly futile. Human, surrender. Exhaustion will claim you soon enough. Since death is inevitable, why not yield now? The hoary voice rolled across the heavens once more. But Xiang Yu ignored it entirely, his focus absolute, his divine slaying spear, striking with flawless precision against each incoming tendril. Yet his brow furrowed deeply. Where lay the path to escape? Supreme Sovereign Spear Technique. First style sovereigns rise and fall. Kill. Blooms of spear flowers continuously burst forth from the divine, slaying spear, filling the sky, with their brilliance driving back the dragon beard branches. However, there was a hint of fatigue in Xiang Ye's voice. Time passed minute by minute, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Xiang Ye's breath became increasingly hurried, his body drenched in sweat. At this moment, Xiao Jin also stepped forward, no longer hiding, helping Xiang Yu share some of the firepower. Human, you can't hold on for much longer, just give up. The aged voice boomed, attempting to shatter Xiang Ye's will. Yet today, despite his heavy breathing and drenched in sweat, Xiang Ye's eyes shone brighter, filled with a brilliant light. It wasn't that Xiang Yu had found a way to escape, nor had he discovered a method to defeat the enemy, but rather the sky. Indeed, the western sun was about to dip below the horizon, which meant he could temporarily retreat into expedition and slowly ponder a strategy to defeat the enemy. As Xiang Yu endured, time again slipped away second by second. Suddenly, the western sun finally neared the horizon. Boss, you should go back, it can't hurt me. It seemed Xiao Jin sensed something speaking sweetly with a soft voice. Xiao Jin, wait for me to return. Understanding that the countless dragon beard branches couldn't break through Xiao Jin's defenses, Xiang Yu didn't hesitate. A flash of light, and he vanished in an instant under the dumbfounded gaze of the dragon beard spirit tree. Nirvana City, Lord's Mansion. Xiang Yu and Li Yuanba's figures flashed into existence. Phew. Finally back, damn, I'm exhausted. Breathing heavily drenched in sweat, Xiang Yu collapsed to the ground, greedily gasping for air. Brother Yu, what happened to you? At that moment, Li Yuanba's figure suddenly appeared. Upon seeing Xiang Yu's exhausted state, a look of urgent concern instantly crossed her stunning face as she hurriedly asked. It's nothing. Quickly gather some oil, the more the better. Xiang Yu said, panting. He had indeed thought of a method. The dragon beard spirit tree was a demigod-level beast, but it was also a plant-based beast. Its attribute panel indicated that it could not move, thus a fire attack would definitely be effective. Plants belong to wood, and fire overcomes wood. Therefore, Xiang Yu decided to use fire attack. Okay. Seeing Xiang Yu in such a desperate and serious state, Li Yuanba didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed out of the Lord's Mansion to gather oil for him. Soon night fell again. Nirvana City, Lord's Mansion. Xiang Yu, brimming with energy, held the spirited Li Yuanba. A smile spread across his face as he awaited the sunset. Brother Yu, you must pay attention to your safety. Li Yuanba's ethereal voice was filled with tension, her exquisite face marked with worry. Seeing this, Xiang Yu walked directly to Li Yuanba's side, gazing at her perfect and sweetly pure face. He couldn't help but chuckle, drawing her into an embrace, softly saying, Don't worry, I will definitely be safe. There are breathtaking beauties waiting for me at home, and I still need to hold a grand wedding to announce to the world that you are my woman. How could I possibly risk my life? Hearing this, a breathtaking smile instantly blossomed on Li Yuanba's beautiful face. Her exquisitely perfect face slightly lifted, her dark eyes sparkled, slowly closing as her long eyelashes quivered, her mesmerizing lips slightly parted. Seeing this, Xiang Yu chuckled. Light flashed, and a surge of overwhelming power returned in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind breaking resonated as waves of dragon beard branches surged forth. Supreme Sovereign Spear Technique. First style sovereigns rise and fall. Kill. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu, with fragrant remnants still lingering on his lips and hands, unleashed a flurry of spear flowers from the divine, slaying spear, fiercely driving back the dragon beard branches. Human, how did you disappear and reappear? Teleportation. Impossible. The aged voice exclaimed with Xiang Yu ignored the voice, instead glancing aside, and indeed Xiao Jin remained curled up safe and sound. Boss, you're back. I'm so hungry. Xiao Jin's sweet voice came through. Xiao Jin, don't worry, you'll take care of this tree demon first, and then he'll get you some roasted meat. Upon hearing Xiao Jin's words, Xiang Yu replied. Alright. Boss, hurry up and take it down, it's so annoying. Xiao Jin exclaimed happily upon hearing Xiang Yu's words. Ha ha ha. Take me down. Human, your strength is still insufficient. The dragon beard spirit tree laughed heartily upon hearing Xiang Yu's words. Xiang Yu merely sneered at its words, holding the divine slaying spear in his left hand, continuously waving the spear flowers to fend off the incoming attacks, while focusing his thoughts, causing the supreme ring on his right hand to shine. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a torrent of liquid that resembled flowing water surged toward the dragon beard spirit tree like a dam bursting. What is this? A spatial ring. What a treasure. It's all mine. Human, are you going to water me? The dragon beard spirit tree asked in confusion, watching Xiang Yu crazily pouring water around it. However, Xiang Yu had no intention of answering its questions, merely continuing to pour water, feeling exhilarated, truly exhilarated. The other party didn't realize this was oil which would ignite into flames. Oh, such a delightful sensation. While the dragon beard spirit tree was still puzzled, Xiang Yu frantically released the oil from the supreme ring. The oil in his ring filled a third of its volume, over 3,000 cubic units, collecting all the oil from Nirvana City and Yinmen Pass. He intended to burn it alive. That's not right. Soon the oil began to seep beneath the roots of the Dragonbeard Spirit Tree, starting to penetrate. The Dragonbeard Spirit Tree quickly sensed something was amiss. This was not water, or rather the component of water was very minimal. It quickly felt it since it was rooted in the ground. Suddenly the Dragonbeard Spirit Tree recalled Xiang Yu saying he would extinguish it. Could it be? This is the human's new weapon. Instantly the Dragonbeard Spirit Tree grew suspicious, yet curiously it didn't feel any danger from this liquid. But what made it uneasy was that since the liquid appeared, a sense of crisis lingered in its heart. Although it didn't understand what was happening, the Dragonbeard Spirit Tree knew it was certainly not something good, and its branches struck out instantly. Clap, 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 clap. The sound of branches hitting the water echoed, splashing everywhere, but it still couldn't stop the flow of liquid toward the roots of the tree. Clap, 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 clap. The sound of branches hitting the water echoed, splashing everywhere, but it still couldn't stop. Soon the oil had been poured, and the area surrounding the roots of the Dragonbeard Spirit Tree was flooded. Die. Suddenly a chilling, killing intent crept onto Xiang Yu's face as his lips curled up and a spark ignited. No. In the instant the spark flashed in intense danger, a deathly aura enveloped the Dragonbeard Spirit Tree, which was instantly stunned, screaming in terror. No. A hoarse and terrified scream erupted, leaving the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree utterly stunned and filled with fear. It panicked and could no longer remain still. At the moment the spark flashed, an aura of extreme danger akin to death enveloped its entire being. The previously calm liquid suddenly made it feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. No, don't. A sharp and piercing noise suddenly rang out, fully reflecting the opponent's fear. But it was, human, don't. I won't kill you, I'll let you go, just leave that divine beast cub behind, and I will let you go. He died. Xiang Yu couldn't help but snort coldly. Wanting to eat little Jean now was truly foolish. Without hesitation, he threw the fire starter into the flood-like oil. No. At the moment Xiang Yu threw the fire starter, a chilling sensation surged in his heart. The Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree immediately knew the key was in that spark. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dozens of Dragon Whisker branches swept in, striking the fire starter simultaneously. Instantly, the fire starter shattered and ignited in the air. Haha, it's useless now. Seeing the large spark shattered by itself, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree burst into laughter. So incredibly foolish. Upon hearing the opponent's laughter, Xiang Yu couldn't help but mockingly say, "Is it really over?" Of course not. Suddenly, the shattered fire starter erupted into hundreds of sparks flying towards the oil covering the ground. What's happening? It thought that shattering the spark had alleviated the crisis, that it was safe. However, the aura of death did not dissipate with the shattering of the spark. Instead, it grew even more intense. Suddenly, the scattered sparks fell onto the oil. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks erupted and flames suddenly burst forth from the oil. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with flames, and the oil burned fiercely. No, don't. The crisis of death suddenly struck, and the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree was completely panicked and terrified. It panicked and could no longer remain still. It screamed repeatedly. All the Dragon Whisker branches instantly withdrew, abandoning Xiang Yu and little Jean as thousands of branches struck wildly, attempting to extinguish the raging flames. Clap, clap, clap. However, little did it know that the thousands of branches striking the fiery oil only caused more sparks to fly, rapidly increasing the burning area. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce flames roared, emitting explosive sounds, and under the relentless strikes of the thousands of branches, the flames grew increasingly grand, surrounding the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree. At this moment, little Jean also stood up, looking excitedly at the burning Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree, clapping its little paws joyfully. Little Jean, retreat. Xiang Yu quickly led little Jean away from the attack range of the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree. Don't. Human, let me go. I won't eat you, I surrender. Don't. The cries were continuous and piercing. The tree shook violently, flames filled the sky, and it no longer had the imposing presence that initially surrounded Xiang Yu and little Jean. However, Xiang Yu was unbothered, calmly watching the burning Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree. He was one to hold grudges. He only adhered to one principle: treat others with respect, and I will reciprocate. If you wish to kill me, I will certainly slay you. Indeed, this was Xiang Yu's principle. Everyone, whether human or beast, must take responsibility for their actions. Just like the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree before him, was it tragic? Of course it was to be burned alive. How could it not be tragic? Did it deserve it? Certainly it had it coming, since the hunt was on. One should not blame others for being ruthless in return. Over 3,000 cubic units of oil, equivalent to 300 bedrooms full of oil, had long since surrounded the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree. Although much had flowed away, it was sufficient to make the tree suffer immensely, with its branches evaporating while the trunk burned fiercely. No, I don't want to die. Let me go. I am willing to be your servant. I can generate the wood origin, which can rapidly enhance the combat power of all races, infinitely increasing within the same level. Let me go. I am willing to be your servant. Suddenly the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree screams caught Xiang Yu's attention. The wood origin. Could it really enhance the combat power of all races rapidly? Upon hearing the tree's cry, Xiang Ye's heart stirred. He immediately recalled the tree's innate ability to generate the wood origin. Wood origin innate capable of generating wood origin possessing extremely powerful vitality and various incredible transformations. In an instant a wave of ecstasy rose within Xiang Yu. It could truly be real. The tree could generate wood origin to boost combat power, and it could do so infinitely within the same level. This was incredibly extraordinary. Does that mean that as long as he has sufficient wood origin, he could quickly elevate his combat power to the imperial peak limit of 2,500? Moreover, he could also elevate the combat power of Wang Yunyan Xiang Yu the Conqueror and the martial Saint Guan Yu to the imperial peak limit. And if the saint level seal were to be lifted, could he not rapidly elevate his combat power to the saint level peak limit? In an instant various thoughts rushed into his mind, and Xiang Yu was overjoyed. Who? Xiang Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the sudden wave of excitement. His face showed no signs of agitation. It could even be said he remained expressionless. A demigod level beast wants to become your servant. Is it enticing? Is it believable? System Spirit, can this demigod level beast be enslaved by the Saint Beast Enslavement Tower? Xiang Yu did not believe the opponent would genuinely submit. He did not want to be trapped like this again in the future, nor did he want the tree to break through to the divine level and fly away. Xiang Yu only trusted himself. Ding! Reminder to player: Xiang Yu the demigod level beast is not a divine level beast. It is between divine and saint levels, belonging to the most powerful saint level peak beast, only one step away from the divine level. Thus the dragon whisker spirit tree still belongs to the saint level beast and can be enslaved. In an instant the system provided a positive reply, making Xiang Yu's already excited heart even more exhilarated, unable to contain the smile on his face. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce flames blazed, scorching the dragon whisker spirit tree. The screams incessant, while pleas for mercy flowed endlessly. However, Xiang Yu remained unmoved, quietly waiting, for he felt the tree's vitality was still incredibly strong. Time passed second by second, and the fierce flames raged on. 5 hours passed, and the branches of the dragon whisker spirit tree were utterly destroyed. 8 hours passed, and its roots were extremely dry. 9 hours passed, and the dragon whisker spirit tree was barely hanging on. Half an hour later, the dragon whisker spirit tree suddenly regained its spirit, hurling insults at Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu remained indifferent. 10 hours passed, and the dragon whisker spirit tree was once again barely hanging on. Half an hour later, the dragon whisker spirit tree suddenly regained its spirit, pleading loudly with Xiang Yu. In the 11th hour, the tree was on the brink of collapse, utterly exhausted. The fierce flames still blazed, and the dragon whisker spirit tree seemed on the verge of death. Ding! Would you like to enslave the demigod level plant type beast, the dragon whisker spirit tree? Haha, enslave. Upon hearing the system spirit's prompt, Xiang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. As Xiang Yu's words fell, the dragon whisker spirit tree burst forth from the ground amid the fierce flames, its massive root system quickly shrinking into the Saint Beast Enslavement Tower. Ding! Demigod level plant type beast, the dragon whisker spirit tree is being enslaved. It will successfully be enslaved in one day. Ding! The enslavement of the demigod level plant type beast dragon whisker spirit tree is in progress and will be successful in one day. Hearing the notification sound from the system sprite, Xiang Yu's smile became even more radiant, even though he did not know how much the enhancement of this essence would increase his combat power. However, he was already very satisfied to enslave such a powerful demigod level plant type beast. Did he really think that the dragon whisker spirit tree was not formidable? Of course not. While its single attack may not be strong, under its group attacks hundreds of dragon whisker branches would envelop even high-level or peak holy beasts, turning them into dried meat. He and Xiao Jin were able to evade its attacks not because they were particularly powerful. Rather, it was because the first move of his Dominator's spear technique, Dominator's Rise and Fall, was a group attack, and coupled with his combat power being not much different from that of the opponent, he barely managed to keep them at bay. However, after a day of stalemate, he almost coughed up blood from exhaustion. Xiao Jin was also exceptionally strong with a combat power of 4,000, but what was the outcome? Faced with the overwhelming attack of the dragon whisker branches, he could not escape, and could only rely on his powerful defense to evade. Without Xiang Yu's fire attack, he might have starved to death. Thus, this demigod level plant type beast dragon whisker spirit tree was undoubtedly very powerful. Being called a demigod beast was no exaggeration. If it could move, it would definitely be a formidable demon. Of course, let's not forget the two major innate skills of the dragon whisker spirit tree: blood-sucking condensation, absorbing the essence of beast blood and flesh to rapidly enhance combat power, and the wood essence. Blood-sucking condensation is easy to understand. It absorbs the essence of beast blood and flesh to enhance combat power, undoubtedly deriving the opponent's high combat power of 2020 from this. Xiang Yu did not find the innate skill of the opponent cruel. After all, the attack power of the dragon whisker branches was weak. Can't you just absorb the essence of the beasts? While I, Xiang Yu, am not short of holy beasts, I can help you elevate your combat power to the peak limit of imperial level 2,500, and once the holy seal is lifted, I will hunt more holy beasts for you to continue enhancing your strength. Thus, having enslaved the dragon whisker spirit tree, Xiang Yu was genuinely excited, even more so than when he obtained a million-strong army. However, Xiang Yu's joy was short-lived as night fell again. He had no choice but to toss some roasted beast meat to Xiao Jin from the Supreme Ring and return to expedition. Due to time constraints, being forced back into expedition left Xiang Yu quite speechless. The day before, he had been very happy to automatically retreat to expedition to avoid danger. Now, however, he felt very annoyed as he was currently hunting in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Helplessly, Xiang Yu could only play around with Wang Yunyun in expedition to pass the time. With a flash of light, Xiang Yu and Wanli Yinyun reappeared in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Boss, you're back. As soon as Xiang Yu appeared at the original spot, Xiao Jin immediately darted over and landed on his shoulder, joyfully saying yes. Let's release our little brother first. Xiang Yu called out to Xiao Jin, eagerly saying. Indeed, Xiang Yu was very much looking forward to it. After 2 or 3 days of enslavement, the 4 black tiger golden sunny beasts and the ice crystal dragon scale beasts he had captured earlier had long been successfully enslaved, and the dragon whisker spirit tree he had acquired yesterday should also be successfully enslaved. Xiang Yu immediately took out the 10 great sacred beasts enslavement tower. Ding. 4 black tiger golden sunny beasts enslaved successfully. Ding. Ice crystal dragon scale beast enslaved successfully. Ding. Demigod level plant type beast dragon whisker spirit tree enslaved successfully. As Xiang Yu just took out the sacred beast enslavement tower, 3 notification sounds from the system sprite rang out, filling Xiang Yu's heart with delight. Release. With a thought, Xiang Yu commanded, and 6 black dots floated out from the sacred beast enslavement tower, gradually enlarging, appearing before Xiang Yu unharmed and restored. 4 black tiger golden sunny beasts, 2 low-level holy beasts, 1 mid-level holy beast, 1 high-level black tiger golden sunny beast king, 1 high-level ice crystal dragon scale beast, and 1 demigod level plant type beast dragon whisker spirit tree. Roar. The 5 holy beasts lowered their heads and let out a submissive growl towards Xiang Yu, appearing even more tamed. Wow. Suddenly, Xiao Jin's surprised and childlike voice rang out. Boss, they called you master. Hearing this, Xiang Yu looked at the black tiger golden sunny beast king and the ice crystal dragon scale beast. Indeed, neither of them showed the slightest trace of their previous arrogance and pride, both bowing their heads in submission. Huh. Seeing this, Xiang Yu couldn't help but laugh, his eyes fixed on the dragon whisker spirit tree that rapidly took root and soon grew dense foliage, quickly sprouting numerous dragon whisker branches. He was not worried that the opponent would trap him again, as the earlier notification from the system sprite confirmed that the opponent had been successfully enslaved. Master, I, the dragon whisker spirit tree, am willing to give everything for you. Suddenly, the slightly aged voice of the dragon whisker spirit tree echoed, revealing a hint of unwillingness. Hearing this, Xiang Yu immediately knew that although these beasts had been enslaved, they still possessed their own reasoning and thoughts. Oh, willing to give everything. What about the wood essence? Xiang Yu raised an eyebrow and said teasingly. Well, I of course am willing. The dragon whisker spirit tree stammered, confirming with reluctance. That's good. Now tell me, what exactly is this wood essence? The wood essence possesses extremely powerful life force and has 3 major functions. First, as long as one is not immediately dead, even if missing an arm or leg, consuming a drop of wood essence can quickly restore one to their original state. It is a holy medicine for healing. Second, the wood essence is a great supplement for plants, accelerating their growth, flowering, fruiting, and breaking through realms. It is a sacred object for plants. Third, the wood essence can rapidly enhance the combat power of all races, and there is no limit to the enhancement as long as it is of the same level as me. For instance, I am currently at the imperial level and can keep enhancing up to the imperial level limit. A drop of imperial wood essence can enhance combat power by 50 points. The aged voice slowly resonated, but it was filled with deep unwillingness. Wow. These 3 functions are impressive, absolutely amazing. Hearing that the wood essence had 3 major functions, Xiang Yu was overjoyed. Especially the first and third functions, they are essential for venturing into the 10,000 Beast mountain range and a must-have for home use. How many drops of wood essence do you currently have? And how do you produce it? What is the yield? In an instant, the dragon whisker spirit tree became a machine for producing wood essence in Xiang Yu's eyes. I currently have 23 drops of imperial wood essence stored. After hesitating, the dragon whisker spirit tree said painfully. Wow, there are actually so many. Upon hearing there were 23 drops, Xiang Yu was ecstatic, as this meant he could directly elevate his combat power to its limit. Upon hearing that the other party possessed 23 drops of the primordial essence of wood, Xiang Yu's heart surged with elation. 23 drops. According to the others' claim, each drop of imperator primordial essence of wood could augment combat power by 50 points, meaning a total boost of 1150 points. Truly formidable, truly extraordinary. Such an increase would elevate his combat power directly beyond 2500, a threshold signifying the pinnacle of imperator strength, surpassing even the foundational combat power of Saint tier and Divine tier spirit beasts. What else? How do you generate the primordial essence of wood? Don't you need it yourself? If it enhances combat power, why hasn't your own combat power exceeded 2500? Suppressing his inner euphoria, Xiang Yu asked the Longshu spirit tree in genuine bewilderment. His confusion was profound. If this essence truly amplified combat power, why had the tree not yet surpassed 2500? For plant-type spirit beasts like us, the primordial essence of wood serves only to accelerate growth, blossoming, fruiting, and realm breakthroughs. It confers no direct enhancement to combat power. The Longshu spirit tree's voice carried a tinge of resigned melancholy as it continued. Master, condensing the primordial essence of wood demands vast quantities of flesh and blood essence. The refined spiritual light of Saint-Tier spirit beasts fused with terrestrial energy yields this essence. One Saint-Tier initial rank spirit beast yields 1 drop of Imperator primordial essence of wood. 1 Saint-Tier mid-rank yields 2 drops. 1 Saint-Tier high rank yields 3, and 1 Saint-Tier apex rank yields 4. Naturally, with the Saint-Tier seal still intact, I can only condense Imperator essence for now. Once the seal lifts, I shall be able to forge Saint-Tier essence as well. With quiet resignation, the Longshu spirit tree divulged everything. That condensing such essence required Saint-Tier spirit beasts utterly astonished Zhang Yu. Enough! Give me 16 drops of the primordial essence of wood now. Though startled, Zhang Yu dismissed the revelation. Saint-Tier spirit beasts. The 10,000 beast mountains teemed with them. Moreover, besides this range, the Celestial Dynasty region housed 3 other major spirit beast congregations. What it lacked in resources, it certainly did not lack in beasts. Zhang Yu immediately redirected his focus entirely toward the primordial essence of wood. He burned with impatience to strengthen himself. Power first, then slaughter. As you command, Master. Upon receiving the order, the Longshu spirit tree winced inwardly. These drops were hard-won trophies from countless hunts of Saint-Tier beasts. Yet having sworn allegiance to Zhang Yu, obedience was its sole path forward. As the words left its bark, a single emerald-green branch, lustrous as polished jade, extended from its trunk. The branch pulsed with a deep, ethereal green luminescence, intensifying steadily, like silent lightning coursing through its veins, as verdant light spiraled upward from base to tip. Gradually the light coalesced into a radiant, incandescent core. Its brilliance grew so fierce that Zhang Yu instinctively closed his eyes, not from weakness but reverence. Feeling the immense primordial force thrumming within, silently awed. Truly this was the power of origin itself. At last the glow at the branch's tip dimmed and condensed into 16 glistening jade-like droplets, each shimmering with inner vitality, encircled by swirling torrents of dense heavenly and earthly chi. Undeniably, these were 16 drops of the primordial essence of wood. Eyes blazing with anticipation, Zhang Yu watched them intently. Then without hesitation produced a vessel, caught them all, and swallowed them whole. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the 16 drops entered his body, emerald radiance enveloped him completely. Simultaneously, surging torrents of heavenly and earthly chi rushed inward, flooding his limbs, bones, and meridians, while his body felt caressed by 10,000 gentle, tender hands. Ding. Consumed Imperator primordial essence of wood. Combat power 50. Ding. Ding. Consumed Imperator primordial essence of wood. Combat power 50. One notification after another chimed, each heralding a surge of overwhelming might rising swiftly within him. Soon the blinding viridian light faded. Zhang Yu snapped his eyes open, sharp incisive light flashing across his gaze, as he clenched his fist, sensing raw, unassailable power coursing through his veins. Base combat power 2500. Huh. I can now stand toe-to-toe with Saint-Tier apex spirit beasts. Overwhelmed by his newfound might, Zhang Yu laughed aloud, exultant. Congratulations, Master. Your combat power has reached the absolute zenith of Imperator strength. Given your innate talent, breaking the Saint-Tier seal and ascending to Saint-Tier is imminent. The Longshu spirit tree offered its respectful salutation. Zhang Yu nodded. Having consumed its essence, his regard for the tree had deepened considerably. Glancing at the 4 docile black tiger golden-eyed beasts beside him, and at the elegant, majestic ice crystal dragon-scale beast, he paused thoughtfully, then swept his hand outward. Instantly 2 Saint-Tier initial rank spirit beasts, slain earlier in the 10,000 beast mountains, materialized before the Longshu spirit tree. Transform these 2 Saint-Tier beasts into Imperator primordial essence of wood, and bring forth your remaining 7 drops. Zhang Yu commanded without hesitation. Though his goodwill toward the tree had grown, hierarchy remained inviolable. He as master held absolute dominion over life and death. As you command, Master. Unwavering, the Longshu spirit tree extended its jade-green branch once more. 7 luminous drops of Imperator primordial essence of wood soon shimmered into existence. Zhang Yu stepped forward and collected them in his vessel. Gazing upon the 7 jade-bright droplets, Zhang Yu hesitated, then turned his attention to the ice crystal dragon. Yes, he intended to administer these 7 drops to the ice crystal dragon-scale beast. For an instant his mind had flashed with the image of Wang Yunyun, but he banished it just as swiftly. He acknowledged that Zhang Yu had fallen for Wang Yunyun, pure, sweet, obedient, and tenderly devoted to him. The icy solitude of his past life, 3 desolate years, had warmed ever so slightly the moment she entered his world, a sliver of sunlight, a whisper of warmth. He admitted it, he loved her. And thus in that fleeting moment, seeing those 7 drops, she was the first to rise in his thought. Yet such sentiment was imprudent. His immediate need was strength, within the 10,000 beast mountains. Opportunities would arise later, many opportunities. Ice crystal dragon scale beast, here. My earlier beating was unjust, consider this my apology. Follow me, and your strength will far eclipse what it is today. Approaching the beast, Zhang Yu placed the vessel containing the 7 drops before it, his tone calm, his manner gentle. Roar, roar. The beast eyed the 7 drops, then studied Zhang Yu. before letting out a low, resonant roar and stepping forward to nuzzle his arm with quiet submission. Then with a flick of its massive tongue it swallowed both vessel and essence whole. The ice crystal dragon scale beast had surrendered utterly. Rule war, rule war, rule war, rule war. Suddenly its aura exploded, rising, swelling, overwhelming. Ice crystal dragon scale beast. Base combat power 2073. The ice crystal dragon scale beast consumed 7 drops of imperial level wood origin, causing its base combat power to surge by 350 points, directly reaching 2073. Undoubtedly, the combat power of the ice crystal dragon scale beast has skyrocketed to 4,000 points, allowing it to match strength with Xiao Jin in a contest of strength. With Xiang Yu himself, there are 3 entities on their side capable of unleashing a full combat power of 4,000. An attack with 4,000 combat power, especially while the holy level demon beasts are sealed, can undoubtedly rival the peak holy level demon beasts. Not to mention Xiang Yu also possesses a trump card, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree. Previously, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree could not move, but after he enslaved it, things changed. He can choose to store it in the Holy Beast Enslavement Tower and release it whenever battle commences. With its countless Dragon Whisker branches, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree is undoubtedly a trump card that perfectly addresses the shortcomings of Xiang Yu's subordinates. Even when facing a peak holy level demon beast, it could respond with ease. Thus, Xiang Yu was delightfully surprised to discover that his side seemed to possess 4 forces comparable to peak holy level demon beasts. Just as Xiang Yu contemplated his strength, a series of wind-breaking sounds pierced the air. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the explosive sound of an impact and the diffusion of blood-colored mist, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree's branches pierced directly into the bodies of 2 initial stage holy level demon beasts, frantically absorbing their flesh and blood, causing the branches to thicken as streams of essence flowed into the main trunk of the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree. Damn, how terrifying. Watching this horrific scene, Xiang Yu's scalp tingled. He suddenly felt lucky that he wasn't trapped by the enemy, who otherwise he might have suffered the same fate. Under Xiang Yu's watchful gaze, in just 10 short minutes, the massive 2 initial stage holy level demon beasts were reduced to giant skeletons. Ding! The Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree's blood-sucking condensation talent skill activated, absorbing an initial stage holy level demon beast, increasing the base combat power by 10 points. Ding! The Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree's blood-sucking condensation talent skill activated, absorbing an initial stage holy level demon beast, increasing the base combat power by 10 points. The 2 notifications made the corners of Xiang Yu's mouth twitch. He was thoroughly amazed by the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree. One could only say that it truly deserves to be a demigod level demon beast. Simply impressive. This blood-sucking condensation talent skill, while not as powerful as Xiao Jin's divine devouring technique, is still remarkably extraordinary. As long as there are enough holy level demon beasts, it can swiftly elevate its base combat power to the limits undeniable. Master, here are 2 drops of imperial level wood origin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An aged voice resonated as the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree extended its emerald branches again, presenting 2 drops of wood origin that resembled emeralds filled with immense life force right before Xiang Yu. Good. Looking at the 2 droplets radiating a brilliant green light, Xiang Yu instantly pushed aside the earlier terrifying scene. Those 2 drops of wood origin represented 100 combat power and also signified 2 healing holy medicines. After receiving the 2 drops of imperial level wood origin, Xiang Yu felt a surge of confidence. With 4 forces comparable to peak holy level demon beasts, this power is undeniably terrifying and will enable him to charge through the Guanyao Mountains. Let's go deeper into the Guanyao Mountains. Xiang Yu waved his hand, collecting the 4 black tiger golden clear beasts, ice crystal dragon scale beast, and Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree into the Holy Beast Enslavement Tower and marched with Xiao Jin towards the depths of the Guanyao Mountains. Boss, let me tell you, there's a peak holy level force ahead, led by a peak holy level purple gold iron armored barbarian lion. It's quite fierce, that wanted to catch me before we. Xiao Jin's youthful voice, filled with excitement, echoed in Xiang Yu's ears. Xiang Yu was too lazy to wander aimlessly. Since Xiao Jin was his subordinate and had been driven out from the core area of the Guanyao Mountains, he would go back the same way to seek justice for Xiao Jin. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the youth's poverty. Otherwise one will pay the price. Under Xiao Jin's cheerful guidance, Xiang Yu evaded several high-level holy level demon beast forces, sprinting 800 miles into the Guanyao Mountains, arriving before a purple crystal mountain. Indeed, it was the purple crystal mountain, entirely composed of purple crystals. From a distance, the purple was very deep and vibrant, with a wynard glow, and the entire mountain was shrouded in streams of spiritual energy, truly a high-level cave paradise. Xiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the massive purple crystal mountain. One must know that before the disaster, purple crystals were items found in high-end jewelry stores, crafted into high-end jewelry, yet here stood a vast purple crystal mountain. Hey, purple gold iron-armored barbarian lion, come out. I'm here to settle the score. As Xiang Yu admired the grand purple crystal mountain, Xiao Jin's youthful voice suddenly erupted, resonating throughout the purple crystal mountain. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly powerful and mighty roars erupted, and instantly immense momentum surged into the sky, charging rapidly towards them. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thundering footsteps echoed, resembling an army of thousands. 1 peak holy level demon beast, 3 high level holy level demon beasts, 6 mid-level holy level demon beasts, 8 initial stage holy level demon beasts. Sensing the presence of the holy level demon beast, Xiang Ye's expression grew serious as he gazed toward the purple. Soon a massive purple gold iron-armored barbarian lion approximately 40 meters in size appeared in Xiang Ye. Its gigantic body shone with a blend of purple and red hues mixed with dark gold, its eyes the size of water jars with pupils displaying a dark golden shade, its ferocious gaze instilling fear. Covered in purple iron armor, the armor was arranged tightly and orderly, creating a remarkably hard impression that made one's scalp tingle. Its dark golden armor gleamed with a chilling light, showcasing its formidable defense, and the overwhelming presence enveloped its body, resembling a raging bull. Xiang Ye's eyes narrowed as he opened the opponent's attribute panel. Name: Purple Gold Iron-Armored Barbarian Lion King. Peak Holy Level. Status Sealed. Type Beast. Current Level: Imperial. Peak Combat Power 1823. Talent Skills 1. Purple Crystal Iron Armor. Purple Crystal Mystic Iron Scale Armor. Extremely strong body defense, greatly reduces damage from enemy attacks. 2. Barbarian Lion's Fury. Incredible brute strength, unparalleled divine power, combat power 600 during attacks. 3. Barbarian Lion's Intimidation. Furious Lion, enraged strength, surging combat power 600. 4. Purple Crystal Iron Claw. Each strike increases combat power by 200 points with a maximum increase of 600 points. 5. Raging Lion Stomp. The barbarian lion rampages, delivering powerful kicks, combat power 500. Purple Gold Iron-Armored Barbarian Lion King. A peak holy level demon beast. Roar. The purple gold ironclad savage Lion King strode forward, unleashing a thunderous earth-shaking bellow, raw, colossal, and wild. Its mighty frame laid bare beneath the sky, sending shivers down the spine. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening rumble shook the ground, causing violent tremors and undulating upheavals. Alo, Alv, Aaa. Behind the Lion King surged 17 Saint Tier purple gold ironclad savage lions, 3 at the high Saint Tier, 6 at the mid Saint Tier, and 8 at the low Saint Tier, each a fearsome sovereign of the wild. Damn it, Xiao Jin, are you absolutely certain you're not screwing me over? Xiang Yu twisted his head toward Xiao Jin beside him, eyes wide, as he beheld the 18 Saint Tier beasts charging forth with overwhelming savage aura. No worries, boss, we'll win. Just capture the Lion King and those 3 high Saint Tier lions, enslave them, and our power will soar even higher. Xiao Jin casually waved a tiny paw in response, utterly nonchalant. Huh. Xiang Yu rubbed his nose, but offered no rebuttal. Indeed, Xiao Jin was not mistaken. Their side fielded 4 peak Saint Tier combatants, 1 high Saint Tier, 1 mid Saint Tier, and 2 low Saint Tier warriors. Numerically they were outmatched, but strength was never measured merely by count. Having witnessed so many Saint Tier beasts, Xiang Yu had formed a clear, intuitive understanding. A peak Saint Tier beast could unleash a maximum combat power of approximately 4100, a high Saint Tier around 3500, a mid Saint Tier 300, and a low Saint Tier 2600. Thus 1 peak Saint Tier beast could effortlessly contend with 1.5 high Saint Tier foes. 1 peak Saint Tier beast could withstand 3 mid Saint Tier opponents without strain, and slaughter 7 or 8 low Saint Tier beasts with terrifying ease. For their attacks simply could not pierce its defenses. Though Xiang Yu was stunned by the sheer number, 18 Saint Tier beasts, he felt no panic, only a quiet inward thrill. How many drops of Emperor Tier would primordial essence might he claim if he subdued this legion? Roar. The Lion King advanced, its body radiating untamed fury, eyes locked unblinkingly upon Xiao Jin, roaring with fervent excitement, clearly enthralled by the golden rodent's form. Yeah, boss, I'll handle it. You take care of the rest. With that, Xiao Jin's body surged outward, waves of immense pressure rippling across the battlefield. 1 meter, 2, 3, 5, 12, 15. In an instant, a colossal golden rat emerged. 15 meters tall, deceptively compact, yet exuding a pressure rivaling that of a peak Saint Tier beast, halting the Lion King mid-stride. I'll fight. A childish, yet commanding voice rang out. Xiao Jin's golden form blurred into a streak of light, launching headlong at the Lion King, its aura erupting anew in furious escalation. Ding. Pet Beast Golden Spirit Devouring Rat-Based Combat Power 3000. Divine Skill Razor Claw Technique activated 450. Divine Skill Spirit Devouring Fangs activated 600. Current Combat Power 4050. Xiao Jin's power erupted instantly. Golden fangs sprang forth from its maw, gleaming claws sharpened to lethal brilliance as it lunged. Alo, Alo, Alo. Stunned by Xiao Jin's ferocious aura, and even more so by its blinding speed, the Lion King recoiled in alarm, roaring fiercely as its own pressure surged violently. Fight! Seeing the Lion King's aura explode, Xiao Jin accelerated further, becoming a streak of gold so swift it vanished from sight, appearing instantly beside its foe, claws slashing down to disrupt its incantation. Ding! Purple Gold Ironclad Savage Lion King Base Combat Power 1823. Divine Skill Savage Lion Might activated 600. Divine Skill Savage Lion Intimidation activated 600. Divine Skill Violet Crystal Iron Claws activated 600. Current Combat Power 3623. Confronted by that golden blur hurtling toward it, the Lion King abandoned its half-charged abilities and raised its violet crystal claws in desperate defense. Roar. With force sufficient to compel even a high Saint-tier beast to fight for its life, the Lion King slammed its claws against Xiao Jin's. Boom, boom, boom. Without hesitation, a sonic blast detonated, sending the Lion King's massive frame hurtling backward, crashing hard onto the earth. Alo. Agony tore through it, armor splintering, blood spraying. But though grievously wounded, it rose again, limbs pounding the ground with frenzied fury, aura surging once more. Ding. Divine skill, Raging Lion Stomp activated, 500. Current combat power, 4123. Roar. The Lion King roared, hooves hammering the earth with apocalyptic intensity, charging straight at Xiao Jin. Fight. Unflinching before that rampaging aura, Xiao Jin shot forward. A golden comet blazed. They collided in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. Then came the sickening wet wrench. Schlick, schlick, schlick. Claws tore into flesh, each strike igniting crimson shockwaves and misted blood. Yet Xiao Jin's defense, peerless as the divine tortoise Xuanwu, turned even the Lion King's most devastating blows into mere sparks. Xiao Jin's assault, however, was another matter. Though the Lion King's armor was forged of unbreakable purple gold iron, it crumbled under Xiao Jin's 400 combat power strikes, shards tearing away, blood gushing forth. Alo. Pain racked the Lion King, its howls raw and ragged. I'll kill you. You wanted to eat me. 15 meters long, Xiao Jin clambered atop its foe, fangs sinking deep into its hide. With teeth sharper than any celestial blade, Xiao Jin ripped away chunks of flesh, each slab over a meter long, tearing free from the Lion King's armored body. Enraged beyond reason, the Lion King raged, but against Xiao Jin's invincible defense, it could only endure, powerless to retaliate. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing their sovereign brutalized, the 17 Saint-tier lions charged as one. Come forth, my comrades. Xiang Yu grinned, summoning the Saint Beast Enslavement Pagoda. 4 black tiger golden-eyed beasts, 1 ice crystal dragon-scaled beast, and 1 dragon whisker spirit tree materialized at his command. Kill them, Xiang Yu roared, leading his legion headlong into the fray against the 17 Saint-tier lions. 4 black tiger golden-eyed beasts, an ice crystal dragon-scaled beast, and the dragon whisker spirit tree were instantly released. Their overwhelming auras sent shockwaves rippling across the entire battlefield. Kill them. Xiang Yu let out a cold snort, gripping the divine slaying spear as he launched his assault. Instantly, his divine mount, the 10,000 Li Cloud in Mist Cloak, responded to his will, surging forward to intercept a saint-level high-rank purple-gold ironclad lion. Black dragon armor flashed into being, enveloping his entire body. Kill. Player Xiang Yu's base combat power 2500. Talent skill Critical Annihilation activated, 150 combat power. Talent skill Invincibility activated, 50 combat power. Break Constellation ability activated, 150 combat power. Spear God talent activated, 200 combat power. Divine level Divine Slaying Spear equipped, 70 combat power. Divine level mount 10,000 Li Cloud in Mist Cloak deployed, 70 combat power. Current combat power 3190. Ding. Player Xiang Yu's Overlord Spear Art activated, 800 combat power. Current combat power 3990. Fourth form Overlord descends upon the world. Kill. The Divine Slaying Spear vibrated at blinding speed as Xiang Yu channeled his full physical strength, spiritual focus, and indomitable battle will into its tip. Waves of annihilating majestic sovereign energy surged forth, and for a fleeting instant the phantom of a 9-clawed silver dragon shimmered into view. Facing the saint-level high-rank purple-gold ironclad lion, Xiang Yu hesitated not a moment. He unleashed his ultimate technique immediately. With a combat power nearly 400 points higher, he hurled wave after wave of 9-clawed silver dragon phantoms, battering the beast into stunned disarray. Boom, 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 boom. After his base combat power ascended to 2500, Xiang Yu's black dragon armor granted vastly enhanced defense. Against attacks from saint-level high-rank demonic beasts, he no longer needed to guard himself at all. His divine slaying spear trembled incessantly in his grip, each pulse unleashing another 9-clawed silver dragon phantom infused with crushing force. Each strike slamming into the saint-level high-rank purple-gold ironclad lion, sending it reeling, wildly roaring in fury and pain. Were it not for its extraordinary defense, the beast would have fallen in merely 2 strikes. Yet even so, under Xiang Yu's relentless barrage, flesh tore violently, blood gushed in torrents. And with no escape possible, its collapse was only a matter of time. Roar, roar, roar. Xiang Yu charged forward first, and the saint-level high-rank ice crystal dragon-scaled beast followed without hesitation. Already a high-tier species, its combat power had soared dramatically, now reaching the pinnacle of saint-level demonic beasts. The ice crystal dragon-scaled beast whirled its massive body, instantly intercepting another saint-level high-rank beast. Boom, 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 boom. Its aura exploded outward, an immense tide of power surging over the saint-level high-rank purple-gold ironclad lion. Ding. Ice crystal dragon-scaled beast base combat power 2073. Talent skill Force Dragon Surge activated, 600 combat power. Talent skill Ice crystal dragon tail critical strike activated, 500 combat power. Talent skill, Ice Crystal Dragon Claw Barrage, activated, 600 combat power. Talent skill, Frostglare Ice Veil, activated, 400 combat power. Current combat power 4173. The Ice Crystal Dragon Scaled Beast unleashed its full might. Crystalline frost spiraled from its body, transforming it into a ferocious, translucent sculpture carved from living ice. Yet its colossal aura dominated the battlefield, unmatched by any other presence. Roar. With combat power surging past 4120, the Ice Crystal Dragon Scaled Beast charged forward, its overwhelming aura bearing down upon the Saint-level high-ranked purple-gold ironclad lion, whose own combat power stood at 3500. Boom, 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 boom. Under the Ice Crystal Dragon Scaled Beast's ferocious assault, the Saint-level high-ranked purple-gold ironclad lion was instantly overwhelmed. Each sweeping claw strike ripped away slabs of flesh 2 to 3 meters long, blood spraying violently into the air. The Saint-level high-ranked purple-gold ironclad lion was utterly suppressed. Roar, 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 roar. Meanwhile, the 4 black tiger golden-eyed beasts engaged their opponents without hesitation, each locking horns in brutal, unrelenting combat. Among them, the Saint-level high-rank black tiger golden-eyed beast king confronted the remaining Saint-level high-rank purple-gold ironclad lion, 2 titans clashing evenly, effectively holding one enemy at bay for Xiang Yu's side. In an instant, only 5 Saint-level mid-rank and 6 Saint-level low-rank purple-gold ironclad lions remained on the battlefield. Clearly, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree, released by Xiang Yu, immediately rooted itself deep into the earth, swiftly absorbing terrestrial energy. Its branches thickened, leaves unfurled, and hundreds of serpentine dragon whisker tendrils erupted in all directions, encircling the 11 remaining purple-gold ironclad lions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dragon whisker tendrils descended from every angle, instantly halting the 11 lions. But the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree had no intention of merely restraining them, nor would it settle for mere containment. This was a golden opportunity for self-cultivation. Haha, come, bleed, coalesce, and empower my essence. A venerable yet jubilant voice echoed across the battlefield, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree's ancient consciousness resonating with palpable delight, as its tendrils lashed out from all sides toward the trapped lions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not every demonic beast possessed Xiao Jin's preternatural defense, or Xiang Yu's area effect Overlord Spear Art. Faced with dozens, even hundreds of razor-sharp dragon whisker tendrils, few could resist. In an instant, all 11 purple-gold ironclad lions were ensnared, tendrils coiling around them like ravenous leeches, piercing flesh and swelling rapidly as they began draining blood. Arc, 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 arc. Wails of agony rent the air. 5 Saint-level mid-rank beasts still thrashed weakly, but the Saint-level low-rank lions froze, entirely paralyzed by the invasion. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds, then thousands, of dragon whisker tendrils swelled to grotesque size, forcibly channeling the life essence, blood, and vital marrow of the 11 Saint-level purple-gold ironclad lions directly into the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree. Soon beneath the lions' agonized shrieks, their massive bodies began shrinking rapidly. Ding! Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree talent skill, Blood Coalescence Transmutation, activated. Consumed a Saint-level low-rank demonic beast, base combat power increased by 10 points. Ding! Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree talent skill, Blood Coalescence Transmutation, activated. Consumed a Saint-level mid-rank demonic beast, base combat power increased by 10 points. A cascade of system notifications chimed, causing Xiang Yu, who was still mercilessly overwhelming the Saint-level high-rank purple-gold ironclad lion, to involuntarily twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn, this Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree is absolutely monstrous. Lucky I tamed it. Imagine if it ascended to divine rank. Chaos would reign unchecked. The purple-gold ironclad Lion King witnessed its kin's gruesome plight, and could not remain calm. Yet it could scarcely protect itself before Xiao Jin's terrifying speed, indestructible defense, and berserk assault. It could only endure punishment, unable even to lift a paw in aid. The Saint-level apex purple-gold ironclad Lion King watched helplessly as its entire clan crumbled under one-sided slaughter and devastation. The Lion King roared in fury, bellowing ceaselessly. Yet against Xiao Jin its rage was utterly futile. Before Xiao Jin possessed only supreme defense and speed, a passive target unable to retaliate, forced solely to absorb blows. Now, however, everything had changed. With combat power exceeding 4,000, no demonic beast dared ignore it. In that moment, the entire purple-gold ironclad lion lineage faced total annihilation, doomed. In fact, facing Xiang Yu's side, the Zijin Tiejiamansi tribe was thoroughly crushed, while Xiao Jin, relying on its immense defense and formidable offense, directly beat the Saint-level peak Zijin Tiejiamansi king. Xiang Yu and the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast displayed a surge in battle power, one approaching the 4,000 threshold, while the other was directly nearing 4,200, overwhelming 2 Saint-level Haidir, Zijin Tiejiamansi. The Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree began to absorb blood to grow stronger, leading to the complete defeat of the Zijin Tiejiamansi tribe. Soon after Xiang Yu and the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast had nearly beaten their opponents to death, the two of them came to assist Xiao Jin, and the three formidable beings comparable to peak saint level attacked the saint level peak Zijin Tiejiamansi King. With the combined force of one person and two beasts, the Zijin Tiejiamansi King was directly toppled, pinned to the ground, and severely beaten, gasping for breath, half alive. The person and two beasts then went to assist four Black Tiger Jinxing beasts, and the battle came to an end. Facing 11 saint-level beasts, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree felt invigorated, crazily absorbing blood and the essence of flesh. Within just one short hour, the 11 saint-level Zijin Tiejiamansi had turned into massive skeletons. The Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree's current base battle power reached 2,200. Absorbing one saint-level low-tier beast increased its base power by 10 points, while absorbing one saint-level mid-tier beast increased it by 20 points. With 5 saint-level mid-tier Zijin Tiejiamansi and 6 saint-level low-tier Zijin Tiejiamansi consumed, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree not only surged by 160 battle power points, but also condensed a total of 16 drops of Imperial-level wood essence. Here continue to absorb. Xiang Yes' voice suddenly boomed, followed by a saint-level mid-tier Zijin Tiejiamansi and 2 saint-level low-tier Zijin Tiejiamansi's massive bodies. It was exactly 3 Black Tiger Jinxing beasts facing 3 Zijin Tiejiamansi. Looking at the 3 saint-level beasts thrown by Xiang Yu, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree was instantly overjoyed, its increasingly powerful whisks shooting out to catch them, thanking Xiang Yu as its branches swiftly penetrated, absorbing blood and essence. Seeing this, Xiang Yu paid no mind and turned to look at the half-dead saint-level peak beast, the Zijin Tiejiamansi King, and the 3 high-tier saint-level Zijin Tiejiamansi, a smile appearing on his face. The saint-level peak beasts were once as powerful as the legendary golden-winged Duppingbird chief, but now they had been beaten to half-death by him and his little brothers, and could be enslaved at any moment, becoming his subordinates. Although he felt a deep sense of emotion, Xiang Yu quickly adjusted. After all, they were just saint-level peak beasts. Even if they were divine-level beasts. Xiang Yes' eyes lit up. Everything was not impossible. It should be noted that the saint-level seals had not been lifted. Saint-level beasts and divine-level beasts were only slightly stronger. Since Xiang Yu could lead his little brothers to slaughter peak saint-level beasts, divine-level beasts might not be impossible either. A mysterious light flashed in Xiang Yes' eyes as a Saint Beast Slave Tower appeared in his hand. He was about to recruit 4 powerful subordinates. Ding. Would you like to enslave 4 saint-level Zijin Tiejiamansi? The system sprite's prompt sounded. Enslave, Xiang Yu said without hesitation. As soon as the words fell, the 4 half-dead Zijin Tiejiamansi shrank and flew into the Saint Beast Slave Tower. Ding. 4 saint-level Zijin Tiejiamansi are being enslaved. The enslavement will succeed in 1. Watching the 4 Zijin Tiejiamansi being collected into the Saint Beast Slave Tower, a faint smile appeared on Xiang Yes' lips. The top 10 Saint Beast Slave Towers now had enough slots for 10 saint-level beasts. What he needed to do next was to enhance the quality of these 10 saint-level beasts. Ding. The Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree's blood absorption condensation talent skill activated, absorbing a saint-level mid-tier beast, increasing its base battle power by 20 points. Soon 3 more saint-level Zijin Tiejiamansi were completely drained by the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree, its aura surging even more. Ding. The Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree's current base battle power reached 2,240. Upon hearing the system sprite's prompt, Xiang Yu couldn't help but secretly marvel. The Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree once again absorbed 3 saint-level Zijin Tiejiamansi, pushing its base battle power to 2,240, plus the opponent's talent skill Dragon Whisker Whip, which added 700 battle power. The Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree's ordinary attack with its branches reached a terrifying 2,940. This could not be underestimated, as this was not a single attack, but hundreds, or even thousands of such attacks. Master, I have condensed 20 drops of Imperial-level wood essence. Do you want them? As Xiang Yu marveled at the opponent's strength, the respectful voice of the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree rang out. Does the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree not want to become stronger? Of course it wants to grow stronger, but despite its amazing abilities, it is constrained. The inability to move is a serious flaw. Have you seen? It has taken months to accumulate 16 drops of Imperial-level wood essence, yet in less than a day with Xiang Yu, it directly condensed 20 drops of Imperial-level wood essence. This is not merely about condensing Imperial-level wood essence, it reflects how quickly it can grow stronger by following Xiang Yu. Naturally, it respects Xiang Yu. Oh, quickly take them out. Upon hearing about the 20 drops of Imperial-level wood essence, Xiang Yu was overjoyed. Each drop could enhance battle power by 50 points, far surpassing any treasures. Hearing Xiang Yes' urgency, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree did not hesitate. Its vibrant green branches stretched out, and soon drops of fresh, vibrant, emerald-like Imperial-level wood essence appeared neatly, totaling 20 drops. Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast, take 9 drops. Looking at the 20 drops of wood essence radiating dazzling green light, Xiang Yu waved his hand, and 9 drops of Imperial-level wood essence flew towards the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast. Roar! Seeing the 9 drops of Imperial-level wood essence flying towards itself, the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast became excited, letting out a triumphant roar, its massive mouth opening wide as the 9 drops instantly entered. Boom, boom, boom. As the 9 drops of Imperial-level wood essence entered its body, the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast's momentum immediately surged rapidly, reaching its peak and then halting. The Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast's base battle power reached 2,500, exploding to peak battle power of 4,600. Roar. Feeling its strength reach its limit, the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast became exuberant, directly approaching Zhang Yu, gently nudging his arm and making sounds as if trying to communicate. Ding. Congratulations to player Zhang Yu. The Saint-level high-tier Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast swears allegiance to the will of Blue Star, vowing to serve you unto death. Would you like to remove its enslaved status? Ding. Congratulations player Zhang Yu. The Holy Grade High-level Beast Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast has sworn allegiance to the will of Blue Star, pledging eternal loyalty to you. Do you wish to release it from its bondage? The system sprite's prompt left Zhang Yu momentarily stunned. The Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast swore allegiance to the will of Blue Star and pledged loyalty to me. Roar. As if sensing Zhang Yu's confusion, the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast stood upright, like a mighty lion, bowing its massive head towards Zhang Yu and softly roaring. Big brother, it says it will follow you from now on. Little Jean's childish voice chimed in, explaining to Zhang Yu. Little Jean's voice woke Zhang Yu from his daze. Seeing the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast bowing its head, he realized it was not a joke, and he was immediately filled with joy. The Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast is undoubtedly a top-quality subordinate. After all, it is a descendant of both the Power Dragon clan and the Frost Giant Dragon clan, far nobler than ordinary beasts. As a holy grade high-level beast, it is significantly stronger than others of the same rank, and is not far from the peak of holy grade beasts, which is why he intended to cultivate it. However, he did not expect the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast to truly be grateful and willing to follow him. Although surprised, Zhang Yu did not hesitate in his actions. Alright, since you are willing to follow me, I will ensure you do not regret it. Release the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast from it. Zhang Yu instantly agreed. After all, who wouldn't want a powerful subordinate appearing out of nowhere? Ding. Releasing the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast from bondage. Ding. The Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast has been successfully released from bondage. The system sprite's voice rang out, signaling the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast's return to freedom. Roar. As if sensing something, the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast came before Zhang Yu again, nuzzling his arm in a gentle manner. Good. Seeing the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast so devoted, Zhang Yu couldn't help but stroke its crystal-like silver scales, exclaiming loudly, feeling exceptionally satisfied. It is known that the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast's base combat power can reach the peak limit of the Emperor level at 2,500, with its peak power erupting to an astonishing 4,600. How terrifying is that? It is noteworthy that the previous holy grade peak beast, the purple gold iron armored barbarian Lion King, had a peak combat power of only 4,123. Now the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast surpasses it by nearly 500. Capturing the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast made Zhang Yu quite excited, as this meant he could have an additional slot for a holy beast servitude. Ding. Congratulations player Zhang Yu for completing the hidden stage task 1, slay or enslave 5 mid-level holy grade beasts in the Guan mountain range. Reward 300 reputation points and a new repair stone. Ding. Congratulations player Zhang Yu for completing the hidden stage task 2, slay or enslave 4 high-level holy grade beasts in the Guan mountain range. Reward 500 reputation points and a selectable set of holy grade secret arts. Suddenly the system sprite's prompt made Zhang Yu's heart stir. The rewards from the system had arrived. However, upon hearing the system sprite's reward, Zhang Yu felt somewhat dissatisfied. The reward for the first hidden stage task was merely 300 reputation points and a new repair stone. The second task's reward was even less, only 500 reputation points and a set of holy grade secret arts. These rewards seemed rather meager. Suddenly Zhang Yu's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but ask System Sprite, "Can I help others choose a set of holy grade secret arts?" Ding. The system informs player Zhang Yu that you can choose to help others select. Player Zhang Yu, please select the type of holy grade secret arts. There are 18 types representing weapons such as daggers, guns, swords, halberds, axes, and more. Choose guns to help player Wang Yunyan select. Upon hearing the system sprite's prompt, Zhang Yu said, without hesitation, generating gun type holy grade secret arts. Ding. Gun type holy grade secret arts Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens generated. Ding. Implanting into player Wang Yunyan's mind. Congratulations player Zhang Yu, the holy grade secret arts Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens successfully implanted into player Wang Yunyan. The system sprite's prompts caused the corners of Zhang Yu's mouth to rise. Cultivating holy grade secret arts allows for rapid condensation of spiritual energy, helping individuals break through to the holy grade level quickly. Logically speaking, Wang Yunyan's talent had already been enhanced to SSSS level with his help, and there was no need to worry about her not being able to break through to the holy grade warrior level. Helping her choose holy grade secret arts seemed redundant. However, that is not the case. Zhang Yu's purpose in helping Wang Yunyan select holy grade secret arts was not merely to help her break through to the holy grade warrior level quickly. Rather, it was to enhance her offensive capabilities and boost Wang Yunyan's combat strength. The fourth style of the Overlord Spear technique can increase martial power by 80 points and combat strength by 800 points. It is undeniably powerful, akin to a gifted skill. Without a doubt, the recently implanted Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens holy grade secret arts would also enhance combat strength by 800 points, thereby slightly augmenting her power. Undeniably, Wang Yunyun's status in his heart was becoming increasingly significant. After subduing the purple-gold iron-armored barbarian lion clan, and completing all of this, the adventure was not over, as there was still a high-level spiritual vein within the purple crystal mountain, and it had been over a month since the last use of the spirit capture tower, meaning he had 3 more chances to use it. However, standing before the purple crystal mountain, Zhang Yu was torn for a moment, and ultimately decided not to seize this high-level spiritual vein. After all, Zhang Yu felt that the 3 opportunities with the spirit capture tower were incredibly precious. In the Guan Yu mountain range, where top-tier cave paradises are abundant, would he really lack high-level spiritual veins? As long as he continued to grow stronger, even when facing peak holy grade powers, it would be a one-sided massacre. Would he then still lack high-level spiritual veins? Thus, Zhang Yu ultimately decided to part with this so-called high-level spiritual vein. In fact, he could optimize the spirit capture tower with the Nuwa repair stone to increase the frequency of capturing spiritual veins each month. However, it seemed unnecessary, as if he obtained 3 top-tier spiritual veins, merging them together would already be immensely powerful. Wasting a Nuwa repair stone to acquire a high-level spiritual vein seemed rather extravagant. After dealing with the purple-gold iron-armored barbarian lion clan, Zhang Yu and the ice crystal dragon scale beast once again, led by Little Jean, delved deeper into the Guan Yu mountain range. Big Brother 2,000 miles ahead is a peak holy grade force of snowy spotted tigers, led by 2 peak holy grade snowy spotted tigers. Little Jean's excited childish voice rang out cheerfully. With Xiang Yu's help, they fought their way back, feeling proud, which made it very thrilling. Rushing forward, Xiang Yu gradually delved deeper into the 10,000 demons mountain range, observing the surroundings. Indeed, as he ventured further, the spiritual energy became increasingly abundant, but the levels of various demon beasts also escalated, transforming it into a paradise for high-level demon beasts. Bloodshed, predation, and the struggle for precious realms unfolded incessantly. Various holy-level demon beasts engaged in fierce battles alongside their holy-level subordinates, while imperial-level demon beasts were merely cannon fodder, posing no threat whatsoever. Having only traveled 1,000 miles, Xiang Yu witnessed numerous holy-level high-tier demon beasts fighting fiercely with many subordinates engaged in predation and the struggle for precious realms. In this brief stretch of 1,000 miles, Xiang Yu encountered at least 40 to 50 mid-tier holy-level demon beasts, and over a dozen high-tier holy-level demon beasts, which left him gasping in astonishment. There were simply too many holy-level demon beasts. However, what astonished him even more lay ahead. After delving 2,000 miles deeper, the number of high-tier holy-level demon beasts gradually increased, with every hill harboring several, and in that 1,000-mile stretch he had seen no fewer than 20 high-tier, holy-level demon beasts, and an impressive count of 50 to 60 mid-tier, holy-level demon beasts. With so many holy-level demon beasts, it was evident that Xiang Yu's journey was fraught with danger, as holy-level demon beasts blocked his path at every turn. Nonetheless, confronted with such numerous holy-level demon beasts, Xiang Yu showed no signs of fear. He would certainly not let go of the imperial-level wood source that presented itself. The Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast unleashed a powerful force with a combat value of 4,600, while Xiao Jin boasted a combat value of 4,000, and with such incredible speed, Xiang Yu hardly needed to intervene personally. The carnage was relentless. Whatever came their way was doomed. Finally, under the guidance of Xiao Jin, Xiang Yu and the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast raced forward, covering 2,000. Considering the quota for the Sacred Beast Enslavement Tower, Xiang Yu decided to release 1 mid-tier, holy-level Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast, and 2 initial-tier, holy-level Black Tiger Golden Clear Beasts, leaving only 1 Black Tiger Golden Clear Beast King. However, during this Tooth of Sand-Mile slaughter, Xiang Yu also enslaved 2 high-tier, holy-level demon beasts, slaughtered 8 mid-tier holy-level demon beasts, and 15 initial-tier, holy-level demon beasts. He obtained 31 drops of imperial-level wood source, and simultaneously the base combat value of the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree skyrocketed to the peak limit of 2,500 at the imperial level. In the Sacred Beast Enslavement Tower, there were 2 peak holy-level demon beasts, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree, and the Purple Gold Iron Armored Barbarian Lion King, along with 6 high-tier, holy-level demon beasts, totaling 8. With Xiang Yu, Xiao Jin, and the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast, whose combat value reached an astounding 4,600, Xiang Yu felt that they could dominate the inner regions of the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Under Xiao Jin's lead, Xiang Yu and the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast approached a high-tier precious realm. From a distance, Xiang Yu sensed the presence of 2 powerful peak holy-level demon beasts and 6 high-tier, holy-level demon beasts within. Raising an eyebrow, Xiang Yu remained calm. Peak holy-level demon beasts and 6 high-tier, holy-level demon beasts might have been formidable in the past, evoking awe, but now he regarded them with indifference. "Hey, Stinky Tiger, come out. I'm here to beat you up. Your grandpa Xiao Jin has come for revenge." Xiao Jin shouted, hands on hips, with a fierce yet childish tone. Roar, roar, roar. A thunderous roar erupted as a majestic striped giant tiger with an overwhelming aura charged forward. Xiang Yu's sharp voice suddenly rang out, summoning forth powerful peak holy-level demon beasts and high-tier, holy-level demon beasts, while he hurled the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree into the fray. Kill. 5 days later, in the core region of the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Lush trees and abundant flora flourished with an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy swirling like mist enveloping the air and the blooming flowers, while the chaotic fruit trees thrived crystalline and fragrant. Everything appeared harmonious and tranquil, resembling a fairyland. Boss ahead lies the waterfall, the dwelling of the monkey clan. At that moment a childish voice shattered the serene atmosphere. A massive beast clad in silvery scales approached from afar alongside a human riding a warhorse with a palm-sized golden mouse perched on his shoulder pointing towards a gigantic waterfall that cascaded relentlessly. The newcomers were none other than Zhang Yu, the ice crystal dragon scale beast, and Xiao Jin, who had fought their way from the periphery of the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Zhang Yu gazed into the distance following Xiao Jin's direction, and indeed spotted a colossal waterfall shrouded in rich spiritual energy, marking it as a top-tier precious realm. However, as he looked upon the top-tier precious realm waterfall, a strange flicker crossed Xiang Ye's eyes. Yet there was one significant issue. The owner of this top-tier precious realm waterfall was a monkey. Xiao Jin said this monkey is named the long-arm ape. Indeed, it was the long-arm ape. Let's go take. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu waved his hand and led Xiao Jin and the ice crystal dragon scale beast directly. Before long, Xiang Yu arrived at the waterfall, but from a distance, he could sense an incredibly powerful presence. Bang! The waterfall erupted, sending splashes everywhere, as a giant ape approximately 10 feet tall and wielding a massive black club burst forth from the water. The ape had round eyes, floppy ears, a furry face, a thunderous mouth, a lean appearance, a sharp beak, and a body resembling a squirrel monkey. Though it resembled a human, it lacked a chin. Its entire body was covered in golden fur with dark golden eyes. It wore a brocade robe and a tiger skin skirt, wielding a pillar, and donned a pair of suede boots with a furry face and thunderous mouth, while its sharp fangs protruded outward. As Xiang Yu observed the increasingly vivid long-arm ape, his eyes narrowed, and he directly opened its attribute panel. Name: long-arm ape, demigod level demon beast. Status sealed. Type beasts. Current level imperial, peak combat power 2000, weapon pillar super divine, level combat power 100. Innate skills 1, beast spirit divine ability, innate, can understand and communicate in the languages of all races. 2, phantom divine, legs while moving, layers of phantoms appear, significantly increasing speed. 3, long-arm strength, arm strength, able to wield the sun and moon. At the imperial level combat power 800 when attacking, at the holy level 1000, at the divine level 1500. 4, long-arm fury, when enraged enters a demonic state, combat power 800. 5, chaos magic staff technique, at the imperial level each strike increases combat power by 200 up to a maximum of 800. 6, Qilin crying power, when using the chaos magic staff technique triggers the Qilin crying power, at the imperial level increases combat power by 500, at the holy level by 1000, at the divine level by 1500. Seems like it's the long-arm ape. Looking at the long-arm ape's attribute panel, Xiang Yu felt a tightening in his heart. Gazing at the arm-extending monkey before him, Xiang Yu felt a tumult within, not because the creature was a demigod-level beast, nor due to its formidable strength. Rather, it was because the arm-extending monkey, one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, had actually appeared. The 4 mischievous monkeys stem from ancient myth, namely the clever stone monkey, the red-butt horse monkey, the arm-extending monkey, and the 6-eared macaque. The first monkey is the clever stone monkey, adept in transformation, understanding the timing of heaven and the advantages of earth, capable of shifting stars and changing constellations. The second is the 6-eared macaque, skilled in hearing, able to perceive principles, aware of past and present with knowledge of all things. The third is the arm-extending monkey, capable of seizing the sun and moon, compressing mountains, discerning fortune and misfortune, and manipulating the cosmos. The fourth is the red-butt horse monkey, knowledgeable in yin and yang, understanding human affairs, adept at entering and exiting, evading death and prolonging life. Legends say that the arm-extending monkey can seize the sun and moon, compress mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the cosmos. Evidently, having seen the attributes presented, it is not entirely accurate. However, the crux of the matter is that the arm-extending monkey has emerged into the world. Even though it has been significantly weakened, unable to seize the sun and moon, compress mountains, or discern fortune and misfortune, the emergence of the arm-extending monkey raises the question, have the other 3 mischievous monkeys, the clever stone monkey, the red-butt horse monkey, and the 6-eared macaque, also appeared? It is well known that the most famous among the 4 mischievous monkeys is undoubtedly the clever stone monkey, the great sage equal to heaven's son Wukong. With this thought, a spark of brilliance shone in Xiang Ye's eyes as he looked at the arm-extending monkey. As one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, it is indeed deserving of its status as a demigod-level beast. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him to recruit the arm-extending monkey under his command, with hopes of gathering all 4 mischievous monkeys in the future. Just imagine having all 4 demigod-level mischievous monkeys at his disposal would be quite exhilarating. Human retreat at once. My arm-extending monkey clan does not wish to, nor are we willing to be enemies with the human race. At that moment, a deep, steady male voice resonated clearly, reaching Xiang Ye's ears. Holding a several-meter-long pillar, the arm-extending monkey regarded the ice crystal dragon scale beast and Xiao Jin with a solemn expression. It sensed a vague threat. However, if it were just these 2, it would not be afraid. Yet it was not foolish, understanding that the group before it was indeed heading towards it. Arm-extending monkey, I offer you a choice, become my subordinate. Human, are you seeking death? Hearing that the diminutive human wanted it to be a subordinate, the arm-extending monkey immediately became furious, scratching its head and roaring. Now that is more like it. Observing the unusually calm arm-extending monkey, Xiang Yu spoke directly. Suddenly, with a mighty roar, the arm-extending monkey commanded. Ooh, boom, boom, boom. As the arm-extending monkey's voice fell, powerful auras surged from the waterfall, and hordes of monkeys emanating tremendous might leaped forth. Ooh. The cacophonous sounds rose and fell as powerful monkeys surrounded Xiang Yu, especially the few monkeys beside the arm-extending monkey, who radiated an aura at the pinnacle of the saint level. Xiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. For saint-level pinnacle arm-extending monkeys, 8 high-level, saint-level arm-extending monkeys, and 2 or 3 dozen mid-level and low-level saint-level arm-extending monkeys. Powerful, truly powerful, it is no surprise that such a strong clan can stand firm in the core region of the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Human race, I give you one more chance, retreat at once. My arm-extending monkey clan does not wish to be your enemies. The arm-extending monkey furrowed its brow. Despite the gathering of its strongest forces, a sense of unease still lingered in its heart. Suppressing its anger, it spoke solemnly. This arm-extending monkey is truly different. Seeing that the arm-extending monkey chose not to engage in battle even after the arrival of 4 saint-level pinnacle subordinates and 8 high-level saint-level subordinates, but rather sought to avoid conflict, Xiang Yu was instantly astonished. It is worth noting that the arm-extending monkey's side has 3 to 4 dozen saint-level beasts, which cannot be considered weak, yet it can still endure, which is intriguing. Is it that the arm-extending monkey clan is not powerful? Is it that the arm-extending monkey clan is not warlike? Of course not. The arm-extending monkey clan is indeed powerful. This is the strongest race Xiang Yu has seen so far, with a demigod as the clan leader, 4 saint-level pinnacle subordinates, 8 high-level saint-level subordinates, and numerous saint-level subordinates. Undeniably strong. As for whether the arm-extending monkey clan is not warlike, that is a deception. However, their ability to restrain themselves undoubtedly points to one explanation: they feel threatened. Indeed, it is the threat. The hidden power in Xiang Yu's hands poses a significant threat. Having fought his way to the core region over 5 days, during which Xiang Yu's side had slain countless saint-level beasts, consecutively uprooting several forces that had bullied Shao Jin in the perimeter of the 10,000 Demon Mountains. His 10 saint beasts have undergone significant changes, with not a single high-level saint-level beast remaining, all replaced by pinnacle saint-level beasts. Moreover, these 10 pinnacle saint-level beasts, under the ample supply of Xiang Yu's imperial-grade wood essence, have all had their base combat power raised to 2,500 points. Coupled with their innate skill bonuses, their combat power could reach around 4,700. Each one is slightly weaker than the arm-extending monkey, with 9 subordinates boasting combat power around 4,700, excluding the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree. If they all join forces, it would be a walk in the park to crush not just 1, but even 2 arm-extending monkey clans. Yet even before he released his subordinates, the arm-extending monkey has already begun to act cautiously, indicating that this demigod-level arm-extending monkey likely possesses the ability to foresee fortune and misfortune. Ha ha ha. Arm-extending monkey, let me reiterate, as long as you become my subordinate, great benefits await. I can enhance your combat power. Xiang Yu remained calm, speaking with ease as he extended his hand, revealing several droplets of imperial-grade wood. As the imperial-grade wood essence appeared, waves of spiritual energy spread outward, exuding an exceptionally rich life force. This is a good thing. The appearance of the several droplets of imperial-grade wood essence instantly attracted the arm-extending monkey's gaze. Its eyes gleamed as it looked at the green glowing wood essence, sensing that if it could consume these, its strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Observing the greedy expression on the arm-extending monkey's face, Xiang Yu was unfazed. After all, imperial-grade wood essence was something he had in abundance. After enhancing the combat power of his 9 pinnacle saint-level subordinates, he still had around 80 to 90 droplets left. However, it was clear that mere temptation would not suffice. The Saint Beast Subjugation Tower materialized in his hand as Xiang Yu waved it. Instantly, a series of powerful pinnacle saint-level beasts appeared before Xiang Yu, and the 9 majestic pinnacle saint-level beasts made their entrance, shocking the entire scene. The demigod-level arm-extending monkey looked at these 9 saint-level pinnacle beasts, whose strength was not much inferior to its own, and its dark golden pupils instantly contracted. Danger, extreme danger. So what will it be? Arm-extending monkey, will you yield or not? Xiang Yu's calm voice echoed, utterly unperturbed. What do you think? The great ape, will you surrender or not? Xiang Yu's calm voice resonated, exuding a sense of composure that was filled with an unmistakable air of coercion. Hoo. Witnessing that Xiang Yu's side had suddenly summoned 9 formidable holy-level peak beasts that were not much weaker than himself, the demigod great ape could no longer remain composed. Powerful, extremely powerful. Dangerous, exceedingly dangerous. Even as a demigod beast, he sensed that the great ape clan was facing an impending crisis. In an instant, the great ape began to fidget anxiously, swinging the dark black pillar of heaven back and forth in agitation. Restless, uneasy. Human, our great ape clan has no grievances with the human race. Please leave at once. The voice of the great ape, hoo. Woo. Hearing the words of their leader, many members of the great ape clan began to shout in disarray, their meaning clear: they wanted Xiang Yu to leave as he was not welcome here. However, as the great era arrives, there is no way to evade it. The desire to remain unscathed is a foolish dream. Weakness is the original sin. Moreover, Xiang Yu had set his sights on this demigod beast, the great ape. In that case, let us go to war. Looking at the defiant demeanor of the great ape, Xiang Yu was unperturbed by the trouble ahead. A cold light flickered in his eyes as an unparalleled aura of superiority surged forth. Charge! Do not kill the members of the great ape clan, just incapacitate that demigod great ape. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Yu commanded coldly. Roar, roar, roar. Upon receiving Xiang Yu's orders, the three holy level peak beasts moved simultaneously, charging toward the great ape. Hoo. Seeing that Xiang Yu's side had initiated the attack, the great ape lost all control, letting out a furious roar as it charged at the three holy level peak beasts wielding the pillar of heaven. The battle was about to erupt. A frenzied aura filled the air. Ding! The great ape's base combat power was 2000. Activating the Ape Strength Talent Skill Combat Power 800, activating the Ape Fury Talent Skill Combat Power 800, activating the Chaos Demon Staff Technique Talent Skill Combat Power 800, activating the Qilins Roar Talent Skill Combat Power 500, using the Super Divine Weapon the Pillar of Heaven Combat Power 100, current combat power value 5000. Hoo. Die for me. Suddenly the great ape unleashed its full combat potential, its aura skyrocketing as explosive energy surged violently around it. The terrifying presence seemed to transform it into a demonic god, as the dark pillar of heaven swung fiercely, emanating powerful black light towards the three holy level peak beasts. Roar, roar, roar. Faced with the demigod great ape unleashing its ultimate move and skyrocketing power, the three holy level peak beasts under Xiang Yu did not dare to slack off. The holy level peak purple gold armored savage lion king along with the two holy level peak snowland striped tigers advanced together. Ding! The purple gold armored savage lion king's base combat power was 2500. Activating the Savage Lion's Fury Talent Skill Combat Power 600, activating the Savage Lion's Intimidation Talent Skill Combat Power 600, activating the Purple Crystal Iron Claw Talent Skill Combat Power 600, activating the Savage Lion's Trample Talent Skill Combat Power 500, current combat power value 4800. Ding! The Snowland Striped Tiger's base combat power was 2500, current combat power value 4700. Ding! The Snowland Striped Tiger's base combat power was 2500, current combat power value 4720. In an instant, the purple gold armored savage lion king and the two holy level peak snowland striped tigers unleashed their full power and charged forward. In a split second, the great ape resembling a demonic god clashed with the purple gold armored savage lion king and the two snowland striped tigers as the frenzied aura of the pillar of heaven slammed against the scales of the purple gold armored savage lion king. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous explosion echoed, a mushroom cloud erupted, the scales of the purple gold armored savage lion king shattered instantly, flesh and blood flying everywhere, and its massive body was sent soaring several meters away by the pillar of heaven with blood mist scattering. The purple gold armored savage lion king was injured in one strike. The great ape struck with such terror. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the great ape sent the purple gold armored savage lion king flying, with one blow the two snowland striped tigers with combat power around 4700 rushed forward and engaged the great ape in battle. With sharp and powerful claws, the great ape had no choice but to abandon its reckless strategy, and soon it was a monkey fighting with two tigers. Roar, roar, roar. The roar of the purple gold armored savage lion king reverberated as it returned, bathed in blood from afar, rejoining the battle. With its base combat power reaching its limit, it was not so easily defeated. Despite the great ape wielding the pillar of heaven with a combat power explosion reaching a terrifying 5,000 points against the three holy level peak beasts with combat power exceeding 4,700, it quickly fell into a disadvantageous position, facing dire circumstances and struggling to cope. Roar, 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 boom, boom, boom. The demigod great ape battled against the three holy level peak beasts while its subordinates were equally unyielding. Behind it, 4 holy level peak subordinates and 8 holy level height ear subordinates surged forward. Seeing this, Xiang Yu waved his hand again, and the remaining 6 holy level peak beasts promptly moved. Among the 6 holy level peak beasts, 4 engaged 1 holy level peak great ape each, while the remaining 2 holy level peak beasts held back 2 holy level height ear great apes each. Boss incoming too. Roar. Seeing this, Xiao Jin and the ice crystal dragon scale beast charged forward, blocking the remaining 4 holy level height ear great apes. In an instant, the entire battlefield descended into chaos with battles erupting everywhere. However, it was evident that Xiang Yu's numerous subordinates were exerting overwhelming pressure on the great ape's side. Hoo. Seeing their leaders suppress, the 2 to 3 dozen holy level mid-tier and holy level low-tier great apes immediately set their sights on Xiang Yu. To them, this human was undoubtedly the leader. As long as they could take down Xiang Yu, everything would come to an end, and their harmonious home would return. Thus, with a furious roar from a holy level mid-tier great ape, the 2 to 3 dozen holy level mid-tier and holy level low-tier great apes charged towards Xiang Yu. Boom, boom, boom. The momentum of the 2 to 3 dozen holy level mid-tier and holy level low-tier great apes rushing forward was absolutely intimidating. Even a demigod beast would likely avoid their sharp edges. However, Xiang Yu merely smiled slightly, and with a flash of light from the beast enslavement tower in his hand, the dragon-beard spirit tree was thrown in front of the 2 to 3 dozen great apes. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the dragon-beard spirit tree released by Xiang Yu took root in the ground, swiftly absorbing energy from the earth, its aura surging violently, rapidly growing lush, with branches sprouting numerous dragon-beard tendrils that swiftly enveloped the 2 to 3 dozen great apes from all directions. Haha, little monkeys, I'm here to play with you. Indeed, although the opposing side had 2 to 3 dozen holy level mid-tier and holy level low-tier great apes, they were no match for the dragon-beard spirit tree, which boasted a base combat power of 2,500 and a single dragon-beard tendril with a combat power of 3,200. These great apes were nothing but children. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dragon whiskers came from all directions, swiftly intercepting 2 to 3 dozen mid-tier and low-tier saint-level arm monkeys. The dragon whiskers, resembling iron but not iron, had an individual combat power value of 3,200. Just one dragon whisker could subdue a low-tier saint-level arm monkey, whose full power only reached 2,600. Even the fully unleashed mid-tier saint-level arm monkey had a combat power value of only 3,000, and faced with the 3,200 combat power of the dragon whiskers, 2 to 3 dozen mid-tier and low-tier saint-level arm monkeys were instantly suppressed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The rapid sound of breaking air echoed as the dragon whiskers moved even faster, resembling a fleeting shadow, a green light that grew even stronger, binding the arm monkeys to the ground in an instant. Soon 2 to 3 dozen mid-tier and low-tier saint-level arm monkeys were all pinned to the ground by the dragon whisker spirit tree. Boom, 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 boom. On the battlefield, the sound of sonic booms was incessant. Facing Xiang Yu's side, the arm monkeys were directly suppressed and beaten. Even semi-divine arm monkeys faced with 3 saint-level peak beasts with combat power values exceeding 4,700 found themselves in a perilous situation, roaring in anger, their sky pillars swinging violently, yet unable to resist the reality of being at a disadvantage. As for the saint-level peak and high-tier arm monkeys on the arm monkey side, they were even more miserable. Facing Xiang Yu's side, their basic combat power values were all pummeled down to 2,500, resulting in a one-sided beating. If it weren't for Xiang Yu's restraint from killing them, they would have probably lost several already. Nevertheless, as time passed, the arm monkeys could no longer hold on. The 4 saint-level peak arm monkeys were the first to be beaten down and unable to stand. Go! 4 saint-level peak beasts liberated from Xiang Yu's side at his signal charged towards the semi-divine arm monkey that was being suppressed and beaten by the golden-armored barbarian Lion King and 2 saint-level peak snowy striped tigers. Damn! Seeing 4 saint-level peak beasts surrounding them again, the arm monkey's face instantly turned green. 3 were already being beaten, and now for more, a total of 7 saint-level peak beasts. The arm monkey was momentarily stunned. How were they supposed to fight? Immediately, the arm monkey stopped the sky pillar in hand, ceased its movement, and it looked at Xiang Yu with a face full of frustration, wanting to surrender. Indeed, seeing that Xiang Yu did not harm its kin and realizing it could only be brutally beaten, it thought it through in an instant and decided to concede and surrender. Since you cannot refuse, then just enjoy it. In an instant, the arm monkey stopped fighting with surrendered. Xiang Yu, who had been watching coldly from the side, of course, saw the arm monkey giving up resistance, feeling pleased internally, but he coldly said, "Keep hitting." Boom, 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 boom. As Xiang Yu's words fell, the 7 saint-level peak subordinates erupted with momentum and all attacked the arm monkey. Faced with the attacks of the 7 saint-level peak beasts, the arm monkey was instantly dazed. What was going on? At the start, didn't you say I should surrender? At the beginning, didn't you humans say I should submit? At the beginning, weren't you humans tempting me to submit with that would elemental source? Elo, 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 elo. In an instant, surrounded by the 7 saint-level peak beasts, although the sky pillar could withstand the front attacks, it was suddenly assaulted from other directions, and the arm monkey cried out in agony, utterly miserable. Little friend, do you have many questions? Xiang Yu observed coldly. It wasn't that he was cruel, nor was it because the other party didn't immediately submit that he let his subordinates beat the opponent, nor was it because the other side looked like they needed a beating. Rather, Xiang Yu wanted to take the other party in, but such coercion clearly wouldn't work. It wasn't reliable. If the other side were to rebel at a critical moment in the confrontation between him and his enemies, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? Thus, Xiang Yu only had one choice: to subjugate the other party. Only by subjugating a powerful semi-divine beast could he feel secure and rest assured in its use. The condition for the beast subjugation tower's subjugation was to forcibly take in a saint-level beast that was on the brink of death. Therefore, he needed to beat the other party to the point of near death. Only then could he subjugate them. Elo, 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 elo. The arm monkey's painful howls were incessant, but Xiang Yu remained calm. He did not intend to kill the opponent. Comparatively speaking, he was already quite kind. With the addition of 4 Saint-level peak beasts with combat power around 4,700, the 7 Saint-level peak beasts launched a frenzied assault on the armed monkey, and soon the armed monkey could no longer hold on. Quickly the armed monkey was beaten to the ground half dead, and on the brink of collapse. System Sprite helped me remove the subjugation status of the Saint-level peak beast Iron Wing Beast. Looking at the semi-divine beast armed monkey being hammered down, Xiang Ye's gaze fell upon a beast covered in iron armor sprouting 2 wings that radiated a cold, iron-like aura. It was the Iron Wing Beast among the 9 Saint-level peak beasts. Although this beast was also a Saint-level peak beast compared to the others, it was somewhat weaker. Xiang Yu had raised its base combat power to 2,500, and its peak combat power only reached a little over 4,500. Though it had a pair of iron wings, it was not for flying, but used as blades. Compared to other Saint-level peak beasts, it was undoubtedly a bit inferior. Thus, to subdue the semi-divine beast armed monkey, Xiang Yu decided to remove the subjugation of the Iron Wing Beast. Ding. Removing subjugation from the Saint-level peak beast Iron Wing Beast. Ding. Successful removal of subjugation from the Saint-level peak beast Iron Wing Beast. The system sprite's voice rang out consecutively, and the Iron Wing Beast instantly regained its freedom. Roar, roar. Seemingly sensing something, the Iron Wing Beast joyfully roared repeatedly. Iron Wing Beast, think for yourself. Are you willing to follow me? Following me has many benefits. Even if the Saint-level seal is lifted in the future, I still possess the Saint-level wood elemental source, and I, Xiang Yu, represent the human race. You can consider it. If you are unwilling, you may leave at will. Looking at the delighted Iron Wing Beast, Xiang Yu's calm voice echoed. Indeed, Xiang Yu extended an invitation to this Iron Wing Beast. Although it was somewhat weaker, it was still a Saint-level peak beast with a combat power value reaching 4,500. If he could subdue it, how could he let it go? Of course, without a subjugation quota, Xiang Yu did not coerce, but chose to persuade with reason and emotion. After finishing these, Xiang Yu turned his attention to the armed monkey. He had already said what needed to be said, and now it was up to the other party to make their choice. Of course, even if the other party insisted on leaving, he would not stop them, as they had fought side by side. It was a bond. System Sprite helped me subjugate the semi-divine beast armed monkey. Looking at the fallen armed monkey, a gleam of excitement flashed in Xiang Yu's eyes as he said, Ding. Would you like to enslave the semi-divine beast armed monkey? Enslaved. As Xiang Yu's firm voice fell, the fallen armed monkey instantly shrank and flew into the beast subjugation tower. Ding. Semi-divine beast armed monkey is being enslaved. It will be successful in 1 day. Hearing the system sprite's prompt, an uncontrollable smile appeared on Xiang Yu's face. The armed monkey is taken down. Having subdued the demigod level beast, the long-armed monkey, Xiang Yu felt a surge of joy. Glancing at the subdued, long-armed monkey tribe, a thought stirred within him. The long-armed monkey tribe was undeniably formidable. It was the strongest race he had encountered in the Guan Mountain. There were 4 peak Saint-level long-armed monkeys, 8 high-ranking Saint-level long-armed monkeys, along with 20 to 30 mid-level and low-level Saint long-armed monkeys. With around 30 or 40 Saint-level long-armed monkeys, they represented a significant force wherever they were. If it weren't for his demigod-level plant beast, the dragon-beard spirit tree, the outcome of today's conflict would have been uncertain. Thus, looking at the 30 or so Saint-level long-armed monkeys, Xiang Yu suddenly contemplated subjugating the long-armed. If he had such a force supporting him, his own power could at least double. When the Saint-level seal was eventually lifted, humanity's strength would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Alright, let these long-armed monkeys go. Xiang Yu spoke aloud, lost in thought. Upon hearing his command, the dragon-beard spirit tree immediately released its tendrils, freeing the long-armed monkeys. At the same time, Xiang Yu's Saint-level beast companions returned to his side. Woo woo woo. A group of battered, long-armed monkeys covered in dirt and blood were released. Seeing their leader empty-handed, they immediately became agitated, scratching their heads and glaring at Xiang Yu with resentment, yet they dared not approach. Hoo. Finally, a peak Saint-level long-armed monkey stepped forward, speaking to Xiang Yu. Boss, it says it hopes you will release its leader. Little Jean translated in a childish voice. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Xiang Yu's face as he replied, tell it that its leader will be back soon. After placing the demigod-level long-armed monkey into the beast slave tower, Xiang Yu did not set off immediately, as the core region of the Guan Beast Mountain range was not so easily traversed. According to Little Jean, the core area was filled with top-tier paradises where the lowest-ranking forces were led by demigod-level beasts like the long-armed monkeys, with many divine beasts present. Moreover, Little Jean solemnly reminded Xiang Yu that in this core area the long-armed monkey tribe was merely an ordinary race among the many. What does this mean? It means that Xiang Yu cannot afford to be reckless. You can defeat the long-armed monkey tribe, but that does not mean much. They are just an average race in the core area. Pressure. An invisible pressure surged towards Xiang Yu from Little Jean's descriptions. Xiang Yu had no doubt about Little Jean's words. If the demigod-level long-armed monkey tribe had such a vast power, what about the divine beasts? He didn't know. Xiang Yu certainly did not know. However, he understood that he still couldn't be reckless. He needed to stabilize himself. He needed to develop cautiously. Listening to Little Jean, Xiang Yu chose to wait. After subjugating the demigod-level long-armed monkeys and gaining control over the long-armed monkey tribe, he would significantly increase his strength before continuing to conquer the core area. The Iron Wing Beast ultimately did not leave, choosing to stay by Xiang Yu's side, like the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast. However, it did not vow allegiance to Xiang Yu like the ice crystal dragon scale beast did. Perhaps the Iron Wing beast remained due to the source of the saint level wood mentioned by Xiang Yu. Regardless, the Iron Wing beast stayed, adding another companion with a burst combat strength of up to 4,000. In the central area of the top-tier paradise's combat strength increases by 100 every 30 days without limit, with a 100 probability of producing spiritual items. And the waterfall where the long-armed monkey tribe resided was a top-tier paradise. However, this paradise was not the water curtain cave, but rather a hidden realm within a vast waterfall, a place of paradise. Inside there grew a saint-level initial stage spiritual root, the monkey peach tree. Indeed, it was a plant-type beast similar to the dragonbeard spirit tree. However, this monkey peach tree was not as powerful as the dragonbeard spirit tree, only at the initial stage of saint level, and could only submit to the dominant long-armed monkey tribe, obediently producing monkey peaches. Xiang Yu gazed at the enormous monkey peach tree before him, and the system fairy's prompt sounded in his mind. The prompt indicates that the large tree before the player is a saint-level initial stage monkey peach tree, which bears monkey peaches every 30 days, producing 10 at a time. Each monkey peach can enhance combat strength by 200, with each person limited to using one. The next harvest is expected in 8 days and can be transplanted. Note the minimum growth spiritual energy level is that of a top-tier paradise. Upon hearing the system fairy's prompt, Xiang Yu felt little emotional fluctuation. He could sense the peak saint-level long-armed monkey beside him nervously watching him, fearing he might snatch away its treasure. Indeed, this monkey peach tree was a treasure for a race. It was a legacy that could be passed down for generations. However, Xiang Yu did not care for it, nor did he covet it. Because he possessed an even more powerful demigod-level plant beast, the dragonbeard spirit tree, capable of gathering the emperor-level wood source, and even the saint-level wood source, which would drastically enhance his combat strength, rendering the monkey peach tree insignificant by comparison. Not to mention, he still aimed to subjugate the long-armed monkey tribe. Time passed slowly, and soon a day had gone by. In the Guan mountain range core area, ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu, the subjugation of the demigod-level long-armed monkey was successful. Suddenly, the system fairy's prompt rang out, bringing joy to Xiang Yu's heart. Directly taking out the beast slave tower, Xiang Yu's thoughts stirred, and the nearly recovered long-armed monkey. Master, I submit. The long-armed monkey looked at Xiang Yu with a complex expression. As the leader of the long-armed monkey tribe, and a powerful demigod-level beast, it was now enslaved. Unwilling. Of course it was unwilling. But could it resist? Good. Follow me, and I won't treat you badly. Noticing the long-armed monkey's forced submission, Xiang Yu was not too concerned. He waved his hand, and instantly 10 drops of emperor-level wood source, exuding an intense life force, flew over. Whoosh! The long-armed monkey instantly caught the 10 drops of emperor-level wood source. This is for you. Since you're following me, I certainly won't be stingy, Xiang Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, the long-armed monkey glanced at Xiang Yu with a complicated look, but without hesitation the 10 drops of emperor-level wood source entered its belly. Boom, boom, boom. After consuming the 10 drops of wood source, the long-armed monkey's aura surged, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful presence. Suddenly, the long-armed monkey's aura peaked, and it opened its eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing across. The long-armed monkey's base battle strength was 2,500, with peak strength reaching 5,500. Good. Seeing the long-armed monkey's soaring aura, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smile. With another wave of his hand, 64 drops of emperor-level wood source materialized, radiating green light and strong life energy, capturing the long-armed monkey's attention. Long-armed monkey, lead your tribe and submit to me. Xiang Yu's voice rang out calm, yet undeniably. The monkey king of the Tongbi tribe declared, the Tongbi tribe shall submit to me. Xiang Yu's voice was calm and tranquil, yet it resonated with undeniable authority. Faced with Xiang Yu's overwhelming presence, the monkey king fell silent. Did subduing a semi-god level monkey king mean subduing the entire Tongbi tribe? Certainly not. The Tongbi tribe is a large clan with a strong sense of superiority. Although the monkey king is impulsive, he is not foolish. Even if the semi-god level monkey king and the leader of the Tongbi tribe were subdued, the tribe would not yield, as they would believe their leader was coerced. It's like capturing the head of state of a nation. Even if they submit under duress, can one force them to make the populace submit? Is that possible? Of course not. There would be passionate citizens rising up with weapons. Similarly, to subdue a race, one must reason with them and appeal to their emotions. Seeing the monkey king in silence, Xiang Yu was unperturbed as he revealed 64 drops of imperial grade wood essence, instantly capturing the monkey king's attention. I, Xiang Yu, am the supreme being of the human race, possessing a top-tier divine beast, the golden devouring mouse, and a semi-god level plant beast, the dragon whisker spirit tree, which can produce this imperial grade wood essence endlessly. Furthermore, in the future, there will be holy grade wood essence available, as long as your Tongbi tribe chooses to ally with me. Xiang Yu's calm voice broke the silence of the monkey king. Of course, you can imagine that as the leader of the Tongbi tribe, if you were to leave with me, your tribe leaderless would likely be hunted down by other races immediately. Correct. Boom. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, the monkey king could no longer remain seated, gazing anxiously at Xiang Yu. Clearly, this statement hit the monkey king's weak spot. How would the Tongbi tribe survive in the core region of the Guan Yu mountains, where semi-god and even divine beasts roam freely once he left? How would the Tongbi tribe protect their top-tier blessed land? How would they safeguard the heritage of the monkey peach tree? Of course, if your Tongbi tribe chooses to ally with humanity, I will help you relocate your blessed land and provide you with imperial-grade wood essence and even holy-grade wood essence in the future. Thus, leading the Tongbi tribe to follow me comes with great benefits. With Xiang Yes analysis, the Monkey King ultimately capitulated, taking the 64 drops of imperial-grade wood essence to convince the Tongbi tribe. The details of the process were unknown to Xiang Yu. He only knew the Tongbi tribe had allied with him. Soon a multitude of massive Tongbi monkeys came before Xiang Yu, bowing in unison. We the Tongbi tribe are willing to submit to the human Xiang Yu. The will of the blue star bears witness. The semi-god level leader of the Tongbi tribe proclaimed loudly, his voice echoing like thunder across the sky. Boom. As soon as the semi-god level leader finished speaking, a thunderclap resonated in the sky as if in response. Ding. Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for gaining the allegiance of the Tongbi tribe, acquiring 2 portions of fortune from the Tongbi tribe. Ding. Detecting that fortune is flowing into Xiang Yu, the fortune seal is activated. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiang Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Fortune seal. What is happening? Boom. Just as Xiang Yu was puzzled, a surge of knowledge related to fortune erupted in his mind. Fortune is destiny, fate. Dao generates 1, 1 generates 2, 2 generates 3, and 3 generates all things. All things in the world arise from this great transformation. It is a principle rather than a predetermined fate. Understanding fortune allows one to comprehend human effort to prepare for the future, or to pull back from the brink to recognize when prosperity turns to decline, thus achieving a state of tranquility and openness in life. Simply put, a powerful clan means strong fortune, and the fortune in turn nourishes its members, allowing them to rapidly enhance their strength, making it easier for them to break through bottlenecks, with offspring exhibiting even more exceptional talents. Of course, currently the holy grade seals are not opened, and the various races have not truly begun to compete for supremacy, so the influence of fortune is limited to this. However, the true effect of fortune goes far beyond this. It can enhance battle strength, increase power, and break through talent barriers to reach higher realms. With the holy grade seals still closed, the races have yet to truly begin their struggle for supremacy. The contention for fortune has not started, and the clan leaders cannot wield their own fortune at will. However, this does not apply to Xiang Yu, as he possesses the fortune seal, providing him with a tool to utilize fortune, meaning he can directly access the power of fortune. In an instant, the fortune seal flashed into view. In that moment, only Xiang Yu could see streams of colorful fortune energy rising from the heads of each member of the Tongbi tribe, flowing continuously towards the fortune seal in his hand, ultimately stabilizing. Xiang Yu gazed at the stable, multicolored fortune energy, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes, as the fortune seal instantly manifested a panel. Name: Fortune Seal. Owner: Human Xiang Yu. Fortune Race: Tongbi Tribe. Current Fortune Power: 1521. 1 point of fortune power can be converted into 1 point of battle power and will not be consumed. What the heck? Over 1,500 points of fortune power, not bad, not bad. Looking at the impressive 1,500 points of fortune power, Xiang Yu was instantly elated, and a wave of excitement surged within him. What is fortune power? Fortune power is the manifestation of fortune, and it can be utilized to enhance battle strength or increase power. 1 point of fortune power can be converted into 1 point of battle power, meaning that this 1,521 points of fortune power can substantially boost his battle power by 1,521 points in combat. Thus, his peak battle power could skyrocket from 3,990 points to 5,511 points. Undeniably powerful, undeniably impressive. Once his battle power soared to 5,511 points, no semi-god level beast would stand a chance against him. It should be noted that even the peak battle power of a semi-god level Monkey King is only around 5,000. Even if enhanced with imperial grade wood essence to raise the base battle power to 2,500, it would still only total around 5,500. Yet if he were to use fortune power, 5511 battle points. Thinking of this, Xiang Yu could not help but feel it. Of course, fortune power can not only amplify battle power, but also enhance it, though it requires consumption. Once used, it cannot be restored. Xiang Yu certainly cannot use fortune power to enhance his strength now, as he has already reached the peak limit of imperial level. He cannot attain holy level before the holy grade seal is lifted. However, even so, being able to add 5,511 battle points in combat filled Xiang Yu with joy. He no longer needed to retreat into the shadows and could once again dominate the battlefield. By subduing the Tongbi Yuanho clan, he unexpectedly gained 20% of their fortune, further activating the fortune seal, allowing his combat power to surge by over 2,000. This was clearly something Xiang Yu had not anticipated. Of course, although he possessed 20% of the Tongbi Yuanho clan's fortune, it did not mean he had gained a significant advantage. Even if he did, it would only be temporary. The power of fortune is determined by the strength of the race and its status among the myriad clans. If he occupies 20% of their fortune, which amounts to 1521, it means that the total fortune of the Tongbi Yuanho clan is 7,605 points. After taking 1521 points, they are left with 6,084 points of fortune. It seems that the Tongbi Yuanho clan has suffered a loss, but is that truly the case? Certainly not. By allying with him, the Tongbi Yuanhou clan has essentially become his subordinates, which means they also have a claim to a portion of Xiang Ye's fortune. It may appear now that they are at a disadvantage. However, years down the line, will Xiang Ye's fortune not surpass 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, or even a million? And at that time, as Xiang Ye's subordinate, they will certainly share in some of that fortune. Will it still only be 1,521 points then? Thus, fortune itself is intertwined. You exist within me, and I within you. It is a creation of a race, a joint effort of multiple races. Once the entire primordial blue star is unified as the master of blue star, Xiang Ye's fortune might well exceed tens of millions without a doubt. At this moment, Xiang Yu finally understood why the peak-level Saint Golden-Winged Rock Clan leader had lowered himself to interact with a mere peerless warrior like him, explaining the necessity of establishing an unparalleled dynasty and gifting him the imperial-level beast Golden-Winged Rock Kai. The reason was that the Golden-Winged Rock Clan leader had long been eyeing the potentially elusive fortune of the human race. Think about it, if the human race were to become the main protagonist on the heavenly stage again, their fortune would likely soar sky-high. And as the protectors of the human race, how much fortune would the Golden-Winged Rock Clan gain? Thinking of this, Xiang Yu suddenly felt as though he had been schemed against. However, he quickly shook his head, whether it was scheming or investing. At that time, he was merely a peerless warrior seen as an ant by the others, easily crushed. Yet they had explained to him the necessity of establishing an unparalleled dynasty and even gifted him the imperial-level Golden-Winged Rock Beast, which was essentially a gamble, an investment. Winning would yield great rewards, and the risks were certainly high. Who would believe that a human with a combat power of only around 1,500 could lead the human race to dominate the heavenly stage? I need to establish a nation, quickly gather the strength of the human race, and then consolidate the fortune of the human race. Only then can we amplify our fortune, for fortune is the future's mainstream. Xiang Yu could not help but ponder. Indeed, just the 2% of fortune from the semi-divine Tongbi Yuanhou clan could enhance his combat power by 1521 points. What about the divine clans? How much fortune does the divine Qilin clan possess? And what about the divine dragon clan's immense fortune? Xiang Yu did not know, but he felt an overwhelming pressure engulfing him. The power of fortune is what he must pursue next. By subduing the Tongbi Yuanhou clan, he also gained over 1,500 points of fortune, greatly enhancing his strength. Xiang Yu could no longer sit still. He needed to venture into the core area of the Guan Mountains to aggressively accumulate fortune. Xiang Yu directly took out all the imperial-level wood origin he had and distributed it entirely to the Tongbi Yuan. After Xiang Yu took 20% of their fortune, the Tongbi Yuanhou clan and Xiang Yu established an indescribable. They were no longer merely his subordinates, but also beings he needed to protect. Only by ensuring the Tongbi Yuanhou clan's health could he properly utilize this over 1,500 points of fortune. As the 60 or 70 drops of imperial-level wood origin were consumed by the 4 peak-level Tongbi Yuanhou monkeys, their base combat power surged to 2,500, and their peak combat power reached around 4,700. Buzz! Suddenly, as the combat power of the 4 peak-level Tongbi Yuanhou monkeys skyrocketed, their fortune increased again, and Xiang Ye's share surged to 1,721 points, an increase of another 200 points. Let's go. Charge towards the core area. With the fortune increasing by another 200 points, Xiang Yu was overjoyed and set off again with his many subordinates along with the 2 peak-level Tongbi Yuanhou monkeys. As for the remaining Tongbi Yuanhou monkeys, it was best for them to safely protect themselves within the waterfall, as that would be the greatest help to Xiang Yu. However, this time Xiang Yu did not follow the rhythm of Shaojin directly. Following their rhythm would lead him straight to the Mo Qilin, and Xiang Yu did not wish to be beaten up right now. Under the guidance of the Tongbi Yuanhou monkeys, Xiang Yu and the others rushed another 300 miles towards the core area, arriving at a top-tier cave blessed with spiritual energy resembling a fairy mountain. Peerless, come out. The Tongbi Yuanhou clan has arrived. If you don't come out quickly, prepare to meet your demise. Suddenly, the Tongbi Yuanhou shouted in human language towards the mountain. Indeed, this top-tier cave was home to the Peerless clan, a mythical auspicious beast from ancient legends. Roar! Monkeys, I spared you last time, and you dare come to seek death. Upon hearing the Tongbi Yuanhou's voice, a thunderous roar erupted from within the mountain, and a massive beast, exuding a formidable aura, charged out first, followed by a wave of powerful clan members. Before him stood a beast approximately 20 meters long, entirely emerald green, with a body resembling that of a tiger-leopard, its head and tail like a dragon's head, horse's body, and claws resembling those of a lion, gray-white, fur, short wings, dual horns, and a curled tail, with its mane often connected to its chest or back, protruding eyes and long tusks, its entire body enveloped in emerald-like scales. Xiang Yu narrowed his eyes and instantly opened his attribute panel. Name Cunxiao, initial stage divine level. Status sealed. Type beast. Current level imperial peak combat power 2150 talent skills. 1 beast spirit divine communication innate, able to understand and use the languages of all races. 2. Pixius world stabilization innate, sealed, an auspicious beast capable of opening fortune, warding off evil, securing dwellings, dispelling calamities, and promoting relationships. 3. Pixius Giant Strength Divine Skill. At the Imperial Beast level combat power increases by 900 during attacks. At the Saint Beast level increases by 1200. At the Divine Beast level increases by 1500. 4. Pixius Fury when enraged enters a demonic state combat power increases by 1000. 5. Pixius Claw Strike. At the Imperial Beast level each claw increases combat power by 300 with a maximum increase of 900 points. At the Saint Beast level each claw increases combat power by 400 with a maximum increase of 1,200 points. At the Divine Beast level each claw increases combat power by 500 with a maximum increase of 1,500 points. 6. Chelan Stampede. At the Imperial Beast level increases combat power by 1,000 points. At the Saint Beast level increases by 1,200 points. At the Divine Beast level increases by 1,500 points. Pishio Initial Stage Divine Level and Auspicious Beast. As he gazed at the approaching divine beast Pishio, which was entirely emerald green, as if draped in a layer of jade, exuding an immense aura, Xiang Yu felt a deep stir within his heart. Pishio is a legendary fierce auspicious beast capable of swallowing all without leakage, thus symbolizing the gathering of wealth from all directions, driving away evil spirits and bringing joy and good fortune. In ancient times, people often referred to their armies as Pishio. Throughout history, from emperors to common folk, everyone has valued the collection and wearing of Pishio. Aside from its abilities to attract wealth, bring fortune, and ward off evil, it also serves to protect homes, counteract calamities, and promote relationships. However, legends are just that. Who would have thought that one day this auspicious beast would actually appear before him, seemingly ready to become his rival? Roar, roar, roar. Monkey, you actually brought help with you. Humans. Pishio looked at Xiao Jin, the ice crystal dragon scale beast, the iron wing beast, and two peak level holy grade long arm monkeys, snorting disdainfully. However, upon seeing Xiang Yu, it was suddenly taken aback. Its eyes, as large as water jars, scrutinized Xiang Yu closely, its mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Long-arm monkey, you actually led your kind to ally with humans. Wait, how can this human race possess 2/10 of the fortune of the long-arm monkey clan? Wasn't the holy grade seal supposed to be unbroken? Can fortune still flow? No, that's not right. How could such a powerful supreme being emerge from the human race? Also not right. Why does it seem like these beasts regard this human as their master? What the hell, this little mouse is actually a divine beast. I can't even discern its level. Pishio glanced at Xiang Yu, suddenly feeling its eyes were insufficient and its mind was in a whirl. A supreme being has emerged from the human race. The long-arm monkey clan has actually allied with these humans. This human can possess 2/10 of the long-arm monkey clan's fortune. And that little mouse is a divine beast that it cannot perceive. Moreover, that little mouse seems to regard this human with respect. Pishio stared at Xiang Yu, its head filled with a series of question marks. Hearing Pishio's mutterings, seemingly astonished, Xiang Yu frowned slightly, realizing that it had seen through him. Pishio, you were once the auspicious beast of the human race. Why not continue to ally with us? I represent the human race in accepting you to remain as our auspicious beast, with our fortunes intertwined, sharing honor and disgrace. Xiang Yu stepped forward, speaking solemnly before the divine beast Pishio. Understanding that taming other races could yield fortune, he immediately changed his mind, opting for diplomacy over violence. After all, the benefits of subduing a race far outweighed those of exterminating one. If he could peacefully incorporate the Pishio clan, Xiang Yu was undoubtedly willing to give it a try. However, good intentions do not always align with harsh realities. You represent the human race. Humans. No, you have no qualifications, and the human race is unworthy to be compared with my Pishio clan. Without the protection of the will of Blue Star, the human race is the most endangered among all races, facing extinction at any moment. You dare speak of me allying with you, Pishio? Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Pishio burst into laughter, causing Xiang Yu's brow to furrow. So your Pishio clan is unwilling to ally? With a slight frown, Xiang Yu's voice was calm and soft. His god-slaying spear subtly pointed at Pishio, a faint killing intent beginning to permeate the air. The human race is indeed weak, very weak. There isn't even a holy grade warrior, and aside from him, Xiang Yu, the human race hardly has anyone to shoulder the burden. But what of it? What of it? As long as I, Xiang Yu, am here, the human race is strong. As long as I, Xiang Yu, stand firm, the human race will be the existence that all races look up to. Xiang Yu's heart stirred slightly, his aura began to erupt, and his fighting spirit surged. Humans, I give you one last chance. Retreat quickly and preserve a bit of your vitality. Do not be arrogant before my Pishio clan, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Pishio looked at Xiang Yu, whose fighting spirit was rising, its eyes flashing with astonishment. It actually felt a sense of threat from this human before it. This human could actually pose a threat to it. After all, it is the divine beast Pishio. Even though the holy grade seal has not been broken, it is still a divine beast, and it actually felt threatened. This left it puzzled. Battle. Yet the response came from Xiang Yu, filled with a resonant fighting spirit. Roar, roar. Human, you are too arrogant, daring to provoke the mighty Pishio clan. Since that is the case, you shall remain here. Feeling Xiang Yu's provocation, Pishio became furious. As a divine beast, and the leader of its clan, the Pishio clan was known for its amicability in the past. When the long-arm monkey clan bullied its kin, it merely. However, being amicable does not mean it could tolerate insignificant humans provoking it. Roar, 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 roar. Boom, 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 boom. Hearing Pai Xiu's roar, the nearby top-tier cave heavens responded with a roar, powerful auras rising and rushing rapidly towards Xiangyu. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A wave of thunderous and powerful aura swept over, and gigantic green Pai's eyes swiftly pounced forward. The one that made Xiangyu most wary was a massive Pai Xiu radiating an aura identical to the long-arm monkey, closely followed by 8 peak-level holy gray Pai Xius. In an instant, a series of vibrant green Pai Xius arrived before the divine Pai Xiu, majestically gazing at Xiangyu. 1 initial stage divine Pai Xiu, 1 demigod Pai Xiu, and 8 peak-level holy grade Pai Xius. Yet it was not over. In the distance there were 19 high-level holy grade Pai Xius and dozens of middle stage and initial stage holy grade Pai Xius glaring hungrily. Such a massive force made even Xiangyu gasp in awe. Strong, truly strong. A divine initial stage force was terrifyingly so. What do you say, human? One last chance: retreat quickly or remain here today. The Pai Xiu clan leader couldn't help but snort coldly, an overwhelming aura immediately spreading out, surging towards Xiangyu. Hehe. Did you really think this would be enough? Seeing the confident Pai Xiu, Xiangyu coldly snorted. The divine beast slave tower suddenly appearing in his hand. With a thought, 8 peak-level holy grade beasts materialized before him. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the 8 peak-level holy grade beasts appeared, their aura instantly surged, and the ice crystal dragon scale beast, the iron wing beast, and the 2 peak-level long-arm monkeys also experienced a tremendous increase in aura. Opponent 1 initial stage divine Pai Xiu, 1 demigod Pai Xiu, 8 peak-level holy grade Pai Xius, 19 high-level holy grade Pai Xius. Us 1 demigod long-arm monkey at maximum combat power, 12 peak-level holy grade beasts at maximum combat power, plus himself and Xiaojin. Battle. Gazing at the Pai Xiu clan, Xiang's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Battle. The fighting spirit surged in Xiang's eyes. There was no trace of fear in his gaze. How could he fear a divine level early stage beast, a semi-divine level beast, 8 peak holy level beasts, 19 high-ranking holy level beasts, and dozens of mid and early holy level Pai? Xiangyu was not afraid of the opponent at all. After all, his side boasted 12 peak holy level beasts with combat power maximized, as well as a semi-divine level beast, the long-armed monkey, whose combat power was also at its peak. How could he fear the opponent? It should be noted that as one's strength and realm increased, the gap in combat power between 2 tiers became more pronounced, making it increasingly difficult to challenge at higher levels. High-ranking beasts could easily massacre groups of lower-ranking beasts. The peak combat power of a divine level early stage beast is around 2,600. While that of a mid-level holy beast is about 3,000. High-ranking holy beasts peak at around 3,500, and peak holy beasts reach about 4,100. Semi-divine beasts have a peak combat power of roughly 4,900. The gap between 2 tiers is at least 500 to 600 points in combat power, and as the difference in realms increases, the disparity in combat power becomes even greater. In just 2 tiers, the difference in combat power can exceed 1,000 points, which cannot be resolved merely by numbers. Consider the outcome when a peak combat power of around 2,600 for a divine level early beast faces a peak combat power of around 3,500 for a high-ranking holy beast. The two are completely not on the same level. This is a qualitative difference that cannot be overcome by 2, 3, or 4 divine level early beasts attacking together. Faced with divine level early beasts, high-ranking holy beasts not only have a combat power advantage of nearly 1,000 points, but their formidable defenses and faster speeds are also beyond what divine level early beasts can match. The equation of combat power defense speed is not as simple as 1,113. Placing a divine level early beast with a combat power of 6,000 among 7 or 8 high-ranking holy beasts with a combat power of 3,500 will certainly lead to the demise of those 7 or 8 high-ranking holy beasts. This is because those high-ranking holy beasts cannot even break through the defenses of the divine level early beast. Thus, as the realms increase, the gap in combat power becomes too great, and the advantage of numbers no longer holds. True high-end combat power is the fundamental means to counter high-end combat power. Now, the opponent's leader is a divine level early beast with a peak combat power of around 6,000. Is Xiangyu afraid? Previously, he wouldn't have dared to provoke the opponent even if he had 10 peak holy beasts with a combat power of around 4,700, as he had yet to capture the semi-divine long-armed monkey. After all, the opponent is a divine level beast whose defense and combat power are beyond what he can break through. To confront them head-on would be equivalent to seeking one's doom. However, things are different now. Although Xiang's own combat power is only 3,990, that is no matter, as he now possesses 20% of the long-armed monkey clan's fortune power. After conversion, his peak combat power skyrockets to 5,711, which is merely 200 to 300 points shy of the divine level early beast Pai. Even if he cannot defeat it, Xiangyu is not without helpers. The semi-divine long-armed monkey originally has a peak combat power of 5,000, and after consuming 10 drops of the imperial grade wood essence, its combat power wildly surged to 5,500. Although there is still a gap with the divine level early beast Pai, paired with Xiangyu, the two could likely bring it down. Moreover, his 12 subordinates, each with peak combat power around 4,700, can deal with the opponent's minions and come to assist him and the long-armed monkey. At that time, utterly defeating this divine-level early beast Cunxiao would be a piece of cake. Fight! 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 Thoughts raced through Xiang Ye's mind as his aura surged, pointing the god-slaying spear towards the divine Cunxiao. Long-armed monkeys, charge for me. Kill! Suddenly, with a loud shout from Xiang Yu, he dashed forward through the clouds, charging at the stunned divine-level early Cunxiao, who could hardly believe what was happening. Ding! Player Xiang Ye's base combat power is 2,500. The talent skill Critical Crush is activated. Current combat power is 3,190. Ding! Player Xiang Yu activates Sovereign Spear Technique combat power 800. Current combat power is 3,990. Fourth form Sovereign's arrival kill. As Xiang Yu let out a low shout, the black dragon armor shimmered, and the tip of the god-slaying spear manifested a shadow of a 9-clawed silver dragon surging towards the divine Cunxiao with overwhelming momentum. What? This human actually dares to charge at me. The divine Cunxiao was astonished as it sensed the power emanating from the human before it, a human with only the aura of a mid-level holy beast actually daring to attack it. Is this human out of his mind? Kill. At that moment, as Xiang Yu wielded the god-slaying spear, he swiftly approached the divine Cunxiao. You are truly foolish, get lost. Seeing Xiang Yu approaching, the divine Cunxiao grew impatient and casually swiped its claws at him. Ding! The divine-level early beast Cunxiao has a base combat power of 2,150. The talent skill Pixius Mighty Strength is activated combat power 900. The talent skill Pixius Fury is activated combat power 1000. The talent skill Pixius Claw Combo is activated combat power 600. Current combat power is 4,650. With a casual strike, the divine beast Cunxiao unleashed a power of 4,650, overwhelming Xiang Yu. As he closed in on the divine Cunxiao, he felt a surge of joy in his heart, his thoughts racing. Ding! Player Xiang Yu converts fortune power to combat power 1721 points of fortune power, converted to 1721 combat power. Ding! Player Xiang Ye's combat power 1721, current combat power is 5,711. Boom! As the system notification sounded, an immense surge of power flooded his body, filling every limb. Not only strength, but in an instant Xiang Yu felt his defenses, speed, reactions, and everything else rapidly elevate. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. Suddenly a glint sparked in Xiang Ye's eyes, as the overwhelming power imbued the god-slaying spear, causing it to tremble rapidly. The shadow of the 9-clawed silver dragon solidified even more while a breathtaking and heart-stopping aura emerged. Kill! Boom boom boom. With his strength soaring, Xiang Yu donned an even darker black dragon armor, wielding the god-slaying spear with a heart-stirring, increasingly solidified shadow of the 9-clawed silver dragon, fiercely striking towards the divine Cunxiao. What? Suddenly a dangerous aura emanated from the seemingly insignificant human, startling the divine Cunxiao, which had previously been indifferent. Not good danger. The divine Cunxiao inwardly cursed as it immediately realized that this human was harnessing fortune power. Although it did not understand how the human could use fortune power at this moment, it was clear that now was not the time to dwell on this matter. It immediately sought to change tactics and escalate its attack. Too late. Kill. Suddenly Xiang Ye's cold snort echoed as the shadow of the 9-clawed silver dragon rapidly charged towards the divine Cunxiao. Before it stood a human it had deemed unworthy. Yet this human wielded the power of celestial fortune. After all, the saint-level seal remained unbroken. The great races had yet to truly vie for supremacy, and the contest for celestial fortune had not even begun. Even tribal chieftains could not command their faction's fortune with a mere gesture. Yet this human, here now while the saint-level seal still held, dared wield celestial fortune. The divine-level Cunxiao nearly burst its eyes from their sockets in disbelief. But clearly Xiang Yu granted it no time to gape. A phantom of a 9-clawed silver dragon surged forth, radiating lethal intent. Too fast, impossibly fast. The divine-level Cunxiao had no moment to react. Instinct screamed evade, yet Xiang Yu moved with equal swiftness. Within a blink his strike descended, leaving only one choice meted hidden. In an instant the 9-clawed silver dragon's phantom collided with the Cunxiao's divine claws, a thunderous shattering impact. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. A torrent of explosive force erupted outward in all directions. Arg! A shriek tore from the Cunxiao's throat as its jade-green claws shattered outright, blood erupting in crimson torrents. Tum! A muffled, thunderous detonation reverberated from the Cunxiao's body, and instantly its colossal form was hurled skyward, crashing violently into the earth. Arg! 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 Human! You shall die! Enraged beyond measure, the divine-level Cunxiao rose from the dust, wounded but unbroken. How dare a mere mortal strike down a sacred beast, fling it like refuse? Die! It surged upright and scathed by Xiang Yu's ambush, its aura surging like a storm. Fierce, untamed, overwhelming. Damn it! Against such a devastating blow, and yet it stands unharmed. Truly a divine beast. Xiang Yu, though victorious in his first strike, watched the beast's rampaging aura rise, and did not relax. Instead he braced himself as if facing a sovereign foe. His full power assault registered a combat value of 5711. yet the beast bore no grievous wound. Boom, 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 boom. A tempest of raw fury billowed from the divine-level Pishio, deepening Xiang Yu's grim expression. Divine-level beast Pishio initial rank base combat value, 2150. Talent technique, Pishio mighty strength, activated 900. Talent technique, Pishio's wrath, activated 1000. Talent technique, Pishio claw barrage, activated 900. Talent technique, Qilin thunder stomp, activated 1000. Current combat value, 5950. The Pishio's overwhelming aura spread like a tide, immense power surging heavenward. Its gaze locked unerringly upon Xiang Yu. Kill. Though dwarfed by that crushing presence, Xiang Yu hesitated not. Beneath him the 10,000 Li cloud veil roared forward, black dragon scale armor shimmered across his frame, and the god-slaying spear trembled fiercely in his grip. Boom, boom, boom. The nine-clawed silver dragon's phantom reappeared. Xiang Yu roared, and charged a storm-given flesh. Human die. The divine-level Pishio, now utterly incensed, unleashed both its Qilin-like forelimbs, radiating dread-inducing might, and its razor-sharp claws converging upon Xiang Yu in a single devastating sweep. Kill. Roar. A low draconic bellow echoed. Then the god-slaying spear's tip blazed with the nine-clawed silver dragon's phantom hurtling toward its foe with cataclysmic force. In that split second their attacks, each pulsing with terrifying power, slammed together with blinding speed. Two forces, each nearing 6,000 in destructive magnitude, collided and detonated like miniature supernovae. Shockwaves bloomed into towering mushroom clouds, swallowing both Xiang Yu and the divine Pishio whole, while thunderous roars shook the land for dozens of li. Tum. Suddenly a massive silhouette and a lone rider were blasted clear from the churning mushroom clouds. There it lay, the divine Pishio, its jade-green hide cracked and splintered scales, torn flesh, lacerated blood gushing into the air as it tumbled 20 or 30 meters through the void. Pooh, pooh. Xiang Yu, likewise hurled backward, fared no better to shield the 10,000 Li cloud veil. His black dragon scale armor fractured across vast swathes, and crimson spattered from his lips. Thud. He crashed hard onto the ground. Agony seared through him, his face paled, his expression tightening into stark, sober gravity. No, it's dire. Indeed it was dire, not because of his wounds, but because of what they portended. This battle's aftershocks were catastrophic. They were not outside the 10,000 demon mountains, not at its outer fringes, nor even within its inner reaches. They stood at its very heart. Within the outer and inner ranges, Xiang Yu could fight freely, unburdened by consequence. But here, this was the core, a domain ruled by sovereign divine beasts. Here everything changed. Roar, roar, roar. Human, you shall die. Wounded and furious, the divine Pishio surged upright once more, ready to charge. At that very moment, a colossal aura surged toward them from afar, so potent it made Xiang Yu just rising to it. That aura matched the Pishio's in sheer magnitude, its master too a divine beast. Another divine beast. Xiang Yu's pulse quickened. He stood on the precipice of annihilation. Divine beasts were simply that formidable. He had believed, relying on his peak output, celestial fortune, and the aid of the Tongbi macaque, that he might overwhelm the divine Pishio. Yet after clashing with it, he knew he had been grievously mistaken. The power of a divine beast eclipsed that of saint-level or emperor-level beasts beyond all measure. Its impenetrable defenses, its staggering vitality, none could be gauged by lesser tiers. Xiang Yu's gaze darted anxiously toward the horizon. Another divine beast approached, and danger loomed. One divine beast's dominion was already beyond his reach. Two meant certain doom. Boom, 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 boom. A ferocious, overwhelming aura hurtled closer. Woof, woof, woof. You two seem to be having quite the lively spar. Shall I join in? Before the figure arrived, its voice preceded it, startling Xiang Yu. Woof, woof, woof. A dog. A celestial hound. Was it the howling heaven hound? Xiang Yu's brow furrowed in utter bewilderment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A sonic vortex exploded. Then racing across the land came a colossal hound over 20 meters long. Its body gleamed with overlapping luminous white scales, elongated serrated fangs jutted from its maw, powerful limbs drove it forward with thunderous piston-like force. Its form blended the grace of tiger and leopard, streamlined, muscular, majestic. An ancient verse described it thus: a celestial hound refined to slender grace, like ivory elephant fierce as hawk's embrace, O iron neck, bronze skull. No shield can hold strike its wrath, and bone itself grows cold. As the celestial hound closed in at breakneck speed, Xiang Yu's tension sharpened, not whether it was the howling heaven hound, but because it was a divine beast. Woof, 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 woof. This place is so lively. Who is the Pishio fighting with? Just in time for this celestial dog, a howling wind swept through as a gigantic dog charged forward, its bark echoing loudly. Xiang Yu's group instantly felt a sense of foreboding, for it seemed that the celestial dog recognized the Pishio before them. A divine beast is already difficult to deal with, and now another one. Xiang Yu's heart was filled with anxiety, feeling a wave of crisis wash over him. Roar, roar, roar. Celestial dog, get lost over there. This human is mine. Seeing the massive celestial dog charging towards him, the divine Pishio couldn't help but roar, as if it had already regarded Xiang Yu as a possession. Though the Pixius words were not very pleasant, they nevertheless brought a sigh of relief to Xiang Yu. The celestial dog and the Pishio were acquainted, but their relationship likely wasn't very close. They might be old foes, and probably wouldn't join forces against him. Xiang Yu couldn't help but glance at the celestial dog's attribute panel. He could almost confirm that this gigantic dog like the Pishio was also a divine beast at the initial stage, though otherwise it wouldn't be so arrogant. Name celestial dog divine beast initial stage. Status sealed. Type K9. Current level Emperor level peak combat power 2050 talent skills. 1 beast spirit divine ability, innate able to understand and use the languages of all races. 2 celestial dog accelerated speed power explosion, quick push-off speed significantly increased. 3 celestial dog giant strength divine ability, at Emperor level combat power 1000 when attacking, at Saint level combat power 1200 when attacking, at divine level combat power 1500 when attacking. 4 celestial dog fury when enraged enters a rampage state combat power 1000. 5 celestial dog claw combo, at Emperor level each claw increases combat power by 250 up to a maximum of 1000 combat power. At Saint level each claw increases combat power by 400 up to a maximum of 1200 combat power. At divine level each claw increases combat power by 500 up to a maximum of 1500 combat power. 6 celestial dog sun eater howling at the moon, at Emperor level increases combat power by 1000. At Saint level increases combat power by 1200. At divine level increases combat power by 1500. Indeed, looking at the celestial dog's attribute panel, Xiang Yu's heart sank. It was truly a divine beast at the initial stage, and seemed to be even stronger than that divine Pishio. Xiang Yu suddenly felt that entering the core area of the Myriad Beasts Mountain so recklessly was not the right choice. Just dealing with the Pishio clan requires him to pay a hefty price. It is not that the Pishio clan is hard to deal with, but that the divine Pishio is difficult to handle. Although Xiang Yu could forcibly unleash his combat power using the power of fate to reach 5711, along with the semi-divine giant monkey, with combat power reaching 5,500. However, facing the divine Pishio was still quite strenuous. Indeed, it was very challenging, because the divine Pixie's vitality and formidable defense could not be easily overcome by him and the giant monkey. If he truly wanted to defeat the divine Pishio, Xiang Yu estimated that his combat power must be able to suppress the divine Pishio. 6,200 combat power. Indeed, he needed that level of combat power to suppress the divine Pishio and keep it under control. But right now he didn't have it. His combat power was only 5,711. Moreover, even if 12 subordinates with combat power around 4,700 joined forces, it wouldn't be very effective. There was a level suppression with combat power needing to exceed about 1,300 for effective suppression. Thus, facing a single divine Pishio, Xiang Yu's side felt somewhat powerless. And now another one had emerged, the celestial dog. Woof woof woof. Human. This human can actually use the power of fate. The celestial dog's attention shifted from the divine Pishio to Xiang Yu. However, upon closer inspection, the celestial dog was immediately taken aback. As a divine beast, it could tell at a glance that Xiang Yu was filled with the power of fate. What surprised it was that this human had broken the norm and used the power of fate to enhance its combat power. Celestial dog, hurry and leave. This is the territory of my Pishio clan, who otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing the celestial dog staring intently at Xiang Yu, the Pishio became restless. This human definitely had many secrets that it would prefer to keep to itself, who now with the sudden appearance of a celestial dog it was unwilling. Oh, there's even a small mouse divine beast cub. I can't see through it. Interesting. Facing the Pixie's threat, the celestial dog was unperturbed and instead noticed little Jean, as if discovering a new land. Human, don't be afraid. As long as you choose to ally with my celestial dog clan, I will protect you today. Just as Xiang Yu was worried about the divine Pishio and the divine celestial dog attacking him together. Surprisingly, the celestial dog spoke. However, the words it uttered made the corners of Xiang Yu's mouth twitch. Oh, why did this sound so familiar? Celestial dog, retreat quickly. The human is mine. Leave immediately or prepare to stay here today. Hearing the celestial dog's words, the divine Pishio immediately flew into a rage, its aura surging, clearly indicating a readiness to fight. Let them fight. Seeing that the divine Pishio and the celestial dog seemed about to clash over him, Xiang Yu's heart instantly filled with joy. However, just then a disruptor appeared again, causing Xiang Yu's heart to sink uncontrollably. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, 2 massive auras surged rapidly towards them, the ground-shaking footsteps quickly resonating, instantly interrupting the impending conflict between the divine Pishio and the celestial dog, both turning to look into the distance. Roar, roar, roar. Haha. Today my earth-walking golden dragons can have a big feast. The booming voice and overwhelming aura came from afar, making Xiang Yu, the divine Pishio, and the divine celestial dog feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Damn, 2 more divine beasts. Is the core area really that terrifying? Is this where divine beasts gather? Indeed, Xiang Yu instantly sensed that these 2 immense auras belonged to divine beasts. Another 2 divine beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Soon the sounds of earth-shaking footsteps echoed as 2 divine beasts appeared. He saw 2 creatures over 20 meters long, their bodies covered in hard golden scales, each scale shimmering with a cold metallic luster. Their four legs covered in scales were robust and powerful, requiring several people to embrace them, resembling prehistoric dinosaurs, with a thick tail reaching 7 to 8 meters long covered in spikes. The two massive beasts, entirely golden, resembled Tyrannosaurus rex. Looking at the two golden dragons, Xiang Ye's pupils involuntarily constricted. Two dragon-type divine beasts, earth-walking golden dragons. Boom, boom, boom. With thunderous roars, two massive earth-walking golden dragons galloped towards them, their wild and imposing forms radiating an aura that shook the heavens. Though their bodies were only 20 meters long, the sheer magnitude of their presence sent waves of dread through the heart, thick golden scales glistening with a chilling golden aura. The cold, emotionless golden eyes swept over, making one feel as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them. A chill ran deep into the heart. Powerful, truly powerful. Xiang Yu felt a chill in his heart as two divine-level beasts appeared, both being formidable dragons, and both being divine-level sub-dragon beasts. The sub-dragon race has no legs, their massive bodies covered in scales resembling dragons in some aspects, lacking wings, unable to fly, only able to crawl on the ground. However, there is no denying that the sub-dragon race is indeed wild and powerful, not to mention that they are two divine-level sub-dragon beasts. Suppressing his own cold heart, Xiang Yu directly opened the opponent's attribute panel. Name: Earth-walking golden dragon, divine level, initial stage. Status: sealed. Type: beast type. Current level: emperor level. Peak combat power 2112. Innate skills: 1. Beast spirit, divine ability, innate, can understand and use the languages of all races. 2. Golden dragon armor coverage, golden dragon scales cover the entire body, providing strong defense and significantly reducing enemy attacks. 3. Golden dragon gigantic power, at the emperor level attack power 1000, at the saint level attack power 1200, at the divine level attack power 1500. 4. Golden dragon tail critical strike, all power converges in the tail, unleashing an incredibly powerful strike, at the emperor level attack power 1200, at the saint level attack power 1500, at the divine level attack power 1800. 5. Golden dragon claw barrage, at the emperor level each claw increases combat power by 250 with a maximum increase of 1000 combat power. At the saint level each claw increases combat power by 200 with a maximum increase of 1200 combat power. At the divine level each claw increases combat power by 500 with a maximum increase of 1500 combat power. 6. Golden dragon fury, in a rage, enters a demonic state, power surges, combat power 1000. Upon seeing the earth-walking golden dragon's attribute panel, Xiang Ye's heart grew even colder. Powerful, truly powerful. This earth-walking golden dragon is even stronger than the divine-level Cunxiao and divine-level Tengu. Both are divine-level initial stage beasts, yet this earth-walking golden dragon's peak combat power reaches an astonishing 4,300. Looking at the four powerful divine-level beasts, Xiang Yu suddenly felt that entering the core area of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain was a grave mistake. This was just one divine-level initial stage beast, yet 3 divine-level beasts had appeared right away. What made Xiang Yu despair was that even with his subordinates, he couldn't defeat the weakest divine-level Cunxiao, and now 3 more had appeared. He felt like spitting blood. Xiang Yu wanted to vomit blood. Forget about seeking revenge against the nine-tailed fox and the inked Qilin. He couldn't even handle the weakest divine-level initial stage Cunxiao. So how could he face the nine-tailed fox? How could he possibly confront the inked Qilin? The nine-tailed fox and the inked Qilin are surely formidable among divine beasts. Even if they are not high-level divine beasts, they should still be peak divine beasts. Fight! What a joke! A divine-level initial stage beast is already beyond his capability. High-level divine, peak divine. Roar! Roar! There's still that little mouse left, you all can leave. The 2 massive earth-walking golden dragons charged forward, their tank-like golden eyes sweeping around before locking onto Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin, roaring excitedly. What the hell? What kind of eyes are these? They spotted me and Xiao Jin in an instant. Xiang Yu was rendered speechless as the attention of the 2 earth-walking golden dragons focused solely on him and Xiao Jin. Boss, should we run? At this moment, Xiao Jin's childish voice sounded, sensing that something was off. Run. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu could only smile wryly. He truly wanted to escape, but could they? Now that the 4 divine-level beasts had locked onto him and Xiao Jin, how could they escape? Xiao Jin could rely on its strong defense and speed to flee, but what about him? Roar! Roar! This is the territory of my Cunxiao clan. Are you Tengu? Hearing that the 2 earth-walking golden dragons wanted to claim Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin, the divine-level Cunxiao immediately became displeased and pulled the Tengu onto their side, standing united against the intruders. Woof! Woof! This is the Cunxiao clan's territory. Oh, leave quickly, or my Tengu clan will seek justice. Facing the imposing 2 divine-level initial stage earth-walking golden dragons, the Tengu chose to stand in solidarity with the Cunxiao. Roar! Roar! Seeking death. If that's the case, then let's all die. Seeing the Tengu and Cunxiao unite, the 2 earth-walking golden dragons erupted in fury, their momentum soaring. Without further ado, they were ready to fight. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the 2 earth-walking golden dragons charged forward, their massive bodies attacking the Tengu and Cunxiao. Boom! 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 Xiang Yu was left dumbfounded as the 2 earth-walking golden dragons truly rampaged, directly attacking, while the Tengu and Cunxiao were forced to counter. In an instant both sides began to clash. What the hell? This is insane, the earth-walking golden dragons are really rampaging. Seeing the four beasts engaged in battle, Xiang Yu felt a surge of joy and couldn't help but praise the earth-walking golden dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of divine-level beasts shook the heavens, the aftermath of their battle spreading wide. This isn't good, I need to withdraw quickly. Observing the four divine-level beasts wrestling, Xiang Yu felt that now was the perfect time to escape. Indeed, Xiang Yu was determined to flee. He realized he had underestimated the combat power of these divine-level beasts, and Xiao Jin had also miscalculated the strength of divine-level beasts. Xiao Jin couldn't check the attribute panels of divine beasts like players could, and at that time Xiao Jin's strength was very weak, lacking even the combat power of a saint-level initial beast, thus misjudging the might of divine-level beasts. The core area of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain is truly not something he can face right now. Oh, just the divine-level initial stage beasts are so strong. What about the nine-tailed fox and the ink Qilin? Withdraw. Xiang Yu whispered something to the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast, and then the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast nodded its massive head, immediately leading the Iron Wing Beast and two peaked Saint-level Great Apes to retreat first. Xiang Yu did not move as he and Xiao Jin could not afford to move. If they did, the opponent would cease fighting. Indeed, seeing the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast and the other four beasts retreat, the two earth-walking golden dragons turned their huge eyes and seemed to take no notice, continuing their fierce battle. Boom, boom, boom. Facing the powerful attacks of the earth-walking golden dragons with combat power around 6,300, the divine-level Cunxiao and Tengu soon grew weary at risk of being overwhelmed. Xiang Yu looked at the Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Beast that had long since disappeared, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The Sacred Beast Slave Tower instantly appeared in his hands, swiftly capturing the great apes and other enslaved sacred beasts. Roar, roar. The two earth-walking golden dragons instantly sensed something amiss, their massive heads turning in unison, glaring at the remaining Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin. Boom, boom, boom. Not only was the aura of the two earthly golden dragons shrouding Xiang Yu, but even the suppressed divine-level Cunxiao and Tengu had their auras locking on his Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin. Seeing in an instant that Xiang Yu's subordinates had disappeared, it was evident that Xiang Yu and that little mouse were attempting to escape. How could the battle stirred up by the four divine-level beasts allow Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin to flee? Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the four divine-level beasts ceased their fighting with each other and charged towards Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin. Undoubtedly, the disappearance of Xiang Yu's numerous subordinates had alerted the four divine-level beasts, and they reached a consensus in an instant to first capture Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin. Human, stay here. The divine-level beast cub is mine. Get lost, human. The golden dragon belongs to me. Boom, boom, boom. For powerful auras surged forth, and Xiang Yu instantly felt a profound sense of crisis. He had no doubt that if he faced the four divine-level beasts hidden, he would surely be torn to shreds. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu shouted, "Xiao Jin, transform." Okay, boss. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Xiao Jin did not hesitate at all, responding in a sweet voice as its palm-sized body instantly inflated and rapidly grew larger. In an instant, a giant golden mouse 15 meters long crouched on the ground, and without any hesitation, Xiang, seeing that the tiny human and the divine-level beast cub were truly about to escape, the four divine-level beasts that were rapidly approaching became anxious and madly closed in. Roar, roar, roar. Where do you think you're going, human? Stay here. Woof, woof, woof. Human, you can't escape. Quickly hand over the method of utilizing the power of destiny, or this Tengu will eat you. Roar, roar. Human, die. The roars of the four divine-level beasts echoed as they rapidly approached, a wave of intense auras pressing down on Xiang Yu and Xiao Jin. Run! Xiang Yu shouted, gripping Xiao Jin's back as he looked at the four divine-level beasts that were no more than 100 meters. Boss, hold on tight. Xiao Jin responded, and its 15-meter body instantly sprang into action, its four short legs furiously pushing off the ground as it shot forth like an arrow. In an instant, Xiao Jin's body transformed into a golden streak of light, carrying Xiang Yu towards the outskirts of the Wanyao mountain range. Ding! The pet golden god-eating mouse's innate skill, wind spirit divine ability activated. Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of sonic booms erupted. This was not the sound of a battle, but the sonic boom created by rapid movement. At the moment the system sprite's prompt sounded, powerful winds howled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Speeding like the wind, it was unbelievably fast. The golden streak of light quickly left the four divine-level beasts far behind. Even the speed-renowned Tengu found itself being distanced by Xiao Jin's full speed, escaped the gap, widening rapidly until the four divine-level beasts were far behind. Indeed, Xiang Yu's trump card was Xiao Jin. To be precise, it was Xiao Jin's speed, that unparalleled speed. Realizing that even the divine-level Cunxiao could not be defeated and that the arrival of the Tengu had made the situation even more perilous, Xiang Yu began to contemplate retreat. However, to escape with his subordinates in front of the speedster Tengu was undoubtedly a dream. At that moment, Xiang Yu thought of Xiao Jin's wind spirit divine ability. In fact, Xiao Jin did not disappoint him this time. Comparable to the fastest beasts of the same rank, its speed erupted instantly, leaving the four divine-level beasts far behind, escaping to safety. Whoosh, Whoosh, whoosh. In the Guan Yu Mountains on the edge of the core area by the waterfall, a giant golden mouse rushed in. Xiao Jin is really fast. On Xiao Jin's back, Zhang Yu was secretly astonished by Xiao Jin's speed as they returned to the residence of the long-armed monkey within mere moments. While Xiao Jin's speed might not seem overwhelmingly extraordinary in short-distance explosive battles, it was absolutely unparalleled in this long-distance sprint. Boss, are we going back now? Upon reaching the waterfall, Xiao Jin stopped, shrank in size, and perched on Xiang Yu's shoulder, asking with a hint of disappointment in its childish voice. It wasn't foolish. It understood that Xiang Yu had just encountered 4 divine-level beasts and was about to flee. Delving deeper into the core area would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous, so Xiang Yu would likely not turn back. Huh. Seeing Xiao Jin's dejected expression, Xiang Yu laughed heartily and reached out to pat the little head. Xiao Jin, don't worry, it's just the Mo Qilin and the 9-tailed celestial fox, right? I may not be able to defeat them now, but that doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. Think about our strength a month ago and compare it to what we have now. I promise you in the future, whether it's the 9-tailed celestial fox or the Mo Qilin, I will catch them for you. You can bully them however you want. Xiang Yu ruffled Xiao Jin's head casually. Indeed, he had underestimated the divine beasts and the core area of Guan Yu Mountains. However, Xiang Yu didn't mind, as standing low and seeing little, he had never encountered divine beasts before and was unaware of their true strength. Xiao Jin couldn't view the attributes of the beasts either. Misjudgments were not to be blamed on others, and as he had just said, the difference between his strength a month ago and now was like heaven and earth. What about a month from now compared to now? Even if I, Xiang Yu, cannot defeat you divine beasts, now it's alright. I will come back in the future. After all, victory and defeat are common in warfare. Why be fixated on the gains and losses of a single place? Alright then, but boss, we must come back to this core area in the future and beat them until they roll on the ground. Xiao Jin waved its small fist and said in a childish tone. Ha ha, good. Let's make them roll on the ground. Seeing Xiao Jin's adorable appearance, Xiang Yu couldn't help. He had indeed misjudged, and so had Xiao Jin. The fact was that Xiao Jin had a significant weakness, which was a lack of strong attack power. Its attacks were too weak. After maximizing the base combat power to the limit, the peak combat power was only 4,000, which was truly far too inferior compared to those divine beasts. It was essentially a punching bag, but of course the other 3 main skills of the punching bag were quite impressive: defense, speed, and control over 3 beasts of the same level. Perhaps this is what they mean when they say that when one door closes, another opens. Upon entering the core area of the Guan Yu Mountains, the immediate hand-to-hand combat was undoubtedly a significant blow to Xiang Yu. Starting with the fusion of Li Yuanba subduing Xiao Jin, killing the Emperor-level beast sovereign, obtaining the Dragon King's Hall, acquiring the Sacred Beast Slave Tower, killing sacred-level beasts, enslaving sacred-level peak beasts, and subduing the demigod-level plant-type beast, the Dragon Whisker Spirit Tree, and collecting the long-armed monkey clan. He had been smoothly progressing along the way, killing gods and Buddhas without a care, and before he knew it, Xiang Yu felt that divine-level beasts were nothing special. What core area of the Guan Yu Mountains? It was merely a ranch for him to hunt and enslave. However, reality gave Xiang Yu a resounding slap in the face, bringing him back to his senses. Divine-level beasts were indeed powerful. Even a low-level divine beast was not something he could contend with, let alone mid-level, high-level, or peak-level divine beasts. A mere swipe of their claws could overwhelm him. Divine-level beasts were extremely formidable, and the core area was a place where they roamed freely, posing great danger. Xiang Yu released the demigod leader of the long-armed monkey clan to summon his kin and prepare to evacuate from the Guan Yu Mountains. Xiang Yu also used the Spirit Capture Tower to collect the top spirit veins of this premier cave paradise and brought the monkey peach tree along. In just a short while, the entire long-armed monkey clan was packed up. At that moment, Xiang Yu realized that not all members of the long-armed monkey clan were merely sacred-level beasts. There were hundreds at the emperor and sovereign levels. Seeing this, Xiang Yu did not mind and waved his hand, leading the long-armed monkey clan away with great fanfare. When he reached the boundary between the core area and the inner region of the Guan Yu Mountains, Xiang Yu suddenly looked back, his eyes filled with determination. Wait, I will come back, and when I do, it will be your time to tremble. Let's go. Kill. Xiang Yu clearly would not leave the Guan Yu Mountains so simply. He couldn't defeat the core area, but as long as he didn't provoke the few divine-level powers within the inner region, he could still kill gods and Buddhas. Having entered the Guan Yu Mountains with great difficulty, he certainly wanted to slaughter to his heart's content before the sacred-level seal was broken. Slaughtering sacred-level beasts could not only alleviate future pressure, but also yield sources of emperor-level wood. Such a good opportunity, Xiang Yu would naturally not let it slip. Soon under Xiang Yu's leadership, a slaughter against the sacred-level beasts commenced from the inner region of the Guan Yu Mountains to the outer perimeter. In an instant, the entire outer and inner regions of the Guan Yu Mountains were under Xiang Yu's slaughtering blade, and a storm of blood arose. However, Xiang Yu did not revel for long before he began his journey of escape. Because the long-armed monkey informed him that the divine beasts in the outer and inner regions of the Guan Yu Mountains were intricately connected to those in the core area, with such a large-scale massacre, the divine beasts of the core area would definitely come out. Upon hearing the long-armed monkey's words, Xiang Yu could only pause his slaughter and gather a total of 150 drops of emperor-level wood essence before finally giving the order. Evacuate from the Guan Yu Mountains. It wasn't that Xiang Yu was cowardly, rather he needed to be responsible for the long-armed monkey clan. If the divine beasts came, he might be able to escape with Xiao Jin, but the long-armed monkey clan could not. The long-armed monkey clan could provide him with 1700 points of fortune, so he certainly couldn't bear to see them suffer. Of course, he could choose to stay with Xiao Jin and continue hunting sacred-level beasts waiting to escape when divine beasts. However, as time passed, more than a month had passed since the Yellow Turban Rebellion began, and coupled with the interference from historical figures, the situation in Expedition was already in a state of chaos. The legendary killer Bai Qi emerged, surprisingly siding with the Yellow Turban Army. With his exceptional combat prowess, he became a leading commander in the Yellow Turban Army. Leading 1 million Yellow Turban soldiers, he managed to decimate 3 million troops of the Eastern Han court in a single battle, shocking the entire Eastern Han. In a state of disarray, the Eastern Han court issued orders for reinforcements from various regions, and Xiang Yu was among those called to action. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiang Yu for completing the hidden stage task 3 slay or enslave 3 peak holy beasts from the Guan Mountains. Reward 800 reputation points and a large teleportation array in the Cunxiao region. Just as he stepped out of the Guan Mountains, the system sprite's prompt sounded, immediately drawing a roll of Xiang Yu's eyes. He had already completed this task long ago, yet it seemed the system sprite had forgotten about it, only now bringing it up. However, what is this large teleportation array? Just as Xiang Yu was puzzled, he felt a weight in his hand, and a model of the teleportation array appeared. Name: Teleportation Array. Type: Building Reality Special. Feature: Can teleport citizens and players from Expedition directly to reality. What the hell? This is what I got as a reward. Upon seeing the introduction of the teleportation array, Xiang Yu immediately understood its function. Simply put, even if you are currently thousands of miles away from the Dragon King's palace, you can teleport directly to it through this teleportation array in Expedition. Understanding the function of this teleportation array, Xiang Yu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Is the function of this teleportation array not significant? It is very significant. It can be said to have solved a very tricky issue for Xiang Yu, which is how to gather people from all over the country. Establishing a nation and unifying the entire human race in the Tianqiao region is an unavoidable task, especially after activating the Seal of Fortune and gaining a portion of the fortune power from the Yuan family. Xiang Yu became determined to establish a nation, knowing that fortune power could enhance strength. It is conceivable that in the future, as all races vie for supremacy, it will undoubtedly be an era where fortune is revered. Hence, unifying the human race in the Tianqiao region and gathering fortune is imperative. Establishing a nation is also essential. Thus, this large teleportation array comes at a very opportune time. However, the continuous rewards that seem like divine assistance make Xiang Yu feel quite uncomfortable, because he feels like a puppet being manipulated by an invisible hand. Who is this hand? Undoubtedly, it is the will. Well, even if I am being manipulated, it is still enhancing my strength. Xiang Yu's attitude toward the will of the Blue Star is quite complex. From various incidents, it is evident that this will has been very caring towards him. But why? Why take care of him? Xiang Yu is not clear, but fortunately everything is still beneficial to him. Accepting the large teleportation array, Xiang Yu continued on his journey with the Yuan family, meeting up with Kai waiting outside the Guan Mountains, and quickly heading towards the Dragon King's palace. Soon Xiang Yu returned to the vicinity of the Dragon King's palace with the Yuan family, directly allowing them to settle 100 miles east of the palace, releasing their top-level spirit vein and returning the monkey peach tree. After a trip to the Guan Mountains, Xiang Yu certainly didn't return empty-handed. As soon as he arrived back at the Dragon King's palace, he took out the spirit capture tower again. First, he stored the high-level spirit vein of the Dragon King's palace into the spirit capture tower, and then directly activated the fusion. Ding! Detected 2 top-level spirit veins and 1 high-level spirit vein. Would you like to fuse them? Fuse, Xiang Yu said without hesitation, his face full of anticipation. On this trip, he not only had 150 drops of imperial-level wood essence in his supreme ring, but also collected the corpses of peak holy beasts or high-level holy beasts. As for the mid-level holy beast meat, due to the limitations of the supreme ring's space, he didn't collect any. Of course, he didn't just have holy beast meat. He also collected 2 top-level spirit veins. On his way back, he uprooted several beast factions within the Guan Mountains, yielding several top-level spirit veins. However, due to the usage limitations of the spirit capture tower, he could only collect 2. However, with 2 top-level spirit veins, Xiang Yu is already very satisfied because he has the spirit capture tower for 3 spirit veins fused successfully. Would you like to release them? As Xiang Yu awaited eagerly, the system sprite's prompt sounded once again. Release. Boom, 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 boom. As Xiang Yu's voice fell, a storm of spiritual energy erupted from the Dragon King's palace, frantically spreading outwards, and the spiritual energy concentration around the palace instantly surged. Ding. The current spiritual energy level of the Dragon King's palace is at the top-level cave paradise level, with the central area increasing combat power by 288 points every 30 days without restriction. As the spiritual energy storm swept across the entire vicinity of the Dragon King's palace, with streams of spiritual energy turning into dragons and clouds, the system sprite's prompt sounded once again, bringing Xiang Yu immense joy. What the hell? Incredible. The central area increases combat power by 288 points every month. Hearing the system sprite's prompt, Xiang Yu was still very shocked. 288 points of combat power translates to 28 points of military strength, which is nearly 2 tiers. It is truly terrifying. Even if you are a second-rate general, as long as you stay in the Dragon King's palace for a month, you can elevate your basic military strength to an extraordinary level. What the hell? This is amazing. Quietly coming to this conclusion, Zhang Yu suddenly felt ecstatic. It would be no problem for him to train a few subordinates in the central area. Moreover, it must be noted that the area covered by the top-level spirit vein spans a full 27 kilometers. If this 27 kilometers are all populated by humans, the increase in a month would be very impressive. Even though the farther you get from the central area, the weaker the spiritual energy concentration becomes, it is still quite terrifying. An increase of 100 combat power is completely feasible, which translates to 10 military strength. After transforming the Dragon King's palace into a top-level cave paradise, Zhang Yu directly released all the holy beasts he had enslaved. An increase of 288 points in a month is quite enticing. A flash of light crossed, and Zhang Yu appeared at the Lord's mansion of Nirvana Town. My lord, that little yellow door from the court has come again. Zhao Ting seemed to have timed it perfectly. As soon as Zhang Yu appeared, he immediately came looking for him. Oh, has Wufeng. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's lips curled up slightly. It has been over a week since he was declared the general of the northern expedition, but the court's messenger did not arrive as quickly as he expected. Instead, it seemed as though he had been stuck in Luoyang. However, the moment the player forum erupted with news of Bai Qi leading 1,000,000 troops towards Luoyang, the court's messenger arrived, and the meaning was self-evident. The court needs him, this frontier general. Huh, please come in. Please come in. Zhang Yu laughed directly, as he needed this general of the northern expedition, and even more so the conscription rites at the northern border of the Han. Soon the effeminate man's Wufeng, accompanied by 2 armored guards, approached Zhang Yu. Before Zhang Yu could strike up a conversation, Wufeng, with a serious face, waved his hand and directly opened the imperial edict to read. By the grace of heaven, the emperor's decree states, Zhang Yu, the cavalry lieutenant of Yinming County, has greatly defeated 200,000 grassland coalition forces and has shown exceptional bravery. I am very pleased and hereby appoint you as the champion marquis and general of the northern expedition, commanding Yuzhou and Bingzhou to repel foreign tribes. Thus decreed. Under the gaze of Zhang Yu's, Wufeng once again took out a decree and began to read. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees the nation is in turmoil. The yellow turban rebels are causing chaos, and the common people are suffering. Moreover, 300,000 imperial troops have been ambushed and slaughtered by the yellow turban army. I hereby command the champion marquis and General Zhang Yu to swiftly lead troops to Luoyang to protect the emperor. Upon hearing the second decree, Zhang Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his mind filled with mixed thoughts. Champion marquis, receive the decree. Wufeng's sharp voice pierced through, instantly awakening Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu received the decree. Zhang Yu properly accepted the decree, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Masters, after such a long journey, why not rest well in Nirvana City? Alas, the kindness of General Xiang is appreciated, but rest is out of the question. I must make another trip to Dingyuan. With the current crisis in the imperial capital, I ask General Xiang to mobilize the troops quickly. Of course, I will issue the order to gather forces immediately and rush to support His Majesty. I wonder how the situation in the imperial city is now. Xiang Yu said with righteous fervor. Alas, now the Yellow Turban rebel commander Bai Qi has led 1,000,000 elite Yellow Turbans to defeat the 300,000 troops of Zhu Jun at Yingchuan, and they are coming towards Luoyang, slaughtering along the way. After presenting a significant amount of wealth to send off, Wufeng, Xiang Yu's heart was still greatly shaken. He did not expect that in such a short time the historically renowned general would have caused such a situation. Among them, the most formidable was the god of death, Bai Qi. After his emergence, he transformed into Bai Qi and managed to run from Shuzhou to Jiulu in a short period, displaying remarkable bravery on the battlefield of Jiulu, repeatedly setting formations that left the 400,000 troops of Huang Pu Song, who later recruited players, utterly stunned. Furthermore, relying on his exceptional martial prowess, he gained the admiration of Zhang Jiao, who conferred upon him the title of a regional commander. However, due to the jealousy of the heavenly king Hong Xiuquan and the warlord Wang Shichong from the end of the Sui dynasty, he was forced out of Jiulu to aid in the fierce battle against Zhu Jun at Yingchuan, leading the initially disadvantaged Yellow Turban army under the great commander Bo Kai. Yet an unparalleled commander is indeed impressive. After leaving Jiulu, it seemed as if he soared high into the sky, unleashing his killing prowess explosively. With 1,000,000 Yellow Turban troops, he set up formation after formation, directly crushing Zhu Jun's 300,000 army, while also engaging in widespread slaughter that shocked the world. Moreover, gathering Bo Kai's 400,000 regular Yellow Turban troops along with 500,000 regular Yellow Turban forces and nearly 10 million miscellaneous Yellow Turban soldiers, a total of 15 million Yellow Turban troops, marched straight towards Luoyang, shaking the capital in Luoyang. The civil and military officials united in calling for the leaders from various regions to come to the capital to support the emperor. Xiang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. The situation of the Han court was already different from what he had imagined. Not only were the Yellow Turban forces at Yingchuan advancing like a raging tide, but on the battlefield of Jiulu, with the assistance of the heavenly king Hong Xiuquan and the warlord Wang Shichong, Zhang Jiao was steadily suppressing one of the 3 main forces dispatched by the court, Huang Pu Song. Meanwhile, in Cunxiao, the second hero of the Sui and Tang era, the General Tianbao was also unwilling to lag behind. With his unparalleled martial prowess, he captured the Yellow Turban commander Zhang Rao of Qingzhou amidst 1 million troops, directly incorporating nearly 200,000 Yellow Turban soldiers and over 10 million Yellow Turban refugees. Zhang Jiao, the remote sovereign, has been attacking and plundering in Qingzhou, having already captured more than half of Qingzhou. No officials or Han royal family members were spared, and the military strength expanded to 400,000, becoming a regional warlord. In a moment, the weakening of the Yellow Turbans that Zhang Yu anticipated did not manifest. Instead, their momentum grew even stronger, especially after Bai Qi's slaughter of the 300,000 imperial troops directly threatening the capital of Luoyang, which invigorated the Yellow Turban forces everywhere, greatly boosting their morale. The court had no choice but to issue orders to summon Dongjua from Shiliang Ding Yuan from Bingzhou and border generals like Zhang Yu to come to the capital for support, as well as to recruit rising talents like Cao Cao Yuan Shao and Sun Jin, the father of Sun Quan, to resist the Yellow Turbans. Come the unknown is what excites. A glint of brilliance flashed in Xiang Ye's eyes as the battle intent surged within him. With the position of general of the Northern Expedition, granted, the number of soldiers that Xiang Yu could recruit instantly surged to 3 million. Previously, when he was the guarding general of the Yinmen Pass, he could recruit, at most, 300,000 7th-tier soldiers within the Yinmen Pass barracks. This was the quota stipulated by the court, as well as the default quota set by the system. The barracks are places where soldiers can be trained swiftly, but training is not limitless, it requires quotas. Without quotas, it is utterly ineffective. Now that he held the title of General of the Northern Expedition, he could recruit and train 3 million 7th-tier soldiers in any barack of Yuzhou and Bingzhou, the two states awarded by the Great Han Dynasty in the entire northern frontier, including the Yinmen Pass barracks. With a determined shout, he declared recruit 3 million troops. Grasping the military token and the imperial edict of the General of the Northern Expedition, Xiang Yu instantly resolved to summon 3 million soldiers. Thinking this, Xiang Yu gathered his generals as he aimed to recruit 3 million troops. It was only because he had the financial means to do so. Others would utterly fail to manage such a feat. Take Ding Yuan, for example. As the governor of Bingzhou, he could easily raise an army of 1 million. But what was the outcome? In defense of northern Bingzhou, he barely had 40 to 50,000 troops. It wasn't due to a lack of quotas, but rather financial constraints. Not everyone possesses resources like Xiang Ye's sweet potatoes, nor can they bring back beast meat from the real world to improve the soldiers' living conditions. Soon Xiang Yu summoned many of his commanders again within the conference hall of the Lord's Mansion in Nirvana City. Xiang Yu sat at the head with numerous generals arranged sequentially beside him. To Xiang Ye's left was still the stunningly beautiful Wang Yunyun. Excluding the 4 who went to the grasslands to assist Ku Bai Nong, Ranmin Xiong Kuahai Zhong Li Mei and Shui Ringgui. He still had left Lu Bowen, the unifier of the realm, Xiang Yu, the overlord of western Chu Pei Yuanqing, Guan Yu Zhang Fei, Guan Sheng Yu Ziki Cheng Yaojin Zhang Liao, and Xiang Zhuang, 11 historical generals. The entire Eastern Han court is in turmoil, and the Yellow Turban army is advancing like a storm breaking through the eastern capital of Luoyang. This is the best time to achieve greatness. We must compete for glory. Xiang Yu proclaimed passionately. My lord, just say the word, I Zhang Fei will take the lead. Upon hearing Xiang Ye's words, Zhang Fei jumped up first, excitedly declaring, Indeed, born in chaotic times, it is our opportunity to achieve greatness. Now that I am the general of the Northern Expedition, I must expand the army significantly. I plan to increase it by 3 million. As he spoke, Xiang Yu turned his gaze towards Lu Bowen. My lord, after your great victory over the 200,000 allied forces from the grasslands, your fame has spread throughout the Great Han Dynasty, attracting many to your side. Just in the Yinmen area alone, there are as many as 15 million people. Including the 3 prefectures of Dingxiang, there are 200 million. Expanding the army by 3 million should not be too difficult. As of now, there are 300,000 troops at Yinmen Pass, and Nirvana City has 25,000 troops, totaling 550,000. Moreover, with the help of Ranmin Xiong Kuahai Zhong Li Mei and Shui Ringgui on the grasslands, Ku Bai Nong has already taken control of 350,000 troops from the Xinbei. Without affecting the war against the Xiongnu, he could easily spare 50,000 cavalry. Thus, if my lord wishes to make an impact in this war, you could lead an army of 100,000 southward to Luoyang, and then recruit 3 million more. In a month it could be achieved. By then my lord would have 400,000 troops gathered in Luoyang, enough to accomplish something significant. Facing Xiang Ye's gaze, Lu Bowen waved his feather fan and casually remarked, What? The Xinbei can spare 50,000 cavalry. Upon hearing Lu Bowen's words, Xiang Yu was instantly thrilled, standing up. If what Lu Bowen said was true, he could swiftly gather 400,000 troops to march south. Furthermore, this process could be expedited because he possessed the meat of holy-grade beasts. This time could even be shortened to 10 days or half a month. Once he truly gathered 400,000 troops in Luoyang, he would undoubtedly hold a pivotal position capable of easily defending or dismantling Luoyang. As he contemplated this, a glint of brilliance flickered in Xiang Ye's eyes. Upon realizing that he could muster an army of 400,000 in such a short time, Xiang Ye's heart was filled with joy. The significance of expedition is self-evident, and as he gained a deeper understanding of the real world, he felt that there was still much about expedition that he had yet to comprehend. For instance, in the real world, once the holy level seals are lifted, the combat power of those sealed holy level beasts skyrockets instantly. Even the weakest of the initial stage holy level beasts has a base combat power of 2,500, and with innate skills, its peak combat power can soar to at least 3,500. This is just the weakest initial stage holy level beast, while a peak holy level beast can instantly recover to between 4,000 and 4,500, and with an enhancement from an innate skill power of 2,300, its peak combat power can reach around 6,300 to 6,800. This is a peak holy level beast, not to mention the even more terrifying divine level beasts. Indeed, it is that frightening, once the seals are lifted, the combat power of the beasts escalates wildly. Humans are not holy level generals, or rather only one person among the entire human race is currently a sealed holy level general, and that is the elusive sun shooter Huo Yi. To put it more simply, among all humans besides Huo Yi, only he Zhang Yu and Wang Yunyun possess holy level talents. Of course, Zhang Yu has a holy level talent altar, which seems capable of mass-producing generals with holy level talents. But is it really that simple? The cost of using the holy level talent altar is 1,000 prestige points each time. How many prestige points does he have in total? 4,820. This is his current prestige value. Over 4,000 points means he can use the holy level talent altar 4 times. But if he truly spends all his prestige points on the altar 4 times, would that be worthwhile? Prestige points are valuable for many purposes, among which one is crucial for Zhang Yu to consume prestige points to lead an army into the dungeon world. He has always remembered the Chuhan realm. It is a small world, and if he could indeed summon millions of troops with a wave of his hand, he would definitely conquer this small world. But how many prestige points are needed to lead millions of troops into it? Therefore, using this precious prestige on enhancing generals' talents would undoubtedly be a waste. However, it cannot be denied that if the holy level seals are unsealed and humanity has not made significant progress, then humanity would face extinction in an instant. So where lies the path for humanity? Expedition. Yes, it is indeed expedition. He clearly remembers that the system's spirit had hinted at these 2 phrases. Player Zhang Yu, the Second World Expedition is the foundation for humanity to resist against the unsealing of the beasts. Expedition will also evolve and grow. If it is unified directly, it will cause the world of expedition to lose its ability to advance, which is detrimental to humanity. The natural law of survival of the fittest originates from the dungeon world, bringing imperial luck, enhancing the primary world, defeating rival nations, seizing martial luck. Martial luck is national fortune, and national fortune is fortune. Destroying myriad nations will forge a supreme imperial dynasty. Indeed, it is these 2 sentences. What do they mean? What are the keywords? Growth, martial luck, fortune. Zhang Yu has already tasted the sweetness of the power of fortune. His combat power soared, truly impressive. This means that the foundation for humanity still lies in expedition. Expedition needs to grow, then bring martial luck, transform into fortune, and enhance humanity's strength to counter the real-world beasts. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Zhang Yu had a premonition that he seemed to know how to rapidly elevate humanity. There is only one way to eliminate the Eastern Han Court. Let the world return to the era of myriad nations, allowing each nation to gather fortune. Then Zhang Yu will unify the nations, devour the fortune, and forge a supreme dynasty that belongs to humanity. Is it really like this? Suddenly this thought surged in his mind, shocking Zhang Yu. Indeed, this idea is too insane. To destroy the Eastern Han Court, Zhang Yu feels no resistance. After all, he is a modern man, and does not hold any loyalty to the Great Han, so overthrowing it is no issue. However, what is hard for Zhang Yu to accept is the thought of returning the expedition to the time of the warring states, where nations stood in contention. Once back in the warring states, it means endless strife, and war brings death. Humanity is already in crisis, and battling among themselves would only worsen the situation. Zhang Yu's brow furrowed deeply. Ding. Player Zhang Yu has triggered a hidden mission: destroy the Great Han Court, achieve martial luck among nations. Destroy the Great Han Court, achieve martial luck among nations. The natural law of survival of the fittest, humanity faces great peril and must actively accept challenges to forge a usable body. Choose Task 1, use thunderous means to destroy the Eastern Han Court. A. Challenge the heroes of the world. Choose Task 2, undermine the Eastern Han Court, indirectly becoming one of the heroes. Ding. Please note, player Zhang Yu choosing Task 1 rewards the most. Ding. Reminder to player Zhang Yu: after destroying the Eastern Han Court, the martial luck of expedition will begin to emerge, and expedition will undergo a great change. Wow, it really is like this. Hearing the continuous prompts from the system spirit, Zhang Yu was stunned. He had actually. Expedition is indeed the foundation for humanity to resist the real-world beasts. Even if the beasts in reality are unsealed, expedition remains humanity's hope. And everything seems to align with his thoughts. The most crucial step is to destroy the Eastern Han Court. This Eastern Han Court is like a lock. As long as he unlocks it, expedition will undergo a great transformation, and expedition will possess martial luck, which will convert into the power of fortune, thus enabling humanity to gain strength to resist the beasts. Wow. So no matter the outcome of the royal rescue, the Eastern Han Court is certainly doomed. Zhang Yu frowned. Undoubtedly, the system's spirit has come out to issue a task. The fall of the Eastern Han Court is imminent, and the opening of the martial luck among nations is also inevitable. So which task should I choose? Thinking of the hidden mission, Zhang Yu was immediately conflicted. Choose task 2, undermine the Eastern Han court, indirectly becoming one of the heroes. This task is undoubtedly simple and the easiest to complete, while also not attracting hatred. He just needs to allow the Yellow Turbans to invade the court while defending the Eastern Han court, and in an instant the Eastern Han will fall. Zhang Yu can then begin his conquest alongside the heroes, easily seizing cities and territories. But choose task 1, use thunderous means to destroy the Eastern Han court, challenge the heroes of the world. It means at a critical moment to boldly go against the current directly and forcefully destroy the Eastern Han court. But what would the outcome be? Zhang Yu did not make an immediate decision. Since the Great Han Dynasty had already come under the watchful eye of the system's spirit, its destruction was inevitable. Although the Great Han Dynasty was on the brink of collapse, Zhang Yu still needed to lead the loyal troops, as Luoyang was the focal point of power. He had two choices, and he had to march his troops in either case. However, knowing that the Eastern Han Dynasty was about to fall, and particularly so in the recent period, the era of fierce competition among the heroes of the world would soon commence. Zhang Yu naturally had to make thorough preparations. On that day, Zhang Yu began large-scale troop mobilization, initially pulling 250 soldiers from the Yinmen army, leaving only 500 to garrison the Yinmen Pass. At the same time, he summoned his Nirvana army. Compared to the Yinmen army, the Nirvana army was Xiang Ye's elite force, comprising the best of the best. Troops: level 7 soldiers 33243, level 8 soldiers 1043, level 9 soldiers 65600, level 10 soldiers 35636, level 10 Songlong Iron Cavalry 510, level 10 Bawang Iron Cavalry 800. After upgrading Nirvana Town to Nirvana City, Zhang Yu optimized the large refugee camp, increasing the daily influx of refugees from the initial 200 to 600. These individuals entering the barracks significantly boosted the troops' strength under Zhang Yu. Particularly during this period, Wang Yunyun led the Bawang Iron Cavalry and Songlong Iron Cavalry, along with the Western Shu overlords Xiang Yu Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, sweeping away the beasts within a 1,000-mile radius of Longwang Hall. Countless royal and imperial-grade beasts were slain, and then Wang Yunyun took her soldiers to feast on the beast meat, allowing Xiang Yu to acquire many high-level soldiers. Among them there were 330 level 7 soldiers, 100 level 8 soldiers, 650 level 9 soldiers, and 350 level 10 soldiers, totaling 2530 high-level soldiers, constituting an army of approximately 25000. His Songlong Iron Cavalry increased from 300 to 5120. Of course, these soldiers had only consumed royal and imperial-grade beast meat, and had not yet consumed any holy-grade beast meat. However, it was evident that the holy-grade beast meat from Xiang Ye's Supreme Ring could not be supplied to the entire army, let alone elevate over 20,000 soldiers at once due to insufficient quantity. Level 7 soldiers consuming hundreds of pounds of royal-grade beast meat could elevate their combat power to that of level 8 soldiers, while consuming hundreds of pounds of imperial-grade beast meat could elevate them to level 9 soldiers. Level 8 soldiers consuming hundreds of pounds of royal-grade beast meat could elevate their combat power to that of level 9 soldiers, while consuming hundreds of pounds of imperial-grade beast meat could elevate them to level 10 soldiers. Level 9 soldiers consuming hundreds of pounds of imperial-grade beast meat could elevate their combat power to that of level 10 soldiers. Hundreds of pounds, not just a meal, not just 1 pound of food a day, thus the holy-grade beast meat in his Supreme Ring could not possibly be supplied to the entire army of 250. Moreover, beast meat should not be judged against ordinary food or regular beast meat. How powerful are the beasts? Using spiritual energy to cleanse the body, the energy and density of a piece of pork and a piece of beast meat of the same volume are worlds apart. It must be noted that royal and imperial-grade beasts can withstand nuclear weapons. What do they use to resist? With their bodies, with their indomitable bodies. It is evident how formidable beast meat is, surpassing even the toughest of metals. Of course, humans are also becoming stronger and can still bite into it bite by bite. Thus, the holy-grade beast meat in Xiang Ye's Supreme Ring was both abundant and scarce. In an instant, Xiang Yu had an idea. Supplying the entire army was impossible, so he would upgrade a portion. He would upgrade the level 10 special troops to level 11 special troops, and elevate the level 9 soldiers to level 10 soldiers. Moreover, he had to consider the 300,000 troops. It was not easy to quickly elevate them to level 8 soldiers, but getting each of the 300,000 troops to consume a few bites of holy-grade beast meat to accelerate their advancement to level 7 soldiers was not a problem. Xiang Yu did not hesitate and distributed a portion of the holy-grade beast meat that day. The next day, 520 troops gathered outside Nirvana City with flags fluttering and drums beating the atmosphere, filled with a sense of impending battle. On the high platform, Xiang Yu looked at the seemingly endless army, his face filled with excitement. The 520 army consisted of 230 level 7 ordinary soldiers, 100 level 8 elite soldiers, 100 level 10 seasoned soldiers, 500 level 11 special troops of Songlong Iron Cavalry, and 800 level 11 special troops of Bawang Iron Cavalry. Thanks to the holy-grade beast meat, all 500 level 9 soldiers were promoted to level 10 soldiers, and both Bawang Iron Cavalry and Songlong Iron Cavalry were also promoted by 1 level, becoming level 11 special troops. 100,000 level 10 soldiers. 13,000 level 11 special troops. Xiang Ye's eyes brimmed with excitement. Such a powerful army was rare in the world. Suddenly the smile vanished from Xiang Ye's face as he bellowed. Guan Sheng Yuziki, Cheng Yaojin, Zhang Liao stepped forward to receive orders. Guan Sheng and Zhang Liao exchanged glances and stepped forward. We are here. You four will defend Yanmen and the 4 counties of Dingxiang with Zhang Liao as the principal and Guan Sheng as the assistant. Rapidly train the 300,000 troops, follow my command, and be ready for battle at all times. Xiang Ye's voice was filled with seriousness. Leaving behind these 4 exceptional generals was certainly not for nothing. Since the Eastern Han Dynasty was about to fall, this was undoubtedly a prime opportunity to seize territory. As the general of the North Expedition commanding the military of Bingzhou and Yozhou, he could swiftly take over both Yu and Bing provinces. At that time, occupying the territory of 2 provinces would allow him to mobilize forces to attack Liangzhou from Bingzhou and to advance southward to attack the capital from Bingzhou, or even to flank Jizhou from both Bingzhou and Yuzhou. In this way, occupying 5 of the 13 provinces and unifying the north would fulfill Cao Cao's grand vision. Even when facing the heroes of the world, what harm would there be in battling for supremacy? Understood. Hearing Xiang Ye's orders, the 4 exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison to respond. Only Yuziki looked somewhat troubled as he gazed at Xiang Yu, clearly feeling a bit reluctant. However, Xiang Yu was not concerned about their willingness. He bellowed again. Lu Bowen Xiang Ji Pei Yuanqing, Guan Yu Zhang Fei Wang, Union, follow me to battle in Luoyang and meet the heroes of the world. Understood. Yes. Wang Yunyun's beautiful face blossomed with a smile upon confirming that Xiang Yu truly brought her along. Xiang Yu looked at Wang Yunyun's stunning face, beaming with a sweet smile along with her 2 charming dimples, as he couldn't help but smile subtly. He certainly wanted to bring Wang Yunyun along and fight side by side with her. He had not forgotten Wang Yunyun's talent skill pair blossoms leadership 15 to command when fighting alongside a destined person. Facing the war god Bai Qi, who had a command value as high as 112, Xiang Yu dared not be negligent. Bai Qi was indeed a formidable character, with Han Xian, the god of war, having a base command value of 110, but Bai Qi surpassed him at 112. At this moment, the entire city of Luoyang is shrouded in a solemn, oppressive atmosphere. Continue to argue. Why is everyone silent? Grand Tutor Yuan Feng, Grand Mentor Yuan Kuai, General He Jin, speak up. How are we going to deal with the millions of yellow turbans at Hulao Pass? Inside the Qingda Hall, Emperor Lu Hong of the Han Dynasty was infuriated, his booming voice echoing throughout the hall. Ever since the beast meat provided by Xiang Yu arrived, Lu Hong's complexion had improved, and he felt invigorated. Even the empress, he and the harem looked radiant. It was as if he had been rejuvenated. In his fury, the imperial aura was formidable. Hearing Lu Hong's roar, Grand Tutor Yuan Feng, Grand Mentor Yuan Kuai, General He Jin, Wang Yun, and others lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word, fearing that the enraged Lu Hong might order them out to be executed. With millions of yellow turbans gathering at Hulao Pass, had it not been for my royal brother, the Han clan relative Lu Che, and the young lordly Shimin of Chang'an rushing over to jointly block that Bai Qi outside Hulao Pass, I might have been torn apart by horses by now. My great Han court would have perished, wouldn't it? General He Jin, where are your men? What are you doing? 50,000 troops were directly defeated by you. Oh, could you not defend Hulao Pass? Why engage in open battle with that Bai Qi? Do you think you are Huo Qubing? On the high platform, Lu Hong was furious. Just yesterday, Luoyang still had 800,000 troops. Facing Bai Qi's 50,000 vanguard troops that arrived first, General He Jin, overconfident, believed Bai Qi was nothing special and directly opened Hulao Pass, sending 50,000 troops to confront the enemy, trying to showcase the general's might. As a result, as the battle commenced, Bai Qi encircled He Jin's 50,000 troops from all sides, swiftly laying down a great formation, trapping them, leading to a massacre, and ultimately charging towards Hulao Pass, which was already vulnerable. Had it not been for the crucial moment when Li Shimin from Chang'an and Lu Che from Jizhou hurriedly brought troops, the last line of defense in Luoyang would have fallen, and the millions of yellow turbans would have faced Luoyang directly. It is evident how furious Lu Hong was at General He Jin's mismanagement. Hearing Lu Hong's enraged voice, General He Jin couldn't help but shrink his head, lowering it even further. I'm furious, a bunch of useless people. Lu Hong said disdainfully. Your Majesty, there is some good news. Currently, Gong Sunzan from Yuzhou has led 80,000 iron cavalry south swiftly, and Dong Zhuo from Liangzhou is also bringing 60,000 western Liang iron cavalry to provide rapid support, along with Ding Yuan's 50,000 troops from Bingzhou, plus General Xiang Ye's 50,000 troops, and Li Shimin's 60,000, as well as Lu Qi's 40,000, culminating in 370,000 troops gathering in Luoyang to defend Hulao Pass. Looking at the enraged Lu Hong and seeing his opponent, He Jin, being reprimanded to the point of not lifting his head, Zhang Rang could not help but smirk and stepped forward to share this good news with Lu Hong. Oh, there are actually 370,000 troops. Lu Hong's eyes lit up with surprise upon hearing Zhang. Indeed, Your Majesty, especially the troops of Dong, Zhuoxiang, Yuding Yuan, and Gong Sunzan are all elite cavalry capable of battling against nomadic tribes, their strength far surpassing that of ordinary armies. Seeing Lu Hong's delight, Zhang Rang continued with a bow. Indeed, gathering the border generals to assist the throne is indeed an excellent plan. Hearing Zhang Rang's words and realizing that they were about to have 370,000 troops, Lu Hong calmed down considerably. Your Majesty, I have another matter. Looking at the joyful Lu Hong, Zhang Rang hesitated for a moment and said, Speak up. Champion General Xiang Yu, as the General of the North, safeguards the northern safety, yet a stable grassland clearly does not align with the interests of our Han Dynasty. Thus the Champion General took the initiative to intervene in the affairs of the three tribes on the grassland, supporting a Xianbei tribal leader Ku Baineng to reignite the grassland war. Moreover, upon hearing of our Han Dynasty's troubles, Ku Baineng out of gratitude dispatched 50,000 Xianbei iron cavalry to follow Champion General Xiang Yu in support of our Han Dynasty. Champion General Xiang Yu inquired if Your Majesty would like to take these 50,000 Xianbei iron cavalry along. Thinking of the large quantity of beast meat delivered to his residence yesterday, Zhang Rang spoke highly of Xiang Yu. Oh, another 50,000 troops. Well, since it is led by General Xiang, it is approved. Hearing of another 50,000 troops, Lu Hong was even more satisfied, praising him. Xiang Yu did not wait for the 50,000 Xianbei iron cavalry from the grassland, but instead took his own 50,000 troops and set off first. A full 50,000 iron cavalry, the lowest rank being 7th grade soldiers, and also possessing 100,000 10th grade soldiers, the entire army uniformly equipped with grassland warhorses. The 50,000 iron cavalry set off southward, passing through Huguan, traversing Shandong, entering Sili, and quickly heading towards Luoyang. Upon receiving the court's approval for the 50,000 Xianbei iron cavalry to advance south, Xiang Yu's army had already left Bingzhou and entered the territory of Sili. Entering Sili, the scene was completely different from that of Bingzhou. Bingzhou gave an impression of desolation, vast lands with sparse populations. However, entering Sili presented an entirely different scene. 100 miles of smoke, 10 miles of war, bandits rampant, small groups of yellow turbans running wildly, the common people displaced, with everywhere in sight were refugees. It was not uncommon to see people resorting to cannibalism. Beside this, yellow turban rebellion is too terrifying. The people are suffering too much. Wang Yunyun's sweet and ethereal voice carried a hint of helplessness. Sili is under the emperor's feet, yet it is in such chaos, it is evident that the court is already overwhelmed. Other places must be even more tragic. At this moment, Lu Bowen's voice also came through. Xiang Yu nodded. The Yellow Turban Rebellion had thoroughly thrown the entire Han Dynasty into chaos, compounded by the rampant ambitions of various factions. At this moment, Lu Bowen's voice also came through. Xiang Yu nodded. The Yellow Turban Rebellion had thoroughly thrown. Xiang Yu's forces galloped swiftly, soon approaching the eastern Han capital of Luoyang. But the army did not stop, instead being directed by a small palace attendant to head straight for Hulao Pass. When Xiang Yu's army arrived at Hulao Pass, Gong Sunzan from Yozhoudong, Zhua from Shiliang, and Ding Yuan from Bingzhou, along with Lu Bu, had all led their armies there. What? Hulao Pass has gathered millions of troops. Gong Sunzan Dong, Zhua, Lu Bu, Lu Che, Li Shimin, Xiao Chao, and Yuan Chao have all arrived. Hearing the messenger's report, Xiang Yu, who was quickly approaching Hulao Pass, suddenly felt a headache. Such a gathering of ambitious individuals seemed a bit excessive. Hulagwan, as the eastern gateway and an important pass of Luoyang, derived its name from King Mu of the Western Zhou dynasty, who captured a tiger here. It is connected to Song Mountain in the south and bordered by the Yellow River in the north, with mountain ridges intertwining, forming a natural fortress. It possesses a formidable one-man guarding the pass. 10,000 men cannot open it, making it a contested ground for military strategists throughout the ages. Furthermore, the classic tale of the three heroes battling Lu Bu has made Hulagwan famous across the land. However, with the addition of Xiang Yu after subduing Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, the legendary battle against Lu Bu could no longer take place. In expedition, the area has expanded tenfold, and Hulagwan has also grown several times larger, becoming even more magnificent and formidable, making it easy to defend, but hard to attack. At this moment, over 10 million yellow turban soldiers gathered in front of Hulagwan, including 400,000 from the army of Bo Kai, 100,000 from Bai Chi's forces, and nearly 10 million from miscellaneous troops. Even a peak commander like Bai Chi found it difficult to devise a strategy against the combination of Emperor Wu of Han, Li Shimin, and Hulagwan being blocked at the gates. Hulagwan, Lord's residence. In the main hall, figures exuding an air of authority sat on either side, yet the upper seat remained empty. On the left side, in the first seat, sat a middle-aged man with a stern expression and extraordinary demeanor. Standing behind him was a tall figure 7 feet 5 inches, with ears hanging to his shoulders, hands reaching past his knees, eyes capable of seeing his ears, with a face like jade, lips as if painted, dressed in plain garments, and a warm smile. If Xiang Yu were to see this man, he would immediately recognize him as Liu Bei. Beside him stood a martial general, expressionless, holding a Baiyan hammer, exuding an aura of unparalleled might. On the right side, the first seat was occupied by Ding Yuan, the inspector of Bingzhou, adorned with a purple and gold crown, draped in a red cotton robe from Sichuan, clad in beast-faced armor, and wearing a belt decorated with exquisite lion motifs. With a bow and arrows at his side, holding a painted halberd and a sword sheathed at his side, Lu Bu, standing at 9 feet tall, exuded a commanding presence, his eyes fixed intently on the martial general wielding the Baiyan hammer. Strong, truly strong. Lu Bu sensed an overwhelming threat. However, no one in the hall was paying attention to who is the commander of Hulagwan. Why hasn't the emperor appointed someone? With differing allegiances, how can we fight? At this moment a rough man, exuding a fierce aura from Shiliang spoke up. Why should you Dongjue speak here? Do you still wish to covet the position of commander? Looking at the rough man speaking, Yuan Shu with a gloomy expression mocked him. Yu Dongjue glared at Yuan Shu instantly enraged, but seeing the cold stares of those present, he felt deflated like a punctured balloon. Alright Gong Lu, you should speak less as well. I heard that champion Marquis Xiang Yu is about to arrive. At that time, with so many generals gathered, the court should select a commander. Come champion Marquis, let me introduce myself. I am Chao Mingda, and I hold great admiration for General Xiang. Despite feeling a pang of jealousy for some reason, Cao suddenly felt an increased fondness for Xiang Yu and stepped forward to introduce himself. Report. Just then the sound of a messenger echoed from afar. Generals, the Northern Expedition Commander Xiang Yu has arrived with 500,000 troops. Oh, Champion Marquis has arrived. The Champion Marquis defeated 200,000 coalition forces on the prairie, reclaiming the 3 counties of Yuzhong Dingxiang and Weiyuan. His achievements are comparable to Wei Qing and Huo Qubing. We shall certainly welcome him. Upon hearing the messenger announce Xiang Yu's arrival, Cao's eyes lit up, as if seeing an idol urging everyone to go out and welcome him. Huh, Cao Mengda's words are wise. I Gong Sunzan have always admired a person like the Champion Marquis. Hearing Gong Sunzan and Cao say the same, although the others were reluctant, they thought of Xiang Yu's achievements and ultimately stood up together to head outside. Huh, no need to welcome me, I Xiang Yu have arrived. Just as the many heroes were about to go out, Xiang Yu's boisterous voice rang out. They saw a peerless leader in bright silver armor striding in with a smooth fair face, exuding sharp features, deep black eyes shimmering with charm, thick brows, a high nose, and exquisitely shaped lips. His heroic aura and stunning appearance shocked the entire hall upon his entrance. Is this the Champion Marquis? Looking at the extraordinarily handsome Xiang Yu, all the heroes were dumbfounded. This utterly handsome young man, beyond any reason, is the one who defeated 200,000 coalition forces and reclaimed the 3 northern counties. Xiang Yu. Everyone was awestruck by Xiang Yu's extraordinary looks, followed by a surge of envy and jealousy within their hearts. Damn, he is so handsome. If he were in my shoes, which girl wouldn't fall for him? Especially for the not-so-impressive Cao, he felt an even deeper pang of envy. Come Champion Marquis, let me introduce myself. I am Cao Mingda, and I greatly admire General Xiang Yu. My dream is... Despite his inner jealousy, for some reason Cao suddenly felt a surge of goodwill towards Xiang Yu and stepped forward to introduce himself. Oh Cao Mingda, I have long admired your name. Looking at the unruly Cao who stood under 7 feet, Xiang Yu felt a stir within yet remained composed. Come Champion Marquis, just arrived, let me introduce you to the generals. This one is Gong Sunzan of Beima, this one is Dongjue of Shiliang, this one is Yuan Shao, and so on. The familiar Cao took Xiang Yu's hand and began introducing everyone. Seeing this, Xiang Yu did not mind. At this moment Cao still held confidence in the Han and was sincere, and his enthusiasm was also a reflection of his character. However, as he became acquainted with one renowned figure after another, Xiang Yu's attention was drawn to the 2 extraordinary auras in the hall, and he couldn't help but look over. He saw one wearing a purple and gold crown draped in a red cotton robe from Sichuan, clad in beast-faced armor and wearing a belt decorated with exquisite lion motifs. Undoubtedly this dashing youth was Lu Bu. What truly caught Xiang Yu's attention was another figure, a robust man wielding a Baiyin hammer, undoubtedly the renowned flying tiger General Li Cunxiao stationed in Yuzhou. However, seeing him following Liu Bei, Xiang Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Come Champion Marquis, this is Liu Che, the direct descendant of Emperor Wu of Han and the elder brother of the current emperor. This time he led the army to turn the tide, blocking Bai Qi's 100,000 troops at Hulaguan. Cao brought Xiang Yu in front of a middle-aged man, filled with an aggressive aura. Liu Che, Emperor Wu of Han. By imperial decree, all generals please listen. Just as Xiang Yu wanted to speak, a sharp voice rang out. He saw the familiar Xiao Huangmin Zuofeng arriving in the hall accompanied by 2 armored guards. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees the Yellow Turban rebels have disrupted the country, causing great turmoil. They have previously slaughtered 300,000 court soldiers and later killed another 500,000. They aim to attack Hulaguan. Therefore, I appoint my elder brother Liu Che as the general of defense, the commander of the coalition forces, and appoint Champion Marquis Xiang Yu as the deputy commander of the coalition. All other generals must obey orders. Now I appoint my royal brother Liu Che as the general of the guard and the commander of the allied forces, while the general of the North Expedition will serve as the deputy commander of the allied forces. All other generals must obey the orders. Upon hearing Zuofeng's words, Xiang Yu's pupils involuntarily contracted and his brows furrowed slightly. Liu Che has actually been appointed as the commander of the allied forces. Liu Che's identity was implanted as a direct descendant of Emperor Wu of Han. Liu Che firmly rooted in the royal lineage, and by seniority, he was even the elder brother of the current Emperor Liu Hong. Moreover, based on Xiang Yu's understanding before coming here, once Emperor Wu of Han Liu Che was born, he immediately became active among the prominent families of Jizhou, gaining their support by virtue of his extraordinary monarch charisma and formidable abilities, gathering an army of 400,000. Undoubtedly, Emperor Wu of Han was like a blessing from the heavens. Looking at Liu Bei behind him, Xiang Yu understood that this crying emperor of the generation had temporarily allied himself with Emperor Wu of Han. Additionally, it seemed that Liu Bei, after recruiting Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, had made a roundabout move to include the balanced General Fei Hu Li Cunxiao. Liu Bei Li Cunxiao Emperor Wu Feng troops Li Shimin. Thus, at a critical moment, they managed to drive away the killing god by Qi, who was set to attack Huo. As a member of the Han royal family, and rising during the critical moment of the Han dynasty's peril, Emperor Ling of Han Lu Hong certainly trusted Liu Che even more. Even if Xiang Yu had the most impressive achievements among many generals, having defeated the 200,000 troops of the Prairie Alliance, he had only received the title of deputy commander. However, what made Xiang Yu frown was that the commander of the allied forces was Liu Che, a royal family member of the Han dynasty, which meant that the difficulty of eliminating the Eastern Han court had significantly increased. As a royal family member, Emperor Wu of Han would certainly not rebel or overthrow the Han dynasty. At most, he would enact a change of succession, making himself emperor, while the Han dynasty remained intact. Thus, Emperor Wu of Han was certainly going against Xiang Yu's initial intention of destroying the Han dynasty. He was undoubtedly a confirmed enemy. However, Emperor Wu of Han alone would be a formidable opponent now, with Liu Bei and Li Cunxiao added to the mix, and considering the opposing force was now the commander of nearly 400,000 allied troops, it had undoubtedly become even more challenging. Of course, if it weren't for the system's restrictions, Xiang Yu could have relied on his impressive combat power of 250 to swiftly eliminate all the heroes in this hall. But he couldn't. The system had limitations. He couldn't slay these ambitious heroes as he still needed them to establish a nation ushering in the Warring States era, allowing expedition to be filled with martial fortunes. It seems I still need to leverage by Qi's strength outside Huo, letting both sides slaughter each other. In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Xiang Yu's mind, and a strange light gleamed in his eyes. After bidding farewell to Zhuofeng, the entire hall instantly became lively, especially around Liu Che, where people crowded and offering their congratulations. As the deputy commander, Xiang Yu was naturally surrounded by a group as well, including Cao Cao and Gong Sunzan. Seeing Cao Cao, who was not even 7 feet tall, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, as if he were meeting an idol. Cao Cao was impressive. Seeing Cao Cao, who was not even 7 feet tall, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, as if he... Cao Cao, 155 March 15, 220, was styled Mingda, originally named Jili, and had the nickname Amon. He was from Xiao County, Pegwa, present-day Boizhou. He was an outstanding politician, military strategist, writer, and calligrapher during the late Eastern Han dynasty. Cao Cao was also the founder of the Chao Wei regime in the Three Kingdoms, and during the late Eastern Han dynasty, amid widespread chaos, he campaigned in the name of the Han Emperor, defeating Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Lu Bu, Lu Biao, Ma Chao Han Sui, and other warlords, unifying the north. In his youth, Cao Cao was intelligent, quick-witted, and had the ability to adapt and make decisions on the fly. Moreover, he was known for his chivalrous spirit and unrestrained behavior. At that time, people thought he had no special talents due to his lack of discipline and academic pursuits, but Su Xiao of Nanyang, known for his insight into people, evaluated Cao Cao as a capable minister in a time of peace, a cunning hero in a time of chaos. In the history of the Three Kingdoms, the most controversial figure is probably Cao Cao. Some say Cao Cao was a loyal minister who pacified the chaos only to have his reputation ruined by his son. Others argue he was a treacherous minister who refrained from claiming the throne simply because he didn't need to leaving it for his son. So was Cao Cao a loyal minister or a treacherous minister? As for whether Cao Cao was loyal or treacherous, Xiang Yu was not very clear. However, he believed that the young Cao Cao was an outstanding youth filled with a sense of justice and perfectionism. Initially, Cao Cao held the position of the Northern Officer of Luoyang, which in modern terms is equivalent to the deputy county-level head of the Public Security Bureau. Managing public security in the capital, he would encounter a problem. You never know which criminal might be a favorite of the emperor or a relative of a favorite. Just a few days after Cao Cao took office, he encountered such a situation. The uncle of the emperor's most trusted eunuch, Jian Shuo, committed a crime. How should he punish him? Cao Cao decided to enforce the law impartially. In the end, he personally killed Jian Shuo's uncle with the 5-color club he had made. The fact that he was willing to kill the most trusted eunuch's uncle to enforce the law shows how formidable he was. Cao Cao was very close to him now, because he had always aspired to be like Wei Qing and Huo Qubing. Undoubtedly, the young Cao Cao was quite admirable. Thinking of this, Xiang Yu couldn't help but open Cao Cao's attribute panel. He wanted to see how impressive the one who could unify a large part of the country and defeat Liu Bei and Sun Quan was. Name Cao Cao, peerless, general leadership 91, 103, combat power 79, 82, wisdom 96, 103, politics 92, 102, monarch charisma 90, 100, which can increase affinity with civil ministers and military generals. Talent skills 1, capable minister in peace, passive not activated when in a time of peace as a prime minister, combat power 5, politics 5, a leadership 5, wisdom 5, personal monarch charisma 5. 2, cunning hero in chaos, passive not activated when in a time of chaos and completely disillusioned with the court, combat power 5, politics 5, a leadership 5, wisdom 5, personal monarch charisma 5. 3, governance and stability, passive when acting as a monarch, good weather and abundant harvests increase crop yield by 50%. 4, Wei Wu's dominance, passive in battle if the enemy general's combat power is lower than his, their combat power is reduced by 5. If the enemy general's leadership is lower than his, their leadership is reduced by 5. And it is not affected by the opponent's 5 insight into people passive skilled at discovering and utilizing talents. Any talent discovered and reasonably utilized will have their combat power 2, politics 2, leadership 2, wisdom 2. Cunxiao's attributes are indeed impressive. No wonder he could overshadow the heroes of the 3 kingdoms, suppressing Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Lu Bu, Lu Biao, Ma Chao Han sway the southern Xiongnu Wuhuan, and Xinbei forcing Lu Bai's Shu kingdom and Sun Quan's Wu kingdom to ally. Looking at Cunxiao's attribute panel, Xiong, you couldn't help but click his tongue in praise. He is a formidable opponent. Lu Che was appointed as the commander of the coalition forces, akin to a general basking in glory. With the support of many, he ascended to the main seat of the Tiger Pass City Lord's Mansion, with Xiong Yu seated beside him as the deputy commander. Now that the Yellow Turban army is pressing hard with millions of Yellow Turban bandits at the front, their general Bai Qi is also exceedingly arrogant, having continuously slaughtered 3.5 million of our imperial troops, reminiscent of the ancient killing god Bai Qi. However, no matter what, we must defend Tiger Pass, for this is the last line of defense for our great Han capital Luoyang. At the main seat, Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che exuded an aura of authority, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Sitting beside him, Xiong Yu felt quite moved by the presence of this great Emperor Wu, undoubtedly representing the faction of the Eastern Han court. Thinking this, Xiong Yu couldn't help but open the attribute panel of the Emperor, eager to see the capabilities of this Lu Che. Name: Lu Che, Emperor Wu of Han. Commander 102. Martial power 74. Intellect 101. Politics 101. Charm 101. Monarchs charm 101 increases affinity with civil officials and military generals. Talent skills. 1 Great Emperor Wu not activated when becoming the ruler of a nation. Martial power 10, politics 10, commander 10, intellect 10, and monarch's charm 10. 2 Militaristic tendencies active when engaging in warfare against foreign tribes. Allied commanders gain martial power 8, politics 8, commander 8, intellect 8. 3 Amnesty to the world not activated after granting amnesty as a monarch. The territory will experience favorable weather and agricultural yields will increase by 80%. 4 Wu of Han's dominance passive when in combat. If the enemy general's martial power is lower, their martial power is reduced by 5. If the enemy general's commander is lower, their commander is reduced by 5. Moreover, this is not affected by the enemy's dominance. Looking at Emperor Wu's attribute panel, Xiong Yu was momentarily speechless. Was Emperor Wu truly remarkable? As one of the top-ranking emperors in history, certainly he was. However, this attribute panel was somewhat disappointing, with only 1 usable talent skill, Wu of Han's dominance, which felt rather bleak. Since the Yellow Turban rebels rose in revolt, our great Han court dispatched 3 renowned generals with 3 armies. Unfortunately, Zhu Jun was defeated in Yingchuan, and the army was slaughtered. Now the main general is missing. Huang Pusong faced Zhang Jiao, and was also pressured, leaving only Lu Ji's army entangled. Thus we cannot rely on the 3 armies of the court. There is no reinforcements, and we can only depend on ourselves. Emperor Wu's voice continued, succinctly analyzing their vulnerabilities. It seemed the situation was quite unfavorable for them, yet Lu Che's voice remained spirited and full of confidence. Even if the opposing army numbers in the millions, so what? Even if they have a killing god comparable to ancient Bai Qi, how can the heroes and champions present here fear Bai Qi? Suddenly Emperor Wu stood up vigorously, raising his voice several decibels, proclaiming loudly. The words of General Wei are indeed true. All of you present are heroes of the world. How could we fear the Yellow Turban bandits? I, Gong Sunzan, am willing to lead my Yuzhou army to be at the forefront for General Wei. In a sudden display of vigor, the valiant General Gong Sunzan, upon hearing Lu Che's words, immediately stood up to respond. And I, Sun Jian of Jiangdong, am also willing to be at the forefront for General Wei. After Gong Sunzan stepped forward, another robust general boomed. It was none other than the Tiger General Sun Su and the future Lord of Jiangdong, Sun Jian. Haha, good. Seeing that he had just roused the morale, and already 2 individuals stepped up to echo him, Emperor Wu was immediately overjoyed. Xiong Yu looked at the 2 emerging future heroes, and felt it was quite intriguing. Gong Sunzan, known as the White Horse General, fiercely resisted the northern ethnic minorities, displaying valor in battle, shaking the borders. Later he relied on his military talents to defeat the odds, killing Lu Yu, and took the imperial envoy hostage to obtain the authority of governor over 4 northern provinces, distributing the positions of the inspectors, becoming one of the most powerful lords in the north. And then there was Sun Jian. Sun Jian was a general and warlord of the late Eastern Han, one of the founders of the Eastern Wu regime, said to be a descendant of the military strategist Sun Wu from the spring and autumn period. He participated in the campaign against the Yellow Turban army and the coalition against Dong Zhuo. During the coalition against Dong Zhuo, he found the imperial seal in a well within the palace. His ambitions rose, believing himself to be destined, and rushed back to Jiangdong with the seal, but was blocked by Lu Biao and killed by arrows. Because he held the title of General who destroys the enemy, he was also known as Sun the Destroyer. His son Sun Quan would become the founding emperor of Sun Wu, and after Sun Quan ascended to the throne, he posthumously honored Sun Jian as Emperor Wuya. Undoubtedly both of these men were ambitious individuals, yet interestingly, they both bore a striking resemblance to Cao Cao, seemingly still devoted to the Han dynasty. Xiong Yu directly opened the attribute panels of the 2. Name Gong Sun Zan Commander 92, Martial Power 89, Intellect 82, Politics 72. Name Sun Jian Commander 93, Martial Power 94, Intellect 81, Politics 81. Not an extraordinary figure, so no talent skills will be revealed later. Looking at the attribute panels of the two Xiong, you could not help but nod silently. Undoubtedly two formidable generals, especially Sun Jian, with top-tier martial power and commander skills truly worthy of being the father of the little overlord Sun Tzu and the blue-eyed Sun Quan. Dong 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 dong. At that moment suddenly the sound of drums resonated outside. Report. Report to General Wei. Report to General Zhang Bei. The Yellow Turban Army has brought people to the front of the pass again. The messenger rushed in quickly, speaking urgently. Oh, the Yellow Turbans are coming again. All generals follow me to see what the Yellow Turban Army is up to this time. Hearing the messenger's words, Liu Che swept his long robe and spoke loudly. At Tiger Pass the banners fluttered, and just outside the city a sea of yellow could be seen as far as the eye could reach. All were yellow turban soldiers with their heads covered in yellow scars resembling a vast yellow ocean from afar. Boom. Just as Zhang Yu and the others reached the city tower, they felt the ground tremble. They saw a large man wielding dual tridents on horseback, leading a group of soldiers charging towards the pass. Is this a challenge for the generals? Seeing that an opposing general charged directly over, and with not many people, it was evident they were not here to attack the city, so there could only be one explanation: a duel. However, in an instant Zhang Yu furrowed his brows. If it was a duel, did the Yellow Turbans have a great general? There were indeed fierce generals like Guan Hai and Zhou Tsong, but they weren't top tier. Just as Zhang Yu was puzzled, he suddenly heard the Yellow Turban general below the Tiger Pass roaring loudly. I am Dian Wei, under the command of Yellow Turban Chieftain Bai Qi. Imperial army, come out and die quickly, haha. Under the Tiger Pass, the large man wielding dual tridents roared instantly, leaving Zhang Yu dumbfounded. The opposing general was Dian Wei. Dian Wei has allied with the Yellow Turbans.